The man traveled back to the primitive age, and the worst thing was that he was caught by cannibals and prepared to be a sumptuous dinner tomorrow. Just a moment ago, he was a doctor, living a peaceful and regular life, but the next second, he became the dinner of the savage tribe. The cause of all this was that he rashly set up a flag in front of an ancient altar, confidently declared, "Even if I start from scratch and bring nothing, I can build the strongest tribe." But just as fell from the sky, a thunderbolt directly hit him and sent him to this primitive era. The only benefit of traveling through time? The fatal wound on the back of the head will heal automatically. But what kind of benefit is this? Can it stop 30 cannibals with bloody mouths? Can you make a piece of clothing with this? The man's only choice was to escape. No matter what, he had to survive. So he held his breath, stepped on the snoring savages, and quietly stole the divine equipment of the prehistoric era, stone axes and stone knives. Although this equipment was simple, it was better than being empty-handed. It was dark outside the cave, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard continuously. The man made up his mind to gamble his life. He grabbed the low-quality coal at the entrance of the cave and stuffed it into the fire. The poisonous smoke spread instantly. If the smoke didn't kill the cannibals, it would at least poison them and make them unable to move. Relying on the subconscious of the original owner of the body, he ran wildly through the dark forest. System? Golden finger? He got nothing. All he got in response was the whistling wind and bird droppings on his face. Want to dominate this prehistoric world with knowledge? Live tonight first. Bifong finally made it to dawn. The cries of wild animals in the wild gradually disappeared, and the herbivores began to become active. They stood up rustling around, urinated, and began to enjoy their breakfast. Only then did Bifong dare to come out and move around. He secretly decided that the most important thing at the moment was to get away from this land and find a shelter farther away. After all, the human population should be very small now, and they can always find a suitable hiding place in such a vast wilderness. Bifong picked up the stone axe, held the fire and stone knife in his other hand, and walked away. Along the way, he observed the surrounding environment from a modern perspective. This wasteland was full of rolling hills with occasional flatland. Based on the terrain and climate, Bifong guessed that he might be in the northwest. However, the dense forests and abundant water sources made him hesitate to draw conclusions. After all, the terrain has changed dramatically over the past few hundred years, not to mention that the current era may have been thousands or even tens of thousands of years older than the era he is familiar with. Bifeng's body now perfectly combines a savage physique with a civilized brain. Although his physique will still make him food for other creatures, he believes that with his knowledge and intelligence, he will be able to leave this era behind and become the top of the food chain. More importantly, one advantage of this body is that it can instinctively identify whether food is edible. Whenever Bifong saw some wild fruits he had never seen before and felt an appetite, but was not sure whether they could be eaten, his body's subconscious mind would tell him whether they could be eaten. Bifong walked until it was almost dark, but still hadn't found a suitable campsite. A day's journey was still not safe enough for him. Therefore, when the sun was about to set, he collected enough firewood and some wild fruits to fill his stomach. Since he could not find an ideal cave, he had to find a big rock that could block the wind to barely spend the night. Although Bifong was protected by the fire, he did not dare to fall asleep. He was awakened several times by the howling of wild animals and remained alert all night. For him, the night was not scary. What worried him the most were the wild animals and humans. As soon as the day dawned, Bifong set out again to continue looking for an ideal place to live. When the sun was high in the sky and the shadows of almost all objects disappeared, Bifong finally found a place he liked. It was a flat platform under a stone wall. Although there was no cave, it was sheltered from the wind and faced the sun. The dense woods next to it could block the view from a distance. In other words, it was difficult for outsiders to discover this place as long as they did not get close. Bifong was able to find this place because he specifically looked for places that were not easily noticed. This platform was about 7 or 8 meters long and 4 meters wide. The left side of the platform is the widest, and below is a steep slope with a mess of rocks and bushes, so there's no need to worry about people or wild animals coming up. The right side is a gentle slope, which can be turned into a passage after a little preparation. Looking up, there is a smooth stone wall. The stone is hard, and there are no big rocks on it, so Bifong is not worried about the rocks falling and hurting him. There was a water source not far away, and there were also abundant wild fruits for picking in the surrounding woods. Bai Feng cleared a space under the platform, put down the items he brought one by one, and breathed a long sigh of relief. After a short rest, Bai Feng did not build a shelter or look for food first. Instead, he cut some long grass with a knife and weave a grass skirt with his own hands. As a modern man, Bai Feng finds it difficult to tolerate the feeling of his thing swaying in the wind. Although no one around can see him, this feeling makes him uncomfortable. After putting on the grass skirt, although it was not very comfortable, at least it covered his important parts. He no longer felt so disgusted. It was also the first step from a savage to a civilized man. After finishing the work of covering his shame, Bai Feng began to build the camp. The first thing he did was to chop wood, as the fire was more important than the cabin. Although the stone axe is not sharp, fortunately firewood does not need to be carved very finely. As long as it is a tree that can be dragged to the camp, it will do. Then, Bai Feng began to cut down some straight logs as thick as arms and transported them back to the camp to build a temporary shelter. Fortunately, there were many trees here, and he quickly collected the wood needed to build a shelter. However, as the sun was setting, Bai Feng did not dare to delay any longer, and he used large stones and wood to build a simple wooden shed against the stone wall. After the wooden shed was built, Bai Feng put his hands on his hips, looked around, and felt that he had done a pretty good job. Before the sun completely set, he built a stone fire nest for the bonfire to ensure that the fire would gather and would not cause any accidents. That night, Bai Feng enjoyed a relatively peaceful sleep, but when he woke up in the morning, he felt extremely hungry. After all, he had only eaten some wild fruits in the past few days, and most of those fruits were sour, without much sugar, and he had not consumed any protein. Moreover, the sleeping place was not only uneven, but there was sand and stones underneath. No matter how I turned over, I could always feel the hard objects poking me. As the sun illuminated the wasteland, Bai Feng picked up his knife and axe and set out again. Today he was determined to go hunting. If he only ate fruits, he might not even make it through the summer. In order to facilitate the movement, Bai Feng tied the knife with a straw rope and only held the axe in his hand. He remembered that there were many fish in the pond near the camp, and they were quite big because there were almost no natural enemies here. So, Bai Feng prepared to make a harpoon. There was an abundance of bamboo in the mountains, which was a good material for making a harpoon. He split the bamboo from one end to form 4 forks, inserted a thin bamboo into the middle, tied the forks with straw ropes, and finally sharpened the fork tips, successfully making a 5-pronged harpoon. The pond was vast, the water was slow, and the fish were swimming in it, making it Bai Feng's hunting ground. Looking at the fat fish swimming around in the water, Bai Feng's mouth was almost watering. For safety reasons, Bai Feng chose a shallow water area and lay in wait. Seeing a fish swimming slowly by, Bai Feng attacked decisively, but the harpoon missed the target in the water, splashing water in his face, but the fish quickly swam away. Bai Feng was not discouraged. Thinking that failure is the mother of success, he prepared the harpoon again and waited quietly. There are many fish, and before long, a curious fish swam over. Bai Feng tried again, but still failed, and he couldn't even touch the fish's body. This series of mistakes made him a little frustrated, so he threw the harpoon into the water and decided to try another approach. However, when the harpoon entered the water, Bai Feng suddenly realized that he had made a stupid mistake. He slapped his primitive head hard and said, "Oh, how could I be so stupid? How could I forget this?" Bai Feng felt a little guilty. No wonder he had never succeeded. It turned out to be this reason. The primitive brain hardware could not handle the calculations of his modern brain. Bai Feng thought about it, regrouped, and continued to catch fish. Although he still failed to catch fish in the first few times, he had gradually mastered the technique. Waiting quietly and observing the movement in the water, Bai Feng adjusted his position and stabbed with all his strength. From the shaking of the harpoon, he knew he had succeeded. He picked up the harpoon and saw that he had caught a fish that was almost as long as his arm. Although he didn't recognize the species of the fish, Bai Feng knew that as long as it was not a pufferfish, he would dare to give it a try. After this successful experience, Bai Feng's confidence in fishing increased greatly, and he no longer felt frustrated even if he occasionally missed. By the time his stomach started to growl, Bai Feng had already caught 6 big fish on the shore. He found a wooden stick, strung the fish together, and carried it on his shoulder. He finally understood why so many anglers were so excited about catching fish. It turned out that this was really an extremely satisfying thing. On the way back to the camp, Bai Feng looked up at the sun and made a rough estimate. The angle between the sun and the horizon was about 70 degrees, so there was still some time before noon. When he arrived at the camp, he was happy to prepare to cook, but suddenly found that there was no pot, so he could only choose to roast it directly. He thought that he should speed up his pace and enter the pottery age as soon as possible. Bai Feng had already processed the fish's internal organs and scales by the pond and brought it back to the camp after cleaning it. He found a piece of wood, pierced the fish, and roasted it over the fire. However, the process of grilling fish was much more uncomfortable than he had imagined. Although he did not know the exact date and temperature of the summer weather, he speculated based on his experience of spending summers in many cities that the current temperature was about 30 degrees, thanks to the surrounding trees that blocked the heat. The bonfire of several hundred degrees burned Bai Feng's chest, and he felt very uncomfortable. But in order to eat the grilled fish, he had to endure it. The first feeling he had when he took a bite of the grilled fish was that it was not as tender, fresh, and delicious as he had expected. Instead, it was light, extremely light in taste, with a hint of fishiness, and the taste was not ideal. However, for Bai Feng, who had not eaten enough for several days, he didn't care about the taste. The most important thing was to fill his stomach and replenish his energy. However, he soon thought of an extremely important thing: salt. Without salt, the human body will soon suffer from cramps, fatigue, and even death due to lack of minerals. Bai Feng realized that his task was more difficult than he had imagined, and starting from scratch was truly challenging. After eating, Bai Feng patted his stomach and laid down in the shade of the camp, waiting comfortably for the food to digest and storing up energy for the next work. Watching the sun rising higher, Bai Feng suddenly had an idea. He immediately picked up a knife and cut a straight wooden stick. He found a flat place in the camp, stuck it into the soil, and checked whether it was standing firmly. Then Bai Feng sat next to the stick and watched the shadow of the stick get shorter and shorter. When the shadow stopped getting shorter and started getting longer, Bai Feng drew a line with charcoal at the shortest point of the shadow to mark it. It turned out that Bai Feng wanted to roughly infer the current date by observing the trajectory of the sun. Although he could not confirm his latitude, he could infer the time of the summer solstice by the changes in the length of the sun's shadow. As long as the shadow of the stick is shorter the next day than it is today, it means that it is close to the summer solstice. If the shadow becomes longer, it means that the summer solstice has passed. Even if we cannot know the exact date of the summer solstice, a difference of 10 days or so is acceptable. Bai Feng knew very well that he had yellow skin, and so did the cannibals. Most of the forests were deciduous, broad-leaved forests. Combining these clues, Bai Feng had a rough idea of where he was now. He must be north of the Tropic of Cancer, unless he had traveled to other places. After completing this sudden experiment, Bai Feng began to worry about how to preserve these fish. The temperature is so high now that it is almost impossible to preserve fish for a few days, especially without salt. Since it is impossible to pickle and salt the fish, the only thing that can be done is to smoke the fish. Although Bai Feng had never tried making smoked fish, he decided to give it a try using his imagination. He first built a simple four-legged frame with thin wood and straw ropes, and then placed wooden sticks on the frame, successfully making a simple fish smoking rack. After cutting the fish into pieces and laying it flat on the smoking rack, Bai Feng was afraid that the fish would be burnt if it was roasted directly over the fire, so he decided to find some wet wood and put it into the fire. Sure enough, as soon as the wet wood was put down, smoke immediately spread out, choking Bai Feng so much that he dared not get close. So he decided to take his tools and look for suitable clay everywhere, intending to make pottery, especially pottery pots. Bai Feng began to pick up the soil and knead it in a serious manner. Although he didn't know what made good clay, he decided to try his luck. If he couldn't find the right soil, he would try different soils to see if they could be fired into pottery. In the process of searching for soil, Bai Feng finally found the red clay he was familiar with. Recalling the Majiayo culture of his hometown, Bai Feng was overjoyed and quickly carried some red clay to the camp. After the red clay dries, it is as hard as stone and easy to carry. After he had carried enough soil, he found a thick bamboo and cut it into bamboo sections to use as buckets to facilitate the transportation of water. Bai Feng had heard his elders talk about the process of making pottery, so he decided to try making pottery based on these vague memories. First, he smashed the red clay, added water after it was refined, and kneaded it like dough. When it couldn't be kneaded anymore, he stepped on it with his feet. When the mud was smooth and free of bubbles, Bai Feng began to make pottery. What he needed most was a pot. After all, with a pot, his life would be greatly facilitated, whether it was for cooking or boiling water. To be on the safe side, Bai Feng made the bottom and walls of the pot thicker and also made 2 handles for easy taking. After making a large clay pot, Bai Feng felt that there was too much clay left, so he made 2 small bowls. Although he didn't know why he made 2, he always felt that if one fell, there would be no bowl left. He also made a large water pitcher, but he was not very confident that he could successfully fire the pitcher, so he could only rely on luck. After making the pottery, Bai Feng did not rush to put them into the kiln, but let them dry naturally in a cool place first to avoid cracking due to excessive moisture. Bai Feng felt extremely satisfied looking at his afternoon's work. It was still early and the days were long in summer, so he decided to continue working. So he added some wet firewood to the fish smoking rack and continued to smoke the fish. Seeing that the fish had begun to turn black and the surface was slightly dry, Bai Feng felt that the smoked fish should not fail. However, thinking of the bland fish meat, Bai Feng decided that he had to find a way to get some salt next. Chapter 4. Preparations for making salt and firing pottery. Salt is one of the most important strategic materials. Human survival is inseparable from salt, and Bai Feng is no exception. The process of finding salt is not easy. Bai Feng has no idea where he is now, and he cannot even infer where salt may exist nearby through his memories of his past life. The main sources of salt are generally sea salt, well salt, lake salt, and mineral salt. Although this is a temperate inland area and there is no sea salt, there is a high possibility of lake salt. All Bai Feng could do was wander around and taste the water whenever he saw one to see if it was salty. However, the water he encountered was not only not salty, but rather sweet, which made him a little frustrated. In the absence of salt, Bai Feng began to change his mind and look for signs on the ground. As long as a layer of white alkaline soil appeared on the ground, it meant that there was salt water nearby, or the soil in this place had a high salt content. Using alkaline earth to extract salt was a method of making private salt in the ancient Northwest region. Although the output was small and the quality was poor, it was better than having no salt. Bai Feng had already walked far away from the camp. The sun was setting and the sky was getting dark, so he decided to turn back. We didn't find salt today, so we'll continue looking for it tomorrow. Anyway, we must make sure we get back to the camp before dark. After all, safety is the most important thing. On the way back to the camp, Bai Feng came to the water pond again and saw some pheasants, quails, and other birds had flown back to the reeds to prepare for the night. Bai Feng thought to himself that he should take the opportunity to pick up some bird eggs from the reeds to eat, or wait until autumn when the reeds are dry. Then he could set a fire to burn the reeds and roast the birds directly to eat. As he was thinking about this, a piece of knowledge about reeds suddenly emerged in his mind. The ashes from burning reeds can be used to extract salt. Although it contains a lot of impurities, it is a life-saving method for Bai Feng at this time. Deciding to start right away, Bai Feng picked up a stone knife and started cutting reeds. Since the stone knife was not sharp enough, he could only cut a few at a time. So he simply tied the reeds together and chopped them with a stone axe, which was significantly faster. Bai Feng quickly harvested a large pile of reeds, but he did not rush to bring them back to the camp. Instead, he chose to pile the reeds by the pond and let them dry first. The sun's rays gradually turned golden. Bai Feng returned to his camp and found that the smoked fish had turned a little black. However, he was not satisfied. He planned to continue smoking the fish tomorrow and even catch some more fish to smoke together as future food reserves. Dinner was still grilled fish, and there was a bottle of cool lake water. Although this meal was nothing special, Bai Feng felt very satisfied. After a day of hard work, Bai Feng sat by the campfire thinking about his plans for the night. Then he went into his little shack and fell asleep. The next morning, Bai Feng was awakened by the sunlight as soon as he opened his eyes. He found that there were many marks on his body from the pressure of small stones. Although there was no mattress, he slept well, but he felt that he needed to improve his living environment. Bai Feng still maintains the habits of modern people. After getting up, he wipes his face with the water in the bamboo tube. As for brushing teeth, Bai Feng didn't have a toothbrush, so he found a branch, chewed off one end, and ground it into the shape of a toothbrush. He also ground charcoal into powder as toothpaste. Although this experience was terrible, he still firmly believed that it was very important to take good care of his teeth. After all, he didn't want to have a mouth full of yellow teeth like those savages. Although Bai Feng was used to a leisurely breakfast in his past life, what he lacked most now was time. He had to collect the basic supplies needed for life as quickly as possible before his body could no longer bear it or the weather changed. After eating a few bites of grilled fish, he added some firewood to the campfire and began his plan for the day. Bai Feng plans to make a fish cage today so that he can save a lot of time to do other things and doesn't have to spend so much time catching fish every day. The structure of a fish cage is very simple. A large cylinder with a funnel that allows fish to enter but not come out. He made 2 fishing cages with bamboos that were everywhere around him. He tied one end of the bamboo tube tightly with vines, made the other end wider, and then put a funnel-like structure in. After the outside was fixed, the fishing cage was ready. Bai Feng brought the 2 fishing cages to the pond, caught a lot of snails in the reeds, crushed the snail meat, and put it into the cages, then found a place to put the fishing cages. Fish can enter the fishing cage through the wide mouth, but because of their low IQ, they can't get out. After Bai Feng put away the fishing cage, he looked back and checked the reeds he cut last night. He found that the water was not completely dry and needed to be dried for a day before he could continue processing. However, Bai Feng also discovered that reed stalks can not only be used to extract salt, but are also a good material for making mattresses. He began to cut reeds again, removing the reed leaves and leaving only the stalks, which he could weave into mattresses after drying them slightly. He also collected a large amount of reed fluff, which could be used not only in autumn and winter, but also in summer. The reed fluff was very soft and was perfect for making beds. Seeing that the reeds would take some time to dry, Bai Feng decided to return to the camp for the time being. The pottery he made last night was almost dry and had no cracks, which was pretty good for him. But if it is to be fired, it still needs to be dried for another day. In order to prepare for firing pottery, Bai Feng continued to chop wood. He chopped for a whole morning, and the pile of firewood became higher and higher. These thick firewoods can meet the needs of firing pottery. Pottery needs a kiln, so Bai Feng decided to make a small wood kiln. He started digging soil, adding water, and mixing mud, slowly piling it into a thick circle, then made a round cover with a large hole with mud and put it in the campfire to burn. The function of this round plate is to place pottery, and it is also a layer to isolate the pottery from the flames. He continued to raise the kiln until he could fit all the pottery in with enough space. To fire the pottery smoothly, Bai Feng also opened a large hole in the bottom of the kiln to put firewood in. Finally, he made a kiln cover to ensure that the firing process could be sealed. When all the preparations were completed, Bai Feng wiped the mud off his hands, and the preparations to enter the pottery age were finally completed. Chapter 5. Heavy rain. The sun gradually set in the west. Bai Feng was busy cleaning up the camp. He added some dry firewood to the campfire, prepared to move the fish smoking rack away, and then went to retrieve the fish cage he had placed by the pond. When he arrived at the pond, he was not disappointed by the fishing cage, which was full of big fish. Bai Feng was pleased with the harvest of half a day. It seemed that resources were really the most precious. Bai Feng began to clean the fish by the pond, removing the internal organs and scales. He now had more than a dozen large fish. He strung 2 strings of fish together with bamboo and carried them back to the camp like luggage. The smoked fish from yesterday was almost done, so Bai Feng decided to make a new rack to put the food in. Not only the fish, but also the wild fruits he picked himself. At this time, Bai Feng noticed that there were quite a few wild vegetables around that he was familiar with, but because he didn't have a pot, he had to give up for the time being and wait until the pottery was made before collecting these wild vegetables to cook. So Bai Feng built a new fish smoking rack so that there would be enough space for all the fish. Today's task is quite arduous. Bai Feng is busy carrying the reed stalks and reed flowers he collected from the pond back to the camp. To make the mattress, he took some already dried reeds, which needed to be dried for a while so that they would be easier to weave. The reeds for making salt were still drying by the pond. Although he couldn't make salt today, Bai Feng already had a direction. He planned to make a jar that could filter the water while firing pottery tomorrow. The preparations for making pottery were almost done, and he could start firing it early tomorrow morning. After being exposed to the sun for half a day, the reeds became more resilient. Bai Feng began to sort them out, clamping them together one by one and weaving them. He did not require it to be very fine and did not pay attention to the gaps when weaving. Instead, he used the hemming method to gather the 4 sides and finally made a simple reed mat. Although this mat was not very beautiful, it was very suitable for Bai Feng's small wooden shed. He put the mat into his own shed, and it was just the right size and fit well. Then, Bai Feng spread the reed catkins evenly on the mat so that he had a primitive mat. Although simple, it was considered a luxury in that era. Bai Feng was somewhat satisfied with the mattress he made, but he felt that something was missing. He suddenly remembered the pillow. Bai Feng looked around and finally chose a big stone. Although it is irregular in shape, it is flat on both sides and is very suitable for use as a pillow. After packing everything up, Bai Feng leisurely began to grill the fish, ready to enjoy the fruits of his hard work. He reviewed today's work and felt that everything went smoothly. With the fish cage, the source of food was no longer a problem, but he knew that he needed to collect more food and expand his diet. The production of salt has a clear direction, and after firing the pottery tomorrow, he can try to make salt. The preparations for pottery making are already perfect, and Bai Feng feels that everything is moving in the right direction. In addition to these, Bai Feng also noticed the good news. The shadow of the stick standing today became shorter, indicating that it was approaching the summer solstice. This not only helped him estimate the time, but also meant that he had more time to prepare, especially in order to meet the cold winter. He had to be fully prepared. As Bai Feng was grilling fish, a cool and moist breeze blew through the woods, gently brushing against his body. Bai Feng couldn't help but shiver, not because of the cold, but because of a certain premonition in his heart. He immediately stood up, ran out of the camp, climbed a small hill, and looked far away. The sky in the southeast had become covered with dark clouds, and the wind was pushing the dark clouds towards him. His heart tightened, and he realized that something was wrong, so he ran back to the camp. But his camp had only a light permeable wooden shed, which couldn't even block the wind, let alone the rain. Bai Feng didn't have time to care about the strings of fish. He hurriedly piled up stones on the high ground to try to prevent rainwater from flowing into his camp. Then he moved the campfire to high ground, surrounded it with stones, left a small opening for ventilation, and put firewood in it. Despite this, Bai Feng still felt uneasy, so he took out his reed mat and covered the campfire with it as a layer of protection. Then he went to break off some leafy branches and spread them on the mat, try to protect the pottery jars and smoked fish from getting wet by the rain. Although he didn't know how much rain he could prevent, he could only do his best. The wind was getting stronger. Bai Feng knew that when a summer rainstorm came in the north, it would usually start pouring rain within 10 minutes, and severe convective weather would not give you any time to react. He hastily piled the firewood, hoping to keep some dry wood, so that if the rain was too heavy, he could at least continue to light the bonfire. At this time, bean-sized raindrops began to fall, hitting Bai Feng's body, and he felt pain. As the rain intensified, the raindrops became denser and more violent, and the splashes of water on the ground were almost as big as eggs. Suddenly, the sky turned completely dark, and thunder roared overhead. Bai Feng could almost feel that his internal organs were resonating with the thunder. Lightning tore through the sky. Thunder and lightning alternated continuously. Bai Feng felt that this rainstorm seemed to last for a long time. Seeing the rainstorm coming, Bai Feng quickly hid in his small wooden shed that was leaking everywhere. The water on the ground had begun to flow out, and his grass skirt was soaked by the heavy rain and stuck to his legs, making him very uncomfortable. Bai Feng simply tore off the skirt and left himself standing naked in the rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The wind was blowing the raindrops like bullets to the ground. The thunder was still deafening, and lightning kept flashing in front of Bai Feng's eyes. He had never been so scared before. Even when he was being used as food in the savage cave, he was not as scared as he was now. The power of nature was far beyond anyone's control. At this time, Bai Feng was most worried about the campfire. He knew that if the fire was extinguished, his survival in the wilderness would become more difficult. He saw his campfire swaying in the water, and the water flowed down from the surrounding rocks, but the fire still burned tenaciously. The water level on the ground rose rapidly. Bai Feng stood in the water and felt that the water had already submerged his Achilles tendon. Fortunately, he raised the position of the campfire, otherwise the fire would have been extinguished long ago. The rainstorm lasted for a long time. Bai Feng felt that he was soaked and cold all over. The only fire he could rely on was also struggling to hold on under the siege of the water. Suddenly, there was a tinkling sound from the ground. The surrounding trees seemed to be groaning in pain. In the instant that lightning flashed, white beads fell to the ground and bounced high. Hail began to fall from the sky through the cracks in Bai Feng's small wooden shed and hit Bai Feng. The cold feeling made him touch it. Fortunately, the hail was not big, only the size of soybeans. A strong wind blew, and the hail hit even harder. The fallen ice chips and intact hail kept hitting Bai Feng, bringing a strong feeling of coldness. The hailstones were getting bigger and bigger. Bai Feng found that the hailstones around him were already as big as quail eggs. Although the small wooden shed could not block these hailstones, it at least protected him from being hit by the big hailstones. As the heavy rain and hail continued, Bai Feng felt that he could hardly bear the wrath of nature. He knew that if the heavy rain continued, he might not be able to survive it. Chapter 6. Spark. Bai Feng didn't know when a rainstorm stopped. It was not until the next morning, when the sun's rays shone on him, that he realized that he was lucky to have survived. The rain last night almost never stopped. First it was a downpour, then hail. The hail stopped for a while, but soon it started again. Fortunately, it was summer, so Bai Feng's hypothermia was not too serious, and this body was much stronger than his previous life. If it was the old him, he would definitely not be able to survive the second round of hail. After the hail stopped, Bai Feng felt cold and scared, and his exhausted body finally fell into a deep sleep when the rain slowed down. When he stood up with difficulty, he saw the white hail all over the ground, and his mood was indescribable. Looking around, the valley was full of hailstones that had flowed down from the accumulated water. The leaves were almost completely broken, and the trees were half bare. The broken leaves and hailstones were mixed together, and the whole world looked like white porridge filled with chopped green onions. Bai Feng thought that the disaster caused by the hail must have made it difficult for all animals to survive, especially since the fruits of many fruit trees were not yet ripe. A disaster like this could almost mean a total harvest loss. Bai Feng had no hope for the bonfire, as it should have been extinguished in the storm. So he began to use branches to sweep away the accumulated water and hail. Fortunately, after the sun came out, the hail on the high ground melted quickly, making it easier to clean up. He gathered the dry firewood and put it in the sun to dry. Fortunately, the firewood in the center was almost not wet. After sorting these out, Bai Feng carefully cleaned the things he had covered before, first throwing away the branches on the reed mat, and then taking down the reed mat that was almost deformed by water and drying it. Unexpectedly, the pottery I had made earlier was intact. Thanks to the protection of the branches and reed mats, the hail did not damage the pottery. Only some water seeped in, making the outer layer of the pottery a little wet and soft. Bai Feng knew that it would return to its original state after drying. The smoked fish was softened by the water, so Bai Feng smelled it and found that it was not spoiled, so he picked it up and ate it directly. The ice-smoked fish had a unique flavor. Although it was a bit helpless, it was also a response to the disaster. This hailstorm must have caused the death of a large number of animals, whether birds or beasts. It is difficult for them to survive without a place to hide. Although this is a good time to pick up meat, Bai Feng knows that the water in the valley is rushing and the mountain torrents are roaring continuously. He dare not take risks. After all, he has finally saved his life. When he dismantled the stone furnace that protected the fire, he found that the stones had been frozen through, and the fire must have been extinguished long ago. Today's task was to try to get a fire. Bai Feng began to clean the ashes in the stove bit by bit, and found some traces of warmth in the ashes. He blew carefully and actually saw sparks flickering in the ashes. Bai Feng was overjoyed to see this tiny spark. Whether it is drilling wood to make fire or hitting with stones, the spark must ignite the tinder to ignite the flame, and the wood will not burn directly. With only this tiny spark, Bai Feng may have to spend a whole day drilling wood to make a fire. Where was the tinder? It had just rained heavily. Where could he find anything dry? Just when Bai Feng had almost given up, he suddenly thought of the reed fluff in his shed. Although it was soaked, these light and fine reed flowers were the best kindling for fire. So Bai Feng quickly picked up the soaked reed flowers from the floor of the shed and put them in the sun to dry. Even in the rising sun, the light was still very strong, and soon the reed flowers drying on the stone slabs became fluffy, and the moisture was evaporated. After Bai Feng confirmed that the reed flowers were completely dry, he took out the finest fluff and rolled it into a fist-sized ball. Then, he tore the ball of reed fluff apart, took it to the campfire, carefully put sparks into the reed fluff, and blew gently. As Bai Feng blew, more and more smoke came out. When the smoke became bigger, Bai Feng blew hard, and suddenly, a bright flame burst out from the reed fluff. Bai Feng cheered, holding the burning flame, as if it was the first time a human had mastered fire. He carefully placed the fire in the bonfire, then found some firewood that was barely wet, and slowly let the fire grow. Finally, Bai Feng felt that he was truly saved from this disaster. With the fire, Bai Feng was no longer anxious and began to replan the post-disaster reconstruction. Although there was not much to rebuild, the mountain torrents outside were still roaring, and Bai Feng could not do much. At noon, he roasted some smoked fish with the fire. The hail outside had almost melted, and the roar of the mountain torrents began to subside. Bai Feng thought it was time to go out and pick up some leftovers. Maybe he could find a lot of meat. He took his axe and walked out of the camp. Since the grass was all broken by the hail, Bai Feng didn't wear a grass skirt, so he could only continue to move forward naked, and this situation would continue for some time. He tried to choose flat areas to walk on, because the steep slopes had become unstable due to the rain, and it was possible to slide if he stepped on them. Bai Feng avoided areas with dense trees, because only in open areas could he find animals that had been crushed to death. Sure enough, not long after walking, Bai Feng picked up a bird that was smashed to death. Although it was too small and there was not much meat on it, Bai Feng was not very interested in it and simply ignored it. As he walked, Bai Feng came to the reeds and picked up a few pheasants and pigeons that had been killed by the hail. After checking, he found that they were still fresh. Although the hail had killed them, they were well preserved because of the ice. Bai Feng started to strip the feathers and remove the internal organs. After processing 3 pheasants and 2 pigeons, he took them back to the camp. Although he still felt that it was not enough, Bai Feng set out in another direction to look for food. Unexpectedly, he found several eggs on a slope. Although most of them were broken and the egg liquid was flowing everywhere, Bai Feng still picked up 8 eggs, which were probably pheasant eggs between chicken eggs and quail eggs in size. Since he had no container, he had to go back to the camp to put down the eggs before going out to continue searching. Finally, Bai Feng found 4 rabbits in another place. They were gray, and some were big, and some were small. It was probably because the rabbit nest was flooded. They tried their best to escape, but they could not escape the hail. Bai Feng felt that it was not safe to go any further, so these were the food he picked up after the disaster. Chapter 7. Not alone. Bai Feng carried a few rabbits back to the camp, touched the rabbit fur, and felt a little comforted, feeling that he finally had a place to wear his pants. The skinning process was time-consuming, but it was actually not technically difficult. Bai Feng sighed as he watched the pottery kiln he had worked so hard to build was washed away by the rainstorm. He had no choice but to start over. The rainstorm had soaked the soil thoroughly, and although the surface moisture was dried up a little by the sun, the mud became soft after a little digging. Bai Feng rebuilt the kiln. As the sky gradually darkened, he decided to start firing pottery now and work overnight. He lit a fire in the small kiln and began to put in firewood to dry out the moisture in the kiln. When the kiln was almost dry, Bai Feng put the finished pottery pot, water pitcher, and 2 bowls in it, then increased the fire and started firing a high temperature. The pottery in the kiln walls gradually turned red. Bai Feng saw that the time was ripe, so he sealed the kiln mouth and kept adding firewood. In the gaps between adding firewood, Bai Feng processed a few rabbits and obtained 4 rabbit skins, 2 large and 2 small. Bai Feng planned to make the 2 big ones into pants and the 2 small ones into shoes. Although Bai Feng had thick calluses on the soles of his feet, he did not feel any pain when walking barefoot on stones or in the wilderness, but he was always worried that sharp thorns would pierce his soles. It was getting darker and darker, the sun was setting, and the owl's cry echoed in the night, which seemed a little creepy. Bai Feng roasted 2 rabbit legs on the fire. Although they were very chewy, the taste was still a little monotonous. The red light from the kiln and the warmth of the bonfire made Bai Feng feel extremely safe. He decided to use the firelight to repair the smoked meat rack that was damaged by hail and made a few new racks. The smoked fish had been soaked by rain and the hot summer had begun to taste bad, so Bai Feng had to throw them away. Bai Feng chopped the rabbit and pheasant meat into small pieces with an axe and put them on a new smoking rack for smoking. At the same time, he kept adding firewood to the kiln. Although he didn't know how long it would take, he heard that it usually took 1 or 2 days. However, Bai Feng felt that his small kiln might only take half a day. In order not to waste food, he threw the 2 eggs he picked up into the charcoal fire. As expected, after a few minutes, the eggs cracked. Bai Feng took a bite and found it very delicious. He thought that maybe he could roast a few eggs and save a few for tomorrow's breakfast. But soon, Bai Feng had a bold idea. He wanted to try to hatch eggs to see if he could hatch chicks, thus starting to artificially domesticate the chicken, the most important poultry. Bai Feng decided to give it a try and took out 4 eggs for the experiment. It was not enough to fill his stomach anyway. If it succeeded, it would be a historical breakthrough. Unfortunately, in this primitive environment, Bai Feng did not have an incubator, nor could he catch a pheasant to hatch eggs. Bai Feng could only try to get as close to nature as possible and leave the rest to fate. Who knows if these pheasant eggs are tougher? So Bai Feng lit a torch and searched for dry wormwood and dry leaves. He took them back to the camp, rolled them into a bird's nest, put the eggs in it, and then covered them with grass. After completing these, he put the bird's nest aside, silently thinking in his heart, leaving it to fate. It was late at night, the pristine air was fresh and pure, The visibility in the night sky was extremely high, and there was no light pollution. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, and Bai Feng suddenly remembered the legend that the Queen Mother drew the Milky Way with a hairpin in order to separate the cowherd and the weaver girl. At this time, Altair and Vega are very dazzling, and together with Xingqiu 3, they form the three brightest stars in the summer night, and also form the Big Triangle in the summer night. The handle of the Big Dipper points to the south, and the bright North Star twinkles in the distance. Bai Feng sighed and said, if it weren't for Swearin inventing fire, he might still be able to pray in the dark today and would never have the opportunity to appreciate the starry sky. Under the deep night sky, Bai Feng added the last batch of firewood to the bonfire and kiln, then spread out the dried reed mat and lay down to rest. The night wind blew gently, and Bai Feng felt a touch of warmth and comfort. The next morning, when Bai Feng woke up, he found that he had more mosquito bites than in the past few days. Every time it rains, mosquitoes will breed everywhere. Bai Feng thought of these mosquitoes. Although they're not big, they can make people feel very irritated. After adding some firewood to the bonfire, he went to check the kiln. The fire had been burning for a long time, and the temperature inside the kiln had not completely cooled down. There were even some sparks left inside the kiln. Bai Feng no longer paid attention to it and decided to let it cool down naturally. Today, Bai Feng planned to start making salt, but he suddenly found that he had forgotten to make a jug for filtering ash. He knocked his head in frustration, thinking that he was not smart enough. In desperation, Bai Feng had to look for red clay and started stepping on the mud again. He thought that this time the mud would not only make water jars, but he also planned to make some tiles. Although his wooden shed would not be used, he could make a small house to store things, so he would not have to worry about heavy rain in the future. When Bai Feng thought of the heavy rain, he couldn't help but feel a little scared, because once it rained heavily, it might rain again in the next few days, greatly increasing the frequency of heavy rain. He felt that his wooden shed should be upgraded and planned to build a stronger house to withstand possible disasters in the future. After the water jugs and tiles were made, the kiln was basically cooled down. Bai Feng put the water jugs and tiles in the sun to dry, and then prepared to open the kiln. He broke the mud on the top and took off the kiln cover. Inside was yellow pottery. What excited Bai Feng the most was that none of the pottery exploded. He first took out a small bowl and tapped it, and it made a clear, thick sound. He then filled it with water and found that not only was there no leakage, but the water surface was not absorbed by the mud. He tried taking a sip of the water, and it tasted fresh, without any smell of mud. Bai Feng finally confirmed that the pottery he had made was successful. He quickly took out the pottery pot and the water pitcher and tested them in the same way. There was no problem at all. Bai Feng's pottery was finally made. Bai Feng couldn't wait to put the pot on the campfire, put in pheasant and rabbit meat, and added some water to start cooking. He felt that this was not enough, so he went outside to find some dandelions and chicory, washed them, and threw them directly into the pot to cook together. He didn't care about the taste. He just wanted to eat some green leafy vegetables. After all, Bai Feng suffered from constipation due to a long period of lack of fiber intake. During the cooking process, Bai Feng made a pair of beautiful chopsticks out of bamboo. The roundness of the earth and the squareness of the sky were another great step forward for human civilization. Although the stone knife was not sharp enough to make a spoon, Bai Feng decided to carve a straight-handled spoon out of bamboo. Although it was not beautiful, it was enough to hold soup. After cooking for a long time, Bai Feng felt that the food was almost cooked, so he put a branch on the handle of the pot and took the pot out of the fire. He served himself a bowl, and when he was about to eat, he saw another empty bowl, and suddenly a sense of loneliness came over him. In modern society, even if you're not surrounded by friends and relatives, you can at least hear the voices of humans around you. But here, there is nothing but the sound of wind blowing through leaves. Bai Feng silently filled the bowl of rice, thinking that although he was alone, this food also had its own place. So he found a square stone, wrote the words heaven and earth on it with charcoal, and placed a bowl of rice on it, making a simple sacrifice. Bai Feng did not expect to receive the protection of the gods. He just felt that the heaven and earth were his relatives. Since he could survive on this land, he had to express his respect. Chapter 8. Rich, heaven and earth didn't really eat, so Bai Feng thought she wasn't hungry. After he finished his own meal, he took her leftovers and ate them. As the saying goes, eating God's leftovers will make you smarter, so Bai Feng enjoyed it with peace of mind. With the water pitcher, Bai Feng no longer used the small and inconvenient bamboo tube. He excitedly took the pitcher to the pond to fetch water, but when he arrived at the pond, Bai Feng was stunned. The original creek pool was changed by the mountain torrent. The pool became wider and deeper, and the dam was piled up with wood, stones, and silt, forming a barrier lake. The water level upstream was high, but there was no threat for the time being. However, Bai Feng knew that in a few days, the barrier lake would be at risk of collapse. Moreover, there was almost no water downstream, and Bai Feng's feet were not even in the water. He climbed up the dam of the barrier lake and looked at the water level upstream, which was about 3 meters, while the height of the dam was more than 4 meters. Bai Feng knew that the deepest part of this pool of water was only 2 meters before, and fish naturally could not survive in such a changing water area. He decided to collapse the barrier lake in advance, and in order to maximize the harvest, Bai Feng began to deal with it. He found a lot of bamboo and inserted it at the outlet of the downstream to make a fence for catching fish. The fence was cleverly designed, shaped like a trumpet. The water flow brought the fish here, and the fish would be trapped in the fence, and Bai Feng could easily catch them. After the fence was set up, Bai Feng climbed up to the dam of the barrier lake with an axe, picked a stable place, and started digging. He knew that such destruction was risky, but for the sake of fish and water sources, he had to take the risk. The newly piled mud was very soft and could be easily dug by hand. Bai Feng only dug a small hole less than 10 centimeters wide and kept deepening it until water began to flow out of the hole, and the water flow became more and more turbulent. He stopped and quickly left the dam, watching the water gradually hit the gap, getting bigger and bigger, and starting to become turbulent. Bai Feng called this action the Bai Feng Tan Flood Discharge Project. As the water flow accelerated, the fish were brought down, and many fish were still swimming in the pool, but as the water flow became stronger, they had to be washed downstream. Bai Feng's fishing fence began to explode with fish, so he quickly went ashore and knocked the fish unconscious with a stick. In a short while, the shore was filled with 40 or 50 fish. Bai Feng only picked the big ones and let the small ones go. He felt that it was almost done, so he began to dismantle the fence. When he was halfway through, he suddenly heard a crackling sound from the dam of the lake, like the sound of a guitar string about to break. Bai Feng stopped dismantling the fence and hurried back to the shore, away from the pool, and hit a few struggling fish with a stick. The sound of the dam became louder and louder, and then it was instantly torn apart by the water, and the muddy river water rushed downstream with mud, sand, and fallen trees. The flash flood lasted for more than an hour before the water level gradually subsided. Bai Feng took the opportunity to quickly catch fish. In the end, he got 52 fish, with an average of 3 kilograms per fish. In almost half a day, he harvested more than 150 kilograms of meat. This amount of meat, if preserved well, is enough to survive the winter. Bai Feng originally planned to fetch some water, but ended up getting so many fish. Fortunately, the waterhole was only 5 minutes away from the camp. Bai Feng brought the fish back to the camp again and again, and the whole camp was filled with a strong fishy smell. In the past, Bai Feng would definitely stay away from such a place, but now he enjoys this primitive feeling. Bai Feng's smoked fish racks almost filled the entire camp. Fortunately, he didn't have to chop the firewood for smoking fish himself because the mountain torrents brought a lot of wood, so Bai Feng only had to pick up some that he could carry and bring it back to the camp. From a distance, Bai Feng's camp looked like a small heaven, and standing inside, it was almost suffocating from the smell of fish. After some free time, Bai Feng began to think about how to process rabbit skins. It is not impossible to use the skins that have been peeled directly, but he has higher requirements for the skins. Now, he didn't even have a grass skirt, so he ran around naked, which was very convenient. When processing the leather, the fascia and grease on it must be removed first, and Bai Feng finished this part of the work quickly. The next step was to make saltpeter. Bai Feng originally planned to soak it with urine, but he had no suitable container, so he had to give up for the time being. The plan to make leather had to be put on hold. After all, he still needed to collect saltpeter, and the lack of such tools made him realize that he had to speed up. Bai Feng simply went to find clay to make more pots and pans. This time, he was very experienced in making pottery and soon made a bunch of pots and jars of different sizes. As the sky gradually darkened, Bai Feng carefully adjusted the fire for smoking fish to avoid fainting from the smoke. In the evening, Bai Feng cooked fish soup. Although it had no seasoning and tasted fishy, he felt very satisfied. As usual, he prepared a bowl for Tiandi and ate a bowl for himself. After eating and drinking, Bai Feng cleaned up the pots and pans. Although the moonlight was bright at night, he was not very sleepy. When he saw the camp full of smoked fish racks, his anxiety was greatly relieved. There was enough food, and the next step was to improve the quality of life, especially salt, which had to be made tomorrow. Bai Feng felt his muscles were a little sore, perhaps because he had not consumed enough fiber for a long time. He forced himself to sleep in the small wooden shed that leaked light. The next day, Bai Feng got up early, lit a bonfire, and cooked some fish in the pottery pot again. He was ready to start firing pottery pots and tiles. The pots and jars made yesterday needed to be dried for a day. After all, the small kiln could not fire so many things at once. With the experience from the first time, Bai Feng was very calm when firing the kiln this time. Although a lot of firewood was consumed in the past few days, the use of the stone axe also made him feel painful, especially because it was becoming less and less sharp. However, Bai Feng knew that coal would be more effective, but he found that the coal resource was near the nearby cannibal camp, and he did not dare to take the risk to find it. The existence of coal made Bai Feng think that there must be buried coal near the camp, maybe underground but not exposed above the ground. Although coal cannot be used for smoking food, it can be used for kiln heating. Once he makes a stove with better sealing, the problem of winter heating will be solved. In order to find coal, Bai Feng decided to go to the back of the camp, which he had never explored. If he couldn't find coal, he might need to update his weapons and equipment and prepare to leave the wilderness. After fantasizing a little about the founding of the country, Bai Feng immediately faced the reality and decided to look for reeds after adding firewood to all places. After the heavy rain and mountain torrents, the reeds were crushed or broken, and Bai Feng easily got a few bundles of reeds. He tied the reeds tightly with vines, made a pole out of bamboo, and staggered back to the camp with 2 bundles of reeds on his back. Then, Bai Feng went to carry 2 more bundles until all the reeds were brought back to the camp. Bai Feng dug a pit in the open space to burn the reeds. His salt-making business was finally about to begin. Chapter 9. The Great Deed is Beginning. Bai Feng lit the reeds in the pit with fire and finally took the first step in making salt. After burning pottery jars and tiles for half a day, Bai Feng was ready to start the kiln. Pottery and tiles were taken out of the kiln one by one. Although a few tiles were broken, the most important perforated water jar was intact, which made him feel relieved. After the reeds were burned in a black ash, Bai Feng tried to filter the salt. Although he knew that reeds could be used to extract salt, he still felt a little panicked when he actually did it, fearing that he would fail. There are rice-sized holes at the bottom of the newly fired water jar for water to seep in. Bai Feng put the reed ash into the jar, and after half of the ash was compacted, he began to pour water into it, hoping to extract salt from it. Bai Feng used 2 stone slabs to build an operating table, placed the jar on top, and used a pot to collect the filtered water. Bai Feng patiently rinsed the pot with water more than 10 times, each time pouring out the water in the pot and adding water to filter it repeatedly. Finally, the water in the pot began to thicken, and Bai Feng put it on the campfire to boil. As the water evaporated, he saw a salt-like substance gradually crystallize in the pot. Bai Feng finally got the result he wanted, so he replaced the reed ash with new one and continued to refine the salt. By noon, Bai Feng was a little hungry, but seeing that there was not much ash left in the pit, he decided to boil the salt first and then cook. During this time, he went to observe the shadow of the sun next to the newly erected wooden stick after the rainstorm. A few days ago, the shadow of the sun was still getting shorter, but today the shadow of the sun did not get shorter, but started to get longer. Bai Feng finally confirmed that yesterday was the summer solstice and today was the first day after the summer solstice. Bai Feng decided to celebrate this day as the 22nd. Although this date should be more appropriate according to the lunar calendar, Bai Feng had never learned the lunar calendar before, so he could only calculate the time based on the shadow of the sun. Bai Feng took a long time to filter out the reed ash. The water in the pot had turned yellow and black. He took a sip and it tasted bitter and salty, proving that the salt had come out. Bai Feng put the pot on a high fire and continued to heat it. The water slowly evaporated and a thick layer of salt formed on the bottom of the pot. To prevent the salt from coking, Bai Feng scraped it out and placed it on a clean stone slab to dry. In the end, Bai Feng got salt that was half the size of his fist. Although the color was not good-looking with white and black mixed together, it was the salt he made himself, with a little burnt aroma and a unique flavor. Bai Feng put the prepared salt into 2 small jars he had made earlier, which were just suitable for storing salt. After the salt problem was solved, Bai Feng began to think about how to improve his camp, especially to build a windproof and waterproof house. Although he did not plan to stay in the wilderness forever, he at least needed a stable place to live in this land. Bai Feng had some scattered memories in his mind, although not complete, but he remembered that he once lived in a fishing and hunting civilization tribe. Although there was no specific memory to guide him to find this tribe, he knew that this tribe would not eat people and that there were many people in a stable life. However, Bai Feng couldn't remember the exact location of the tribe and couldn't even remember the people he knew there. Maybe he would run into a dark-skinned kid on his way back. Bai Feng thought jokingly. What if he was really his son? But Bai Feng didn't plan to think about these things now. His goal was clear. At least he had to make an iron weapon and a set of leather armor and wrought tan armor before considering leaving here. He also knew that the stone axe in his hand was almost scrapped and was almost impossible to continue working due to the intensity of use. Of the tiles Bai Feng made this time, only 13 were intact. Although they were not enough to make the roof of the entire house, they were enough to make a small food storage shed. Considering the number of tiles, Bai Feng decided not to make tiles for the time being, but instead took an axe to the mountain behind the camp to look for coal mines. He walked naked across the stone wall of the camp, carrying an axe without a grass skirt, and headed toward the back of the mountain, where he discovered that the stone wall was not a single boulder, but part of a continuous stone mountain. There were few trees in the exposed rock areas, mainly shrubs. Bai Feng was excited to find that there were many layers of bright black shale on the rock. He knew that this kind of rock must be accompanied by coal. He hit it lightly with the axe handle, and the shale fell off easily. Bai Feng continued searching and soon found several scattered pieces of coal, and even found some coal containing golden particles. Bai Feng knew that the golden particles in the coal were iron disulfide. Although it was poisonous when burned, it could be used to burn kills. However, the iron smelting technology was still too beyond Bai Feng's capabilities. Bai Feng threw away the coal and continued to search. He finally found an open-pit coal mine nearby. Although it was not big, it was enough for him to use for a long time. He picked out some sulfur-free, large-grained, and high-quality coal, took a few with his bare hands, and returned to the camp. After returning to the camp, Bai Feng threw a piece of coal into the campfire, and soon the coal was ignited and the fire was fierce. In order to facilitate transportation, Bai Feng made 2 large bamboo baskets with handles. Although the bamboo basket was very rough and had large gaps, Bai Feng didn't care. He even sighed in his heart that he was a skilled craftsman with a dexterous mind. Before dark, Bai Feng carried a large pile of coal back to the camp in bamboo baskets. He estimated that the coal was enough for him to burn the kiln 5 or 6 times, or even more. Moreover, Bai Feng kept the stone axe in the basket at all times. After all, this stone axe was his only support in the wilderness. When Bai Feng sat on the ground cooking, he felt satisfied when he looked at the camp full of bacon racks and coal piles, as well as his homemade pottery and salt. With enough food, the next goal was to improve the quality of life. Especially to cope with the winter, he needed more resources. After eating and drinking, Bai Feng chatted with the words heaven and earth carved on the stone. Although there was no response, Bai Feng felt that this had become his only comfort when he was most lonely at night. He knew that if he did not continue to talk to himself, he might lose his language ability and become unable to express himself. The campfire was still burning, and the smoke was still everywhere. Bai Feng laid down to sleep peacefully, with his axe and knife always beside him. However, in his drowsy sleep, he heard rustling sounds coming from the camp, as well as slight chewing sounds. Bai Feng opened his eyes and felt nervous, but he didn't dare to act rashly and pretended to be still asleep. When he touched the axe and the knife, he suddenly turned over and sat up, and the green eyes instantly met Bai Feng's eyes. Chapter 10. Wolf. Bai Feng finally saw the huge wolf in the camp clearly with the help of the firelight. It was huge, but its fur looked extremely thin and it seemed to be a little hungry. It was not afraid of fire and dared to come to Bai Feng's camp to steal food. As soon as the wolf saw Bai Feng standing up, it immediately prepared to attack, making low growls in an attempt to threaten Bai Feng, and even found the right angle to pounce on the ape man, standing upright on his feet. This situation is not like in modern society. Wolves used to hesitate when facing humans. After all, they knew the threat of humans. But in the primitive world, humans were at the middle and lower levels of the food chain, and wolves would not be merciful. Bai Feng knew that he had no way to avoid it, so he bit the stone knife, held the axe tightly with both hands, and prepared to fight with the wolf. The wolf began to move back and forth around Bai Feng, as if testing something. Bai Feng did not dare to attack rashly, so he could only steady his pace and be ready to deal with the wolf's attack at any time. When the wolf saw the opportunity and pounced on Bai Feng's thigh, Bai Feng was startled and immediately took a step back, smashing down with the axe in his hand. Although the wolf did not bite Bai Feng's thigh was still cut by the wolf's claws. The wolf was also scratched on the back by Bai Feng's attack, but it was not seriously injured. As adrenaline surged, Bai Feng's hands began to tremble slightly. Although the wound was not serious, the blood kept flowing. After smelling the blood, the wolf became more violent, obviously wanting to kill with one blow. The wolf suddenly jumped up and pounced on Bai Feng's neck. Bai Feng blocked the fatal blow with the axe handle. Although he successfully resisted, the wolf had already knocked Bai Feng down and began to desperately look for an opportunity to bite off his neck. Bai Feng struggled hard on the ground, pushing the wolf's head away with the axe handle, but the axe eventually slipped from his hand. Bai Feng could only push the wolf's head with both hands, and the two sides fell into a fierce fight. In the chaos, Bai Feng felt that he had grabbed the wolf's neck and was squeezing it tightly. The wolf still tried desperately to bite Bai Feng's neck, but Bai Feng held its neck tightly until the wolf's resistance gradually weakened. Then Bai Feng turned over and pressed the wolf down. Bai Feng used all his strength to strangle the wolf's neck in a cross-arm position. Although he felt the wolf's resistance gradually weakened, Bai Feng still did not dare to let go and continued to increase his strength. When the wolf's body finally stopped moving, Bai Feng carefully loosened his hands and stabbed the wolf's neck with a knife to make sure it was dead. As the wolf's blood slowly flowed out, Bai Feng's hands could not help but begin to tremble. He had never seen such a large beast before. It seemed that he had suddenly forgotten the danger of this fight. Bai Feng approached the fire and checked his wounds by the light. There was a shallow wound on his arm from the wolf's claws, and the blood was almost coagulated. The wound on his leg was more serious, with 3 claw marks, one of which was deeper. Although the artery was not injured, the bleeding did not stop. Bai Feng sprinkled wood ash on the wound and finally succeeded in stopping the bleeding. Although the wound was not serious, Bai Feng was still worried about the possibility of infection, especially in the summer when the temperature and humidity were very suitable for the reproduction of pathogens. Although he was afraid of infection, Bai Feng knew that staying alive was the most important thing. After the crisis last night, Bai Feng decided not to delay any longer and immediately started to build a house. The kiln had already been lit, and the pottery basins and jars that had been dried before could be put into the kiln. With coal, Bai Feng no longer needed to spend time chopping wood and burning firewood, and only needed to replenish the coal every half an hour. During the kiln firing process, Bai Feng began to tread mud to make tiles. Due to the injury to his left leg, his movements were inconvenient and his progress was a bit slow. But Bai Feng skillfully made a batch of tiles with uniform thickness, which perfectly met his needs. He estimated that the tiles would be enough to build a small house, with the roof made of wooden tiles and the walls made of earth. Bai Feng already had a clear idea of the structure of the house, and the earth walls were stable and had good thermal insulation. On that day, Bai Feng decided not to make the foundation for the time being because he did not have the right tools. The foundation required large earth bricks, which did not need to be fired, but required a tool to effectively shape them. Bai Feng planned to wait until the tiles were fired before continuing. Bai Feng did a lot of work that day. His pace was slow, but he was finally making steady progress. When going out to look for food, Bai Feng took the bamboo basket that was used to hold coal yesterday and prepared to look for wild vegetables. Eating only meat for a long time is not good for the body, especially the lack of fiber. Although the wild vegetables in summer have aged and tasted bitter, Bai Feng still harvested a lot of wild vegetables. He found a lot of chicory and dandelions, which can be used as Chinese medicine. Bai Feng picked the tender parts and took them back to cook. Beside a stream, Bai Feng also found a lot of wild rice, also known as wild rice. The rhizomes of water chestnuts swell after being infected by fungi. Although they usually produce wild rice, the rhizomes of water chestnuts are not infected now. Bai Feng can collect them and get more wild rice in autumn. On the way back, Bai Feng found another gray vegetable in a corner. No matter what the season is, the leaves of this vegetable are always fresh and tender. Bai Feng likes this dish very much. Although he can adapt to life in the wild, harvesting this delicious plant makes his food more diverse. After returning to the camp, Bai Feng cleaned the harvested wild vegetables and prepared to cook. He was busy by the campfire, thinking about the next work. After a night's rest, Bai Feng felt that he was ready, not only to solve the current difficulties, but also to gradually achieve greater goals. Chapter 11: Prescription and Herb Collection. Bai Feng found that his wound was a little bit serious. After finishing the morning work, Bai Feng sat down to cook and felt a dull pain in his leg injury. This was normal, But Bai Feng found that the wound not only showed no signs of improvement, but also began to ooze pus. This made Bai Feng very scared, because a scratch like a branch might not be a big deal, but no one knew what viruses and bacteria the wolf's claws might carry. There was no other way. Bai Feng could only try to find some medicine to get through this time before the wound got worse. Bai Feng did not dare to delay at all and went out to collect herbs with his basket. People of that era did not have medical knowledge, so they should know a little about the effects of a particular plant based on the experience of several generations. As for other things, no one knows anything. Maybe someone is sick and dies suddenly next to you while you're having a meal together. And the people together would not find it strange because death is too common for them. Bai Feng wanted to find great thistle and sweet thistle. These two kinds of medicines are very effective for external injuries. Mashing them and applying them externally can cool blood, detoxify, and stop bleeding. Especially the ash of sweet thistle is excellent for stopping bleeding. These two kinds of medicine are easy to find and grow almost all over China. Both have purple flowers with thorny buds, leaves, and stems, but the big thistle is thick and tall, while the small thistle is thin and short. On a wasteland, Bai Feng saw a conspicuous purple flower poking its head out. He looked over and saw that it was indeed the same, and there were both great thistles and small thistles there. He cut off a few of them with a knife, carefully holding the leaves to avoid getting his hands pricked, then found a stone, put the medicine on it, smashed it into juice, and applied it to his wounds. Bai Feng just felt cold, and then the wound hurt, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible to feel comfortable by taking medicine. Find a piece of leaf to wrap it up, then tie it around your leg, and that's it. Bai Feng saw many medicinal herbs along the way, and he dug some licorice, Rhizoma anamarini, Cotinopsis palacula, etc. There are many kinds of herbs. Bai Feng even picked up several large pieces of gypsum where he was digging clay, but there were too many impurities in them, so after thinking about it, Bai Feng decided to take them with him. Because the wound was becoming more and more painful, Bai Feng Kai took some medicine and came back without working. He just sat in a daze under his wooden shed to avoid the sun. But as it was getting close to evening, Bai Feng felt himself getting more and more thirsty and had a bit of hot flashes. He touched his forehead and it was very hot. Bai Feng felt that something was wrong. He had an infection and a fever, and he felt worse and worse. While he could still hold on, Bai Feng found the pile of medicine he had dug, rummaged through them, and picked out gypsum, Anamarina asphodaloides, and licorice. Bai Feng wanted to prepare a baihu decoction, but he was still missing one ingredient, rice bran. However, at this time, not to mention rice bran, even the dogtail grass seeds were not dry yet. After thinking about it, he took out the Cotinopsis palacula as well. Without a measuring device, Bai Feng could only rely on his feeling. The gypsum had too many impurities, and Bai Feng was afraid of drinking a mouthful of mud, so he smashed it up, sprayed it with water, and removed most of the impurities. Bai Feng felt more and more dizzy, and sweat kept coming out of his body, but the medicine in the pot just started to boil. Bai Feng forced himself to cure the wound on his leg and replaced it with some thistle juice. Then he staggered, took down the medicine pot, and filled a bowl for himself. After drinking the medicine, Bai Feng couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground. He felt dizzy and fumbled to rest his head on a stone, then closed his eyes steadily. Bai Feng felt cold at night and tried to cover himself with something in the air with his hands, but there was only air and dirt around him. After struggling for a while, he fell asleep murmured. When the sun shone on Bai Feng's body, Bai Feng felt as if he had been beaten up. His whole body ached, his head felt dizzy, and his mouth was very dry. When he opened his eyes, it was almost noon. Bai Feng touched his forehead and found that he no longer had a fever. I got up and changed the medicine on the wound. It seemed that the wound was getting better and the flesh was starting to grow. There were still medicinal residues from last night in the pot. After Bai Feng poured them out, he added some water and started cooking. Although Bai Feng has no appetite now, he has to eat. As long as he can eat, there is hope of recovery. I cooked some smoked fish, and Bai Feng Duo added some chicory and dandelion, both of which can cool the blood and are both medicine and food. Bai Feng suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and drank a large bowl of soup. After the meal, he immediately started to boil medicine. If it weren't for the medicine last night, Bai Feng felt that he would have died by now. It's still the same recipe, just simmer it slowly in the pot. After the meal began to be digested, Bai Feng slowly felt stronger and even thought he could continue to work. However, as a doctor, Bai Feng knew that this was just a buffer period. After the medicine was boiled and cooled, Bai Feng drank it all. Although he couldn't see his tongue coating, Judging from his strong pulse and his urine, his fever had not subsided. In order to save energy, Bai Feng lay in the wooden shed to enjoy the cool in the afternoon. But he didn't know how effective it would be if he stretched out his legs to let the sun disinfect and sterilize them. It was almost evening again when Bai Feng started to have a fever again, but this time it was slightly better than last night. Bai Feng prepared his dinner and evening medicine early, as he couldn't be like last night when he almost couldn't hold on until he could take the medicine. This time, Bai Feng finished drinking the medicine and then lay down steadily. Even as the world was spinning, he tried to fall asleep. The next day, Bai Feng woke up a little later than usual, but he didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore, and the wound didn't seem to be infected anymore. Bai Feng finally felt relieved, as he had finally survived the first serious illness in the primitive era. Bai Feng is able to work today, and he doesn't want to waste time. He always feels anxious. Although he doesn't know what he is anxious about, as soon as this thought comes to his mind, he feels like having a stomachache while driving on the highway, but the service area is dozens of kilometers away. Bai Feng did not open the kiln to take out the pottery fired the day before yesterday. Only today did he open the kiln and take out many pots and jars. Only one jar was broken, while the rest were intact. Bai Feng took a jar with a lid and put the salt in it. This way, it would be moisture-proof and would prevent other dirt from mixing in or the salt from being blown away by the wind. The tiles that had been made previously had already dried very well, so Bai Feng set up a kiln to burn the tiles. However, the kiln was too small, and to burn 200 tiles, he would need to burn at least 4 kills. While Bai Feng was burning the kiln, he was looking for wood and making tools for laying the foundation. For pieces of wood are fastened together with mortise and tenon joints to form a square, one side of which can be removed. This is the mold for the foundation. There should also be a stone pestle to compact the soil base, but Bai Feng does not have the ability to drill holes in stone, so he can only give up this idea and just find a stone to hold and smash it. Looking at the black smoke coming out of the kiln and the burning fire, Bai Feng sighed, "How great it is to be alive." Chapter 12. Open the kiln, take out the tiles, then put the tile embryos in and seal the kiln. Bai Feng continuously repeats the process of firing tiles. Of course, now that Bai Feng had salt, he was no longer satisfied with making smoked meat, but went to the pond to set up fish traps to make salted fish. It is better to use snails as bait. The fish are stupid and easy to catch. Bai Feng put the fish cage there and ignored it, turning around to go cut reeds in the reed marsh next to him. He had to add more salt to pickle enough meat. Originally, Bai Feng planned to set fire to the reed marsh directly, but he was afraid of causing a forest fire. If the entire area was burned down, it would be unsafe for him, and he would also lose his food source. What's more, Bai Feng plans to catch some birds in the reed marsh after they get fat in the autumn. He can't just clear everything out now, which is not suitable for sustainable development. With experience, Bai Feng felt more confident and at ease making reed salt. This time he just kept cutting and carrying reeds, and the fire in the pit for burning reeds in the camp never stopped. Fortunately, the reed marsh was large enough, so the damage caused by the white wind was just minor. The salt made by Bai Feng this time was so much that the salt jar could not hold it, so he just found a basin to put it in and use it directly to make salted fish later. We returned to the pond and set up the fish cages. We had another big harvest. We threw a few small fish back into the pond to let them grow and brought a dozen big fish back to the camp. After cleaning the fish scales and internal organs, cut the fish open, flatten it, and make a few cuts on the fish to allow the salt to seep in better. Then cover both sides with plenty of salt and rub the fish meat with salt. This process goes through all the fish. After they are marinated, they should be cleaned and then hung up to dry in the sun and wind. But Bai Feng is afraid of summer. After washing, there will be flies or it will rot, so he just hangs it up to dry. At worst, he can just wash the salt before eating. It doesn't matter if it's salty. He can't be picky about food now. The smoked meat that had been made previously was simply placed on a rack and piled up. Bai Feng thought it would be safer to use it as a granary. So Bai Feng found a lot of big stones and planned to use them as bricks to build a small house. Bai Feng mixed a lot of mud, added wood ash and grass knots, and used them as adhesive to build the wall. Bai Feng leaned against the stone wall of the camp and planned out a 1 square meter residential plot to serve as a granary. The stones were built up little by little with mud, and the mud was scraped on the inner and outer walls to make them smoother. In one afternoon, Bai Feng built 4 1-meter-high walls and reserved a door for taking out and storing food. Although it is small, it is enough. Bai Feng intends to use this granary temporarily. When heavy rain comes, it will be enough to preserve the grain. In the future, the grain will be stored in the big house to be built to prevent it from being stolen. By the time of dinner, the tiles made by Baifeng had all come out of the kiln. The remaining tiles would be burned tomorrow, in case coal was not added in time at night, and they were burned, which would be a waste of time. When Baifeng woke up in the morning, he couldn't help singing Zindianyu. The main reason was that he hadn't spoken for a long time and was too lonely, so he wanted a vent. As he sang and worked, Baifeng's anger was relieved a lot. The longer Baifeng stayed in the wilderness, the more he wanted to leave and find a human community, even though his own camp had already taken shape. Baifeng really wanted to try to smelt iron. If successful, he could set out in the fall to look for humans. Even if he failed to smelt iron or found humans, this camp could ensure that he could survive the winter. Although Baifeng planned this, it would take some time to put into action. After all, he had to build the house quickly and make some pickled vegetables so that he would have vegetables to eat in the winter. Open the kiln and burn tiles. The granary that was built yesterday is already relatively dry today. After being dried in the strong sun at noon, we can put up the roof and cover it with tiles in the evening. Baifeng picked up the basket and started looking for wild vegetables nearby. He didn't care what kind or whether they tasted good or not. He only picked the ones that were relatively tender. In no time, he could dig up a whole basket. Just pick it up, remove the roots, wash it with clean water, and blanch in a pot. While the water is boiling, I go digging again. In short, I make full use of every moment. When the water boils, throw all the wild vegetables, regardless of their kind, into the water to blanch them. Then take them out, rinse them with cold water, and squeeze out the moisture. Among the pile of pottery that Baifeng had fired before, there was a jar about 50 centimeters high, and it had a lid, which was just right for making pickle jars. Baifeng put the vegetables in the jar, sprinkled a thick layer of salt, and then put another layer of vegetables in. He continued to put a layer of vegetables and salt in this way until the jar was almost full. Baifeng found a piece of granite of similar size, washed it, and used it as a pressure stone. However, he did not dare to squeeze it too hard. Baifeng was not quite sure what the pressure limit of the thing he made was. After lunch, chat with the Heaven and Earth stone tablet and make a cut on the stone wall to record the date. That's all there is to do at noon. After lunch break, Baifeng first went to the pond to put the fish cage. No matter how many he could catch in half a day, now that they could be made into salted fish, the more the better. Back at the camp, Baifeng officially began to build his own residence. He took out the mold for making the soil foundation. Not far from the camp, there was a slope of soil with plenty of soil, and it was easy and convenient to dig. Baifeng chose to build the soil foundation there. Dig a pile of soil, add wood ash into it, and then stir it evenly. Put into the soil base mold, step on it with your feet. If it is not compact enough, hold a big stone in your hand and hit it until it is firm. Then remove one side of the mold, and the soil base is demolded. Baifeng can make an earth base in an average of 3 minutes. Fortunately, his body is strong and even tireless. Otherwise, if the Baifeng from his previous life were to come, after making 2 earth bases, his arms would not be able to lift the stone. Baifeng stopped only when he had caught 100 fish. After a short rest, he went to the pond to get the fish cage. He placed the prepared soil base on the slope, waiting for the sun to dry out the moisture. Anyway, no animal would steal it. It is midsummer now, and your feet will feel hot when you walk on places without trees blocking the way. The soil base only takes 2 or 3 days to completely dry out. Once the soil base is completely dry, it will not be damaged or soaked unless there is heavy rain for 2 or 3 days in a row. The fish catch can be said to be a bumper harvest. This is the advantage of the primitive era. As long as you have enough brains, you will always have something to eat. Unlike later generations, there are not many fish in a big river. It gets dark very late now, and the sun doesn't set until 8 o'clock. Baifeng, who has just come back from fishing, still has time to leisurely make salted fish. The salted fish is ready, and the tiles fired today have cooled down and come out of the kiln. The remaining tile embryos only need to be fired in one more kiln. However, the coal is almost gone, so we have to fetch some more tomorrow. After the tiles are fired, Baifeng may not use them again for a while, but he has to find time to build another iron smelting furnace. Once everything is ready, he should try to smelt iron. But what does an iron smelting furnace look like? Chapter 13, Another Savage in the Wilderness. Under the scorching sun, Baifeng was holding a stone and sweating. His naked body was tan dark. Baifeng was no longer a fair-skinned, handsome guy. Baifeng's goal today is to lay all the necessary foundation soil, and after it dries, he will start building a house. Just as he put down the stone and wiped his sweat, Bai Feng heard something moving in the bushes not far away. Anything that could make the bushes rustle must be a large animal. Bai Feng quickly left the slope, ran to the camp to get an axe, and hid behind a tree to observe. The sound was getting closer, and Bai Feng was becoming more and more nervous. If another ferocious beast came, Bai Feng would really die here. What Bai Feng didn't expect was that the person who came out of the bushes was actually a man. He was holding a wooden spear and came out alone in the wilderness. When the man saw the earth base made by Bai Feng, he was not nervous or afraid. Instead, he squatted down to study what the square thing was. He even broke off a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it, and then spit it out. Bai Feng was very curious. Was this man too stupid or too confident in his own martial arts? This scene was obviously caused by unnatural forces, but he was not nervous at all. Could there be a large army behind him? Bai Feng lowered his body again, hid himself, and continued to watch. The wild man stood up and looked around like a fool. Bai Feng looked at the savage's face and felt it was more and more familiar, but he just couldn't remember who he was. I tried hard to recall the memories of my previous life. Although my brain reacted very slowly, the word late came out of my mouth. When he heard someone talking, the fool picked up his wooden spear and got ready, looking around to see where the enemy was. Bai Feng simply left the shelter, went out, and shouted to the idiot, "Chi, I am Feng." The fool named Chi took a few seconds to react, as if he was thinking carefully about who Feng was. Then he suddenly became excited, jumped up on the spot, threw away the wooden spear, and rushed over to hug Bai Feng. Chi said happily, "Feng, you haven't returned to the tribe for a long time. I thought you had been eaten by wild beasts. I didn't expect you to be still alive." Chi was a very good friend of Bai Feng's original tribe. Since primitive people did not have enough brains, stupid people like Chi were not uncommon. The clan leader wanted Bai Feng to run as fast as the wind, so he named the original owner of this body Feng. Bai Feng thought that this was probably the arrangement of that mysterious damn altar, that they traveled through time and space just because of the same name. As for Chi, the clan leader originally called him Feng. It didn't matter what name he was called, but because he reacted too slowly, the clan leader angrily called him Chi. After a brief reunion, Bai Feng asked Chi why he appeared alone in the wilderness. Although Bai Feng was also alone in the wilderness, without even a pair of pants, and Chi at least was following him, Chi did not realize that it was also strange for Bai Feng to be alone in the wilderness. Chi uses not very coherent language and gestures, and Bai Feng finally understood roughly what he said. It turned out that it was because of the last rainstorm that the hail destroyed all the grass seeds planted by the tribesmen. The diverted river destroyed the tribesmen's settlements, and even many tribesmen died in the flood. But Chi had no idea about numbers. When Bai Feng asked him how many of his people were left, Chi scratched his tangled head, gestured with his hands, and said, "There's still this many left." Bai Feng knew it was useless to ask him, so he just asked where the living tribesmen were. Chi pointed to the forest in the distance and said that the tribesmen were still behind. The witch said that he was the bravest hero and would clear the obstacles for the tribesmen. When the sun was directly overhead, he could return to the tribe to reply to the news. Bai Feng was speechless. It seemed that the tribe's territory was no longer habitable. They had no choice but to find another place. In order to find out if there was any danger ahead, they sent this idiot out to explore the way. She was very happy. Primitive people are so simple. Bai Feng began to consider whether or not to bring his people here to settle down. If he expanded the hunting range, the output here should be able to barely feed 200 people and prevent them from starving to death. But the problem is that Bai Feng doesn't know how many people there are in the tribe. Moreover, if he returns to the tribe, should he listen to the tribe leader? Or how can he seize power from the tribe leader and lead the tribe members onto the right path of development? Looking at the rudimentary camp he had built, Bai Feng felt that he should give it a try. There is strength in numbers, and when it comes to power, he doesn't believe that he can't defeat a group of primitive people. Some small gadgets can fool them. Bai Feng took the axe and asked Chi to take him back to find the main force of the tribe. When they were halfway there, Bai Feng suddenly remembered that he had no pants and was naked. After staying alone in the wilderness for so long, Bai Feng had forgotten about this matter. But he was about to meet a lot of people and felt that he would be socially frustrated. So Bai Feng stopped Chi, who was walking fast, and said that he wanted to make a grass skirt. Chi didn't understand why Bai Feng wanted to make a grass skirt now. Bai Feng said that he didn't like to be naked. Chi told Bai Feng that most people in the tribe were naked because the weather was too hot, but he was reluctant to take off his leather skirt. If he took it off when the weather turned cold, he would have nothing to wear and would freeze to death. Dan Shi looked at Bai Feng's bear, but then looked at her own, and finally reluctantly took off her leather skirt and gave it to Bai Feng. Bai Feng was a little embarrassed and wanted to accept it, but when he saw all kinds of dirty things on the leather skirt, the dirt that was rubbed to a shine, and the lice running around in Chi's hair, Bai Feng decisively rejected Chi's kindness and inadvertently distanced himself from Chi. Bai Feng felt that his body was a little itchy. Maybe it was because Chi had itched when he hugged Bai Feng that time. Perhaps Bai Feng was the first savage in this era who paid attention to personal hygiene. Ting Chi said that almost all the tribesmen were not wearing clothes. Bai Feng felt that there was no need for him to make a grass skirt now. He just needed to prepare himself mentally. What should I do if I see those female savages? Should I look at them or not? Bai Feng chatted with Chi casually, and soon he saw a large group of savages in action, estimated to be more than 400 people. Chi still had his head down, studying the stone that had just hit his foot, and did not notice that the large army was not far away. Bai Feng reminded Chi and asked if the tribe in the distance was his. Chi just looked up and said yes. Then he lowered his head to ponder the stone. Bai Feng saw from afar that at the front of the tribe was a witch wearing a feather crown and a strong man holding a large stone axe. That man was the current chief of the tribe. Bai Feng didn't know whether the clan leader was willing to give up the position of clan leader after seeing his ability, and whether he had abdicated now. In other words, Bai Feng needed to fight a duel with him and win to become the clan leader. Does Bai Feng really need this clan leader? Does he really need this little power? The answer is yes. If he fails to become the clan leader, Bai Feng may die, and his clan members may also die. Chapter 14: Primitive People Don't Lie. When Chi saw that the main force of the tribe had arrived, he ran to the tribe leader and reported what had happened along the way. However, the tribe leader did not listen to what Chi said, but just picked up the whip and started to beat Chi. Bai Feng could see that this chief was relying on force to rule the entire tribe. Bai Feng only remembered that his name seemed to be Xiong and that he was a warrior with super strong martial arts skills. He didn't remember anything else. After beating Chi, the tribe leader turned to look at Bai Feng. He looked Bai Feng up and down and said, "I remember your name is Feng, right? Since you're not dead, why don't you return to the tribe? Are you going to defect?" Bai Feng didn't expect that he would be accused of this crime the first time he met the patriarch. After hearing what the patriarch said, a group of strong men beside the patriarch were ready, waiting for an opportunity, intending to kill Bai Feng, the traitor, at any time and cut off his head to intimidate everyone. Bai Feng's mind naturally worked very quickly. At this moment, he was not even afraid of lies, so it was very easy for Bai Feng to deceive this group of savages. Bai Feng was not afraid at all. He said to the chieftain, "Bear, don't be so arrogant towards me. I was captured and killed by the cannibals. It was God who saved me and gave me fire and weapons, food and land. Now, God is protecting me. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like this?" Before the chieftain could speak, the witch wearing the feather crown asked Bai Feng anxiously, "Did you meet a god? Which god was it? The wind god, the rain god, or the sun god?" Wu did not doubt Bai Feng's words at all, but asked Bai Feng very eagerly. In fact, Bai Feng was not lying. After all, he was indeed thrown here by God, but whether it was a punishment or a favor was unknown. Bai Feng looked at the anxious Wu, then pointed to the sky, then to the ground, and said, "It is the heaven and earth that favor me." The witch was very confused and tried hard to recall which god heaven and earth was. However, the bear was more anxious than the witch. In primitive times, people felt that God's favor and what were more important than anything else. Bai Feng thought that it would be better to create a god directly. Since Huangdi had Fengbo and Yusher under his command, why couldn't I have some relationship with the gods? Then Bai Feng pretended to be extremely pious, pointed to the sky and said, "The sky is my father. The rain god, wind god, and sun god are all under the command of the sky." He then pointed to the sky and said, "The earth is my mother. The water god and wood god are all under the command of the earth." Bai Feng pointed at himself and said, "My previous body was eaten by cannibals, but my soul is still here. My father, the sky, provided rain, and my mother, the earth, provided soil and rocks to create this new body for me. So now I am the wind, but not the wind." Neither Xiong nor Wu understood what Bai Feng meant by his last sentence, and Chi was so dumbfounded that he didn't know what was going on. When the other tribesmen heard what Bai Feng said, they didn't know what to do, so they all looked at the tribe leader and Wu. When the bear finally understood what Bai Feng had said, he angrily questioned Bai Feng, "Since the sky and the earth are your parents, Why did you send down white stones and heavy rain and create a flood to destroy our home? That is also your tribe. Bai Feng pointed at himself and said, because I was eaten by the cannibals, they were very angry and sent down natural disasters to punish all the living things on this land. The bear pointed at Bai Feng angrily and said, you were not eaten, you are still alive and well. Bai Feng spread his hands and said, so I said, I am the wind, but I'm not the wind. Now I'm called Bai Feng by family the wind. Hearing about Bai's name, Xiong's attitude suddenly changed for the better, and he asked, you mean you have a name? Bai Feng did not answer the bear, but stood on a high place and shouted to all the tribesmen, I, Bai Feng, am the son of God. All of you can use Bai's family. I can feed you and make you no longer afraid of wild beasts and the cold. But the premise is that you must listen to me. Are you willing? Out of more than 400 people, less than 100 shouted that they were willing. However, when they saw that the people around them were silently indifferent, they quietly calmed down their excited bodies. The bear gritted his teeth and said, you mean you want to be the chief? Bai Feng said calmly, no, I want to be the king of the Bai family. Holding the stone axe, Xiong moved his intimidating body closer to Bai Feng. Why do you expect everyone to listen to you with your frail body? You said your body was made of rain, soil, and rocks, but can it withstand my axe and fist? Bai Feng would not be frightened by the ignorant savages. He stepped forward and said, I can feed everyone and protect everyone from the cold winter. I can make the tribe the most powerful and richest in this land. Can you do it? Xiong didn't expect Bai Feng to be not afraid of him, knowing that he could whip him at will before. He couldn't do what Bai Feng said, and even many tribesmen would starve to death before winter, but he didn't believe Bai Feng could do it. Bai Feng looked down at the bear and said, I can do it because I am the son of God. Bai Feng no longer cared about the bear, but gave orders directly to the tribe members, asking everyone to follow him. He would take the tribe members to his territory, where there was enough food. Hearing about food, the savages, who had been starving for a long time, didn't care what their leader thought and kept pushing forward from behind, pushing the tribe forward. The bear was also pushed away, and it was useless even if he scolded him. The temptation of food was much greater than the threat of the whip. Bai Feng would not let a powerful wild man like Xiong become his enemy. So Bai Feng walked to Xiong's side and said to Xiong, the chief is still yours. I won't take it away, and they will still listen to you. Xiong was incredulous. Didn't you say you wanted all the tribe members to listen to you? If you don't want to be the tribe leader, then what do you want to be? Bai Feng patted Xiong's thick shoulders, pointed to the endless wasteland and said, I will not be the chief of a small tribe of a few hundred people. I want to be the king of this land. The bear didn't understand again, but when he heard that Bai Feng would not steal his clan leader, he felt that Bai Feng was not evil. There was no need to chop him to death with an axe. He could only ask, what is the king? Bai Feng painted a primitive pie for the primitive man. He said to Xiong in a vivid way, when I become a real king, you will no longer be the chief of a small tribe of a few hundred people. Your tribe will have thousands or even tens of thousands of people. You don't have to work. The tribe members will bring you delicious meals, and there will be countless beauties for you to visit at any time. Xiong was so fascinated by Bai Feng's simple pancake that he lost his mind. He imagined the wonderful life in a daze, counted on his fingers a few times, and asked, then, King, tens of thousands of people, how many are there? Seeing that Xiong was very sensible, Bai Feng waved his arms to draw a circle, as if to cover the sky, and then said, there are only tens of thousands of people, just like the 100 people in your tribe combined. The bear seemed to understand and fell into fantasy again. He did not doubt Bai Feng's words, because primitive people would not lie. Chapter 15, Do You Want to Be Smart? When Bai Feng brought everyone to his camp, they were all very disappointed because there was no vast plain as they had expected, no grass seeds that were about to be harvested, and no mountains of meat. In order to calm everyone down, Bai Feng stood on the platform and said loudly, I am the son of God. If I say I can feed you, I will definitely not let you go hungry. As long as you listen to me and the tribe leader, I will definitely feed and clothe you. The savages below were very confused, wondering whether they should listen to you or the chieftain. Bai Feng did not say anything else, but scanned the things the savages in the tribe brought. At a glance, there were only some pottery jars, animal skins, and the like, and some bulging animal skin bags, which might contain food. Anyway, Bai Feng could see that this was a group of stupid savages, even more pitiful than beggars. Bai Feng turned sideways and cleared away the debris on the camp, revealing the piles of fish and meat. The savages below wanted to rush up to grab the food when they saw it. Bai Feng snatched the whip from Xiong's hand and whipped the savages who rushed up. The savages were frightened by the whip of their leader, so they woke up in an instant and ran away again, but their eyes were still staring at the meat. Bai Feng was very serious. He stood tall, showing his manly appearance, and shouted, "I have food for you to eat, but you have to be obedient. If anyone dares to mess around, I will beat you hard." After Bai Feng finished speaking, he returned the whip to the still confused Xiong and said to him, "You arrange the tribesmen, find a place to light a fire, and prepare for dinner. I will show them where the water source is. For people will get one fish, and you will distribute it." When the bear heard that the right to distribute food was still in his hands, he felt that he was still the leader of the tribe and did not think there was anything wrong with Bai Feng ordering him around. The chief of the savages must be able to feed his people and have strong military power. Intelligence is not important at all. Soon the camp was surrounded by rising smoke, and the salted and smoked fish that Bai Feng had stored were taken away one by one. The savages didn't understand what a group of four meant, so it was difficult for them to count exactly how many there were. If he saw the person in front of him got a fish, but he didn't, he would be very angry. After being whipped, he would follow the person in front of him. If the person in front of him didn't have any fish, but he got one, he would be very happy. The bear didn't know how many people he had, and he was lucky if he could count to 10. A total of 103 fish were taken out, and there were still 2 people left. He gave them 2 halves of fish, which they thought was unfair. Why did he only take half a fish when others took one? They were not willing to leave until they were whipped. In other words, there are a total of 414 people in the tribe, and Xiong is not included. Bai Feng plans to have a meal with him alone. There were not so many pots in the tribe, so the people who got the fish would gather in front of a big pot in groups of dozens, throw all the fish in, and then scramble to eat it after it was cooked. This resulted in the strong people eating more, the thin people eating less, and not even getting any soup. Bai Feng called Xiong to the platform, then set up the pot, slowly put the fish in, and added some wild vegetables to go with it. The bear must have been hungry for a long time, staring at the pot and swallowing his saliva. Bai Feng opened the lid of the pot and stirred it, thinking it was cooked and ready to eat. The bear reached out to scoop some food from the pot, but Bai Feng slapped his hand away. Then he looked at it with disgust and took out 3 bowls from the side. After filling the first bowl, he did not give it to the bear who was eagerly waiting, but gave it to the stone with the words "heaven" and "earth" written on it. The bear was very confused. He ran to the stone and looked around. He wanted to turn the stone over to see what it was. However, this time, Bai Feng was scolded by the witch before he could make a move. "That's a god. You can't be disrespectful to a god, or you'll be punished by heaven." The witch still had a bit of fishtail in his mouth, and he was frightened by the bear's behavior. "Why do you offer sacrifices to the gods in this way? Shouldn't you throw the sacrifices into the fire? If you do this, how can the gods receive your offerings?" The witch was very confused by Bai Feng's behavior, and even wanted to come over to help Bai Feng pour the bowl of rice into the fire as an offering to the gods. Bai Feng stopped the witch and said, "You don't have to throw the offerings to the gods into the fire. As long as you have a substitute for the gods, you can put the offerings in front of the substitute, and he will enjoy it." Bai Feng pointed to the steam coming out of the bowl and said, "Look, this is the gods enjoying my offerings." Wu felt that what Bai Feng said was wrong, but he couldn't find a way to refute it. He looked around and pointed at a pot that a bunch of savages were fighting over and said, "That food was not offered to any gods, but why are their gods enjoying it?" Bai Feng shook his head. "You didn't offer sacrifices, but the gods are enjoying it. The water is enjoyed by the rain god, and the fire is enjoyed by the earth. Look at the steam rising from the river now. That's the water god drinking the water himself. When he has drunk enough, it will fall back to the earth as rain." Wu was so shocked by Bai Feng's explanation that he felt his worldview was shattered. Xiong was also stunned by what Bai Feng said. "Okay, God is enjoying his food, and it's time for us to enjoy our food." Bai Feng no longer cared about the confused witch and went back to the fire. He filled his own clay bowl with a bowl and also filled a bowl for the bear. Bai Feng picked up the chopsticks and started eating elegantly. Seeing Bai Feng's expression, the bear, who was eating with his hands, thought that he should learn how to eat as well, but his chopsticks were no longer available. So he made use of local materials and broke off 2 branches nearby, removed the leaves, and used them as chopsticks. But the bear didn't know how to use chopsticks, and the 2 sticks stuck together were completely out of control. Seeing the bear clumsily holding the 2 sticks with his hands, Bai Feng demonstrated to the bear how to pinch them. But the bear just couldn't separate his fingers, and Bai Feng got anxious, so he simply stopped teaching him and let him do it on his own. The bears couldn't use chopsticks, but they used 2 wooden sticks to pick out the meat and ate it quickly. Bai Feng was curious that they were not afraid of getting stuck by fish bones, but seeing that they didn't spit out the bones, they probably chewed them up and swallowed them directly. Bai Feng could only say that these savages were very tough and easy to feed. Bai Feng saw that the bear's bowl was almost empty and there was no food left in the pot, but the bear looked hungry. So Bai Feng walked over and took down the rice from Tiandi to give it to the bear. However, when he turned around, he saw that the bear had already dug his own rice into his mouth with his hands. Seeing Bai Feng looking at him, Xiong pretended to be like, "It's not me, I don't know." Bai Feng had no choice but to eat the bowl himself. He sat down, picked up the bowl, and took a bite. Xiong opened his mouth in shock, and the rice in his mouth flowed out before he had time to chew it. He quickly wiped it back with his hand, chewing while looking at Bai Feng in surprise. When Wu saw Bai Feng eating the sacrifice of the gods, he couldn't understand it anymore. This was completely different from his concept of sacrifice, so he ran to question Bai Feng again. Bai Feng said, "The saliva of God is the best reward for man. If people eat it, they will become wiser." Wu asked, "How did you know?" Bai Feng looked at Xiong and Wu as if they were fools and said, "I am the son of God, so of course I know. What's more, I was originally as stupid as Qi. Do you still think I'm stupid now?" The skinny witch rushed over to grab Bai Feng's bowl, wanted to have a bite of God's leftovers and become smart, but was kicked away by Bai Feng. Chapter 16, Mess. The full savages found a place to lie down and sleep, without worrying about the next meal. To them, this should be the chief's concern. There were savages lying flat on their backs, and those who were shameless enough to have sex and create babies in public. If Bai Feng had not been taught by Master Mikami in his previous life, he would not know how to face them. Fortunately, these female savages all had skinny butts and fat waists, were covered in black, and were probably infected with all kinds of parasites, so they couldn't arouse Bai Feng's interest at all. What made Bai Feng most angry was that after eating, the Chief Xiong also laid down to rest. Bai Feng felt that he was about to get a stitch in the side, so he took the whip and whipped Xiong hard in the side, causing dust to fly. Xiong sat up in confusion and looked at Bai Feng blankly. Shouldn't he fall asleep after eating? Bai Feng threw the whip to Xiong and asked him to drive all the tribesmen to work, otherwise you'll have nothing to eat tonight, let alone in the future. The bear looked at the few remaining salted fish and went to drive away the savages below. He whipped the crowd randomly. Those who were whipped quickly stood up, staring at each other, waiting to be assigned work, while those who were not whipped still lay on the ground and refused to get up. Bai Feng looked at this group of lazy people and felt very regretful about taking over. If he had known earlier that he could just work hard on his own, the worst that could happen was he would die here alone. The sooner he died, the sooner he would be reborn. Bai Feng has always felt that savages should be hardworking. After all, in such a harsh environment, with a lack of food and clothing, the only way out is to work hard. I didn't expect that they were just like lions and wolves, who would not care about where their next meal would be when they were hungry. As for their so-called planting and farming, Bai Feng would rather believe that they just scattered seeds around their settlements and waited for them to grow up on their own, leaving everything to fate. It's really a miracle that a tribe like this can still have more than 400 people. Bai Feng stood up and said to the savages who were still in a daze, "Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, you have to work. Only by working can I feed you and clothe you warmly, and I can make sure you don't fear winter. As long as you work hard, I can guarantee that no one will die of hunger or cold in winter." The savages below probably still didn't understand, and Bai Feng didn't care anymore. He told Xiong directly to divide the male savages into one team, the female savages into another team, and the children into another team. Bai Feng would assign work according to their working ability. Among this group of adult savages, there are fewer men, about 170 or so, and more than 200 females. The rest are children of various ages, whether they're still breastfeeding or almost grown up. All of them were pulled together by the bear to form a team. Looking at the little babies sucking their fingers in a group of mud children, Bai Feng shook his head speechlessly. This bear was really stubborn. He even said that the children were feeding themselves, but they didn't even have the milk. Bai Feng could only shout again, "Whose child is that who is breastfeeding?" and asked to take the child away quickly. However, no matter how many times he shouted, the mother did not come, as if no one wanted those children. After shouting several times with louder voices, a few female savages slowly left the women's group and came out to hold their children, but after they came out, they didn't know which team to go to. Bai Feng waved his hands helplessly and said, "Just think of this as an area for pregnant women." You don't have to do heavy work. The most important thing is to take good care of the children and make sure they are well fed and plump. Children are the future of a tribe. Looking at the group of savages picking their noses, Bai Feng first ordered more than 20 male savages to find tender bamboo and rattan and then demonstrate to them how to make fish cages. When the time comes, they will have to rely on these people for fishing. As for those who had nowhere to vent their energy and were staring at the female savage, Bai Feng directly showed them what coal looked like, then took them to the back mountain and asked them to find coal by themselves. After that, they would need to carry the coal back to the camp with their bare hands. Why not give them baskets? Firstly, Bai Feng really disliked them, so doing this could make them understand and obey. Secondly, Bai Feng was really poor and could not afford so many baskets for them to use, so they had to carry them by hand. As for the boys, Bai Feng arranged for them to pick wild vegetables and fruits. Wild vegetables were easy to find and were everywhere. The group of little kids could recognize some of them. Bai Feng also taught them several kinds of wild vegetables. When they dug up the wild vegetables, Bai Feng thought that in the time they spent playing a day, they could find enough wild vegetables to solve the food problems of dozens or even hundreds of people. As for the younger children, he was still worried about letting them go outside because it was too dangerous. So Bai Feng prepared some clay for them and asked them to step on the mud. When the mud became soft, it could be used to make pottery. The Bai Feng tribe is really poor, so poor that they don't even have a few pots, but no one in their tribe knows how to make pottery, and their pottery is exchanged with other tribes at the annual tribal trade fair. Bai Feng is speechless. If they can't even make such simple things, can they still be called savages? Bai Feng had no choice but to ask Xiong to find a few capable or skilled savages to stay and help Bai Feng make pottery. As a result, Xiong didn't know what Bai Feng meant by dexterity. Among hundreds of people, there was not even one who could make pottery, so Bai Feng had to pick out a few who at least looked decent and were pleasing to Bai Feng's eyes. There were also a few savages in the tribe who could do some repair work, and they could be considered the earliest craftsmen. In order to make enough pots and pottery for so many savages, Bai Feng would need a larger kiln so that he could burn all their things at once. But now with the help of the savages, Bai Feng's workload has been much smaller. At least Bai Feng has saved himself a lot of unnecessary work, and some repetitive physical work has been arranged. All Bai Feng needs to do is to grasp the overall situation, dispatch and command the savage troops. The construction of the new kiln started with digging the pit and preparing the mud. Bai Feng only gave instructions and taught. He had to make sure these people learned thoroughly how to make pottery. The kiln built this time can be said to be extremely large. Not to mention Bai Feng, this thing is taller than a bear, and its width is enough to fit several bears. After the kiln is installed, it will probably take 1 or 2 days to burn through, but it doesn't matter. Now, Bai Feng doesn't have to go out to collect coal. Now there are energetic old men in the tribe to do it. By then, there will be no shortage of coal for the kiln. The savages arranged by Bai Feng found all the bamboo and rattan, piled them together, and then looked at Bai Feng stupidly, waiting for Bai Feng to show them what a fish cage is. Bai Feng explained to the savages in slow motion how to weave fish cages, as well as the principles behind it and why it could catch fish. The savages listened very carefully, and Bai Feng was very pleased. He just didn't know how many good ones they could come up with if he let them weave them themselves. When asked to weave it themselves, most of the savages were clumsy, but they still managed to make it in the end. There was a savage who surprised Bai Feng. Not only did he weave it quickly, but he also weaved better than Bai Feng. After asking him carefully, it turned out that he could make this kind of thing before, but he didn't expect that he could make a fish cage like this. After all the fish traps were ready, Bai Feng took them to the pond, pointed out the location of the traps, installed several traps, and put snails in them as bait. Bai Feng then led them downstream. Only by expanding the hunting range could they catch enough fish for the hundreds of people. Otherwise, the fish in the pond would be eaten up in a short time. As for the future issues like overfishing of fish leading to the destruction of the food chain, we will talk about that later. The first thing we have to do is to get through this winter. At worst, we could just move. The world is big enough anyway. Chapter 17, Looking to the Future. After arranging all the savages to do their work, Bai Feng left Xiong and Qi behind. After all, as his good brother, Qi, although a little stupid and dumb, could still be a thug as long as he was given enough food. Bai Feng needs to know where the salt mine is. It is obviously impossible for a tribe of more than 400 people to feed so many people by burning reeds to make salt. However, since Xiong can maintain a tribe of so many people, he must know where the salt mine is. This kind of thing is usually the privilege of the clan leader. When the power of the clan leaders changes from generation to generation, each one will explain the location of the salt mine to the next one to ensure that his clan will not perish due to lack of salt. However, if the clan leader suddenly dies and there is no time to explain, then the clan may be in danger. The bear did not hide the location of the salt mine, and his IQ was considered very high among these savages, so he could roughly explain the location of the salt mine. In the bear's words, if you start from the White Wind camp as soon as the sun rises and walk until the sun is at its highest, you'll be able to find the place. It's only half a day's walk, not too far, but I can't go today. Otherwise, I won't be able to get back before dark, which is very dangerous. Looking at the leisurely savages slowly doing their work, Bai Feng was furious, but there was no need to be angry. After all, if they didn't work, they would be the ones who would starve to death or freeze to death. The children were very good at making mud. After all, it was just like playing, and the children were quite happy. The amount of mud made was huge, and the quality was also very good. For the time being, Bai Feng had to do the delicate work of making pottery, but he still called a few savages who looked pleasing to his eyes and asked them to come over and learn how to make it. The pot that Bai Feng wants to make is very big enough for 10 savages to drink soup. It can even be said to be a vat. Bai Feng taught step by step, and the selected savages learned step by step. Although their hands were a little clumsy, they were generally good enough. Bai Feng refined the pots they made and considered it a success. Then Bai Feng handed over the pottery, making to these savages, and freed himself. Bai Feng was very curious. None of the savages here knew how to make pottery, so where did their pots come from? Xiong explained to Bai Feng that every time the leaves turned yellow and were about to fall to the ground and the moon was the fullest, there would be a long period of time when one could go down the river and encounter markets run by savages from other tribes, where they could exchange what they wanted. Bai Feng looked at the bear with contempt. He was so poor that he didn't even have anything that jingled. What could he use to exchange for supplies or other people's pottery jars? Xiong was also a bit embarrassed. After all, the tribe he led was poor. But before the flood destroyed their homes, they were still doing okay. They had grass seeds to collect and plant, and some people in the tribe could catch deer, so they had a lot of antlers that could be exchanged for things from the big tribes. The most important thing is that they have salt. Many small tribes or wandering savages cannot find salt and can only exchange things for it. However, Xiong said that if their tribe wanted to survive the winter, they would have to exchange women who could give birth to children for food in the market in the fall, which was the biggest bargain. Bai Feng was shocked by Xiong's words and found it hard to accept. Although treating people as commodities was a very common thing in history, in this era people would already take women from their own tribe to exchange for food. It seems that quickly feeding and clothing the tribesmen is the most important thing. As for the fact that these people are dirty and have no sense of shame, Bai Feng thinks that we should not rush into it, as people will know etiquette when they have enough food. The tribesmen who went to transport coal piled up the coal in the camp one by one, and soon there was a small coal mountain in the camp. However, they didn't know why they had to transport this black stone, which was also very brittle and could not be used to build houses. Bai Feng was too lazy to explain it to them, and once they started using it, they would naturally know what it was. The tribesmen who were sent out to catch fish also came back with their fish cages, but some of them only had a few small fish, and some even had no fish at all. What made Bai Feng most angry was that 3 of them had blood and fish scales on their mouths. They must have stolen the fish as soon as they caught it, and did not know how to destroy the evidence. Bai Feng asked Xiong to whip the savages who stole food with a whip, and then arranged them to do the hard work of building the foundation. As for those who worked seriously on building the foundation, Bai Feng asked them to replace them and do easy work, such as catching fish. This time, Bai Feng, the fisherman, made it clear that he had to fill the cage with at least 10 fish before he could take them out. I wonder how many 10 fish are? Then he would fill the cage halfway before taking them out. Moreover, only fish larger than the palm of your hand are taken, and fish smaller than the palm of your hand are thrown back into the water. Another thing is that if anyone dares to steal food, being beaten is a minor matter, but you will not be able to eat tonight or tomorrow. The savages who were frightened by Bai Feng left obediently. Only Xiong and Qi stayed with Bai Feng in the entire tribe. Even a witch was sent out by Bai Feng to work. After all, the witch's brain was a little more useful, and he could manage the savages who went out and prevent them from being lazy. The area below the camp platform was in a mess. Bai Feng didn't know whether he should move to another place so that these savages could have a place to stay. Bai Feng camped here before because one person's ability was too limited and it was not safe enough, so he found such a small corner to avoid danger. But now there is a large tribe of hundreds of people, and there will not be any blind creatures to provoke them. Even if it is a wolf pack, it is impossible to rashly attack the tribe of upright apes with hundreds of people. Bai Feng asked the bear if he had found a suitable place to live along the way, but the bear didn't know what a suitable place to live was. He just thought that the river was too dangerous, so he kept moving away from the river and didn't know where to settle down. Bai Feng really felt that the fact that these savages could survive until now was definitely not because of their great abilities, but because of God's blessing. Otherwise, these most fortunate creatures would have been extinct long ago. After thinking about it, Bai Feng decided to prepare more food in the next few days, catch fish, pick wild vegetables, go to the salt mine tomorrow, purify when he comes back, and then pickle the fish and the wild vegetables. Finally, some people stayed in the camp to continue fishing, picking vegetables, and storing food, and the firing of pottery and other things could not be stopped. It was just to prepare for the future. At the same time, Bai Feng will take a group of savages with relatively strong martial arts and walk downstream along the stream here to see if there is any place suitable for living where the river widens. No matter how dangerous a river is, humans can only survive near it. Humans cannot live without rivers. All primitive civilizations originated in the basins of large rivers. This time cannot be too long. It must be found before autumn arrives and then camped immediately. Otherwise, there will not be enough time to prepare food in autumn, and it will be difficult to survive the winter. Chapter 18. Defeat you with food. As it was getting dark, Bai Feng stopped all the busy savages and asked them to find some firewood and clear the weeds around the camp so that they could set up a temporary camp. Bai Feng counted the savages' half-day harvest. There were more than 230 big fish, which was enough food for today and tomorrow morning. There were also countless wild vegetables that could only be counted in piles. The savages have no concept of 3 meals a day or 2 meals a day. They just eat whenever they catch prey. Now Bai Feng and Bear control the distribution of food. It seems that Bai Feng has already gained ownership of the tribe, but in fact, the bear is still in control. The tribesmen do not fully recognize Bai Feng. If it were not for food, the bear would not easily allow Bai Feng to gain such a large voice. At the command, the savages received their food one after another and happily crowded together to fight for it. After the meal, the savages had no habit of washing the pot. After all, they had licked the pot several times. The witch did not rush to grab it with the savages, but waited to eat the leftovers of the god. Seeing the witch looking pitiful, Bai Feng gave the leftovers to the witch. The savages looked at Bai Feng washing pots and dishes in confusion, and then scrambled to drink the water used to wash the pots. This made Bai Feng very angry, because this behavior was very much like that of pigs in later generations, not humans. Bai Feng went into the small wooden shed alone. Xiong thought this was the treatment of the tribe leader and wanted to go in too. But how could the small wooden shed accommodate 2 people? Moreover, Bai Feng had long been fed up with the stench of Xiong and the lice running around. After kicking and beating the bear away, Bai Feng no longer cared what the savages in the tribe were doing in the wilderness. He lay down on a reed mat, using a stone as a pillow, and was about to fall asleep. However, the moans of the savages making love made Bai Feng very angry. As soon as the day broke, Bai Feng didn't care whether these savages had the habit of getting up early or not. He just kicked the bear on the butt to wake him up. But when the bear saw Bai Feng, he treated him as a stranger, and looking at the unfamiliar environment, he immediately showed his wild and rough side. After Bai Feng scolded him, the bear remembered what happened yesterday and no longer felt ashamed of his stupidity. The bear used a whip to wake up all the sleeping savages. They all got up cursing. Usually they got up because they couldn't sleep anymore due to the hot sun. Why they wake them up today as soon as the sun came out? Everyone was assigned the same work as yesterday, but those who were lazy and liked to cheat were forced to do hard work like transporting coal. Bai Feng also asked the few savages who had taught him how to make pottery yesterday to continue doing it, but they had to do less than yesterday. After arranging the people, Bai Feng picked out 13 strong savages and planned to let them go with him to transport salt. Bai Feng felt that he needed to go to the salt mine in person before he could feel at ease. They were asked to take baskets, animal skin bags, and other things, as well as enough dry food and weapons. Bai Feng, Xiong, Qi, and the 13 strong men set off. As for the matter of lunch at noon, Bai Feng handed the power to the witch. He also asked the witch to supervise the tribe members and not let them be lazy. In order to prevent the witch from stealing, Bai Feng also dragged the witch to swear an oath before heaven and earth. At this time, the savages attached great importance to oaths. After all, without laws or conventions, oaths are the most deterrent thing. Unlike later generations, I swore an oath every second without repeating it. Anyone who believed it was a fool, especially an oath of love that would last forever. Wu swore an oath solemnly. Bai Feng was very satisfied, and Xiong was also very satisfied. She nodded without knowing why. When the sun reaches its highest point, we can let them eat. For people get a fish and 4 handfuls of wild vegetables. After everyone has finished eating, we can continue working immediately. Wu kept repeating it in his mind, fearing that he would forget. Xiong led everyone towards the salt mine, a direction Bai Feng had never been to. Ever since he escaped from the cannibals and ran to the newly built camp, Bai Feng had been hiding there and was unwilling to run far. After all, an unarmed person is really just walking food. When the temperature rose and it started to get hot, Bai Feng and the others left the forest and arrived at a very large plain. Although there were many trees, because it was close to the salt mine, the density could not be called a forest at all. If there were large enough freshwater resources here, Bai Feng would definitely choose to move the tribe here. The further you go, the fewer trees there are, and they are replaced by some salt-tolerant grasses. Until they saw a depression, the bears said, "We've arrived." Bai Feng recognized that this was a salt lake. The water had dried up long ago, leaving only a thick layer of salt at the bottom. The salt became thicker as he went towards the middle. Bai Feng chopped down with an axe until it was about 40 or 50 centimeters deep, but there was still no sign of soil. This meant that the salt deposits in this salt lake were thick enough. As for the size of the salt lake, Bai Feng couldn't estimate it. It was indeed too big. Bai Feng couldn't even roughly calculate the circumference and area. After all, it was called a lake, so it must not be small. Bai Feng asked everyone to take out their tools to get salt. Anyway, it was all very white with relatively few impurities. Bai Feng felt that there was no need to purify it much, but for safety reasons, he decided to purify it once more. After everyone's bags and baskets were full, Bai Feng, still holding a large piece of salt slab in his hand, slowly left the salt lake. After going ashore and finding a shady spot under a tree, Bai Feng asked everyone to stop and have a rest and lunch. He arranged for a few people to find firewood. Bai Feng found a few stones and piled up the large salt board, preparing to make a salt board to grill fish. Bai Feng felt incredible when he saw the savage using 2 white stones to collide to produce sparks and then ignite the dry tinder. He was extremely worried about the fire, fearing that it would go out. How could this group of savages start a fire so easily? Bai Feng wanted to take the 2 white stones and study them carefully, but the savage looked at Bai Feng as if he was a country bumpkin and a retard and handed the stones to Bai Feng with contempt. Bai Feng was insulted, but had no choice but to silently make a note in his heart. "If you despise me now, you will suffer in the future." Bai Feng took the stones and looked at them. 2 milky white and slightly transparent quartz stones collided, and sparks were obvious. There was also a strong odor. Bai Feng exclaimed, "Is this possible?" He didn't understand why. After all, most stones don't have so many obvious sparks when you touch them. This kind of quartz probably contains more of something. Returning the stones and waiting for the fire to heat up the salt slab, Bai Feng began his counterattack. Bai Feng placed the fish on the salt plate and fried it slowly, allowing the fat to seep out. The skin became charred while the meat remained snow white, and the aroma continued to stimulate the taste buds of these savages. When Bai Feng picked a handful of sand onions, tore the leaves into pieces, and sprinkled them on the fish, the aroma burst out even more strongly. The savages who only knew how to cook or even eat it raw were already drooling on the ground like silk threads. Bai Feng successfully took the first step by defeating this group of savages with delicious food. When he finds more ingredients and seasonings in the future, he is confident that he can turn this group of people into slaves of delicious food. Chapter 19, Bai Feng's Lucky Star. The savages took the grilled fish that Bai Feng distributed and wolfed it down without chewing it slowly to savor it, just like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. Bai Feng took a small piece and ate it slowly. Xiong, who was tearing the fish into big bites, thought Bai Feng looked very elegant and wanted to learn from him, but then he looked at the fish in his hand and decided to continue with his wild way of eating. There's only 1 salt plate, which could only roast 1 fish at a time. The savage couldn't wait any longer, so he ran back to the salt lake and got a super large salt plate for Bai Feng to use. After roasting all the fish, Bai Feng felt very full. He thought the savages should be full as well, but they were still staring at the salt slab. hoping that a roasted fish would appear out of thin air. The uncovered plain became even hotter when exposed to the sun. Bai Feng didn't want to travel in the scorching sun and wanted to stay under the shade of the trees. But the snoring of the savages next to him made Bai Feng realize that if he didn't work harder and behave like a human being, these savages who ate and slept as soon as they were full would probably spend the night here. Enduring the high temperature, Bai Feng kicked the sleeping savage out of bed and prepared to hurry back to the camp. Although the savage was lazy, he did not complain and set off with a heavy load of salt on his back. Bai Feng was really attracted by this vast wilderness. It would be great if he could camp here. Bear, are there any big rivers or lakes nearby? Xiong searched his memory and shook his head. He didn't know. Bai Feng was a little disappointed. It would be great if there was a water source here. At this time, a savage nearby spoke up. I know there is a big swamp not far from here. I have been here before when I was hunting. Unexpectedly, things would take such a turn. Bai Feng asked how far it was to walk there. The savage thought for a moment and said with drooling that it would take the time to grill a fish. That was about half an hour. Bai Feng patted the savage on the shoulder and said, If you remember correctly, as long as you find the big swamp you mentioned, I will reward you with a grilled fish when you return. The savage immediately smiled and wanted to take Bai Feng to the place he mentioned. Bai Feng saw that it was still early, so he let the savage lead the way. Seeing the savage so happy, although he looked very mature, Bai Feng estimated that he was only about 16 or 17 years old. After all, in this era, being able to live past 30 was considered very lucky. What's your name? Bai Feng asked him from behind. My name is Deer. Bai Feng thought the name was strange, but subconsciously he felt it was impolite to ask why someone was called that, so he didn't ask any further. However, he made note of this person and thought he might be able to promote him in the future. He is the best deer hunter in the tribe, the bear explained. From the look in his eyes, you can tell how satisfied he is with this young man. After all, the deer antlers and deer skins he provided can bring the tribe a lot of food for the winter. Bai Feng didn't expect that the deer had this unique skill. It seems that no matter whether the deer can lead them to find the big lake or not, he will have to be promoted tomorrow. If he fails to find it, he will have to take the first step with his right foot in the morning to become a small captain. If he finds it, he will have to take the first step with his left foot in the morning to become a big captain. The further he went, the more Bai Feng believed that the swamp really existed because the types of plants growing on the ground had changed and the soil was becoming increasingly moist. After crossing a small earthen ridge, a large lake appeared in front of Bai Feng. This lake could fully support the people of a small county, not to mention Bai Feng's poor tribe of several hundred people. Walking down, there are many scattered small puddles. There is a layer of loose and soft hay grass on the ground. Water will come out when you step down. Continue walking forward and step down. There is not only water, but also small frogs as big as fingers that have not fully grown and scattering. There is a mud flat next to the lake, but fortunately it is not a swamp. The Z here refers to a lake. There are scattered footprints of small animals on the mud flat, which seem to be the hoof prints of herbivores, but no wild beasts. Squatting by the water, Bai Feng remembered a line of poetry. Tasting water is so delicious. Bai Feng said, there are 16 people by the lake, each with a handful of water, and they didn't spend any money. Take a taste. It's salty and fresh, with normal saltiness, about the same as well water. As for the freshness, it has the taste of small fish fries swimming everywhere and the extra-large fish poking their heads out everywhere. With such abundant resources, Bai Feng immediately decided to move to the Great Plains. Bai Feng felt really good about the deer, the great hero of this event. He thought it was his lucky star, and he would grill up an extra fish for him when he got back. Returning to the Great Plains, Bai Feng used his limited knowledge to select an open area. Behind it was a barren saline mountain as a barrier, and the sparse trees were just right for building houses and firewood. Opposite and in the distance was the edge of the woods, and the camp could continue to extend inside, so there would be land available for gathering or planting. Leave most of the salt on this plain. There is no need to bring it back. We will prepare to build a new home here tomorrow. Bai Feng drew a circle outside the salt pile with a stick and thought it was okay, so he was going to go home. But Xiong and his friends didn't understand why Bai Feng drew this circle. When they expressed their doubts, Bai Feng was also stunned. This was just his subconscious behavior. However, Bai Feng still explained to them that drawing a circle outside this thing means that this thing has an owner, it is mine, and others cannot touch it. Xiong and the others had not expected that this could actually be done, so everything they met along the way whether it was a stone or a tree, was circled by these savages. Even the bugs running on the ground would be circled. If the bugs ran away, they would chase them and draw a circle. Bai Feng couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him over before he stopped. When they returned to the camp, there was still a long time before dark. They saw the witch directing the tribesmen seriously, and the tribesmen did not slack off. The supplies they collected had exceeded Bai Feng's expectations. Bai Feng called everyone to a halt and decided to let everyone go off work early and start eating early. The savages didn't know what it meant to go off work, but they were extremely happy when they heard that they could start eating. After everyone had finished eating, the fish that Bai Feng had grilled for Lu was ready. The salt-grilled fish garnished with sand onions stimulated the taste buds of these primitive people, and they all looked eagerly at the people on the platform. The deer was a little scared of being stared at, but didn't want to give up the delicious food, so he hid behind the huge bear and ate the grilled fish. Bear's grilled fish was also a must, but no one dared to think about the chief's food. Bai Feng thought Wu did a very good job today, so he gave him some grilled fish as a reward. Looking at the hundreds of people swallowing their saliva below, Bai Feng stood up and began to give a speech. Does it smell good? Of course it smells good. Not only does it smell good, it's delicious. The audience swallowed their saliva collectively, and the sound of their voices scared Bai Feng. This is what I learned from the gods. This is the most common kind. There are better foods. If you want to eat it, you can make a contribution. As long as you can provide the tribe with the most food, the most coal and firewood, pottery, or discover something that is beneficial to the tribe, I can reward you and make better food for you to eat. The audience swallowed their saliva collectively. Chapter 20, A Teachable Child. After eating the pancake, go to bed immediately. The savages don't care about the future or what their pursuits and dreams are. As long as they can see the sun when they wake up tomorrow and have no missing parts among their fellow tribesmen, they will be considered a success. There was nothing in the Prepare New camp, but here at least half of the things were built. Although it was not suitable for long-term living, it was still a good place to live temporarily. It is unrealistic to move everyone there now. After all, it is still risky to start from scratch on that plane. So tomorrow we will only take a part of the people there to lay the foundation and build a house. At daybreak, Bai Feng directly mobilized nearly half of the labor force to the plane for construction. The gathering and fishing teams were basically not mobilized, as this was the most important logistical support. As for the coal transporters and foundation builders, they were all taken away, as there was no need to waste time staying in the old camp. Bai Feng asked the pottery-making team to build a kiln several times larger than the one they had made before, and then put the dried pottery embryos in it to start firing. Faced with the vast plain, everyone was still a little scared. After all, such an unsheltered place really couldn't give these savages much sense of security. Bai Feng did not lead the way, but instead serve as a technician and supervisor. Use wooden sticks to outline an area of about 700 square meters, and then let the savages use tools to dig holes and take soil outside the outline land. This will ensure enough building materials and also increase the height of the residential area to facilitate drainage. The mold for the soil base is very easy to make. It doesn't need to be very sophisticated. It will be enough to make a rectangular block of soil. 2 people use one mold. One puts the soil in while the other tamps it, just like an assembly line. Once you become skilled, you can make one in 3 minutes. As for Bai Feng, he was unwilling to do this kind of physical labor. He liked to do mental labor, such as giving technical guidance and suggestions on general directions. He first took a dozen strong men and carried large pitchers to fetch water from the lake. The journey back and forth to fetch water takes an hour, which is neither far nor near. The main reason is that it is easy to encounter wild animals along the way. Fortunately, it is noon and most wild animals are unwilling to come out. They prefer to hunt at night. If you want to live more conveniently in the future, you have to find a way to bring water directly here, instead of risking being killed and sending a large number of people to fetch water every day, wasting labor. As for this, Bai Feng already had a plan in mind. This would have to wait until everyone moved in together to do it quickly. Bamboos are everywhere, so you just need to choose thick ones, open up the bamboo joints, and connect them to make water pipes. The outside can be covered with mud to prevent wind and sand, evaporation, and wild animals. When productivity increases, the temporary bamboo tubes can be replaced with ceramic tubes. Bai Feng is still confident that the distance of about 3 kilometers can be achieved. The lake is at a higher altitude than the plain camp. The water level will drop during the dry season. If it freezes, the water pipes will not work. Therefore, it is necessary to dig several large water storage cellars around the camp. Water cellars have been used in the Northwest for thousands of years. Many people come to the plains to work, and they all bring enough food for lunch, but the food is very simple now. Almost all of it is fish. People in the tribe who usually go hunting are now working overtime and cannot hunt more. More than 100 wild men were working under the scorching sun, and Bai Fong built a fire under the shade of a tree to grill fish for them. Bai Fong had no pants and no place to put the flint, but flint was easy to find in this land. So he picked up two and easily ignited the fire with dried grass. The salt that was put here yesterday was evenly sprinkled on the thin stone slab. When the fat of the fish was fried out, it was sprinkled with chopped shallots and continued to roast. The smell was so delicious that even Bai Fong couldn't stand it. However, Bai Fong didn't eat it. After roasting one, he put another one in the big pot next to him. Now he is in charge of logistics, so he must not annoy these hard workers. The weather was so hot, and the fire was scorching the white wind. Although they were under the shade of the trees, they were sweating all over. They drank the water from the pitcher beside them. Although they could not be served meals yet, they could come and drink water anytime they wanted. Bai Fong was wiping his sweat off his face. His eyes were blurry with sweat, and he couldn't see clearly. As a result, Bai Fong saw a savage fall straight down among the working savages. But his partner not only did not panic, but kicked him to tell him not to be lazy. Seeing that he was indeed not pretending, he was not scared. He just didn't know who to continue partnering with, so he could only stand there stupidly. The savages around him didn't react much when they saw their companion fall down. Bai Fong suddenly felt something was wrong and ran over quickly. He saw that he had indeed suffered from heat stroke. Fortunately, he was still conscious, but he had fainted and was vomiting. Bai Fong and his partner quickly carried the savage who had suffered from heat stroke to the shade of a tree, poured water on him to cool him down, and found a branch with dense leaves and asked his partner to fan him. His partner didn't know why they did this, but did it anyway. Pouring water and dripping water into the mouth didn't seem to have much effect. Bai Fong could only look for other ways. He couldn't let a strong labor die of heat stroke. Bai Fong saw a locust tree not far away and immediately strode over, picked a handful of thorns from the tree, and then came back to give acupuncture to the savage who had suffered from heat stroke. This is how acupuncture evolved, from bamboo needles to bone needles, stone needles, and then to metal needles. Bai Fong had to use plant needles as a last resort. First, the Rinzhong point was pricked to let blood, and the Higa point needed to be pierced. However, the skin on the hands was too thick, and the unwashed dirt had become like armor. It was too hard, and the tip broke when the needle was applied too hard. Therefore, Bai Fong had to stimulate the Nei Guan and other acupoints with strong prickles, but he couldn't penetrate them anyway. The savage who was fanning nearby was so scared when he saw how Bai Fong treated the man with heat stroke that he said he would work hard and would never be lazy. Bai Fong told him not to be afraid. He was just saving people and curing illnesses, but the savage didn't know what illness meant. In their concept, there were only two states, alive and dead, and there was no such thing as illness. Bai Fong did not explain any more, but continued to stimulate the acupuncture points with a needle. Soon the savage who had suffered from heat stroke showed signs of improvement. Bai Fong felt relieved, and then he simply found a relatively smooth stone and started scraping the savage. As soon as he scraped, Sha appeared immediately. The savage next to him was stunned. Such a thing never happened in his world. He was so fascinated by it that he even lost the frequency of fanning himself. Seeing that he was curious, Bai Fong said with evil humor, "Why don't you try it too?" The savage who was fanning the wind was not polite at all. He threw the branch away and picked up the stone to start blowing. Bai Fong thought that the savage who had suffered from heat stroke would scream out in pain after being scraped, but he didn't react. The savage who was doing scraping actually did it quite well. Bai Fong also wanted to test how receptive this savage was, so he gave him instructions on how to do scraping. The angle is a little more oblique. Yes, that's it, a little more forceful. Very good. You see, start from here and end here, right? Just like this. Oh, right. Bai Fong suddenly felt like he was guiding it in turn, and this savage learned very quickly indeed. The scraping technique was not difficult to learn, and after just a few practices, he had already learned most of it. It's not easy to find such a talent among the savages. "What's your name?" Bai Fong asked. "I don't have a name." "I can give you a name. If you are willing to become my disciple, I can teach you medical skills." Chapter 21. Social Concepts First Proposed. Bai Fong is determined to promote a complete social concept in the tribe. To maintain a society appropriate political ideas are needed, and the traditional heaven, earth, emperor, parents, and teachers is the most appropriate means. Heaven and earth are already prepared, but there is no complete concept of king, which is roughly equivalent to the patriarch of the tribe. If you want to truly implement it, you have to wait until the primitive accumulation is sufficient, store up food, and slowly become king. Parents and teachers, parents come first, but at present they only know their mother but not their father, and even the relationship between mother and child is not deep enough. If you want them to understand parents, you must first implement family life, which will take a long time. As for a master, Baifeng will now show all the tribesmen what a master is. The people who went to work in the plains dug a huge amount of earth foundation all day long, but it was still far from enough to accommodate more than 400 people. As for the savage that Baifeng took a fancy to, he had not been working because his partner had suffered from heat stroke. Baifeng also tried to teach him some basic medical knowledge. The savage learned very quickly, so Baifeng decided to accept him as a student to change the current situation of no doctors in this era. As it grew darker, everyone packed up their things and hurried back to the camp, chatting and laughing all the way. Baifeng had already prepared dinner for them, so they didn't need to go back to the old camp to eat together. Moreover, after eating the meal made by Baifeng, these savages were even more reluctant to go back to eat the disgusting and not filling soup. When we returned to the camp, all the tribesmen were eating. The savages who usually rushed to eat the food when they saw it now didn't even look at the food in the old camp to inspect the results of the work because they were moving. Baifeng no longer considered the issue of sustainable development for the fish here. So he expanded the fishing basin area, and even if the fish were not too big, they could be harvested directly. The wooden racks were filled with salted fish. Baifeng couldn't count them, but the number seemed enough for all the tribesmen to eat for 3 days. Before moving, Baifeng estimated that he could catch enough fish to eat for a month. The finished pottery has been distributed to the tribesmen. Although it is not enough for 4 people to use one pot, it will be enough if we fire another kiln tomorrow. Baifeng also stopped the work of making pottery embryos and asked them to make pottery jars and thick-walled pottery jars to store food and make pickles. The wild vegetables they picked were randomly piled up in the camp, forming several large piles of vegetables. Baifeng forgot to tell them how to process and pickle them. Anyway, they were directly hung out to dry in the open space, and the moisture was almost completely dried out by the sun. Baifeng picked a few savages who looked relatively clean and taught them how to pickle vegetables. It was nothing more than adding salt and rubbing them, but the most important thing was to let them wash their hands clean and not step on them with their feet. Baifeng was worried and asked them to wash their hands on the spot. The water for washing hands slowly turned from black to transparent until the cracks between their fingernails were clean. Baifeng asked them to reach this level tomorrow before they could pickle vegetables, and the witch would come supervise. After explaining everything, Baifeng went to find some tender bamboo leaves, found a special pot, used the bamboo leaves as tea leaves, added water, and boiled a pot of tea. Then Baifeng called all the tribesmen over and told them that he was going to hold a very important ceremony, witnessed by gods, similar to a sacrifice. Hearing this, Wu was the first to get anxious and quickly found his feather crown and came to preside over the ceremony. Baifeng thought that it was really too strange that he could not direct and perform the ceremony by himself, so he agreed to Wu's request, but first explained the process and requirements to Wu. The witch, who had never heard of this kind of ceremony, listened very carefully. He felt that this should be a grand ceremony that could communicate with the gods, and this new ceremony and new method must be learned. Baifeng moved the heaven and earth to the middle of the platform and placed it at a relatively high position. He should have lit some incense and candles, but there were none at the moment, so he lit a bunch of cypress branches. He then placed a salted fish on the side with leaves as a cushion, and that was all. Baifeng sat cross-legged on the left front of the heaven and earth stone, but as soon as he sat down, he felt very uncomfortable because when he sat like this, his masculine features were fully exposed. Although he was used to not wearing pants normally, it was directly exposed when he sat like this, and everyone was watching. So Baifeng quickly stood up again and took out the wolf skin that he had not had time to deal with before. Fortunately, it was very clean. Baifeng tied the wolf skin in front of him and then sat down cross-legged again. Signaling the witch to begin the ceremony, the witch threw a few cypress branches into the fire, then dragged over the savage that Baifeng had chosen and made him stand in front of Baifeng. Baifeng said, "I plan to take you as my apprentice and teach you medical knowledge. Are you willing?" Bai Feng had asked this question a long time ago, and the little savage had also said that he was willing, and now it was just a matter of going through the formalities. Hearing the savage's willingness, the witch asked him to kneel in front of Bai Feng. At this time, Bai Feng felt that there should be a chair, but he had a sudden idea. Since the tribe was still poor, he didn't care about so much. After he became rich, he must pretend to be cool. Bai Feng looked at his apprentice and said, "Since you have chosen me as your master, I will give you the name Doctor. From now on, you will be called Doctor. I will teach you knowledge and treat you as my apprentice. You should respect me and treat me like a father. Do you understand?" The doctor quickly said, "I understand, but what is a father? Equals?" Oh no, Bai Feng forgot that they have no concept of a father, let alone respecting him as a father. What if he learns from a wild beast and bites his father to death when he grows up? That would be the end of him. Bai Feng had no choice but to explain the concept of family and parents to them in advance. He glanced at the doctor, then at the confused tribesmen below the platform, and said, "The creation of all things by heaven and earth is the result of the fusion of yin and yang. Heaven is yang, the father, and earth is yin, the mother. The same is true for humans. Men are yang and women are yin. So real people should be a man and a woman living together, combining to produce offspring, instead of the chaos like now. So now you can only be called savages. Your parents are the ones who gave birth to you. You must respect them. When you have food, you should give it to them first. When they are old or seriously ill, you should serve them wholeheartedly. This is filial piety. All I ask of you is that you treat me like you would treat your father." Bai Feng had explained the concept of yin and yang to the doctor during the day, so the doctor quickly understood what Bai Feng meant, but the tribesmen were confused, including the witch. The witch wanted Bai Feng to explain it in more detail, but Bai Feng knew that it was useless to tell them now, and it had to be done subtly, so he ignored the witch and asked him to continue with the ceremony. The witch scooped out 2 bowls of bamboo leaf tea from the pot in a depressed mood and handed them to the doctor. The doctor didn't understand what was going on and almost poured the tea into his own mouth. Bai Feng quickly asked him to pass the tea over. Bai Feng offered the first bowl of tea to heaven and earth, and then the witch gave the doctor another bowl. The doctor understood a little this time and imitated Bai Feng and respectfully passed the tea over. After taking a symbolic sip and putting the bowl down, the doctor, under the guidance of the witch, clumsily kowtowed to Bai Feng 3 times. Bai Feng quickly helped him up, showing great concern. Then he pulled the doctor to kneel before the heaven and earth, and the 2 of them kowtowed 3 times. The ceremony ended with Bai Feng ashamed, Wu excited, the doctor confused, and the tribesmen even more confused. Bai Feng pulled the doctor up and decided to take him to take a bath tomorrow to build their relationship. After all, this was the first direct descendant of his makeshift team. Chapter 22. Savages who can't be called savages. All work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Due to the detailed division of labor, everyone has become more proficient in their work and more efficient. It seemed as if there were no end to the fish in the river beside the old camp. No one knew if there was any good feng shui spot upstream or downstream that would allow these fish to reproduce wildly without disrupting the food chain in the stream. Over the past few days, the number of fish caught has accumulated, and the whole camp is filled with the smell of fish. Some members of the fishing team not only use fish traps to catch fish, but also use harpoons. The salt in the old camp had been used up, so the construction team, led by Bai Feng, after working for half a day, took them to the salt lake to fetch more salt. Bai Feng roughly estimated that the earthen foundation of the new camp was sufficient. After all, the savages did not have the same housing requirements as modern people. A 50-square-meter house was low and dark, but they could squeeze together with more than a dozen people, which made them feel safe and warmer in winter. Coupled with the scorching summer heat, the soil base was quickly dried and hardened enough. The planned living area has a height difference of about half a meter with the outside, so there is no need to worry about water accumulation even if heavy rain comes. Bai Feng was very afraid of rain before, but it has been nearly half a month since the last rain. It's the rainy season, and after such a long time, it's almost time for it to rain. After finishing work this evening, Bai Feng looked at the earth foundation that filled the plain and decided to start building the house tomorrow. When the house is about half built, he will let all the tribesmen move in. He has left the infrastructure team. His former partner, Bai Feng, felt that he was in poor physical condition, so he arranged him to the fishing team. The doctor's daily work is to learn how to make grilled fish from Bai Feng, identify herbs along the way, and learn basic knowledge. Although the doctor is studious and remembers things quickly, he also forgets them quickly. As soon as Bai Feng says something, he forgets it. Bai Feng is so angry that he picks up a bamboo stick and asks random questions. If the doctor can't answer or answers incorrectly, he will spank him hard. Why didn't he spank his palm? Because he still had to cook and make grilled fish, and touching the salt would be a punishment. Bai Feng felt that there was no need to be too harsh on him, and that he should just proceed step by step. Bai Feng didn't know how long it would take to build the house, but in order to avoid any further complications, the next day, only the people from the fishing team stayed behind, and everyone else, including the children, rushed to the new camp. He also gave orders to the fishing team to do their best to catch fish and to build a bamboo dam downstream to drive the fish from upstream to downstream, so as to have a big harvest before moving away. As for the pottery team, Bai Feng also called them over. The children were responsible for digging the soil and mud, and the adults were now making tiles. It was too troublesome to move the old camp to this place after the pottery was done, and it was not cost-effective, mainly because there was no such thing as a cart. There was no coal near the new camp, so they had to chop wood for the kiln themselves, but fortunately there were forests nearby. The construction site started in full swing, and Bai Feng had no way of being lazy because he was the only one who knew how to build a house. 3 large houses of about 50 square meters were built at the same time. After these 3 were built, construction will continue. Now we have to build a few houses first to provide shelter for the tribesmen when they move in. Level and tamp the foundation, then use a straw rope as a level to make the wall straight. With a piece of earth foundation and a handful of mud, just like a brick concrete structure, this pure earth wall was soon about 1.6 meters high under the joint construction of more than 20 people. The wall was almost as tall as the savages, and Bai Feng felt that it should be made a little higher. He was satisfied only when the wall reached about 1.8 meters. What Bai Feng wanted to build was a single slope house, not the kind with 2 slopes on the roof that you see now. A house with 1 slope is faster and less difficult to build. The gables and back wall on both sides were raised, and when the back wall reached more than 2 meters, the frame of the house was completed. Then the inner and outer walls were thickened with mud, which made it more beautiful and more resistant to water erosion. Under Bai Feng's guidance, the walls of the 3 large rooms were completely built by dusk. After all, with a construction team of nearly 200 people, even if their skills were not as good as expected, they had to catch up with their efficiency. The tiles produced by the pottery team are enough to build the 3 rooms, but Bai Feng asked them to continue making them. When they returned to the old camp to rest, everyone was so tired that they could not straighten their backs. However, when they thought about the thick and tall walls they had built, they felt that the future was promising. After hearing the description from the tribesmen, the members of the fishing team were extremely eager to catch the fish in the stream and move away as soon as possible. However, when he saw the fish piles covered with salt, Bai Feng estimated that there were not many fish to catch in this section of the stream. After all, if they drove the fish away like a family, not many would escape. The tribesmen were not tired of eating fish. After all, for them, having meat to eat was already satisfying, which was much better than eating grass every day or even going hungry. In order to catch up with the progress, Bai Feng led his men to the construction site at daybreak. He left 2/3 of the men to continue building the 4th room, while Bai Feng and more than 60 men took axes and went to the woods to chop wood. There was enough wood, so if a group of people gathered around to chop some straight and hard wood, they could quickly knock down a tree. But some of the savages were so stupid that they stood in the direction of the tree when it was about to fall. If Bai Feng hadn't been quick to come over and pull it back, the tree that fell on them would have become their coffin. The most important part of this house is the purlin, which is the wood placed vertically on the front and back walls. It doesn't need to be too thick, just as thick as a calf, but a lot of it is needed. With a large number of people, they soon cut enough logs to build 5 rooms. However, they still had to cut branches, remove bark, and scrape the clean wood, then expose it to the sun to remove moisture before it could become good building wood. While Bai Feng and his team were chopping wood, the scaffolding for the 4th room was also being built. Without anyone to direct them, they didn't know what to do. They could only sit under the wall in the cool air and wait for Bai Feng to assign them work. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't let them sit idle, so he picked out a few people who he thought had good lives, and at the end of the planned residential area, on the slope of the hill, Bai Feng allocated a 30 square meter residential plot for himself. The advantage of this place is that it is located on a high ground. The housing location may not be the best, but it is definitely the one that best reflects power. He asked the tribesmen to clean up the surroundings, dig out drainage ditches, and then asked them to build the walls carefully. Bai Feng wanted to build a house with 2 roofs for himself, which would look good and show his uniqueness. Bai Feng couldn't bear to see them having nothing to do, so he selected the spacing and location and arranged a group of people to build houses. Looking at the huge number of tile embryos, after drying, they make a dinging sound when knocked, which means they can be put into the kiln for firing, but a new kiln has to be built. Bai Feng did not use the previous kiln made of mud, as it could not burn enough things at one time. Bai Feng planned to do it in one go and dig a kiln on the hillside. A circular cave with a hole for exhausting smoke and gas, and a hole for adding firewood. The walls around the cave are layered like steps, which are used to place tiles. When the time comes, put firewood in the middle, light the fire, and seal the cave. You can start firing. However, it will take 2 or 3 days to fire a large cave like this. The sturdy savages were sweating on the soil. Bai Feng felt a strong sense of incongruity. There was no written language, no sound and reasonable social system, but they were almost living in houses that would only appear thousands of years later and building large tile kilns. Perhaps in a very short time, all kinds of facilities would appear across the ages. So, can they still be called savages? Chapter 23, New Home. The blazing kiln fire burned all night long. In order to make good tiles, the tribesmen had to work in shifts all night long to add firewood to maintain the temperature in the kiln. In the previous 3 days, the work of installing beams and purlins in the 5 large rooms was completed. Bamboo strips and mud were added to the purlins to seal every inch of the gap, and they were just waiting to put up the tiles on the roof. A house with a roof was enough for the tribesmen, except for some people who stayed in the old camp to continue collecting food and protecting the women and children. The others stayed in the new camp overnight. The tiles had been burning for 2 days and 1 night, but Bai Feng didn't dare to open the kiln rashly, fearing that all the previous efforts would be wasted, so he had to continue burning. Some of the other tribesmen gathered around the fire, holding weapons to keep watch, while those who had been replaced slept in the room. Ever since the roof beams were put up and the brick kiln was lit, Bai Feng no longer called them savages, but completely recognized them as human beings. The crackling sound of the kiln fire and the jingling sound of tiles in the kiln made it difficult for Bai Feng to fall asleep. What's more, the summer nights were extremely hot and stuffy, and there were many mosquitoes. It is still very inconvenient to simply wash your face in the morning. There are too many people, and the demand for water is also high, so a large number of manpower is needed to fetch water from the lake. As soon as he went out, the moist south wind in the early morning blew on Bai Feng's face. Although there was no cloud in the sky, Bai Feng could still predict that it was going to rain soon. The south wind is relatively slow, which means the rain will come later. The earliest it will rain is in the evening, and the rain will not be too heavy. Now that the weather is starting to urge us to move, let's officially move. Except for those who were working in the kiln, the others set out towards the old camp in a mighty manner to move all the supplies to their new home. In order to avoid rain, the old camp built a granary using the earthen foundation and tiles made by Bai Feng before. However, the granary can no longer hold all the food. Salted fish that use a large amount of salt are piled up on the platform at random, and jars and piles of wild pickles are also placed randomly. The river where they lived before was too big and too deep, making fishing inconvenient, and there were very few wild vegetables they knew of, unless Shinnong tried to detoxify them in their tribe. The tribe leader also deliberately controlled salt, so the food sources were few and scarce in the past, not as abundant as they are now. The catch in the past 2 days was obviously less, so the fishing team's work was completed. This time, nearly 400 people came, taking all their belongings with them, like a gust of wind, leaving nothing behind. Even the children of a few years old hurried on with a few bundles of pickles. Bai Feng didn't take anything else but the stone with the words heaven and earth written on it. It wasn't that Bai Feng wanted to be lazy, but no one else dared to touch it. Bai Feng thought that he could write on this thing again when he got to his new home, but not only the witch disagreed, but also the tribesmen. They felt that it was this stone god that allowed them to find so much food. Nearly half of the tribesmen had no idea what their new home would look like, but they were envious after listening to the descriptions of their mates who had gone there to work. They could not imagine that humans could build a cave large enough for dozens of people to live in by themselves. When they were holding the jars and the salted fish, looking at the tall house and the smoking kiln, they were all stunned and thought it was a miracle. Bai Feng didn't bother explaining or talking too much. He just asked them to put all the supplies into a big house. It would rain soon, and if the food they had collected with great difficulty got wet in the rain, all of their work for more than half a month would have been in vain. The tiles have not been baked yet, and the waterproofness of the roof is worrying. Heavy rain may leak, so we have to mobilize the tribesmen to collect pine needles and spread them on the roof, which can also have a waterproof effect. With so many people coming at the same time, the problem of drinking water was instantly exposed. There was not such a large amount of domestic water as in later generations, and it could even be said that domestic water was not consumed at all. But now, a large amount of water is needed just for drinking and cooking. The old camp is close to the water source, and it only takes 20 minutes to go back and forth, but here it takes an hour. Bai Feng had no choice but to resort to the same old trick and formed a water-fetching team of more than 100 people. They carried various containers and went to the lake to fetch water. One trip was enough for a day. Now, because the weather is too hot, wild animals are unwilling to go out hunting during the day. When the temperature drops, fetching water will become a high-risk job. It is really not easy for a person to grow into a working force, so we must cherish it. Bai Feng had previously thought of a bamboo pipe water conservancy system, but now he thinks that the possibility of realization is not high. Now that he has a large kiln, it will be more convenient to directly burn ceramic pipes. Another thing is that there are too few houses now. There is not enough to live in. According to Bai Feng's idea, if you want to live relatively comfortably, you need to build at least 40 houses here. And this work will continue until winter comes, when the weather becomes too cold to continue. After moving to a new home, the work team had to be reorganized. There were about 300 strong laborers, about 100 of whom were responsible for digging the foundation and building the house. The main work of the pottery team of more than 20 people was still to make tiles. Of the remaining labor force, about 100 people had to be set aside to hunt, and the more food the better. The rest of the people would do odd jobs, or take the children to pick various wild fruits near the camp. Bai Feng asked Xiong to select the 100 most capable hunting members, and then Bai Feng got a general understanding of their hunting targets and hunting methods. They could only catch some small herbivores. Because their weapons were too poor, they relied entirely on luck to catch large ones. In front of carnivorous beasts, they were prey, not hunters. Looking at their weapons, they're nothing more than stone axes and stone spears. Some are even wooden spears. It is really not easy for them to catch prey. Although the hunter deer is good at catching deer, he is unwilling to share his skills with others. He feels that this is the capital for his livelihood. Bai Feng didn't force it. He just felt that their weapons needed to be updated. If they had powerful weapons and a savage body, humans would be able to gradually move to the top of the food chain. First, Bai Feng asked several people who were using spears to demonstrate their spear-throwing skills. Although their weapons were poor, they threw the spears far and accurately. If this were done in modern times, most athletes would probably not be able to beat them. Since they can throw spears accurately enough, the powerful weapon prepared by Bai Feng can come in handy. That is the spear thrower. It was because of this thing that primitive humans invented that they were able to add large beasts such as mammoths and woolly mammoths to their diet, which also accelerated the extinction of these species. A long bamboo piece with a hook on one end was handed to the tribesmen. They were all confused. How could they kill prey with it without a point and could not be thrown far? Bai Feng gave them a simple demonstration. He put the spear on the spear thrower and then pulled the spear thrower hard. He, who had never used a spear, could throw it farther than those who specialized in using spears with just a casual throw. The hunters understood how to use the spear thrower and tried it one by one. Sure enough, the throwing distance almost doubled. This is the power of physics, which lengthens the lever arm. It's just that Bai Feng has no idea about metallurgical technology. Otherwise, if he changed to a copper spear tip or even an iron spear tip, Bai Feng felt that he should be able to own a tiger skin chair. However, Bai Feng also made improvements to their stone spearheads. If the two sides were not sharp enough, they would grind them on other sand and stone, and also grind barbs on both sides. In this way, the spears would not fall off after stabbing the prey. As for those who use stone axes and stone knives, they are not suitable for hunting at all. They should change to other weapons, such as bows. Think bows are useless? It's easy. Let me build you a recurve bow. Chapter 24, It Rains Again. If you want to capture more prey, you need more powerful weapons, and the bow is indispensable. But the bow at that time was extremely simple. It was just the earliest version of the straight pole bow, which was not very powerful and easy to break. It is complicated to make a good bow, but it is still very simple to make a bow for demonstration. There are many old bamboos in the forest, which are the common material for making bows. The tribesmen quickly found several old bamboos. Bai Feng broke the bamboo into strips, roasted them over fire to give them just the right curvature, and used wood to carve a handle. However, it was too difficult to carve with a stone knife, and the resulting wood was ugly and prickly, so Bai Feng had no choice but to use a large stone grinder. Without glue, he used animal skins to make do, and the same with the bowstring. The recurved bow was made. Bai Feng pulled it and felt that it was about 40 kilograms. Without arrows, he used thin bamboo instead. Bai Feng pulled the bow to the full extent and shot it. Not only was the direction far from the target, but the distance was also pitifully short. When the tribesmen saw it, they felt bored and dispersed. Bai Feng was looked down upon, but he could do nothing about it. He couldn't tell them that he could improve it. Do they know what improvement means? It seems that he can only polish it slowly by himself and make a good bow, so that they will be jealous of it. The bows they made did not achieve good results, but that does not mean they can rest. Everyone, take your spears and go hunting. There are 100 of us. If we cannot bring back 3 large prey, we will either spend the night outside or cook you for the new year. The hunters had no idea what New Year was, but when they heard Bai Feng threatened to eat them if they failed to catch prey, they all ran away in groups of 3 or 5, going into the woods to hunt. The construction of the house is progressing at a leisurely pace, and the firing of tiles is also nearing completion. No more firewood will be added, and we will just wait for the temperature in the kiln to drop naturally. It is not reliable to rely solely on hunting. There must be other sources of food. Fishing must not be given up, but in the big lake, the previous methods are no longer applicable. If you want to catch fish, you can only go to the big lake and use a net or hook. Bai Feng remembered that there were a lot of wild hemp here, which had now grown wildly to 2 meters tall. It was a good material for textiles and was strong and durable. He arranged for people to go cut hemp, but they had no idea what Bai Feng was talking about. After describing it for a long time, Bai Feng thought it would be better to take them there in person. There are several hemp plants very close to the camp. Hemp is dioecious, with females bearing fruit and males flowering. Bai Feng has to wait for the females to mature before picking the seeds. In winter, he can eat them like eating melon seeds to kill time. He can also use them as medicine, which Bai Feng, who suffers from constipation, really needs. Once they knew what hemp was, Bai Feng no longer cared about them and let them cut hemp by themselves. The more the better, as long as they came back before dark. Now Bai Feng still feels that he is very pressed for time. He has no clothes, his house is not even roofed. He has no breeding and no planting. If he goes out and sees other tribes, people wearing linen clothes and holding bronze weapons in their hands will definitely laugh at Bai Feng and call him a savage. Time is speeding up, and everything has to be accelerated. After the great heat, autumn will come, and there is not much time left. Bai Feng was anxious. Seeing that everyone was busy, he couldn't sit still either, so he took an axe and went to chop bamboo. He hoped to build a bamboo raft as soon as possible so that he could go to the lake to fish. Towards evening, the hunting team returned first, and as expected, they brought back 2 deer, as well as a dozen pheasants, rabbits, and the like. Although it did not meet Bai Feng's requirement of 3 big ones, the number of small ones made up for it, which barely allowed them to pass. The people who went to cut hemp came back slowly, bringing with them a considerable amount of hemp. Bai Feng estimated that with this hemp, all the hemp needs in the tribe could be met. He called back all the tribesmen to finish work and prepare for dinner. At this time, Xiong had already accepted Bai Feng's ability to replace him because he had seen him during this period. After all, he had no way to make all the tribesmen live this kind of life. Before we started to divide the fish, a gust of wind started to blow from the flat ground. Looking up, we saw that half of the sky was already covered by clouds. The heavy rain that had not been seen for half a month was about to come. Although the house was not completely completed this time, the roof had been sealed. Even though there were no tiles, it could still keep out the rain. Bai Feng and the others at least had a place to hide and would not have to face death like last time. Bai Feng quickly postponed the mealtime and asked everyone to rush into the house. It was very difficult to squeeze nearly 100 people, big and small, into one house. Bai Feng has his own little house, so he doesn't have to squeeze with them. Bai Feng felt relieved only after everyone was inside the house, and no one was left outside, and after he checked the warehouse containing medicine and food to make sure they were not exposed to the rain. Put the container for storing water on the open ground, and it will be full when it rains so you don't have to run to the lake to get water. After doing all this, Bai Feng felt the rain falling, and then he walked into a small room leisurely and stood at the door to watch the rain. The rainstorm came with great force, without any prelude, and it poured down directly. With a roar of thunder, the people in the house started screaming. They were afraid of the unknown, and they were as fragile as ants in the face of nature. The heavy rain came and went quickly. In less than an hour, It was blown away by the wind. The afterglow of the setting sun could still illuminate the earth. The wind blew up the smell of earth, stirred up by the rain hitting the dust. This smell made Bai Feng feel that the world was still beautiful. The ground outside is covered with mud. It makes a splattering sound when you walk on it. It's really annoying. I wonder when this place will be paved with stone slabs or bricks. Everyone was frightened by the rainstorm and huddled together, not daring to come out, until Bai Feng called them to go out and prepare for dinner. Only then did the braver ones dare to come out to find out what was going on. Bai Feng was also considered a warrior by the tribesmen, as he did not look afraid at all in such a situation. After eating in the mud, no one dared to leave the room. Even though it was uncomfortable and hot to be huddled together, they were unwilling to take risks in the wilderness. The rain just now reminded them of the harm caused to them by the last rainstorm. Fortunately, the house didn't have a door yet, so there was no need to worry about them suffocating. Bai Feng just went with them, supervising the hunters to deal with the prey before letting them go back to sleep. The tile kiln was cooled by a heavy rain, and steam continued to rise like a fairyland. The witch asked which god was enjoying this, which made Bai Feng so angry that he wanted to kick him into the tile kiln and sacrifice him to the god. When we wake up tomorrow, everything will be back on track. Some people will build houses, some will hunt, some will do handicrafts, and some will gather. Bai Feng only needs to coordinate and contribute his wisdom to speed up the development of everything. It would be great if there was a rooster that could crow and wake everyone up tomorrow morning. Chapter 25, Double Happiness. There were no loud crowing of roosters in the morning, only the irritable mosquitoes and flies buzzing in the ears. Bai Feng's plan to hatch bird eggs had long ended with them turning into smelly biological weapons. The green tiles were taken out one by one in the morning mist. The sound was crisp and the colors were beautiful. Bai Feng couldn't wait to lay the tiles on the roof. Bai Feng didn't care about the big house. He just called the tribesmen who were in the construction team, and under his wise command and leadership, they first laid tiles on his luxurious little house with 2 eaves. After the roof of his room was laid, I believe they would also learn how to lay tiles. Everything was moving in the right direction, and except for the occasional extra work that Bai Feng came up with on a whim that disrupted the plan, everything was in order. With Bai Feng's unremitting efforts, the bamboo raft was completed, but the tribesmen didn't know what it was used for. Maybe it was used to lay on the ground for sleeping? There were no lines or nets, but Bai Feng still led people to the big lake, tied fishing cages with vines, and hung them around the bamboo raft, so they could also catch fish. No one dared to get on the raft. They didn't think a few bamboos could keep them floating on the water. If they fell off, they would definitely drown. After looking down on these cowards, Bai Feng jumped onto the bamboo raft first. To be honest, he himself was not sure. He was a pure landlubber from the Northwest, and his knowledge of bamboo rafts basically came from the sinking ship built by Bear Grylls, the man at the top of the food chain. If it sinks this time, everyone will probably trust him even less, and no one will be willing to try anything he makes in the future. Fortunately, the bamboo raft did not disappoint Bai Feng. When he stood on it, it just shook slightly and then floated steadily on the water. With a push of a bamboo pole, it slowly left the lakeside and headed towards the center of the lake. The lake is vast, with reeds and wild rice growing wildly by the lake. In autumn, the tribesmen can come here to pick reed flowers and harvest wild rice. After riding the bamboo raft for a while in the calm lake, Bai Feng paddled back to the shore. He didn't want to waste time on these things. He had proved that there was no problem with the bamboo raft. If they were still unwilling to get on, they would be beaten. They only need to paddle the bamboo raft to the center of the lake and wait for the fish to bite. After that, they can make fishing lines, hooks, and fishing nets and start fishing on a large scale. The construction of the house never stopped. Bai Feng also planned the water diversion route on his way to and from the lake. After the tiles were fired in the kiln, he could also fire some water pipes. Time passed quickly, and on the day of the beginning of autumn, the 20th large house in the tribe was successfully topped out. The living conditions of the tribesmen were much better than before, with almost 20 people living in one room, and it was not so crowded. Another obvious problem caused by large crowds of people living together is that there's feces everywhere, and the walls are washed out with urine. Bai Feng feels that the house may be collapsed by the urine of these people, even without rain. Bai Feng not only felt that it looked disgusting, but the air around him had obviously become worse. Furthermore, doing so was too likely to cause disease. Most of the children in the tribe had ascariasis and looked thin and weak. If Bai Feng had not still had the habit of washing his hands before meals and after defecation, his stomach might have been full of ascaris. In order to deal with these people, Bai Feng spent a lot of effort to build a large public toilet and separated the men and women's toilets, but they didn't take it seriously and even wondered why waste materials to build a house for the poop. Be civilized, set new trends, and strive to be new savages of the new era. This is the slogan of the Bai Feng tribe. Bored Bai Feng wrote this sentence on the wall of the public toilet, but no one except him could understand this strange symbol, and no one could understand it when he read it out. In order to force the savages to go to public toilets, anyone caught by Bai Feng defecating or urinating in the living area will be beaten with 10 whips and then made to clean toilets for a day. In the beginning, many people were arrested, but later they became obedient after being beaten so many times. It was not a long distance, so at most they could just go to the public toilet. The new problem is that they are illiterate and don't know which is male and which is female. Even if you tell them this time, they will forget it next time. But we cannot rule out the possibility that some hooligans just want to get into other toilets. To solve this problem, Bai Feng first painted modern signs for men's and women's toilets on the wall. As a result, more people went to the women's toilet. He randomly picked a few people and asked them why they went there. They asked if it was marked there, and they pointed at their grass skirts. Later, Bai Feng changed the logo too. Now if you pretend not to know it again, you will be whipped 20 times if you are caught. The cleared feces are added with wood ash and soil, piled together for fermentation, and then spread in the vegetable fields planned around the camp as fertilizer when winter comes. Now, when all the tribesmen go out, they will bring back the unfamiliar plants they picked for Bai Feng to identify, and Bai Feng will decide whether they are valuable. After Bai Feng finds many edible wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, he is required to bring back not only plants but also special stones he picked up, and it would be great if he found minerals. All the herbs found were simply processed and handed over to the medical insurance manager. After a short period of study, the doctor had a general understanding of the basic theories of traditional Chinese medicine, but he was still not allowed to treat the tribesmen. Although the tribesmen did not understand what it meant to be sick, they thought that even diarrhea and vomiting blood were normal. No one came to see the doctor or Bai Feng because they were not feeling well. The Water Conservancy project also started as scheduled. The original tools were not easy to use, so Bai Feng tied the stone axe at a different angle. It just became a buttocks. The Ren and Du meridians invented by the tribesmen were instantly opened collectively. Some people showed Bai Feng chopsticks that were round on the top and square on the bottom, while others showed bowls that were narrow on the top and wide on the bottom. Bai Feng did not dare to deny these inventions casually, for he was afraid that he would accidentally wipe out mankind's first technological explosion. Fortunately, this wave of inventions soon passed because they all realized that what they made was indeed useless. However, during this period, some things appeared that Bai Feng did not have time to make, such as a kettle with a long spout. After the first stream of water flowed out of the pipe, everyone cheered and jumped for joy. From then on, they no longer had to carry large water tanks to the lake to fetch water. No one thought it was a miracle because they had been involved in the entire process from digging the pipe to running the water, and knew that the principle of this thing was very simple. However, this was not just one good thing that happened that day. It could be said to be a double blessing. Good news came from the sky. The rich iron, or that Bai Feng wanted most, was picked out by Bai Feng from a pile of strange stones. A pile of stones of various colors were picked up by the tribesmen when they went out. They only knew that their chief wanted to collect strange stones and had collected various inedible grasses before. The reddish-brown stone with a hint of silver naturally attracted Bai Feng's attention. If he could find enough of this, Bai Feng couldn't imagine how big a step forward he could take primitive society. Chapter 26, Iron. Bai Feng anxiously asked where those iron ores were picked up from. The tribesmen did not know the importance of that thing and just thought that the tribe leader was planning to waste people's money and resources again. After explaining to the tribesmen for a long time, they finally understood that the stone could be used to make better tools and weapons. Someone tried to make the iron ore into a stone axe, but Bai Feng kicked it away. Bai Feng guarded the stone and refused to let anyone touch it. Although no one remembered who picked up the stone, they all swore that there was a place where there were plenty of such stones. Bai Feng then asked some people to stop collecting and focus on picking up this iron ore. Bai Feng wanted to use his limited knowledge of chemistry to refine iron. In his opinion, as long as the temperature was high enough, it would melt, and as long as it was tempered over and over again, good iron would be produced. The blast furnace for iron smelting was built quickly, but it still could not meet the requirements of iron smelting. Air inlet and blower were needed. Without blower, animal skin bags were used. The bag was opened to let in air and tied tightly to squeeze out air. The iron ore was transported back bit by bit, and Bai Feng felt relieved. From then on, it was just a matter of trial and error and slow exploration. As long as there were materials, iron could definitely be smelted. Burn the iron ore in the fire until it is crispy, then break it into pieces bit by bit with a wooden hammer. The finer the better. The mineral powder is put into the iron smelting furnace, which has been heated to a high temperature, with a layer of mineral powder and a layer of charcoal, and then the fire is burned continuously to raise the temperature again and again. Bai Feng didn't break the furnace until the furnace walls were red hot, and burned it into a lump of iron tangled with the broken furnace walls. Bai Feng poured water to cool it down, not afraid of the iron becoming brittle and denatured. After all, the raw materials had been smelted, and he had to continue making iron. The iron lumps that had been cooled to the lowest temperature were rough and black, but there were enough of them, each the size of a basketball. It was a bit difficult for Bai Feng to carry them alone. After a little polishing, the silver luster appeared. The iron that Bai Feng had been longing for was finally refined. Perhaps other tribesmen did not know what this meant, but Bai Feng knew that this tribe would become an advanced tribe rather than a pitiful and fleeing tribe of savages. Now the temperature is gradually dropping. The daytime hours are getting shorter, and a large number of wild fruits are ripening, but they don't taste very good. The seeds of various plants have matured, and nuts are about to fall to the ground. Herbivores and animals that are hibernating are all rushing to replenish themselves with fat to cope with the winter. Carnivorous beasts also began to appear during the day to hunt. Several tribesmen spotted traces of wolves, but they were lucky enough to avoid them. Going out to look for food now has double the risk, and you may have to exchange your life for food. Bai Feng must forge iron weapons in the next few days to enhance the killing power and self-defense capabilities of his people. Without wasting a moment, they mixed iron or powder and clay, fired a large crucible to melt the molten iron, and used mud to make a mold for casting iron bars. In half a month, the chestnuts in that forest will be fully mature and fall to the ground. All the people who are collecting chestnuts no longer go out, but concentrate on preparing tools, weaving bamboo into backpacks, and preparing to rush to harvest the chestnuts. The other part was smelting iron under the command of Bai Feng. Iron smelting furnaces more than one person tall were quickly built around the camp, and the fire was constantly burning. Bai Feng used continuous blasting to heat the iron lumps, melting them into molten iron, which were then cast into iron bars one by one. Although the iron bar was hard at this time, it was also very brittle and contained many impurities. Bai Feng did not want to rely on others to do it, so he made a stone hammer himself, reheated the iron bar, and began to hammer it continuously. The iron bar gradually becomes thinner, and the iron becomes purer. It is constantly heated and hammered, heated again and hammered again, and finally a very ugly knife blank is hammered out. It is heated once for the last time, and then quenched. It is probably the protection period for novices. This knife blank is quenched straight and hard. A knife about 30 centimeters long, it was the first iron tool in the entire tribe, and also Bai Feng's treasure. He kept grinding the knife shape and sharpening the blade on the stone. He wrapped it with animal skin to make the handle. In Bai Feng's eyes, a relatively exquisite knife was finally made. When the tribesmen saw that Bai Feng could easily cut wood and chop thin bamboo with a knife, they were all envious and hoped to use it. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't give it to him. With so much iron ore, he wanted to refine it himself. Anyway, all the processes were the same as his, so there would be no problem. However, Bai Feng still made a lot of iron axes and spear tips for the tribe. They can be used with wooden handles, which doubles the lethality and is not that difficult to make. After that, the construction speed in the tribe was significantly accelerated, and the building materials transported increased rapidly. Just like a child who wants to show off his new toy, the tribesmen took the axes and began to chop trees frantically to feel the pleasure of conquering nature with iron. The long sword is a good thing, and Bai Feng has tried to make one. Unfortunately, not only is the shape ugly, but it also bends badly after being quenched. Bai Feng had to give up this idea temporarily and try again after he has mastered the technique. The weather is getting cooler. Although it is still hot at noon, it is still very cold in the mornings and evenings, especially for these naked people. There are a lot of animal skins in the tribe, all collected from hunting in the past. Although on average they only catch one prey a day, including those collected during this period, there are more than 400 animal skins in total. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to tan, so they could just punch a hole in the hide and pass a rope through it. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't do that. The wolf skin was still in good condition. The grease was scraped off, and saltpeter and wood ash, which were available everywhere in the saline plain, were added and then rubbed and soaked. Then it was washed, dried, and pounded until it became soft. Only then was the leather qualified in Bai Feng's eyes. Finally, Bai Feng owned a pair of wolfskin boxer shorts, but the thread was a little prickly due to its thickness. Bai Feng comforted himself that he would get used to it after a bit of adjustment. The chopped hemp was dried, thrown into water to ferment, and finally the fibers were torn and twisted into ropes. Under Bai Feng's explanation, the series of work went smoothly. However, Bai Feng wanted to make a fishing net, but unfortunately the ropes were far from enough. No one wanted to follow Bai Feng's example and make animal skins into boxer shorts to wear. The animal skins distributed to them were still in the shape of grass skirts, and when they wore them together with their old animal skin clothes, they finally didn't have to spend the winter naked. Bai Feng really wanted to own cloth, but silk was just a delusion. Although silk appeared very early, no one in the entire tribe had ever heard of the Shilling tribe in Leizhou. The news was blocked, and it was unknown whether the Shilling tribe still existed. However, the tribe members had another temporary order from Bai Feng, which was to catch all kinds of cocoons. If there were wild silkworms here, the silkworm moths would probably be in the cocoons at this time. If they could be caught, Bai Feng thought Leizhou might be replaced by Baizhou. Lady Leizhou, what is sin? Angle. Chapter 27, Autumn Harvest. The chestnuts finally ripened and fell to the ground, but the long thorns on the outside discouraged most animals from eating them. Only small animals, such as squirrels and chipmunks, were not afraid and began to rush to harvest them and carry them to their nests. It was time for the members of the Bai Feng tribe to go out. The large backpacks and long bamboo clips allowed them to pick up chestnuts without bending over or worrying about getting their hands pricked by thorns. They had no shoes to wear, and although their soles were covered with thick calluses, they still couldn't stop the fine burrs from appearing. In order to enable them to better serve the tribe, Bai Feng designed shoes for them. The soles were made of wood and then tied to the feet with animal skins. In fact, they were the simplest clogs. After the tribesmen put them on, their movements were completely restricted and no one wanted to wear it. So, Bai Feng only let them wear it when picking chestnuts. After being pricked a few times, they realized the benefits of this thing. The wild rice that Bai Feng had been longing for has also matured. Now other grains, such as the traditional cereals, have not been selected and are still in their primitive state. They have low yields and bad taste. They are also scattered everywhere and are difficult to collect. Wild rice is different. It has remained the same for thousands of years, and no one has specifically cultivated it to make it a staple food. Instead, people have focused on its roots and turned them into a vegetable. The number of bamboo rafts has increased from the one made by Bai Feng to more than 10. Judging from the state of the tribesmen, they're determined to get one raft for each person, and each newly built raft is bigger than the previous one. Place animal skins on the bamboo raft to block the gaps, then float the raft over the wild rice. Pull down the wild rice heads and hit them lightly with a stick, and the mature wild rice will fall onto the animal skins. The lake was big enough and produced enough wild rice. Every morning, Bai Feng would wave goodbye to the tribesmen who went to collect wild rice and chestnuts, and then at noon and evening, she would happily welcome the tribesmen who returned with their full loads, just like a woman who stayed at home. Of course, Bai Feng was not idle either. The task of forging iron and casting weapons basically fell on his shoulders. He had to forge iron every day until he could not lift his arms. He even said that he felt that he had already achieved the ability to make a unicorn arm. The things he made became stronger and stronger, and the shapes gradually became more decent. When the weapons that the tribe needed most were almost made, he began to make knives and distributed them to some tribesmen who made greater contributions. The first reason for doing this is to set an example for them. If you like the knife, then work hard and make achievements. The second reason is that the knife is really convenient. Whether it is for work or cutting meat, you can use it any time. He was once Bai Feng's lucky deer, but he refused when Bai Feng wanted to pass on his deer catching skills to everyone. Although Bai Feng did not deliberately make things difficult for him afterwards, he did not give him any preferential treatment either. People who have the ability but do not use are no different from ordinary people. In addition, he was mediocre in other aspects and had no outstanding achievements. So after the hunters of his tribe got the knife one by one for various reasons, or were promised to give him the knife by Bai Feng, he could no longer hold back. He found Bai Feng and said that he wanted to exchange his deer hunting method for the knife. At this time, Bai Feng's carefully crafted recurve bow was almost finished. Once it was finished, the tribe's hunting success rate would definitely increase several times. So Bai Feng was no longer very impressed with his method of catching deer. What great method a primitive man could come up with. However, he still agreed to him that as long as his method was really useful, there would be no harm in giving him a knife. When the deer heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately wanted to pull Bai Feng to watch him catch deer. Bai Feng was not interested in this because he still had a lot of knife skills that he hadn't made yet. But Bai Feng couldn't give him a knife just based on what he said, so he asked the hunters in the same group as Lu to supervise him. As long as Lu could catch a deer within 3 days using his method, he would be given a knife. If this method was generally practical, he would be given a dagger. What's a dagger? It's a knife this long, but it's longer and thicker. Bai Feng gestured to the deer with his hands. After seeing the length Bai Feng was indicating with his hand, Lu immediately pulled the hunters in the same group to go hunting without saying a word, wanting to prove to Bai Feng that he could catch a deer. All you have to do is throw the deer in front of me 3 days from now, and you'll get a knife. Bai Feng waved his hand and told the deer to do its thing and not to interfere with his work. Anyway, he would not break his promise once he made it. Bai Feng has to continue repeating this boring blacksmithing process. He still owes his tribesmen more than a dozen knives. Although the tribesmen cannot get their rewards immediately, the quality of the things Bai Feng makes will become better as time goes by. Bai Feng even wanted to make a Damascus knife by stacking forged steel, but unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength. The iron embryos could not be fused at all, and he didn't know what material the flux was made of. Bai Feng had just gained confidence after playing with iron for a while and felt that he would definitely advance to the finals in the broken sword competition. However, the scrap iron in his hand made him face the reality. In addition to making knives, axes, and other things every day, he also takes time to make arrowheads, and Bai Feng's high-strength recurve bow is almost ready. The bamboo one used last time wasn't very powerful, so Bai Feng used mulberry wood instead. However, it was a little difficult to shape, as it had to be tied with ropes to slowly change the shape. As for gluing the handle, because the tribe catches a lot of fish every day, the fish bladders are left for Bai Feng when cleaning the internal organs, and then Bai Feng uses the fish bladders to slowly boil glue. Bai Feng made his bow in secret. Otherwise, although the tribesmen would not have the courage to object, they would definitely look at him strangely. The majesty that was forged with iron with great difficulty could not be eroded even a little bit. In the living area that Bai Feng originally planned, the houses have basically been built. Hundreds of people are building houses every day, and they can do it even faster after becoming more skilled. The house that Bai Feng first built was just for sheltering from the wind and rain. Now it seems that there are too many mistakes and shortcomings. There's only a door, but no windows, which is a small matter. Anyway, they don't care about the little sunlight. Insulation is the most important thing for them. No one knew how to make a door. Bai Feng knew a little bit. He knew that door frames and thresholds needed to be made before the door could be installed. However, the craftsmanship in their tribe was too poor. The doors they made were all made of a whole piece of wood tied together with vines. There was not enough iron to make nails and wasted on these things. Not knowing how to install a door, he just covered on the door. In the morning, he pushed it down again. Bai Feng found one of the few craftsmen in the tribe, described to him what the door frame looked like and its specific operating principles, and then left. The craftsman, whom Bai Feng called a carpenter, stood in the wind, only wanting to say, "Ah? Are you kidding me?" However, Bai Feng still gave him a chisel, an axe, and a rough saw according to his impression of carpentry tools. Especially when there was no ink fountain, he was taught how to use the ink line so that he could saw straight wooden boards. After a set of combined punches, he had forgotten the unreasonable demands made by Bai Feng to him. Chapter 28, Death of a Tribe Member. The tribesmen who went out to pick chestnuts ran back to the tribe in panic. When Bai Feng saw them, he saw that they were all in shock, their weapons were missing, and when he asked them questions, none of them could speak clearly. The people picking chestnuts had no idea where their backpacks and baskets were lost. Only one person may have forgotten that he was still carrying the backpack. He sat among the tribesmen who had escaped back, without taking off his almost empty backpack. When they gradually recovered, Bai Feng roughly understood what had happened from the confusing sentences. Because they had never encountered any danger before, they relaxed their vigilance when picking chestnuts. However, a tiger suddenly rushed out and knocked down a tribe member, biting him to death, and then rushed over to look for targets in the crowd to kill. After seeing their tribesmen being killed by tigers, this group of foragers, which was mainly composed of women, had no ability to fight an adult tiger. So they dropped their things and fled. Not caring how many people were killed, they just ran towards the tribe. After waiting in the camp for a long time and seeing no one coming out of the woods, Bai Feng knew that there was no way those people would come back. Bai Feng would not blame them for not resisting or saving people, but just running away, because he felt that he did not have the courage to face a tiger. He was not Wu Song in the novel, and the tigers today were not the honest pets for people to watch in zoos in later generations. Bai Feng did not remember the names of all the tribesmen. He only remembered some of them. But among the people he sent out in the morning, some familiar faces were no longer visible. The White Wind tribe lost 6 members during the autumn harvest. The picked chestnuts are being dried to prevent them from getting moldy during storage. After 8 days of picking, the chestnuts have filled up half of the warehouse. Together with the other grass seeds, wild vegetables, and fruits collected, along with meat, it is enough for the entire tribe to have a prosperous winter. It's just that Bai Feng is too greedy. He believes that the more food, the better. The tribesmen will feel at ease when they see the warehouse full of food. For the safety of his tribe members, Bai Feng decided that starting tomorrow, he would not go out to collect food. At most, the hunting team would remain large, but they would no longer disperse and would gather together to act. The other people in the tribe were not too sad and quickly returned to normal and continued to work. It was normal to be killed by wild beasts when going out to find food. Humans are hunters and also prey. Bai Feng couldn't even take care of the fight now, and could only anxiously wait for the other 2 teams that had gone out to return safely. The team that went to the Great Lake to collect returned safely. They returned to the tribe proudly with their full harvest, either on their backs or in their arms, waiting to be greeted by the White Wind. When Bai Feng saw them, he did not ask about their harvest, nor did he praise the person who had harvested the most. Instead, he counted them twice, and only after making sure that no one was missing did he say welcome home. When they learned that some of their tribesmen had been killed by tigers, their expressions became sad. The stable life during this period made them almost forget the cruelty of nature. The hunters did not return until the sun was halfway down and it was already dark. Their harvest was not very rich, even worse than before. Normally, Bai Feng wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong, but after this happened, this group of people who came back on time made Bai Feng angry. They came back so late. Were they going to stay in the woods to feed the wild beasts? Unfortunately, they hadn't noticed Bai Feng's unhappiness yet. The deer happily ran to Bai Feng and said, "Chief, I'm almost catching a deer today. I'm just a little bit away. If it weren't for the fact that it's getting dark, I would have caught it today." Bai Feng's face turned as dark as the sky. "You mean they came back so late just to accompany you to catch deer?" "Yes, Chief. Didn't you ask them to supervise me?" Lu had not yet noticed Bai Feng's unhappiness. Bai Feng snorted and said directly to the deer, "Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go hunting anymore. Just stay in the tribe and move bricks and build houses. I can't let you harm everyone just because of your one-sided words. As for what I promised you before, you don't need to hunt deer anymore. When you have laid 500 pieces of soil, I will also give you a knife." After saying that, Bai Feng walked straight towards his house. He wasn't even in the mood to eat. The deer was confused and didn't understand why the chief suddenly got angry at him. He turned to look at his fellow hunters for answers, but they also didn't understand what was going on. Now Xiong is still in charge of managing the tribe members. Although Bai Feng is the tribe leader, because of his good temper, everyone listens to him but is not afraid of him. Xiong has resigned from the position of tribe leader, but the whip is still in his hands, and he's responsible for matters such as distributing food. Since we could understand simple arithmetic, after Bai Feng taught him the decimal system, he was in charge of the warehouse. Now he's also learning simple characters from Bai Feng, so he can at least use words to record what is in the warehouse and how much of each item there is. After Wu counted everyone's harvest for the day, he moved it into the warehouse, closed the heavy door, propped it up with wood, and waited for Bai Feng to give the order to eat. Bai Feng had no appetite, as he felt that he was not free from responsibility for the death of his people. The idea of human-centeredness of later generations was firmly ingrained in Bai Feng's mind, making it impossible for him to accept the death of humans as easily as his people. Who was in charge of counting the numbers? Xiong was in charge of distributing the food, and dinner was spent in a depressing atmosphere. The naughty children in the past did not dare to act unruly, as they felt that the atmosphere was not right. Bai Feng almost stayed awake all night. Although he was not in the mood to eat, the lack of oily food made him feel uncomfortable in his stomach in the morning. So he got up early and cooked some chestnut porridge. When the tribesmen heard that they didn't have to go out to collect food today, they didn't know what to do and could only wait for by phone to arrange other work for them. The hunters must continue to go out. Their team is large, and generally no blind animals will bother them. They are well equipped with weapons, and they are all strong. The tigers here should be South China tigers, which are not that big, so there shouldn't be any accidents with so many people. However, Bai Feng still told them to come back early and not wait until the sun was about to set, as malnutrition had caused their night vision to be almost zero. As for the collection team, they finished their work ahead of schedule, and the water storage project that Bai Feng was planning to carry out after the autumn harvest was completed would also start ahead of schedule. With so many people, the amount of drinking water is huge, but the lake will definitely freeze in winter, and there will be no water in the natural canal that can directly reach the camp. At this time, it is necessary to dig reservoirs or cellars and fill them with water from the canals to ensure water supply in winter. One cellar can be used by 10 people, so at least 40 wells must be dug to last until the lake thaws. But now Bai Feng still has to do one thing first. That is to carefully count every member of the tribe, and those who don't have a name should be given one now. No matter what, no more tribe members can die, but it's impossible to happen without knowing who died. Chapter 29 Division of Households. The current management of the tribe is too chaotic. Someone may eat with this group today, sleep in another group's house at night, and then eat and sleep in yet another group tomorrow. They only know which group they should be in when they are working, which leads to another situation that the family system that Bai Feng wants to gradually promote is out of reach and ethically confusing. In the morning, Bai Feng did not ask people to start working, but let them choose their own companions, forming a team of about 10 people, eating together and living together. Now the house has been built enough for them to live in. A team must include men, women, and children. The specific distribution is up to them to choose. If no one chooses, Bai Feng will make the arrangement in the end. They don't know what the point of doing this is. Why should they be divided so clearly when they are all from the same tribe? Bai Feng didn't explain it to them. They wouldn't understand even if he explained it to them. It would take a long time for them to see the benefits. If someone could discover love now, Bai Feng wouldn't mind giving them a small house of their own. After much hesitation, we finally divided into groups. Originally, we could have formed 41 teams, but because we lost several tribesmen, we had to divide into 40 teams in the end. Bai Feng, Xiong, and Wu all have their own small independent houses. Originally, only Bai Feng had one. They were used to sleeping with their tribesmen. Later, they found that Bai Feng was very majestic, so they built a small house for themselves. Bai Feng did not stop them. The emergence of classes was only a matter of time. Bai Feng would not stop his people from building an independent house for themselves and working hard for a better life. He supported and encouraged them, but unfortunately, they did not have the concept of a house and a home. The 10 production teams were divided into 10 groups, and Bai Feng used the 10 heavenly stems to arrange them according to the front and back positions of the houses they lived in, from Team A1, Team A2, Team A3, Team A4, Team B1, all the way to Team A4. The captain of each team is the most capable person or someone elected by the team members. He is responsible for collecting food, counting the number of people, urging them to go to work, etc. every day. Everyone received a piece of pottery, which could be hung around the neck after being punched with a hole. The name was written on the front of the pottery, and the team number was on the back. No one could read or write, so Bai Feng used a knife to carve names on them one by one. If they didn't have a name, he would give them one on the spot. Of course, they were not meaningful names, just a Zhuang, Xiao Mei, etc. If they didn't like their name anymore, they could ask Bai Feng to change it. Only after Bai Feng wrote all the name tags did he officially recognize all of his clansmen. There might be many people who he wouldn't remember their names the next time he saw them. Bai Feng finished carving at noon and asked the team leader to nail a wooden stick on the wall of his team's house. He would distribute the nameplates when he went out in the morning and hang them back when he came back. It would be easy to see who was missing. Just as Bai Feng stretched his back and prepared to take a rest, the player from Team C came to find Bai Feng and said, "The deer is gone. I haven't seen it since this morning." Bai Feng thought about it and realized that the name tag had indeed been written, but Lu's name was not engraved on it. Damn it, he didn't expect such a thing to happen now. Do you know where he went? Did he tell you? Shaking his head, Bai Feng looked at the hunters who were familiar with the deer. They also shook their heads. The deer hadn't said a word since dinner last night. He didn't nag like usual, but just fell asleep quietly. Bai Feng thought to himself that this was not good. This kid might have sneaked out to hunt on his own. He was also worried that something might have happened to the deer, but he couldn't let anyone go out to look for him, and put more people in danger for him. Since he left without saying goodbye, if he doesn't come back before the sun sets, no matter what he does, he will no longer be a member of the White Wind tribe. Let him go out and fend for himself. Bai Feng must never encourage this kind of trend. You can have your own ideas, and you can question the words of the clan leader, but you cannot act on your own will. No one pleaded for the deer. They also felt that what the deer did was wrong, and just felt sorry for it. The hunter team packed up their weapons and set out to hunt. This time, Bai Feng did not ask them to bring back a certain amount of prey. He only said that safety came first, and it didn't matter if they didn't catch any prey, as long as everyone returned safely. The members of the original collecting team began to dig cellars at the location planned by Bai Feng. Since iron tools were not enough, they used wooden and bone tools, since everyone was idle anyway. The potters have never stopped working since the camp was first built. When they had enough tiles, they started making water pipes. When they had enough water pipes, they started making bricks. There are also containers of various sizes and pots and jars. In the past, due to lack of technology, they could only burn thick and heavy pottery. Now, with the help of a lot of production experience, they can make lighter pottery. Bai Feng also tried to let them add patterns or colors to the pottery, so that they would be more competitive in the upcoming grand gathering. The Bai Feng tribe produces very little, and there are no extra good things to exchange at the grand gathering. Bai Feng is still a little worried about taking out the ironware. If it is targeted by some big tribe, it will be a disaster for them. However, Xiong still assured Bai Feng that although this gathering was formed spontaneously, tribes of all sizes could participate, and with the oath in place, no one dared to take action during the gathering. Xiong believes in the power of oaths, but Bai Feng does not. He is a modern man, but if the awakened Lao Lu finds that the oath has no binding force at all, then he will be in trouble. However, Bai Feng still decided to forge a few knives and go to the rally. Once he got what he needed, he would go back immediately without staying for long. Bai Feng's bow is almost finished. After removing the shaping mold, the bow body does not rebound. Bai Feng uses animal intestines for the bowstring, whether it is sheep or deer. After processing, Bai Feng clamps them together and kneads them into a very strong bowstring. Under the watchful eyes of Xiong and Qi, Bai Feng laboriously put on the bowstring, then placed the arrow on the frame, carefully polished it, glued on the tail feathers, and installed the iron arrowhead. It was very difficult to pull the bow, and Bai Feng didn't know how many pounds of bow he made weighed. However, in order to show the maximum power of the bow, Bai Feng used all his strength and shot at the prepared wooden target. After flying more than 10 meters, the arrow was firmly stuck in the wood, asking Qi to pull out the arrow. Qi pulled out the arrow body, but the arrowhead was still stuck in the wood. Both of them were amazed by the power of the bow and wanted to try it. Bai Feng was not stingy and gave it to them generously. Even though they were stronger than Bai Feng, they still felt their arms a little sore after shooting 5 or 6 times. They were all reluctant to part with the bow and hoped that Bai Feng could give it to them. Even if he couldn't, he would at least let them use it. Bai Feng had avenged his previous humiliation. He held his head high and walked away with his hands behind his back. Xiong and Qi followed behind him like Bai Feng's lackeys, showing their fawning attitude. Chapter 30 Bison Herd. In the end, Bai Feng didn't give the bow to anyone. He just let the two of them take turns using it. If they wanted to have their own bow, they could learn how to make it. Since a bow has been made, it means that the production method is fine. Xiong and Qi were the first apprentices, but unfortunately, apart from being strong, they were not clever at all. The work was basically a waste of materials, and Bai Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked them to stay away and find a craftsman to learn how to do it. The two of them would take over the craftsman's original job. It takes several days to make a bow, but fortunately several can be made at the same time. After being baptized by Bai Feng's craft teaching, different types of craftsmen have emerged in the tribe. Bai Feng would give everyone the opportunity to try different jobs. Those with talent would stay, and those without talent would change to other jobs. So far, he has trained many qualified potters, and some of them are even better than Bai Feng and much better than him. They can be described as excellent. Bai Feng also intends to train the carpenter, but after all, unlike playing in the mud, it takes longer to train a carpenter. Until now, only 2 of them have touched the threshold of the word carpentry, but they are still far from being carpenters. Fortunately, Bai Feng's requirements are not high, and there's still a lot of time. Now we just need to stand a little ahead of this era, and development will be faster and faster in the future. Let them repair the bow by themselves, and Bai Feng returned to his blacksmith shop. He now had to figure out and improve the process by himself, such as the steel frying method and the steel wrapping method. He only knew the terms and did not understand the specific process. But if he did it according to the name, he would get results sooner or later. Baifeng was not satisfied with his tools, so he built a better stove and spent a lot of iron to make a hammer and anvil, which made his blacksmithing work more efficient. His pliers were almost finished, and he would no longer need bamboo clamps, as it would not take more than a dozen bamboo clamps to make a knife. Now, as soon as the sun sets, Baifeng's heart becomes tense, fearing that some of his tribesmen may be missing when they return. Looking forward to it in the blacksmith shop, the hunters all came back early today, but their hands were empty without bringing back any prey. They also looked ashamed, fearing that they would be laughed at by their fellow tribesmen who were still working hard. Baifeng first asked them whether all the people were there, whether they encountered any danger, and whether anyone was injured. After getting the answer of no, Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked why there was no prey today. No matter how bad it was in the past, there would still be 1 or 2 wild rabbits. The leader, Ji, stepped forward to explain to Baifeng that Ji was the one who could throw the spear the most accurately and the farthest in the hunter team. Because he had no name, Baifeng named him Ji. Ji was different from other hunters. He did not feel ashamed, but said to Baifeng seriously, "Chief, it is my fault that I did not catch any prey today. Please do not punish them." Seeing Ji's initiative to take responsibility, Baifeng's initial unhappiness disappeared completely. He smelled the scent of friendship and responsibility in this primitive wilderness. Not really smelling, not taking a shower, there was a strange smell everywhere. Baifeng finally got used to it. "Well, then tell me what mistake you made." Ji raised his head and looked directly at Baifeng and said, "We just went out today and were looking for traces of prey. Then we found fresh buffalo hoof prints. When we followed them, we found that this buffalo had joined a large herd of buffaloes. The place was densely packed with hoof prints. We followed the hoof prints all the way and found a huge herd of bison in the valley south of the forest. The number was about this big." Ji stretched out his arms as wide as he could to describe to Baifeng how big the herd of cattle was. More than half of the people in the tribe could count to 10 because they all had 10 fingers. Baifeng had taught them how to count with their fingers, but if the number was larger than that, few people could count it. Looking at the description of the cattle, Baifeng estimated that there were no less than 300 cattle. Baifeng asked, "So, what did you do after you went there?" Ji said to Baifeng anxiously, "Chief, there are too few of us. We didn't dare to act directly. We just circled the valley to observe the location and marked it. When we returned, it was already very late, so we didn't have time to hunt other prey. But as long as more people come, we can hunt the buffalo herd, and we will definitely catch a lot of buffalo." "How can you be sure the herd will still be there when we're ready?" Ji felt that Baifeng also had the idea of hunting, and became more anxious. "We have checked. The bison herd has been there for several days. Most of the cow dung and hoof prints are from a few days ago. Now, there are more herds of bison gathering together. As long as we go early, they must not have left yet." Baifeng was indeed tempted. Although the gathered herd of bison was very intimidating, as long as long-range attacks caused damage and chaos, there would definitely be a big harvest. If a calf could be caught and domesticated for several generations, it would definitely become more docile and evolve into a working ox. Baifeng agreed immediately. After hearing this, Ji and the hunters breathed a sigh of relief and were even a little excited. If the hunt was successful, they would be great contributors to the tribe. They were more experienced in hunting than Baifeng. Baifeng asked Ji what things were needed, how many people were needed, and when to set out, and he went to prepare. Ji quickly said that they would need a team of hunters to help block the enemy. The more spears, the better. And it would be best if each person had several, and the sooner the better. Baifeng nodded in agreement and asked the hunters to go back and rest. He would figure out a way to deal with these things. The hunter group originally consisted of 100 people, but the deer slipped away and a few people were eliminated as being unsuitable for hunting, so now there are more than 80 people. This time, they're going to capture about 200 people. Baifeng doesn't dare to take all the men away, as someone has to guard the house. So, only 200 men and women will be needed. Women are also fully capable of blocking the bison's retreat route. There are definitely not that many iron-headed spears, but we can quickly make a batch of bamboo spears. After sharpening them and using them with spear throwers, they will still have strong lethality. It will be fine as long as there are a large number of them. It's too late today. We have to start preparing for the big roundup tomorrow. Baifeng's minimum expectation is 30 bison. If we can catch them alive, it will be even better. The tribe's animal husbandry will then start. Just as Bai Feng was thinking about and preparing the details of the bison roundup operation, someone shouted chief. Bai Feng looked over and saw the deer waving at him in the sunset. When he saw Bai Feng turn around, the deer started running towards him. When he saw the deer, Bai Feng's mood, which had just improved, instantly turned bad again, even though he had already seen that the deer was carrying something on its shoulder. The deer quickly ran to Bai Feng, threw the deer he had hit on his shoulder to the ground, and then stretched out his hand to Bai Feng with a smile. Bai Feng said coldly, "What do you mean by reaching out? What do you want to do? Didn't you leave the tribe? Why are you back now?" When the teenage boy heard Bai Feng's cold words, his smile disappeared and his hand slowly fell down. "I just want my knife. You promised me." Chapter 31 Fire Attack. Bai Feng still couldn't bring himself to punish the deer. Although he was already a strong laborer in this wilderness, he was only a teenager after all. In later generations, he would be fearless and not afraid of rebellion. How can we punish him now? It's nothing more than frying bamboo shoots with bacon, hitting the palms of his hands with thin bamboo sticks, and then hitting his buttocks while saying that he can't leave the tribe without saying goodbye, and if he dares to run away again, he will never come back, etc. When Bai Feng was beating him, he was still looking at Lu's expression. He didn't expect that he could really endure it and refused to say a word or give in. "Are you wrong?" The deer shook his head. Bai Feng hit him hard again. "At this time, you should say you are wrong. You should also say you are wrong even if you don't accept it. Be submissive and get less beatings, understand? You should take the big stick and then the small stick. Why are you so stubborn?" Lu then looked up at Bai Feng with tears in his eyes. "If I give in, will you make a knife for me? Do it, but if you disobey me and run away in the future, I will take it back." The deer then said, "Then I was wrong." The doctor asked the boy to go into the house and lie down, pointing at the swellings on his buttocks and using them as teaching materials for the doctor. You see, the thickest part of the human body is the buttocks, and the acupuncture points are few and deep. The way I hit him will only hurt his skin and make him suffer a little, but it will never hurt his tendons, bones, and meridians. When conditions permit, I will teach you how to prepare medicine to treat this type of injury. Now, just let him recover on his own. He will be able to get up tomorrow." The doctor nodded as he listened and reached out to touch the scar on the deer's butt. The deer screamed, and then the two of them cursed each other. Bai Feng clapped his hands and left. The next day, Bai Feng told all the tribesmen about the upcoming hunt for the bison herd and asked everyone to work together. All work now revolves around this hunt. So the entire tribe began to cut bamboo and wood to make spears and javelin throwers. In order to facilitate the transportation of weapons and the carrying back after capturing bison, Bai Feng designed a backpack, which is much more practical than a backpack for carrying large items. It was not difficult to make, and a batch was quickly produced. It was put into use immediately, with the tribesmen carrying bamboo and wood on their backs. The deer was also transporting bamboo, but every time it would pass in front of Bai Feng, and it would run past. If Bai Feng didn't know the deer's character, he would definitely think that the deer was provoking him. "With your strength, I beat you yesterday, and I can run away today." When the deer once again ran in front of Bai Feng could not help but say, Stop, Lu. Just tell me what you want to do. Don't keep showing up in front of me." He threw the bamboo on the ground, scratched his butt shyly, and said, "Chief, look at mine. When will you give it to me?" "What?" The deer raised his voice and said, "Knife." Bai Feng thought that he was no different from a child, so he stopped teasing him. "You have to follow the order. There are more than a dozen people waiting in front of you. Once they are done, it will be your turn. As long as you don't do anything wrong again, I will definitely give it to you." After getting a positive answer, the deer roared happily, then picked up the bamboo on the ground and ran away quickly. By the evening, there were more than 1,300 bamboo spears and wooden spears, but most of them were bamboo spears with fewer wooden spears. On average, each person could get about 6 spears, which was enough to fight a rich battle. Bai Feng asked everyone to rest early, so that they could set out early tomorrow to round up the enemies and eat well and sleep well to maintain their strength. At daybreak, Bai Feng gathered more than 200 people who were going to participate in the roundup, packed up their equipment, and prepared to set off. The other tribesmen who stayed behind should still do what they were supposed to do. Who was left to guard the house, and strong men like Xiong and Qi had to go. Bai Feng was naturally no exception and had to go to participate in the roundup. There was a bow hanging on the bear's back, a bamboo quiver filled with a dozen arrows, and an iron-headed spear in his hand. If he was wearing armor, he would look like a great general, but unfortunately he only had a fur skirt hanging on his hips. Bai Feng also held a spear in his hand, but Bai Feng preferred to call a gun, because his spear was not for throwing. He also had a knife on his waist, which was the longest and best one he had made so far. The other tribesmen, the strong men, were scattered on the periphery, each holding a wooden spear, and more than half of them had iron spear tips. The rest of the tribesmen were inside the circle, carrying bundles of spears as logistics. They hurried as fast as they could, and at about 11 o'clock, Bai Feng estimated, they finally arrived at the valley. Fresh hoof prints and feces could be seen all around, indicating that the cattle were still there. Walking further, Bai Feng found a high point with a broad view from above, and then he saw the huge herd of bison. The number of cattle was far higher than Bai Feng expected, roughly estimated to be more than 2,000. This valley is sandwiched between two large mountains. It is flat and extremely narrow, with the slopes on both sides extending gently to the bottom of the valley. Looking at the traces of the flood, Bai Feng knew that this was an alluvial fan plain caused by mountain torrents. In addition to its lower location, the cattle should have regarded this place as their wintering ground. If nothing unexpected happens, they will also go here next autumn. For the Bai Feng tribe, this is equivalent to a hunting ground with a fixed time and place. Bai Feng led the people to stand in the downwind direction because it was not a narrow sky. Although it was a valley, it was wide and narrow. It was impossible to surround it with so few people. It was a bit unrealistic to think about it. Feeling the autumn breeze and looking at the gradually withered grass, Bai Feng came up with a bold idea, but he was afraid that it would be out of control. Amid the crowd's confused gazes, Bai Feng continued walking downwind until he saw a narrow area that was almost bare on all sides with only stone walls and no vegetation. This is it. Bai Feng ordered most of the men to ambush here with spears, while he would lead the men to the upwind direction and set fire. As a modern man, Bai Feng is actually very afraid of lighting a fire in the wild. He is more fearful than primitive people. Fire is uncontrollable, and no one knows how fierce it will be once it is lit. This time, Bai Feng can only use the fire to the maximum extent to drive away the bison. There is nothing to burn down there, so they should stop there. If the wildfire continues to burn, we can only let it go. The damage caused at this time will not be as serious as in the future. After all, there are not many people around. With dozens of people, Bai Feng found a suitable location and lit a fire. The dry grass was an excellent fuel, and with the help of the wind, the fire spread instantly. The speed was so fast that Bai Feng was afraid, because he couldn't outrun the speed of the fire anyway. The cattle below vaguely sensed the danger and began to get agitated, but the wind direction did not change randomly and kept blowing in one direction, so the fire did not burn upwind. In just 1 minute, the fire had spread from the hillside to the bottom of the valley. When some of the cows sensed the fire coming, they quickly bypassed the wall of fire and ran to the upwind side, thus escaping the disaster, and then walked away to continue grazing. But before more cows could run over, the fire came over, and with the heat and smoke, the cows in the distance realized what was happening and began to walk slowly away. But the cows that were close to the fire couldn't wait and started running wildly, trying to get away from the fire, dragging more cows along with them to run, causing the cows in the distance to run faster. Soon, in the narrow canyon, the bison driven by the fire ran more and more densely and faster. Some bison began to be knocked down and then trampled to death or injured by their own kind. Bai Feng and his men followed the fire from a distance, cleaning the battlefield in the still hot ashes. Chapter 32, A Lot of Meat. Bai Feng and his companions kept looking for bison that had been trampled to death or injured along the way, but there were very few of them, and most of them were still alive. They were all knocked down by their frightened and crazy companions, and then trampled to the point that their bones were broken and even bloody. When Bai Feng encountered this, he used a knife to cut the blood vessels in the neck and let the blood flow. On the one hand, it could cause quick death, and on the other hand, the meat would taste better after bleeding and would not have such a strong fishy smell. If it were a normal hunting situation, Bai Feng would definitely not dare to bleed directly in the wilderness, as this would attract other powerful beasts. Not to mention whether the prey could be saved, he might even become a snack. Under the protection of the fire, Bai Feng did not have these worries. No matter how powerful the beast was, when it felt the fire coming, the first thing it would think of was to run away, rather than to go through the firewall to find food. Even if the fire was extinguished, the smoke would cover the blood chi. For have been found now. Each of them is huge in size, with yellow-white fur and straight horns. Bai Feng can't be associated with any kind of cattle in later generations. Instead, it looks more like the antelope in the Qinling Mountains. If it stood up, its back would be almost as tall as Bai Feng. Just one of these would be enough for the entire tribe to eat for a day, and the real hunt had just begun. The flames were burning fiercely, blown by the wind, and the cattle were driven to run wildly. The tribesmen who were waiting in ambush below looked at the smoke blowing in from afar and the dust raised by the cattle, and they became more and more nervous. Now that they were on the stone wall, they were no longer afraid of being burned by the fire, and the spears thrown from great heights were more lethal. However, the fire that was getting closer and closer still made them feel hot and suffocated. When the crowded herd of cattle came to this narrow mouth, the bear gave an order, and everyone threw out a spear at the same time. Although most of the spears missed, as long as they were hit, and with the crowding and trampling of their companions, no one could escape. The first round of throwing scared the cattle. They sensed the danger and were unwilling to move forward. But the cattle behind them, who did not know why and were forced by the fire, did not care and squeezed forward madly. The herd of cattle in front could only be pushed forward and wait until the herd was dense enough again. The bear threw out a second round of spears, hitting more cattle than last time. After a brief pause like last time, the herd continued to run forward. Until the last round of throwing was over, some of the cattle had not left the narrow mouth, and the bears could only watch and sigh. In the end, the fire did not burn the bear, but was driven to the other side by the wind. It is unknown how many places were affected. When Xiong and his men went down to clean up the harvest, Bai Feng and his men also slowly swept over. When the two teams met up, they were shocked to see the mountains of cattle piled up at the narrow mouth. Originally, Bai Feng thought it would be great if he could kill 20 of them, but now he has picked up 7 along the way, and there are no less than 50 piled up here. Such a cow weighs at least 1,000 kilograms. Through daily observation, Bai Feng found that it is no problem for men nowadays to carry 200 to 300 kilograms without much pressure. They have better physical fitness and greater strength than people in later generations. But even if such a cow is abandoned, the meat from the head and hooves, which don't have much meat, would still weigh about 800 kilograms, and it would take 4 people to carry one back. There are so many cattle that need to be dealt with here first. It is impossible to go back before dark, so Bai Feng decided to camp in this valley for one night. First, they bled the captured cows one by one, removed the spears, took out the internal organs, and piled them aside. By the time he was halfway done, the ground under Bai Feng's feet was already bloody mud. The fishy smell and flies were flying everywhere. The blood was like a stream, making Bai Feng very uncomfortable. His stomach was churning. However, the tribesmen were in high spirits, laughing and chatting. Bai Feng realized how incompatible he was with this wasteland. Although his body was here, and he was the leader of a tribe of several hundred people, his soul was still thousands or even tens of thousands of years away. Bai Feng quietly walked away from the slaughterhouse, hid behind a rock, and cleaned out his stomach contents before he felt a little better. It was he who agreed to this roundup, it was he who came up with the plan, and it was he who started the fire. But now he felt uncomfortable. Bai Feng laughed at himself, thinking that this was just being pretentious. After calming down and adjusting his state, Bai Feng returned to the slaughterhouse again, cheering his fellow tribesmen with a smile, or loudly scolding those who were lazy and directing the tribesmen to take action. When the sun set and the mosquitoes became more and more annoying, all the cattle picked up on the road were processed and piled up together in a haphazard manner. It looked very shocking in the valley. There were 64 cattle in total, 17 of which were calves and half-grown cattle, but they were also very large, much larger than an adult deer. There is not much difference in size between bulls and cows, except that bulls have longer horns and are fatter. However, Bai Feng guessed that the taste of uncastrated cows would not be much better, and the meat of cows should be more delicious. The spears that were collected together were inserted diagonally around the temporary campsite. After a few circles, Bai Feng felt safe again. With such a circle of protection, it would not be easy to steal the beef or attack Bai Feng and his group. They worked together to cut down 3 trees on the mountain. After lighting them, they could burn until dawn, driving away wild beasts and, to a certain extent, annoying mosquitoes and flies. It took 200 people to finish a calf after eating to their heart's content. Bai Feng took a beef heart, cut some beef brisket, skewered them, and roasted them over the fire. When they started to sizzle with oil, he took a bite while they were still hot. They were very tender, but the taste was very ordinary. Without any seasoning, Bai Feng could not enjoy the pure beef flavor. Bai Feng originally said that eating the heart should be something the king does. After all, when a lion catches prey, it is the king of lions who eats the heart. But he found out that no one cares about the internal organs at all. When there is meat that tastes better and is filling, who would care about the internal organs? By Feng guessed that he might have been fooled by later novels. They only care about who takes the first bite, and no one cares what position you eat. The tribesmen took turns to keep watch all night, and they could not be careless even if there was a fire. Bai Feng spent the night amid the crackling sound of the fire, the howling of wolves coming from who knows how far away, and the snoring of the tribesmen. Without any delay, everyone started to skin the cow and cut up the beef so that it would be easier to transport. Bai Feng didn't care about the internal organs, but no one was willing to throw them away except him. They casually squeezed out the contents of the stomach and intestines, and then piled them together, ready to transport them back together. Bai Feng originally wanted to abandon the ox head and ox hoof, but under the strong request of the tribe members, he finally only discarded the hoof that was really without meat. In their words, he would take the ox head back even if it meant dying of exhaustion. In the end, almost everyone was not empty-handed, as they carried the cuts of beef on their backs or on their shoulders, and were ready to set off on the return journey in the afternoon. Including Bai Feng, there were 23 people who were guarding with weapons, clearing the way, covering the rear, and observing the surroundings to ensure that they could resist when attacked by wild beasts and to give other tribesmen time to react. Except for the spears with iron heads, all other spears were abandoned in the wilderness. They were a burden to them at this time. More than 50 iron spears were enough to deal with emergencies on the road. The formation was arranged, and everything was ready. Bai Feng gave the order to set off. Xiong carried 4 spears on his back and held a bow in his hand to lead the way in front, while Bai Feng was at the back to cover the rear. When the tribe climbed up the hillside and were about to leave the valley, the mooing of a cow attracted Bai Feng. Turning around, I saw a lonely white calf standing on the black ground. It seemed that it had lost its herd and didn't know where to go. Chapter 33, Returning Home. The white calf walked aimlessly in the black valley, and its cries attracted everyone, including Bai Feng. In Bai Feng's eyes, this scene looked like endless loneliness, just like when he had just arrived here and escaped from the cannibals' cave to the wilderness. The only difference is that the cannibals now are Bai Feng and his people. Bai Feng is deeply hurt, but he can't say anything or do anything. No matter what he does, it will only expose his most shameless side. He is a whore and still wants to be a virtuous woman. However, the savages are more open-minded. They're just for food and survival. Seeing that the calf is just looking at food, they don't think there is anything shameless about it. Bai Feng asked everyone to keep going. He took 3 people to catch the calf. If they stayed there, without the protection of the herd, the calf would soon be caught by other predators. Bai Feng did not shamelessly say that he wanted to protect the calf. He just kept reminding himself that he needed the calf. He needed to domesticate the cattle so that his tribe could develop animal husbandry. If the domestication was successful, the cattle would be the biggest help when the tribe entered a true agricultural civilization. When Bai Feng and his companions ran down to surround the calf, they unexpectedly found that the calf had no intention of escaping. Perhaps it was because it had not eaten or rested since last night and had been looking for the herd of cattle and was now exhausted. Bai Feng walked up to the calf easily and reached out to touch its head. Instead of dodging or resisting, it sniffed it and stretched out its thorny tongue to lick Bai Feng's hand, not knowing at all that Bai Feng was the culprit who caused it and his people to be in this state. As soon as Bai Feng felt guilty, he suppressed it calmly in his savagery. He smiled happily at his tribesmen, then tried to walk forward while hugging the calf's neck. The calf was also very obedient. It followed Bai Feng without resistance. Bai Feng pushed aside its thick lips and saw that its teeth were basically fully grown, which meant that the calf could now eat grass and did not need milk. The large group was moving very slowly because they were carrying so many things, so Bai Feng asked the 3 of them to follow and continue protecting them, while he followed behind with the calf. It was too cruel to let the calf look at the heads of its dead companions, and it might also scare the calf and make it run away. Along the way, crows kept jumping and flying in the trees, trying to steal some beef from the White Wind tribe. The tribesmen didn't need to pick up the minced meat and blood clots and internal organs that fell to the ground, but this was what the crows were madly fighting for. After discovering that humans didn't care about their sneak attacks and were picking up things on the ground, they began to rush over boldly and even fought each other under the humans' feet. The longer they walked, the more things Bai Feng discovered were following him. At first, there were only crows, but now he could see sneaky foxes and badgers. He even saw an eagle with an amazing wingspan in the sky. Bai Feng felt more and more uneasy. Although they were numerous and powerful, the presence of all kinds of animals following them really made him feel cold in his heart and sweat on his feet. With a loud shout, Bai Feng alerted the tribesmen on guard around him. He also let go of the calf's neck and let it follow him. Bai Feng held the spear tightly in his hand and kept his elbow on the knife. The crow's cries made Bai Feng more and more annoyed. The only sound that could be heard from the 200 tribesmen was the groaning of those carrying heavy loads. Bai Feng thought that it would be most appropriate to sing a labor song at this time. However, not to mention the tribesmen, he himself could not sing. After thinking for a while, Bai Feng took a breath and shouted at the top of his voice, "Give me a shout, and I'll tie you up outside the tent." The calf was frightened by this shout, and its legs trembled and it jumped to the side. The other members of the tribe were unable to turn their heads due to the heavy objects pressing on them, and the alert tribesmen turned around to see what was wrong with their leader. Bai Feng didn't care. He just felt that the clouds suddenly cleared up after he shouted, and his uneasiness dissipated a lot. Then he continued to shout at the top of his voice, "Heroes can't help but laugh. I rode alone to trample the Tang camp. I killed the men and made them sad, and the blood flowed like a river into the sea, and the corpses piled up like a mountain with no place to bury them." The crows in the surrounding trees were so frightened that they dared not fight for the food anymore. Instead, they flew away to observe what this human was doing. However, the tribesmen did not feel so panicked by the roar of the white wind. Bai Feng continued to sing. "Little Tanger was frightened by my courage, who dared to come when my horse trampled on the 5 camps. I will come again to take revenge in 20 years. The executioners are waiting for me outside the killing ground." The tribesmen had no idea what Bai Feng meant by this, and they had no idea that words could be spoken in such a harmonious rhythm, so they all imitated Bai Feng's singing style clumsily. Bai Feng felt that this Qin Xiang opera, Beheading Shan Tong, was the most tragic and majestic, but he only knew this and there was still a long way to go. So he repeated it from the beginning, and the tribesmen hummed along again and again. By the end, although they didn't know the words, they could follow the tune. The team marched forward with great momentum and scared away all kinds of petty thieves and wild beasts hiding in the dark. Bai Feng and his men were making very loud noises. The tribesmen who were guarding their homes only heard strange noises coming from the distant forest and were all very scared. In addition, none of the people who had gone out last night had returned. Even Wu, who had originally been the backbone of the group, was now at a loss after hearing the noises and didn't know what to do. The sound was getting closer and closer, coming towards them, but most of the tribe's fighting force had left, so everyone had no choice but to pick up their weapons and hide in the house ready to fight to the death. The witch put on his feather crown, held a staff in one hand and a knife in the other, stood in front of the heaven and earth, lit a big fire, and prayed for the protection of the gods. If there was really no other way, he would stick the knife into his heart and sacrifice himself to the gods to protect his tribe. The strange sound was getting closer and closer. The witch's prayers were recited faster and faster, and his hands holding the knife were full of sweat, but the gods still did not give him any orders. He had already raised the knife to his heart, waiting for the tribesmen to rush out with weapons to fight, and then he would sacrifice himself. From the sound, the group of people had already left the forest and entered the plains. He waited for the tribe members to make the sound of attacking, but the strange roar was getting closer and closer, and he did not hear any sound of the tribe members preparing to attack. He thought that his tribesmen were afraid of death and prepared to go back to supervise the battle and launch an attack himself. However, he did not expect to see his familiar tribesmen rushing towards home with countless prey. The strange roar became a beautiful war song. The witch dropped his knife and almost stabbed his foot, but he didn't care and rushed out to greet them, shouting loudly. The tribesmen hiding in the house also saw it and rushed out cheering. The bear standing at the front received the warmest welcome. Even when he was the tribe leader, he had never felt this kind of feeling of being praised by everyone, so he was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. The tribesman carrying the meat put down his harvest, which made a dull sound on the ground, to show off his achievement to his fellow tribesmen. The clansmen who were guarding the house had never seen such a scene before. The meat was piled up like a mountain. Everyone was happily touching this pile of meat and smelling that pile of meat. Bai Feng came last, followed by a white calf. Everyone first cheered and praised the chief even more, then looked at the calf and asked when it would be slaughtered. Bai Feng shook his head and said, "I will not kill it. It is the future of our tribe." Chapter 34 Bonfire Feast. Bai Feng brought the calf to his house, found some grass for it, fed it water with salt, and gave it a handful of grass seeds. The calf ate the grass in big mouthfuls, then lay down peacefully and slowly chewed the cud. The tribesmen didn't understand why the chief didn't plan to kill the calf, but it didn't matter. There was so much meat now, and they didn't know how long it would take to eat it. When Bai Feng came back after settling the calf, all the meat had been moved together under the command of the bear and the witch, and then cut into small pieces like an assembly line, and then covered with thick salt and marinated. With more people, work can be done faster. Everyone just repeats their own tasks. Other members of the tribe will take over the next task. Soon, the blood-red beef turns into a pile of white beef. There are many newly built empty houses in the tribe. They chose one to use as a warehouse to store meat. They laid bamboo on the ground to isolate the moisture, then covered the bottom with salt and put the meat on top. Bai Feng didn't know how long the meat could be stored in this way. This was for the winter, so salt was used unscrupulously. The salt lake was right next to them, so there was no need to worry about not having enough. When everything was packed up, the sun was about to set. Bai Feng looked at the excited tribesmen and shouted, "Family members, there is no limit on the amount of meat we can have tonight. Eat as much as you can. Let's have a feast for the whole tribe to reward everyone and thank everyone for their hard work during this period." The tribesmen couldn't understand some of the words, but they all understood that there was no limit on the meat tonight, so they cheered together. Everyone lit a bonfire and boiled or grilled the beef. You can eat it however you like. The house where the meat is stored is right there. If you want to eat it, just go and get it. No one will stop you. The tribesmen were very happy, but Bai Feng always felt that the bonfire feast was incomplete without music and dance. He found a thick pottery jar, covered it with untreated cowhide, tied it up tightly, and made a simple drum. The sound was dull and unpleasant, but it could barely be considered a musical instrument. Bai Feng held the drum between his legs and clapped his hands to beat the rhythm. The tribesmen all looked at Bai Feng, attracted by his cheerful drum beats. The drums were beating more and more cheerfully, and a tribesman at the campfire shouted, "Oh, oh," and the others also began to shout, "Oh, oh," happily, following the drum beats of Bai Feng. The sound became more and more regular. The witch started to do a weird dance like crazy, stirring up dust all over the ground. Bai Feng handed the drum to the witch who was tired of dancing. He already knew how to play the drum to Bai Feng's own beat. Bai Feng walked over to a bonfire, took the hands of the tribesmen on both sides, asked everyone to hold each other's hands and form a circle. Then Bai Feng taught everyone the Guizhuang dance step by step. By the end, everyone knew how to dance. They danced around the campfire with abandon, tirelessly. It was not until the second half of the night, when the children were so sleepy that they fell asleep on the ground and the adults were almost exhausted, that they went back to sleep one by one. Although Bai Feng was physically exhausted, he was still very excited. At least now, he had a sense of belonging to this world and this tribe, and he didn't feel so lonely anymore. A man closed the door of the meat warehouse with great effort, checked all the warehouses, and then checked the walls of each house to see if the signs were there and whether all the people were there. After confirming that everything was correct, the clan leader Bai Feng finished his work and went into his own small house to sleep. As soon as he lay down, the door was pushed with a bang. Bai Feng thought that he had just looked around and there was nothing nearby, so he picked up the knife and looked through the crack in the door. It turned out to be a calf. Bai Feng had seen it lying outside and had forgotten about it. After opening the door, the calf walked in naturally and lay down on the small bed that Bai Feng had made with grass and animal skins. Bai Feng was speechless. He pushed it out a little, and then they fell asleep together. The calf kept ruminating and chewing, which made Bai Feng a little annoyed. He finally fell asleep, but the calf started snoring again. Why is a cow snoring? After pushing it, it shook its head and continued to sleep. Bai Feng was tired and sleepy, and finally he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep to the calf's snoring. I don't know how long I slept, but Bai Feng vaguely heard a woman crying and a group of people shouting. It was like a horror movie, very scary. Bai Feng thought it was just a nightmare and was thinking about how to break it, but the noise was getting closer and closer, and then his door was slammed open. Bai Feng and Xiaoniu stood up at the same time, only to see a tribesman talking incoherently and pointing outside. Bai Feng didn't understand what he was saying, but thought that some wild beast was coming. So he quickly picked up the knife and was about to rush forward, but the tribesman saw this and quickly stopped him, snatched Bai Feng's knife and put it back, and instead gave Bai Feng a piece of thick bamboo and pulled Bai Feng out. The woman's voice came from room 3 Gung. Bai Feng didn't dare to delay and ran over quickly. All the members of room 3 Gung were outside the house, shouting anxiously. Seeing Bai Feng coming, several women hurriedly pulled Bai Feng into the house. Bai Feng then knew why the woman was screaming, because her child was about to be born, but had not been born yet. The women pointed at the bamboo stick in Bai Feng's hand and asked him to roll it on the pregnant woman's belly to squeeze the baby out like rolling noodles. Bai Feng was shocked to hear this and asked why they did this. The women said that they must roll it on the woman's belly so that the baby can come out quickly, otherwise it will suffocate to death in the belly. Bai Feng naturally couldn't stand listening to this nonsense, so he threw away the bamboo stick in his hand and said, "How can you roll over during childbirth? If I see you rubbing a pregnant woman's belly in the future, I will beat you from head to toe." Bai Feng was a doctor in his previous life, so he would not avoid the difference between men and women at times like this. Besides, in this era, no one cared about those things. Bai Feng walked up to the pregnant woman and looked in the light of the fire. The amniotic fluid had broken, but the cervix had not yet fully dilated. The pregnant woman was screaming very loudly, as if she was in unbearable pain. Bai Feng didn't dare to be careless. What if the baby was difficult to deliver? In this case, Bai Feng would have no way to save the baby. The ultimate option would be to give up the adult and perform a cesarean section to save the child, but that might not be successful. Gently palpating with hands, the fetal movement was very violent. Bai Feng was glad that the fetal position was very correct. At most, the birth would be a little difficult, but there would be no dystocia. As for why she was crying so miserably, it was simply because she had a big belly and had just eaten a lot at the banquet. She didn't know how much meat she had eaten, which caused her belly to be squeezed and was very uncomfortable. The house was dirty and messy. For the safety of the child and the mother, Bai Feng had to temporarily requisition a small house. That house was built bit by a potter for himself. He did it all by himself. He had just finished roofing it and cleaned it, but hadn't even moved in yet. When he heard Bai Feng say that his house was going to be requisitioned, his face showed an extremely painful expression as he felt that the house he had worked so hard to build was going to be taken away. Bai Feng then said that he would ask the whole clan to build a bigger and more beautiful house for him tomorrow. Is that okay? The potter had tears in his eyes and said nothing, but it was obvious that he did not want to abandon the house that he had built brick by brick, which was all his hard work. Bai Feng was helpless, but he couldn't force him directly. However, the woman was getting closer and closer to giving birth, and Bai Feng was scratching his head anxiously. There was a solution. Bai Feng pulled the potter over, asked him to look at the woman who had just given birth, and asked him if he had ever slept with her. The potter recalled and nodded. Bai Feng chuckled and said, "This is easy to handle. Do you think she's pretty?" The potter nodded woodenly again. "Then she will be your wife in the future, and you are her husband. Now your wife is going to give birth to your child. Are you still going to stop her from entering your house?" Chapter 35 Dawn. The potter was devastated by Bai Feng's words. He did not understand at all what the patriarch said to him. What was a wife and what was a husband? Bai Feng quickly asked the women in the same team to carry the woman to the potter's house. When leaving, Bai Feng patted the potter on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the house is still yours, and you have a wife and children. You made a lot of money. As to whether he is the one who takes over, it is unknown, but he will definitely have a share, and he will not suffer any loss if he raises the child." The potter's house became a temporary delivery room. Except for Bai Feng and a woman, no one else was allowed to approach and had to stay far away, except for the potter, who could watch secretly at the door. Bai Feng had almost no experience in delivering babies. He had studied obstetrics and gynecology for a period of time, so he could clearly determine the fetal position through palpation. As for the delivery process, he had only watched it before and had never participated in it. The boiled water and the cooked knives were all sent to the temporary delivery room. When the woman in labor saw Bai Feng holding the shiny knife, she became even more frightened, fearing that Bai Feng would directly cut open her belly and take the baby out. She would rather let other women use sticks to pull the baby out. Bai Feng had no choice but to keep comforting her, saying that this was not used to cut her stomach. The cervix was almost dilated to its maximum, and the woman began to push. Bai Feng put her in the most suitable delivery position and waited for the baby to come out. Everything went very smoothly. The child's head came out first, then curled up, and a dirty child fell to the ground. Bai Feng made sure his hands were washed clean. He held the child and patted him gently on the buttocks. Then the child burst into tears. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the child, Bai Feng cut the umbilical cord with a knife and then tied it tightly with boiled hemp rope. Looking back at the mother in labor, she didn't look exhausted at all. Instead, she looked relaxed, as if she had thrown away a burden. Unfortunately, there was no cloth, so Bai Feng had to wipe the child clean, wrap him up in a soft animal skin, and put him in front of his mother, saying, "Congratulations, you have a baby boy." When he went out, he said to the potter, "Congratulations, mother and child are safe." They were both confused. They just thought that a new child was born in the tribe. Was it necessary to take it so seriously? The moment Bai Feng walked out the door, the sun had just risen, and the first ray of sunlight shone on Bai Feng's face. In this case, let's name the child Liming. For Bai Feng, only newborns can gradually accept Bai Feng's worldview and knowledge in the process of growing up. Today's adults, and even children who are just 8 or 9 years old, their thoughts and worldviews have already been solidified like those of people in their 40s or 50s in later generations, and there is not much possibility for exploration. But newborns are different. As long as Bai Feng spares no effort to teach and raise them, they will definitely become someone who can understand what Bai Feng is saying. This is also the future of the entire tribe. Even if Bai Feng dies, there will be a new generation of people who will continue to follow the path pointed out by Bai Feng. Perhaps the vitality of people born in the wilderness is as strong as the weeds on the saline alkali land. After finding his mother, the child lay on her body and drank enough milk, and then fell asleep quietly in the animal skin swaddling clothes. Human beings should not be as fragile as they are now, threatened by wild beasts all the time. It takes at least 6 years for a human child to be able to find food on his own and not starve to death. However, only deer and cattle, the truly low-level creatures, need to let their children be able to stand and run as soon as they are born to avoid wild beasts. After dealing with the delivery matter, Bai Feng first took the potter away to do some ideological work. After all, the incident happened suddenly, and the potter could be regarded as Bai Feng's experimenter in promoting the family system. Even after explaining to him clearly what a husband, a wife, a son, and a home are, the potter only understood vaguely. However, Bai Feng's words, "That woman will only belong to you from now on. No other man can sleep with her, not even the clan leader," made him feel that he had made a good deal. If you want to find a woman to reproduce, they will first look at your health, and then ask you to exchange food to ensure that your genes are good enough and you have the ability to obtain food. The potter was not very competitive among the men in the tribe, but now he has a woman who belongs only to him. He has forgotten the unhappiness of having his house occupied. Looking at the potter's silly smile, Bai Feng guessed that he didn't hear much. He probably only heard about what he had, but didn't hear about what he needed to pay. Regardless of it for now, if he pretended not to know in the future, he would be whipped to teach him a lesson. The tribesmen from other teams also gradually woke up, and only Bai Feng kept the habit of washing their faces and brushing their teeth. It was only under Bai Feng's coercion and inducement that the other tribesmen gradually got used to washing their hands and faces. The first thing Bai Feng did was to use a piece of pottery to carefully carve Gong Sendan on it. After drilling holes and threading a rope through it, he hung it on the potter's house. He also found the nameplates of the potter and his new wife and hung them side by side above dawn. Thus, the first family of 3 in the tribe officially appeared. The tribesmen all knew that a new baby was born in the tribe, and seeing their leader happy, they were happy too. The food stored by the tribe now is enough to last until the end of spring next year, let alone the winter, so everyone is not in a hurry and feels very relieved. There was no need to go out hunting. There was no need to take the risk. The water cellar prepared by the tribe had been dug halfway. Bai Feng urged them to speed up. The hunter team Bai Feng will not let them have any time to rest. Although they have made great contributions, it is impossible for them to rest. They can stay at home and relax for the whole winter, but now they have to work. As the tribe continued to expand, the originally designated area was no longer sufficient, so Bai Feng drew a larger area on the periphery, which would be enough to accommodate the tribe, even if it grew to 2,000 or 3,000 people. There was no obstacle on the way from the plain to the tribe, so Bai Feng decided to build a high wall in the planned area to protect the tribe. Using the board building method, with wooden boards and wood, the soil can be fixed in a certain position, and then pressure is applied downward to compact it, and it becomes a wall. The wooden boards and sticks can also be continuously raised, so that a very high wall can be built. More than 100 people started building the wall at the same time. The scene was very shocking. When the wall surrounded the tribe, even if it was only 10 centimeters high, Bai Feng could say that this was a city, and he would be the lord of the city. When he owned several cities of this size, he would be the king. At Bai Feng's request, the pottery team not only produced various pottery, but also tried to fire bricks of various sizes. However, Due to lack of experience in the first kiln, and the firing time was too short, a kiln full of waste bricks was produced. Bai Feng did not waste the soil and paved it on the central avenue of the tribe. No matter how brittle it was much better than the muddy road after rain. Bai Feng did not urge them, but just asked them to keep experimenting. It didn't matter if they made mistakes, but they had to do better each time. Once the bricks are baked, Bai Feng will pave the entire tribe's land with bricks to show the ignorant country bumpkins what a wealthy family is. Chapter 36, Going to the Assembly. Bai Feng was still worried about the stored meat. It wasn't even the mid-autumn festival yet, and the temperature was still very high. Even if a thick layer of salt was applied, there was no guarantee that it would not spoil. The people who cook every day are basically fixed. Ever since the tribesmen have eaten the food prepared by Bai Feng using the simplest ingredients and seasonings, they are no longer willing to eat the crudely prepared food. Now Bai Feng has found wild seasonings such as shallot, peppercorns, cinnamon, and star anise. He can even see purple flowered thyme everywhere. Sprinkling a little of it when frying meat will create a completely different flavor. Limited by ingredients and equipment, many of the delicacies Bai Feng wanted to make could only be imagined. However, just a few skills that Bai Feng demonstrated gave birth to professional cooks in this tribe. If you want to eat the same ingredients that taste better, you need to help others for a while before they are willing to cook for you. When supplies become abundant enough in the future and private ownership emerges, people may directly use food to hire chefs to cook for them. Speaking of which, Bai Feng was in the meat warehouse. Although he didn't see any mold or spoilage in the meat, he always felt that something was wrong when he smelled it. It might be a psychological illusion caused by being too worried. Thinking of the meat sauce fried in his hometown in his previous life to make the meat last longer, Bai Feng felt that this was also a safer way. To cut meat, one needs to use a kitchen knife. Making a Chinese kitchen knife is not a difficult task for Bai Feng. His blacksmithing skills have now become somewhat accomplished. He has 6 large Chinese kitchen knives, which are shiny and impressive after being polished on gravel. The tribesmen all thought that this was a newly made weapon, and they all showed off their muscles and bravery in front of Bai Feng, wanting to get the right to use the weapon. However, Bai Feng told them that the knife was used for cutting meat and cooking, not for killing the enemy. They were so shocked that their jaws were about to dislocate. Stir-frying the meat sauce is also a big project. When the tribesmen heard Bai Feng's decision, they were more shocked than when they heard that the knife was used to cut meat and cook. It has already been marinated with such a thick layer of salt. Is it still not enough? Bai Feng could only say that it was for safety reasons. He had never seen so much meat before, and he didn't know how long so much meat could be preserved with salt. But this was related to the lives of more than 400 people in the entire tribe, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. More than a dozen large ceramic pots were used for frying. The iron pot was the best, but Bai Feng's skills were not yet up to the level of making pots. He didn't know how to beat a piece of iron into a smooth pot with uniform thickness. Cut the meat into small pieces or slices. Boil the oil out of the meat over high heat. Stir-fry continuously, and add salt continuously until the fat in the meat is rendered out. Finally, pour it into a vat and wait for it to cool. It will become the sauce with meat wrapped in white fat. When you want to eat it, just take out a little and dissolve it. There was too much meat to fry in one day. Bai Feng visited the newborn and the mother, and was relieved when he found that they were healthy and there was no problem at all. At the same time, he found the potter to continue his ideological work, telling him not to enter the house for a month anyway, and to wait a month before talking about it. There are still 7 days left until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Bai Feng needs to make more iron tools in these few days to prepare for the gathering. On the one hand, he can use some of them to exchange for other things at the gathering. On the other hand, it takes 3 days to travel from the tribe to the gathering place. If he doesn't have good weapons, he will be taken away by wolves before he reaches the gathering place. 4 days passed in a flash, and Bai Feng went into full force, equipping all the 60-plus people who were going to the rally with iron spearheads and 3 iron daggers. In the morning, Bai Feng set off with more than 60 people, simple cowhide tents and pottery, ironware, salted fish, and other items for exchange. Xiong was the guide. He had always been the one to go to the gatherings before, so he knew where they were. He carried a bow on his back, and now the bow was basically occupied by him. Most of the arrows in the quiver were stone arrowheads, which had enough killing power anyway, so the witch stayed behind to watch over the house. The gathering place has no specific name and location, but you can always find it as long as you follow the river downstream. This river is the mother river of this land, and it has nurtured countless large and small tribes on both sides. The White Wind tribe was originally located by the river, but the Mother River got angry and washed them away, so they moved away from the river and drifted into the wilderness. So now they have to go to the bank of the river first before they can go downstream. Even if the river changes its course, it doesn't matter. After it changes its course, they can hold a meeting next to the new river channel. The beef they brought with them was dry food for the journey. If they caught some prey along the way, they could save the beef and exchange it for other things at the gathering. When setting up camp at night, Bai Feng used the simple tent he designed. Although it still leaked air everywhere, it could still keep out the rain if it rained. The yurt is the best tent in Bai Feng's mind, but unfortunately Bai Feng knows that it is very complicated and he doesn't know how it is propped up. The first 2 nights were peaceful and smooth. When setting up camp on the 3rd night, Bai Feng saw a fire on the opposite side of the wide river and could vaguely hear voices of people talking. Although he could not see them, this was the first human tribe Bai Feng encountered besides his own native tribe and the cannibal tribe. Bai Feng guessed that they were also going to the rally, but since he didn't know whether they were friendly or not, he didn't dare to be careless at all, and was even more careful when taking turns to keep watch. Because the river changed its course, Bai Feng and his team found the gathering place 1 day later than expected. It was not until the 4th day that they saw the bustling place. The reason why the rally point was chosen, there was probably that there was a large sandbar in the middle of the originally wide river, which separated the river into 2 sides and made the river narrower in disguise. Probably the big tribe that arrived first cut down the giant tree, built a relatively wide wooden bridge on the sandbar, and did the same thing on both sides of the river, so that people on both sides could communicate with each other. There are the most people on the sandbar. Bai Feng feels that it is more lively than the rural fair in later generations. He didn't expect that the wilderness is so lonely and deserted, but in fact there are many human tribes around. Bai Feng looked like a bumpkin entering the city, full of curiosity, but in fact there was nothing on the stalls that Bai Feng liked, especially those things that belonged to stray savages. Bai Feng would not even pick them up if they were thrown on the ground. Bai Feng had no interest in the things of the small tribe. They were nothing more than pottery, stone tools, or some beautiful stones that had already been eliminated by the Bai Feng tribe. Instead, the tribes that used women to exchange for things attracted Bai Feng's attention. It was very normal to use people to exchange for things at that time. Moreover, those women could not eat enough in their own tribes. If they were exchanged with wealthy tribes, their lives might be better. So there was no such thing as coercion at all. It's just that the aesthetic at that time was very strange. Or it might be that Bai Feng's aesthetic was a bit distorted in this era. The men in the tribe couldn't walk when they saw women with bucket waists, millstone butts, and good looks, and they hoped that the chief could exchange some for them. But when he saw a woman who was skinny and thin because of not eating enough, he didn't even want to look at her. Bai Feng was also panicking. In this era, he wanted to find a woman who met his aesthetic standards. Is it possible? Does he have to be single until he dies of old age or be forced to change his aesthetic standards? Chapter 37: How Old is Old. One of Bai Feng's main purposes for attending this gathering was to replace some women of marriageable age in the tribe, because the tribe was too small and only enough women could increase the tribe's natural population. In the past, the tribe was poor, and they had to bring women from the tribe to exchange for food during gatherings. Now that the Bai Feng tribe is wealthy, they can exchange many women back home. When the time comes, they will give the women to the best performing tribesmen as wives. I believe they will work harder to contribute to the tribe. Men were also sold, but they could only be bought as slaves. Bai Feng still had a great psychological burden about treating people as livestock, but if he treated them as ordinary tribesmen, the original tribesmen would definitely have opinions, so Bai Feng no longer considered buying men. Under the constant urging of the tribesmen, Bai Feng used 5 salted fish and a jar to exchange for 1 person in exchange for 10 women. Xiong checked their teeth and made sure that they were relatively young and were not the kind of women who were infertile and about to die. Each of them has a strong build and is considered a top beauty in the eyes of the tribesmen. There are more than 20 of them who are left over. They are either too old or too thin due to malnutrition, and no one wants them. Bai Feng didn't know what they meant by old, so he just asked how old the old women were. The tribe leader said, "Most of them have just lived for 30 years. We only need 2 salted fish to take them back. They can still work for the tribe for a few more years before they die. They will definitely not suffer any loss." Bai Feng was very shocked. He was just over 30, very young. In later generations, there were many people who were not married, which meant they were dying in this era. Bai Feng felt that the short lifespan of primitive people must be due to their poor living environment, lack of food, and many accidents. It was impossible for them to only live for a dozen years. I went up to feel their pulse and check their tongues. It was just obvious that they were deficient in qi and blood. They must have felt that it was unnecessary to give them too much food when they were old, which led to accelerated aging. Their teeth were not loose, their eyesight and hearing were fine, and their organs were not failing, which meant that they must still be young and could live for many years. 1 salted fish for 2 people. If you give them to me, you won't suffer any loss. If they stay in your tribe, they will only waste your food. Good. Baifeng didn't expect that he would be so happy. He should have lowered the price earlier. He handed over 4 salted fish in exchange for 8 so-called dying old women. The chief of the unknown tribe happily tied 4 knots on the rope. He was very satisfied with the salted fish that the White Wind tribe used generously with salt. Xiong didn't know why Baifeng was wasting food in exchange for a few old women. They wouldn't live long in the tribe, so it was a waste. The women's eyes were dim, and it was normal for them to be abandoned as they were useless to the tribe. If they couldn't be exchanged at this gathering, they would be abandoned in the wilderness to fend for themselves. Baifeng looked at the bear and asked, "How many years have you lived now?" Xiong recalled, "I became the chief of the tribe when I was 17 years old." He counted on his fingers and muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4. "This year is the 4th winter and summer since I became the clan leader." This time, Baifeng not only looked at the bear, but also at all the people in the tribe and asked, "How many years do you think a human can live?" 30, 20. "I don't know either, but after 30 years, he will definitely not live much longer." There was a lot of chatter below. Baifeng silenced them with his hand and said seriously, "As long as people don't die of starvation, freezing, disease, or being eaten by wild beasts, they can live for at least 70 years. For those like them who have only lived for 30 years, they are still very young. When I return to the tribe, I can make them no different from those in their 20s in half a year, and they can continue to have children." The tribesmen were shocked speechless. There is no such thing as bragging now, otherwise they would have said it long ago. When the group of women heard this, their eyes just changed a little, and they didn't hold out much hope. The bear came closer and whispered, "Chief, can you extend the life of this person?" Baifeng smiled, but did not answer. Now Baifeng found a very low-cost way to expand the population. Their so-called old people were only 30 years old, and their so-called ugly women could become beauties if they ate enough. The most important thing was that it only cost a small amount to replace them. Baifeng and his tribesmen began to sweep the entire market. As long as they were old women, Baifeng would bargain madly and buy them back at a very low price. Soon, a team of more than 60 strong men and more than 100 old women appeared on the sandbar. People from other tribes were curious and mocked them, thinking that the chief of this tribe must have something wrong with his brain, otherwise why would he choose such women? Baifeng doesn't care. You can scold me as much as you want. As long as I know that I have found a bargain, it's enough. The people of Baifeng tribe are too ashamed to look directly at people from other tribes, but what their chief says cannot be questioned. If they can really extend the lives of these women, then they will make a fortune. Baifeng felt that there were enough women, and if he changed them again, food might become tight in the tribe. So when there were 120 beautiful women, ugly women, and old women combined, he slowly turned around to look at other goods. Giant antlers? No use. Iron ore? I have plenty. Agate? Ignore it. Bronze? It's golden and really pretty, but this little tripod should be a sacrificial utensil. Judging from the craftsmanship, it must have come from a large tribe, perhaps one with tens of thousands of people. Baifeng also liked it. His own tribe didn't have a ritual vessel yet. When he asked the price, he found out that he needed 2 cows or 5 bags of grass seeds in exchange. Baifeng exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's so expensive. A 40-centimeter tall thing would cost a person half a year's food rations." Baifeng would definitely not do such a deal. But Xiong was very thoughtful. After all, they were just a small, insignificant tribe. As long as they had sacrificial ritual objects, they would be considered to have entered the true civilized circle. Except for Baifeng, they all attach great importance to sacrifice, although the god of the Baifeng tribe was created by Baifeng. Baifeng didn't want to exchange it at first, but his willfulness just now had made the tribesmen a little dissatisfied, and they wanted to exchange for this ritual vessel no matter what. Baifeng was helpless, but he really couldn't bear to exchange so much food for such a thing. Although in the future it could not only be sold for hundreds of millions, but also provide a regular life with food and accommodation, Baifeng really didn't think much of it now. Baifeng took out a short knife and asked if he could exchange it for this one. The man looked at the size and said no. Baifeng found a stone and chopped it down. Sparks flew everywhere, But the blade was not damaged, and the blade was not bent. This is not comparable to the soft texture of bronze. The man took the knife and took a closer look. After accidentally cutting his finger, he became very satisfied with Bai Feng's knife. He immediately changed his opinion and said that he could take the bronze tripod away. The tribesmen were all happy to exchange a short knife for a bronze tripod. Bai Feng just felt that it was not a waste of food, and it was not a loss as it was just an iron knife. After comforting the tribesmen, Bai Feng continued to walk. His biggest hope now was to find linen. It would be best if he could find someone who knew how to make linen. When Bai Feng looked around, suddenly a thin girl with fair skin and delicate features appeared in his peripheral vision, squatting among a group of ugly people. Chapter 38: Beautiful Girl and Ugly Girl. Bai Feng, who originally thought he would live out his life alone, unexpectedly saw a woman who met his aesthetic standards. Although she was not considered particularly beautiful in later generations, in this era, Bai Feng felt that she was like a fairy. Judging from her appearance, she probably wasn't treated well in her tribe. After all, she was so thin and had such a small face. It was obvious that she wouldn't have any strength. In the eyes of everyone in the tribe, she was absolutely ugly. Bai Feng suppressed his excited heartbeat and thought, "Don't panic, no one will compete with him for that ugly girl anyway." Bai Feng was just about to go over and ask the price. Anyway, there were already so many old women in his team, so it wouldn't be too strange for him to specifically ask about buying that ugly woman. Just as he was about to speak, a dark, peeling hand passed over Bai Feng and pointed at the ugly woman. "I'll exchange her for 2 pieces of salt." Bai Feng turned his head in surprise and saw a savage with matted hair, dirt all over his body like armor, and body odor like a biological weapon. Under Bai Feng's training, the Bai Feng tribe was not so clean, but at least there was not much odor. Bai Feng washed his hair and took a bath frequently, and although he was tanned, his body was clean. His temperament was incomparable to the savages of other tribes. Bai Feng didn't know why there would be such a savage coming to buy that ugly girl. In this era, there shouldn't be savages with distorted aesthetics. It is impossible that he is like the showy, rich second generation and later generations who deliberately steals love and then puts on a show of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face. There must be a reason for everything, and it can all be discussed. Bai Feng asked as kindly as possible, "Why did you buy that ugly woman?" Bai Feng eats well, and his former owner was also tall, so now Bai Feng is considered a strong man no matter which tribe he is in. People like Xiong and Qi, who have good innate conditions, are definitely no match for him. In addition, the tribe has many people and sufficient supplies, so Bai Feng is now more like that aggressive, rich second generation. The man glanced at Bai Feng's team and said, "Our tribe has collected too little food this year. We need to offer sacrifices and ask the gods to bless us with more food. But we can't afford to exchange for beauty, so we can only afford that woman." When the squatting, ugly woman heard that she was going to be replaced for sacrifice, she trembled even more violently. Her clan leader also felt that the 2 pieces of salt were worth it, so after checking the quality, he handed over the woman. The tribe wanted to use humans for sacrifice, and Bai Feng couldn't stop them, nor could he stop them, but he might never meet a woman like that one who met Bai Feng's aesthetic standards in this life. This era was barbaric, but Bai Feng could not rob, and their transaction was completed without any delay and quickly succeeded. In the eyes of the female clan leader, the price of 2 pieces of salt was very suitable. Bai Feng had no choice but to say to the dirty savage, "I will give you 2 salted fish. You give me this woman and go and exchange it for a more beautiful woman for your god." The savage stood there in a daze. He felt that what Bai Feng said was very strange and unreasonable. He was afraid that Bai Feng was lying to him, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Seeing that he was hesitant, Bai Feng struck while the iron was hot. "Our tribe pays the most attention to the gods, and we use the best for sacrifices. Your tribe is almost out of food, and you still use such an ugly woman. Aren't you afraid that the gods will blame you and punish you?" If this doesn't scare him, Bai Feng can't really go and rob them halfway. Putting his people in danger just for an ugly woman would make it hard for his chief to bear it. Bai Feng's nails were almost digging into his flesh due to nervousness. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Bai Feng said, the savage actually trembled violently, as if he had thought of something horrible. He quickly said to Bai Feng, Okay, no problem. I'll give it to you, but you have to give me the salted fish first. I'm afraid you'll cheat me." Without saying a word, Bai Feng took out 2 salted fish from his own goods and handed them over. The tribesman who was carrying the salted fish was very resistant. He almost cried when Bai Feng took the salted fish away. He had never seen such a wasteful tribesman. The savage got the salted fish and took a lick. It was so salty that it tasted bitter, but he was reluctant to spit out the salt. After putting it away, the thin and ugly woman in their eyes belonged to Bai Feng. Bai Feng lifted the woman's chin and took a look. He felt that she should not be called a woman, but a girl about 14 or 15 years old, with immature facial features. She was not tall, about 5 feet tall, malnourished, thin, and small. It's one thing to say that her figure is not well developed, and she has nothing to cover her body. She is just wearing a skirt made of some unknown long grass, which will fly apart when the wind blows. Fortunately, it is too ugly and no one wants to look at it. Their attention is attracted by the sturdy woman who is basically wearing nothing. Bai Feng considerately wrapped her in animal skins. If they were in the tribe, Bai Feng would have her wash herself clean and dress up beautifully to save his own aesthetic taste. As for reproducing offspring immediately, Bai Feng felt that doing those things to a child was no different from being a savage, and he couldn't get over it psychologically and morally. The girl accepted her fate and was manipulated by Bai Feng. She heard everything. The previous tribe sent her for sacrifice, but this tribe didn't want to use such an ugly woman like her for sacrifice. Maybe they would use her for something more horrible. Anyway, they would not let her live. "What's your name?" Bai Feng asked, pushing aside her hair that was covering her eyes like dry grass. She didn't say anything, but just trembled even more violently. "Our tribe will not send you for sacrifice, nor will we kill you. We will just let you eat until you are fat and become someone else's wife." After these words were spoken, the girl's eyes lit up a little, but the tribesmen all made strange noises, expressing their resistance. After several exchanges, there were already 40 young and relatively good-looking women in the team, and there were hundreds of women in their own tribe who would be better than this ugly woman. Perhaps in their eyes, this ugly woman is just like the 200-pound woman in the eyes of later generations. They only choose her when they have no other choice. If there is a better choice, they will definitely stay away from her and give her to the one they really like. Bai Feng snorted and said, "You country bumpkins, what do you know? I won't give it to you even if you ask for it." The girl didn't say a word after all, and Bai Feng was not in a hurry. He thought that she would be fine after a few days of good life back in the tribe, and her mentality would change. Now he just took the dazed girl aside and kept walking around the party. Until night, they didn't see anything good. Many tribes that were far away had not arrived yet. Bai Feng and his men left the sandbar and chose a high ground on the shore to camp. All the people from other tribes slept together, but only the people from Bai Feng's tribe had to take turns to keep watch. He really didn't feel safe. However, Bai Feng doesn't need to arrange anyone to keep watch at night. After all, a group of men who can get aroused at any time. After having so many women, no one wants to sleep. Bai Feng did not stop them. After all, the children born in the end were all from their own tribe, but they didn't know who the father was. No one in the wilderness cared about Bai Feng's feelings. The noise continued until late at night, making Bai Feng annoyed. There were enough women, and no one had any ideas about the ugly woman, so she slept next to Bai Feng. Brother Bai Feng is now very majestic, but when he thinks of the various diseases he has seen in the hospital, he keeps repeating, "Keep yourself clean, keep yourself clean, keep yourself clean." Chapter 39, Ancestors. Everyone was very well behaved, and the robbery and murder that Bai Feng was worried about in the middle of the night did not happen. The tribesmen were still in high spirits after a night of fighting, and no one leaned against the wall. Bai Feng sometimes envied these silly, primitive people who did things without so many rules and concerns. Otherwise, with Bai Feng's conditions and abilities, as well as women running around without clothes, he would have realized a man's dream of starting a harem long ago. Xiong said that this gathering would last for 10 days. Today was only the 3rd day. They were still on the road on the 1st day. By today, the tribes in the distance should have arrived. Those large tribes in the distance should have what Bai Feng wanted. The things exchanged in the small tribes were no different from those of the Bai Feng tribe in the past, so there was no need to continue checking. The appearance of Bai Feng only made his tribe escape from the category of savages, but it was still far from becoming a truly wealthy and powerful tribe. The Bai Feng tribe is called a tribe because Bai Feng has a surname. Otherwise, no matter how powerful and wealthy it is just a tribe. Bai Feng is not sure whether his Bai is a surname or a clan name, and he has never understood the inheritance and evolution. Anyway, later generations call his surname. As for now, Bai is whatever is needed. If Bai Feng cannot lead the tribe to expand and develop quickly, in the future they will only become like the Xianyuan tribe when they made dragons and some parts of the dragon's body may even be so small that they are not willing to install them on the dragon. Or because of disasters, like the savage they met yesterday, they can only rely on the gods for everything, but they can't even offer sacrifices to the gods. Originally, cannibals, stone tools, and other things made by Feng think that he traveled to a very long time ago, but this meeting made by Feng faced the reality. Many tribes have already escaped from ignorance, and only small tribes like theirs are still backward and have not made any progress. Perhaps Bai Feng is a contemporary of Xian Yuan and Qi Yu, and they are about to unify the Bai Feng tribe. Or perhaps they are just children waiting to become the next tribe leader. If he didn't want to be annexed by other tribes, he must first annex other tribes to increase his own strength. His own warriors only numbered 200 at most. If he wanted to increase his strength through natural population growth, Bai Feng would probably be already very old by then. The ugly girl that Bai Feng exchanged for finally spoke after having a full meal, but she only told Bai Feng her name was Sui. She lowered her head and did not answer any other questions. The other women have completely adapted to the role change. They have no sense of family and country or tribal identity. It's just that the tribe can't support them, and now they have moved to a tribe that can give them enough food. The so-called dying woman, after having a hearty meal and a good night's rest, felt that she had many more years to live. The silent gathering gradually regained its noise, and goods that were not there yesterday could be seen. Perhaps they thought that taking out the good stuff later would maximize their profits. The Bai Feng tribe brought a lot of things. Yesterday, they mainly used salted fish for exchange, but now the number of people has doubled, so they can only keep the salted fish and beef for themselves. They can't go back now, and they will have to consume food on the road, so they have to keep enough dry food. Bringing only Sui, Bai Feng left all the others to set up stalls. The various pottery he brought out from the tribe were relatively light, novel in style, and had beautiful patterns. Once they were displayed, they became the most competitive goods in the entire gathering. There was also an iron knife stuck on hardwood, which was not something that an ordinary tribe could get involved in. Bai Feng put it there as the finale, and it was also a bait to lure those big tribes. He carried a bow on his back, a quiver hanging on his back, 2 knives on his waist, and wore what might have been the world's first pair of boots with his strong chest exposed. It was a pity that he was wearing a leather skirt. Otherwise, Bai Feng felt that he was more handsome than anyone else in the world. People should wear cloth. Animal skins can be draped over the outside to show others how ostentatious and wealthy you are, but they should definitely not be worn directly as clothes. Unfortunately, if it weren't for Bai Feng, his own tribe wouldn't have cloth, let alone hemp rope. Bai Feng wandered along the way, hoping to find something practical and useful. He knew less and less about this world, and he didn't want to be treated as a newborn monkey by the more developed tribes. As for his own goods, if he saw cloth, he would exchange them all for cloth. If there was no cloth, he would exchange them for grass seeds. If he only ate meat, the tribesmen would not be able to bear it. Walking across the single plank bridge to the other side of the sandbar, Bai Feng discovered that the people here seemed to be richer. Both the goods displayed on their stalls and their own body shapes were generally better than those of the savages on the other side. We didn't find it yesterday. Could it be that the main tribe has just arrived? The further downstream you go, the more wealthy people you see. When they see Bai Feng without clothes and with an ugly woman, they always look a little disdainful. Even when Bai Feng looks towards their stall, they have no intention of entertaining him. Bai Feng tried her best to ignore them, thinking that her knowledge was 100 times higher than theirs, so there was no need to get angry. Instead, the ear of cornflower next to her became lower, and if Bai Feng hadn't held her, she wouldn't have dared to walk. Bai Feng only hoped to find cloth here so that he could have clothes to wear. Just as he was thinking about it, a boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old stood in front of him. Bai Feng was about to shout at the child to get out of the way, but he discovered that he was wearing linen clothes with a necklace made of green jade and shells around his neck, and there were 2 men who were stronger than Bai Feng following him. Bai Feng was shocked when he saw this. He thought this must be the second generation of a large tribe. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he had to make way and avoid him. But the boy didn't take his eyes off Bai Feng. Bai Feng knew that no one cared about Sui, so this boy must have taken a fancy to something of his. Bai Feng simply asked directly, "What did this young master take a fancy to of mine?" The boy tilted his head and said, "What is a lord?" "I am Bao Shi from Sui Shui Swearin." "What is your name?" Bai Feng's head was shocked. He didn't know Bao Shi, but he knew Swearin, one of the 3 emperors of ancient times. However, he should have died long ago, and it was just the tribe that passed down his name. But no matter what, he was Bai Feng's ancestor. Did he want to follow him? If this guy was Xin Yuan, Bai Feng would definitely flatter him without hesitation and maybe even become a god. However, in later myths, Swearin was not very famous. Bai Feng did not dare to take sides and express his feelings too early, for fear that he would be defeated by other ancestors and be doomed. I am Bai Feng, the chief of the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng's face remained calm. No one thought it was wrong, because the name of the patriarch was usually the name of the tribe. Shinnong had been passed down for countless generations, and the patriarch was still called Shinnong. That thing on your foot is very nice. I want it. What do you need to replace it? Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was just interested in the boots. Bai Feng would naturally not miss such an opportunity to communicate with the tribe. What I am wearing is called boots, and I still want to wear this pair, but I can teach you how to make them. But I need you to use the method of weaving linen in exchange. Can't your tribe make linen? Baoshi didn't think that a tribe with a clan name would be a tribe of savages. It was impossible that they couldn't even make something as simple as linen. My tribe has several thousand people, but they all make a living by catching cattle and fishing. They have never grown hemp, so they don't know how to weave cloth. Bragging and exaggerating your own tribe are what you should do when you go out. Even if others have bad intentions, you have to consider whether you can afford to offend a large tribe of thousands of people. Chapter 40. Transactions with the Big Tribe. After hearing about thousands of people, Bao Shi put away some of his little thoughts. Anyway, don't think that there could be any trust and friendship between people now. The real thing is that you rob me and I rob you. The Swearin tribe now has only a little over 10,000 people, and they often conflict with Shinnong, so he dare not cause trouble for his own tribe at will, even if his father is the chief of the Swearin tribe. Of course, I have many women who can make linen here, and I can trade them with you. Bao Shi was very generous. But I don't have a woman who can make boots. I made them all myself stitch by stitch. Bai Feng yelled in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to switch to her. What if he revealed that he was just a small scum among a few hundred people? Wouldn't he be conquered in minutes and used as a slave? Because the journey is too long, our tribe did not bring women this time, and our tribe will not exchange women for things, but I can teach your people how to make it, and let your people learn it. As for the people you give, I can compensate them with corresponding goods. Bao Shi agreed without thinking. A few women who could weave were insignificant to his tribe. Instead, he was more interested in the things called boots that could be worn on the feet. Bai Feng was invited to visit Swearinchi's camp, mainly to teach them how to make boots. On the way there or anywhere else, you could do whatever you want, but at the rally, you are absolutely not allowed to take action. Bai Feng trusts this point. They also said that no matter which tribe they were from, as long as they were guests, they would not be harmed. Even if they were enemies, they would be treated well and sent out of the tribe before being killed. When he arrived at their camp, Bai Feng realized what a large tribe was. The number of people they brought with them on a trip was more than the population of Bai Feng's entire tribe. Fortunately, as someone who had experienced the spring festival travel rush before, as long as these people had no ill will towards him, there was nothing to be shocked about. It was a pity for Sui, a little girl from a small tribe who had been bullied all the time. How could she stay calm in such a place? Her legs kept shaking, and her hands were tightly holding Bai Feng's arm. At this time, Bai Feng was her only support. Bao Shi was very surprised that Bai Feng was with such an ugly woman. It was impossible for a clan leader to be without beauties. Bai Feng smiled and said that he saw her being replaced by someone yesterday and was going to be used as a sacrifice. He couldn't bear it, so he replaced her and asked that person to find another woman as a sacrifice. Bao Shi looked at him like a fool. But if you save her, someone else will be sent as a sacrifice. Bai Feng immediately felt a tightness in his chest. The reason he just thought of was indeed stupid, but he couldn't say that he thought the woman was pretty. Instead of challenging the aesthetic of an entire era alone, it would be better to become a member of the group of fools that this era has the most. There should be no historians nowadays. Otherwise, Bai Feng would be the protagonist in the fables of later generations about mending the fold after the sheep have been lost. Bai Feng had no choice but to pretend that he had suddenly realized something and knocked his head. Right, I didn't think of it at the time. There was a glimmer of cunning in Bao Shi's eyes. If he was so stupid, maybe he could get some unexpected benefits from him. The chiefs of the small tribes around Swearin were dumber than each other, and finally they all became their affiliated tribes. No longer dwelling on this matter, Bai Feng pulled the frightened Sui Pan to sit down, and after constant comfort, she slowly calmed down. There is no time to lose. The sooner the teaching of how to make shoes is done, the better. After teaching, Bai Feng will take the exchange people back and go home after clearing the goods. If he stays in this place for too long, there will be too many variables. I was thinking of using a knife to fish for the big tribe, and I caught the fish without using any bait, but the fish was too big and it was easy for Bai Feng to swallow in one bite. The production of boots is nothing more than measuring the soles of the feet, making the shape of the shoes, and then several layers of animal skins, whether you use glue or something else, stick them together to form a thick sole. 3 pieces of leather are cut into suitable shapes and sewn together with the soles, and then they become boots. Baoshi did not break his promise just because the boots were easy to make. He still gave Bai Feng a woman who could weave cloth in exchange and did not ask for any additional goods from Bai Feng. But Bai Feng felt that one was not enough. It would be a huge loss if she got strangled and died on the way. So he proposed to exchange a few more women and use the knife on his waist. Baoshi took out a golden knife, meaning that their tribe had no shortage of it. In his eyes, a knife was not worth a few women who could weave. Bai Feng smiled without saying anything. How could a soft bronze knife compare to his iron knife, which was almost as hard as steel? He drew out his own sword. Bao Shi and the others had never seen a silver sword before and were really surprised. You use your knife to chop my knife. If my iron knife is cut with a notch, I will give it to you immediately. If your knife is broken, but mine is fine, I hope you can consider my proposal again. Bao Shi agreed without thinking. For him, the son of a clan leader, the bronze knife was not too expensive. If he won, he could get the knife for free. If he lost, he would just have to exchange it for a few women. It was not a loss either way. Bai Feng placed his knife on the ground with the blade facing upwards. Bao Shi raised his knife and chopped it up with force, but the 2 knives got stuck together. Bao Shi felt that it must be his knife that chopped into Bai Feng's knife. Bai Feng was confident in his knife, so he just smiled and said nothing. When the 2 knives were separated, Bao Shi's bronze knife had a deep cut, while Bai Feng's knife only had a small scratch. Bao Shi was not unhappy at all, but instead, he looked at the iron knife carefully as if he had seen a treasure and was reluctant to put it down. I'll exchange this knife for 10 women. You can pick anyone you want, no matter how beautiful they are. Bai Feng was naturally not polite, but he was not picky about pretty girls. He only wanted capable girls who could weave and sew clothes. That was what Bai Feng needed most. Bao Shi was still playing with the knife in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on Bai Feng's bow. At first, Bao Shi didn't care. After all, there was really not much to say about the bow at this time. Broken bamboo, connected bamboo, flying soil, chasing flesh. The poem describes the simplicity of the bows made by the ancestors, which means that the power must not be very high. But Bai Feng's bow, from the size, shape, and material, does not feel so ordinary, especially after seeing this iron knife. Bao Shi hoped that Bai Feng could show him his bow. Bai Feng was naturally not stingy. He had just taken such a big advantage of the other party, so he would definitely satisfy such a reasonable request. He put an arrow on the bow, drew the bow, and shot at the tree in the distance. The arrow was nailed straight into the tree trunk, and the tail of the arrow was still swinging because of the great impact force. Bao Shi, who was still a child, tried his best but failed to pull out the arrow. Bai Feng also stepped on a tree to gain leverage and was able to pull it out. The wound caused by the arrow was so deep that Bao Shi was dumbfounded. As expected, Bao Shi proposed to exchange Bai Feng's bow, increasing the number of people from 30 to 50 and adding 5 bags of food, but Bai Feng still shook his head. It is not difficult to make a bow. As long as Bao Shi takes it back, someone in their tribe will definitely be able to copy it. However, this is the most powerful weapon of the Bai Feng tribe. It is the most powerful weapon in the box, and it will never be circulated. Bao Shi saw that the negotiation was fruitless and had to give up. However, after a short pause, he said to Bai Feng, "It can be seen that your tribe is very powerful, especially with this kind of weapon. However, the Tanfu tribe has come to this great river basin, and your tribe will definitely not be able to avoid it. I hope your tribe can unite with us to kill them all or drive them out of here." Why do you want to kill the Tanfu tribe? Bai Feng was not clear about the love and hatred of these big tribes and did not want to get involved. Didn't you know that Tanfu is a cannibal tribe? When Bai Feng heard the word cannibal, he felt as if he had entered an ice cave and his whole body was chilled. Chapter 41 Intrigue. When Bai Feng came to this world, the first human being he met was a cannibal. If he had not traveled through time and space to this body, Bai Feng would have been a pile of shit in the wilderness. Bai Feng had an instinctive fear of cannibal tribes, but the cannibal tribe he had encountered before was small and extremely backward, and at most they could capture a lone human. They were not worthy of the cooperation of the big tribes to encircle and suppress them. Our tribe is far from the river, so we don't know about the Tanfu tribe. Tell me what they are like, and then I'll see if we should go together to encircle and suppress them. After all, I'm far away from here, and they don't have much influence on my tribe. The White Wind tribe is backward and lacks information, so they must use all possible means to understand the world, because the unknown is the most terrifying. Baoshi did not ask too much, but just described to Bai Feng that no matter which tribe it was, no one would like the cannibal tribe. The Tanfu tribe originally lived in Chishui. They could plant and hunt, but they also ate people. It wasn't that serious at first, but later, as the Tanfu tribe continued to expand, they became more and more cannibalistic. They captured people and ate them throughout the Weishui River Basin. In their words, it was called capturing human sacrifices. Their sacrifices also required a lot of people, and the surrounding tribes were basically killed. We, Suiren, Shennong, and Yu Chao, surrounded and killed them together. As a result, most of them fled back to their Chishui, but some still came here along the river. Baoshi paused for a moment, calmed down, and then continued. On the way here, I saw a small tribe of 100 people suffering a disaster. In fact, I brought more than 1,000 people, more than 700 warriors, to investigate around the market. I feel that they may attack here at night. More than 1,000 people. Bai Feng clicked his tongue secretly. What kind of help do they need? They can walk around freely in this river basin. They are indeed a big tribe. Other small tribes haven't even figured out how to play in the mud, but they have the rudiments of a family empire. The tribe leader's son can even take thousands of people for a stroll. However, with so many people besieging the escaped stragglers of the cannibal tribe, there is no need to drag him along. Bai Feng decided to wait and see first. It is not that simple. Who can be sure that the savages will not play tricks? Bai Feng pretended to think for a while before slowly saying, to destroy the cannibal tribe, I definitely need to contribute, but I only brought a few dozen warriors here, and we're not fully prepared for a war. If I rush back to the tribe and bring people back, I'm afraid it will be winter, and I won't be able to join the war in time. Baoshi's expression changed slightly, and Bai Feng realized something was wrong. He didn't want to be left here. Let's put it this way. If they dare to attack, I will leave my people to join the battle. If this gathering can end peacefully, we will return to the tribe. If the cannibal tribe is still there next year, you don't need to negotiate. I will take the initiative to attack. Baoshi sighed. I'm not forcing you, but the people of the Tanfu tribe are strong in military strength. Even if we can win after the battle, the losses will be great. But as long as we have a strong Bao like yours, we can easily defeat them. Bai Feng snorted in his heart. They are indeed planning to take my Bao. What he fears most is that the matter about Tanfu is fake, and the people they ambushed at night might pretend to be a cannibal tribe and rob everyone in the gathering. But this Bao is too difficult to make. There is only one person in our entire tribe who can make it. One Bao needs to be made from the time the grass sprouts until the leaves fall. Alas, our entire tribe only has a few bows. Otherwise, I would give this Bao to you in exchange. When Baoshi heard Bai Feng's words, he felt relieved. No matter how he looked at it, Bai Feng's brain wasn't working very well. So how did he become a patriarch? His primary goal was to get a Bao and then imitate and make one after returning. However, if their entire tribe only had a few bows, it meant that they posed no threat to the Suiren tribe. Then Bai Feng would be his good business partner, since he would not live long anyway. There was no tea to entertain the guests, only water with honey in a large clay pot. Bai Feng picked it up and took a sip, not afraid that they would poison him. Even Shennong might not be able to use poison properly, let alone Baoshi. The taste was so sweet that it was a bit choking. He had lost touch with sweetness since coming to this world. But just drinking a little was fine. Sweetness was not that precious to Bai Feng. He handed most of the remaining honey water to Sui. After she smelled it, she held the jar and drank it guzzlingly. Maybe she has never known what sweetness is since she grew up. Bai Feng is now afraid that she will have diarrhea if she drinks so much honey water. However, the stomachs and intestines of primitive people should be as hard as iron, so this should not be a problem, although Bai Feng has already heard the sound of Sui's stomach and intestines moving. The host entertained him, and Bai Feng was willing to tell them some stories. No matter how dirty his heart was, he still had to do a good job on the surface. She told them about the golden crow sun and the fusong tree. Baoshi was fascinated by the story, as if he had learned the great secret of heaven and earth. Sui even forgot to drink her honey water and just listened quietly while holding the jar. When talking about Jingwei filling the sea, Baoshi interrupted Bai Feng's story. I know Jingwei is the daughter of Shinno. I have seen her before. She is still alive and well. She did not drown in the river. How can you say that she turned into a bird? Bai Feng was waiting for him to say this. Extending the mythological story to reality was Bai Feng's purpose. If he didn't let Bao Shi speak himself, he would probably not be able to get anything out of his questions. I heard this story from a wise man named Gusu when he came to my tribe. I have never seen Jingwei before. Does the blind old man have any other stories to tell? Are there any people I know? After all, Bao Shi was only a child of 11 or 12 years old. Stories were most attractive to him, especially when someone he knew became the protagonist of the story. Do you know Xianyuan of the Yoshion clan? I know Yoshion clan is in Qingqiu, but I have never heard of Xianyuan. Where is Qi Yu from the Zhili tribe? He's riding a black and white iron-eating beast, which is very funny. I have only heard of the Zhili tribe, but not Qi Yu. Is the iron-eating beast, you're talking about a kind of bear that likes to eat bamboo? Yes, that kind of bear. You should know Kuafu and Xingtian, right? Bao Shi thought for a moment and said, Xingtian is a warrior from a tribe affiliated with Shinno. He is very powerful. Kuafu, you mean the Kuafu tribe, right? Kuafu and Danfu are both cannibals, but Kuafu are more terrifying. They are giants. Bai Feng couldn't help wanting to laugh out loud in his heart. Although he didn't find out about Xianyuan and Qi Yu, maybe they were still children, but the fact that Xingtian was there meant that Bai Feng had traveled to the most exciting and passionate period of this ancient era. If he could build a tribe comparable to the Yoshion clan and the Zhili tribe before Xianyuan and the others grew up, would he also be qualified to leave his own legend to future generations? Chapter 42, A business that benefits both parties is a good business. Bao Shi wanted to ask if there were any other stories, but Bai Feng pretended to be profound and said to Bao Shi, we are now in a mythological era. Perhaps everyone is a god. You will always hear stories about them in the future. As a guest, it is time to leave the host's house. However, Bai Feng brought sever knives this time. It would be uneconomical if he did not exchange them for something to take back. After all, it was only a matter of time for him to get iron, but some things could not be obtained even if he spent time on them. He took off the last knife from his waist and proposed to exchange some cloth with Bao Shi. His tribe had not collected much hemp this year, and if they wanted to have enough hemp to weave cloth, they had to grow some. Even if there are weavers, it is useless without raw materials. The cloth here is of very good quality, and Bai Feng finally has hope of wearing shorts. Bao Shi paid the price of 6 bundles of cloth for a knife. Although a knife was nothing to Bao Shi himself. In this era when the metallurgical industry was extremely backward, all metal products were extremely expensive. 6 bundles of cloth. There is no unified measurement system now, so Bai Feng can only make a rough estimate. 1 bundle of cloth is about 1 meter wide and 8 meters long, which is a very good deal. After the goods were delivered, Bai Feng took the 11 women he had exchanged and let them hold the cloth, chatting and laughing with Bao Shi as they left their camp. As soon as they were out of Bao Shi's sight, Bai Feng's smile immediately disappeared, and he shouted to everyone to speed up and rush to his tribe's stall. Sui's condition was obviously much better. Perhaps the jar of honey water brought her a happiness she had never experienced before. The 11 women were once Swirenshis, but now after the exchange, they are members of the Bai Feng tribe. Normally, they will no longer have any relationship with Swirenshi, but Bai Feng cannot rule out the possibility that there are spies among them. Most of the pottery on the tribe's stall had been exchanged. It was much more popular than the pottery of other tribes that did not know how to innovate. Unfortunately, no cloth was exchanged for it, only grass seeds. There were a lot of people crowded at the stall, and Xiong and the others seemed to be arguing about something. Bai Feng quickly ran over, pushed away the savages who were watching the fun outside, and went into the inner circle. Only then did he realize that it was the knife that caused the trouble. There was a man with a very imposing manner who was pointing at the knife and kept talking. The general meaning was that he wanted the knife and named a price. Xiong was a good hunter and fighter, and so was Qi, but he was not good at talking. The most important thing is that Bai Feng did not tell them how much the knife was worth when he left, so they said to the anxious savage, "Let me think about it. Let me think about it." The domineering savage was a little angry. He felt that Xiong and the others were making fun of him. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Bai Feng rushed in to stop it. "I'm the chief of the White Wind tribe. This knife is the most important treasure of our tribe. I am offering it for exchange now. However, I just went to visit Swarinshi and they cannot make the decision, so they neglected you. I hope you're not angry. I wonder what your name is and what you can afford to exchange for my knife." If he mentioned the name of Swearin, he would be someone else's guest, and These savages would have to give him some face and not take action. The man saw that the person in charge had come, and he did not lower his spirits. I am Jian from the Taijiao tribe. I want that knife. I can exchange it for 2 cows. The price of 2 cows is indeed not low, and Bai Feng even thinks it is too high. 1 cow will be enough, but the Bai Feng tribe still has a lot of cows, so there's no need to exchange them. Cloth, furs, and grass seeds are what he needs. The tribesmen want to survive the winter, and without cloth to make clothes, they need a lot of furs. Bai Feng shook his head. Our tribe has no shortage of cattle. I need grass seeds, cloth, or fur in exchange. Jian heard the laughter and wanted to reach out and pat Bai Feng on the shoulder, but Bai Feng dodged it without leaving a trace. My department has plenty of furs. If you want a cow, I'll have to think about it for a long time. I can give you as much fur as you want. Since he had met a big client, Bai Feng had to quickly complete the transaction. He was a little panicked, especially when he heard Bao Shi say that there were hundreds of soldiers lying in ambush around. If they rushed in, no tribe here would have as many people as the ones brought by Swearin. Everyone would definitely run for their lives and would not unite to resist. Then calculate it based on the price of 2 cows and see how much the fur is worth. As long as you can take it out, you can exchange it. If the fur is not enough, use grass seeds and cloth to make up for it. Jian immediately asked the tribesmen to get the furs. We in the Taijiao tribe don't have anything else, but we have a lot of cows and cow hides. 2 cows can be converted into 35 cow hides. Do you think it's okay? Bai Feng didn't know the conversion rules between cows and cow hides, but he felt that exchanging a knife for 35 cow hides was not a bad deal, so he nodded in agreement. Jian happily paced back and forth beside the stall, just waiting for the tribesmen to bring back the cowhide to exchange for the knives. Metal smelting was the skill of the big tribes, and it could only produce softer bronze, which was extremely expensive. None of their tribe had much. This kind of silver, hard and sharp knife could definitely not be made by the White Wind tribe. Perhaps they were lucky enough to pick it up, so they sold it to him at such a low price. It's a good business when both the buyer and the seller feel they are getting a good deal. Seeing that they were quite wealthy, Bai Feng tentatively asked, "Does your tribe still need pottery? Look at our pottery. It is light yet strong, and the patterns are beautiful. Listen to the sound. It is so beautiful." Bai Feng picked up the ceramic basins one by one and tapped them with his fingers, making crisp sounds. "If you want, all you need is 10 cow hides, and all the pottery here will be packed for you." How about that? Jian felt that he had gotten a good deal and was complacent. After hearing Bai Feng's suggestion and seeing that the quality of the pottery was indeed good, he thought about his own tribe, which made a living by raising bison on the grassland. They really didn't know how to make these things and were very short of them. It was not a loss at all to exchange them for the least valuable cowhide. He nodded happily in agreement and arranged for a tribesman to fetch 10 more cowhides. Bai Feng was very happy to meet a big customer. He smiled and packed up all the pottery with his tribesmen, waiting for the cowhide to arrive and then changing it and closing the stall. The White Wind tribe didn't know that business could be done this way. They exchanged their useless things for scarce cowhide so easily, and they immediately thought that their tribe leader was really awesome. The wild people who were watching saw this exchange method and felt that their practice of licking a piece of salt to taste it was very unsophisticated. The cowhides were brought in, and Bai Feng turned them over one by one. They were all hides of big cows, and they were cut from the neck. There were no wounds on the skins, unlike the cowhides of Bai Feng and his people, which were full of holes. This showed that the Taijiao tribe had a way to capture cows alive, but judging from the number, it was more likely that they were a pastoral tribe. This is much better than the average gathering, fishing, and hunting tribe. At least they have a stable source of food. It's a pity that Bai Feng has nothing left. Otherwise, he would really trade a few cows to raise them himself. But now he has a calf, so next year he will try to catch a herd of cows alive and start raising livestock. As for now, the goods have been cleared, both parties are smiling, saying something like see each other next year. Bai Feng turned around and was about to leave the sandbar, wanting to leave the gathering place quickly. Chapter 43, Let's Run Away. After dealing with all the goods, Bai Feng asked the tribesmen to gather all the women in the center and urged them to leave the sandbar. They all thought they were just going out to camp, but Bai Feng was the only one who was anxious. Along the way, he pretended to check the goods in other stalls, taking the opportunity to observe whether there was anyone following behind. The hunters all knew how to track prey, but they did not understand the difference between humans and beasts and still used the same method to track beasts. They did not notice Bai Feng's clumsy performance. Bai Feng discovered that there were at least 2 people behind him who were following his team with a purpose. The cloth clothes they wore revealed that they were warriors of Swearin. The other tribes here were not rich enough for everyone to wear cloth. We returned to the place where we had camped yesterday. We did not tell the tribesmen about the special circumstances. We just told them that we were setting up camp and preparing to cook. Everything seemed to be going on normally. Bai Feng was certain that the 2 men were spies who were following the group. No one would not go to the gathering to trade during the day, but would follow a team that had no goods left to set up camp in an empty space. They hid very well in the bushes, and if Bai Feng hadn't been watching them, they would have been impossible to find. Xiong also noticed Bai Feng's abnormality. Although Bai Feng was doing the same things as usual, his vague, vigilant eyes and serious expression showed that something must have gone wrong. The tribesmen had already built a fire, set up pottery jars, fetched water, and cut meat. Bai Feng did not allow them to drink raw water, which had become a habit under the whip's instruction. Even the women who had just arrived would lie down by the river and take a deep breath when they were thirsty, even if it was the stagnant water in the pits left by other savages. If Bai Feng had not been so obsessed with cleanliness, he would have vomited on the spot. The tribesmen were doing what they were supposed to do normally. Those who were unaware were the best actors, not to mention that there might be spies in the team. Xiong was sitting next to Bai Feng. To people far away, it looked like 2 people in power were having a normal conversation. But when Xiong heard Bai Feng say that no matter what he heard next, he had to pretend that nothing had happened, his attitude became a little stiff, like a performance. However, it was enough to confuse people far away. We must be being targeted by the Swearin tribe. They want our swords and bows, and probably other goods as well. There are people watching us in the bushes at those 2 locations. Don't look up yet. Look slowly and pretend to be casual. Bai Feng drew 2 lines on the ground, pointing to the bushes where the 2 people were hiding. The bear stretched out his arms and pretended to stretch, taking the opportunity to look at the 2 bushes. The hunters had excellent eyesight during the day, and he could spot the people hiding there with just a glance. But Bai Feng was speechless about Xiong's carelessness. Fortunately, the 2 spies didn't find anything unusual and remained hiding motionlessly. After the bear inspected it, he moved his butt closer to Bai Feng and said, "I saw it too. Do you want to go over and kill it?" Bai Feng straightened his back and looked at the busy tribesmen. "Don't be anxious yet. Wait and see what they will do. If we act rashly now, we may disturb them and cause trouble. By the way, have you heard of the Tanfu tribe?" One of Swarinchi's boys said that the Tanfu tribe was a cannibalistic tribe. They're now near this gathering and might attack us at night. But I think Swarinchi is lying. Maybe they will pretend to be the Tanfu tribe and attack other tribes participating in the gathering at night. Xiong thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed a cannibal tribe called the Tanfu tribe, but I heard from other tribes at the gathering that they are at least 20 days away from this river basin, and it is impossible for them to come here. They have nothing to eat along the way. I haven't heard from any tribe that came here that they saw people from the Tanfu tribe." Bai Feng's heart began to tremble. This must be Swearin's conspiracy. Swearin said that they saw a small tribe of several hundred people being attacked by the Tanfu tribe on the way. It seems that they have already planned to attack everyone in this gathering. Compared to the so-called cannibals, Bai Feng felt that Swearin was more terrifying. They had excellent weapons, a large number of people, and most importantly, they had a shameless and scheming leader. This is much more terrifying than believing in oaths and being a simple savage. Bai Feng understood that if Swearin started robbing, the Bai Feng tribe would definitely be one of the primary targets. This powerful bow alone was worth their special attention. "Xiong, find a few smarter soldiers, not as stupid as Qi, and tell them to prepare to escape. I'll see if we can kill the 2 spies later. We have to run far away before dark. I feel they will take action tonight. Why don't we fight them head on? We have so many warriors here. We are not afraid of them." Bai Feng pounded his fist on the ground. Swearin's tribe is so big, and the warriors I saw alone are almost more than the population of our entire tribe. Moreover, Swearin also said that they have warriors hiding around. I don't know if it's true or not, but our tribe cannot lose a single person. Xiong Kai nodded seriously and said okay, then stood up and pretended nothing had happened. He walked up to a tribesman, said something to him, patted him on the shoulder, and moved on to the next person. The person he was talking to was also doing his job normally, with nothing unusual. When the meal was ready, the tribesmen sat down to eat. They still surrounded all the women in the middle, while the men stayed outside, under the pretext of protecting them, but in fact they were just monitoring them and not letting them go out to report the news or escape. The Bifeng tribe had not had their leader distribute food for a long time. Everyone took what they wanted, and the tribesmen knew what to do and would not take more than they wanted. Bifeng's sudden act of distributing food surprised them a little, but they got used to it quickly. The women did not think there was anything wrong with the leader distributing food. While distributing food, Bifeng counted the people and found that the number was complete. Not one was missing. Even if there was a traitor among the 11 people, he would have no chance to report it. Perhaps seeing that the White Wind tribe had started to eat, one of the spies left, probably to report, leaving only one person behind. White Wind nodded to the bear, and the bear also noticed that one person was missing. Xiong came up to Bifeng, and after listening to Bifeng's plan, he called up the big fool Qi and stood with his bowl in his hand to eat in the direction of the spy. Xiong was behind him, picking up the bow and arrows on the ground and getting ready. After the few people arranged by Xiong received the signal, they took their weapons and pretended to go to the woods to urinate, then quickly moved towards the direction of the scout, preparing to encircle him. Qi's body was broad, and Xiong could hide the bow behind him. When everything was ready, Bifeng pulled the confused Qi away, and Xiong released the fully drawn bow at the same time. The arrow flew towards the bushes where the spy was. Only a scream was heard, and the surrounding soldiers who were preparing to surround the spy rushed over in an instant and ended the spy's life. No sound was heard again. The arrowhead had a barb, and they couldn't pull out, so they took a stone and smashed their heads before they could get out the iron arrowhead. Bifeng didn't know about this. He just saw that after the spy died, he quickly asked the tribesmen to pack up and prepare to run away. They didn't care, even if they hadn't finished their meals. But they didn't want to waste anything, so they stuffed the food into their stomachs like pelicans. The women were in a panic, and no one knew why they suddenly took action. The tribesmen had gained experience after long-term cooperation, so they quickly packed up and surrounded the frightened women and started to run away. Chapter 44 National Curse. The 11 women exchanged back from Swearin were the focus of attention. If any of them was found trying to escape, the first choice would be to kill her. The arrow that was pulled back was covered with white stuff, blood, and hanging flesh, which made Bifeng feel a little nauseous. He didn't want to touch that arrow no matter what. He just didn't expect that Xiong's archery skills were so accurate that he could hit the target directly from 100 meters away. Bifeng decided to make a better bow for Xiong when he returned, so that he could become the tribe's sharpshooter. Bifeng actually didn't have a very clear understanding of his bow, mainly because he didn't have any measuring equipment, so he didn't know how many pounds the bow weighed. He had never used it in actual combat before. Now he saw that it was still very powerful at a distance of 100 meters, which meant that the bow weighed at least 100 pounds. While hurrying on the road, Bifeng explained to everyone what had happened and why they were in such a hurry. After the tribesmen knew about it, they didn't express any opinions, but just quickened their pace. The woman in return thought that Bifeng was lying. It was impossible for anyone to start a war during a gathering. This would be punished by the gods, as everyone had sworn an oath. Only a few women of Swirenshi began to tremble and walk unsteadily after hearing Bifeng's words. They thought Bifeng might kill them on the spot, but they did not refute Bifeng's words or explain for their tribe, which proved that Bifeng's guess was basically correct. None of them ran away, probably because they accepted their fate. Bifeng might also be too nervous. He just randomly selected people, so there shouldn't be any spies among them. If they could successfully return to the tribe, they wouldn't dare to run back to report the news. Walking alone in the wilderness was no different from committing suicide. Bifeng and his companions almost trotted all the way. When the sun was about to set, Bifeng had no intention of stopping. He only ordered everyone to cut down pine branches to make torches, especially some fallen pine trees, whose trunks were full of oil and almost transparent. This was a very good material for torches, and the burning time was long enough. Dozens of torches were lit together, moving forward like a fire dragon. It was not until the moon was very bright and the road could be seen clearly without torches that Bifeng and his companions ran to a high ground. From here, they could clearly see what was happening downstream, and even if someone was chasing them, they would be able to discover and escape in time. Even if Swirenshi found something wrong and started chasing them, they would not be able to get here until dawn. Bifeng ordered them to set up camp, build a fire, and take turns to keep watch. The woman Swirenshi had exchanged had her hands and feet tied with cowhide ropes to prevent her from escaping. Taking out the little remaining beef, everyone ate a little bit frugally, and those that didn't need to keep watch immediately lay down and fell asleep. Bifeng couldn't sleep, so he sat on a rock and looked downstream, hoping to see what happened. Bifeng's guess was correct. There was a faint glow of fire at the gathering place downstream. It was not caused by the scattered fires at night. Instead, someone had set fire to the woods around the gathering place. Several fires were burning at the same time, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Just like Bai Feng and his men hunting cattle, the only difference is that Swearin surrounded the two sides with a wall of fire and blocked the upper and lower reaches of the river with people. No one should dare to rush through the encirclement of fire and escape. As expected, they were the first tribe to play with fire, and they were extremely skilled in using fire. If Bai Feng had not run away earlier, he would have been among those being surrounded and killed. He could even hear the wailing and screaming of the wild men who had gathered. Bai Feng did not understand what was so good to rob, as everyone was equally poor. This robbery was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment idea, nor was it specifically aimed at the Bai Feng clan, but Bai Feng should have brought their plans forward. I wonder how many people there are in the world now. 1 million? I'm afraid there aren't that many in the entire Asian continent. I don't know why such a small number of people would kill each other. Swearin is not a cannibal. Why'd he do this? Bai Feng doesn't understand. At this time, everyone should get rich and develop civilization together. The world is big enough for everyone to expand. After feeling sad for a while, he asked the tribesmen who were on night watch to be more vigilant on both sides of the river downstream and to give the alarm immediately if there was any abnormality. Bai Feng's tense thoughts relaxed a little after the fire started. They should still have to clean up the battlefield and would not chase after them immediately. So he lay down and forced himself to sleep and rest. There were no pursuers throughout the night, and in the morning, most of the fire downstream had been extinguished, but one fire in one direction was still spreading and burning, and the smoke was blown everywhere by the wind. The women of Swearin had no intention of escaping at night, so he got up and untied the ropes on their feet, but their hands were still tied. While they were on the road, Bai Feng was wondering if they would say something like, "I need to go to the toilet," and "I need to go to the toilet" now means go to the toilet, but they just squatted where they were and continued to follow the team, leaving a puddle of water. Bai Feng and the others were now running slower because they had been jogging yesterday and their bodies had not yet recovered. Besides, they felt that they had run so far that the other party would definitely not catch up with them, so they relaxed. The tribesman in charge of guarding at the back suddenly raised a loud alarm. Bai Feng looked in the direction he pointed and saw a group of savages moving quickly far away on the other side of the downstream bank. Looking from a high place, it seemed that they were so densely packed that there should be hundreds of people. Although they could see them, even if Bai Feng stood still, it would take them most of the day to catch up, so Bai Feng was not panicked at all. With so many people marching in a hurry and without much food, they definitely couldn't chase for long. They probably thought that Bai Feng and the others hadn't gone far, so they chased after them. Bai Feng stood upwind, his hands in the shape of trumpets, bent over and shouted, "Bao Shi!" The wind carried the sound far away, and the echo bounced back from the valley. Bai Feng never thought that his voice could be so loud. After several seconds, the team stopped. They must have heard something. Bai Feng shouted again, "Bao Shi!" This time they listened carefully. They seemed to be shouting as well, but their voices were blown away by the wind and could not reach Bai Feng at all. Bai Feng shouted, "I can't hear you. Stop chasing me. You can't catch up." After shouting several times, Bai Feng was sure that they should have basically heard what he was shouting. They were shouting again, as if several people were shouting at the same time. Bai Feng still couldn't hear clearly, but he vaguely heard words like "wait for me" and "kill." It looked like they shouted several times, then turned around and went back, with no intention of chasing anymore. Bai Feng knew that this was definitely not a strategy, seeing that even if he ran after Bai Feng, he might not be able to catch up. If they turned around just to confuse Bai Feng, it would be even more impossible for them to catch up. Although they retreated, Bai Feng still felt unhappy, so he shouted "Bao Shi" and then followed up with the classic 4-character Chinese curse, and then he felt better. However, when the tribesmen nearby heard what Bai Feng had just shouted, they looked at him strangely. "Chief, are you planning to be the chief of Swearin clan? We can't defeat you." Chapter 45, Just a Small Tribe. Bai Feng had no intention of becoming the patriarch of the Swearin clan, and those words he cursed out did not mean that he really wanted to be someone's father. It was just the literal meaning. However, since the tribesmen understood it this way, Bai Feng could not guarantee how Bao Shi understood it, whether he knew that he was scolding him or whether he thought that Bai Feng wanted to seize his Swearin tribe. But it doesn't matter now that they are mortal enemies. The other tribes at the gathering should have been robbed. Maybe some escaped, but Bao Shi should have fought under the banner of the Tanfu tribe. He would not seek revenge on Swearin. Now only the Bai Feng tribe knows the truth. However, for the time being, no one in this river basin knows the specific situation of the Bifong tribe. After all, the name was changed not long ago, not to mention that the number of people and the territory revealed to Bao Shi were all false. When they return to the tribe, they prepare for the winter, hide at home, and don't go out, waiting for the arrival of spring to plan for the new year. The 11 women that Bifong exchanged for have completely accepted their fate. In the Swearin tribe, they should have been taken away for sacrifice under such circumstances, but Bifong couldn't bear to do so. He exchanged them for a knife, and they could also weave cloth, so how could he kill them at will? Because the Swearin tribe was rich, the women ate well and grew strong. No matter which tribe they were in, they could be considered beauties. The men of the Bifong tribe had been coveting them for a long time, but because of the special treatment they received, they refrained from doing anything to them. There were 9 people in total who joined forces to besiege the spies of Swearin yesterday, including Chi and Xiong. Although Chi was just making up the numbers in a daze, he also made contributions. The 11 men were told to choose one of their wives, and she would belong to them from now on. No one else could sleep with her, and they could not sleep with other people's wives. They were very happy after hearing this, because the women of Swearin were indeed beautiful. After 9 of the women were chosen, they felt relieved because they knew they would not die. However, the 2 who were not chosen kept crying and making a fuss. They were scared to cry together with Tong Sui, thinking that they were the last remaining sacrifices. Xiong asked Bifong to accept the 2 women. After all, as the clan leader, he had the power to do so. Bifong hesitated and was unwilling to agree. If it were beauties like those in later generations, it would not be their turn to share, and Bifong would definitely be the first choice. However, Bifeng's only hope and thoughts were on Sui now. He really didn't have any thoughts about the beauty of the moment. In order to avoid making the tribe members feel unusual, he had to say that beauties were rewards for people with merit, so he didn't need to rush, but those who made contributions to the tribe must have the beauty first. When the tribesmen heard Bifeng's words, they all cheered and were full of energy. None of them complained about not getting a beautiful wife. They only wondered why they didn't seize the opportunity. He comforted everyone, especially warned the tribesmen who were assigned wives, that they must keep a close eye on the ropes, as they knew that although the route was far, they would not necessarily escape, and that they were not allowed to do anything unrelated to the journey during the march, and that if they had to do it at night, they had to ensure they had enough energy to continue the journey the next day, etc. Bifong always keeps Sui by his side. The tribesmen say she is ugly, but there is no guarantee that some evil spirit will harm Sui in the cover of night, and Bifong will not even have time to cry. In ancient times, there was a man named Deng Tu who loved his ugly wife, and then he was criticized by gossipers as a pervert. Now the tribesmen can only force themselves to believe that the tribe leader can make old women younger and ugly women more beautiful, rather than believe that their tribe leader has a distorted aesthetic taste and prefers ugly women. Because they didn't plan the journey well and brought less dry food, Bifong and his crew ate a lot on the way here, which resulted in not much left on the way back. With 100 people and little food, everyone returned to the state of fleeing famine. They had only 1 meal a day instead of 2, and each meal was less. The bear's arrows were very accurate. Along the way, he and several other tribesmen would suddenly run out of the group to catch any prey they saw, and they could also get some meat as a supplement. After they had finished all the dry food they brought, Bifong would not let them eat the grass seeds they had exchanged for, so they had no choice but to continue their journey hungry. Fortunately, this was the last day, and they would be able to return home by the afternoon. Several women of Swearin had heard Bifong say, when he was a guest, that it would take 10 days to reach their territory. Now, they had run out of food on only the 4th day. They were so disappointed that if they were not killed for sacrifice, they would starve to death on the road. They certainly couldn't be allowed to eat grass seeds, and they had to pick out the good ones for seeds. Bifong saw several wild species of grains grown in later generations, including wheat, buckwheat, millet, sorghum, and even rice. Bifong couldn't imagine that rice could be grown in this place. Although the tribesmen were hungry, the familiar wilderness made them realize that they were about to reach home, and they would no longer be hungry when they got home. They all learned to sing the songs of the White Wind religion. When they saw the sudden appearance of the tribe on the plain, the women thought that they had to rob that tribe for supplies. They felt that they had too few warriors here, so they wanted to charge together with all their weapons so that the success rate would be higher. When they heard this, Bifong and the others burst into laughter. The confused women saw the witch and his people coming out to greet them, and thought that this was a small tribe affiliated with the White Wind tribe. However, they did not expect that the witch cheered with everyone, took the supplies they had exchanged, and wanted to take them to settle in the tribe. They realized that they had been deceived by Baifeng. How could there be a tribe of thousands of people? Plus, they were only more than 500 people. They all knew that they had entered a very poor tribe and would starve or even not survive the winter, so they became depressed. According to the witch's report, everything was peaceful during the time they were away, and nothing major happened. When they got closer, they saw that the wall was only 20 centimeters high when they left, but now it is more than 40 centimeters high. It stretches all the way around the entire tribe. If it could be built to 4 or 5 meters high, Baifeng would not be afraid of any large tribe siege. Do they know siege tactics? Those women only saw from a distance that the White Wind tribe was small and had few people. But when they actually walked in, they discovered the difference. What was this tall, earthen, cave-like thing? Why didn't they have tents? What is that green thing on top? Is it for rain protection? How can it be protected? Can't we just lay down thick branches and leaves? Smoke is coming out from the distance, and there are springs that are constantly flowing out. This group of women is dazzled and finds everything new and surprising. Although we cannot match you in terms of numbers and supplies, our infrastructure is many levels higher than yours. Baifeng smiled as he watched the tribesmen taking the new women around to get to know their new tribe. The identity arrangements were carried out on the spot. It was okay if they didn't understand. They just registered their names and were assigned to their own production teams. Naturally, the team leader would explain it to them. Each team has about 3 more people, and the gender balance in the tribe is a bit unbalanced. There are less than 200 men, but more than 300 women. Baifeng can only say that those who are capable should do more work and give birth to more children for the tribe. In the past, we couldn't feed our children because of lack of food, and there were accidents during childbirth. Now we don't have these worries. There are too few children in the tribe, and this is absolutely unacceptable. If someone who already has a wife asks to live separately, that's fine. Just find some time to build a house for yourself. Chapter 46, How to Spend a Warm Winter. There are already more than a dozen people in the entire tribe who have wives. There is no love involved. These are arranged marriages by the tribe leader. Their simple understanding of home is private property, and their wives cannot be slept with by others. Baifeng was not at all opposed to their idea of leaving the collective housing and having their own wives all to himself in their own small house. Only in this way could they gradually know each other and evolve a social order. In those large tribes, only the patriarch knew who his sons were, and no one dared to sleep with his woman. It is already late autumn, and all the crops have been harvested. The tribesmen no longer need to go out fishing, gathering, or hunting. All their thoughts are focused on how to spend a warm winter. The house where more than a dozen people live together, although it is large in area, is relatively low, otherwise it would be difficult to survive in the winter. There should be a giant coal mine under this land, and open-pit coal has also been discovered nearby. However, Baifeng dare not let them use it directly for heating in the winter, and the equipment must be well prepared. Baifeng planned to conduct an experiment in his own small house first. He had originally allocated a large piece of land for himself as a homestead, but in the end he only built a house of a dozen square meters, which was just right for him to live in alone. However, now a new ear of corn and a cow have arrived. Sui finally had a full meal after arriving at the tribe. Looking at her wolfing down the food, Baifeng felt pity for the only beauty of this era. The tribesmen usually bathed by pouring water from the top of their heads, but to Baifeng, it was just a shower. Since he had iron, Baifeng gave the future carpenter a set of carpentry tools, and then used his power to force him to carve a bathtub for himself out of a thick piece of wood. In addition to the soapberry trees that are very common here, Baifeng used soap rice and cypress leaves to make shampoo, which is also very useful for bathing. Even in later generations, it can beat many big-name products, especially the cypress leaves, which are excellent for preventing hair loss. Baifeng is the most particular and cleanest person in the entire tribe, mainly because he is very afraid of things that jump around and suck human blood. Although washing alone won't be very effective, at least it can help avoid some fecal-oral transmitted diseases. Baifeng asked Sui to take a thorough bath in the tub with hot water. Baifeng wanted to avoid other women, but those women were clumsy and couldn't do anything. Baifeng could only think, they're all savages, it doesn't matter. I've seen so many anyway, so this one won't make a difference. Baifeng's mental age is very high, but this body is not. It is not even 20, which is the prime of life in this era. Sui is also a little girl with a flat figure and no development. but this also makes Bai Feng feel very nervous. But he had to restrain himself. Sui was still too young. He had to wait until she was 17 or 18 before he could think about making her his wife. As for these years, he could just cultivate their feelings. Sui's skin would be considered dark in later generations, but here she was so white that she looked like an outlier. Everyone else was tan like a coal ball, but Sui's was wheat-colored. The women who came from Suiren, under Bai Feng's command, roughly sewed 2 cross-collared robes. This was the closest style to ancient Hanfu that Bai Feng could imagine. The 11 women all knew how to do needlework, and with the iron needle made by Bai Feng, they could do it very quickly. Bai Feng didn't know how to make scissors, but it was easy to use an iron knife to cut cloth. During the production process, Bai Feng also told them how to measure body length so that the clothes would fit well based on the vague impression he had from his previous life. He also told them how to use a white plaster pen to draw lines on the cloth so that they could cut more intuitively. They all showed great interest, and their learning ability surprised Bai Feng. Originally, he only planned to let them sew a robe to wear, but seeing that their craftsmanship was probably better than his, he simply asked them to make the boxer briefs they were planning to make. Before making it, you have to beat the cloth until it is soft so that it won't be scratchy when worn. He made 3 pairs for himself and 3 pairs for Sui. Bai Feng was embarrassed to ask her to wear a triangle or something, so he made them into boxer briefs that were of any size and could be tied tightly with a rope. I asked Xiong and the others if they needed it. Looking at the tight underwear and the strange shape, they decisively refused. They felt that it would be most comfortable to let their little brother swing freely between heaven and earth. Bai Feng, I won't force you. As for Sui, she had to wear it regardless of her habit of wearing it or not. Bai Feng felt that if she didn't wear it, not only would she suffer, but he would suffer as well, even though no one in the entire tribe wore it, and they could just look at it casually. Bai Feng didn't know why his possessiveness was so strong, and he didn't even consider other people's feelings. Maybe this was the side effect of power? After washing and putting on clothes, Sui looked extremely beautiful in Bai Feng's eyes. However, she was still shy and didn't know why Bai Feng was so nice to her, and she felt uneasy. The tribesmen looked at Bai Feng grinning foolishly at an ugly girl and treating her so specially, and they knew that the tribe leader's aesthetic taste must be distorted. There was nothing they could do, so they sighed and walked away. Those who had wives also breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the tribe leader would not snatch their beautiful wives away. Sui is like a follower. She follows Bai Feng wherever he goes. Xiaonyo also follows her, an extremely weird combination. Bai Feng wanted to install a fireplace in his room. He only needed to use bricks and mud to make a chimney to exhaust the smoke. The wind blows in the northwest in winter, so the chimney should face southeast, otherwise the house would be filled with smoke when the wind blows. When a house was built, nothing else was reserved, but Bai Feng was so showy that he opened the largest window in the whole family. The windows of other big houses were not as big as Bai Feng's. Bai Feng only paid attention to the lighting at that time, but completely forgot about insulation in winter. Fortunately, the carpenter got the idea and installed a wooden window frame for Bai Feng. Bai Feng made hinges and nails for him, so he installed windows that could be opened and closed for Bai Feng. He also used the same method to install a door for him. The price was that Bai Feng had to make the necessary hinges and nails for the entire family's houses for several days in a row, and Bai Feng once again experienced the pain of not being able to lift his arms. When Bai Feng was forging iron, Sui squatted beside him to put coal in the furnace and pull the bellows. Xiaonyo ran around without a care in the world, urinating and defecating everywhere. Perhaps he didn't see or know what these humans did to his tribe, and he couldn't understand it either. The fireplace was a success, but the gap between the fireplace and the wall would leak smoke. After covering it with mud, Bai Feng could not guarantee that it would not leak. Therefore, Bai Feng only dared to use the fireplace to burn coal during the day. At night, he would throw firewood if he had it, and if he didn't have firewood, he would just freeze. He didn't want to die silently. He didn't know if the cannibals he met when he first came to this world had died at the hands of coal. After seeing Bai Feng's fireplace, the tribesmen, under the leadership of the captain, built giant fireplaces in their own big houses. Also under Bai Feng's instruction, they ensured that they would never use coal at night and would extinguish the fireplace if there was no firewood. At the same time, the tribe's demand for coal and firewood is increasing, and the piles of coal and firewood on the open ground are getting higher and higher every day. Although it is not cold during the day, you can already feel the temperature drop significantly in the morning and evening, and the temperature difference between day and night is very large. As a pure northerner, Something like a Kong is a must-have. However, even though people who have slept on it for decades don't know how a Kong is made, Bai Feng didn't dare to start digging the wall at will. So he had to simulate it with bricks on the open ground and try to deduce how to make a Kong. Chapter 47. The Shame of Making a Kong. In the eyes of the tribesmen, Bai Feng is a chaotic state of being both a genius and a psychopath. Some things he does are really amazing, and no one can even imagine what they are, but some things are completely incomprehensible. For example, now Bai Feng is digging a hole in the wall of his house. The tribesmen think that the patriarch has been ill more frequently recently. Bai Feng was grunting and digging a hole in the wall. This was the eye of the Kong he was going to make. After a simple model simulation, Bai Feng gained some confidence in making the Kong. If it collapsed at worst, he could just redo it. But the eye of the Kong had to be made well, otherwise if the wall was dug, there would be no way to make up for it and the house would be ruined. Sui used a bamboo basket to carry soil one trip at a time, added grass knots, and poured water and mud. Xiaonyo stood beside and wanted to help by peeing, but was ruthlessly rejected by Sui. He pushed his head against Bai Feng's raised butt and ran away to have fun somewhere else. In the blacksmith shop, with Bai Feng and his apprentices watching over it, all they have to do now is refine the iron or into iron ingots, which are then stored for Bai Feng to use directly. It is impossible to stop all work in the coming winter. Pottery, iron smelting, and wall building cannot be stopped for a single day. If it snows, we can get a God-given holiday and rest without worries, and resume work after the snow melts. Bai Feng's outlook for winter is to replicate the iron-making blast furnace to the greatest extent possible. The current problem is not that there are not enough resources. You can use iron, ore, and coal as you like, but the output cannot be increased. If there was enough iron, it could be given to more than 100 men in the tribe, and everyone could be equipped with a large iron sword or iron knife. Of course, iron armor would be a luxury, but even with bamboo armor or leather armor, the 200 people of Bai Feng would not be afraid of the 500 people from other tribes in a war. There is still about a month to the beginning of winter, and when you wake up in the morning, you can already see a thin layer of frost on the ground. Even the strongest people have to have a mental struggle before going out in the morning, and then go out to work shivering. The Bai Feng tribe did not have enough cloth to make many clothes. After making clothes for himself, Bai Feng planned to reward the remaining cloth to the group of people who had made the greatest contribution to the tribe on the day of the beginning of winter. The tribesmen made clothes from fur by simply cutting them, or even wearing them directly as they were. The warmth-retaining effect was very poor, and it was a waste of the material itself. Among all the clothes made of fur, Mongolian robes are naturally the best. Bai Feng once went to the pastoral area to see the snow-capped mountains and grasslands. In some specialty souvenir shops in the scenic area, Mongolian robes and boots were very eye-catching, but most people would not buy the robes and had no chance to wear them. Many people buy boots, which can be worn in daily life and look very good. The most popular item is hats. The hat that Bai Feng bought in the Tibetan pastoral area actually has English words on it, which shows that it is wholesale from the mainland. He was ridiculed by his friends for a long time because of this. Bai Feng specially customized a Mongolian robe, which is very suitable for wearing in the northwest winter. 6 lambskins are needed to make one. Unfortunately, Bai Feng's entire tribe only has a dozen sheepskins, all of which are brown, not the white sheepskins commonly seen in later generations. The productivity of the entire tribe was too low, so Bai Feng asked the weaver girls to make a set of Mongolian robes for himself and Sui, according to his memory. By the time these 2 sets were finished, it would be winter. There were too many people for Bai Feng to take care of them, so he could only ask them to collect dry straw, and after pounding it soft with stones, they could spread it in the house to use as mattresses. It was soft and warm. If they couldn't get a quilt, they could hide their whole bodies in it. There was dry straw everywhere in the mountains, and it was easy to collect. As a pioneer, Bai Feng built the Kong walls with bricks and mud. But when it came to making the Kong surface, he ran into trouble. The area was too large, and there was no way to spread the mud on it without it falling off. Also, there couldn't be too many firewalls in the middle of the Kong. Otherwise, when the Kong was burned, the fuel would be blocked on the outside and couldn't go anywhere else, and the Kong would be burned in vain. Only then did Bai Feng regret why he had not asked more questions before about how the Kong was made. Although the Kong he slept on before often collapsed, or the mattress was burned because it was too hot, Bai Feng was very upset. He punched the mud and then went out to relax angrily. Sui followed Bai Feng in small steps and did not dare to say a word. When the tribesmen saw Bai Feng coming out in a bad mood, they guessed that what he did had failed. No one wanted to get into trouble, So they pretended not to see it and turned around and left. Lou was such a silly boy. While everyone else was quietly turning around and walking away, he was caught by Phone before he could even react. That's great, kid. I'm really worried right now. Come over and help me. I can't figure out what to do. Let me see if yours is as good as mine. If you can't do it either, I'll see if you dare to laugh at me in the future. The deer was pushed into Bai Feng's house by the back of its neck. It did not dare to resist Bai Feng's tyranny at all. When it saw the things Bai Feng had piled up, it was also confused. It didn't know why he had piled them up in a circle in the house. Bai Feng told him about his worries. He realized that without adding a firewall, the Kong surface could not be made. If too many firewalls were added, the firewood would not be able to burn inside. The deer simply took a look at the structure of the Kong and understood what Bai Feng said. In fact, Bai Feng didn't expect anything from the deer. He just wanted a vent. The deer was just unlucky to be caught. The deer pretended to be thinking, and Bai Feng did not disturb him. Soon the deer put a horizontal brick vertically parallel to the Kong door, then squatted and looked up at Bai Feng. Bai Feng's face went from confused to thoughtful, and then from sudden enlightenment to anger. The deer stood up and ran away. Bai Feng was, of course, not really angry. He just wanted to scare the deer. He watched the deer run away and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. The deer was good in every way except that it was a little stubborn, and it was also Bai Feng's lucky star. He didn't even realize such a simple truth. By building several firewalls parallel to the Kong eye, Bai Feng had support for the Kong surface and was not worried about the Kong not being able to burn. Bai Feng almost used wood as support like he built a roof, but in that case, someone might fall into the fire and be roasted at night. It seems that deer's knife can be changed into a dagger again, and it can also be made for him in advance. Bai Feng made his Kong successfully, but without good tools, the surface was uneven and too wet to sleep on. Bai Feng used fallen leaves found everywhere, mixed them with soil, filled the Kong with them, lit it, and slowly dried it with fire. The fuel for filling the Kong must be mixed with soil so that the fire is a slow, burning fire, rather than an open fire that burns out instantly. The burning time is long and the temperature is comfortable. Bai Feng is quite clear about this aspect. After all, the experience of having your butt hurt by the Kong is really not a good one. The tribesmen didn't know what Bai Feng had done. They only saw the tribe leader mixing mud and laying bricks for his house for 2.5 days. There was a hole where smoke came out of the house. One fireplace would be enough, so why make two? Bai Feng will teach everyone after he makes sure that his Kong is stable and safe. As for now, he'd better keep a secret, because half of the room is occupied by the Kong, and people can't lie on it before it's dry. So Xiaoniu lost the right to sleep in the house. The tribesmen brought their own thatched straws, and each team gave a handful of straw. Bai Feng had the thickest bed in the tribe without any work. Chapter 48, I'm Too Greedy. Enjoying the best resources of the entire tribe and having control over the tribe's property are the powers that belong to the tribe leader. Bai Feng does not need to worry about whether he is oppressing his tribe members, because his burden is heavier. He needs to lead his tribe members to obtain enough food and ensure their safety. At least for now, Bai Feng is a very qualified tribe leader. The tribesmen now have houses where they can live for a long time to shelter from the wind and rain and from wild beasts. They have food to eat until the end of next spring, a stable water source, more powerful weapons, a more convenient life, and more ways to keep warm in winter. Sleeping in the same grass nest with Sui, Bai Feng has to try his best to keep himself from making any mistakes. What stops Bai Feng is not his great willpower, but the law and the protection of minors that is deeply rooted in his heart, his own moral bottom line, and the fact that as a doctor, he's extremely aware of the horror of difficult labor for young mothers. Bai Feng wanted to build a little house for Sui, but when he mentioned this, Sui held Bai Feng's arm and cried without saying a word. Sui lacks a sense of security and would twitch, cry, and have nightmares at night. Bai Feng didn't know how much she had suffered in her original tribe. Now he had no choice but to give Sui more care. When Bai Feng found that Sui was having a nightmare, he would hum a lullaby to her. Sui did not grow up with lullabies and her mother patting her back. In fact, Bai Feng did not grow up either. Bai Feng was born during a relatively poor era. He was left at home when he could crawl. When his parents came back from work, they saw Bai Feng sleeping under a tree. His clothes were covered with dirt mixed with urine and soil, and the 1-year-old child's hands were covered with cracks. By the time Bai Feng started to keep records, life had gotten much better. After those years, the child had become a complete treasure, and it was impossible for him to be abandoned like that. The child's physical condition had also deteriorated a lot. The children seen in the Baifeng tribe were worse off than those Baifeng had when he was a child. It seemed that the mothers thought their children were as tenacious as she was, so they just threw them everywhere at will. Every time Baifeng went to see the few children in the tribe, he always had to act as a babysitter for a while. The children were restless, so Baifeng taught them lullabies. There were no words, just a simple tune. Sui also learned it and would hum it involuntarily while working. When Sui had a nightmare, Baifeng sang a lullaby to her, and Sui would soon calm down, as if she was freed from the nightmare. For Sui, the lullaby was not a sense of security from her parents, but a panacea for her tragic fate. But Baifeng didn't know what kind of feeling Sui had for him. Although he could ignore it, in this era no one cared about women's thoughts, so there was no such thing as love. But what if Sui felt towards him like a father or brother instead of a husband? Baifeng uses all his patience and meticulous care for Sui every day. Even in later generations, he would be an extremely qualified bootlicker. Sui's personality begins to improve day by day, and she smiles again. Baifeng would also tell her some jokes of this era that he made up to amuse her. The tribe now has a lot of meat, and the refined butter is top-quality fat that can quickly replenish a thin and old person. There are also chestnuts rich in starch. Beef stewed with chestnuts with salt, cinnamon, star anise, thyme, and other seasonings is not only nutritious, but also tastes like the pig food of other tribes. In half a month, the old woman who was said to have only a few more years to live, although she has not changed her appearance and figure to match her age, is no longer as half-dead as when she first arrived. Her spirit is no different from that of a young woman, and she is still able to do heavy work every day. The tribesmen felt that the patriarch must have the ability to extend people's lifespan, and they respected him even more in their hearts. When they got old, they could ask the patriarch to extend their lifespan. Baifeng didn't know what his tribesmen were thinking, otherwise he would have laughed. As long as the tribe could maintain the current standard of living every year, or even a higher standard, they could live for more than 60 years. Only when they reached their 40s or 50s would their bodies inevitably decline in age. There were relatively few ingredients, and Baifeng couldn't change the taste even if he wanted to. There were beef stewed with chestnuts, or roast beef, fried chestnuts, stewed salted fish, etc. The tribesmen enjoyed the meal and looked forward to the meal every day. Only Baifeng was so fed up that he didn't know how to describe it. The biggest characteristic of not liking home-cooked meals is that I am greedy. Baifeng always feels like something is missing in his mouth, but he doesn't know what exactly he is greedy for. Maybe it's the spiciness. While walking around the warehouse, I saw a string of bacon hanging on the roof. I didn't know what kind of meat it was. When I took it down, I saw that it seemed that a hunting team had killed a large female wild boar. Baifeng kept one of its hind legs to make bacon and also stuffed it into sausages, but he had forgotten what it was. Baifeng, who had found the good stuff, quickly called Sui, cut off a large piece, and took it back to his house. He also cut a large piece of sausage. Seeing that Sui was very greedy, Baifeng cut a piece of sausage for her. It was so salty that she frowned, but she was unwilling to spit it out. Baifeng was very happy. He took a knife and went to the bamboo forest to look for bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoots he had dug before had been made into kimchi. Baifeng wanted to find fresh bamboo shoots, but he didn't know if there were any in autumn, so he could only try his luck. Baifeng didn't dare to walk too deep into the forest. The bamboo forest blocked out the sun and felt very eerie. In late autumn, bamboo leaves fell to the ground, making a rustling sound when he stepped on them. In this environment and atmosphere, Baifeng felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach and wanted to defecate. Autumn bamboo shoots are hard to find, but they are not impossible to find. After Baifeng found 7 or 8, he was unwilling to stay in the bamboo forest, for fear that something unspeakable would come out. There's not much meat on the autumn bamboo shoots, but they are very fresh. The wild rice in the warehouse has not been eaten yet. The main reason is that no one in the tribe is willing to eat grass seeds when there is meat. Pound the clean wild rice, put it in a pot, and steam it, and it will become delicious diaohu rice. The sand onions have no leaves in autumn, but the roots are still very tender. Dig up a few and chop them up. They have a very pungent, spicy taste. Wash off the excess salt with bacon using water, otherwise it will be inedible. Cut the tender bamboo shoots into sections. Slice the bacon and sausage. If there is no vegetable oil, use butter, heat it up, and add the scallions. After the bacon and sausage are cooked, add the bamboo shoots and some chopped thyme. After stir-frying, the original version of fried bamboo shoots with bacon is ready. Bai Feng took a bite and found it to be the top delicacy of this era. If there was a battle of myths in the future, and he couldn't become the god of wind and rain, would he be able to become a god of cooking? Sui was attracted by the delicious food. She had learned how to use chopsticks under Bai Feng's careful teaching. She picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. It was simply something that only gods could eat. She stared at Bai Feng with her watery eyes, hoping that she could eat more. Don't worry, the rice will be cooked soon. When the time comes, you can eat it with rice, and you will know what deliciousness is. Chapter 49 Development. No one can resist the temptation of delicious food. If Bai Feng had eaten this meal in the past, he would have been so eager to overturn the table if he had eaten such a meal in a restaurant. However, he had been eating the same kind of hot pot for the past 6 months, so he found this meal, which was carefully prepared, delicious. Sui used to not even have enough to eat, let alone pursue delicious food. Bai Feng didn't eat much of a pot of diaohu rice and a pot of fried bamboo shoots with bacon. Instead, Sui ate so absorbedly that when she realized what was going on, there wasn't much left. She looked so pitiful that she was afraid that Bai Feng would be angry. Bai Feng just touched her head and then went to wash the pot. The dog was extremely tolerant of the goddess. After visiting Bai Feng's Kong, all the members of the tribe went back and wanted to make one for themselves. They all automatically forgot their previous contempt for the tribe leader's inexplicable behavior. Bai Feng put aside his past grudges and taught them what to do. In the end, every house had a large bunk bed that could keep out moisture in the summer, keep warm in the winter, and prevent diseases such as rheumatism. Now they have no concept of avoiding disease at all. Even in freezing weather, they pour cold water directly on themselves. They sweat while working and open their leather jackets to dissipate heat regardless of how strong the wind is. They can't control the white wind either, so they can only beat them one by one. Reasoning with them is not feasible, so they can only be intimidated with whips. The days passed without any incidents, just like an isolated paradise. Nothing major happened within the tribe, and everything was dull and boring. When the calf first arrived, it was not fully weaned, so its body was honest and fat. After arriving at the tribe, it could only eat grass, and Bai Feng had no feed to give it. Now its spine is very obvious. It has grown taller, but is thinner and uglier. Sui is changing in the direction Bai Feng expects. Without the sun, Sui's skin is changing rapidly. It used to be wheat-colored, but now it is almost the same skin color as ordinary girls in later generations. There are even signs of it getting whiter. Bai Feng is sure that she does not have any skin disease. He can only say that people with white skin are born with it, and it is not something that can be envied. Only in Bai Feng's eyes are white-skinned girls beautiful, with skin as white as cream, which can cover up all ugliness. What's more, Sui's facial features are not ugly, and she has become more lovely and delicate after growing some flesh. Only in the eyes of the tribesmen, Sui is getting uglier and uglier, without the dark skin tanned by the sun, which is a sickly ugliness. Bai Feng cursed them in his heart for being country bumpkins who had never eaten good pork. The higher the status of a woman, the less she exposed to the sun and worked, and the whiter and finer her skin would be. In this small tribe, everyone was the same. When productivity became more developed and real classes emerged, men's preference for women with fair skin would be engraved in their genes. The city wall had been built to a height of 1 meter, with Bai Feng standing there with only his head visible. Although the savages could easily climb over this height, the tribesmen no longer had to raise their eyes to face the endless wasteland, and their sense of security was increasing. The entire tribe already has more than a dozen bows, and they are still being made. Bai Feng wants to use a bow that is far more powerful than its contemporaries as his trump card. With a large number of productions, the craftsmen's skills have become better and better. The bows they made are no longer so rough. They have fur handles, and the bows are coated with the juice of lacquerwood. Although they say that the juice of lacquer tree bites, they still force themselves to use it for the sake of appearance. Xiong's bow was the most flashy. Ever since the bow-making technology in the tribe matured, Xiong no longer thought highly of Bai Feng's bow. Like a heartless man, he abandoned the bow Bai Feng gave him and made a bow for himself with a body so strong that Bai Feng was not sure if he could pull it. All the materials used were the best, and he also glued cow horns to the bow to increase its toughness, which also served as decoration. On the day when the strong bow was strung, he showed it to Bai Feng. Bai Feng felt a little guilty when he touched the terrifying bow, but Xiong strongly urged him to try it. Bai Feng did not load the arrow, but pulled the bow in vain. Before he even pulled half of the bow, Bai Feng felt that he was no longer able to do it. I didn't say explicitly for fear of embarrassment, but just told Xiong that the harder the bow is, the better. No matter how strong it is, if you can't pull it open, what's the difference between it and a stick? A stick is easier to swing than a bow. After hearing this, the bear drew his bow and arrow, and the arrow whistled past Bai Feng's ears. It was so fast that Bai Feng didn't have time to see it clearly. He just felt his scalp tingling. The bear shot the arrow at a tree more than 30 meters away that had been chopped down and dragged back for firewood. When the two looked over, they found that only the tip of the stone arrow was stuck in the wood, and the rest of the arrow was shattered to the ground due to the huge impact force. If the arrowhead was made of fine iron and shaped into an armor-piercing arrow, Bai Feng was sure that at such a close distance, Xiong could kill 3 people with 1 arrow. However, it was difficult for Bai Feng to pull the bow apart in one go, even though he had the best physique of this era. Even if Xiong was born with supernatural powers, he wouldn't be able to shoot many times in a row. After Bai Feng expressed his concerns, Xiong did not put an arrow on the bow, but just pulled the arrow and released it 6 times in a row. Only on the 7th time did he feel that he was not fully pulled the arrow. Bai Feng naturally admired Xiong's strength. He never wanted to have a physical conflict with a man like Xiong in his life. Of course, Bai Feng would not hide the fact from Xiong and just pull the bow and release it in vain, which would cause great damage to the bow. Seeing Xiong holding the bow to check it with heartache, Bai Feng's evil taste was satisfied. However, with such a powerful warrior like Xiong, Bai Feng could not treat him badly. He was ready to make iron arrowheads with various functions for Xiong. The iron ingots in the ironworks now are enough for Bai Feng to use for a long time, and also enough for him to try to make steel without worrying about waste. The apprentice he brought with him has arms as strong as a bear, and is a good candidate for blacksmithing. Unfortunately, he does not have the bear's archery skills, and his strength is much weaker than the bear's. Bai Feng only knew that iron had to be refined into steel, but he didn't know the specific method. Although the iron knives made in the past were very hard, they were also very brittle. Many of the tribesmen's knives had already broken. Bai Feng only remembered words like high-carbon steel and low-carbon steel, which meant that carbon must play a vital role in turning iron into steel. Unfortunately, he was just a damn liberal arts student, not a damn science or engineering student. Bai Feng added ground carbon powder to the molten iron, but he didn't dare add too much, probably just a handful to a pot of molten iron. After melting what Bai Feng thought was high-carbon steel into steel bars, he was going to clamp it up to forge it, hammer it, and make a knife. However, he didn't clamp it firmly, and it fell to the ground, breaking into more than 2 pieces. Bai Feng was a little annoyed. Did he add too much or too little carbon? He kept changing the amount of carbon powder added. After 2 days of tossing and turning, Bai Feng finally figured out that it was not adding carbon, but discharging carbon. No wonder no matter how much carbon he added, the only difference was the number of pieces it broke into. After adjusting his state, Bai Feng and the apprentice with the Qilin arm took turns hammering the iron ingot with hammers, causing impurities and oxide layers on the iron surface to fall off continuously. After Bai Feng flattened the iron, he folded it up and continued hammering. After folding it 4 times, Bai Feng began to hammer the shape of the knife, making a Nepalese machete, which is a very practical knife shape. Chapter 50. First Snow. The hardness and toughness of a knife made after repeated folding and forging will definitely not be bad, but Bai Feng still doesn't have a good grasp of the forging shape of the knife, so it's not as beautiful as expected, and it's even a bit ugly. The root of the knife is also one piece, and a hole is punched to facilitate the installation of the handle. After confirming that it is almost done, the knife blank is burned into orange red with a high fire, and then taken out and quickly quenched with water. Bai Feng doesn't know how to judge the hardness, but just seeing that the blade is very straight, he thinks the quenching is very successful. When it was thrown on the ground, it made a crisp sound. When it was thrown on the anvil, it didn't break. When it was bent with hands, it didn't break either. Moreover, it could bounce back after being bent. Only then did Bai Feng realize that the thing he had made was no longer iron, but steel. There are many stones of various coarseness and fineness that can be used to sharpen knives. Bai Feng didn't want to ask others to do it for him, so he ground the knife shape bit by himself, then roughly polished it with fine sand, and even finely polished it with linen cloth. The knife handle is made of peach wood, which is drilled and nailed, and then polished to fit the hand shape. After being sharpened, it shines coldly. When a knife is tested on extremely hard green loquat wood, it can cut very deep without any damage to the blade. Everyone stared at the knife with fire in their eyes, and they all wanted to take it for themselves. Baifeng was not very satisfied because the shape of the knife was awkward. He also knew that the blade of a folded and forged knife must have complex and gorgeous patterns, but he didn't know how to show the patterns. Now it looked very rough. Otherwise, Baifeng could get countless beauties for the tribe with such a knife. Baifeng put the knife into a scabbard made of wood and cowhide and threw it to the deer huddled outside the door. "This is the knife I promised to give you. Don't bother me in the future. Keep it well. I won't be responsible if you lose it." The deer didn't expect that Baifeng would actually give him the knife. He just nodded stupidly as he listened to Baifeng's words. Without waiting for Baifeng to explain more, he ran away with the knife. The tribesmen who were originally staring at Baifeng stared at the deer with even more scorching eyes. After the deer ran away, they followed him. No one stayed to watch Baifeng. Baifeng felt slightly relieved when he saw the ears of wheat being sorted out in the blacksmith shop. Throwing away his blacksmith's apron and hammer, Baifeng picked up Sui and was about to leave the blacksmith shop. At the same time, he told Hui that he could now try to be an independent blacksmith. He had already solved the most important issue of steelmaking, and it was impossible for him to be trapped in the blacksmith shop forever. He nodded repeatedly in agreement, and the moment Baifeng walked out the door, he started to dance a randomly choreographed happy dance with a hammer in his hand. The first snow fell before the beginning of winter, and it fell secretly at night. When I woke up in the morning, there was no sign of stopping. The sky and the earth were all white. The snow was quite thick, reaching above the feet, but the snow did not contain much water and could not be molded into shape. Except for Baifeng, no one had shoes. They all thought it was stupid to wear that stuff on their feet. No one could go out now. The children were very playful, and just when they ran to the snow to have fun, their feet couldn't stand the cold, and they quickly ran back. Since it is God's will, the whole family can have a day off today and wait until the snow stops. The calf could no longer enter Baifeng's house, so Baifeng built a small shed for it with wood next to his house. Although the walls were leaky on all sides, at least the top could block the snow. Baifeng thought that what he had made was sturdy enough and would not be crushed by the snow, and the entire shed was filled with thick hay, so the calf could lie down directly on it. Even if it was snowing heavily, it would still be warm. At this time, its tribesmen were in the valley, their backs covered with snow, huddled together and shivering. There was nothing to do today, so Sui lay on the warm kong covered with soft hay and cowhide and blinked at Baifeng. Baifeng naturally would not be tempted. After finding the tools, Baifeng wanted to make a pair of boots for Sui. Their Mongolian robes were now in the final stage and would be finished in a few days. However, the outside was made of plain linen and was not as colorful and beautiful as the Mongolian robes of later generations. Holding up Sui's feet, Baifeng traced the shape of her feet on the cowhide. Although she had thick calluses, she insisted on soaking her feet every day. Sui's feet were small, clean, very white, and perfectly shaped, with delicate ankles and slender calves in perfect proportion to her feet. Baifeng pinched Sui's feet, and his saliva was almost coming out, but Baifeng quickly suppressed the thought. He would not let anyone know that he had such a slightly perverted preference, not even Sui. Fortunately, Sui didn't notice anything unusual and just thought Baifeng was working seriously. She changed to the other foot. After Baifeng had satisfied his desire to work, Sui pretended to say that the soul had been measured. It was snowing outside, and the fireplace in the house was crackling, making the room warm. It would be perfect if there was a tin kettle gurgling on the fireplace. Everything slows down on snowy days. Perhaps other members of the tribe are still sleeping soundly on the kong, but who knows what those who live alone with wives are doing. Baifeng took the newly made steel knife and used wood to carve the soles of the shoes. If the soles were made of only cowhide, they would be too soft, so it would be better to add a thin wooden sole in the middle. Baifeng is extremely patient. The wooden bottom must be as flat as possible to avoid hurting the feet, and it must have an arc and cannot be completely flat, otherwise it will affect the arch of the foot. Not only will it cause foot pain after wearing it for a long time, it will also affect the spine and make the foot shape become ugly. Sui was watching from the side, occasionally handing Baifeng the hemp rope for sewing boots, or helping Baifeng tighten the cowhide for easier cutting. In the afternoon, the snow gradually stopped, with some snow flakes flying around. By this time, the thickness of the snow had already exceeded the ankles to the calves. I didn't expect the first snow to be so heavy. There is no need to ask the tribesmen to come out and clear the snow now. It will be too much trouble for them. It is better to let them continue to sleep and let the snow sink a little, so that it will be easier to clean up tomorrow. There were no lamps at night, and oil was very precious, so Baifeng was reluctant to use it for lighting. So pine torches could be used for temporary lighting, but unfortunately they produced a lot of smoke and were very choking. Bai Feng originally wanted to find a beehive, extract honey, and refine beeswax, but his imagination was too idealistic. People had never seen a beehive before, but wasp and hornet nests were everywhere. A tribesman kicked a dead tree when he passed by it, and he didn't expect that there was a nest of hornets living inside. Fortunately, it had rained and there was a lot of mud, so he rolled in it and escaped. However, when he returned to the tribe, he found that he was stung all over his body and was severely poisoned. He kept vomiting and fainted. Bai Feng could only prepare a detoxification soup with the limited medicine on hand, and he recovered after a night's rest. Now Sui and Bai Feng were very calm when they went to bed at night. There was no embarrassment or awkwardness. It was just that there had never been any actual relationship between them. They were just familiar with each other and relied on each other. Bai Feng was the one who often woke up from the cold at night. Looking at Sui wrapped in cowhide, Bai Feng could only bury his body in the hay to keep warm. In the morning, the sunlight reflected by the snow made the sky and the earth exceptionally bright. After Bai Feng washed up in the room, he stretched himself and was ready to go out to gather the tribesmen to clean the snow. But as soon as he opened the door, the messy and overlapping claw marks on the ground made Bai Feng feel uneasy and his scalp tingled. Chapter 51 Wolf Warrior. Bai Feng quickly closed the door and did not dare to go out rashly. So many footprints could not have been made by a lone wild beast. There must be a large group of wild beasts that came to the Bai Feng tribe at night. He held a knife in his hand, but he didn't feel safe. It was too short and not lethal enough. After thinking for a while, he handed the knife to Sui, who didn't understand what was happening. Bai Feng picked up the bow and put an arrow on it. The long-range weapon could give Bai Feng more courage. Sui stood behind Bai Feng, holding the knife and trembling. She thought that the big tribe that she had offended before came to seek revenge. She cried and trembled, but the knife in her hand was held tighter and tighter. Bai Feng gently pushed the door open a little, looked around, and didn't see anything nearby, but he still bent over and prepared to attack. After looking around to make sure it was safe, Bai Feng dared to squat down to see what animal's footprints they were. It was plum blossom-shaped and relatively small. Bai Feng guessed it belonged to a wolf, because only wolves would travel in packs of such large beasts. As for jackals, Bai Feng had never seen one here. As long as it was a wolf, Bai Feng was not so afraid. He had fought one alone before. Although it was just a skinny old wolf, Bai Feng was still confident in dealing with wolves. Wolves won't lie in ambush and then rush out to attack like lions and leopards. Canines like to live in groups and are accustomed to using human wave tactics. So even if they encounter a lone prey, they will test it back and forth before actually attacking. Since there was no warning from the tribe members, either everyone in the house was killed or the wolves did not even enter the house. Bai Feng felt that the latter possibility was more likely. No matter how powerful the wolf pack was, it was impossible for none of the dozen prey to make sound. He called the calf softly, and it mooed in response to Bai Feng, but it must have been frightened, so the sound were not loud, and it was trembling a little. The calf's house was made of pure wood and was leaky, but its sturdiness was guaranteed. The wolves probably wanted to attack the calf, but could do nothing about it. Bai Feng did not let Sui out, but just asked her to stand inside. If she saw a wolf coming, Bai Feng would close the door immediately after coming in. Now Bai Feng was standing under the eaves, calling out to the tribesmen loudly to warn everyone. Most of the tribesmen were awake, but they knew the snow was still very thick outside and thought they didn't have to work, so they stayed in the house and didn't go out, so they didn't notice the wolves coming in. Following Bai Feng's warning, all the middle-aged men came out of the house cautiously after confirming that it was safe, while the women guarded the door with weapons. Hundreds of people gathered in the open space in front of Bai Feng's house. There were people on guard in front and behind. There were footprints everywhere on the road. They should have found their way here after the snow stopped. I don't know if they have left now. Dozens of people were divided into a team, and everyone searched in different directions. If they found something, they would shout loudly and rush over to provide support. Due to continuous expansion, the territory of the White Wind tribe had already reached 300 or 400 acres, but the population was densely populated and there were no fields. Bai Feng led his men to search forward. The footprints were so dense that it was terrifying. Bai Feng couldn't imagine how many wolves had come. There was also their fallen gray-yellow fur on the snow. It was quiet and no one dared to speak loudly. The only sound were the crunching of feet in the snow and the heavy breathing of the tribesmen. Because they had no shoes, their feet were already red from the cold, but they were so nervous that they didn't notice it at all. There were no sounds in the residential area, so Bai Feng walked towards the warehouse. While they were still far away from the warehouse, Bai Feng and the others vaguely heard scratching sounds, banging sounds, and some sharp voices. Everyone immediately entered combat mode, put their spear tips flat, bent over to steady their lower bodies, and gradually began to move closer to the warehouse. Before turning the wall, Bai Feng had already seen many wolves. Perhaps they felt that humans were not a big threat to them, or perhaps they were fearless because of their large numbers. They must have noticed that Bai Feng and his team were approaching, but not a single wolf turned around. Bai Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow at the wolf's belly about 10 meters away. Unfortunately, the arrow missed and hit the spine. The wolf twitched and fell to the ground without even struggling. By accident, Bai Feng had scored a great goal. After the wolf fell to the ground, the wolf next to it ran away with its tail between its legs. Then a few more of them gathered around and observed the condition of their companions. Then they looked at Bai Feng and the others one by one. The sounds of banging and scratching at the door also stopped. This was a warehouse where beef was stored. They were probably attracted by the processed beef, so they did not attack Bai Feng's people. However, the door of the warehouse was very thick and heavy, and they really couldn't open it with their claws. I don't know how long they struggled. I saw more and more wolves gathering, with as many as 40 or 50 of them appearing in my field of vision, and some that could not be seen behind the wall. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a large pack of wolves. But perhaps because of this, a heavy snowfall forced them to come out to look for food as soon as the snow stopped. Bai Feng has more people here, but facing a large group of green eyes that are eager to try, Bai Feng and his team are still a little nervous. Humans all want to fight in the wild without getting hurt. Not to mention that infection after being injured is very troublesome. In case of rabies, Bai Feng is afraid that he can only be cremated. Bai Feng shouted loudly to the other team, led by the bear. The wolves retreated briefly after hearing the roar, but immediately tried to move forward again. Bai Feng had already put his arrow on the rack, but he didn't know whether this arrow would scare them away or stimulate them to attack immediately. The people led by Xiong ran over quickly and were shocked to see such a large number of wolves. Instead of being afraid, the wolves became more excited when they saw the increase in the number of humans, as if the silver glowing things in Bai Feng and the others' hands were just ordinary branches. Without thinking, the bear drew his longbow, crouched down, and shot. The arrow with the armor-piercing tip flew out with a howl. After piercing the belly of the first wolf, it pierced the chest of the second wolf and nailed the wolf to the ground. The wolves did not care about the life or death of their companions. They were just stimulated by the smell of blood. Only a few howls were heard, and then all the wolves rushed over like a tide. The tribesmen retreated in fear, but the spears in their hands were not idle, stabbing back and forth. Most of the wolves were pierced by the spears and fell to the ground struggling, but some of them followed the spear shafts or drilled through the gaps under the legs and pounced on them. Some were caught, and some were bitten. Although they were a minority, their screams were still very scary. Those with bows kept drawing their bows and shooting arrows with such a high frequency that the hit rate was extremely high, but most of the shots missed the vital points, and many wolves continued to charge with arrows sticking out of their bodies. After fighting for 3 or 4 minutes, the bodies of the wolves were scattered all over the ground, and those that were not yet dead were still twitching and struggling. They finally regained some reason, or perhaps were summoned by the Howling Wolf King, and they kept slowing down their offensive, then slowly distanced themselves from the humans and confronted them once again. None of the people from the White Wind tribe died, but many were injured. The most seriously injured one had a big tear in his calf, with the flesh and skin hanging on his leg. The wound was deeper enough that the bones were visible, but he still stood steadily. The Wolf King, whose fur was gray and obviously much larger than the other wolves, led the remaining 60 or 70 wolves, jumped over the city wall one by one, left the White Wind tribe, and ran towards the forest. A wolf with an injured leg that couldn't jump had its neck bitten off by the Wolf King, and then was thrown randomly on the snow. The bear glared at the Wolf King, pulled out the last arrow in the White Wind quiver, pulled the draw line, and shot at the Wolf King. The Wolf King just jumped lightly to avoid the arrow shot by the bear. He stared at Bai Feng and the bear as if he wanted to carve them into his head. After a long howl, he was the last one to jump over the wall and into the wilderness. Bai Feng and his men did not dare to chase them, mainly because they had to deal with their own injured men quickly. Seeing the warrior whose calf was torn, Bai Feng quickly shouted, "Hurry up and find a clean house to send them in. Where's my medicine box? Doctor, doctor, hurry and bring my box." Chapter 52. The whole clan takes a rest. The humans of this era were so strong that Bai Feng's scalp tingled when he saw such wounds, but he only said it was a little painful, and he did not cry out like a patient after changing the dressing after surgery for hemorrhoids or perianal abscesses. After an experience in which a woman had no delivery room, the tribe built a small house specifically to deal with such emergencies. The woman who had given birth and her husband, the potter, now live in harmony, especially after having a child. They have experienced the joy of being a father. In fact, this was just the result after Bai Feng's severe crackdown. After the potter was able to enter the delivery room, he completely ignored the newborn. Fortunately, Bai Feng often went to see the child. Otherwise, even the child's food would have been robbed, and the mother would not have noticed that she had been occupied for a long time and had no time to take care of the child. Bai Feng was furious, and he didn't know how many bamboo sticks he had broken before he felt relieved. But in fact, after Bai Feng calmed down a little, he realized that this was mainly his own fault. If he hadn't messed around with the arranged marriage, would this have happened? So he wanted to stop in time. Maybe there was no foundation for building a family now. But the potter was the first to quit and begged Bai Feng not to take his wife back. He promised that he would never snatch the child's food again, nor would he monopolize the child's mother for a long time. He also promised that he would take responsibility for taking care of the child after get off work. Seeing that he was sincere enough, Bai Feng decided to give him another chance, and also give himself another chance. However, Bai Feng would check on the situation from time to time every day to see if his promise had been fulfilled. As a result, the child grew up healthily, the couple lived in harmony, the potter was capable, and they were able to get more food, so the family lived a better life. Feng also developed the habit of checking on the living conditions of married families from time to time, and punishing and criticizing any extramarital affairs. Now the Taojiang family has become a model couple under Bai Feng. Having said that, Bai Feng not only prepared an emergency house, but also built a medical box. There was nothing else in it, including no medicine, because Bai Feng did not have the conditions to make pills and powders. There were only sharp scalpels in the box, which had not been used yet, tweezers, curved suture needles, and goat intestine sutures scraped from the goat intestine, all wrapped in steamed linen, and there was also steamed linen as a bandage in reserve. Everything was too crude, and even some steps were not handled properly. The disinfection of the equipment was not much different from not disinfecting it. Bai Feng left the doctor as an assistant and sent the other uninjured people back to deal with the wolf's body. It was not until now that they realized that their feet were almost numb from the cold, and they all begged if they could go home to warm their feet and have another day off. Bai Feng only agreed that they could bring the wolf's body back to the house to deal with it, and finally the meat and skin would have to be handed over, but it was just warmer in the house. Bai Feng admired the physique of the people present very much. Except for the one with a calf injury, the bleeding of the other dozen or so people with minor injuries had almost stopped, and their blood-clotting abilities were extremely strong. There were no polysaccharides or disinfectants, such as iodine. There was only warm water that had been cooled after boiling. There was not even distilled water. The wound was rinsed with water. The wound looked generally clean, but the blood was still flowing. Bai Feng burned an iron needle red and placed it on the blood vessel, replacing the function of the electric knife in later surgeries. Fortunately, the effect was very good and the bleeding stopped. After cleaning it again, Bai Feng began to sew layer by layer with needle and thread and kept explaining the key points to the doctor. The doctor had no experience in suturing, so Bai Feng didn't dare let him do it. He just planned to let him find a piece of meat to practice first. All doctors went through this process. The first 2 layers of sutures went smoothly. The patient didn't resist or scream. It was quiet. Bai Feng felt like he was doing surgery on a patient under general anesthesia. He sutured the skin in one go and bandaged it. Bai Feng thought it was perfect, but he didn't know if it would get infected. He went to call the patient, but found that he had fainted from the pain at some point. Turning around to look at the several lightly injured patients who were watching the whole process, each of them was like seeing a devil and would rather bleed to death than let Bai Feng treat them. The doctor listened to Bai Feng's instructions throughout the whole process and saw how the terrible wounds were sutured perfectly. He felt that the patriarch was not scary at all, and his master Bai Feng was so powerful that it was beyond words. After repeated assurances that he would not treat their bodies as cloth, they reluctantly agreed to let Bai Feng treat them. Bai Feng simply cleaned and bandaged them before letting them leave, hoping that they would not get infected. The brother with the injured leg had just woken up and was a little bit incredulous when he saw his bandaged leg, although the pain told him that it was not a dream. Leave him here to continue recuperating and try to stay away from those dirty tribesmen. Whether he can survive depends on whether he gets infected. As long as he can survive it, he will be a brave man again. If he can't, then he'll be a brave man again in 18. No, it should be 15 years now. The spoils of the 31 wolves, after peeling off their skins and cooking them, are very high-quality furs. However, Bai Feng is hesitant to use them. In case when he goes out the leader wolf recognizes that he is wearing the fur of his uncle, he would be torn on the spot. Bai Feng only promised that all those who participated in the war would get a wolf skin. It was impossible to give each person in the tribe a pair of shoes this year, but he could give these warriors a piece of skin that they could tie directly to their feet to keep warm. If they wanted to make boots, they could make them themselves, which was not very difficult. It is impossible for Bai Feng to make shoes for each of these guys who pick their feet. Wolf meat is edible, but it is not tasty. It is sour and tough. However, no matter how bad it is still meat and should not be wasted. What we need now is to close the doors and windows at night and reinforce the doors. Wolves are very vengeful. It will be terrible if they attack again at night. I originally wanted to ask them to help clear the snow in the tribe's land today, but in view of their brave performance today and the gains they have made, I will no longer demand that of them because the weather is too cold and the snow is too thick. The whole family will rest today. Chapter 53, Beginning of Winter Summary. After resting for 2 days in a row, everyone had no reason to stop working, and the snow began to melt gradually, making a clattering sound when walking on it. Except for the injured, pregnant women and children, everyone else had to shovel snow together. The wooden shovel was very light and just the right amount for shoveling snow. There was also a push rake made of a large piece of wood, tied with a rope. Several people in front pulled it, and one person in the back held the handle to control the direction. No matter how thick the snow was, it could be pushed through in one go. The tribal settlement is very large. In addition to the residential area, there is also a kiln. Bai Feng plans to turn the other open space into arable land. Although it is saline alkali land, the degree of alkalinity is not very high. The snow piled up in those places will be washed after it melts. All kinds of ashes produced by the tribe were dumped there, including the feces produced by hundreds of people. After being mixed with soil, they were piled up in a planned place to mature and ferment. After the spring came, the land was plowed over. Even if the salt and alkali were slightly heavier than other places, the harvest was definitely much better than what grew randomly in the wasteland. The water in the pipes could not be used. When Bai Feng found that the temperature had dropped suddenly and there was a thin layer of ice on the water outdoors in the morning, he quickly asked people to seal the water inlet at the lake to prevent the ceramic pipes from freezing and breaking after freezing. The water we use now is the water that has been stored in advance. The temperature in the cellar will not drop below 0, so there is no ice. It's just that the cold is too strong. Even if a person has a strong physique, after drinking a sip of cold water from the cellar, he will roll around in stomach pain in just 3 minutes. The tribesman who had his calf stitched yesterday miraculously showed no signs of infection. When changing the bandage, I didn't expect the wound to be very dry and without exudate. If it remains like this in the next few days, it will really be God's blessing. Bai Feng has prepared medicine and is waiting to reduce his fever. Surprisingly, he really showed no signs of infection afterwards. He stayed in the ward for about a week. Although he could not move drastically, the wound had almost healed. The only difference was that the stitches were ugly. However, he regarded the scar as a symbol of masculinity and a sign of his courage. Bai Feng felt that people in this era with such long scars were not necessarily brave, but they were definitely tough. However, 2 of the other injured tribesmen were infected, and their wounds were relatively deep. Fortunately, the symptoms were not too serious. Bai Feng only gave the medicine to reduce the fever when they had a fever, and then they recovered completely relying on their super strong immune systems. 10 days had passed since the snow fell. After a brief drop in temperature for a few days, it rose again. Winter arrived when all the snow on the wasteland melted, leaving only some snow in the corners of the shady slopes. On the day of the beginning of winter, Bai Feng did not let everyone work. Instead, they gathered in the open space of the tribe that Bai Feng had designated as a square and lit dozens of large bonfires to dispel the cold. On this day, Bai Feng will hold a summary meeting to summarize the work of the whole year, reward those who have made the greatest contributions, allocate resources within the tribe, and set the work plan and construction progress for next year. This is a very important way to enhance the cohesion and centripetal force of the tribe and strengthen the sense of tribal identity. When asked why it was not held at the end of the year, but at the beginning of winter, Bai Feng couldn't move the Purple Mountain Observatory out of thin air, and he couldn't calculate when a new year would be. He could only calculate the time of the beginning of winter, which might be off by one day, but it could be recalibrated through the sun's shadow on the winter solstice and summer solstice. As for the new year and the making of the calendar, leave it to Xianyuan. The Baifeng tribe can now decide what to do on the beginning of winter. In a sense, it can barely be considered a festival, and from today onwards, the tribe members' rest time will gradually exceed their working time. There's another day that Baifeng also plans to fix, and that is the day for hunting bison. The days when the bison migrate to the valley pastures are almost the same every year. The Baifeng tribe can use hunting bison as one of their main sources of food. On the day after the harvest, they can eat, drink, sing, and dance to their heart's content, just like this year. Xiong is the person who contributes the most to the entire tribe. After all, he has certain leadership abilities and is the tribe's top military force. He has hunted countless prey. Baifeng doesn't have many good things to give him. After all, Xiong is not polite in front of Baifeng and takes all the good things for himself. So when there are more men than women in the tribe, he can choose another wife. He can only choose one young one, and he can choose two old ones who have been replaced. With the nutrition supply of the tribe, the old women are getting younger and younger, and now no one thinks that they will die in a few years, but the bear still picked a young beauty. The second person with the most merit was Ji, the hunter who discovered and decided to track the herd of bison, which eventually brought huge profits to the tribe. Baifeng could only give him a wife, some cloth for him to make clothes, and the highlight was a machete, which was more than half a meter long. Xiong pestered Baifeng for this knife for an unknown period of time, but Baifeng still did not give it to him. He was so happy to see the knife being thrown that he couldn't express it in words. The knife was placed on the table. Baifeng told him that he could take it directly, but he just rubbed his hands and looked left and right. He wanted to take it, but then backed off. I don't know what he was afraid of. Seeing his flushed face and heavy breathing due to excitement, Baifeng picked up the knife and handed it to him directly, while being careful not to get cut. In order to show the knife, Baifeng put the scabbard aside and did not insert the knife. When Ji held the knife, his hands were shaking and trembling. Baifeng looked scared and helped him put the knife into the scabbard before he felt at ease. After sheathing the knife, Ji took 2 heavy breaths, then ran away holding the knife without turning, rushing towards his own house, ignoring Baifeng's words that he should choose a wife first. Seeing that he loved knives more than women, Baifeng had to take the initiative to select 2 old women for him and let them carry the cloth to find a toss. Later, members of the tribe who had made contributions were honored, such as Wu, the carpenter Chia, the potter Gao, as well as the member who discovered the iron, or the member who caught the most fish, the member who dug the most soil, the member who picked the most wild vegetables, etc. Lu can also be considered a hero, mainly because he was the one who led Baifeng to find the big lake, which allowed them to settle here. Other aspects were very normal. Baifeng did not reward him with a knife, and the first steel knife was in his hands. Although he was only 15 years old, he was already a grown man physically in that era. So, Baifeng let him choose a wife. All those who had made contributions were rewarded with some extra food. They did not have to share it with their own production team, but could continue to enjoy the food distributed by the production team. This meant that they had truly obtained private food. It's just that some of the female tribesmen give Baifeng a hard time. He still gives them steel tools, and they are equally fair in terms of cloth and food. But he can't let them choose their own men, right? Originally, he planned to compensate them with extra food, but he didn't expect that they actually asked Baifeng to choose men as husbands. Baifeng was stunned for a second before agreeing. Without exception, they chose a group of the most powerful men in the tribe, who had all just received rewards. Regardless of ability or physical strength, these men are good choices, and the men all accept them with pleasure without any unhappiness. After all, the strong joining forces is the natural way of survival. The only thing is who is getting the upper hand. Anyway, each of their newly formed families seem to have received their own rewards, but in fact they only received double the amount, and only Baifeng seemed to be the one who was wronged. Chapter 54, Cast Iron. For some reason, the Northwest region today is very different from the Northwest region in Baifeng's memory. Even in the later times, there are still large areas of forests in many places. What puzzles Baifeng is the precipitation. In the later times, it was so dry that people doubted their lives when winter came, but now when winter comes, the second snow falls as soon as the previous snow melts. Most of the outdoor work of the Baifeng tribe was stopped. Only work such as pottery making, kiln firing, iron smelting and blacksmithing continued, regardless of whether it was snowing or sunny, because the fire was always burning and the temperature was much higher than that of their own homes. The other members of the tribe almost always stayed in the house, and occasionally went out to sweep and shovel snow when the weather was fine. Because of the reduction in work, the corresponding food supply also decreased a little. Everyone understood the reason, and no one expressed dissatisfaction. Even under such conditions, the tribesmen became visibly plumper. The calf has no grass to eat, only collected hay. These conditions are actually very good. Otherwise, it would have to use its mouth to push away the thick snow and gnaw on the grass roots underneath. Eating hay all the time makes the calf, which is growing quickly, become even thinner. The only good thing is that its wooden shed is warmer, so it doesn't have to endure the cold winter and waste heat. Sway's body has gradually become rounder. With sufficient nutrition intake and a peaceful living environment, Sway has entered a period of rapid development. Her skin has become firm and elastic, and her hair has become smooth and shiny, no longer like hay. It is estimated that her height will grow again next year. To the blacksmith shop, Baifeng brought a few tribesmen with unicorn arms. Since they were usually free, they might as well come and do blacksmithing to contribute to the tribe. After they became proficient, the output of ironware in the tribe doubled. But there was also more scrap iron, so they had to send it back to the smelter for remaking. After a few months of winter and the still cold early spring, nearly 200 warriors of the Baifeng tribe will each have a long sword, which can be regarded as the top combat force in this era. The production of bows was also proceeding in an orderly manner. A few confused tribesmen also wanted a super strong bow like the bears, thinking that only with that kind of bow could they show their bravery. After borrowing the bow from the very reluctant bear to let them try, they obediently chose a bow of normal strength. In the past, Baifeng only thought about forging iron but never thought about cast iron. When smelting iron, an apprentice accidentally dropped a piece of clay into the mold of the iron bar that had just been poured. Everyone thought the iron bar was useless, but when he came to Baifeng with the scrapped iron bar to admit his mistake, Baifeng did not blame the apprentice when he saw that there was a hole in the iron bar after removing the clay, but just asked him to be careful and pay attention to safety in the future. This mistake reminded Baifeng of an older method, which was casting. He had been stuck in the alley of forging. Since coming to this world, Baifeng's mind was often confused. Only when someone else brought up the idea could Baifeng suddenly understand it. In fact, Baifeng also knew the reason. The previous owner of this body was only slightly smarter than she, the tribesmen, who were familiar with Baifeng, asked why Baifeng suddenly became so smart. Baifeng couldn't tell them that he had traveled through time in this Baifeng body. He could only use the same words as before, that of the parents of heaven and earth. Now Baifeng has the superb source code, but even if it is open source, he can't continue to do the architecture. He can't even copy it well. Baifeng is also a little scared. What if he has a child, and he is as stupid as Baifeng? Should he hand over the power of the tribe to him, like other big tribes? Or should he abdicate to someone smarter and who can lead the tribe further? Another thing that troubled Baifeng was that if he had a child, would it be Baifeng's child or his own child? Would the inheritance of physical genes be more important or spiritual? Would he be considered the successor of the former Baifeng? Although he had perfect control over this body, he knew that this body was not his real one. When this idea first came to Baifeng, it almost made him collapse. After all, his brain was not working well, and he had to think about such a tricky thing. Baifeng, who was about to fall into insanity, was awakened by a dry thunder. When he looked up, he saw the potter holding the child in the sun. Baifeng was relieved then. As long as he had experienced the process of creating a human being himself and continued the genes and soul of the previous Baifeng, it would be enough. Just treat the child as having two fathers. The ethical problems would be solved by philosophers of later generations. Instead of thinking about unnecessary things, it is better to do something more meaningful, such as casting an iron pot. The hammer iron pot was also made popular by a documentary, but in fact, most of them are cast iron pots. Baifeng used clay mixed with iron sand to make an iron mold, and then poured the molten iron into it. After removing the mold, he could get the desired cast ironware. The famous Simuwa Ding, Xiang Fongzuan, and other large and exquisite bronze were all cast using the lost wax method. It's a pity that Baifeng didn't have beeswax, otherwise he could have cast things faster and better. The first thing Baifeng made was an iron pot. A ceramic pot conducts heat slowly and is thick, making it difficult to cook in. The only things that could be used for cooking were boiling and stewing. With an iron pot, however, he could fry and stir-fry. Sui could not forget the delicious food that Bai Feng made. Bai Feng also liked to tease her, so he often told her about various delicious foods and different ways of cooking them. Sui could not stop drooling, and Bai Feng's saliva also flowed as he talked. Both of their stomachs were rumbling. They wanted to cook delicious food, but they only had a heavy clay pot and simple ingredients, and the food was too salty and bitter. Bai Feng often said that the food was so salty that he would kill the salt seller. With an iron pot, an iron shovel was also arranged. In order to save iron, only the shovel head was made of iron, and Bai Feng could make the shovel handle out of wood. Of course, this technology cannot be used only to satisfy Bai Feng's appetite. Cast iron can cast arrows more quickly. All you need to do is make a row of molds, pour in molten iron, take them out, and then polish them finely one by one. You don't need very good arrows. In an era without armor, stone arrows paired with hard bows can penetrate the human body. Arrow bodies and arrow tails were mostly made by women. They could sit at home, slowly carve a round piece of wood, and then stick feathers on it. There was never a shortage of feathers. In this era, everyone had the habit of collecting feathers, especially brightly colored and gorgeous ones. Wearing them on the head was the best decoration. The word beauty in Oracle Bone script is the best proof of this. A person wearing feathers is beautiful. Although the infrastructure is almost at a standstill, the armed forces of the Bai Feng tribe have reached an astonishing level, especially with enough bows and arrows. Xiong takes them out for target shooting and archery practice every day, and everyone's skills are improving rapidly, except Bai Feng. The White Wind tribe now possesses hundreds of hard bows, dozens of long swords, and arrows densely piled in the warehouse. The warriors carry longbows on their backs, quivers hanging on their backs, and hold long swords shining with cold light in their hands. Anyone who sees them will feel scared. By spring, there will be nearly 200 warriors equipped like this. Chapter 55 Snowflakes Blown by the Wind. Palm-sized snowflakes began to fall again. Bai Feng sighed. Sui, curiously, said that the snowflakes were only as big as the tip of a finger. Why did you say they were as big as a palm? Bai Feng put his hands behind his back and said in a profound manner, "You are still young. You will know when you are my age." In the Yoxiong tribe, a strong young man, wrapped in animal skins and with his feet covered with a thick layer of straw, was walking with difficulty in the heavy snow. His father, Xiaodian, the leader of the Yoxiong tribe, asked him to go to the tribe to check whether the tribe members were cold and whether they had enough food to eat. This young man is Xian Yuan, the young patriarch of the Yoxiong clan. Unlike other small tribes, where the patriarch can be killed at will and replaced by a stronger person, the patriarch of a large tribe like theirs will definitely let his son inherit the throne in the future. His father, Xiaodian, inherited the land of Qingqiu from his grandfather whom he had never met. His own tribe was called Yoxiong. His father's brother inherited Yin from Lizhan, and his son, who was most beloved by Grandpa Shinnong, inherited Lin Kuei from the largest and richest Shinnong clan. The Yoxiong clan also needed to accept the jurisdiction and orders of the Shinnong clan, and also had a hand over a portion of grain. There was no other way. Although the Yoxiong clan was given to his father by his grandfather, it was actually also a subordinate tribe of the Shinnong clan. The same was true for the Lizhan clan. Xian Yuan looked down on his uncle whom he had never met. He was incompetent and lustful. He inherited the largest fortune but did not know how to cherish it, which led to the further decline of Shinnong clan. If he were in charge of Shinnong clan, he would surely make Shinnong clan more powerful than when the first generation of the clan was in charge, and he would be able to make all the tribes submit. The young Xian Yuan was walking in the snow. He felt angry when he thought about incompetent people occupying high positions while his ambitions could not be realized. His father also felt that he was still a child and was unwilling to give him more power. Xian Yuan knew from a young age that he would have a large tribe of nearly 10,000 people in the future, so he needed to learn a lot of things such as how to farm, how to identify edible food, how to hunt, and practice archery and swordsmanship. At a very young age, he owned a bronze sword that others could only envy. But what his father taught him more was how to win over people's hearts and subordinates. So even at this time, when it was snowing heavily, Xian Yuan would throw his thick fur cloak to the thinly dressed follower who was patrolling with him. Even if the soldier could not put on the cloak, he would kneel on the ground and say words of gratitude to the young patriarch. In fact, without his father's order, Xian Yuan also wanted to go and see his people. He did this not to win people's hearts, but he felt that this was the right way and this was what he should do as the future clan leader. The tribesmen were crowded in small wooden sheds, and some had animal skin tents. So many people were crowded together that Xian Yuan even felt some difficulty breathing when he went in. Once the door or curtain was opened, the warm air would instantly run out and the cold wind would rush in. However, no tribesmen felt dissatisfied. Instead, they were very grateful that the young chief came to visit them in such weather. After checking on the tribesmen, he found that only 40 people froze to death, and more than a dozen people were suffocated by their tents that collapsed under the weight of the snow. Xian Yuan felt that this loss was completely acceptable. As for the bodies, someone would naturally clean them up when the weather got warmer. On the way back, they took a look at the livestock in the pen, some cows and sheep, all of which were intact, but they didn't expect to see a slave hiding under the belly of a cow to avoid the snow. The accompanying warrior was very angry, so he rushed in and grabbed the slave and killed him with a sword. The blood dyed the snow red, but the hot blood was soon frozen by the low temperature, leaving only a small piece of snow flashing red. It wouldn't be long before the slave and the body would be buried in the pure white snow. There were also thousands of skinny slaves squatting next to the firewood pile, huddled together for warmth, without any covering on their bodies, no animal skins or cloth. They made no sound at all with their heads down, their bodies covered with snow. If it weren't for the white mist rising from that area, one really wouldn't have known that there were people there. I just didn't know how many of them were still alive. Seeing that most of the tribesmen were safe, Xian Yuan walked confidently on the snow, step by step, towards the cave where he lived. At the same time, in the Zhuli tribe, a fat boy with 2 braids was running through the bamboo forest holding a black and white ball of fur. The heavy snow broke too many bamboos, making the already narrow bamboo path even more difficult to walk on. Fortunately, he was followed by a dozen huge warriors with muscles as hard as rocks, who could crush the bamboo blocking the way with one hand and clear the way for Chiyu, the young chief of Zhuli. His father said he had 30 bronze-headed and iron-forehead warriors. Chi was very unconvinced and thought his father's smug look was hateful. He thought to himself, when I grow up and take charge of the Zhuli tribe, I will have 50, no? I will have 81 bronze-headed and iron-forehead brothers. Mine are brothers, not warriors. I am definitely better than him. But now there is no need to worry about how many brothers with copper heads and iron foreheads there are. The most important thing is to find edible iron for the iron-eating beast in his arms. The tribesmen went out and picked up this small, iron-eating beast. Instead of killing it, they directly presented it to Jiang Qiong, the patriarch of the Zhuli tribe. The father of the tribe leader originally planned to kill the iron-eating beast to see if there was any undigested iron in its stomach, but Chiyu refused and insisted on killing the iron-eating beast. He had heard from a wise man passing by the tribe that immortals would ride on big fish, some immortals would ride on eagles, and some people would ride on a beautiful animal called a fire animal, which would run as fast and beautiful as a wildfire burning in autumn. Chiyu had never seen a big fish that could carry a person, nor could he catch a giant eagle or any other beautiful animal that he could ride on. There were only huge bison in his territory, and they were extremely violent. Soldiers who wanted to ride on them were thrown up and lifted into the sky by their horns, and then fell down and were trampled into meat paste. They finally encountered the legendary iron-eating beast. I heard that this kind of beast can only be found far west of the mountains. It is huge in size and more powerful than the black bears here. It only eats iron, a precious metal that can only be extracted by chance. Chi would never miss the opportunity to have an iron-eating beast as a mount, so he asked his father for a chubby, iron-eating beast cub and kept it in his own cave. However, no matter whether he fed it or refined bronze, it would not eat a single bite. Chi thought that if he starved it for a few days, it would eat, but it became increasingly weak and did not open its mouth. Chiyu had no choice but to hold it in his arms, hoping to find the iron it would eat at the place where he found it. Chiyu ran at full speed, holding the iron-eating beast. After they entered the bamboo forest, the beast's eyes opened and it seemed to have regained some energy. It struggled to get down to the ground, but Chiyu was afraid that it would run away, so he held it in his arms. The iron-eating beast became more and more impatient and made sharp cries. Chiyu didn't know what it was anxious about, and he was also anxious, but there was nothing he could do until a thin bamboo branch fell in front of Chiyu and was caught by the iron-eating beast. It then put in its mouth and began to chew happily. The strong wind blew up the snow and blew out various animal shapes on the wasteland. Sui shouted loudly, "Look, that's a big long worm, and that one looks like a bear." The wind blows them as if they are fighting. Bai Feng, who was squatting at the door with Sui watching the snow, chuckled and said, What a fight between dragons, or a fight between bears. Chapter 56. Sharpening the tools first. The boring and difficult winter is finally over. Although the weather is still very cold, at least a lot of New Year work can start. After a winter of nourishment, not a single member of the White Wind tribe froze to death or starved to death. Instead, each one of them became healthier and stronger. However, most of them had frostbite on their hands and feet, and their faces were red and peeling due to the cold wind. Those women who were about to die of old age and were bought back by Baifeng at a low price have now regained their youth. There are always many men around them. They hold the food they saved in their hands, hoping to exchange it for something. Winter is boring, and the tribe has no entertainment activities, so naturally there are more pregnant women. There are more than 100 pregnant women in the entire tribe, and many of them are even showing their pregnancy. These pregnant women have been included in Baifeng's list of women who are forbidden to be touched by men. If you cause the tribe to lose a child because of your own desires, you have to go to another tribe and snatch 2 children from me to make up for it. However, while Baifeng was happy, he also felt the pressure. By this time next year, there would be more than 100 more mouths to feed in the tribe. Although they could not eat yet, he would have to increase the supply to feed their mothers well. Besides, the children also constrained the labor force, and it would be impossible to abandon the children and go to work. Baifeng was very satisfied when he saw the more than 2-meter-high wall built by the tribe in one winter. Although it was made of earth, considering the current attack power of humans, they had no way to block this wall unless they had gunpowder. Baifeng knew how to make gunpowder in the best ratio, and he also knew how to make it more powerful. Charcoal and saltpeter were everywhere, but sulfur took some effort to find. However, Baifeng did not want to release this demon now. If humans were to enter the era of hot weapons thousands of years in advance, the death toll in every war would double, leading to human extinction. Baifeng could not bear this responsibility. The bricks of the Baifeng tribe can now be mass-produced. After they became proficient in the process, Baifeng directly let them use the assembly line operation method, which allows the brick kiln to fire day and night. The tribesmen in the brick kiln have no complaints because this location can obtain more food, allowing them to eat all they can every day instead of staying at home and eating the most basic distributed meals. All the red bricks fired were high quality, and there was absolutely no problem with the quality. They were all neatly and orderly stacked on the open space of the tribe. The tribesmen didn't know why they were not being used after they were fired. Baifeng just asked them to wait a little longer, as it would be useless to have bricks without cement. Baifeng is very familiar with the process of firing cement, and also knows how to change the properties of cement to make it more durable and dry faster. However, there are no large areas of limestone mines available near the tribe, which makes Baifeng very distressed, as not all resources will be allocated to the Baifeng tribe. Although the issue of cement has not been settled yet, once a limestone mine is found, cement will naturally not be a problem, and the tribe will be able to live in brick concrete houses in the near future. In addition to these, the blacksmith shop has been working almost day and night thanks to the efforts of several apprentices. Now, each warrior of the tribe has a long sword in hand, and is also equipped with a small dagger, which can be used more conveniently in daily life. Of course, not all members of the tribe are suitable for using knives. A strong man like Xiong should use a broadsword, a spring and autumn broadsword, or other long and heavy weapons. Once they are swung, he would not be scared. Not only weapons, but also small items used by women, such as needles and awls. Baifeng also made a pair of scissors, but it was too difficult to make them. After making 2, Baifeng said he would never make another pair. One was given to Sui for safekeeping, and the other was given to Huang, the most influential woman among the women that Sui Run had exchanged for. When women in the tribe needed scissors, they would go to these 2 to borrow them. Baifeng kept saying that they were descendants of Suiren, but they resisted this and only said that they were from the Baifeng tribe and asked the tribe leader not to call them Suiren in the future. Farm tools were not left behind either, but large farm tools consumed too much iron. Even if Baifeng was willing, the tribesmen were unwilling to use the precious iron to make tools that could not be used in combat. Stone, wood, and bones could all be used, and the worst that could happen was that it would take a little more time. Baifeng was no match for them, and they didn't understand the principle that one must sharpen his tools before doing his work well. In the end, Baifeng only made 3 plowshares. When Baifeng was making them, the tribesmen thought he was making spear tips for the bear, so no one tried to stop him. The bear also thought the huge pointed heads were weapons made for him, and served him diligently. They didn't even think about whether such a big thing could be used as a weapon. Even if it was a bear with a deformed physique, it couldn't be used. Bai Feng made shovels, hoes, sickles, and other tools one after another. Every time the tribesmen thought they were weapons, they were told again and again that they were farm tools. Although they could also be used as weapons, they were still very disappointed. Therefore, Bai Feng only made 1 or 2 samples of each type of farm tool, and the rest were all made by the tribesmen in imitation of the original, using wood, bones, and stones. Grinding stones were their main specialty, and their skills were still very sophisticated. Bai Feng also worked with Carpenter Xian to make a cart, but the body of the cart was made of bamboo and wood, so it was very heavy, and the wheels were also round logs, without tires. But the most important thing was that the axle, wheels, and several connection points of the body were all made of iron, so there was no need to worry about it being worn out by casual use. Ever since the brick kiln site started using hand carts to pull bricks, he fell in love with this thing. Although it was heavy, it could save a lot of energy that wasted on walking, so he immediately asked Bai Feng to make a few more. It is impossible for Bai Feng to make only one of this kind of thing, and the craft is not difficult. The most complicated part is made by Chia and Bai Feng, and the other tribesmen only need to help make the body of the car. 2 cars can be easily made in a day. This car can be pulled by one person with 3 or 400 kilograms of things and run on flat ground. This was completely unimaginable before. Even if it is uphill, 2 people can push it and it can go freely. It was enough for the brick kiln, but other production teams also felt that they needed one. It would be much more convenient even for hauling coal and firewood. Bai Feng was sick of making cars, but there was no other way. He had to make one. After the rainwater solar term was over, Bai Feng's mind was almost entirely on the land. He kept staring at his feet every day. Although he was still wearing the warmest Mongolian robe, he always felt that the weather would become warmer without him noticing, and weeds would suddenly grow out. The planned farming area is dug with square ridges, and the feces and wood ash produced by the tribesmen for half a year are piled together and fermented to make fertilizer. They just wait for the weather to warm up and the fertilizer pile to thaw, then spread it all over the farmland, and then plow and sow. Chapter 57: Spring Plowing. After waiting for a long time for the weather to warm up, there was a late spring cold snap, and the green grass that had just sprouted was frozen by snow. Fortunately, the flowers had not bloomed yet. Otherwise, this snow would have wiped out all kinds of wild fruits this year, which would have been a fatal blow to this wasteland. Pheasants were flying around in a daze, pecking at the newly grown grass and the insects that had revived in the soil. Their fur was almost the same color as the earth. The gray-yellow hares also came out to look for food. The animals had eaten up all their winter food stores, and the White Wind tribe was running low. Even if they were given the minimum food supply, they would only be able to survive for another month. Fortunately, there was enough fat in the beef. Otherwise, many people would have starved to death this winter if they had only eaten wild vegetables and grass seeds. After a winter of training, the soldiers have the most sophisticated weapons of the era. Now that the weather is warming up, there are no wars for them to fight, but they can hunt some pheasants and rabbits for a snack. Their archery training is not in vain. Although the snow was thick, it melted quickly. It fell in the morning and melted in the afternoon. Bai Feng was looking forward to this precipitation very much. As the saying goes, spring rain is as precious as oil, and spring snow that falls at about the same time is equally important. Bai Feng kept most of the grass seeds that he exchanged last year and did not eat them. They were used as grain seeds. First, the grass seeds were placed in salt water, and the dry grass seeds floated on the surface. After they were fished out, the ones that still sank to the bottom of the water were the full grass seeds. There is no need to go through so much trouble in later generations. Firstly, there are special grain varieties to sell. Secondly, there are almost no chaff grains in later generations. The chaff grains are better than the fullest ones now. It will take several generations of cultivation before there will be a clear difference between them and the wild ones. Now is a good time to plant grains and wheat. Spread the compost evenly on the ground, then plow the land and make it soft. The fertilizer will also be turned in at the same time. The entire tribe had only 3 iron plowshares and no livestock. Bai Feng had already made a plow frame based on the curved plow he remembered. It took 2 people to plow the field. Others could only use the stone or wooden plows they made themselves, but because they did not turn the soil deep enough, they mostly used hoes, which could turn the soil very deeply. The land that was being cultivated for the first time had to be turned deeply. Although the speed is slow, time cannot wait. The so-called seize the moisture means that the soil should be plowed and sown immediately after it rains and is still moist so that a good harvest can be achieved. Unfortunately, The tools were too unsuitable. It took the entire Baifeng tribe, mobilizing 300 people to work together for a whole day to plow and sow the land, which was about 50 acres. However, this amount of land was enough to plant millet and wheat. The other hundreds of acres of land would have to wait another half a month or a month, when the weather was warmer, to plant buckwheat and sorghum. Hemp, the most scarce thing in the Baifeng tribe, does not have many growth requirements. Just plow a long ditch and throw some fertilizer and seeds in it, and it will grow vigorously. The unused seeds can be scattered on the ground outside the tribe, and most of them will surely grow. In addition to food, Baifeng also has a 5-acre vegetable garden, which was also plowed during this period of good soil moisture conditions and planted with native cabbages collected by Baifeng. They're so small that I wonder how many generations it will take for them to grow into big cabbages. Radish, also known as white radish, has abnormally large roots, some of which are even bigger than a basketball. However, they are pungent and spicy when eaten, and no one dared to eat them in this era. Baifeng discovered this by accident and found that the overly enlarged roots did not have a crisp feeling, but were soft like bread, dry, and even hollow. Baifeng knew that this thing was edible and the yield was so large. He believed that as long as they tried more, the tribesmen would get used to it. There are a lot of wild yams in the mountains, but it was difficult to dig them in the past because the tools were too poor, so not much was dug. Besides, they're sticky and no one likes to eat them. Wild yams can also be cultivated. After all, the starch content is so high, it is a real good thing. Apart from the edamame, which Baifeng was familiar with, he was also familiar with the okra that the tribesmen strongly requested to plant. Baifeng had nothing to say about the sunflower vegetable. He could not stand things that looked like snot, and the sunflower vegetable was even more outrageous. In later lives, Baifeng only thought it was an ornamental plant and had also grown it as a flower. He never expected that it was actually the famous sunflower vegetable. Baifeng was not willing to be left behind, so he planted a large area of leeks and sand onions. Although there were many wild ones, we had land and could plant them on a large scale. Although a lot of vegetables were planted, it is not known how many will grow. Now, the main source of vegetables for the tribe is actually wild vegetables, such as chicory, shepherd's purse, and bamboo shoots that are everywhere. The vegetables are planted only because Baifeng believes that there is a prospect for cultivation. Since a spring snow, the entire tribe has come alive, and all work seemed to have started in an instant. The main city wall is already 3 meters high. Baifeng hopes that after it reaches 4 meters, they will no longer raise it but thicken it. However, the main labor force of the tribe has to go out hunting and gathering, and there are not many people left to continue building the city wall. I am afraid that the last meter of construction will not be completed until the end of the year. The lake has thawed, the water pipes have returned to normal, and fishing can begin. In the past, the tribesmen were afraid that ferocious beasts would come and they would not be able to deal with them. Now, everyone has a strong bow and a sharp weapon, so not only are they not panicked at all, but Baifeng also has no major worries. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of the kitchen knife. The biggest overlord of this wilderness is the tiger. The only one that can survive in the northwest is the South China tiger. It is small in size and can be easily dealt with by a large number of tribesmen. Unlike the Siberian tiger, its physique alone can scare a lot of people. Baifeng looked at the dozens of them with confidence. The men and women pulled 3 large carts and walked towards the lake. In the carts were their fishing tools. The tribesmen who had been full-time fishermen for the whole winter made various fishing devices based on their own fishing experience. Baifeng was very happy about this because they knew how to sum up their experience, think about improvements, and this was a very important step in human development. It's a pity that the tribe doesn't have much hemp rope, otherwise they could make fishing nets for them. In this way, fishing in that big lake with exploding resources would be no different from scooping rice from a pot. In addition to fish cages, Baifeng also made simple lure baits for them using feathers. How much they can catch depends entirely on their skills. The bamboo rafts were left by the lake and not taken to the tribe. After all, it was impossible for monkeys or wolves to paddle the rafts across the lake when no one was around. Their bamboo rafts became more and more exaggerated. In the winter, someone made a giant bamboo raft that could accommodate several people. They also followed Baifeng's advice and added a small bamboo shed so that they could hide from the rain and block the sun in the summer. It's just that the technology is not yet advanced enough. Otherwise, a wooden boat would be much better than a bamboo raft. Baifeng can't make it, and they can't make it either. Baifeng was worried that this giant bamboo raft would sink, But fortunately, it was very strong and stayed steadily on the lake. Even with several people on it, there was no sign of overload. Now, there are more than a dozen bamboo rafts floating on the lake every day, communicating with each other by whistles. On the way back and forth, women pull or push carts, and male soldiers hold swords or draw bows, vigilantly escorting them. Sometimes the carts were loaded with not only fish, but also wild animals that were planning to rob people. Chapter 58. Did you find someone? After the hunting team started working, the tribe's food became abundant again. With the support of better weapons, the success rate of hunting continued to increase. Prey that were previously unthinkable, such as wild boars and bears, could now be caught. Hunting for food is just one day of hunting and one day of eating. Unless the White Wind tribe has a high hunting success rate and has exclusive control over a large lake, which allows the entire tribe to eat their fill and still save some. When the crops are grown, the Bifong tribe will become a tribe that mainly engages in gathering and hunting, with farming as a supplement. It will have stronger disaster resistance and will be able to develop more vigorously in the future. When the farming technology matures, the Bifong tribe will be transformed into a more advanced tribe that mainly engages in farming, with hunting as a supplement. Few tribes are as lucky as the Bifong tribe. Those tribes that were robbed and killed by Baoshi last autumn will not wait until their own people bring the food and furs they exchange to help the tribe survive the winter. The tribe that wanted to exchange a woman for a sacrifice to their gods may not even get an ugly woman in the end, and the gods will no longer be able to protect them. I don't know how many of these tribes survived this cold winter, but Swearin should have had a good winter, as so many things were stolen. Bifong no longer works as a blacksmith every day. Instead, he thinks about what good things he can create for the tribe. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. But Bifong didn't actually make many things. After all, he didn't need too many tools now, and the work was just a few things. It was impossible to build a steam engine, right? Bifong thought that the most useful thing, and the tribesmen also held the same opinion, was the giant crossbow. It was so powerful that it required two people to pull it open at the same time, and then release an arrow that was nearly 2 meters long and more like a spear. It was only tested once, and after it was released, the arrow went straight across the wasteland and into the forest. Even Bifong did not expect this. If it weren't too heavy and inflexible, the tribesmen would have carried it to the woods to kill tigers and bears. However, due to the trouble and difficulty in making it, the entire tribe only has this one, and it is now placed facing the city gate. Bifong is thinking of building an arrow tower on the city wall in the future and installing a powerful crossbow. If someone invades, they will have to consider the power of this crossbow alone. After Bifong had some free time, he took Sui with him to study the tribal land. Among the grass seeds he exchanged last year, Bifong discovered rice. In Bifeng's impression, this plant was only grown in a few areas in the northwest region in later generations, such as the Hutao Plain and the Yingxiaquan Plain. In the era and location where he lives now, Bifong feels that it is very difficult to grow rice. This should be brought in for exchange by some tribes from the lower reaches of the Big River, and is definitely not a product of this river basin. However, Bifong still reclaimed several acres of paddy fields to plant rice. After all, he had the seeds in his hands, so he might as well give it a try. If successful, he would never lack rice to eat in the future. After all, wild rice was relatively hard and not as soft as white rice. There is no need to worry about water. During the water outage in winter, Bifong once again improved the tribe's water system. The water is divided into many pipes, not just one. There's also a water pipe next to the toilet, so you can collect some water to flush the toilet after using it to prevent it from becoming a gathering place for flies in the summer. Bifong really didn't know how to plant rice. It seemed that he had to raise rice seedlings and transplant them. Bifong remembered that when he was in junior high school biology, there was a special experiment that required him to use glass bottles, put wet cotton in them, and wrap wheat seeds to observe their germination. The same principle should apply to raising rice seedlings. There is no cotton, but there's a lot of humus in the forest, which is loose and soft and can be used as a substrate. After filling it with water, sprinkle rice seeds on it and cover it with a layer of soil. Whether it will succeed depends on what God does to the White Wind. Just when Bifong and Sui were working on the soil, a dozen people who had gone out hunting came back and gave Bifong the message. In order to hunt more prey, they went to a farther place, but they accidentally discovered a group of wandering savages, numbering more than 200 people. But they were all weak and had no fighting power at all. Their number is not as large as these wandering savages, but they can kill them all without any harm. However, the leader bear thinks that there is no need to kill all of them. They should kill those who are too old and weak, and keep the young and strong ones and capture them as slaves. Now, he comes to ask Baifeng for his opinion. Baifeng didn't expect that there were other tribes near his tribe. He had never found any traces before. However, this concerned more than 200 lives. Now that people are so precious, Baifeng dared not kill them at will. The main reason was that he couldn't get over the moral issue of killing so many people. Even if he didn't do it himself, Baifeng would not be willing to do it if he just gave an order. As long as it didn't harm his own tribe, he would let him do it. As for being a slave, Baifeng also found it difficult to accept. If he was to enslave someone like Bao Shi, Baifeng would be extremely happy to do so. Enslaving a bad person is completely different from enslaving an innocent person. Are they cannibals? The people who came back to pass on the message shook their heads and said, "They're almost skinny. They probably had nothing to eat during the winter." Most of the tribe members starved to death. Now, they can only wonder. If they ate humans, they wouldn't be so skinny. I don't see any characteristics of cannibals in them. Since they are not cannibals, there is no problem. They are wandering savages. Why not bring them back to your own tribe and transform them into your own people? You don't have to make them slaves. If you want to have a strong force in the coming era, it will take many years to survive. Annexation is the fastest way. Baifeng brushed the dirt off his hands, checked the knife on his waist, and found it was fine, then said to those people, "Come on, take me over, I'll see what the situation is, and then make a decision." They had no problem and turned around to leave Baifeng. They had set out in the morning, and it was almost afternoon when they returned. If they delayed any longer, they would have to spend the night in the wild. Just as Baifeng was about to leave, Sui grabbed Baifeng's arm and expressed her desire to go with him. However, she thought that the journey was long and there might be a conflict if they met the wandering savage tribe, which would be dangerous for Sui, so it would be safer for her to stay at home. But Sui, with tearful eyes, didn't want to let go of Baifeng. She wanted to go with Baifeng. After spending so much time together, Baifeng had already become Sui's pillar. If she left Baifeng, Sui would be scared to death. Moreover, Baifeng was the only one who praised her for her beauty. After so long, Sui felt that he didn't seem to lie. Seeing that Sui was unwilling to stay no matter what Baifeng said, he had no choice but to take Sui with him. He gave her his sword and took a spear that no one was willing to use. The road was full of twists and turns, and Baifeng was about to get lost. But fortunately, they were able to find the way accurately and even shoot a pheasant or a pigeon while on the way. Baifeng was very satisfied with these warriors of his tribe. Chapter 59, Recruitment. When Baifeng arrived, he saw Xiong and his men surrounding a group of people who looked like skeletons to Baifeng. They were so thin that only skin and bones were left, with nothing covering their bodies. They probably had nothing to eat in the winter, so they cooked and ate their skins. Xiong divided these people into two groups. One group was so weak that Baifeng felt that they would never be able to stand up again if they squatted like that. The other group was better. Baifeng felt that they still had a chance of standing up. The men only had strong skeletons, while the women's originally plump figures now just hung on their bodies like empty leather bags. Baifeng had only seen this scene in a documentary about the famine in Black State in later generations. Even when it happened in front of his own eyes, it still seemed so cruel that it was hard to watch. Baifeng walked up to the patrolling bear and asked, "Have you asked about the origins of these people? How did they become like this?" The bear pointed to the slightly angry group of people who were still in good shape and said, "They're the tribes in the lower reaches of our river, 3 days away from here. In winter, they have no food and can't hunt much game. Most of them starved to death and didn't survive the winter. They had eaten all the tree bark and roots in their territory, and then they moved upstream, eating tree bark along the way. They said that even tigers were unwilling to eat them. They killed one, ate a few bites, and then threw it away because it was too chewy. That big guy was their tribe leader. Do you think they ate humans?" The bear shook his head and made no reply. Baifeng walked straight to the chief of the savage tribe and squatted down, not afraid of his sudden attack. After all, how could such a weak person hurt such a strong Baifeng? "Are you the chief of this tribe? What's your name?" The savage thought it was stupid for Baifeng to ask a question that he had asked countless times, so he lowered his head and did not answer. Baifeng was not angry. "Since your tribe is so poor that you have to eat tree bark and roots, why don't you kill the skinny tribesmen nearby and eat them? By eating them, you can survive until the weather gets warmer." The savage chief slowly raised his head, his eyes wide open. "We are not a cannibal tribe. We do not eat people, and it is even more impossible for us to eat our own people. After saying that, he lowered his head again as if he remembered something sad. As long as they are not cannibals, it will be easy. Bai Feng stood up and clapped his hands. That's perfect. Our tribe doesn't have much food left. We have captured so many of you, so we can eat for a long time. The members of the Bai Feng tribe looked at Bai Feng in surprise. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground, their eyes full of, "Are you not sick?" Sui also looked up at Bai Feng in disbelief. Having stayed in the Bai Feng tribe for so long, she already knew that the Bai Feng tribe would not eat humans. Some people in the surrounded savage tribe were trembling with fear. A few thought they were unlucky after hearing this and simply lay down, waiting for the cannibalistic White Wind tribe to come and eat without wasting their energy. The chief of the savage tribe had heard the bear say that he would pick the strong ones to be slaves. He was reluctant, but had no choice. At least it could save the lives of most of the tribesmen, so he accepted his fate even if it was a bit hard. But after hearing Bai Feng's words, he no longer planned to live. He had to fight to let these cannibals know that although he, Yishang, had fallen to this point, he was not meat that they could slaughter at will. As soon as Bai Feng turned around, he suddenly stood up with the small stone in his hand and smashed it on Bai Feng's head, hoping that this desperate fight would seriously injure or even kill the cannibal leader. Seeing the chief of the savage tribe suddenly stand up, the people of the Bai Feng tribe cried out in surprise and wanted to rush over to rescue him. But Bai Feng turned around and easily grabbed the arm of the savage chief. He thought that he was agile, but without the blessing of muscles and sufficient energy, it was a joke. The moment Bai Feng pinched the arm of the savage leader, more than a dozen savage warriors stood up and tried to rush over. However, some of them fell to the ground as soon as they stood up due to malnutrition, and the others were pointed at by a long knife that were stretched out in an instant and could not move. Bai Feng took the stone from the hand of the savage chief. The savage chief was controlled by Bai Feng and could not move. He had to accept his fate, but what he was thinking about in his mind was how to snatch the knife from the man next to him, or just hit the knife and die. Bai Feng laughed. "I was just joking with you. We are not a cannibal tribe, and we have no intention of eating humans. Our tribe has enough food. I just wanted to confirm again whether you are cannibals. I don't want to bring cannibals into my tribe without knowing it. I also want to see if you have lost your warrior instinct. I am very satisfied, especially you and the dozen or so people. You are really good warriors. Don't worry, I will accept your entire tribe. And you don't have to be slaves. You just need to eat as much food as you need to work. Just think of you as people bought by us with food." The savage chief was skeptical. "Are you really willing to do this? Wouldn't your people object to this, including those of mine who are dying?" Bai Feng immediately raised his hand to the sky. "I swear to God, I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, let a huge rock fall from the sky and crush me to death." After hearing Bai Feng's oath, no rocks fell from the sky to kill him. Instead, the savage chief knelt on the ground and placed his head on Bai Feng's feet. "I, Yishang, will always be loyal to you. My tribe will no longer exist and will be ruled by you. I hope you will abide by your oath and treat them as your true tribesmen." Bai Feng lifted up Yishang with both hands. "Of course, you will all be members of my Bai Feng tribe." Yishang suddenly collapsed as if all his bones were pulled out. Similarly, several people in the group of savages let out a sigh of relief and lay down, and there was no movement. Bai Feng knew that this was a long-term high-pressure state, and as a result, they let out a sigh of relief, and it was difficult for them to recover. He quickly asked someone to help him drink some water, and Yishang was able to stand up gradually. Hunting is impossible today, but Bai Feng is very satisfied with having captured so many people. "Let's go home now." Bai Feng ordered everyone to return to the tribe. Yishang also called on those weak tribesmen to follow. The warriors of the Bai Feng tribe will also help those people to get up one by one, and those who are too weak will be helped to walk. But there were still 7 people lying on the ground and unable to get up. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Yishang's eyes showed a sadness that was rare for a savage. Bai Feng asked the soldiers to dig a big pit on the spot, which was just big enough to bury the bodies. After hastily burying them, they set off again. Yishang, who had recovered, started to talk more. He asked what the White Wind tribe was like, how big it was, why the people were still so strong after a winter, and even stronger than they were in the autumn, what the wood and ropes on their backs were tied together with, and how the knife that shone white like snow was made. Bai Feng was a little annoyed by the questions, so he just told him that he would know when he arrived at the tribe, and he could see enough then. Now he should shut up and save his energy, otherwise he would be exhausted to death on the road before reaching the tribe. Yishang didn't bother Bai Feng anymore, but went to harass other warriors. He touched someone's bow, then someone's knife, and then directly took an arrow to study it. The bear came up to Bai Feng and asked quietly why he didn't treat them as slaves, but as tribesmen. Wasn't this a waste of food? Bai Feng told Xiong, "We have a tribe of more than 500 people, but we can become a tribe of nearly 800 people. Do you understand?" Chapter 60 Good and Bad. Bai Feng and his men led more than 200 savages who had difficulty walking through the forest and finally arrived at the plain before the sun set. The yellow light of the setting sun sprinkled on the long city walls. Except for the original members of the Bai Feng tribe, all the newly recruited people were too surprised to move forward. Yishang looked at the golden city wall and exclaimed, "Is the tribe so powerful? This city wall looks like it was cast out of bronze. Even the Shin Nong and Swearin mentioned by the wise men are probably not as powerful as this." Bai Feng was very happy listening to their praises. The tribesmen also puffed out their chests with pride when they listened. Some even pointed to a place and said that it was built by him. The newcomers praised sincerely, and the old ones showed off wildly. Bai Feng thought that his work was quite successful. Although after seeing the wealth of Swearin, he understood that he was only 1/10 or even 1/10 of the other's strength, but was also very impressive to build a wandering tribe into this state in such a short time. He led the trembling crowd to the city gate and called out to the clansmen on the city wall. There were already special soldiers patrolling and standing guard on the city wall. The city gate was nailed together with heavy wood and bolted. Bai Feng believed that even if the giants like Kwafu and Fufeng came, they would not be able to push it open. The patrolling soldiers saw that it was the clan leader who had returned, but the number of people was twice as many as when he left. They were a little confused, but they still obeyed Bai Feng's orders. They worked together to pull the bolt with a rope with a wooden pulley, and then worked together from inside and outside to open the city gate. Bai Feng took the lead and led more than 200 refugees into the tribe. The tribesmen at home looked at this group of savages who were as thin as skeletons with contempt in their eyes. They didn't want to waste time paying attention to them, probably thinking that they were slaves captured by the chief. Wu took the bamboo slips and ran over with his 2 assistants who were good at counting. Usually, he just came to count the hunter's harvest of the day and put it into the warehouse after recording the numbers. But today, he saw Bai Feng bringing so many people with him from afar. So he knew it must be a big job, and he couldn't handle it. So he brought his assistants along. Wu was not as aloof as he was in front of ordinary tribesmen. He was even a little fawning in front of Bai Feng because he was sure that Bai Feng was the son of God. As long as he served Feng well, maybe he could be taken to heaven by God in the future to enjoy happiness where God lived. Wu Wei bent down and said, "Chief, did you capture these slaves or exchange them? If you did, what was the price? Please tell me so that I can calculate it." After saying this, he unfolded the bamboo slips that had been dried and coated with lacquer tree sap, and picked up the brush made of ox hair. The assistant beside him immediately brought the pine, soot ink in his hand to the witch. The brush was made by Bai Feng for the convenience of taking notes, although it was not easy to use, but he had practiced calligraphy for so long in his later life, so the words he wrote with the brush would not be too ugly. When Wu used the brush, the only thing he could write with were numbers and simplified Chinese characters that looked somewhat pleasing to the eye. No one except Wu could recognize the other characters. When Bai Feng looked at the account he wrote, he could only make out a few times "Coal briquettes." Of course, Bai Feng would not doubt him. People of this era were very honest. If something was lost, it was lost. If Bai Feng took things from the warehouse without permission and Wu couldn't reconcile the accounts, he would only cry and say that he was incompetent and had made a mistake in the calculation. He would not hide the fact and change the accounts so that only he could understand. In fact, it is the same in this era. Other tribes can only use knots to keep accounts. They tie small knots when hunting rabbits and big knots when hunting wild boars. They may remember it today, but forget what the knot represents tomorrow. At least the witch of the White Wind tribe can still recognize it. Bai Feng didn't mind Wu's nascent bureaucratic style and just pushed Yishan to him. "These people are not slaves, but my recruited tribesmen. From now on, they will be members of the Bai Feng tribe. You can arrange housing and food for them, and let them have good rest. I will tell you the details tomorrow." The witch was just stunned for a moment, then said okay, without any objection, and took 2 of his men to count the number of people, then divided them into several teams and took them to the house. Because the old houses built by the tribe were almost saturated, Bai Feng did not agree to build a new big house. Bai Feng wanted to wait until cement was produced and then build a brick concrete house in one step. There was no need to continue using earth bricks, except for 2 large houses that were empty because the people inside them were smart early and took the time to build small houses to live in. The others were still occupied by tribesmen. They didn't want to sleep with these dirty, skeleton-like savages. The other empty houses only had 3 large warehouses, 2 of which had not been filled with things, and 1 had just been vacated. So they had to have nearly 50 people to live in one room, which was so crowded that it was difficult to lie down. No one was given preferential treatment, not even the merchants. Although they envied those who had spacious rooms, or even those who had their own small rooms, no one expressed dissatisfaction. This was good enough for them. They even thought they would be treated as slaves. As soon as they were assigned a house, someone brought them food and cooked it for them. They also gave each of them a ceramic bowl and asked them to line up to get one. In the bowl of soup, there were not only grass seeds, but also wild vegetables that had not yet grown, and even minced meat. It was also very salty. As soon as I got the meal, I stood there and poured it directly into my mouth without being afraid of the heat. I still felt unsatisfied. I don't know how long it has been since I had such a good meal. In fact, Bai Feng was afraid that their stomachs couldn't take it, so he specifically told the witch to give them less meat and a little oil, and less of other things. In Bai Feng's view, what they gave them was just a bowl of soup. The real rice for the tribesmen was at least half dry. After a simple meal, they immediately squeezed into the house and went to sleep. After all, they had been wandering for months and were exhausted both physically and mentally. Now they had food and shelter and were safe at night without fear of being taken away by wild beasts. Naturally, they relaxed and fell asleep. Perhaps the tribesmen living next door were unable to fall asleep because of the snoring. Their arrival did not cause much reaction among the tribesmen that night. After all, in terms of various treatments, they were far inferior to themselves. What was there to worry about? With so many laborers coming, the tribe should become stronger. Ever since there was a precedent of an old woman becoming younger, the tribesmen no longer doubted that the patriarch had supernatural powers. What was so strange about him being able to extend the lives of people who were about to die of old age and turn a group of hungry and exhausted people into strong laborers? After dinner, as usual, everyone went back to sleep. Those who had wives went to their own world of 2, or even 3 or 4 people. Only Bai Feng couldn't sleep all night. These people are both opportunities and crises. Although raising them well can enhance the strength of the tribe, they will also waste several months of food for the tribe. They also have to enjoy the fruits of the labor of previous tribesmen, which is unfair to the previous tribesmen, but they cannot be treated too obviously differently. How to reconcile? Bai Feng stared blankly at the roof that was falling off in the dark night. Chapter 61, New Policy. Bai Feng got up with dark circles under his eyes. He had hardly slept the whole night. Sui was sleeping soundly beside him, not noticing Bai Feng's troubles at all. Since he couldn't think of any strategy, Bai Feng tried to find reference points in history. He didn't understand the people's livelihood policies of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, so he started from the Qin dynasty and went all the way to modern times. Bai Feng put himself in the emperor's perspective and tried to find a development method that best suited his tribe. As a result, as he traveled through history, Bai Feng's worries became even greater. He really couldn't imagine how much pressure those enlightened emperors of the great empires were under. He himself couldn't sleep because of the survival of a small tribe of less than 1,000 people, while those emperors were concerned with the survival of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. The licentious emperors were of course carefree in their enjoyment. If he wanted to be a wise monarch, one must have a strong ability to withstand pressure. Unfortunately, the licentious dynasty did not last long, and his small tribe would most likely collapse completely within a few months because of his own mistake. Bai Feng was feeling very depressed, so he quietly opened the wooden window and looked at the night scenery. The moon was bigger and rounder than what he saw in later generations. He could even see the craters on the moon with his eyes that were not short-sighted or astigmatistic. There was a vague figure waving his arms and chopping something on the moon. A cool breeze blew by, and Bai Feng's mind became a little clearer. He turned around and saw that Sui was still sleeping soundly. Bai Feng closed the window and returned to his seat. He did not lie down, but sat cross-legged quietly. Looking back on the era that I am most familiar with, the great men led the country from chaos to prosperity and strength, and along the way they continued to reform and experiment before finding a path suitable for their own development. Perhaps collectivization is more suitable for my current situation? Bai Feng thought carefully about the feasibility. Of course, if the conditions are similar or different, they can be used, but not all of them. The group life of a large tribe, working together and distributing the food uniformly, being poor, producing little, and not having class conflicts, seems to be very feasible. Bai Feng changed to a comfortable position and lay down, continuing to perfect his ideas. At the sound of the bear's whistle, everyone got up. The tribesmen took water to wash their faces and rinse their mouths. Bai Feng chewed a willow branch to make silk and used it as a toothbrush, brushing his teeth with purified fine salt. Sui also got used to brushing her teeth at Bai Feng's request. Fortunately, she had a mouthful of white teeth, otherwise Sui would have big yellow teeth when she opened her mouth. And how would Bai Feng live? The newly recruited tribesmen regained their strength after resting, although they were still trembling. After hearing the whistle, they didn't understand what it meant, but when they saw others getting up to wash, they had to get up and huddle together. However, because they didn't know how to get water and didn't have the habit of washing their faces, they were all timid and didn't know what to do. They seemed very restrained. The old tribesmen would not care about these newly arrived savages. The tribe leader might announce how these slaves would be distributed. Telling them how to get water to wash their faces would be cheap. Xiong was sensible. He took Yishang to see how to get water and asked him to use the pottery basin he was assigned to collect water and wash his hands and face. He also told him that this was the rule of the White Wind tribe, and he had to wash himself clean. He didn't ask them to do that yesterday because they were too tired, but today he had to wash his whole body clean without a single louse on it. Although Yishang didn't understand why there was such a strange rule, he could even understand worshipping the sun in the morning, but he didn't dare to have any opinions. He washed his hands and face obediently. The water had already become turbid. Seeing that the water of other tribesmen was only light yellow after washing, he felt a little embarrassed. After teaching Yishang, the Xiong people he brought with him were taught by Yishang. Looking at the chaotic, disorderly, and crowded group of skeletons, Xiong had no desire to continue watching. On the contrary, his own old tribesmen were neat and orderly, so natural and elegant. While the new tribesmen were still washing their faces in confusion, the old tribesmen had already gathered, distributed their identity cards, and made sure that everyone was there. They were waiting for Bai Feng to issue tasks and start the day's work. Although Bai Feng looked haggard, he was in good spirits because he had found a solution to his troubles. The tribesmen were waiting, and Bai Feng was also waiting. When the new tribesmen finished washing, their hands, arms, faces, and torsos were all obviously different colors. They stood there awkwardly, waiting for Bai Feng to arrange their fate. Bai Feng cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, our tribe is good news. I believe you have all seen the more than 200 people standing there. Our tribe has expanded again." Xiong took the lead in clapping, and the tribesmen also clapped sparsely. The new tribesmen next to them didn't understand, and some of them also clapped. Some wanted to clap, but were too embarrassed to do so, and when they wanted to clap, the applause of the old tribesmen had already stopped. Applauding is a bad hobby of Bai Feng. He always feels uncomfortable when there is no response from the audience when he speaks. So he asked the tribesmen to clap their hands to show their agreement when he makes an interesting part in his speech. They don't know what makes a speech interesting, so usually the smart people like Xiong or Wu take the lead. After the last round of applause died down, Bai Feng continued, "Perhaps most people think they are slaves of our tribe, although Xiong also suggested this to me at the time. There was a slight commotion among the new tribesmen, but I don't think so. I plan to let them join the White Wind tribe and make them our people." Now the old tribesmen began to become restless again. Bai Feng calmed everyone down with his hands. "I know you don't understand, and you don't want the food you worked so hard to find to be eaten by strangers. But as long as they become our people, isn't it normal for them to eat our food?" The old tribesmen felt that this was not right, but they could not find out what was wrong. The bear and the witch sniffed calmly. Of course, they don't eat for free. Just think of it as you lending it to them. When the work they do can be equivalent to the food they eat, they can have their own real food like you. Otherwise, they can only eat the least and worst food and do the same work. Moreover, for the sake of everyone and the future development of our tribe cannot remain a small tribe of a few hundred people. We need to become a large tribe of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. The tribesmen were moved by Bai Feng's not-so-great pancake and roared excitedly. For the sake of future development, I have decided to implement the work point system in our tribe. That is to say, everyone works together and eats together, but a certain amount of work points will be calculated for the work done every day. The more you work, the more you earn. When our tribe has a surplus in winter, you can use the work points to exchange for the food and items you want. These are yours, and you don't have to share them with other tribesmen. When these words were spoken, both old and new tribesmen were puzzled. The one who reacted the most was Wu. "Chief, do you think I'm too idle?" Chapter 62: Fusion of the New and the Old. In Bai Feng's design, Work points are equivalent to virtual currency. You earn as much as you work. The value of work points can be determined by calculating the tribe's harvest for the whole year. Without equivalent exchange products, inflation and deflation are almost inevitable. But how much surplus can the tribe have in a year? This is just a policy to stabilize the tribe members. For example, which is more valuable, a brick or a handful of wild vegetables, or a pound of salt or a pottery jar? Everything is determined by Baifeng. Baifeng's idea is to set a minimum standard every day. Only after the tribesmen have completed their own minimum standard work can they get work points. This will also widen the gap between the diligent and lazy tribesmen, and is also a way to differentiate the treatment of new and old tribesmen. First of all, the new tribesmen are far inferior to the healthy and strong old tribesmen in terms of physical strength, not to mention their lack of work proficiency. Their work progress will definitely be much worse. For a long time, the contribution made by the new tribesmen will be negative. Only when the gap between the new and old tribesmen is widened will they not be dissatisfied and resisted by the tribesmen when they incorporate the savages in the future. Of course, this does not include beauties. If there are real beauties, they would be willing to starve themselves in exchange for them. After comforting the old tribesmen and letting them start their own work for the day, the new tribesmen were still timid and didn't know what to do. The long-term wandering life made them feel very inferior in this new tribe. Yishang was their backbone, but Yishang didn't perform very well and was also waiting for Baifeng to give him instructions. The first step for all new members of the tribe is to register their information and receive identity cards. With more than 200 people, this added a huge workload to Baifeng. In order to last longer, all the identity cards were carved with a knife, which was slower and more laborious than writing. Baifeng felt like his fingers were about to break, but he enjoyed it. In their current state, there were not many jobs to choose from. They had just regained some strength, but what could they do? They had to do jobs like weaving straw ropes and mixing mud. Those who were in better health could dig soil to prepare for the heightening of the city wall. The new tribesmen were clumsy, which made the old tribesmen very unhappy, but Baifeng required them to treat them equally and not insult or exclude them. So he had to bear it and slowly teach the new tribesmen. The hunting team still had a rich harvest. The old tribesmen could eat meat and soup made from last year's pickled wild vegetables. Those who contributed more could get more meat. The new tribesmen could only eat soup made from minced meat. Those who performed better could even eat bones without meat. Supplies were scarce at the beginning of spring, so Baifeng could only let everyone eat worse food. They would not be treated like dried meat, as they did back then. The extra food will be stored to deal with future emergencies. Baifeng felt that this year would not be very peaceful. Almost a month passed like this, and these new people gradually became familiar with the old people. There was no longer any barrier between them, and they got along quite well. However, there were still differences in food. After all, the more you work, the more you get. The food was not very good, but it still raised these skeletons to look like humans. The former warriors slowly grew flesh and became stronger. The tribe would naturally give him better food, so that he could become a fighting force more quickly. The other tribesmen were also able to do other work. For example, the seeds planted in the fields had sprouted. With the addition of fertilizer, they grew exceptionally vigorously, far surpassing their counterparts growing in the wild. Agriculture requires intensive cultivation, and now it is time to weed. Selectively weed out the weeds. This work does not require much strength, but it is very tiring and time-consuming. All of it is taken care of by the new people, even though there are also a lot of crops planted among the weeds they weed out. The vegetable garden was handed over to Sui. Usually Sui was Baifeng's follower. She would help Baifeng in whatever he did, and she didn't have a fixed job. The tribesmen had gradually accepted that Sui was the tribe leader's woman. In addition, Baifeng obviously preferred Sui, so the tribesmen didn't mind Sui's idle daily life. Baifeng was worried about handing the vegetable garden over to the new members of the tribe. Sui was meticulous and would not feel bad, even if his vegetables were weeded out. However, he might not be in a good mood if the new members of the tribe weeded out his vegetables. Wild vegetables also began to grow wildly. Those picked at this time are the most delicious. Although they can be picked in later seasons, the taste will be much worse. What's more, the tribesmen have been eating wild vegetables that are not in season and have been pickled for half a year. The taste is really not good. The first thing to grow was Artemisia capillaris, which was everywhere. Soon, you could dig a basket full of it. However, Baifeng couldn't accept the taste of it. It made his tongue numb, so he never had the chance to eat this wild vegetable. The collection team has continued the fine habit of collecting various samples and bringing them back for Bai Feng to see. Bai Feng also found several edible wild vegetables among the collected plants, once again expanding the tribe's diet. If he comes across a nice-looking stone, he will throw it into the backpack and then pour it out for Bai Feng to see. If he happens to be as lucky as the tribesman who picked up iron ore before and earns a house and a wife. Wouldn't that be wonderful? There's a pile of stones in the corner, most of which have strange patterns on them and are of no particular use. A stone the size of a finger, with purple and white patterns intersecting, is slightly useful. It is a Qin Ziyu jade. I drill a hole in it to make a necklace for Sui. She will be very happy for a long time if I give it to her. She will look at the necklace all day long and will not take it off even when she sleeps. Bai Feng, who runs to the side and makes it difficult for him to fall asleep, is so sleepy. When the tribesman saw Bai Feng chose the stone he picked up, he hurriedly said that he had seen one as big as a human head in that place, but he didn't move it because it was too heavy. If the tribe leader needed it, he would bring 2 back tomorrow. Bai Feng quickly refused, saying that a Qin Ziyu that big was of no use in this era. Another stone that made Bai Feng happy was a piece of pure white limestone. It is usually gray, but this pure white one is relatively rare and is also an excellent material for making cement. When he asked where the stone was found and whether there were many such stones, the tribesman only said that it was picked up under a huge rock several people tall. Bai Feng immediately lost hope. However, no suitable limestone mine has been found around the tribe. For the sake of the cement business, Bai Feng thought it would be a good idea to go and take a look in person. What if a miracle happens? A miracle really happened. When Bai Feng went there, he found that what the tribesman said was absolutely correct. It was just a huge limestone boulder more than 4 meters high. It was probably not even enough to burn cement to build a house. Bai Feng sat on the ground in frustration. If he couldn't find a large enough limestone mine, was he really going to have to build a brick house with mud? While thinking about substitutes for limestone, Bai Feng was poking around on the ground with a knife, but soon he discovered that the originally yellow soil was mixed with white powder. After digging deeper, he found that there was actually limestone mines underground. Chapter 63. Letting the cows return to the mountains. That stone is not just a huge boulder, but a stone mountain with roots. The entire underground is limestone mines, and the exposed stones are just the tip of the iceberg. Bai Feng jumped up with joy, patted the shoulder of the tribe member who discovered the limestone, and praised him for his good work, saying that he would definitely reward him well. The tribe member felt a little embarrassed by the praise, and did not even ask what the reward was, mainly because Bai Feng was exaggerating. With so much limestone, Bai Feng cement will soon be available. However, this place is still a bit far from the tribe. Fortunately, they have a cart, otherwise they would be exhausted just carrying it in bamboo baskets. Of course, the first thing to do before burning stones is to prepare the lime kiln. The kiln had been dug long ago, but it had been idle, waiting to be burned after enough limestone was found. There was also a stone mill for grinding stones. In fact, primitive people were good at making stone tools. Some people always think that stone things are not durable or sharp, but if you find good stones and make stone tools carefully, they will be just fine. Stone millstones and pestles are used to crush brittle limestone. Similarly, waste bricks and tiles are also materials for burning cement. Mixing them with limestone and burning them together can produce more durable cement. There was still some cloth left, which was all sewn into double-layer masks. The tribesmen who worked in the kiln said they couldn't breathe and it was stuffy when they put them on. They thought that wearing masks meant the tribe leader wanted to kill them. But Bai Feng knew clearly that not wearing a mask would kill him. Pneumoconiosis caused by inhaling dust is completely incurable. It is a stubborn and incurable disease in later generations, let alone now. Bai Feng uses his usual method of reasoning first, and then taking action if that doesn't work. Even the tribesmen who transport stones have to wear it. Bai Feng doesn't want these strong men who he has raised with great difficulty to die in the dust. I tried to fire the first kiln, but the coagulation effect was very poor. I don't know why, but it's not a big deal. I just need to adjust the proportion and temperature. Leave these to professionals and try more. However, Bai Feng has to keep checking whether they have secretly taken off their masks. The calf was caught last autumn and has grown into a big cow now. It eats well, and Bai Feng often scratches its fur. Now it has pure white fur that shines in the sun. The back is very wide and the horns are long. In winter, Bai Feng will add some butter to the calf, as if feeding butter to cows is like feeding human fat to humans. However, cows do not recognize their relatives and are not averse to the fat and meat of their own kind. They look like herbivores, but they will still enjoy eating animal fats. Bai Feng tried to use the calf as a mount. Since the calf had been with him since childhood, the calf did not object to Bai Feng's approach. However, Bai Feng felt uncomfortable under his crotch, so he decided that he would not ride the calf unless there was something important that required him to save face, unless the saddle was made first. It is a good thing that the calf has grown up, but at the same time, the calf has also matured. As an adult bull called a calf, it begins to need a companion. Sometimes at night, Bai Feng can always hear the calves roaring outside, which makes Bai Feng very upset, but he can do nothing about it. Bai Feng neither had the ability nor the courage to castrate the calf, mainly because it was too late to do so now. When he was young, Bai Feng had never thought about this at all. Leaving it alone is not an option either, unless we catch a cow for the calf. However, it is extremely difficult to capture it alive, and it will be a problem to drive it away after we catch it. We can't just do what Bai Feng did and capture a child bride, right? If he released it directly into the herd, Bai Feng was afraid that he would lose both the wife and the army. Not only would the calf not find its mother, but it would also never come back. All the food he gave would be wasted. Bai Feng could only keep trying to find ways to catch a cow and bring it back safely, but the calf didn't give Bai Feng this opportunity. At night, when Bai Feng was sleeping soundly, the calf not only howled in estrus, but also started to bang on Bai Feng's door, completely disturbing Bai Feng's sleepiness. When they woke up in the morning, they found that the calf's hair was standing up, there was white foam around its mouth, and it was paddling with its hooves, and its eyes were red. It looked like it was ready to attack at any time, and the tribesmen were so scared that they dared not approach it. Even Bai Feng was a little scared when he went nearby. He wouldn't eat any grass he was fed. Even when he was fed some tender wild vegetables with oil, he had no reaction at all, and white foam kept falling from the corners of his mouth. Bai Feng was afraid that it would be bad for the calf if it continued like this, and if it got out of control and started to go crazy, it would be too dangerous for the tribe members. Bai Feng finally decided to let it return to the tribe. If it was willing to come back after finding a mate, the tribe would still welcome it. If it went wild and never came back, Bai Feng thought he should kill it himself to give an explanation to the tribe. Taking the calf and a dozen fully armed warriors, they followed the familiar road to the valley to look for the bison herd. Perhaps they had already migrated to other places with better water and grass. But as long as they left some traces, the calf would naturally be able to find a large tribe. The closer they got to the valley, the more impatient the calf became. Bai Feng did not give the calf any shackles, not even a rope or a nose ring. The calf just followed Bai Feng blindly. But later on, Bai Feng felt that the calf was no longer under his control. For everyone's safety, Bai Feng moved aside to make way for the calf. The calf stopped, stretched its neck and roared, rubbed Bai Feng with its horns, and then ran away. Bai Feng and his companions did not encounter any ferocious beasts along the way. This was because the calf was huge in size, and a bull in estrus was extremely dangerous. Even a tiger was unwilling to take the risk of catching a calf. What Bai Feng is still worried about is whether their tribe will accept the calf. After all, the calf has been raised in the human tribe since childhood, and it may be difficult for it to integrate into the bison herd. But worry is just worry. Bai Feng cannot devote too much energy to a bison, let alone escort a bison. Seeing the calf running away, Bai Feng and his friends couldn't catch up with it, and there was no need to chase it, so they went back home. On the way, the tribesmen wanted to ask why the chief let the bison run away. Although the chief was usually very kind to the buffalo, in the eyes of the tribesmen, the chief was just taking good care of the food. Just like Sway, now he spent the whole day in the vegetable field looking for insects and weeding and was no longer Bai Feng's follower. Bai Feng was in a dilemma to explain to his tribesmen. There was no way to explain it. After all, with Xiao Niu's physique, killing him would be enough to feed the entire tribe. Now he had just run away, and there was no telling whether he would come back. Bai Feng didn't expect Xiao Niu to be able to bring a cow to the tribe. As long as Xiao Niu could come back by himself, that would be a success enough. If it doesn't come back, Bai Feng will kill it himself during the autumn hunt, so there will be no need to worry about not being able to recognize it. There probably won't be another pure white cow in the herd here. Chapter 60, For Lioli. While Bai Feng was looking for a mate for his calf, cement had already been successfully produced. The tribesmen were very surprised that this gray thing, which turned out to be the same as stone after adding water, thought that anything could be burned, so they secretly dug a small kiln, threw various stones into it, and burned them to see what they could produce. Bai Feng used 2 different kinds of stones to burn out iron and cement. The tribesmen used different stones, but only burned out stone slag, which was useless. No matter whether water or urine was added to the ash, it would not become anything hard. So they started burning other things, increasing or decreasing the temperature, hoping to burn something useful. Of course, they did everything without telling Bai Feng. Bai Feng just randomly arrested people to see if they were wearing masks and didn't care that there was an extra kiln on a mountain. When Bai Feng came back with his men empty-handed, he got the cement he had always dreamed of. After testing, it completely met the requirements. Bai Feng was very satisfied and immediately chose a location to build a new house. He had had enough of this house where the roof kept falling off day and night. The roof might collapse or leak someday. With experience and better materials, the tribesmen were more adept at building houses. Not to mention that Bai Feng's house was just a small house of less than 10 square meters and even only 3 meters high, with 2 eaves. The cement and bricks solidified quickly, making it easier to build. Of course, before building the house, Bai Feng studied the house design carefully. The required space must be reserved. It cannot be like before, where after the house is built, the wall has to be demolished and holes made. Safety issues are one thing. With their current tools, it would be difficult to break through the brick concrete wall. Chimneys and Kong eyes are reserved in the design. Bai Feng still chooses to give up thermal insulation for the sake of lighting. For him, lighting is the most important thing for a house. If you live in a dark room, what is the difference between that and living in a coffin? If it's cold, just light more firewood. Windows are not just holes, there are also wooden windows. Although the Bai Feng tribe has not yet grown hemp, they can use dragon beard grass and reeds to make ropes, but they're not as good as hemp. Bai Feng only found out about spinning thread from the women who were engaged in textile work. They couldn't sit idle and couldn't do other work, so they had to find Bai Feng and ask him to provide them with the materials so that they could spin thread. They couldn't make cloth, but all the ropes used in the tribe were woven by them. As a result, animal skin ropes were eliminated by the Bai Feng tribe. Otherwise, too many animal skins would be wasted. The spun thin line, plus an iron weight, becomes the horizontal line, and the height can be controlled by leveling it. The engineering team of the Bai Feng tribe is becoming more and more professional, and their construction level is getting higher and higher. Bai Feng is very confident in them, and just lets them do it after explaining the construction requirements. While Bai Feng was still worried about his calf, the craftsman brought him a small green stone, which instantly changed his mind. Bai Feng hurriedly ran to the kiln site and discovered that there was a small kiln that he had never noticed before. This small green stone was accidentally burned out when the craftsman poured agate into the kiln while trying to burn various stones. Although they didn't know what was burned out, this green, smooth, and slightly transparent thing was definitely not the waste that was burned out before. Even if it was used as a necklace, it would not be much worse than the one hanging on Sui's neck. So they quickly found the knowledgeable chief Bai Feng and asked him to identify what this thing was. Bai Feng naturally knew that this thing was glass or color glaze because the color was brighter and not too transparent. Bai Feng did not blame the tribesmen for secretly opening a new kiln and hiding it from him. Instead, he praised the tribesmen for daring to try. He only warned them that if they wanted to do anything in the future, they must tell him and he would definitely support them. This made the tribesmen feel a little embarrassed. They used to think that Bai Feng was mostly lucky in doing these things, so they gave it a try. If they succeeded, it would mean that they could do what Bai Feng could do, and that the patriarch was not as powerful as they imagined. They didn't expect that Bai Feng not only recognized what was burning, but also knew what was used to burn it. In this place, the only material that can be used to make glass is agate, which is common and abundant. Ever since Sui Dai wore the Qin Xiu necklace, the tribesmen also followed suit and picked up nice ones to wear. At first, only the men made them for their wives, but later almost everyone had one hanging around their neck. Bai Feng knew that sand could be burned into glass, but he was only at the stage of being able to burn it. He had no idea how to burn it or what the process was. Moreover, even if the glass was burned out, it didn't seem to be of much use, so Bai Feng never mentioned this to his tribesmen. The glass for windows may not be big enough, and glass cups and bowls are complicated to make and not durable. If you're not careful, they will become dregs. How can they be as practical as pottery, even if they are broken by accident? You can go to the tribe warehouse to get a new one. Anyway, the tribe is not short of pottery. Even the urinals used at night are good things with patterns and thinness that other tribes lack. However, from the matter of burning color glaze, Bai Feng also discovered one thing. That is, his people seem to be a little too idle. In this case, you should burn glass while burning bricks and tiles. This is also the basic daily work of your team. Color gems are used to make glass, but they are not needed when making glass. Just burn sand directly. There's an abandoned river near the tribe, otherwise there would be no dried-up salt lake nearby. The fine sand in the river is inexhaustible. Originally, it was only used to make cement, but now the transportation volume has been increased, and more than a dozen trucks are sent to the pottery site every day so that they can satisfy their addiction to burning stones. Although Bai Feng knew that it was luck that they were able to burn out colored glass. Now that they had some experience, as long as they tried it out every day, they would be able to burn out satisfactory glass one day. Then Bai Feng left the sad-looking pottery team members behind and walked away happily, playing with the small pieces of colored glaze in his hands. It seemed that the window he had reserved was still too small, so he might as well make it bigger. Now he could make do with wooden windows, as there would always be a day when he could use glass windows. Fortunately, the progress of the house construction site is a little slower, and the new requirement I put forward has been well implemented. I just don't know whether the tribesmen who are building the houses will think that their chief is mentally ill for opening such a large window. They would not ask about these things, but would just build the walls as quickly as possible, and then use peeled and air-dried wood as beams. This room should be the most advanced of this era. Chapter 65 Beast Group. Although the glass incident temporarily diverted Bai Feng's attention, Xiaonyo had been with Bai Feng for so long, and Bai Feng still had some insomnia because he couldn't hear Xiaonyo's annoying cries at night. During the day, all kinds of trivial matters would distract Bai Feng's thoughts, and this repeated for a few days. Finally, when the frame of Bai Feng's new house was completed and Bai Feng was repairing the ground outside the house, he could no longer suppress his worry. Sui also became unhappy because of the absence of the calf, because the calf was one of her few friends. Cows don't care about the beauty or ugliness of humans. Only humans who provide them with fresh grass are the most beautiful. Every day, the cowshed next to the room is empty. I don't have to clean up its feces, add grass to it, or take it for a walk. It seems very leisurely, but I feel very empty inside. After not seeing the calf for several days, Bai Feng became so anxious that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he decided to take people to look for it. Regardless of whether the calf had any intention of coming back or not, it would be a relief for him. As for the matter of killing the calf that would never come back, Bai Feng really couldn't do it now, so it was better to let it return to nature. Just consider it as compensation for the annual slaughter of cattle, Bai Feng thought. Bai Feng set off early with a dozen soldiers. Sui also wanted to follow, but Bai Feng refused to let her go no matter what. After all, they were not going for a stroll. If the calf has no intention of coming back, then they will kill another cow and bring it back. This theory seems outrageous, but for the tribe, it is necessary. Every time a warrior goes out, there must be results. The tribe cannot afford to support idle people, and it is impossible to waste energy on doing something meaningless. The White Wind tribe is getting bigger and bigger, but it is still very poor, and there is a big gap between it and other large tribes of thousands of people. The chiefs of other tribes have great power to do their own private affairs and have a lot of freedom. They almost have exclusive rights to food and women. The Bai Feng tribe only has priority. The houses and food they need are all exchanged for Bai Feng's contributions. They can use them at will, and the tribe members have no objections. Leading the soldiers on that familiar road, Bai Feng walked faster and faster. Bai Feng's physique was much stronger than his own soldiers, and coupled with his anxious mood, the soldiers could hardly keep up. At noon, Bai Feng and his companions ate a few bites casually, and after they had eaten a little, they immediately set off. Although Bai Feng told the tribesmen that they were going to hunt and catch cattle, everyone knew the truth but just didn't say it openly. Their tribe leader had low requirements, so it was understandable that he was willful occasionally. When they had traveled most of the way, Bai Feng saw birds in the woods flying away in the distance. Bai Feng guessed that some large wild beast might be coming. It would be dangerous for them alone, so Bai Feng immediately led his men to climb up the big trees on both sides of the road, lying in ambush to see if they could find an opportunity to attack, mainly to avoid danger. Although many wild animals can climb trees, such as tigers and bears, and they can climb trees very quickly, the trees here have many branches and are dense, so it is not easy for these large beasts to climb up. The noise was getting closer and closer, and Bai Feng was a little panicked because this noise was not something that a tiger or a bear could make. It was most likely a group of elephants or a group of giant wild boars. No matter which one it was, it would be extremely dangerous for Bai Feng and his friends. There are also elephants in this place, and there are quite a few of them, but the territory is large, and they are usually on the move. Bai Feng has never seen any in his own territory. However, ivory is not uncommon in the market, and many of the tribesmen said that they have seen elephants. In fact, there were still many rhinos in this era. They were not as big as those in Africa, but they could still give people a great sense of oppression. When Bai Feng saw them before, he could only run away quickly without any intention of hunting them. At that time, his tribe was equipped with wooden spears and stone guns, which might not be able to penetrate the rhinoceros skin. Dust was flying in the small path. Bai Feng just hoped that they would not discover him and his people, otherwise they would really die here. Even an excellent hunter who had experienced many battles was so scared that he dared not breathe. When the smoke got closer, Bai Feng saw that the leader was actually a white cow. A closer look revealed that it was a calf. Nothing wrong with it, but there were dozens of big cows following behind it, which made Bai Feng a little confused. He had slept on straw and tasted gall, and now he brought his people to take revenge. Did he raise an animal under cover? Just when Bai Feng was puzzled, Xiao Niu had already arrived under the tree where Bai Feng and the others were hiding. Xiao Niu seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly stopped and began to wander around under the tree, sniffing everywhere with his nose. This made Bai Feng even more nervous, as he could not guarantee that Xiao Niu would still be as kind to him as before. Xiao Niu finally realized something was wrong. He looked up from under the tree and found Bai Feng hiding in the tree. Bai Feng was holding onto a branch with a knife in his hand, afraid that Xiao Niu would do something aggressive so he could fight to the death. But the calf didn't show any sign of attacking. He was still the same as when he was with him before, rubbing his neck and back against the tree and looking up at Bai Feng, thinking that Bai Feng was playing a game with him. If there was only the calf, Bai Feng would have climbed down the tree by now. However, there were dozens of pairs of eyes behind the calf that also saw Bai Feng and were looking at him in unison. Bai Feng felt that if he went down, he would probably be trampled to death by the herd of cattle on the spot. The other warriors were so scared that they could hardly stand on the tree. Bai Feng had no choice but to go up himself. It didn't matter even if he was trampled to death. After all, he had been on the brink of life and death every day since he came to this era. Bai Feng had no choice but to pretend to be calm and slide down the tree. The calf immediately came over. Bai Feng was a little scared and moved aside, but the calf came closer and put its neck close to Bai Feng, wanting Bai Feng to tickle it. After all, Bai Feng could tickle in the tribe, but there were no wild people to tickle it in the wild. Seeing that the calf had not regained its wildness and still trusted Bai Feng boldly began to scratch it with his hands. The calf felt comfortable with the scratching, so it stretched its neck even longer and even stuck out its tongue to lick Bai Feng. The cattle became a little restless after Bai Feng came down, but after the calf cried out, they gradually calmed down. Seeing that there was no problem, the other members of the tribe also slid down from the trees one by one. They wanted to draw their weapons, but were stopped by Bai Feng. Since this herd of cattle doesn't seem to have any ill will towards them at the moment, there's no need for them to create any complications. They could just get in touch with them and see what the situation is. Chapter 66, Bringing the Cow Home. Bai Feng scratched the calf's neck, and the herd calmed down after a little commotion. The calf did not suddenly attack. The warriors listened to Bai Feng and did not draw their weapons, but they all retreated to Bai Feng's side. After all, the calf not going crazy did not mean that other herds of cattle would not attack. Bai Feng secretly counted the herd of cattle with a sidelight. There were about 50 of them. They were relatively young, probably the same age as calves, which could be seen from their horns. Most of them were cows, with only a minority being bulls. Although cows also have horns, they are obviously different from bulls in terms of body shape and horn length. Their color is basically brown, and the pure white calf is very conspicuous among them. It can be seen that the calf is not as irritable as it was in the past few days. It may have solved its own problem. Bai Feng carefully checked the calf's physical condition. In the past few days, the calf's originally clean body has been covered with a lot of mud, and the mud on its legs and tail has formed lumps. There was a long wound on his chest, but it had dried up and there was no pus or bleeding. Bai Feng was probably gored by the horns when competing with other bulls in the herd. There was also a wound on his face, but it was not serious. However, looking at so many cows following behind, the calf must have had a great advantage. I wonder what the chief of the herd would feel for leading so many cows out. Bai Feng tried to push the calf's head forward, but the calf did not resist at all. Bai Feng just pushed it gently, and the calf walked forward along the road. Bai Feng asked the soldiers to stand farther away and lead the way in front so as not to scare the cattle following behind, while he himself led the way on the right side of the calf. After walking a few steps forward, the herd of cattle behind were a little hesitant, not knowing whether to follow or stay where they were. After all, it didn't seem right to follow humans. But the calf was the new leader of these cattle. One by one, they wanted to take a step forward but didn't dare. Seeing the calf still following the group of humans forward, they became very anxious and called out one after another. Hearing the chaotic noise of the herd, the calf stopped, turned to look at the herd and called out, but the herd still had no intention of moving forward. The calf glanced at Baifeng, then paced back to the herd. Baifeng didn't dare to stop him and could only stand there awkwardly. The soldiers could only stand in the distance, at a loss as to what to do. After the calf went back, it gently scraped the bodies of the cows in front of it with its horns, then stretched its neck and called, and the herd responded in the same way. Baifeng could only wait, not knowing what choice the calf would make. I couldn't understand what their calls meant, but it seemed that the calf was persuading the herd. After a moment of stalemate, the calf turned around and walked towards Baifeng again, but this time, the herd did not hesitate and followed the calf's steps closely. Baifeng suppressed the excitement in his heart, touched the calf's neck affectionately, and continued to walk towards the direction of the tribe. The herd of cattle also kept a certain distance and followed behind the calf. When the warriors saw the cattle herd coming, they all jumped for joy. They didn't know what benefits this herd of cattle would bring to the future development of the tribe, but they knew that their tribe would now have a large herd of cattle and they would not have to worry about food for the whole year. Baifeng just felt that he had made the right bet. Although it was very unfair to this group of calves, that was how nature was. The strong preyed on the weak, and it was just the law of the food chain. However, even if he would kill some of the cattle in the herd for meat in the future and use them as labor, the good thing was that the herd would continue to expand. In the wild, the natural growth of cattle herds is very slow or even unchanged. The young can stay and continue to grow, leaving behind their genes, but the old, weak, sick, and disabled will be eliminated and become food for carnivores, maintaining a certain balance. Even if there are no wild beasts hunting a herd of cattle, its numbers will plummet after a sharp increase due to a lack of food. This is the limitation of nature. But humans, an alien species in nature, can confine the cattle to a certain range of activities. The cattle will no longer have to worry about food, natural enemies, or illness. The price is that some of the cattle that would have otherwise become food for wild animals will now become food for the humans who raise them. The calf relied on its strong body built up over the winter and its eye-catching hair to avoid being caught by wild beasts. However, after returning to the herd, it was ostracized and suppressed by the old bull king. And those big bulls were in estrus, so each one was more aggressive than the other. However, due to the heavy snow last winter, the cattle could not find enough food, so their bodies were very thin and posed basically no threat to the calves that had been raised for the entire winter. So after the calf had been beaten in turns by a group of bulls, it only suffered the injuries that Baifeng had discovered, and it achieved its wish of reproducing offspring. The herd is large, but there is too little food. The grass has not grown long yet. Last winter, even the grass roots were eaten. Now the pasture is rather barren, and the calves cannot get enough food. After seeing the calves' strong physique and powerful fighting ability, many younger cows choose to leave their original herd and follow the calf to find a better habitat. But what they didn't expect was that the calf was actually raised by humans. So when they first saw Baifeng and his friends, the cattle were very panicked, not understanding why the calf was mixed with this group of hairless monkeys. Although no one knows what the calf said to them, the fact is that the herd decided to follow the calf. The problem facing Baifeng now is how to house these dozens of cows. He hasn't even prepared a cow sheet. If he brings them back and lets them wander around in the wilderness, what's the difference between them and wild ones? If we speed up the construction of the cow sheet, the cattle will not be able to go out to find food, and cutting grass for them will be a huge workload. It will take at least a dozen people a day to take care of them. However, touching the still obedient calf, Baifeng felt that it would be better to watch the calf. After all, as long as the calf was there, the herd would not run too far. There are no large herbivores in the wasteland next to their tribe's residence because of the presence of people, so the grass there is still very lush, which is quite abundant for these cows. There are also water pipes for drinking water. When the time comes, we will connect a special one for the cows to drink water. Once they're used to drinking water in one place, we can slowly build a fence around the cow sheet. Who knows, one day when they come to drink water, they may find that they can no longer get out. Thinking of this, Baifeng felt much happier. Chapter 67 Zeke Department. When the calf arrived at the tribe's territory, it began to have fun because it knew that there would be no wild beast that would suddenly run out from the grass and bite its neck. Even if there was, it could run to the tribe to ask humans for help. It was very familiar with this area as it strolled around every day, and there was enough grass here for it to eat, unlike the grassland it went to, where the ground had been turned over several times. The cattle also stopped and began to tear the grass in big mouthfuls, eating happily. Bai Feng did not disturb them, but just patted the calf's forehead and then led the warriors to the tribal residence. Sui had been standing on the city wall waiting for Bai Feng to come back. She saw Bai Feng next to the white calf from a distance, so she hurried down and opened the city gate with other soldiers. When Bai Feng came closer, Sui rushed over like the wind and threw herself into Bai Feng's arms. Bai Feng was a little overwhelmed by this. After all, they didn't have much physical contact normally, and Bai Feng was afraid that he couldn't control himself. The tribesmen didn't react to this. After all, what they did in the wild were much more exciting than this. Bai Feng just hugged Sui tightly and patted her back gently. Sui's eyes were tearful when she raised her head. After all, in this era, if you go out once, you may never come back, and the probability of this is very high. Sui really wants to go out with Bai Feng so that she can feel at ease. However, normally Bai Feng will not allow her to go too far with him unless there are enough tribesmen warriors with her. After confirming that Bai Feng was fine, Sui wiped her tears, then let go of Bai Feng and ran to the calf. She didn't care about so many cows at all. She just wanted to scratch the calf's neck. When she first came to the tribe, the calf could be used as a pillow when living with them, and its fat belly was the most comfortable to use as a pillow. When the soldiers patrolling on the city wall saw so many cows on the wilderness, they immediately set up their crossbows, waiting for Bai Feng's order, and then shot out spear-like arrows. However, Bai Feng did not give the order to attack and asked him to put down the crossbow. Although the warrior did not understand, he still did it. However, he was more puzzled that the cattle dared to graze leisurely in their tribal territory. The cattle not only ate the grass, but also found some small salt blocks and debris dropped by the White Wind tribe when they were transporting salt bricks. This was extremely attractive to them, and then the cattle that found the salt residue stopped eating grass and focused on licking the salt. Bai Feng didn't let the calf into the city. After all, it was the leader of the herd, and it was necessary for it to stay outside to control the herd, because there was no place for them to live in the city. If the calf was allowed to come in alone, the herd might run away uncontrollably. After Sui scratched the calf's neck and cleaned its fur, they walked into the city together. The calf looked at Bai Feng and wanted to go in with him, but Bai Feng turned his head to look at the herd of cattle. The calf also looked at him, raised his hoof, and decided to stay and eat grass together. Bai Feng found Gao and asked him to make a few more large water pipes, which would then be connected outside the city. He then used bricks and cement to build a large trough under the water pipes for the cattle to drink water. The drinking time should be fixed so that the cattle could develop a habit. In the future, the cattle could arrive at the drinking water area at the same time and make plans for the future. As for why they were placed outside the city, Bai Feng thought that he could let them find food by themselves and then develop the habit of going out early and coming back late and return to the pen at night. At the same time, the tribesmen also began to prepare silage, which would be cut and stored when the grass was most lush in the summer to feed the cattle through the winter. Moreover, the tribe has grown enough crops, and after the harvest, the grass straw is also very good fodder, which can be saved for the cattle to eat. What we need to do now is to build the pen, let the cattle get used to the existence of the pen, and develop the habit of returning to the pen to rest. Summer and autumn are not good times to slaughter cattle. We can only wait until winter to start slaughtering some old and weak cattle for the winter, and the calves must also be taken care of. After raising them for a few generations, the wildness of the herd will gradually decrease, and the herd will also be able to reproduce larger at that time. The tribesmen were extremely happy to have so many more cows, although the chief had said that they could not kill them now and that their normal lives could not be disturbed excessively. They could only take it slowly and let the cattle adapt to the presence of humans. As for the cattle pen, it is still the same as the city wall, built with earth in a circle, and the space must be large, but the space for adding a roof only needs to be a little smaller, so that the cattle have a place to hide when it rains or snows. Then, a hole is opened on the basis of the original city wall so that cattle can pass through. In case of war or attack by wild beasts, the cattle can enter the tribal city wall through the hole in the city wall, reducing losses. It is also a way to protect the cattle. Just as Bai Feng and everyone else were arranging matters regarding the cattle pen, a small tribe of less than 100 people 3 days away from the Bai Feng tribe was looted and all the people were killed, including the children. The people who did this were the Zeke tribe. They were a nomadic tribe of 300 people with no fixed place to live. They usually hunted and gathered in the wilderness. Whenever they encountered a small tribe of less than 100 people, they would immediately rush over, steal all the food, and kill all the people there. Although all the tribes are now extremely poor, the Zeke tribe is still happy to do this because they can quickly conquer a small tribe by relying on their numerical advantage and experience. They couldn't steal anything, but they thought it was much more profitable than hunting, and they could do whatever they wanted with the women. Similarly, all the people in the conquered tribes would become their food. It's a pity that Bifone doesn't know about this yet. Otherwise, Bifone would directly lead people to kill this group of savages and regard it as gaining experience for the warriors of his own tribe. After all, although this tribe has 300 people, there are not many warriors after excluding some women and children. They only fight against small tribes. When they really find a tribe with more people and stronger weapons, they will run far away and will not have any intention of attacking. The Zeke tribe killed their way all the way from the downstream to the upstream, but each tribe they killed was poorer than the last, and even without the Zeke tribe's help, they had already started killing their own people for meat. The Zeke tribe had no choice but to continue moving upstream. They could no longer stay downstream. After all, they had robbed and killed many members of the affiliated tribes of the larger tribe. If they were to find out, their small number of people would not be enough. When they were about to reach the territory of the White Wind tribe, they found that the vegetation here was gradually turning green, and they no longer saw trees with their bark peeled off. However, the chief of the Zeke tribe did not dare to make a conclusion. In case there was a powerful tribe, they would be doomed. Chapter 68, Why Wandering? Haichong, the leader of the Zeke tribe, was walking forward with a child's arm in his mouth. They were originally a hunting tribe, but in a cold winter, they had no food, so they decided to attack a small tribe nearby. Although the two tribes occasionally had conflicts, they did not dare to launch an attack because their respective tribesmen were not too large, and that territory was fully capable of supporting both tribes. When the Zeke tribe was unwilling to wait for death and took all its members fully armed to the next small tribe, they found that all the people in that tribe had died, either starved to death or frozen to death, and their bodies were stiff. The people of the Zeke tribe searched the entire tribe but did not find a single grain of food. The tribesmen were already extremely hungry, and the exhaustion from traveling so long had left their eyes red with sweat. Many of them fell in the snow. Haichong was really a loss, but he couldn't bear to watch his fellow tribesmen starve to death here. As he squatted on the ground in frustration, he discovered that some of his tribesmen were holding the dead man's legs and biting them. He wanted to yell at the tribesmen to stop him, but as soon as he stood up, his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Listening to the tribesmen chewing, his stomach ached a little. After swallowing his saliva, he had a mental struggle, then crawled over, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and started to bite the corpse. The cold, hard corpse was difficult to bite, but after he melted the frozen blood residue in his mouth and swallowed it, his stomach finally felt better. He also felt instantly stronger and began to bite with larger bites, no longer closing his eyes and without any hesitation. The other tribesmen didn't dare to eat human flesh, but when they saw their leader biting the flesh with big mouthfuls, they immediately found a corpse and rushed over to bite it. Even though their lips were stuck to the frozen corpse, it didn't affect them at all. They continued chewing with blood on their lips. The children had never seen such a situation before, and they kept crying in fear, but no one cared about them. Everyone was just eating to stay alive. When their stomachs were full, they stopped and sat aside, looking at the torn and shattered corpses. Only then did they feel a little scared that they had become the cannibals they once hated and feared the most. After realizing it belatedly, they all started crying. The children didn't understand why they were crying, but they just cried louder together. Haichong's mind was very clear the whole time. He knew that after eating human flesh once, their tribe would no longer be a gathering tribe, but a cannibal tribe. They would no longer be able to survive on this land. Even if no one knows that they have eaten humans, humans are already part of their tribe's diet. If they can't find food in the future, humans will become their target. Haichong sighed, hoping that there would not be such miserable times in the future, and that he could find enough food for his tribe. He also hoped that he could make the new people in his tribe forget the fact that they had eaten humans. There's no need to go back to our tribe now, so let's just stay here. We have tents anyway. There are many branches broken by the snow. Now that the tribesmen have the strength, they can go get firewood. They were full, but the children had not eaten yet. They were still quite resistant to cannibalism and a little scared, so after the fire was lit, Haichong carried the children on his back and cut off pieces of meat with a knife, then roasted them over the fire. When the meat was roasted until oil was oozing out of it, he shared it with the children who were still hungry. The children didn't know what kind of meat they were eating. They just knew that they had food, so they ate happily. Hei-chong knew that this winter, the 200 or so corpses here would be enough for them to survive until spring. When the grass grows in the spring and the weather warms up, they will return to their homes and continue their hunting and gathering life, and slowly let the tribe forget about this matter. He also doesn't intend to let the children know what kind of meat they are eating. However, things were not as good as he had imagined. That winter was exceptionally long. Although they had the strength to chop enough firewood, and no one in the tribe froze to death, the food was almost gone. After the last corpse was smashed and eaten along with its bones, the Zeke tribe was once again in a state of having nothing to eat. The bodies of the tribe members, which had once been strong, became weaker and weaker day by day. However, the spring that was supposed to come still did not come, and it was still snowing when wild vegetables usually grew. Sometimes, their eyes would scan their own people, which made Hei-chong panic from the bottom of his heart. If this continued, they might really attack their own people, and he himself might become someone else's food in his sleep one day. Hei-chong felt that he could not sit still and wait for death. So he gathered his tribesmen and announced that they were going to leave here and look for food far away to see if they could find where spring was. This land might have been abandoned by the god of spring because of their cannibalism. The tribesmen had no objection, so they took their weapons and empty bags and began their wandering journey. When there was no food at first, they ate tree bark. All edible tree bark and tree roots were eaten up by them like locusts passing through a territory. But this still couldn't fill the tribesmen's stomachs. Some of them even vomited blood and had bloody diarrhea because of eating tree bark and roots. Hei-chong himself didn't feel well either. His stomach was bloated, but he couldn't defecate. He had to use his hands to dig out some of the stool. The tribesmen began to miss the days when they could eat meat. The idea of attacking their fellow tribesmen, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, now began to sprout again in the Zeke tribe. Hei-chong did not dare to be careless at all. He just said that they would definitely find more food if they went forward, so that his people could rest assured. However, he himself did not know what was ahead. He just prayed that the god of spring would come to this land as soon as possible so that his people would have a chance to survive. The tribesmen listened to him temporarily and followed him, although there was still not much food along the way. Fortunately, the weather began to warm up, they were able to catch prey, and some wild vegetables also grew. The entire tribe finally began to behave like hunter-gatherers, but the food was still not enough. They could not stay in one place for too long and had to keep moving. They could not find a suitable place to settle down, until Hei-chong and his men discovered a small tribe by the river. Judging from the size of the tribe on the mountain, there were less than 100 people. At that time, the warriors had all gone out hunting, and only women and children were left. They could easily kill them and steal their food. Looking at the hungry people, Hei-chong gave orders and followed the forest as cover, sneaked up to the tribe, then rushed over quickly and occupied the entire tribe with almost no obstruction. Chapter 69. The Birth of the Cannibals. They did not kill all the people in the tribe, and the women almost did not resist because in this era women could be used to exchange for food, and women were also very important resources. They had no sense of belonging to their own tribe. After all, they might have been passed around among several tribes and might be sold to other tribes in the future. All the men who stayed behind were killed. The children posed no threat and no one cared about them. Hei-chong was only concerned about where to find food, so he found a woman and asked her to lead the way. The woman thought that the leader Hei-chong was here to enjoy herself, so she untied her skirt and lay on the ground. But Hei-chong had no such idea at the moment. He just wanted to find food quickly to dispel his people's idea of cannibalism. The woman was confused when she saw that Hei-chong didn't pounce on her, because many men from the Zeke tribe had already pounced on the woman from this tribe. Hei-chong didn't stop them. After all, this was a very normal thing. If he wasn't in a hurry to find food, how could they get their turn first? The woman understood what Hei-chong meant and did not tie her skirt again. Instead, she took Hei-chong naked to find food. When Hei-chong arrived at the cave where food was stored, he found that this tribe was also poor. The only meat they had was a dozen or so freshly caught fish, and because they were not pickled with salt, they no longer smelled good. The rest was just some seasonal wild vegetables, tree bark, and the like, which the Black Chengdu were a little scared of eating. The food found could not even cook a meal for half of the people in the Zeke tribe. Hei-chong was very upset and could only continue to ask whether there were other granaries. The answer he got was no. who was so extravagant as to fill several warehouses with food. At the same time, Baifeng sneezed and felt someone was talking about him. The third brick concrete warehouse of Baifeng's tribe was about to be completed. Due to the continuous expansion of the food menu, the Baifeng tribe's food reserves were increasing, and they themselves did not consume too much. Haichong knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. They did not rob much food. Although they suffered almost no casualties, they also did not gain much. If they did not leave and stayed here, when the warriors of this tribe came back, there would probably be another fight. Since they did not have many people, they could not waste their energy, otherwise it would be difficult for them to survive in the wilderness of this era. So Haichong left the cave with the few foods he had and returned to the tribe's base. However, after Haichong returned, he was so frightened that he didn't know what to do, and the food in his hands fell to the ground. A few tribesmen were still having sex with the women of the tribe in the wild, but more of them had built a fire and were roasting meat on the rack, and next to the fire were dismembered children. The tribesmen were talking and laughing, without feeling any discomfort at all, except Haichong, who felt his calves begin to tremble. The tribesmen near the fire found that the chief had returned and smilingly handed a plump baby leg to Haichong, asking the chief to eat it first. At this time, the smiling expressions of the tribesmen made Haichong extremely scared. They were like an indescribable demon. But looking at the human leg in his hand, his stomach kept growling. He thought of the human flesh he had eaten before. The flesh of babies was fat and soft with lots of fat. It was full of oil when he bit it, and it was soft and delicious. The meat before was frozen meat and not fresh at all. Now this piece of tender meat was right in front of him, and his mouth was already watering. Although the fish and wild vegetables were right under his feet, Haichong was still out of control and took the leg with trembling hands. When Haichong sucked the last bit of flesh off his legs, his mind gradually became clear. What was he doing? The tribesmen were all eating with great pleasure. Now not only the men and children, but also most of the women had been killed, leaving only a few beautiful women for their enjoyment. Haichong couldn't help but burst into tears of sadness. He knew that he would never have the chance to escape from the identity of a cannibal. The Z tribe would truly become a cannibal tribe in the future. There would be no place for them in the world, and they would be the common enemy of all tribes. After a hearty meal, Haichong had his men collect all the bones and kill all the people in the tribe. Then he ambushed in the tents or in the woods and questioned the people of the tribe. He found out that there were only 40 or so warriors who went out hunting, and their weapons were nothing more than bamboo spears, stone axes, and the like. The Z tribe could easily kill them all. The Z tribe did not fail. They killed all the dozens of soldiers at the cost of only 7 deaths and dozens of injuries. Haichong has completely fallen in love with eating human flesh. He will take any fish or vegetables that anyone wants to eat, but he must eat the delicious flesh of children. The Z tribe did not eat the human flesh of this tribe for long. During this period, they took over the tribe's nest and lived there, and also went fishing and hunting to prepare for their future wandering life. After eating all the meat, Haichong and others did not stop and began their wandering life again. Although most of them continued to eat grass afterwards, they did not forget that they had turned into cannibals. Whenever they encountered a single wandering savage or a small group of savages along the way, they would immediately surround them like hunting other wild beasts, kill them, and then share the food. Similarly, if there was a small tribe, they would kill them all and then stay in that territory until they were all eaten and then continue to wander. After a few years, the story of this cannibal tribe spread in that area. After all, what they did was too horrible. An empty tribal residence was filled with bones. After several larger tribes found out, they united together and prepared to encircle and suppress the cannibal tribe. Unfortunately, the Z tribe was too alert and discovered them before they could start their attack. The Z tribe did not fight back. After discovering that there were a lot of people there, they chose to stay away from the river basin and went further upstream, killing their way to the territory of the Baifeng tribe. They found that this river basin was relatively rich and had abundant resources. They even discovered that there was salt here. Although they did not find a salt lake, there was still a lot of salt in some depressions. This made the Zeke tribe, who had been lacking salt during their wandering, very excited. The Zeke tribe has now figured out a survival method that suits their own tribe. Killing and robbing other tribes are their main tasks, and if they succeed once, they don't have to worry for several months. When they are wandering, they return to hunting and gathering. They will even make temporary beds on trees and spend the night on them, so that they can hide from wild beasts and lie in ambush to attack passing humans at any time. However, Hei-chong did not notice that his tribesmen's eyes were turning a little red, and his own mood was becoming more and more irritable. Chapter 70, First Encounter. The wall of the cowshed has begun to rise. At first, the cattle were a little afraid of the humans coming and going here, but after the calf led them to drink salted water several times, they completely ignored the weak humans. The wall is getting higher and higher, but there is still a gap that can allow 2 cows to pass through at the same time. The herd of cattle has become completely accustomed to the existence of the high wall. Although the space inside is very small, the high wall can give them enough sense of security. For the sake of the herd, the calf no longer goes into the city to sleep, but instead takes the herd to sleep in the cowshed that has not been fully built. Over time, the herd has become completely accustomed to entering the cowshed at night. After a while, Bai Feng and his team will be able to install a door on the cattle pen, let the cows out in the morning to find food on their own, and lock them up at night. In winter, they will no longer let them out, but feed them with stored fodder, and some of the cows will be slaughtered as food. Of course, Bai Feng is just imagining this at the moment, and it is still unknown what will happen in the future. The calf has gradually adapted to living with the herd, and does not care whether its fur is dirty or whether its tail is tangled with cow dung and mud. Bai Feng visits the calf less and less frequently, and Sui is the same. She doesn't like the smelly calf, but she just wants to see the calf alive and well. The Z tribe had already reached Bai Feng's old camp. Hei-chong and his men saw a few lonely small houses and thought it was a very small tribe. So without any hesitation, they all rushed up together. However, they found out that it was an empty camp with no one there. It's not Hei-chong's fault. After all, the camps at this time were more shabby than the other. Bai Feng and the others' old camp had not been abandoned for long. There were still kilns and fire pits from when things were fired. There was still black soil and thick ash inside. At first glance, you couldn't tell how long it had been extinguished. Hei-chong and his men searched the camp, but did not find any food, but they were not discouraged. This place was also suitable for temporary stationing and had plenty of resources. With their strength, they could definitely get enough food. However, they were already used to destroying a human tribe and then spending the winter there. They no longer had any intention of staying here for a long time. The jealous and angry people put down their luggage and went to find food. As for the small house on the platform, it was occupied by Hei-chong. He had never seen such a house built with earth before. He did not expect it to be so comfortable to live in. It was much better than his own tent, except that it was a little small. The people of the Zeke tribe quickly found a pond nearby. After nearly a year of rest, there were many large fish there again. They used the human wave warfare method and easily caught many fish. However, the fish meat was bland and had so many bones, it was not as delicious as human flesh. They ate the fish meat and sucked the fish tail and argued together about which part of the meat was delicious. Their eyes bulged and turned red, and their saliva flew. Some said it was the thigh meat, some said it was the buttocks. Some people with a strong taste preferred the stomach and intestines. Of course, this person was looked down upon by everyone, and only the lowest people would be assigned the stomach and intestines filled with feces. The people of the Bai Feng tribe had no idea that danger was nearby. After counting the people in the morning, each of them took their men to do their own work. The hunting range of the hunter team was expanding because there were fewer prey in the closer places. In order to have enough prey in the future, they had to go to farther places. The area near the old camp is also their hunting range. After all, the forest there is dense, making it easier to find prey. They can even occasionally run to the house to rest. On this day, a hunting team of more than a dozen people could not find any prey. As it was almost noon, they had to go to the pond and look for some fish for lunch. They specialized in catching those flying in the sky and running on the ground, while there were special tribesmen who caught those swimming in the water. Fish is already a very abundant food in the White Wind tribe. With the vast lake and rich resources, the White Wind tribe's catch will not cause any significant changes at all. As those people were walking towards the pond, chatting and laughing, one of the tribesmen was suddenly hit on the head by a stone. He then fell to the ground with blood all over his face. The others were hit by stones all over their bodies. The mildly painful ones were unbearable, while the seriously injured ones felt that their bones were broken. 2 of them were lucky as the stones flew past them and did not hit them. The tribesmen sensed something was wrong. Their long-term alertness from hunting made them realize that they were ambushed, so they quickly squatted down, hoping to avoid the flying stones. However, when the stones stopped, they saw a large group of savages surrounding them. Just these few people had absolutely no chance of winning. Not to mention that most of them were already injured and had lost their combat effectiveness, and it was even difficult for them to stand up and run away. Seeing the group of savages getting closer and closer, they had no choice but to let the uninjured people take those who could run away quickly and take the knives and bows away. Whoever could escape would be spared, but these weapons could not fall into the hands of others under any circumstances. They felt that their lives were not as valuable as these weapons. Those who could run didn't hesitate at all. They just picked up their things and ran. A man with an injured leg also wanted to run, but he had just stood up and taken 2 steps when he was hit on the head by a stone. The stone flew far away with the broken flesh and blood. The man who was hit no longer had the ability to escape and lay straight on ground. The slingshot is the most important means of attack for the Zeke tribe. Like the Bifong tribe spear thrower, the slingshot uses a rope to throw a stone with a force several times greater than that thrown by a human arm alone. However, this requires a very long time of practice. After their tribe has killed enough people in the winter, they basically spend the rest of the time practicing slingshots. After all, stones are everywhere, and ropes, whether made of straw or animal skins, are very easy to obtain. When facing prey or enemies, throw out several waves of stones at the same time. Once hit, the basic combat power will be lost by half. This time, nearly 100 people threw stones together, so there will always be someone who is lucky enough to get a headshot. They saw some people being knocked down and some standing up and running away, so they all rushed over to finish off those who were not dead yet. Unfortunately, they only killed 6 people and the others escaped. But they would not let the meat right next to their mouths go. A group of people chased after them, and stones kept flying around. Several people were knocked down. However, when Hei-chong saw the corpses dragged by the tribesmen and the knife they picked up, his eyes were attracted by the knife. He had never seen such a beautiful knife with such a cold glow. Not to mention it was so big. Chapter 71 Escape. Hei-chong took the long knife and weighed it in his hand. It felt heavy and more beautiful than the bronze swords used by the big men of the big tribes that he had seen before. He chopped at the corpse, and the knife immediately cut into the flesh, even to the bone, without any feeling of stickiness. It was completely different from a stone knife. This should only be something that a large tribe could make, but I haven't heard of any large tribes nearby. Those large tribes with a long enough history are basically in the lower reaches of the river. Why would there be such a good thing here? Moreover, looking at the physique of these people, it is clear that they are not short of food. The meat on their bodies is much more than that of many small tribesmen who have to survive the winter. However, there are 9 corpses lying here, but only 1 knife was found, which makes Hei-chong more and more confused. If there is only 1 person who is strong enough, and there is only 1 knife, Hei-chong could understand that there was an important person in the tribe, but these people were so strong that it was not something an ordinary tribe could raise. Hei-chong waved his hand and directed everyone to take the corpses back to the camp they occupied. With so much meat, they would be able to eat for a few days. However, Hei-chong was always afraid that they would be retaliated against if they offended some big clan. When the tribesmen dragged the corpse, they left several bloody trails. A bamboo tube that fell on the road attracted Hei-chong's attention. He picked it up, opened it, and found that it was filled with some wooden poles with feathers stuck on them, and there were sharpened stones on the pole heads. The peculiar shape made Hei-chong confused for a moment, but after thinking about it for a while, he remembered that this was just an arrow, a weapon that was both laborious and difficult to use. Not many tribes would use it, so why stick the feathers on it? Was it a decoration? Hei-chong threw away the useless thing in disgust. Through this thing, Hei-chong felt relieved. This tribe was definitely not a big tribe, but there must be an important figure of the tribe among the people they killed, and maybe the chieftain was among them. The chief can use food and beautiful women to exchange for exquisite knives. Those tribesmen are so strong probably because of the abundant resources here. The Zeke tribe can easily catch a lot of prey themselves. As long as the tribe is more diligent, there will be no problem in raising the chief and several warriors so well. Thinking about it this way, Hei-chong felt that everything made sense. Moreover, judging from the way they came to the water pond, they seemed very leisurely, which meant that they were very familiar with this place and came here frequently. Perhaps that camp was their temporary residence. Most of the people from the Zeke tribe were fishing in the pond. They had ambushed immediately after noticing any movement. Now that they had caught so many people, they couldn't help but drool. As for the fish they caught, it no longer mattered to them. One by one, they put down the fish in their hands, greedily smelled the blood, and followed the corpse. Unfortunately, they were scolded by Hei-chong after taking a few steps. Fish is also an important food. If it was thrown away, those people would have nothing to eat. Only 4 people ran out of the forest, and they ran separately, each carrying a few knives and bows. They were anxiously moving through the woods, and they had to be vigilant at all times to see if anyone was chasing them or if there were stones behind them that might hit them on the head. They didn't bring quivers with them. Firstly, there was no time, and secondly, almost all the arrows were made of stone, with only 1 or 2 made of iron. Only the few sharpshooters in the tribe could use iron arrows. One of the tribesmen was carrying 2 bows and 3 knives, but he was hit in the face and chest. He felt very painful and had no strength left. After running for a while, his throat suddenly became blocked, and then he knelt on the ground, vomiting blood, and then fell to the ground unconscious. The other injured person only suffered some superficial wounds, but the bleeding could not be stopped. The knife he was carrying was heavy, but he did not dare to throw it away. Almost all the people in his team had died, and he did not know how many people could return. But he had to keep the weapon in his hands and not let those people take it away. As he was thinking this, he was startled by the roar of a tiger. He quickly dropped the extra things, opened his bow, put the arrow on it, and then looked around. He found a tiger in the grass next to him. When the tiger saw that he was discovered, he simply stopped hiding and walked out, staring at the man. How could the tribesman dare to confront a beast of this level? He was already scared when the tiger walked out. He pulled the bowstring with his hand. He could have pulled the bow to its full length, but now he could only pull it halfway. His hands were shaking, and then he accidentally let the arrow fly out limply, and just like that, he hit the tiger. The tiger didn't expect that this lone hairless monkey would be so arrogant. Although the arrow didn't penetrate deep, it still hurt. The tiger was irritated, so he jumped over and slapped the monkey directly. After knocking him down, he bit his neck. The tiger walked away with an arrow stuck in its waist and held the monkey in its mouth. The 2 were still alive, were also uninjured. They kept running forward with their weapons in their arms, not daring to stop at all. Even though they were out of breath and their calves were sore, they just wanted to get back to the tribe and tell the chief about this matter. After they came out of the forest and entered the wilderness, they saw the city wall of their tribe and almost ran over crying. The soldiers patrolling on the wall saw their miserable condition and the knives and bows in their hands, and knew that things were a little troublesome, so they quickly opened the city gate to let them in. After entering, he quickly closed the city gate, set up a powerful crossbow, and aimed at the distance, not daring to be careless at all. The 2 tribesmen found the tribe leader and sobbed as they told him what had happened. Looking at the several weapons lying on the ground that did not belong to them, Bai Feng knew that the owners of those weapons would never come back. Bai Feng asked if anyone else had run out besides them. They said that several people had run out together, but they ran separately, and they didn't know whether those companions had run out. However, they were all injured, and those people were chasing them relentlessly, so they were probably in great danger. Bai Feng clenched his fists. It seemed that he was still careless. He only thought about the dangers in nature, but forgot the threats from humans. According to the 2 men, the group of people was at least over 100, and they had the ability to throw stones from a long distance, causing great harm to people. Bai Feng thought about it and decided that this should be the wudwa, a simple and effective weapon. In later generations, it was mostly used by shepherds to herd sheep and fight wolves. However, he did not expect that someone was using it now, and with such great power. Now, he could only hope that only this group of people encountered them. If all the hunters were scattered and then encountered those people, then his efforts would be wasted. His newly developed tribe would face a crisis of survival. Chapter 72, Panic. Bai Feng urgently summoned all the tribesmen who were still in the tribe. All those who were able to fight were given weapons, and then they were all under the city wall ready to fight at any time. Bai Feng, the leader of the cattle herd, also ventured out, found the calf, and brought it into the cowshed. Although the cowshed had not been repaired yet, the wall still had some defensive capabilities, and the door of the cowshed was temporarily blocked with large logs. The cattle were a little panicked. They were suddenly blocked in one place and felt a little irritable and uneasy, but Bai Feng had no choice. The cattle were the most important part of the tribe's assets, and they dared not suffer any losses at all. If they really attacked, they would immediately drive the cattle in through the holes in the city wall. Of course, while Bai Feng and the others were preparing all this, the city wall was already full of people. Those who could draw the bow had their bows ready, with bundles of arrows at their feet and their eyes fixed on the distance, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest sign of trouble. Nearing evening, a group of dozens of people walked out of the woods. The The sharp-eyed people immediately blew the whistle to alert them. Everyone immediately picked up bows and spears and instantly entered combat status. The people who came out of the woods probably heard the whistle and slowly stopped, as if they were planning something. Because the two places are extremely far apart, they can only see people but cannot see the specific people or what they're doing. Bai Feng and his team are extremely nervous. If the other side only has these few people, then they have nothing to be afraid of. They're just afraid that they're just a vanguard, just exploring the way. After a brief pause, the group of people in the forest also issued a sharp whistle. Bai Feng and his friends were very familiar with this whistle because it was a bamboo whistle made by their tribe. In order to facilitate communication, almost everyone had one. Bai Feng and the others blew the whistle tentatively again, and the other side responded with 3 long and 2 short whistles, indicating that it was safe. Everyone on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief, as the people coming out were their own people, probably some of the hunters, because the 3 long and 2 short whistles were the whistle sounds set by the Bai Feng tribe to report safety. Bai Feng and his men blew 6 short whistles in a row, asking them to come back quickly. After hearing the whistle, the team began to hurry as directed by the whistle, but probably because they brought back a lot of prey, they did not run very fast. When they reached the vicinity of the city wall, they were able to clearly see that the group of people were indeed their own people, the group led by Qi, who had reaped a great harvest. However, they were very confused by the fact that so many of their people were standing on the city wall, preparing for battle. After entering the city gate, Bai Feng carefully asked Qi and the others whether they had encountered such a group of people and whether they were in danger. Every time he asked, Qi shook his head, and Bai Feng's worries gradually eased. When Qi heard Bai Feng say that someone was hunting their tribesmen, he was so angry that he slammed the table and picked up a knife to take revenge. Bai Feng quickly grabbed Qi, whose brain was full of muscles, and now they had to wait for the rest of the tribesmen to come back. It is time for all the tribesmen who have gone out to come back. No matter what, they must come back before the sun sets. After all, safety is the first priority. Bai Feng has always believed that talent is the most important wealth. If the people are saved, but the land is lost, both the people and the land will be saved. If the land is saved, but the people are lost, both the people and the land will be lost. Bai Feng stood on the city wall, waiting for the teams of tribesmen who had gone out to return. The people in the fishing team were the happiest. Their cheerful singing could be heard as soon as they came out of the woods. Several carts were pushed laboriously across the wilderness. Bai Feng asked one by one, but none of them encountered that team of enemies. However, in the end, only 2 of the dozen people came back. Even though today's harvest was rich, there were no smiles on the faces of all the tribesmen. As the saying goes, a man who is well-fed knows etiquette. Everyone has never lacked food and shelter, so the affection between the tribesmen has become stronger and stronger. Having lived with the dozen or so tribesmen day and night, everyone was very familiar with each other, but suddenly receiving the sad news of their death, everyone found it a little hard to accept. Normally, dinner time was the most lively time of the day, with people laughing and joking, but tonight everyone was silent, and even their appetite decreased a lot. The tribe's combat power was not greatly damaged, and only a few weapons were lost. Even if they were taken by that group of people, the effect would not be very great. Moreover, bows must be used with long-term practice to be effective, unless one is a gifted person like Xiong. But Bai Feng did not believe that there were natural archers everywhere. There was only one such person in his tribe of several hundred people. But one must be very careful with their slingshots, because according to the 2 people who came back, their main means of attack is the slingshot. If it comes to close combat, the Bai Feng tribe is really not inferior to other tribes. Even in those large tribes, not everyone can be equipped with a bronze sword, let alone better quality iron swords and knives. At night, except for some warriors who were tired all day and went to rest and recuperate, most of the tribesmen did not sleep. The adequate supply of nutrition allowed them to have better vision at night than their contemporaries. Some people were patrolling on the city wall and monitoring the forest. Judging from the experiences of the tribesmen who went out, the enemy should be stationed in the area of the old camp, or they had just searched the old camp and had not yet searched in other directions. Bai Feng thought that the only enemy of his tribe now was Swearin. However, Bai Feng did not find Swearin using slingshots at that time, and Swearin was best at attacking with fire. It was said that they also had some special fire-starting weapons. So this team of people should not be sent by Swearin to take revenge. What's more, there was no benefit in attacking Bai Feng's tribe at this time. Only autumn was the best time to launch an attack. There are no tribes near the Baifeng tribe, and tribes that are a few days away will not come to the Baifeng tribe's territory to start a war. This land is rich in resources, and there is no need for conflict. So Baifeng speculated that it should be a tribe of wandering savages, and judging from the degree of violence in their behavior, they were very likely cannibals. Hearing Baifeng's speculation, the tribesmen took a deep breath. After all, the cannibal tribe at this time was a very terrifying existence, no matter where it was. For everyone's safety, starting tomorrow, the Baifeng tribe will once again enter a closed-off phase. At this time, the tribe's crops will begin to grow rapidly and will soon be earing. Although there was a lot of snow in winter, there is less rain now, so some people can be left to irrigate the farmland. At the same time, the fishing team also brought a piece of news. That is, most of the fish caught now are with eggs, and now is the right time to ban fishing, which can give the fish in the lake a suitable period of reproduction. However, this also gave Baifeng another idea, which was to dig a big fish pond in the tribe and use the water from the big lake to raise fish. They couldn't go to the big lake to fish in winter, but they could have their own fish pond. Chapter 73, No One Attacks. Faced with an unknown number of enemies, Baifeng could only formulate countermeasures based on the currently known intelligence. Now he knew that their main means of attack was the slingshot, which was the wudwa that Baifeng was familiar with. Baifeng originally wanted to call him wudwa, but no one understood what wudwa was. Baifeng knew it was a Tibetan word, but it meant slingshot when translated. After saying this, the tribesmen were all silent. Although he didn't say explicitly, Baifeng could feel that the tribesmen were speechless about his unnecessary behavior. So Baifeng simply chose to forget the name wudwa and called him slingshot. Although the slingshot has a long attack range and relatively great lethality, it is far inferior to their bows and javelins with javelin throwers. However, we still have to find ways to defend against it, and being steady is the top priority. A shield is the best thing. Not only can it block flying stones, but it can also be used in close combat. However, Baifeng had never thought of it before. Instead, he had always focused on making armor. Unfortunately, he still has no ability to make any part of the armor. Shields are different. Wooden shields are easy to obtain and quick to make, but they are also easy to copy. Other tribes can copy them immediately after just one look. Unfortunately, Baifeng doesn't have time to make wooden shields now. No matter how easy it is to make, it still requires slowly cutting wood. What if the enemy attacks tomorrow? Even if they work all night, they may not be able to produce many. But bamboo shields are simple. You just need to tie bamboos together. The tribe has a lot of bamboos. You don't even need a special craftsman. Every warrior can make a shield for himself. Flying stones can't break the rope. Baifeng and his men worked overnight and began tying bamboos to make shields, which they placed on the city wall. Because Baifeng's city wall did not have a parapet like the Great Wall, but an unobstructed flat surface, if they faced the enemy head-on and had long-range attack weapons, the Baifeng people would also be in great threat. With the bamboo shield, you can block several waves of long-range attacks from the enemies below. When they start to attack and climb the wall, you can start attacking with arrows and spears. However, this also gave Baifeng the idea of renovating the city wall again. Now the city wall is not high enough and many structures are not perfect. It is called a city wall, but apart from the function of encirclement and protection, it has no military structure at all. Although the city wall is very long and the Baifeng tribe occupies a large area, the real threat they face comes from the direction of the forest. On the other side, there's a mountain on one side, which is a natural barrier, and there are plains on both sides without any obstruction. If there is anything wrong, the tribe members can immediately discover it. Only in the direction of the forest could there be wild beasts or other human tribes. In the middle of the night, Baifeng and his team had already made a sufficient number of bamboo shields, which they placed on the city wall so they could be picked up directly when needed. Although no one would attack at night, because the field of vision is too limited. After all, people with night blindness see everything as black at night, just like a blind person. But now the moonlight is dim, and if a torch is lit, the vision is completely sufficient. Moreover, the last time a wolf pack attacked at night, everyone wanted to leave someone to guard the night. Even if there were high city walls, if there was no one to guard the night, everyone would sleep soundly and always feel insecure. The main thing is that if we don't hurry up and make the shield now, it will be too late tomorrow. When the sun was about to rise and the east was red, no one came to attack. Baifeng quickly asked everyone to rest and asked the soldiers who had rested well last night to get up and take turns. In war, men have to go first. No matter how strong a woman is, she has to go later. The cattle stayed peacefully in the cowshed all night and started to bleed in the morning because it was time for them to get up and eat grass. There was only cow dung in the cowshed and nothing to eat, so they naturally started to get agitated. Bai Feng didn't dare let them go out. In case they were attacked, they would not have time to return to the cowshed. However, the tribe had already prepared grass for the cattle in the winter. Every day when they went out to work, they would just pick up a large bundle of grass and treat it as dealing with weeds. The grass that was left was enough for the cattle to eat for 5 or 6 days, but there were too many cattle and the cowshed was very dirty. Cow dung and urine were mixed with dirt, and the constant trampling turned it into dung mud. But now, as a last resort, we had to throw the grass in bundles into the cowshed. Fortunately, the cow didn't care too much and continued to eat the delicious food, and the commotion disappeared. After waiting for a whole day, no one attacked, but Bai Feng and his men did not dare to take the initiative to attack. Although they were well equipped. Ever since their trip to the Swearing clan, Bai Feng believed in his heart that he was still just a small, insignificant tribe. If those big tribes really want to fight, they can use piles of slaves to pile up enough for their warriors to break through the White Wind tribe city. So the Bai Feng tribe had to eat the stored food now. Fortunately, there was enough food, enough to last for a month. Now they even resumed their previous routine, but the number of night watchmen and day patrols had increased significantly. Taking advantage of this time, Bai Feng led people to dig canals for the farmland to water the wheat that was about to ear. Because of temperature issues, the rice seedlings that Bai Feng cultivated were only now ready for transplanting, and their length is similar to that seen in later videos. The rice fields were soaked in water, and then the rice seeds were planted one by one in the mud at proper spacing. There were many people and not many rice seedlings, so all the seedlings were planted in half a day. The fields were lush green. Bai Feng only hoped that what he had done was correct, and that the rice could grow healthily until it headed and bore seeds. And now they have started digging fish ponds. They have dug 3 or 4 extra-large fish ponds. The soil they have dug out can be used to continue building the city wall. That amount of soil is enough to raise the city wall by another half a meter. The water can be directly from the big lake, and there's no need to worry too much that the fish will not be suitable for the water quality here. In the future, you only need to catch some fish with eggs and put them in. You can always raise the small fish into big fish. But now you dare not leave the tribe and go to the big lake. If you're not careful, you may lose your life. 7 or 8 days passed, and the war that Bai Feng was worried about still did not come. Looking at the dwindling food reserves in the warehouse, the tribesmen became a little worried. If they could no longer go out hunting, they might not be able to hold on for much longer. When the enemy really came to attack, the Bai Feng tribe might starve to death in the city after being surrounded for a day or two. There was no other way. Bai Feng could only let everyone go to the vicinity of the big lake. They must not go to the vicinity of the old camp. It might be the place where the enemy is stationed now, but it is also possible that those people were just passing by and killed the people of the Bai Feng tribe in a brutal way. Bai Feng thought to himself that if he ever met someone using a slingshot in the future, he would pierce both holes of the slingshot with his sword. Chapter 74 Sneak Attack. While Bai Feng was waiting for the enemy to come, the Zeke tribe was also waiting, whether it was a large tribe coming to take revenge or another team of more than a dozen people coming to the door. But after waiting for several days and seeing no one, Haichong became more certain that the tribe was just a small tribe of 100 people. Otherwise, they would have sent a large group of people to sweep it out and take revenge. The advantage of the Zeke tribe is that they are very skilled in using slingshots, which is also their main means of attack. Another advantage is that they are very vigilant. If someone comes to take revenge and encircle them, they can always escape as quickly as possible. Moreover, the captured people were almost eaten. The people of the Zeke tribe did not like to eat fish meat with many bones and a fishy smell, so they kept fiddling with Haichong and ordered him to attack the tribe where those people were. Haichong also felt that it was time to attack. They had waited for so long, but still didn't dare to come for revenge. That must not be a very strong tribe. Perhaps their strongest warrior and chieftain had already been eaten by them. Now the tribe should be leaderless. So that morning, Haichong came out of the small house, stretched comfortably, held the seized iron knife, called his tribesmen, and headed towards the distance. If they could destroy another tribe today, they would be able to eat a good meal for half a year. The people of the Zeke tribe cheered and were excited. They picked up their weapons, filled the animal skin bags around their waists with stones, and surrounded Haichong, advancing in the direction where the people had fled a few days ago. No matter how noisy they were when they set out, they always remained quiet during the march. This was the primary condition to ensure that they would not be discovered. The success of each of their raids was also due to their sufficient concealment. The Baifeng tribe could not delay any longer, so in the morning they were repeatedly told not to go deep into the forest, not to go too far, not to act alone, not to go in the direction of the old camp, etc., and only then did he let them set off with great concern. The fishing team doesn't need to worry too much. After all, no tribe should be able to launch an attack in the water. In this era, there should be no race living in the water like mermaids. As long as they were more vigilant on the way back and forth, and threw away their things and ran away when things got bad, they would be fine. They were also asked to carry some shields with them. Baifeng repeatedly emphasized to them that if they encountered enemies in the wild and couldn't defeat them, running away was not cowardice, but a sign of wisdom. Only those who ran away in a real war were cowards. Even if there was no enemy, he would personally chop off the heads of the runners. The herd of cattle also directly opened the big wood, blocking the entrance of the pen, and let them go out to find food by themselves. However, the cattle were already accustomed to living in the pen, and they were a little uncomfortable with the sudden opening of the gate. They stayed far away from the door and did not dare to go out. It was still the calf that led the way before they dared to go out. With people feeding them, high walls surrounding them for protection, and abundant water sources with salt added, this life is much more comfortable than the wild. The cattle feel extremely comfortable staying in the pen and fattening up without having to go out. After the cattle are out, the tribesmen are asked to clean out all the cow dung piled up in the cow sheet. It can be used as compost or dried and used as fuel for the Kong in winter, both of which are very good. The output of dozens of cows in just a few days is a bit shocking. Fortunately, the tribesmen didn't care too much. They all stood inside bare-legged and shoveled out the manure little by little with a wooden shovel. It took more than a dozen people half a day to do this work, and they were all stinky after they finished. They washed it several times, but there was still a faint smell, so they began to dislike this job and said that they would never shovel cow dung again. Baifeng also felt that the structure of the cow sheet might not be very reasonable. The ground should not be flat, but should have some angles. In this way, at least the urine can flow down the slope, and the high places can remain dry to a certain extent. If a few channels are dug, there will not be too much water accumulation in the cow sheet when it rains. We can take advantage of now and work quickly. Bring more people to build a not too obvious slope for the cow sheet and dig a few channels so that it can be used as a makeshift facility. They also plan to build a row of sheds inside the cow sheet to provide shade for the cows in the summer and shelter from the rain. They do not have the ability to cover the entire cow sheet, and there is no need to do so. The wooden tiles have been prepared before, but were delayed by the enemy situation this time, so they continued to work now. Although the ground of the cow sheet was sticky with cow dung and urine, and it was very disgusting to dig, the tribesmen had no resistance. After all, it was for the wealth of the tribe and to avoid hunger in the future. Xiong and Qi led a team of more than 100 hunters and did not dare to disperse at all. However, it was easy to scare the prey if such a group of people gathered together, so it was still difficult to catch the prey. They could only catch small animals like hares along the way. The larger prey would immediately flee when they heard the noise of their movement. However, even with so many people, some of them were hunting with bows and spears, while others were guarding the surroundings with shields and knives. Once they found an enemy coming, they would immediately surround everyone with shields and look for a chance to escape. When the sun reached noon, no enemies were seen, but everyone still faced the situation with utmost caution, taking turns to eat and not relaxing at all. The Zeke tribe had not seen any prey until noon, but they were not discouraged. It was not easy to find a human tribe. They just ate some fish for lunch. Only Haichong could eat the little remaining human flesh. Every time he took a bite, the tribesmen next to him would swallow their saliva, their bloodshot eyes bulging out with an insatiable desire to eat a bite of human flesh. Because the Zeke tribe was heading a little off, they had not yet seen the Baifeng tribe. No one among them thought that any tribe would set up their camp on an uncovered plain, so they simply skipped that location. After taking turns to finish their meals and taking a short rest to settle their food, both groups continued their search, except that while one group was hunting, the other was also hunting. A member of the White Wind tribe hid behind a rock and shot a deer. The deer's abdomen was pierced. After struggling for a few times, it fell to the ground and wanted to turn over, but couldn't get up. Seeing that he had reaped the rewards, Hui immediately jumped over the stone wall where he was hiding to finish off the deer. However, just as he went out, before he reached the deer, several stones flew towards him, scaring him so much that he jumped on the spot and quickly dodged. Fortunately, the stones just flew past him and did not hit him. The warrior deer who was holding a shield behind him saw someone attacking and quickly jumped out and raised a shield to block the two of them. At the same time, more stones flew over. Most of them hit the ground, but a few still hit the bamboo shield. Judging from the force transmitted from the bamboo shield, the deer felt that if they really hit him, he would definitely be bleeding from the head. Chapter 75: Escape or Lure. Hui, who was rescued by the deer, instantly entered combat mode, holding the weaker deer and hiding behind his shield as he retreated. The other tribesmen also discovered the sneak attack and also raised their shields to defend against the enemy. Xiong was the commander-in-chief, and he directed the overall situation of the battle. He asked Qi to lead the warriors holding shields to stand in a row in front, while the other warriors stood behind with bows ready to attack. Stones kept flying over like rain, hitting the bamboo shield with a clanging sound. Some of the bamboo on the bamboo shield was also broken, but fortunately it did not fall apart. After a few rounds of stone rain, no more stones flew over. Xiong and his men stood ready behind their shields, waiting for the decisive battle, but they did not see any enemies attacking through the gaps in their shields. The bear pulled the bow and shot an arrow in the direction where the stone came from. Immediately, a scream was heard. The bear knew that he had hit someone, and then he saw if the enemy would come out. After throwing several rounds of stones, Heichong found that he still failed to hit anyone, mainly because the bamboo they raised blocked all the stones. Seeing that his most powerful weapon had no effect, he threw out all the stones he could find around him. The stones in the bag around his waist were for use when chasing, not at this time. So Heichong ordered to suspend the attack and wait for the other side to put down the bamboo. Whether they attacked or escaped, as long as there was no bamboo blocking them, he would have a chance. As a result, an arrow came whistling and shot into the abdomen of a tribesman, almost penetrating it. The tribesman screamed in pain. Heichong saw that he was beyond saving, so in order not to expose more people, he chopped off his head with a knife, and the sound was instantly silent. The bear only heard a few screams, and then no more sound. He didn't find anything, so he shot another arrow in the same direction, but this time it seemed that no one was hit and no sound was heard. Xiong didn't dare to be careless, so he asked everyone to retreat gradually, planning to run back to the tribe first. These people were almost the strongest fighting force in the entire tribe. If they were lost here, the tribe would be in greater danger. Moreover, they had no idea how many people were on the other side, and the 100 or so people they had were not enough at all, so the people holding shields in front became the last ones to fall back and began to retreat with their shields raised. The other tribesmen put away their bows and replaced them with long swords. They took the prey they could carry and threw away the prey they couldn't carry. When the distance was farther and the power of the stones disappeared, they put away their shields and ran as fast as they could. Heichong had just killed a member of his tribe, and the others began to feel a little manic and uneasy when they smelled the blood. Regardless of whether the person was a member of their tribe or not, they all wanted to come up and lick the blood spurting out of his neck. Fortunately, the long sword that was still dripping with blood was very intimidating. After it was swung, the tribesmen who were ready to move stepped back, leaving a space. Just as Heichong turned around to observe the enemy's movements, another arrow flew towards his previous position, missed the target, and shot far away. Everyone in the Zeke tribe took a deep breath. Fortunately, they didn't go there just now. If they had gone there, another person might have died. However, Heichong did not expect that the bow would be so powerful. The bows he had seen before were like children's toys. Not only were they difficult to pull, they could not shoot far, and it was slow to load arrows. The arrows were also difficult to make. If they were shot and the arrow was not found, it would be a waste. Therefore, Heichong has always looked down upon weapons like bows. They are not as useful as slings. Stones are everywhere, and you can just wrap them around a rope, swing it around a few times, and throw it out. Although he had been lying in ambush and had seen clearly that there were only 100 of them and his own people were more than twice as many as theirs, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, the two powerful arrows made him want to retreat. After all, his own life was more important. So Heichong retreated a little and divided his men into 3 groups. The left and right groups sneaked through the forest to encircle the enemy, and the middle group attracted attention and attacked head-on. However, Heichong himself was here to supervise the battle and command, so it was impossible for him to be the first to charge into battle. If they are not surrounded, it doesn't matter if they run away. It is fun to chase the fleeing people. It is easier to hit them whether you throw spears or stones. You can also follow them to find the location of the tribe. Xiong and his men were still retreating slowly, but the sharp-eyed warriors noticed that the bushes on both sides in the distance were shaking slightly. Xiong knew that things were not good. The enemy was about to outflank them, and the fact that they dared to use this tactic meant that their numbers must far outnumber their own. So he quickly ordered everyone to stop retreating quietly and evacuate quickly. They were not allowed to disperse. Those holding shields at the back should carry their shields on their backs and not throw them away, as they could save their lives. After the instructions were clear, everyone started running as fast as they could. Fortunately, they were familiar with the area, and the evacuation was orderly, with no one getting lost. Now we have to go to the tribe quickly. The tribe has a wall that can protect them. In the words of the tribe leader, only the large tribes with tens of thousands of people can break into their tribe now. Small tribes don't have the ability and can't afford to spend so many people. The fishing team also had nearly 100 people, also fully armed, but they were located on the two sides, so they could only ask the fastest few tribesmen to run to the big lake and notify them to put down all their work and quickly retreat to the tribe. The people of the Haichong tribe who were trying to encircle the prey on both sides found that the prey started to run away quickly, so they stopped and waited for the chief to give orders, but the chief was not around, and they didn't know what to do. Haichong heard the sound of escape and asked the soldier next to him to stand up and take a look. He found that the prey really started to run away frantically, so he stood up himself, shouted loudly, rushed down, and started chasing. When the other tribesmen heard their leader starting to charge, they also rushed forward with strange cries and shouts, no longer hiding their movements as before. When they were chasing, they had to make a huge noise to have a deterrent effect. This would not only boost their own momentum, but also scare the prey, making them lose their pace and disperse their team. This trick worked every time they tried it. The people of the Baifeng tribe heard the sounds of pursuit coming from behind, but they didn't dare to look back. They really panicked. Their steps became untidy, and the team began to become disorganized. Most of them had never experienced war, so it was normal for them to be afraid. Xiong then began to comfort everyone, slowed down, and stayed behind to cover their retreat, commanding everyone. Xiong also quickly turned his head to look behind him. There were indeed many more people than his own, but he also saw many women in the team. It seemed that this was a tribe where both men and women were soldiers, unlike their tribe, which was almost entirely made up of men. This also made Xiong feel at ease. These are probably all their people. The people of the Baifeng tribe were much more numerous than them. As long as they could lead them to the tribe, not only would they be safe, but they would also have the opportunity to kill all these savages and avenge their dead members. Chapter 76, Using Oneself as Bait. The people of the White Wind tribe felt relieved after hearing what Xiong said, knowing that not only would they not be in too much danger, but that the roles had been reversed and they were only going to lure them into the tribe and then encircle and suppress them for revenge. So everyone started to show off their acting skills. While running away at a faster speed, they pretended to be frightened and shouted loudly. The outrageous ones even pretended to cry. They gradually threw away the prey in their hands to give the pursuing enemies the illusion that they had no time to care about anything else. If weapons were not so important, maybe they could make it look more realistic by throwing away a few weapons. The pursuers behind were fooled. They loved chasing fleeing prey the most. The crying and shouting could completely arouse their passion. Their faces flushed and they screamed even more vigorously. Especially when Haichong saw the prey being discarded along the way. He concluded that they were already scared out of their wits. He did not have any doubt at all, and he did not even think that they were being deliberately lured. The pursuers behind kept a distance and couldn't catch up, but they couldn't get rid of him either. They even found time to pack a stone and throw it out. The shield-wielding warriors of the Baifeng tribe carried their shields on their backs when they fled, so that they would not fall behind and could block any stones thrown at them. However, occasionally a few stones would hit the bamboo shields, making a loud bang while they were running. When they passed a covered road, they immediately sent a few fast-running tribesmen to report the news to the big lake. This provided some cover so that they would not be discovered when they left the team. Moreover, after passing this covered area, the people behind them would not be able to notice that a few people were missing from their team. The bear brought a message to the fishing team at the big lake, telling them to either abandon everything and return to the tribe with their weapons to hide and join the battle, or arrive a little later to conserve their strength and surround the enemies in the wilderness and kill them together. However, The second option is more dangerous. They are outside the tribe on the plains, have no shelter, and no high walls of the tribe. They need to face the enemy's attack directly, and there may be relatively heavy casualties. Xiong did not make the decision himself, but let them make the choice themselves. The big lake is relatively close to the tribe, so after getting the news, they should be able to drive them into the tribe, and then they can take the enemy around a bit. The bear calculated the time silently in his mind. The Great Lake fishing team should have received the news by now and were preparing to go to the tribe. If their hunting team arrived at the tribe, but the fishing team had not yet arrived, then no matter what choice they made, they had to surround the enemy together and do the most dangerous thing. Xiong no longer stayed behind, but quickly got to the front of the team and led everyone directly towards the tribe. He also increased his speed and no longer held the Zeke tribe tightly. Heichong was still wondering why this group of people had such good physical strength. According to past experience, no tribe could run so fast for so long. Ever since the Zeke tribe started eating humans, they had basically no shortage of meat, so they had good physical strength and had never failed when chasing. Unexpectedly, the person in front sped up again. Heichong was just about to start questioning himself, but unexpectedly, the prey in front ran away from the forest and towards the plains. This made Heichong overjoyed. Their slingshots were not very useful in the forest, and there was no cover on the plains. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the road in the forest and ran slowly. By the time they reached the plains, it would be hard to tell where they would run to. The fishing team Etta, who had indeed received the news. Those tribesmen ran at almost the top of their lungs, just to pass on the news as quickly as possible. By the time they arrived at Hu, they were almost out of breath. After receiving the news, the captain of the fishing team, Lin, was silent for a moment and then chose the second plan. There were no cowards among them, and as long as there was a chance to wipe out the enemy, avenge the dead tribesmen, and provide conditions for the development of the tribe, it would not matter if they were in danger. So they just gathered urgently and did not run to the tribe. Instead, they sorted out their equipment, took a short rest, and set out after recovering their strength to surround them together with the warriors of the tribe. The bear led the people out of the forest and into the plains. The road from here to the tribe should be the most dangerous. After all, there is no cover, so everyone must pay full attention, especially the people holding shields in the back, who must be well protected. When he saw the tribal city wall, he quickly blew the whistle. The long whistle meant that danger was coming. Bai Feng, who was worried, heard the whistle and quickly climbed up the city wall and looked into the distance. I saw a team of hunters from my tribe running wildly in front, and more people were chasing them about 200 meters behind. The hunters seemed to be not injured, but they were exhausted after running for a long time. In order to prevent the enemy from stopping, Xiong and the others slowed down and kept the distance between them at an extremely dangerous range. Bai Feng was extremely worried when seeing this. However, looking at the situation, they should have a chance to inflict heavy damage on the enemy, so Bai Feng only left a small number of soldiers on the city wall, and the others all supported behind the city gate. The cattle had not yet been driven back, but the enemy could not see them from their current location, so they quickly sent a few people out through the big hole between the city wall and the cowshed to find the calf through the gate of the cowshed and ask it to bring the cattle back. It would be best to go directly into the city wall so that they could be completely protected. Chapter 77, Unilateral Massacre. When Xiong was still 100 meters away from the city gate, the gate was already open and waiting. When Xiong and his companions entered the gate panting, the city gate was immediately closed and bolted. Heichong saw that the prey he was chasing had entered a strange earth wall and was puzzled for a moment. He had almost caught up with it, but how could such a thing appear in this wasteland? Bai Feng asked them to rest first, while he took dozens of women to the city wall, raised shields, and held wooden spears in their hands, giving the Heichong tribe the illusion that there was no one left in his tribe, because Xiong had just told him his idea. Bai Feng felt that this plan was very feasible, but in order to deliver a powerful blow, the enemy had to be close enough to the city wall. Heichong stopped and watched first. Although they had been chasing the prey and were a little excited, they were now running out of energy. Although they seemed to have found the prey's tribe, they still felt something was wrong when looking at the high wall. Bai Feng and the women stepped forward, holding wooden spears tremblingly. Some of them were pretending, but a few were really afraid. After all, there were cannibals living under the city. When they heard that they were going to the battlefield, they followed them, crying and holding wooden spears without any resistance. But when he saw the enemy in the distance was shaking so much that his spear fell to the ground, he quickly bent down to pick it up, but the spear fell directly under the city wall. So she cried even louder and harder. The Zeke tribe in the distance was a little confused at first, but then they saw that there was only one man with a group of women coming out to fight, and the woman couldn't even hold a spear steadily. Not to mention the men in his own tribe. Even the women were laughing at the useless woman on the city wall. Once he conquered this tribe, he would definitely chop off her arm and eat it in front of that woman to see how she would cry. There were many stones in the wasteland. A woman picked up one, wrapped it around the slingshot, swung it hard, and threw it out. The stone flew towards the city wall at a high speed, but it was too far away. The stone hit the wall weakly, but the woman on the wall was still scared. In fact, there were already hundreds of fully armed soldiers ready inside the city wall. Wooden and bamboo spears were placed in places on the wall that the enemy could not see, waiting for the enemy to reach the city and then throw them together. Seeing that the fighting power of the tribe had been fully exposed, the people of the Zeke tribe no longer needed the chief's orders and began to attack on their own, throwing stones all the way and intimidating the people on the wall. When the stones were able to hit the wall and cause damage, Bai Feng and his men raised bamboo shields. The people of the Zeke tribe did not think much of the ineffectiveness of their attacks. Anyway, as long as they pushed those pieces of wood away, they could start slaughtering and then have a feast. When the enemy arrived at the city, Bai Feng did not attack. All he could hear were the enemy's laughter and insults, as well as the crying of the women around him. The hunter team, led by Xiong, had recovered and were waiting for Bai Feng's order to climb up the city wall and attack the enemy to avenge their dead tribesmen. It was not until they started bombarding the city gate that Bai Feng gave the order for everyone to prepare for the attack. After his tribesmen knocked on the door several times but received no response, Haichong finally started to panic. A whistle sounded on the city wall, and Haichong's heart started to be alarmed. He felt something was wrong, so he left his tribesmen behind and started to flee frantically. At the command, all the warriors went up the wall, some raised their shields, while others shot arrows through the gaps between their shields, or simply stood up and threw out their spears. After one round, dozens of people from a Zeke tribe had been killed or injured. They had originally planned to climb over the wall if the door couldn't be opened, but this unexpected change caught them off guard. They neither attacked nor resisted, but fled in all directions. Bai Feng saw that their team was in chaos and had no attack power, so he simply put down his bamboo shields and started attacking with all his strength. When a strong bow is drawn, hundreds of arrows fly out at a time. Even if the hit rate is less than 1/10, the high-density concentrated shooting will still cause great casualties. Wooden spears and bamboo spears were thrown out like they were free. The bamboo spears had average power, but the sharpened wooden spears could directly penetrate the enemy. The Zeke tribe had always been hunters, but they did not expect to be treated as prey and attacked at will. They did not dare to resist and could only think about escaping. Haichong ran the earliest and fastest. Now the range of bows and spears was no longer enough, and Haichong knew how to avoid attacks very well. Because he was holding a conspicuous silver long sword in his hand, the people of the Bai Feng tribe could easily tell that he was the tribe leader. What's more, they still have to avenge their tribesmen, so everyone focused on Haichong. It was just that they couldn't shoot him, which made them very upset. They absolutely couldn't let him get away. There was no other way. Bai Feng took out 2 loaded crossbows from his tribe. He used one, and Xiong used another, and they smashed the trigger at Haichong, who was still moving left and right to escape. Spear-like arrows flew out. One of Bai Feng's arrows was a little off target and didn't hit the target, but it did scare Haichong enough. Just as he was moving in another direction, he felt his body rushed forward, his chest felt tight, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to continue crawling, but saw that his body was nailed to the ground by a spear. There was no pain, only fear. Haichong tried hard to run, but the blood kept flowing. He could no longer hold on and fell down limply. Seeing that the main enemy was dead, he felt relieved. More than half of the people were already on the ground and could not get up, but more than 100 people were still fleeing. The range of the bow was no longer enough, but those people came running and certainly didn't have much strength now. However, he still had many warriors who still had plenty of energy, so he just opened the gate and let the tribesmen chase after them. Unfortunately, before they could chase them far, another group of people came out of the forest. They were their own fishing team. Everyone was armed and began to surround the soldiers who had left the city. The remaining members of the Haichong tribe saw that they could not escape, so they decided to fight to the death. However, Their weapons were far inferior to those of the Bifeng tribe. The Bifeng tribe members opened their longbows and shot around, and the battle was immediately resolved outside the range of the Zeke tribe member stones. Originally, Bifeng thought it was a very large tribe and was afraid of it, but he didn't expect that it was only this small, including the children and women, and now the battle ended easily. Bifeng didn't let them kill them all, and left a few alive. Bifeng wanted to ask some questions, such as why they only had one iron knife when so many of his people had died. Chapter 78 Returned to Peace. The most dangerous part of this war is when Xiong and his men act as bait to lure the enemy. By the time they reach the city, the enemy's physical strength has been almost exhausted, but they still have many soldiers who have fully rested. Strong bows, sharp swords, and high walls. The war was fought like a massacre. Bifeng had never had a clear understanding of the combat effectiveness of his tribe. After all, it had not been tested in actual combat. Now it's a mule and a horse. They've been pulled out for a walk. The good record still surprises Bifeng. He was too cautious in the past. With such a team of warriors, he could be bolder. After a war, his people also understand how powerful they are and have changed from the inside. They will be stronger in the future. The cattle were driven into the cowshed, but the fight ended quickly, so the cattle had to be driven out again to continue foraging for food on their own. Not only the cattle, but even the calf, which had a good temper, was a little unhappy. Lin and other warriors controlled a few surviving savages. Bifeng walked to the side, but was made to vomit by his red eyes and the stench on his body. Even the corpses all over the ground were not as disgusting as a cannibal. Bifeng suppressed his discomfort and asked him how many of his people they had killed, but why there was only one knife. Those savages were so frightened that they stammered that they couldn't remember how many they killed. They only knew that many ran away, and they only snatched one of the beautiful knives you had. Bifeng guessed that those tribesmen were seriously injured while escaping with their weapons or were attacked by other wild beasts. There should be no other cannibal tribes. I asked them again if all the tribesmen were here, and they said yes. But Bifeng didn't see any children, only some half-grown boys and girls. When asked whether they were telling the truth, the savages guaranteed that what they said was true. All the children in their tribe had died, and even the newborns didn't survive a winter or summer. Bifeng thought, you adults are in such a state. How can the children survive? As long as they make sure there are no other cannibals. He waved his hand in disdain and asked Lin to kill them as well. The savages just begged a few times, and then there was no movement. After the war, the battlefield must be cleaned up properly, otherwise there might be an epidemic. Fortunately, they are not their own people, so the savages just need to dig a big pit and bury them. If they are burned, the entire tribe will be reduced to ashes. Their bodies were dragged to a place far away from the tribe. A large pit was dug, and a thick layer of lime was covered in it. After the bodies were thrown in, they were covered with lime again and then covered with soil. All the bloodstains along the way were covered with lime. Bifeng never felt troubled by these things. He even did it himself, pulling cartloads of lime out of the city to cover the contaminated land. All those participating in the war must take a thorough bath and iron their clothes with boiling water. Regardless of whether it can achieve the sterilization effect, this is all they can do. At least they look clean. After solving the hidden danger of the cannibal tribe, the White Wind tribe began to get back on track. No longer did they have to worry every day, and the sadness of losing their tribesmen gradually faded away with their constant work. The weapons that had disappeared were found one by one when the hunter team went out later, but there was no trace of the people. After all, with so many wild beasts, it was impossible for them to miss a meal of delicious meat. The grain that has been planted has begun to ear. After the most meticulous cultivation of this era, both the height of the plants and the size of the ears currently displayed are much better than those in the wild. The rice has also begun to bloom successfully. At least it seems to be successful for now. I just hope that the seeds can be plump so that it does not let down the people's hard work. Bifeng's brick house has been completely built. The floor is paved with cement, and the outer walls are also scraped with cement. Although Bifeng thinks this is the worst unfinished house, in the eyes of the tribesmen, this house is so beautiful that it is beyond words. They all express that they would like to build such a small house for themselves in the future. Bifeng, of course, encouraged everyone to build it as soon as possible and move out as soon as possible. The gray-white cement wall is still very special in today's world. Bifeng originally thought that this was enough, but he didn't expect that when he woke up, he found that someone had scribbled something on his wall. An angry Bifeng was about to ask who did this, but Sui at the side reminded him that this was a rock painting used to praise Bai Feng's deeds. When Bai Feng heard this, he started to look carefully. He didn't expect that everything from his birth from heaven and earth, to finding a place to live, making water pipes, growing crops and hunting, etc., were all painted on the wall like illustrations. This made Bai Feng feel a little embarrassed. Although the drawing was not good-looking and was just a simple stick figure, he would not have been able to tell it if Sui hadn't reminded him. However, since the tribesmen were willing to do this, it meant that they recognized him, so Bai Feng did not ask who drew it. While waiting for the grain to fill, the thing that Bai Feng was most worried about happened. That is, it is now the rainy season in this place. The rain comes suddenly and the rainfall is heavy. There might even be hail. Bai Feng was scared to death last year. Now I have a house to live in, and my tribesmen also have a place to live. The drainage in the tribe is also very good, so we're not worried about flooding. However, the crops that need to be irrigated may have a serious yield reduction or even a total loss if there's a heavy rain now. Chapter 79. Their respective tribes. The rainstorm came as expected. Although it lasted for a short time, only more than 2 hours, the rainfall was extremely heavy. Fortunately, it started to rain in the evening, and the tribesmen had all returned by then, otherwise Bai Feng would have been so worried that he couldn't sleep. The residence was located at a relatively high level, so no water accumulated there. There were only some puddles on the uneven ground, making it quite uncomfortable to walk. The fields are all on flat ground and must have been soaked by water by now. The drainage ditch was not effective enough, so Bai Feng and his team could only take advantage of the afterglow of sunset to modify the ditch and drain the water out quickly. If the rice gets soaked this time, all their work for the year will be in vain. However, the only thing they don't have to worry about is the rice. This rain saves them from having to irrigate the crops. The water was drained in time, so there was not much impact, but many people were crushed into the mud. Based on Bai Feng's experience, there was probably no way to save this kind of people. It was already completely dark, so everyone walked through the mud and went back to sleep. Anyway, it was like this now. In fact, in another half a month, the wheat would be ready for harvest. Bai Feng and the others were already sharpening their sickles, but the rain made them feel even more depressed, and their expectations for the harvest were reduced by more than half. At the same time, in the Yoshion clan far away in Qingqiu, Xianyuan himself was leading people to cut wheat in the fields. Their territory was further south than where Bai Feng was, so the wheat matured earlier. However, they neither applied fertilizer nor plowed the land or weeded it. They just marked out a piece of land and randomly scattered grass seeds on it. How much grass would grow was entirely up to fate. Because now there's almost no awareness of farming. People just think that if these grass seeds can grow in the wild, then they can grow just as well if they're scattered in their territory, but it will be more convenient and concentrated to harvest than in the wild. So they said they were harvesting wheat, but they were just picking out a kind of wild grass called wheat from a field of weeds and cutting it down. Their main source of food was still hunting, and gathering was just a supplement. Moreover, their tribe is already able to raise a large number of cattle and sheep. These are two types of animals that are more suitable for breeding that their tribe has selected after generations of summarizing and analyzing the situation. They have enough meat on their bodies, and their fur is useful. Most importantly, as long as you build a high wall, they will have no way to escape. Deer and the like can easily jump out. Rabbits eat a lot and have little meat, and they can dig holes, so there are no conditions for raising them. Pigs have bad tempers and can easily hurt other members of the tribe. Their meat is also fishy and smelly, so they're simply thrown out of the breeding range. Xianyuan was wearing linen shorts, with dark skin and strong muscles. Although he was still a boy who had not grown up, one could vaguely see the outline of a powerful warrior. There was a heavy rain 2 days ago. Their tribe lived in the mountains, so they were basically not affected. Only some people living at the foot of the mountain were affected. Their sheds were washed away. Fortunately, people ran quickly and there were no casualties. No one cared whether the crops in the growing area were affected by the heavy rain. After all, they were just weeds. They had never seen weeds being damaged or soaked by rain, unless it was hail. However, the facts also show that Xianyuan and others were right. Bai Feng used the thinking of later generations to think that the plants were knocked down by the rain and soaked in the mud and could not get up and would rot in the ground. However, Bai Feng forgot that this was a very primitive wheat. Although the yield was small, it still maintained its own resistance to lodging. The grains cultivated in later generations, while producing high yields, have basically lost the ability to resist lodging and disease. Like a pregnant woman, although her belly is full, It is too fragile and is at great risk from any small impact. The day after the rain, when the sun came out, all the crops, no matter how they were beaten before, slowly stood up after being exposed to the sun. However, some of the crops that were completely buried in the mud could not stand up. Fortunately, there were not too many of them, so there was always hope that they would stand up if people helped to clean up the mud. Except for wheat, other crops are still in the process of growing stems. So the impact of this rain is not significant, and the benefits may even outweigh the disadvantages. Now the Baifeng tribe is just waiting for the harvest after the wheat turns yellow. Baifeng estimates that these acres of wheat will be enough for the 50 tribesmen to eat for a year. Together with some other crops, after the harvest, it will be enough for the whole tribe to eat for half a year. What's more, the tribe now has other sources of income, such as various meats and wild vegetables. Even if the Baifeng tribe eats as much as they want this year, there will still be a surplus, and the Baifeng tribe will have the capital to continue expanding. Among the Juli tribe, Chiyu, who had pigtails, rode a round black and white beast through the bamboo forest. Unfortunately, the iron-eating beast walked too slowly, and Chiyu was too strong. The half-grown, iron-eating beast was very reluctant to carry the human who was forced to sit on it. As soon as it saw fresh bamboo shoots, the iron-eating beast would immediately sit up and throw the human off. No matter how Chiyu held it, it would remain unmoved. It would peel the skin of the bamboo shoots with its sharp teeth, and then happily gnaw on the juicy bamboo shoots. Chiyu felt a little disappointed. Why did such a good, iron-eating beast have to eat bamboo? Although it also ate meat, what it liked to eat most was fresh and tender bamboo shoots. If Chiyu met those wandering wise men again, who talked about how brave the iron-eating beast was, Chiyu would chop them into pieces and feed them to his iron-eating beast. If he heard about immortals and strange people riding fish or eagles, Chiyu would also chop them into pieces and feed them to the iron beast. The main source of food for the Juli tribe was hunting, but it was difficult to find prey in the winter. Relying on the food saved from before, the tribe barely survived the winter, but many members still starved to death. But they don't feel sorry. Only the strongest warriors and the best hunters can have enough food. Those who are thin and can't catch prey can only eat the surplus of others. They have no ability and deserve to starve to death, although the first ones to starve to death are the most diligent slaves. Chiyu's father Jiang Xiong was the patriarch of the Juli tribe and also the most powerful warrior in the entire tribe. Even though Chiyu had not gone hunting or participated in battle for the entire winter until now, but had focused all his attention and energy on the iron-eating beast, he still had no shortage of food. Moreover, he had extra meat to feed the iron-eating beasts. Of course, the tribesmen would not have any objections. Not to mention Jiang Qiong's outstanding leadership and fighting capabilities, just with his 30 copper-headed and iron-forehead warriors. No one dared to have any other thoughts. However, Chiyu now feels that he cannot keep focusing on the iron-eating beast. It seems that it is really not suitable as a mount. It is better to go hunting and get more food for his tribe. However, the wise man once said that there's a creature that runs like fire. If you encounter it while hunting, it would be very nice to catch it and use it as a mount. Chapter 80 Wheat covered with long yellow. The wheat in Baifeng's field has begun to turn yellow. Baifeng sits in the field almost every day to watch the wheat. He always feels that the south wind will rise at night and the wheat will turn yellow. If the wheat turns yellow, it must be harvested quickly. Even if it is not threshed and stored on the same day, it must be harvested immediately, otherwise it will sprout after a rain. The tribesmen have found wheat in the wild that has turned yellow and mature. Baifeng has also taken a look at the ears they brought back. Not only are they small and barren, but there are only about 14 grains in an ear. However, the wheat in his own home is very full, with nearly 20 grains on an ear. This is a huge difference from the wild wheat. As long as you pick out the wheat ears with the largest number of grains and keep them as seed crops, there should be more grains on the ears next year. In summer, the weather is already unbearably hot and stuffy. In the afternoon or evening, Baifeng is always afraid that it will rain. It must not rain at this time. Just give it another 3 days and wait until the harvest before raining, and there will be no problem at all. The tribesmen had never seen wheat grains that were so plump and with such big ears. In fact, they did not hold out much hope when they first started planting, because in their minds, hunting was the most important thing. If they could get another harvest like last autumn, that kind of life would be incomparably wonderful. Other tribes could hardly imagine that which tribe could survive the winter without freezing or starving anyone to death. If they told others about their tribe's situation last winter, I'm afraid others would think it was all fake, even more unreliable than saying that a woman stepped on the footprints of a god and gave birth to a son. The women in the textile team also found this incredible. Swearin also planted wheat, but there were no regular farmlands like this one. He would not spread manure on the fields, nor would he think about weeding. Isn't it that nature just sows seeds randomly, and wheat still grows anyway? But this spectacular scene still changed their minds. They realized that they were the ones who knew nothing. Chief Bifong was really the son of God, so he could grow such delicious crops. The tribesmen all hope that Bifong can offer sacrifices to the gods, asking the gods to bless their tribe with a good harvest, and that it should not rain the next few days so that they can complete the harvest smoothly. Although cooked rice will be placed in front of the stone tablet of heaven and earth every day, and the remaining saliva of the god would be given to the tribesmen in turn to eat, there was no real large-scale sacrificial activity. Of course, Bifong was willing to perform a sacrifice, whether it was to appease the hearts of his tribesmen, or he himself sincerely wanted to pray to heaven and earth to bless him to complete the harvest smoothly. So Bifong performed a sacrificial ceremony seriously. Their tribe did not have the habit of throwing food or people into the fire as a sacrifice to the gods. No matter how rich the sacrifice was, it would eventually be removed and distributed to the tribesmen. Instead, they would throw inedible things like cypress nuts and pine resin into the fire. Bifong didn't know what the formal sacrificial process was, but he felt that the process he had choreographed was definitely better than Wu Chi-Chi's dance to kill monsters. So Wu, the former high priest, can only stand aside, helping Bifong, watching, and learning the unfamiliar sacrificial procedures. It should be burned with yellow paper, but paper could not be made at that time. So Bifong wrote words such as praying for God's blessings on bamboo slips and threw them into the fire. Finally, all the tribesmen knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. The sacrifice was completed. The most troublesome part was reading the petition to the gods. The tribesmen had never thought that they could say that when asking the gods to do something. After the sacrificial ceremony was completed, the tribesmen's worries disappeared. They all felt that the gods of their tribe were very powerful and would definitely bless them. What's more, their tribe leader was their son, and the gods would definitely hear their tribe's requests. On the second day after the sacrifice, the wheat matured completely at an extremely outrageous speed, and it turned yellow almost to the roots. The Bifong tribe did not harvest the wheat together with the straw like people in later generations. Instead, they used a knife to cut the wheat ears one by one, and then put them into a backpack and took them away. As for the straw, they were not afraid of getting wet in the rain, so there was no rush to collect the straw after the wheat was harvested. First, Bifong searched the wheat field for the largest ears of wheat. After cutting them, he packed them separately and used them as seeds. In order not to trample on other wheat, Bifong walked almost along the edge of the field. He didn't dare to pick the wheat in the center of the field. It was not worthwhile to shake off more wheat for an ear. Almost all the tribe has gone out to harvest the wheat. Now everyone in the tribe has a knife, so they're not afraid of not having enough tools to cut the wheat ears. The sickles they made before can only be used when they start cutting the straw. For 2 whole days, I basically had to run to the fields to harvest as soon as I woke up in the morning. I couldn't return to the house at noon and could only eat the dry food I brought with me. At night, I had to wait until the sun completely set before I could return home. With everyone working overtime, the wheat was finally harvested. The cut wheat ears were piled in a specially built warehouse with a cement floor. It was not only more moisture-proof than the earthen floor, but also mouse-proof. There were more or less mouse holes in their warehouses, but Bifong and his friends had no way to deal with it. There were no cats at that time, and the cats that could catch mice were all very wild. Even those that had been domesticated for thousands of years in later generations were not very homesick. Unless Bifong could catch a wild cat that had just left its nest and raise it from an early age to see if it would be effective, but Bifong had never seen any wild cats here. There were many creatures like lynx that were very similar to cats, but they would not look down upon eating mice, and even deer and sheep were on their menu. Bifong was lucky, as Sway's pair of shoes was made of the skin of a lynx caught by the tribesmen. Bifong is still unsure about the wheat harvest this time. After all, they're just wheat ears now, and the wheat grains contain a lot of water. We can only tell how much there is after we thresh and dry them. In order to solve the problem of threshing, Bifong invented a flail, a farm tool that could continuously hit like a hand. This tool later evolved into an armor-piercing weapon. There's also a pan-long stick similar to the flail. This was the weapon that Zhao Kuangyin was best at back then. However, after threshing the grains, Bai Feng did not plan to grind them all into flour, as it was too troublesome. He did not know how much manpower and time would be wasted. It would be fine to cook it into porridge. Besides, making a stone mill that could grind flour seemed to be more difficult than growing wheat. However, there are still people in the tribe who are talented in making stone tools. Just tell him to shape and give him a good tool. Even if it is broken, they will continue to give him more. In any case, he must make a stone mill, no matter how big or small. Because the stone mill cannot produce noodles for the whole family, but a smaller one is no problem. How can you not make noodles with wheat? You must eat the noodles that you have been craving for. Of course, one does not have to eat all the food by himself. Tribe members who have made great contributions to the tribe can also enjoy the delicious noodles. This is also a way to commend tribe members. Chapter 81. Full of Food. On the night when Bai Feng and his team finished harvesting the wheat, it started raining again, but no one was worried this time. Everyone thought that the rain was a good thing as it could cool down the hot weather. Bai Feng had only dug a small part of the fish pond before stopping work. Now that the crops have been harvested, the tribesmen are no longer in a hurry to go out hunting. It seems that getting enough food at home is much better than going out hunting hard. So the strong men all went into battle and dug hard at the chosen location, and a huge artificial lake began to take shape. However, Bai Feng measured it with his feet and felt it was too small, about the size of a football field, so he simply doubled the area. Bai Feng was not afraid of the problem of water seepage in the fish pond because the groundwater level in their location was relatively high. When he was digging a water cellar before, he dug out water at a depth of almost 4 meters. However, the water was relatively salty and tasted poor. It was not as good as the quality of lake water, so he simply gave up using well water. Besides, there's such a big lake. Even if it seeps, how can it dry up as long as water keeps coming in every day? So Bai Feng is not worried about this at all. He is just worried that the fish cannot be kept alive. All the wheat ears were poured onto the huge, compact threshing floor, but there was still not enough space for them. Everyone swung their arms and beat the ground with flails. Those who didn't have flails made their own bamboo rafts. In short, as long as the wheat could be beaten out of the ears, it would be fine. After the wheat is threshed, the mixture of wheat and husks is blown up in the evening wind, allowing the wind to blow away the light husks and leave the heavy wheat grains. Repeat this process over and over again, and the wheat will become very clean. There were no bags to hold the wheat, so a granary was made in the warehouse with cement. After all, it was troublesome to make it with bamboo or wood. If the gap was too big, the wheat grains would leak out. Besides, bricks and cement could be reused. A valve was installed underneath. As long as the stuck wooden board was pulled out, the wheat would flow out like water under the action of gravity. Although the husks of the winnowed wheat are blown away, clods of earth, stones, and various insects cannot be blown away by the wind. Therefore, when the wheat is transported to the warehouse in ceramic or wooden basins, children squat beside it and stir it with their hands to pick out the dirt bit by bit. Except for the strong man who was digging the fish pond, almost all the other tribesmen were busy on the threshing ground. The skinny savages who had been recruited before had almost recovered and had become the main force in threshing. They made great efforts in planting and harvesting the tribe's grain. However, due to their poor health and lack of skills, they could not do other work. Fortunately, weeding and harvesting wheat did not require them to be very strong. Based on their contributions in this regard, the tribesmen recognized them and felt that they were qualified to become true members of the White Wind tribe. In other words, since the wheat harvest, they no longer have to eat the worst and most basic food, but can eat the same food as other old tribesmen. The new members of the tribe all knew that they were being treated differently, but none of them were dissatisfied because they knew they were not yet qualified. However, it was difficult for them to eat such food so stably every day in the past. Now, in addition to changes in food, they can also be given work points. The work points of the Bai Feng tribe are different from those of later generations. Only when you complete the minimum work requirement will the excess be recorded. This makes it easier to calculate, and for the witch, it is not beyond his ability. Moreover, there will be no inflation. Now, there are very few people who can get work points, and only a few craftsmen can earn them. After all, they just need to work faster and longer. But it is different for hunter teams and fishing teams. In addition to their own strength, luck is also a very important part. The wheat was successfully stored in the granary, but that night Bai Feng let them taste the new grain and gave them relatively large amounts so that they could have a good meal. The only way to eat it was to make porridge wheat and meat porridge, and everyone enjoyed it very much. After all, the porridge with wheat was thicker and more filling. The stone for the mill was chosen, which was granite that was available everywhere. However, it was too difficult to chisel it. The hammer and chisel made sparks fly, and only a little bit of it could be chipped off at a time. It would probably take several days to make it into a complete mill. The fish pond has been expanded to only 1 meter deep, and transporting soil out has become a troublesome problem. When it was shallow, people could just throw the soil out. But now it is so deep that even the strongest members of the tribe can hardly bear it. So Bai Feng had people plant a wooden frame by the pond, install wooden pulleys, and use straw ropes, bamboo baskets, and bamboo crates to lift the water out little by little. Then they poured the water onto a cart and pulled it to the bottom of the city wall to continue building the wall. After digging for more than half a month, almost no one left the city. Only the fishing team went to the lake every 3 days. After all, the harvest from fishing was more stable than hunting. 1 day's catch was enough for the whole tribe to eat fish for 2 days. Bai Feng estimated the depth to be about 3.5 meters, which was completely sufficient for raising fish. However, when they dug to about 3 meters, water began to seep out from the bottom of the pond. Previously, it took more than 3 meters to almost 4 meters to get water out. Bai Feng did not expect that the current groundwater level is higher than before. Since the water has come out, we will stop digging and dump the sand and gravel we have picked up into the pond. We will also throw in the burnt and broken bricks and tiles and lay a layer on the bottom of the pond. This will help us find the bottom when we clear the silt, and it can also play a slight anti-seepage role. And don't you also lay these things in the pond for fish farming, although I don't know what the benefits are. At least it's okay if there is no harm. In the past, Bai Feng's fishing requirement was that if a female fish with eggs was caught, as long as it was not dead, some of it could be released if the tribe had no shortage of food. This was also to ensure the reproduction of fish. It's different now. Bai Feng thought of asking the fishing team to bring containers to catch some fish with eggs, and then catch some live male fish and throw them into the fish pond to produce some fry for them. But the people on the fishing team said very frankly that the fish are basically past their breeding period now, and all the small fish in the lake have hatched. They are densely packed everywhere, more numerous than tadpoles. Bai Feng was already accustomed to such embarrassing situations, so he said calmly, "Let's just go and catch the fish fry." Although the tribe couldn't make a strong fishing net to catch big fish, it was very simple to make something to catch small fish. In addition to the fish fry, various plants, aquatic plants, or other miscellaneous animals and plants in the lake must be brought back and put into the pond. Bai Feng doesn't know what these fish eat, but they raise whatever is available in the lake. This way, the fish will never lack food, not to mention that they can also cut grass and feed them. Chapter 82, Earthly Evil. Before going out to catch fish fry, the fish pond must first be filled with water. Bai Feng felt that the water conservancy system of his tribe was no longer sufficient. After all, there was only one pipeline, and as a result, so many pipes were divided. Although there would be no shortage of water from upstream, the pipes below were already very messy. Bai Feng felt that it was necessary to repair the entire water diversion project, but he would just have to make do with it for now. It would not be too late to do it after the autumn harvest when the land has not yet frozen, and digging at that time would not take up any labor. A temporary channel was dug here to drain the water from the fish pond, and then a valve was opened, and water flowed into the fish pond continuously. However, the amount of water was too small. Bai Feng felt that it would take at least a day or two to fill it up. So 2 tribesmen were left to watch over the fish pond, and the others went back to their original jobs. Bai Feng accompanied Sui to see the vegetable garden they had planted. Now many of the vegetables had grown and were ready to be eaten. Bai Feng thought the cabbages were really small and were similar to the baby cabbages he bought in later generations. But after all, they were fertilized and the ears were carefully cared for, so they were much better than the wild ones. After picking 2 cabbages, Bai Feng decided to make some stir-fried cabbage for Sui. Now that he had an iron pan, Bai Feng would often cook some dishes for them, but most of the time they ate the same dishes as the other tribesmen. After all, Bai Feng was not a good cook in his previous life, so he didn't have the ingredients for many of the dishes he was familiar with, and even if he had the ingredients, he might not be able to make them. There is no vegetable oil, only refined and solidified butter is used. The shallots are chopped and sautéed when the oil is hot. Then add the tender, freshly pulled and washed cabbage. Stir-fry it for a while and serve immediately. Sui really likes the food cooked by Bai Feng, but she really has no interest in this almost purely vegetarian dish, so she simply took a bite expressed her appreciation for its deliciousness, and then eagerly waited for the big slices of meat that Bai Feng was cooking. Now Bai Feng has one more seasoning, that is Sichuan pepper. The tribesmen are very curious about the red Sichuan pepper that emits a unique fragrance, but the Sichuan pepper tree has many thorns, and when they walk under the tree, they always feel numbness under their tongues. Being too curious, and thinking that even if the pepper was poisonous, he would not die if he ate one, he picked one and put it in his mouth, fully feeling the flavor of the pepper with his saliva. However, his tongue tip was numb to the point of almost losing feeling, so he quickly spat out the red fruit. Unfortunately, the numbing taste in his mouth could not be removed. He often watched Bai Feng telling the doctor the names of certain plants in the wild and their uses, as if everything was medicine. The clan leader might actually know what this thing that could numb the tongue was. What if it was some important medicinal ingredient? When he found Bai Feng with a handful of cracked peppercorns revealing black seeds, Bai Feng happily gave the tribesmen a fist-sized piece of meat as a reward. Sichuan pepper is a good thing. It is not only an important spice, but can also be used as an anesthetic. For example, it can be used to temporarily relieve local pain in this era when the only way to fight injuries is biological resistance. When Bai Feng was a child and was about to be spanked at school, he would rub peppercorns in his hands until his hands became numb so that he wouldn't feel pain when he was spanked. The tribesmen asked Bai Feng why this thing called Sichuan pepper tasted so strange and gave him an indescribable feeling on the tongue. Bai Feng smiled and said that Sichuan pepper is like this, as the saying goes, it has a red face, a black heart, and numb leaves. Sui can't eat too many peppercorns, so when stir-frying meat, you can only put 1 or 2 peppercorns in it and wait until Sui gets used to it. The two were extremely satisfied with the delicious meal. They were lying down to enjoy the post-meal time and avoid washing the pot, but they didn't expect that the tribesmen who were guarding the fish pond came in a hurry to disturb them. The tribesmen said that the canal that drains water from the fish pond was out of water, and the water flow in water pipes in other parts of the tribe had also become less, as if the entire tribe was about to run out of water. Bai Feng was stunned for 2 seconds, then immediately stood up and took people to check the water source. This is not the future. If the water supply is cut off, you will be notified, and then the water will be restored. Sure enough, all the water outlets of the tribe have become extremely small in volume, which is a troublesome matter. Although there's still some water in the water cellar, there's also a herd of cattle that needs water. No water was stored in the water cellar before the time came this year, and it is unknown how long that little bit of water can last. Bai Feng only hoped that the water inlet at the big lake was blocked now, because the water pipes along the way were buried underground. If the water pipes halfway were blocked, it would be too troublesome to repair them. Bai Feng took people directly to the big lake to check. They walked along the water pipes, but didn't find any water leakage. Now Bai Feng thought that the water inlet above must be blocked. However, when Bai Feng arrived at the lake to check, he found that the water inlet was not blocked, but was still slowly taking in water. Bai Feng felt that something was serious and that there must be a problem on the road. If you want to quickly find the location of the problematic pipe, you can use the binary method, dig up the soil in the middle, find the water pipe, and do not disassemble it. You will only find that there is no water seepage at the pipe joints because the ceramic pipes cannot be made to fit perfectly, so there will be some seepage, and you can't hear the sound of water in the pipe. This meant that the problem was still upstream. After using the binary search method twice, Bai Feng and his team finally found the approximate location. They dug up the soil and discovered the cause of the problem. It turned out to be a mole hole. Judging from the damage, the mole had broken the ceramic water pipe, and the fragments were stuck in the pipe. The water basically did not flow downstream, but instead all poured into the hole dug by the mole. After walking along the cave for dozens of meters, we found another cave entrance on a slope with water gushing out. The mole had probably been drowned, but there was nothing we could do now, and we could only remedy the situation. After clearing out the debris, most of the water still flowed down the pipe, and some was still flowing out. This section had to be replaced with a new ceramic pipe. Bai Feng felt that he was really unlucky, or rather, it was the evil spirit of the earth. He had just thought of modifying the water diversion project, but it ended up causing him trouble. Fortunately, he used ceramic pipes at that time. If he had used bamboo pipes, problems would have arisen long ago. However, there is no way to repair it today. The amount of water flowing downstream now can barely maintain normal life needs. As for the fish pond, we will release water at night. If you want to fill the fish pond, we may have to delay it for a few more days. It was impossible to fire the water pipes on the same day, so the pottery craftsmen, through trial and error, built a shaded room by themselves for ventilation and drying, which could also prevent the pottery from being cracked by the sun. Bai Feng asked them to make more than one section of the water pipe as a backup, so that if the pipe broke again, they could immediately have something to replace it with. Chapter 83. Just open source. Since the water was about to dry up, they simply stopped draining water from the fish pond. The fish pond was quite large, and the cement produced by their own tribe was not enough to pave the bottom, so they just used cement to build the pond base. The pond base is a slope with steps for easy going up and down, and platforms are built in some locations, which will make fishing much more convenient in the future. We have to hurry up and let the tribe members practice swimming. Now only most of the people in the fishing team can swim, and other tribesmen can't. Now that we have a big fish pond, they have to learn to swim. If they fall into the water, they won't be rescued. On the day the water pipe was fixed, someone took it to replace it, and then the tribe's water supply returned to normal. It was sporadic for a few days, and the water for the cattle was drawn bucket by bucket from the water cellar. The tribesmen who fetched water for the cattle found a job that was more painful than cleaning up the cow's feces. After carrying water for a whole day, they felt like their wastes were not their own. As soon as the cement dried, the fish pond began to drain water. The fishing team had already started to bring back various animals and plants from the lake, but they were temporarily kept in large tanks, waiting to be released into the fish pond once the water was clear. However, Bai Feng did not expect that the lake contained so many species. In addition to the various fish he had always caught, the tribesmen also caught snails that they thought were inedible, spiders with hard shells, eels and loaches in the mud, and so on. As for plants, Bai Feng brought back various aquatic plants. He thought they were probably inedible, so after picking and choosing, he actually found two kinds of things: lotus root nodes and water chestnuts, in the mud. Bai Feng had only been to lake many times, so naturally he had no idea what was there. He had always focused his thoughts on the fish and had never thought about anything else. The tribesmen didn't think these strange things were edible. If the tribe leader didn't want to have a little of everything this time, they wouldn't have dug these things out of the mud. There is absolutely nothing wrong with using eels and loaches as food, except that eels have a strong, earthy smell. However, in this era, this is not a disadvantage at all. As long as there is meat, no one cares about the taste. They dug the eel out when they were digging other plants. They were shocked when it came out of the mud. They thought it was a snake. They tried to run, but got stuck in the mud. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a snake, but more like a fish. There is no way to escape, so you might as well give it a try and just catch it and crush it to death. What if you get bitten and the poison doesn't kill you? So he reached out to grab the eel, but he didn't expect that the eel only wanted to run away, and its body was slippery and difficult to catch. When he squeezed it to death, he realized that it was probably a fish. Crabs and other animals are caught with bamboo tongs because we don't know if they are poisonous or edible, but we just try our best to meet the tribe leader's request. Bai Feng realized that he was guarding a treasure trove without knowing it. He didn't dare to eat snails because there were too many parasites in them, and he couldn't tell which ones had them and which didn't, so he just used them to feed the fish. In the future, we can touch eels and catch loaches in the mud on the shore of the lake. This will be another very important source of food. As for crabs, which the tribesmen call big spiders, they are huge in size, but they are not at their fattest yet. However, they taste delicious enough, but the tribesmen are not very brave to eat them. The first person to eat crabs is the warrior. Lotus roots are rich in starch. In the days without potatoes, Bai Feng felt that life was difficult. He could do without any other vegetables, but not potatoes. However, potatoes were now on the other side of the ocean, which was no longer something he could imagine in his time. Lotus root can be said to be a substitute for Bai Feng's favorite potatoes. Moreover, lotus flowers bloom beautifully, and lotus seeds can be eaten as food. It seems that I should plant more lotus in my fish pond. Bai Feng also asked if there were many of these things in the big lake. They said that in a bay of the big lake, it was almost all full of these things, and now flower buds had grown. They didn't have the ability to dive down to dig lotus roots, so they could only dig some randomly along the shore. Bai Feng could already imagine the magnificent scene of a large field of lotus flowers in bloom. When the lotus flowers were in full bloom, he would definitely take Sway to see them and pick flowers and lotus roots in the lotus pond. The water chestnut is full of thorns, so they only picked a few and never thought it was edible. Bai Feng peeled it and threw it into his mouth. It tasted quite good. The tribesmen were once again shocked by Bai Feng's profound knowledge. Increasing revenue and reducing expenditure is something only poor tribes do. For the White Wind tribe, which has increased revenue on such a large scale, it doesn't matter whether they reduce expenditure or not. The tribe members can eat their fill every day, and with such a rich variety of food, they can also try some new dishes. But there is not enough oil, so you can't stir-fry the food. You can only steam or boil it. If you get tired of boiled food, you can eat some steamed food. But if you don't add any seasoning, Bai Feng feels that he can't enjoy such a primitive taste. Freshness and tenderness are nonsense to him. This only applies to specific ingredients. Wild rice is an important food of the Bai Feng tribe, and everyone is familiar with it, so the tribe members symbolically dug one and brought it back to Bai Feng for report. Bai Feng was afraid that if the wild rice from Dahu tempted people to make water chestnuts, the wild rice in the entire Dahu might be extinct. But it's okay for his own family. Anyway, there's no shortage of wild rice grown in such a large area, so he might as well try to make water chestnuts for eating. Bai Feng picked out some things that he knew were edible or had utility value, and told the fishing team not to just catch fish, but also to get those things. If there were not enough people, they could expand. With another 100 people, they would surely be able to develop the resources of the lake. The fish pond is full, but there is definitely some seepage, so we have to add some water to make up for it every day. Now the water is still very turbid, and we have to wait for it to settle before we can plant the fish. As for things like snails and lotus roots, they will always be alive if you just throw them into the pond. After all, they have quite strong vitality. These days, the tribesmen's meals have started to include eels, loaches, crabs, and the like. We didn't dare to eat them before, but now we're used to them. Bai Feng was eating happily while digging the shell of a big crab. In his previous life, such a big crab was out of his reach. The price was not something that a poor mortgage-paying person like him could afford. The best he could do was to have a good crab meal at a buffet. No matter what Bai Feng did, Sui was the most staunch supporter. So when Bai Feng started to cook and eat crabs, although she was afraid, she still helped Bai Feng unwaveringly. After the crabs were cooked, Bai Feng took them out and opened a crab shell for Sui. The yellow paste looked very strange, and she didn't know if it was edible, but Sui thought that Bai Feng would never lie to her, so she ate it bravely. As a result, she couldn't stop eating it. Bai Feng had to crack crab legs for her to satisfy her endless appetite. Chapter 84: Food and Sugar. The stone mill that he had been waiting for a long time was finally completed. 3 knives were broken just for carving, but Bai Feng felt it was worth it. Now that he had this thing, he could make flour. With flour, there were countless possibilities. It is a small mill that can be pushed by hand. Pour handfuls of wheat into it, turn the millstone, and slowly coarser flour will flow out. But this flour is not white at all. It is yellowish and not good-looking. Moreover, wheat bran is mixed in it, so it needs to be sifted again. It was too troublesome to grind, so Bai Feng did not grind much. He only made about the amount that could fill a ceramic basin, and then sifted it through a denser bamboo sieve. Only then did Bai Feng feel that it was usable. The sifted wheat bran must not be thrown away, as it was also a good thing. If you want to make noodles, but don't have alkaline noodles, you can use pampas grass ash. Pampas grass is very common and can increase the toughness of the noodles after being burned into ash. The famous Lanzhou beef noodles are made with pampas grass ash. Mix the dough, let it rest, knead it, and then stretch it. I couldn't pull it out, and the quality of the flour was not good, so the dough was a bit brittle. So I had to give up pulling the noodles and just knead and cut them by hand. The soup is a clear soup made from beef bones. It has a bright color and a pleasant smell. The noodles are put in, and when they are cooked, they are scooped out along the direction of the noodles and stacked in a bowl. It looks very nice. Some chopped wild onions and a few slices of radish, but unfortunately there are no chili peppers. Chili oil is the soul of the dish. However, even with this, Sui's saliva is already more than the water droplets formed by water vapor on the lid of the pot. Bai Feng and Sui each had a bowl and squatted at the door slurping the food. Many tribesmen were attracted by the aroma and came over to see their leader eating something long and fragrant. They were very curious, as they didn't know what it was. In order to prevent their saliva from falling on the ground, they all looked at each other relatively reservedly and left. Only people like Xiong, who knew Bai Feng's temper well, dared to wait by the side shamelessly. Generally, as long as there were extra good things, Bai Feng was willing to share them, who were relatively talented. However, Bai Feng didn't make much noodles. Sui and Bai Feng only ate 1 bowl. The other people got half a bowl at most. But Sui kept staring at Bai Feng, wanting to eat some more. Winning over the hearts of the tribesmen is as important as winning over his wife. But Sui has already eaten a bowl, so Bai Feng can only promise her to make it later and let her eat her fill at once. But it wouldn't be too much for those who have eaten the noodles to help grind some flour, right? Whether it's the buckwheat with large leaves and white-pink flowers, the millet that already has ears, or the sorghum that is still growing but has not produced ears, they all fill the tribesmen with endless expectations. They don't know how much these grains can produce or what they will taste like. Anyway, the wheat tastes okay, but I heard that the tribe leader would grind the wheat into powder and make other delicacies. They didn't get to eat noodles, but they could eat wheat porridge. The wheat skin is thicker, and the porridge doesn't taste as good as white rice. It's just that the rice has been eaten, and we're just waiting for the harvest from the large rice field in the field. Bifong just planted sorghum with the attitude that there was plenty of land and seeds anyway. I'm afraid the taste will not be very good, and the sorghum only grows stalks but no ears. If it really doesn't bear fruit, it can be stored as feed for cattle. The wild flowers in the mountains were in full bloom. A careful tribesman discovered that there were often bees on a kind of low flower, so he squatted down and observed the whole process of the bees collecting pollen. Unexpectedly, he became a little fascinated while sitting there. He even followed the bees to other flowers to look at them. Finally, he followed the bees back to their nest in a daze. The hunter team's warriors first discovered that their people seemed to be out of place. Looking around, they found that none of them were familiar people. After shouting a few more times, he still didn't see him come out. This was bad news, so they hurried back the same way they came to look for him. They didn't hear any screams or anything from him along the way. He disappeared inexplicably. The hunters were a little panicked again. What creature could be able to capture one of their people without making any sound? We started searching from a place where the person went missing, but we didn't find the lost weapons or bloodstains along the way. So why did he disappear? Was he a spy? The tribe had always wanted to find honey, but they had never found a large beehive, let alone eat it. This time, the tribe was lucky enough to accidentally enter this huge beehive. The beehive was built on a tall stone wall, at least 20 meters high. The falling beehive was at least 1 meter long. The honey flowed out of the beehive and fell on the ground under the stone wall, forming a large piece of honey crystallization on the ground, golden yellow. The tribesman was awakened by the noisy buzzing of bees. He was just following a bee and lost track of time and what he was doing. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already very close to the hive. He was frightened by so many bees. He no longer found bees interesting and started to walk back along the path he came from, slapping himself as he walked. His behavior would not only disrupt the team's hunting plan, but if the team found out that he was missing, they would have to waste time and manpower looking for him. He was really holding the team back. He felt extremely regretful just thinking about it, but he could only run back quickly. The more he could make up for it, the better. Thinking only about this, he forgot that finding the beehive was originally the job of their hunter team, and a beehive of such a large scale could be said to be a very great achievement. When he found the troops, he cried and admitted his mistake to the bear and even almost knelt down. Although the tribesmen were angry, they were also happy that he was still safe and sound and was not captured by the beast. It was not until the bear asked him why he had left the team without permission that he started talking for a while, and then he suddenly remembered how important it was to discover a beehive. To be on the safe side, Xiong brought a team of people to the giant beehive he mentioned. As a result, they were stunned by its scale when they saw it. The roaring sound of the bees was even more frightening. Now that they have found the beehive, there is no need to hunt. Xiong immediately led his team home and consulted Bifong, asking him to give some advice on how to get the honey safely. However, they still walk around the stone wall. In addition to the bees that could be seen everywhere, they also found several isolated beehives. There was a lot of honey dropped under the nests, so it was relatively safe to take the honey from such nests. When Bifong heard this, he was very excited. He could finally collect honey, but after listening to their description, it seemed a bit too dangerous. But it is impossible not to get the honey, so they have to make the equipment first. Anyway, the beehive is there and they can't move. Chapter 85: Preparation before collecting honey. Of course, you have to prepare well before you get honey. Honey is more important than meat. A bowl of broth brings less energy than a bowl of sugar water. Moreover, honey does not need to be added with anything and can be preserved for a long time. I heard from my tribesmen that there might be thousands of kilograms of honey on the stone wall, and I only need to take a few hundred kilograms. However, I still need to study the specific operation carefully. Bees are different from other animals. If they're stung by just 1 or 2 bees, it is not a big deal. If you're stung, it will just cause some swelling and pain. Given the physical condition of modern people, you probably won't feel much of a pain. But the beehive is densely packed with bees, and it is entirely possible to be stung to death on the spot, so a sufficiently sealed bee-proof suit is needed. Moreover, the beehives are all on the stone walls, so it is a bit difficult to climb up. You can see if you can hang down from above. Bai Feng felt that he needed to go there in person to conduct research, so he asked his tribesmen to lead the way to the location of the beehive. Sure enough, Bai Feng felt that it would not be feasible to find the beehive by hand or with a ladder. It would be too difficult to build a ladder that was nearly 20 meters long, and if one was not careful, one might slip, and it would be good if the body was found intact. Then they went around to the back to see if it was possible to hang someone down from the top of the rock wall. If not, they could only try to build a giant, triangular ladder. How could they give up when the honey was right in front of them? From the front, it looks like a towering stone wall, and from the back, it looks like a cliff. I didn't dare get too close to look below, for fear of attracting a swarm of bees. However, from the top of the mountain, there is no problem in hanging people down. The ground of the entire place is very solid, not loose, and there is no risk of collapse. There are also many trees that can provide a place to stay. Bai Feng looked around and came up with a rough plan in his mind. Then he led his men downstairs, walked to the bottom of the stone wall, roughly estimated the height of the stone wall, and went back home to prepare tools. First of all, they made bee-proof clothing. Some of the materials they used were cowhide and sheepskin, and since they couldn't make them into one piece, they made pants, clothes, and gloves separately. They also had to wear leather socks inside their shoes, and finally tied everything up with ropes. They didn't believe that any bees would sting people. The protection on the head is a bit troublesome. Whether it is a bamboo or straw headgear, it will affect walking and operation due to its weight or shape. In the end, he chose to use cowhide. As for the eyes, Bai Feng had other plans. After the tribesmen put on the bee-proof suits, it looked like they were wearing low-quality, enlarged, and fatter versions of diving suits, which was very funny. But at present, there were no holes except at the eyes. It was just heavy and hot, and it was very uncomfortable to wear no matter which one. Moreover, it consumed too much leather. In the end, the tribe only had enough leather to make 4 bee-proof suits. Previously, the pottery team had made color glaze by groping in the dark. Bai Feng gave them the general direction of making glass and let them figure out on their own. After so much time, they were able to make glass lumps, but the color was not pure and there were many bubbles. Bai Feng wanted them to make a pair of protective glasses out of glass. Even if the color was not good or not pure enough, as long as they could see things, it would be fine. After receiving the task, the pottery team also began to make them seriously. In the past, they just tried to burn glass and never thought of making things with glass. The glass lumps and lumps they burned were just thrown on the roadside, and anyone who was interested could pick them up. They didn't know how to make things with glass. They were just potters. It was impossible for them to melt the glass in a mud and then mold it with their hands. That was too outrageous. So they went to find blacksmiths, thinking that they had more experience. When the blacksmith heard this, he first asked what glass was and what its properties were. Apart from being transparent and a bit brittle, it sounded to him like there was not much difference between it and iron. They are all made of sand or stone, and they will melt after being burned at high temperatures and then solidify after cooling. So they immediately patted their chests and said that they had found the right person, and their blacksmiths had the most experience in dealing with this kind of thing. So he taught them his blacksmithing skills, such as how to hammer, how to quench, and so on. The blacksmith felt that the glass was brittle and must have been not quenched well. So he taught them when was the most appropriate time to quench it. The quenching effects would be very different under different red conditions. The potters naturally trusted the blacksmith's words very much. They had never seen how attentive the blacksmith was and how he taught them everything without hiding anything. So after sincerely thanking him, they went to try it themselves. Before leaving, they even borrowed various tools and anvils from the blacksmith. Unexpectedly, when they took out the softened glass and hit it with a hammer in a semi-solidified state, it did not deform as expected, but flew everywhere, scalding several people so much that they were at a loss as to what to do. They didn't think there was a problem with the method, but just felt that their skills were not proficient enough and they might have used too much force. So they took out another piece of fired glass and hit it gently. Sure enough, it could be deformed. So they kept hammering gently, and it really did work. The first time, they were not greedy and just made a flat glass plate, planning to try quenching it. They found a bucket and put the tempered glass plate into the water, thinking that it was at most not quenched well. Unexpectedly, the glass plate exploded directly. The people in the pottery-making team had never seen such a reaction before. They didn't expect it to explode directly. They felt that they couldn't handle it, so they quickly asked the members of the blacksmith department for support to see what was going on. The blacksmith was also confused when he heard what they said. This shouldn't happen. It shouldn't explode if the quenching was not successful. So he tried himself. As expected, he was an experienced hand. He could hammer even glass after a little adjustment. He even made it into the shape of glasses. However, it still exploded when quenching. There was no other choice. The blacksmith had to use the casting method. Anyway, glass can be burned into water. He made a mold, then poured glass water into it and cooled it into shape. The result was that the thing was made, but it was covered with too much sand and dirt and was completely unusable. Even after polishing, it was still blurry. It did have a protective effect, but the tribesmen would become half blind when they wore it. The blacksmith was at his wit's end. After expressing his powerlessness, the potters went to find Baifeng to see if the patriarch could give them some advice. But Baifeng only knew that glass products were pinched or blown out, and he didn't know the specific operations. The craftsmen had to figure it out on their own. However, the quenching step could be completely omitted. The potters had no choice but to figure out how to knead the glass by themselves, since they certainly couldn't do it directly with their hands. The worried people left Baifeng's residence, but they didn't expect that some curious tribesmen saw the blue-green transparent object in their hands, which was made into such a strange shape, so they curiously asked what it was for. Chapter 86 returned with a full load. When the patriarch heard that they wanted to use this thing to make a frame that could see things, the gossiper's eyes were full of confusion. He tilted his head and said, "There are many stones in the wild that are whiter than this, as transparent as ice, and harder. Why do you want to use this?" The potters immediately took the man to Baifeng. If what he said was true, then they could get rid of this crappy job. Wouldn't it be better to make their own pottery? Why did they want to make glass and create this trouble for themselves moreover? Baifeng only gave them 3 days to make it. If they couldn't make it, their food would be deducted. Now, they finally have a chance to pass this unfortunate job to someone else. The man told Baifeng the story again and described the general appearance of the stone. Baifeng knew that it was white crystal. He was still not familiar enough with the products of this place. He would have to go out more often to take a look in the future. Pure white crystal has much higher visibility than the glass they can make now, and it has no color. That is, it is transparent. Unlike the glass they make, which is bluish-green, the clarity of the glasses made from it is also very poor. Baifeng immediately asked him to take people to pick up those transparent stones. The bigger the better, as they were urgently needed. In most of the day, they brought back a large pile of white crystals. The largest one was as big as Baifeng's calf, and it was no problem to make protective glasses. The current method is to carve and slowly create the general shape and then refine it to make the mirror surface as flat as possible so that the wearer will not feel uncomfortable. Baifeng started working with the stonemason. Relying on his previous knowledge of seal carving, he was able to carve the glasses fairly well. In the end, he only made 4 pairs of glasses. Baifeng's plan was to use a long rope to hang a large basket down and have someone sit in the basket to harvest the honey. After harvesting, the basket and the honey would be lowered directly to the ground, with one person harvesting while 3 people placed ropes on top. The main reason is that his tribe does not have enough leather to make bee-proof clothes. When the time comes, he will first light wet wood, leaves, wormwood, and the like under the beehive to interfere with the bees to the greatest extent. They brought people to support them from a distance, tied their clothes as tightly as possible, covered the exposed parts with mud, and lit thick smoke around them. As for the people who would collect the honey, the 3 strong men, Xiong, Qi, and Hui, chose to pull the rope. The deer was lighter, more agile, and smarter, so it chose to enter the basket to collect the honey. The rope is thickened, and several ropes are tied together to prevent accidents caused by the straw rope not being able to withstand the force. They were asked to try on the clothes and glasses, and they all felt there was no problem and were ready to go at any time. However, Baifeng still asked them to wear the glasses for a day to get used to it because they couldn't polish them very smoothly, and the protective glasses were dazzling and a little dizzy. Baifeng made sure again that they had adapted to walking and seeing with glasses, so he took them to the beehive early the next morning to prepare things. Several of them wore bee-proof clothing and filled a cart with wet firewood, leaves, and mugwort, which they placed under the beehive. The cart was also left nearby, and after the honey was collected, they would load the honey and pull it away. A basket nearly 3 meters long and 2 meters wide was carried to the top of the mountain. It had 4 corners, and 3 ropes were tied to each corner. Even if 1 or 2 of the ropes broke, there would always be one that could save lives. A wooden frame was tied between the two trees, an iron pulley was installed, and the rope was threaded through, and everyone made sure everything was ready. After checking that the bee-proof suit was correct, the deer entered the basket and squatted down. The other 3 people held the rope tightly and slowly lowered the deer down. At this time, Bai Feng and the others were already watching from a distance. They didn't want to go over and seek death. There were even a few people who were afraid of bees, so they started a thick smoke fire on the left and carried water and mixed mud on the right. The fire under the beehive is ignited by a rocket dipped in grease. If a pile of dry wood is lit, the wet wood on top will not produce much fire, but there will definitely be a lot of smoke. By the time the deer reached the hive smoothly, the smoke was already very strong. The bees had sensed something was wrong, but the smoke had greatly reduced their fighting power, and the human was completely invulnerable. The deer cut the beehive with a knife. There was so much honey in it that it kept flowing out. The deer felt that the little bit he cut would have almost no impact on the beehive. So he had no intention of stopping his actions, and Bai Feng was also happy to see it happen. It seemed that this group of bees had no natural enemies here, and the beehive was built in this location, so it was impossible for any animal to climb up the cliff to steal honey. However, Bai Feng succeeded this time. Such a big basket was filled up by the deer. Except for the place where the deer rested, the rest of the place was filled with beehives, each of which was crystal clear and dripping with honey. It's time to call it a day. The deer shouted to the bear and the others to slowly lower the basket to the ground. Even though there were 3 people pulling the rope and the pulley, it was still very strenuous and their arms were a little sore. Moreover, bees were flying all around them and their bodies were covered with bees. They were all extremely panicked, but they still believed that there would be no problem with their clothes. Feeling that the deer had landed safely, the 3 of them untied the ropes and threw them directly off the cliff. They also walked down with the things and helped the deer pack the honey and load it into the truck. Then the 2 trucks full of honey were pulled laboriously towards Bai Feng. Honey kept flowing through the gaps of the cart, and there was honey all the way. At the same time, many bees were clinging to them. They didn't want to go too far and wanted to use their lives to teach these robbers a painful lesson, but they didn't know that their poisonous needles were just stuck in a leather jacket. Bai Feng and the others were a little scared when they saw the bees surrounding Xiong and the others. They were following them even though they were so far away, but they didn't have bee-proof clothing, so they all rolled around in the mud. Fortunately, by the time Xiong and the others arrived, most of the bees surrounding them had already left. However, some of them had been pricked by their stingers, and their internal organs had been pulled out along with the stingers, so they would not live long. However, no one escaped the bees' revenge. Fortunately, there were few of them, and it only hurt a little. Bai Feng was stung on his ears and legs, and they were swollen after a while. The others were not much better than Bai Feng. They all had swellings in different places. They ignored the pain and instead poked their fingers into the beehive to dip in the honey and then took a sip. They were so happy. There is always someone behind the cart loaded with honey who licks the honey on the road, unwilling to miss any sweetness. Bai Feng was overjoyed looking at so much honey. He believed that the tribe would have good things in the future. Chapter 87 Turmoil begins. Bai Feng and his companions rushed towards the tribe, driving away the bees, flies, and other insects that came for the smell of honey. The honey in the car was still falling down, but compared to what they got, the little bit that fell down was not worth mentioning. As soon as they arrived at the tribesmen were almost crazy. They all smelled the sweet scent floating in the air. They could not go near the transport vehicle, but they could follow behind the vehicle and dip their fingers into the honey that fell on the ground. Even though it was sticky with dirt, and the smell of earth was mixed with sweetness, they did not dislike it at all and squeezed each other. The coachman had already eaten a lot, and the honey on his mouth had dried up and his hands were sticky. Bai Feng didn't dare let them eat too much. If they ate too much at one time, they would easily have diarrhea. If they were constipated, they could drink a bowl of thick honey water to ensure smooth bowel movements. The witch had already been waiting with people and tools. The tool for extracting honey was a wooden barrel with a hole at the bottom and a bamboo stick inserted as a faucet. The honeycomb was put in and squeezed with a wooden hammer. The honey would flow out naturally, and the remaining impurities would be boiled down to become beeswax. During the honey extracting process, countless people gathered outside, just wanting to see how much honey could be produced. With a push of the wooden hammer, the honey in the bamboo tube spurted out forcefully, but it was all collected in the prepared vats, and no honey was wasted. It took most of the day to press the 2 truckloads of honey, and it was not until nearly dark that the work was done. Baifeng filled 3 vats as high as his thighs. He had no way of weighing how many kilograms of honey there were, but judging from the effort the tribesmen put in, he thought there should be about 600 kilograms of honey. After all, that beehive was so spectacular that Baifeng didn't even get 1/10 of it this time. Before winter, Baifeng thought he could go and harvest it again. Collecting an appropriate amount would not affect their wintering. There was a large pool of honey on the ground where the car was parked. Fortunately, it was a cement floor and not much dirt stuck to it. The tribesmen used bamboo strips to scrape it into their pottery bowls bit by bit, then went back and rinsed it with water and drank it slowly. It's just that the dirt on the cart is not easy to clean. You can't just lie on the cart and lick it. But it's also sticky, and it's not convenient to load other things on the cart. Baifeng ordered people to wash the car thoroughly with water, but they were not allowed to drink the water. They should collect it and give it to the cows so as not to waste it. The water in the fish pond was already clear, so all the fish fry caught by the fishing team were released into the pond. They were all in the same water, so there was no need to rehydrate them, so they could all adapt anyway. We didn't catch many shrimps, crabs, loaches, eels, etc., but we released some of them anyway. Snails are hardy and easy to raise, and they reproduce very quickly, so we poured a few pots of them in and let them expand on their own. Reeds, wild rice, water plants, and duckweed are planted on the shore and thrown casually. Lotus roots are difficult to plant now, as there is no silt underneath, and not much can be dug up. When the lotus seeds come down, just throw them directly. Now some things that require large-scale mobilization have been done, so everyone has returned to their own jobs. No one complains about having too much food, so some people go fishing and some go hunting. Salt is now transported directly by car. Each trip is enough for the tribe to use for several months. Baifeng has already started filtering and purifying the salt. Although the salt used to be very white and did not have many impurities after having the cloth, Baifeng still feels it is safer to filter it once. The charcoal and linen are filtered several times to purify the first batch of the purest salt, which is then made in a saturated brine. The salt blocks are then washed with this saturated brine to obtain pure salt. By doing this over and over again, the Baifeng tribe will use clean refined salt. Even the salt used for pickling is refined salt. However, if they were to make a deal again in the future, Baifeng would definitely take the unpurified salt bricks. There was no need to waste the effort. Anyway, the savages thought the salt was good just because it was white, and they didn't care what other invisible impurities were in it. At this time, a big event was happening in the Swearin clan. The old patriarch of the Swearin clan died. In fact, he was not very old, having only lived for about 30 years. As for how he died, no one cared. Whether he was stabbed to death or choked to death while eating, it didn't matter. He had lived for so long, it was time for him to die. It's just that he had too many sons, and Baoshi was just an ordinary one among them. But he was indeed the most resourceful one among his many brothers. When everyone still firmly believed in their oaths, he had already tried to make a small oath and then broke it, but did not receive the corresponding punishment. Since then, he took his oaths less and less seriously, and later began to break bigger and more serious oaths he had made. However, he also did not receive any punishment. Instead, he gained many benefits for breaking his oaths. Logically speaking, he should have divided his own property with his brothers according to the previous rules, and then established his own tribe and became a subsidiary tribe of Swearin. But he had long seen the disadvantages of doing so. Take the Shinnon clan, for example. It used to be the largest tribe, without a doubt. After being divided like this, the Shinnon clan is now weaker than the previous generation. They are even unable to control the more distant subordinate tribes, such as the Yoshion clan, which is now developing in full swing. Baoshi once found a great wizard and asked him to use Yarrow to predict the future for him. The wizard said that in the next 10 years, there would be a great war on this land, and no one would be able to escape, and then everything would gradually return to peace. In this process, some tribes will be annexed, some will be directly eliminated, and only the strongest tribes will survive to the end. If they, Swearin, continue to be in chaos like this, instead of staying together firmly, and instead dispersing every time a change of tribe leader occurs, then can they still strive for victory in future wars? Baoshi did not believe in oaths, but he believed in divination, because the divination of this great wizard was always accurate. What's more, even if there was no major war in the future, making Swearin more powerful was his pursuit. As the son of Swearin in the previous life, he had to do it. He had more brothers than his father had, and when he died he did not say to whom he would leave the tribe. Their eldest brother Chi was strong and powerful, with first-class hunting skills, but he had a bad temper and would beat and scold his warrior tribesmen at any time. He also liked beautiful women and often killed slaves for fun. Although all the tribesmen, including the chiefs of several larger affiliated tribes, felt that Chi should succeed Swearin, because Chi's fighting power was the strongest, only the strongest warrior was qualified to be the chief of Swearin. But Baoshi didn't think so. He felt that Chi was a good warrior, but could not be a good clan leader. A clan leader who was too tyrannical would sooner or later cause resistance from the clan members. In his eyes, the other brothers were all fools. Some of them relied on their father to enjoy a life of pleasure and laziness, while others were not even qualified soldiers. As for some of his younger brothers, some had just learned to walk, and some were still in swaddling clothes. It was unclear whether one of them was his father's child or not. Chapter 88 Alliance. Over the years, through Baoshi's efforts, he now has over 3,000 warriors under his control. Although this is not a good number in the entire tribe, among all his brothers, he is only slightly worse than Chi. What's more, at the gathering last year, he only gave a small part of the things he looted to the tribe, and the other things that could be preserved for a long time have been hidden by him. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Those supplies were his capital to start business, and also the guarantee for his comeback after failure. Baoshi believed that his father was not killed by someone, but died of old age. After all, he had lived for more than 30 years, and his teeth had begun to loosen, which meant that he was no longer a qualified warrior. After all, it was difficult for him to even eat meat, so it was time for him to die. However, he felt that it was a little too early to die. It would be better to at least wait until after the autumn harvest. Even if a war broke out at that time, it would not affect the grain harvest. If a war broke out now, although it would preserve Swearin's strength to the greatest extent, the injuries would still have to be healed in a short period of time. My father is dead, so I can just dump his body in a cave. What matters now is what to do with the power. Chi felt that he should be the new clan leader, and with his powerful military force, he was fearless. However, his arrogance also prevented him from seeing how many enemies he had behind the scenes. Chang He, the patriarch of the He tribe, was also an elder of Swearin. The He tribe was a large, affiliated tribe, relatively close to Swearin. He was also the younger brother of his father. In fact, Baoshi had to call him uncle, even though Chang He was only a few years older than him. The He tribe was powerful and had as many as 4,000 warriors it could mobilize, so it did not hide its desire for power in front of others. However, Chi was unable to react at all and never thought that the chief of a subordinate tribe would compete with him for the position of the chief of the Swearin clan. After receiving the news of the old patriarch's death, the chiefs of other nearby subordinate tribes also quickly rushed to the Swearin tribe. They were also tribal elders and had a certain say. Whether Swearin was going to war or defending against the enemy, he needed to rely on the strength of these subordinate tribes. But they did not have such great ambitions because they were old and had lived for 30 years. One day, they might suddenly die at the dining table like the old patriarch. It was enough for them to manage their own tribe well. Baoshi's younger brothers did not expect that two idiots would actually try to snatch the position of clan leader. They did not even consider whether the people they could control were more than 1,000, whether they had enough weapons and food supplies, and whether they had the ability to be clan leaders. They probably just thought that the clan leader could eat meat and sleep with beautiful women without restriction. Baoshi's evaluation of them was that they might as well go to bed early or jump off a cliff. Once he took control of the tribe, he would definitely not let these brothers go. They were the scourge of the tribe, and those younger brothers were of no use, so he could just kill them. But now his brother Chi still controls the most powerful fighting force in the tribe. How can he seize power from him? Looking at Chang He, who was smiling like spring breeze, Baoshi came up with a plan. Although as a younger brother, he could go to Chi's side unhindered. Baoshi was still young after all, and his body had not fully grown. He could not compare with Chi, who had dominated the wilderness for many years. Even if he made a sneak attack, he might be countered. It was impossible to bring his own warriors with him. No matter how stupid Chi was, he would not let his brother bring his warriors to see him at this juncture. Baoshi set his sights on Chang He. Since they had the same goal, why not unite? He believed that if the two of them fought against one person, they would always have a chance of winning. Even if the sneak attack was not successful, the number of warriors they could command would be no less than that of Chi. What's more, Chi's warriors did not like Chi. No one liked a patriarch who loved to eat alone and had a bad temper. Baoshi, on the other hand, would share the good things with the warriors after he ate them himself. He was also kind to the warriors and never beat or scolded them without reason. Therefore, Bao Shi's warriors loved him very much. If Bao Shi were to be the patriarch, they would definitely fight with all their might. Bao Shi found Chang He, who was not sad at all and was smiling very happily even though his brother had just passed away a few days ago, and pulled him aside, away from the other clan leaders. Bao Shi did not try to hide the truth, but asked directly, "Uncle, do you want to be the leader of the swearing clan?" Chang He naturally didn't expect Bao Shi to ask so directly, but thinking of his 4,000 warriors, he was naturally full of confidence. He raised his head and said proudly, "Why not? I am in charge of so many warriors, and the tribe is well governed. The previous Swirenshi is your father and my brother. I am naturally qualified to be the chief. As long as you have the courage," Bao Shi sneered in his heart, but his face showed panic. "Uncle, I naturally support you to be the patriarch. With your ability, you will definitely make Swearin even more powerful, but now they all seem to support my brother Chi. He has a bad temper, bad character, no ability to govern the tribe, and likes to kill people. I am afraid that if he becomes the chief, he might chop off my head for fun one day, or force me to take more food and cloth from the tribe I manage." Chang Yi naturally agreed with Bao Shi's words. Based on his understanding of Qi, it was possible that he would really do something like killing his brother for fun. "So, I say to you, Bao Shi, bring your warriors with me to kill Qi. When I become the chief of the tribe, I will definitely give you mountains of food and cloth, and I will never take more from your tribe." Bao Shi certainly didn't believe it, and he never thought of letting Chang He be the patriarch. However, Bao Shi still pretended to be very frightened and wanted Chang He to swear an oath, the more vicious the better, so that he would be willing to help Chang He. Chang He was stunned for a moment and then loudly recited his oath. But what he was thinking was that he promised to reward Bao Shi with a mountain of food and supplies after the success. But mountains come in different sizes, and he was not told how big the mountain was. Then he also asked Bao Shi to swear an oath. Bao Shi felt no pressure at all and immediately swore an even more vicious oath. Anyway, he knew that the oath would never be fulfilled. Chang He felt relieved when he saw that Bao Shi was so obedient. After all, no one dared to break their oath. However, bringing thousands of people with them would make their target too obvious. Instead of killing Qi, they might be killed by Qi's men. A safer plan was still needed. Chapter 89 Calculation. At this time, Bao Shi proposed his own plan, which was to bring a few elders who were old and incompetent and did not know the truth, and pretend to go to Qi to discuss matters. Finally, the two of them would work together to sneak attack Qi and assassinate him in a room. Chang He, however, disagreed. Their bronze swords or bronze axes were not suitable for sneak attacks. After all, as soon as you touched the weapons, people would know what you were going to do. Moreover, Qi also had a very thick rhinoceros skin armor, which their bronze swords might not be able to pierce. So Chang Yi's idea was to attack at night. Qi was arrogant and relaxed at night, so their chances of success would be much greater at night. He talked to himself and arranged the attack position and time for Bao Shi, without noticing the disdain on Bao Shi's face. Bao Shi took out his iron dagger, cut off a piece of the cowhide clothes of the soldier next to him, folded it into 3 layers, put it on the meat he was eating in front of him, and then stabbed it hard. The 3 layers of thick cowhide could not stop it, and the dagger penetrated deeply into the flesh. Chang Yi stopped talking nonsense. He was shocked at the sharpness of the knife at first. Then, he did not hide the envy and greed in his eyes at all. He wanted to take the knife for himself immediately. You know, if it was a bronze dagger, it is hard to say whether it could penetrate 3 layers of cowhide with such force, but the dagger would definitely bend. However, he still suppressed his greed. After all, the two of them were of equal status now, and he needed Bao Shi as an ally to help him get the position of clan leader. Once he became the clan leader, wouldn't everything still be his? I exchanged this knife for it from a large tribe called the White Wind Tribe during the full moon gathering last year. Not only do they have a lot of these iron knives, they also have a very powerful bow, but they are unwilling to exchange it. Bao Shi was very happy to let others know about the existence of the Baifeng tribe, and let everyone know that the Baifeng tribe had these precious things, so as to attract others to attack them, so that he could have one less strong competitor, or at least weaken the strength of the Baifeng tribe. After all, from that brief contact, he found that Baifeng was probably the same kind of person as him. Their tribe is extremely wealthy, and everyone has no worries about food and clothing. Moreover, it is only 20 days away from here. No matter who becomes the tribe leader, we must establish good relations with them and exchange our food, furs, and beauties for their iron knives. It seems that what Bao Shi said was stupid, but he was actually hiding evil intentions. Chang He listened and imagined the wealth of the Baifeng tribe. He thought that he must rob this so-called Baifeng tribe in the future and exchange it for food and beauties. Only a coward like Bao Shi could think of this, but he still said definitely. The most important thing now is how to assassinate Qi. Although this iron knife is small and inconspicuous, if Qi knew that Bao Shi had such a knife, he might be on guard. Moreover, what reason should he use to find Qi? Bao Shi assured him that although he had more than one dagger of this kind, he would definitely not tell anyone about it. He only told Chang He that he had exchange for this one, and he kept it hidden without telling the old patriarch, let alone Qi. Otherwise, how could such a good thing remain in his hands? As for the reason, isn't the White Wind tribe the most suitable? His father is relatively peaceful and doesn't like to attack other tribes, but Qi is different. He is warlike and fanatical. If he were to be told that there is such a wealthy tribe, would he not be tempted? When the time comes, you can use the excuse of presenting the dagger as a treasure and take it out openly. When the dagger is in front of you, you can attack him instantly. I don't believe that Qi can block it. Chang He also thought this plan was feasible, so he contacted other elders and said that they wanted to discuss with Qi about attacking the Baifeng tribe. When the old men heard this, they did not have any doubts and naturally gathered together to go find Qi with Chang He. Chang He felt that it would be safer to carry another weapon, so he hid a bronze dagger in his thick sheepskin collar as a last resort. As they were talking, 8 people gathered to the entrance of Yiju's cave. The soldiers guarding nearby didn't care at all when they saw that it was Bao Shi and a few old men, and they didn't see any weapons in their hands. When they entered the cave, Qi was hugging 2 beauties, lying on the wooden bed with their legs spread out, chewing a very small but extremely delicious piece of bird meat. If Baifeng saw this situation, he would definitely call him a tyrant. However, even if he cursed, if he brewed the wine himself, he would definitely be generous and sell it to him, letting him indulge in alcohol all day long, and it would be best if he could get drunk to death. When Qi saw a few people coming in, he wanted to grab the sword beside him with his greasy hands, but he saw that there were only a few old men, so he relaxed and continued to enjoy the delicious food and beautiful women. He raised his head and said indistinctly while chewing something, "What are you old guys doing here? Asking me to give you some beauties?" Even though they knew that Qi had a bad temper, this group of people still had the final say in their tribe. When the previous swearer was still alive, they also had some say in the entire tribe. However, they did not expect to be insulted by Qi in this way. When they were about to get angry, they were stopped by Chang He and Bao Shi. Bao Shi acted as a peacemaker. "Don't be anxious, brother. These people are our elders after all. You should speak a little more gently." Unexpectedly, Qi refused to accept the offer. "Bao Shi, although you are not an old man, you are also a useless waste. As the son of Swearin, if you can't even kill wolves alone, then go to the wild and wait for death with the other useless people." Bao Shi's face looked unhappy too. He was only 13 years old, and his body was not fully grown. In Qi's eyes, he was indeed a loser. However, Bao Shi felt that his body would continue to grow, but Qi's brain would not. However, he did not talk back, but obediently lowered his head to accept his brother's insults. Seeing that these people dared not to resist, even after being insulted by him, Qi looked down on them even more. He simply closed his eyes and did not even look at them. "Tell me, what do you want from me, you bunch of losers? If it's not something important, be careful, or I'll chop you to death and feed you to the wolves." This time, Chang He walked forward a little. "Chief, we found a very wealthy tribe, but their military strength is not strong, and there are very few warriors. We exchanged some very special treasures from them, especially a knife, which is not only sharp, but also very hard. It is incomparable to bronze knives. We come to present this knife to you." Although the current clan leader of Swearing Clan has not been really decided yet, Qi was very pleased with Chang He's words clan leader, especially when he heard that there was a treasure to be presented to him. He immediately became excited. But Qi was not very excited. He just opened his eyes and continued to lie there waiting for them to present his treasure to him. Chang He turned around and gave Bao Shi a wink. Bao Shi took a few steps forward and reached a position more suitable for a sprint. Chang He also walked to Qi's side with empty hands. In fact, he was ready to pull out the dagger from his collar and give Qi another stab at any time. The other elders had not received any prior notice and only knew about the Baifeng tribe's affairs. They had no idea about presenting the swords, so now they were also confused and had no idea what Bao Shi was going to do. Bao Shi pulled out the silver knife from his sleeve, held it next to Qi where the sunlight could reach it, and turned it lightly. A cold light flashed. Not only Qi, but Chang, he was also swallowing his saliva, especially after seeing how hard and sharp the knife was. Qi felt that his golden bronze sword could do the same, and it was even bigger. What could such a small knife do? Apart from having a special color, it was not of much use. Bao Shi took a branch on the spot and cut it with the iron dagger to demonstrate its sharpness. Only then did Qi feel that this knife was indeed different. Then Bao Shi asked if he could use his brother's bronze sword. He used the knife to chop the bronze sword to see which one would be damaged. Qi didn't even think about it, and directly asked the beauty on the right to hand the sword to Bao Shi. Chang'e thought to himself that it was perfect. Now Qi didn't even have a weapon, so what could he use to fight them? After taking the bronze sword, Bao Shi raised the iron dagger and chopped it down fiercely. The dagger got stuck on the bronze sword. When he shook it twice and picked it up, there was a deep groove on the bronze sword, but the iron dagger was not damaged at all. Only then did Qi realize that the dagger was unusual, so he pushed the two beauties in his arms aside and asked Bao Shi to quickly take the knife so that he could take a closer look. Bao Shi nodded in agreement and gave Chang'e a subtle look. Bao Shi was only 5 steps away from Qi, who was still lying down and had not sat up at all. Throwing the bronze sword on the ground, Bao Shi took a step forward with the dagger in his hand, 2 steps, 3 steps, and then suddenly took a big step forward and stabbed Qi's throat with the dagger in his hand. Qi sensed the danger and was about to get up in a hurry, but found it was too late. Bao Shi's dagger had already stabbed at him. He could only lie down and use one hand to catch the dagger that Bao Shi was stabbing with both hands. Qi's hand was stronger than Bao Shi's, and the dagger held by Bao Shi could not move forward at all. Both sides were holding on, and the elders who were watching the excitement were completely helpless after seeing the situation. The scene before them made them panic, and they were at a loss. Qi stretched out his other hand to touch the sword, but found nothing. Then he remembered that his sword was thrown on the ground by Baifeng. So he simply grabbed Bao Shi's wrist with both hands and wanted to lift him up. Bao Shi felt that he was about to go wrong, so he shouted loudly for Chang'e to help. Chang'e then hurriedly took out his bronze dagger from his collar and stabbed it into Qi's waist. The bronze dagger also pierced through the rhino leather armor and into Qi's body. Qi felt the pain, and his hands lost strength instantly. Bao Shi took this opportunity to break free from Qi's control and slashed the knife towards Qi's neck. Then, a line of blood flew up, becoming thicker and thicker, making no sound. He didn't know whether to cover his neck or waist. He didn't struggle for a while and fell on his bed, unable to get up again. Several elders knew that something bad was going to happen, but they didn't dare to leave. Now that Qi was dead, the clan leader would definitely have to choose between the two of them, and then the elders, would also have the power to choose. Seeing that Qi was already dead, Chang'e rushed directly to the two beauties who were watching the whole process without any fear, pulled them into his arms, and kneaded them, as if there were no women in his tribe. Bao Shi wiped his dagger and turned to look at the elders behind him. They quickly turned their heads away, but Chang'e was not aware of the approaching danger. Instead, he laughed and said to Bao Shi, "Now our goal has been achieved. I, Chang'e, will be the chief of the swearing clan. I will give you all the food and beauties I promised you before." Ha ha ha. But now, I think that knife should be used by the clan leader. You're not qualified to use it yet. Bring it to me, and I will give you some food as a reward. Bao Shi said, "Okay," indifferently, then walked forward with the knife in hand. When Chang'e turned his head to look at his beauty, Bao Shi quickly stabbed the knife into his abdomen. Chang'e felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and when he looked up, he found that the dagger had already been completely inserted into his stomach. He looked incredulous. "Bao Shi, how dare you kill me? Have you forgotten the oath you made at that time? Aren't you afraid that the gods will punish you if you break your oath?" Bao Shi chuckled and said, "I'm a god myself. If I break my oath, should I punish myself?" As he spoke, his men's knives began to slide around, and Chang'e's abdomen was soon cut into pieces. The contents broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Chang'e was pale and sweating profusely. He pointed at Bao Shi and then fell to the ground like Qi, never to wake up again. The two beauties finally felt scared and started crying, but they did not move, waiting for the latest winner, Bao Shi, to enjoy them. Bao Shi did not touch the two women, but turned to look at the elders. Although those people were old, if Bao Shi really attacked them, they would definitely not sit and wait to die. Given their numbers alone, Bao Shi would have no chance of winning even with weapons. However, Bao Shi had no intention of killing them. They had no ambitions and could still control their own tribes. They could be said to be great helpers to him. Kicking Qi's body, Bao Shi shouted, "My brother is incompetent." Chang He, the chief of the He tribe, coveted power and murdered Qi. "I avenged my brother by killing Chang He. I, Bao Shi, am the son of Suiren in the previous life. Now I want to be the leader of Suiren clan. Who of you supports me and who opposes me?" The elders looked at each other, nodded or shook their heads, but before Bao Shi asked the second question, they all said in unison that Bao Shi was the most suitable person to be the new patriarch of the Suiren clan. Bao Shi was very satisfied with their attitude, so he asked them to follow him out and announce the news to all the tribesmen that he would be the new chief of the Suiren clan in the future. As for the He tribe, since the patriarch is dead, let's return to Suirenshi, and the name He tribe can disappear. As for his brothers and sisters, there was no need for them to leave the tribe and set up their own businesses. He felt that as the tribe leader he could support them, so they stayed. As for whether they would suddenly die later, that was unknown. Chapter 91. Romance Can't Be Eaten. When the great incident happened to Suiren, the Bifeng tribe was also not idle for a moment. They mobilized the entire tribe again and were busy for several days because the millet they planted was ripe. Of course, both the output and quality cannot be compared with those in later generations, but it is still much better than those grown randomly in the wild, and the millet porridge has also received unanimous praise from the tribesmen. After the millet was stored in the warehouse, we finally had 2 rare days of leisure, but the main reason was that it rained heavily and we couldn't do anything. After the weather cleared up, Bifeng decided to take Sui to the big lake to see the lotus flowers. Now was the time when the lotus flowers were blooming. The savages did not have the romantic mood to appreciate the flowers, but Bifeng did. Sui was well fed and well cared for a year in the Bifeng tribe. She was not required to do any heavy physical labor, nor to fight or hunt, so she grew very fast. Her thin frame grew rapidly, and she was already much taller than when she was first seen. Moreover, Sui was not like the adolescent girls in later generations who had to eat less to lose weight and maintain their figure. Although Bifeng praised her for her beauty, she still thought that only fat women were beautiful. So she started eating whenever she had time and would not refuse any food. Especially after getting the honey, Sui's hands and mouth were always sticky. Bifeng was afraid that she would damage her teeth, and now there would be no chance to replace them. So he hid the honey that belonged to the clan leader and only let Sui eat a little or make some honey water every 1 or 2 days. Sui's figure has fully grown now. At least Bifeng doesn't see that she is a minor anymore, so he doesn't feel guilty hugging her anymore. If it were to give birth to a child, Sui would definitely have no problem now, as her bones have grown and the chance of a difficult birth isn't that high. But Bifeng doesn't dare to do that now, not for Sui, but for himself. He met Bao Shi and knew about the existence of Xianyuan and Qiyu. They lived in the same era, although he didn't know when the war started. Judging by the age of people today, Xianyuan must have been no more than 30 years old when he fought the final battle. He was probably around 25 years old. As for the legend that Xianyuan lived to be over 100 years old and Qiyu lived to be 80 or 90 years old, Bifeng didn't believe it at all. In this era, when the average life expectancy was in the 20s, living to 40 was already very old. Although the clan leaders ate well, they also had to rush to the front in wars and would suffer many injuries. What's more, it is said that Xianyuan Guang took 2 years to be pregnant, could speak when she was born, and was omnipotent at the age of 15. The 2 Bifengs mentioned above were completely treated as myths. However, Xianyuan at the age of 15 should have been extremely powerful. Of course, he cannot be said to be omnipotent, but he was able to accomplish so many things in his time, which shows that his talent is indeed incomparable to ordinary people. If Bifeng had not learned the superficial knowledge accumulated by mankind for thousands of years, he would not even be worthy of carrying Xuanyuan's shoes. Xianyuan and Qiyu should still be teenagers now, just like Bao Shi, but they should take over the tribe in the next few years, and then a great and chaotic era will be upon us. There was no Bifeng tribe in history. Even if there was, they would have become part of the dragon, or they would not even be qualified to become dragon scales, and would have disappeared in the war. The current Bifeng tribe is a variable, and he doesn't know what his future will be. Even if his policies, insights, and knowledge are thousands of years ahead of his contemporaries, Bifeng cannot guarantee that he can protect his entire tribe and himself in this war, let alone his children. So Bifeng doesn't dare to have children now. During the war, The child may not even be able to walk steadily. How can he protect him? So Bai Feng has no idea of leaving offspring at all. But what's wrong with being romantic now? Bai Feng took her to the big lake. Under the guidance of the tribesmen, Bai Feng and his friends successfully found the bay where the lotus flowers were in full bloom. The flowers were pink and red, and there were buds that had not yet bloomed. It was quite shocking. Bai Feng paddled the bamboo raft with Sui on the back, and the two of them drifted into the lotus bushes together. Sui happily picked the lotus flowers she liked and piled them on the raft. Soon the raft was full. Bai Feng did not stop her, but looked at her lovingly. Sui had never thought that the world could be so beautiful. There was only food, and food in her life. If she had seen this lotus before, she would only think about whether this lotus could be eaten, instead of thinking whether this lotus could be taken back to the room to decorate. After circling the lotus bay, Bai Feng pushed the bamboo raft out to the shore, rolled up his trouser legs, and reached into the mud to dig out lotus roots. After a while, he found several sections. Sui also wanted to touch the lotus roots, so Bai Feng helped her down from the bamboo raft. She also reached into the mud and began to feel around. Unfortunately, she had no experience, and she couldn't find any lotus roots after searching for a long time. Just as she was feeling a little discouraged, she turned around and tried to get back on the bamboo raft, but as soon as she stepped down, she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Sui thought her foot was pricked by something, and was about to ask Bai Feng to take a look, but to her surprise, she saw that it was a crab that had clamped her foot. Sui was immediately frightened and screamed, but it was really difficult to deal with the crab that was clamped on his foot. Bai Feng could only remove the other claw of the crab first, and then pry it open with his hands to remove the crab that was clamped on Sui's foot. However, Sui's feet were also bleeding. Bai Feng felt sorry for her, so he quickly let her return to the bamboo raft, washed off the mud and blood on her with water, and then rushed to the shore, where he found the great thistles that were everywhere, so it didn't matter even if she was pricked by the thorns. He picked a few pieces, smashed them with a stone, and applied the pulp to Sui's wound. Sui was not a sensitive person, so he didn't care much about the bleeding. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, Bai Feng continued to paddle the bamboo raft and wander far away. If he came across water chestnuts, also known as chicken head rice, Bai Feng would go down and pick up a few, peel them, and eat them together. But this time didn't last too long. Half a day later, Bai Feng went back to help the fishing team catch fish and crabs. Romance can't be eaten, food is still the first priority, but fishing is also very happy. Especially when you catch fish one after another. It is more joyful than watching flowers with Bai Feng. In the end, all the tribesmen returned home with a full load, and Bai Feng gave Sui the honey she had been longing for, which maximized Sui's happiness on that day. Although other grains are not yet ripe, some crops can be harvested, such as hemp, which Bai Feng values the most. How many clothes he can wear this year, and whether he can weave a big net to catch fish all depend on how much hemp he can produce. Chapter 92, Taking Back Power. In addition to growing hemp in a dedicated hemp field, the Bai Feng tribe also planted hemp in other fields. The hemp grew exceptionally well and was almost all over 2 meters tall. Seeds were also scattered casually under the city wall. Their tenacious vitality shocked Bai Feng. Each one grew well. Although not as good as those grown in the fields, they were still slightly better than the wild ones. Hemp is dioecious. Male plants grow taller and thicker, but do not produce seeds. Seeing that the time was almost up and the stems were basically yellow, I cut down all the plants one by one without mercy. The female plants produce seeds, so we waited a few days longer and cut them later than the male plants in order to allow the seeds to dry thoroughly. After the male plants were cut, all the leaves were removed first, and then they were thrown directly into lime water to retting. The hemp can only be fermented after the seeds are beaten off the female plants. It is quite troublesome to process the hemp, but these tasks are left to the women in the textile team. They are experts in this area. Bai Feng seems to be a bit of an amateur. All he can do is to provide them with help within his ability and meet their reasonable demands. Although Bai Feng did not ask the pottery team to make any shapes for the glass, he still wanted them to continue their research on glass, even if the colors were still mixed and it was not transparent enough, as long as it could let light through. Bai Feng only hoped that they could make a glass window, a square piece of glass. This should not be that difficult. Bai Feng's window had been prepared long ago, but it was still installed with wood. Once the glass panel was made, it could be installed to provide better lighting in the room. But the progress of the pottery team has been very slow. There is no difference after each kiln, and Bai Feng's expectations are getting lower and lower. Later, he simply forgot about it and focused on the mica flakes. It is also transparent, but more brittle and easy to obtain and everywhere. You can break off a piece of mica with your hands, so it can be used as a substitute for glass. Although white crystal is more transparent, harder, and produced in large quantities, it is still difficult to make it into a flat surface. And it is not good if it is too transparent. Bifone will have no privacy at all. Although he has no plans to have children for the time being, he still has to live in his own world of two. On the side of Swearin, Baoshi had just dealt with several elders and made them speak with one voice, determining that it was Chang He who assassinated his brother Qi. Then he killed Chang He to avenge his brother. In this way, he would encounter much less resistance when he took over the entire tribe. At least the warriors led by his brother would not offer much resistance, and the people of the He tribe should have even less resistance. Baoshi and a few others walked out of Qi's cave. The two beauties were already lying in a pool of blood. Of course, the murderer was Chang He, and he used a bronze dagger. In any case, it was not Baoshi who killed them. Summoning his warriors, Baoshi asked them to follow a few elders, summoned all the tribesmen and some more important people, and announced that he would be in charge of Suerin's affairs. Soon, tens of thousands of people gathered at the foot of the hillside, lined up according to their status and the affiliated tribes they belonged to, waiting for the adults to announce the important events. Baoshi's stupid brothers all came to the front, but his two younger brothers who didn't understand the situation didn't even come, because there was no place for them to intervene in such matters, not to mention that they couldn't even speak. One of them, Jun, a useless brother, had his body hollowed out by women. Not to mention his hunting or fighting abilities, he looked very weak at first glance, making it hard to take him seriously. But even such a fool as him felt that Baoshi standing at the highest place was an eyesore, and that he should not stand there. If it was Qi, he could barely accept it, so he shouted at Baoshi to get off. Although the other brothers didn't say anything, one could tell from their eyes that no one was convinced. They didn't admit their own incompetence, but felt that Baoshi didn't deserve to be there. Even if they were stupid, they knew the location there, and that the clothes were something only the clan leader could stand and wear. But they did not have the courage to chase Baoshi away, and only hoped that the strongest brother Qi could come out to chase away the annoying Baoshi. But to their disappointment, after shouting for a long time, Qi did not come out. Baoshi waved his hands and pretended to be sad and said, "My brothers and clansmen, our clan leader, Swearin in the previous life, who was also my father, are dead, and my elder brother Qi, who was supposed to inherit my father's position, was just assassinated by Chang He, the head of the He tribe." Everyone gasped when they heard the news. The chief of their tribe had just died, and there was a powerful son who could take over, but now there is nothing left. Baoshi continued. After Qi died, he went straight to the beauty without any hesitation, which shows how incompetent Chang He is. He has no intention of contributing to the tribe. And after he finished using it, he directly killed the two beauties, which shows his shamelessness and bloodiness. In order to protect Swearin from being destroyed and to avenge my brother, I killed Chang He. Now, I think I'm the only one who can be the leader of the Swearin clan. Do you have any objections? The ordinary members of the tribe had no opinions. They all kept their heads down and kept silent, waiting for the leadership to make a conclusion. No matter who became the tribe leader, it would not change their lives in the slightest. Upon hearing that Qi was dead, Jun suddenly became bolder. He said something like, "How dare a little guy like you become the patriarch?" As he spoke, he walked up and swung his fist at Baoshi. Baoshi was not afraid of this weak and useless brother. He dodged with a slight dodge, and then the knife in his hand stabbed into Jun's body. Jun let out a wail, and then blood kept flowing down. After a while, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and became unresponsive. When the other brothers who had originally wanted to fight for a position saw this, they no longer had any interest in it and lowered their heads, pretending not to see it, hoping that Baoshi didn't see them. Seeing that everyone was quite obedient, Baoshi gathered the elite warriors under his command and continued to intimidate everyone with force. In this case, it seems that everyone has recognized me as the leader of the Swearin clan. But don't worry, I am not good at killing people. I just hope to build and develop our tribe better. Next, Baoshi directly stripped several of his brothers of their military power. They no longer had warriors of their own and became just brothers of the clan leader with some empty privileges. In the future, we will not divide territories among them and let them govern their own tribes. Instead, we will just let them continue to stay in the Lu tribe. This solved the problem of Swearin becoming weaker as he divided his tribes. However, if Swearin wanted to regain his former glory, or even become stronger than before, he had to bring all the subordinate tribes that had been divided away back under his management. Chapter 93. Troubles one after another. The Bifong tribe was shrouded in worry again. It was because the weather was too bad. It was just a rainstorm, and they would not have taken it too seriously. But now it was hail, and the crops they had planted would be ruined. They could only watch the hailstones bounce and roll, but there was nothing they could do. Neither the rice, buckwheat, nor the sorghum vegetables were left. Bifong is particularly afraid of summer rainstorms, which are not only accompanied by heavy rain and strong winds, but also often by hail. Fortunately, the rainstorm did not last long, and the hail only lasted for a few minutes. Bifong and the others held out hope that they could still rescue the crops because the ears of corn had not yet emerged and were still growing stalks, so a hailstorm would not result in a complete harvest. The temperature was very low after the hailstorm, even though it was summer, and everyone shivered as they went to check the damage to the grain. Buckwheat suffered the most serious damage. Its short and brittle branches were broken into pieces by the hailstorm, and the newly opened flowers were all destroyed. Bifong could see that the buckwheat harvest was a complete failure. The situation of rice is slightly better, but the yield has also been reduced by more than half. Sorghum only grows stalks and not ears. Now, that it is beaten like this, it just makes the sorghum look a little more miserable. Other impacts do not seem to be that great. The buckwheat was not waiting to bear fruit, as there would be no harvest anyway, so it was all pulled out and used as silage for the cattle. Although it was extremely painful to pull it out, there was no other way. It could still be of some use if it was harvested now. If it was harvested later, it could only be burned as firewood. The herd also underwent some unusual changes. A cow gave birth to a calf. Although it was unlikely to be a calf, according to the timing, the calf was still extremely nervous. After all, this was the first life born in its tribe. But the cow was still young, and it was her first time giving birth. So as expected, she had a difficult birth, and the calf couldn't come out. Bifong could only risk entering the cowshed to pull the calf down to see if he could. However, cows giving birth would not recognize people, not to mention that they were not raised by Bifong and were very wild. The other cows all dispersed to eat grass. Only the calf stayed with the mother cow. When Bifong came, the mother cow became very agitated and would not let Bifong get close to her at all. She started to charge at Bifong as soon as she saw him coming. The calf couldn't be stopped, and there was no way to stop it. But in this situation, even if Bifong wanted to help it, he didn't dare to go over to help. Although a cow is extremely important to the tribe, Bifong feels that his own life is more important. But it was clear that the cow was in a bad condition and had not given birth after trying for more than 2 hours. The tribesmen nearby, especially the one who usually fed and watered them, were worried. He knew that the cow was of great significance to the tribe, and he had developed feelings for it. Bifong had people tie up its hooves and horns with ropes, and several people held it tightly. Bifong originally wanted to pull the calf, but the tribesmen were worried and thought it was too dangerous and that the tribe leader should not be allowed to go. So he pushed Bifong away and started to pull the calf himself. Bifong did not argue much, but stood aside to cheer him on. Fortunately, pulling a calf was different from helping people give birth. The danger in helping a cow give birth is mainly for the people, while the calf just needed to be pulled hard. After the tribesmen's strenuous dragging, the calf finally landed on the ground after a long time. When the calf was born, the cow's resistance became stronger. In order not to step on the calf, she let them continue to pull it. Clean the mucus off the calf's head, clean the amniotic fluid in its mouth, and confirm that the calf is still alive. It's just that it's too weak, and it's been too long since it was born, so its legs are too weak to stand up. Another reason why the cow struggles is that she has produced milk, but the calf has not yet started to suckle, so it is very painful. The cow's legs were tied up, so they were not afraid of being kicked, so they held the calf and lifted it up to drink milk. The calf could not stand up, but it could open its mouth, and once it found a position, it began to suck heavily, and the cow gradually calmed down. The milk started to flow in, and the calf had enough strength to stand up unsteadily. They slowly let go of their hands and let the calf stand and change positions to drink milk. Then they untied the ropes that tied the cow's legs and quickly moved away from the cow. The cow didn't kick them again. Seeing that both the big and small cows were safe, she simply untied the rope that tied their horns. The cow quickly turned her neck and licked her calf. The calf standing by and watching was relieved at this time. It stopped roaring anxiously and went out to eat grass with the herd. There were only 2 cows left in the cowshed. After the last placenta came out and was cleaned up, Bifong and the others left with peace of mind. As for things like the placenta and the umbilical cord, they were absolutely not allowed to be eaten, although the tribesmen accepted them all. However, Bai Feng still threw it onto a tree outside the city wall to feed the wild beasts. But Bai Feng didn't expect how much trouble this would bring him. Now the city wall is being built according to Bai Feng's idea. The parapet at the city gate stretches for dozens of meters. This place is the most important place to fight the enemy. Other places can be built slowly towards the back. 2 well-built arrow towers were built, just enough to accommodate one person standing in them. The 2 most important weapons of the Bai Feng tribe were crossbows, one placed on each side. Although only a small tribe has attacked now, Bai Feng knows that future wars will involve real soldiers of thousands of people, and it will not be like a fight between 2 villages. Bai Feng knew that his tribe lacked foundation, so a safe defense was the most appropriate approach. If he could have tens of thousands of tribesmen, then he could fight for the title of the ancestor of human civilization, and it would not be impossible for the descendants of Yin and Huang to become the descendants of Yin and Bai, or Bai and Huang. The houses where the tribesmen live are basically brick houses. The old mud houses have not been demolished and are used as firewood rooms, where firewood, coal, cement, and other building materials are usually stored. However, not all the houses are coated with cement. Only Bai Feng's house has cement exterior walls, because the tribe's cement production is not that high. But once the house is built, it is okay to paint the exterior walls later. Chapter 2. There is too much severe convective weather in the summer. Thunder starts to sound in the evening, and the sky is covered with dark clouds. It may only rain for a few minutes, but the thunder is scary enough. At this time, everyone must have gone back to bed early, and there is no need to arrange anyone to be on duty in this kind of weather. No animal would be brave enough to come out in this kind of weather. Thunder rumbled in the middle of the night, and occasionally a burst of rapid rain could be heard. Bai Feng was awakened several times during the night. He always felt like something was screaming and roaring, which made him panic and uneasy. However, he eventually thought that he was scared by the thunder, so he forced himself to fall asleep. When we got up in the morning, the ground was indeed wet and there was some water accumulated, so a lot of work could not be done. However, everyone still got up and gathered together on their own initiative. After selecting the people, they were asked to go about their business. Those who had no work to do and were unwilling to help out to get work points went back to sleep. Those who were ambitious went to earn a house for themselves. Of course, not all the tribesmen were hard-working and motivated. Many of them just wanted to muddle through and thought that it was enough for them to live better than the wandering savages. Bai Feng was inspecting his vegetable garden when a tribesman came running over in a panic, saying that the cattle-raising tribesmen were looking for him because something serious had happened to the cattle. Something happened to the cattle? Bai Feng's first reaction was that something happened to the calf that was born yesterday, so he quickly quickened his pace and walked towards the cowshed. As a result, they saw the tribesman who raised cattle halfway. He was crying with tears in his eyes. Bai Feng guessed that the calf might be dead, but it had clearly stood up and fed milk yesterday, so there was no reason for it to die. Is the calf dead? Bai Feng asked tentatively. The cattle farmer was stunned at first, wiped his tears, and nodded, agreeing with Bai Feng's question. It's okay, it's just a calf. If it dies, it dies. We will have more calves born in the future. Just consider this as an experience gain. Bai Feng comforted him, but the cattle-raising tribesman did not seem to be comforted. Instead, he burst into even more grievances and squatted on the ground, crying loudly. Bai Feng didn't understand. No matter how heartbroken a calf was, it shouldn't be like this. He turned to look at the other tribesmen and found that they didn't look happy either. Bai Feng thought to himself, it's not good. Only a calf died, right? So everyone shook their heads. So both the bull and the calf are dead. They nodded and then shook their heads, which made Bai Feng even more confused, so he asked directly, how many people died? What happened? Just tell me clearly. The cattle herder tried to control his crying, but failed. Someone nearby said, Chief, our cattle were attacked last night. 4 of them died, big and small, and many more were injured. Bai Feng felt dizzy. Who attacked? Which tribe? Did they leave any traces? The tribesmen said, Chief, it wasn't the wild men who did it. It was wolves. Lots of wolves. There are 2 wolves that were trampled to death in the cattle pen. There are wolf paw prints everywhere in the cattle pen. It's a wolf again. Bai Feng felt that he was at odds with the wolves. When he first came to this world, he was ambushed by wolves. Last winter, he was attacked by a pack of wolves. Now, the wolves have robbed his cattle pen. How could this be tolerated? Bai Feng was now feeling distressed and angry, but there was nothing he could do as it had already happened. He stepped forward and pulled up the tribesman who was squatting on the ground crying, and together they went to the cowshed to see the extent of the loss. As soon as we got near the cowshed, we could smell a strong, fishy odor. When we went inside, we saw blood, gray hair, yellow cow hair, and wet paw prints all over the ground. The herd of cattle was still in a panic, and the sound of Baifeng entering the pen caused a commotion, which scared Baifeng. On the edge of the cowshed, there were 3 incomplete cow carcasses, all covered with wounds and bitten to pieces. I squatted down and endured the stench to take a look and found that their internal organs had been hollowed out. There were only 3 carcasses of cows, one of which was the cow that had given birth yesterday. It could be identified by the white pattern on its head, but now its eyes had become dark and dull and were filled with mud and water. Baifeng also felt a little sad. It was no wonder that the tribesmen cried so sadly. There was a happy event yesterday, but today it turned into double the pain. It was not pleasant for anyone. But there were only 3 cow corpses here, and the calf was not here. Following the traces on the ground, we found an obvious dragging route. Along the way, we found that a hole had been dug in the wall, and the hole was full of scratches. It was not easy to make a hole in such a thick wall, let alone a wall so big that a calf could be dragged out. They couldn't dig into the high places on the wall, so they dug a hole in the ground. In short, they dug out a hole big enough to accommodate 3 Baifengs at the same time. Baifeng was very angry, but it was more important to keep an eye on the cattle now. He walked inside and called the calf, and the calf came out after mooing twice. Its pure white hair had become tangled with mud and blood, and its original color was almost unrecognizable. Dried blood could still be seen on its horns. I wasn't sure if it was from a wolf or another cow. It seemed to have wounds on its body as well. After a careful inspection, I found many scratches on its body, and its fur was scratched all over. However, its mental state was good, and it was not in any danger. Most of the other cows in the herd seemed to be injured, but none of them were in danger of life and could move around and eat and drink normally. Even if Baifeng wanted to give them some medicine, they were too alert now, and Baifeng didn't dare to get close to them. There were 2 trampled wolf corpses on the ground, not to mention that their bodies were trampled to pieces. If it weren't for their special fur and size, Baifeng really couldn't associate them with wolves. 2 wolves were dug out of the mud. They were ineatable, but their fur was still intact. It was just that their bones and internal organs were crushed. Baifeng had the 2 wolves skinned. He wanted to make boots from them. He would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart unless he stepped on them all day long. Looking back, Baifeng went outside the city wall to see the situation outside the cave and see where the calf's body was dragged. He followed the dragging marks for a long way before he found the skeleton among a pile of rocks. There was not a trace of meat on the white skeleton. They really knew how to cherish food. Baifeng was so angry that he almost laughed. There was really nothing to eat on the ox heads, so they stayed there. Baifeng became more and more angry as he watched. Thinking about his own experience of being tortured by wolves, Baifeng simply didn't intend to endure it anymore and just found someone to kill this group of wolves. From now on, no wolves are allowed near the Baifeng tribe. All the wolves that come will be killed. Baifeng made a stern statement and rushed to the tribe angrily, ready to pack up his things and follow the footprints to kill all the wolves and take revenge. It just so happened that the tribe was in short of good leather. Since they had the ability to dig such a big hole in the wall and kill 4 cows from such a large herd, it meant that their number must be quite large. However, Baifeng suddenly thought of something on the way back, so he took a detour to take a look. Sure enough, the cow placenta hanging on the tree was gone, and the ground under the tree was covered with wolf paw prints. Baifeng was a little annoyed. This time he didn't think it through. Hanging the meat outside would just attract wolves. If there were these things again in the future, even if they didn't eat them, Baifeng would just burn them instead of hanging them outside. Chapter 94. Kill the Wolf's Den. Baifeng was very angry, and so were the entire tribe. Baifeng said that he was going to encircle and annihilate the wolf pack. No one objected, and instead they all went to get their weapons. Of course, Baifeng would not be so anxious. Although there was no pressure at all to kill wolves with so many people, protective measures still had to be taken. The main fear was rabies, which Baifeng was not sure he could cure. Although there are records in ancient Chinese medical prescriptions of using mad dog brains for treatment, Baifeng cannot guarantee that it will be effective, although the brain of a mad wolf can also be used by the same token. There are other methods, such as the moxibustion method mentioned in emergency prescriptions for the elbow. This is because the rabies virus is not heat-resistant, so moxibustion is effective. Guhong also determined that the onset of rabies is once every 7 days. If it does not occur for more than 37 days, the patient will be ill. If it does not occur for more than 100 days, the patient will be immune. It is certain that Gu Hong had a lot of clinical experience in treating rabies, but it seems that the effect of moxibustion will not be very good after all. There is also a prescription, Xia Yushu decoction. The pathogenesis of rabies in traditional Chinese medicine is stasis and heat in the body that makes people mad. This prescription of Zhang Zhongjing was used by some people in the 1980s to treat rabies that had already occurred, and the effect was very good. However, it was forgotten after the vaccine was developed. Of course, Bai Feng knew the treatment method, and these medicines were very easy to find, so he collected them. However, he had never treated rabies patients personally before, so everything came from books and medical records. Therefore, Bai Feng thinks that it should be avoided if possible, and it is better not to have such a bad result. Bamboo armor cannot protect against knives, axes, or bees, but it is extremely effective in protecting against wolves' bites and grabs. But there is no time to make more exquisite bamboo armors. If it is any later, the traces left by the wolves on the road will disappear, and they will not be able to find the hiding wolves. Especially now in the evening, it is particularly easy to rain, and everything will be gone once it rains. The thunder last night was so loud that it masked the movements of the wolves and the noise of the cattle. Also, there was no one on duty outside, giving the wolves an opportunity to take advantage. However, the fact that the wolf pack dared to act so recklessly on human territory and even come out during a thunderstorm at night reminded Bai Feng of the wolf pack he encountered last winter. Not every wolf pack could have such a large number of people and be so brave. Thinking of the look in the Wolf King's eyes at the end, Bai Feng felt that this incident must have been done by that group of wolves. Let everyone find bamboo, break it into pieces, and tie it to their limbs and bodies. Although it is a bit uncomfortable and not very convenient to walk, this kind of defense is enough for fighting wolves. Besides, it is not a fight with humans, so there is no need to pay attention to protection and flexibility at the same time. Bai Feng had made a set of rattan armor for himself early on, mainly because he was too afraid of death. Now his armor was being made, and Bai Feng felt that since his intelligence and martial arts were not the strongest in this era, he would become the one with the strongest defense and the most surviving in this era. It was just noon, and there was still enough time. More than 200 strong men, carrying bows and arrows, holding knives in their hands, and wearing ridiculous bamboo armor, followed Bai Feng's footsteps to hunt and kill the wolves. The wolf pack's footprints are very clear, not only the footprints on the way back, but also the footprints when they went down the mountain to hunt cattle. Although they overlap, they're still easy to identify because they were at different times. This also shows that the wolf pack must live on this road. The further they walked, the clearer the traces of the wolves' life became. They could also see traces of them moving in different directions. Judging from the tracks, there were no less than 100 wolves in this pack, which is about the same number as the wolf pack they encountered last year. But until evening, Bai Feng and his men still hadn't found the location of the wolf pack. In order not to waste time on useless work, Bai Feng directly ordered to set up camp in the wild at night. There are so many of them, not to mention a pack of wolves. Even if a group of tigers came, they would have to consider whether they dare to attack these humans. Fortunately, it didn't rain that night, the moon was bright, and there were many stars. They built a temporary camp with branches, and several big fires burned all night. As soon as it was light in the morning, they put out the fire, ate a quick bite, and then started their pursuit again. One morning, although they had not seen the wolves yet, they could already hear their voices. They were downwind, so they were not afraid that the wolves would discover them too quickly. As long as the wolves appeared in their sight, they would have no chance of escape. Getting closer and closer, they finally found the wolf pack's lair, a hillside with a lot of gravel and many caves, which were perfect for the wolves to live in. Although it was cute to see the little wolf playing behind the big wolf and learning and practicing hunting techniques, Bai Feng had no sympathy at all. He was not a saint. We walked further and reached a range of bows and arrows, but there were still few wolves outside. It seemed that most of the wolves were not there, perhaps still sleeping in the caves. However, these 20 or so wolves are still wolves, and Bai Feng can accept them all. So he found a good position, drew his bow, and loaded an arrow. The female wolf seemed to have discovered something and looked in the direction where Bai Feng and the others were hiding. Bai Feng did not hesitate any longer and shot an arrow that hit the wolf directly. The others also fired a rain of arrows. Only a small number of the wolves below escaped without being hit. Their cries were very miserable, like the crying of little children, which made Bai Feng panic. but Bai Feng was still waiting for the main force to come out so that he could deal with them all at once. Sure enough, a few wolves poked their heads out of the cave stealthily to see if there was any danger. After trying a few times and finding no danger, they took the brunt of the attack and ran towards the Luo people who had been shot. There were too few of them. Bai Feng felt that it was unnecessary and that he should wait a little longer until all the wolves came out before concentrating his fire on them again. Sure enough, before long, the other wolves saw that there was no danger outside and came out one by one to check. Bai Feng took this opportunity to call on everyone to shoot arrows at the same time. Another wave of arrows rained down, and many wolves were hit by arrows. Seeing that it was almost time, Bai Feng put down his bow and arrow, stood up, raised his long sword, shouted loudly, and rushed out to chop the wolves. The wolves, already panicked by 2 waves of arrows, lost their courage as wild beasts when they saw Bai Feng rushing down and scattered in all directions, dodging the chopping knives. Even the counterattack had no strategy. Apart from in numbers, they were no match for the wolves Bai Feng encountered last year. Just when Bai Feng was wondering if he had guessed wrong, a wolf howl brought all the wolves back to their spirits. Bai Feng looked up and saw that it was indeed the Wolf King from last year. It was still as high-spirited as ever, but this time he had to kill it. Chapter 95 Wolf King. Under the command of the Wolf King, the other wolves instantly regained their fighting spirit, and their counterattack became organized using their hunting methods. Even if Bai Feng and the others had knives in their hands, the wolves would try to go around and bite them. But several wolves surrounded one person, and finally they bit the person despite the pain. However, the bite was indeed a hard bamboo piece, and the person was not hurt at all. Just when he was about to let go and bite another place, he was cut on the neck by a knife and fell to the ground twitching. More soldiers went down to the battlefield. Now there were more humans than wolves, not to mention the difference in size and strength between humans and wolves. The wolf pack was directly defeated, and no matter how the Wolf King commanded, it was ineffective. Seeing the wolves being chopped down one by one, the Wolf King had no choice but to abandon his den and his injured tribesmen. He called out to the surviving wolves and was about to flee. The wolves began to run away without stopping. Bai Feng and his men only killed more than half of the wolves, and dozens of them still ran away. Bai Feng wanted to leave no one alive. Even if he killed so many now, he would not feel satisfied, not to mention that the Wolf King was still alive. The Wolf King looked at Bai Feng with more vicious eyes than last year, which made Bai Feng very unhappy, so he asked the bear to shoot the Wolf King to death with an arrow. Knowing that they had long-range weapons and still standing there motionless, did they really think that it could hide like it did last winter? Needless to say, the bear also planned to kill the Wolf King. Now was the perfect time. He put an arrow on the bow and flew out with a roar. The Wolf King was sharp-eyed and realized something was wrong when the bear pulled the bow. He turned around and was about to run, but it was too late. The arrow shot by the bear directly shot the Wolf King down from a high place. Bai Feng saw it clearly. That arrow had definitely pierced the Wolf King, and now he wouldn't be able to live much longer. The wolves saw that the Wolf King had fallen, so they stopped listening to his orders and started fleeing in 2s and 3s in panic. Wolves run faster than humans, especially in a mountain like this, so Bai Feng just asked the warriors to chase them out and shoot them with arrows. If they're out of attack range and can't catch up, then there is no need to chase them anymore. Now that the Wolf King is dead, these wolves are no longer a threat. However, even though the Wolf King was shot, Bai Feng was still worried and wanted to go over to check it out. It would be troublesome if the Wolf King had some kind of protagonist halo. He climbed up the hillside with a few soldiers and searched carefully, but apart from a pool of blood, Bai Feng really couldn't find the Wolf King's body. It couldn't be so bloody, Bai Feng thought. However, he followed the blood trail and saw a large pool of blood at the bottom of the slope. This should be where the Wolf King took a break. Anyway, he must have been shot and was injured. Even if he didn't die, he couldn't run far. After fiddling with the bushes, I found a bloody path. It seemed like the wolf was being dragged by something. Could it be another wolf? Bai Feng trotted after it, but before he had run even 50 meters, he saw the hiding Wolf King. It was gasping for breath and could hardly move. When it saw Bai Feng coming, it struggled to move, but did not succeed in moving forward. Only half of the Wolf King's body was exposed. Although his body was covered in blood, wolves were cunning. What there were other wolves hiding here? Moreover, the traces on the road looked like they were dragged there. Asking a few soldiers to keep an eye on the surroundings, Bai Feng raised his arrow and shot several arrows at the bushes where the Wolf King was hiding, but there was no response. Instead, the Wolf King seemed to be hit by an arrow again and let out a groan. Bai Feng walked forward, raised his knife, and chopped off the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King lost a lot of blood, and not much blood came out of his neck. After dragging out the Wolf King's body, Bai Feng thought he was shot in the lower abdomen, but he didn't expect that the arrow pierced his thigh and the other thigh was also stabbed. No wonder he didn't die for so long. That bloody trail should have been caused by the Wolf King crawling with his front paws and dragging his body, not by other wolves. To be honest, Bai Feng was shocked by the perseverance of this wolf, or maybe it just had a strong enough desire to survive. But now that the Wolf King is dead, the other wolves are nothing to be feared, and the wolf problem near the tribe has been solved. The wolves killed this time can barely make up for the loss of the cattle. Bai Feng carried the Wolf King's head, and the warrior carried the wolf's body, and they returned to the battlefield and began to clean up the spoils. The tribesmen who were pursuing them came back. Nearly 30 of them had escaped, but they only caught up with 6. The others ran too fast for them to catch up, and the range of their bows was not enough. All the wolves were piled together according to their size, and after counting them, there were 84 wolves, not counting the cubs. This wolf pack was really fertile. The cubs were useless, and their skins were too small to make anything, but the tribesmen still chose to take them with them. At least they could make some broth. As for whether killing this wolf pack would cause the local ecology to become unbalanced, Bai Feng felt that there would be no problem at all. Not to mention that there are so many biological species now, and there are only a few dozen wolves missing. If the territory is empty, other wolf packs will come. He just hopes that the wolf packs that come in the future will be more sensible. And with so many wolves running away, it was just right. The Bai Feng tribe was also a group of hunters that could replace the wolves. They couldn't find as much prey in their hunting grounds as before, so it was just right that they could take turns coming to these two places, and the wild beasts here could also be cleared out, so it was relatively safe. After killing the wolf, you have to check the wolf den to see if you can dig out something or find a hiding wolf. To be on the safe side, it is better to light some wet leaves and firewood at the entrance of the cave and let the smoke go in to see if it can smoke out a hiding wolf. They lit a cigarette and fanned it, and Bai Feng and the others were choked. The smoke slowly entered the cave, and soon they heard wolves squeaking like puppies acting cute. Soon a big wolf could not hold on any longer and ran out. The soldier guarding the cave entrance was quick-witted and slashed the wolf's spine with a knife. The wolf kicked its legs and waited for death to come. After a few minutes, no more wolves came out and no more noise was heard, so they cleared the smoke and waited for the smoke in the cave to dissipate. Then they went to check to see if there was anything good. Pine branches were used as torches. Fortunately, the entrance to the cave was large enough for an adult man to enter by squatting, but the space inside was even larger, so it was no problem to stand or walk. However, as soon as he entered, Bai Feng vomited dryly because of the smell. It was not the smoke, but the smell of a wolf's den, a sour and stinky smell, the smell of freshly burned cigarettes, and an indescribable smell that made Bai Feng's stomach churn. But there was no reason to just go out after entering, and the cave wasn't very big, and Bai Feng had already seen something there. When I looked closer, I saw a lot of wolf cubs on the ground. A rough count showed there were more than a dozen of them. Many of them looked like they had just been born, and their eyes were not even open yet. Bai Feng asked them to take these little wolf cubs out and be gentle and not to think of killing them even if they were still alive. Bai Feng endured the discomfort and walked around again. After making sure that there was nothing left, he decided to leave. The oxygen in the cave was not sufficient, and the torches were not burning brightly. However, when he turned around, he saw something reflecting light on the ground. He squatted down and pulled it, and found that it was a piece of metal as big as an egg, and there were several smaller ones. Anyway, it was golden under the firelight and felt very heavy. Bai Feng guessed that it was gold because bronze was not that heavy. He quickly got out of the cave, threw away the torch, ran to a distance, and took a few deep breaths of the unpolluted fresh air. After walking around the wolf den, not only did his stomach churn, but his head also began to feel dizzy. The light outside was good. Bai Feng took out the 2 pieces of metal he had picked up and looked at them carefully. He was sure that they were gold because there were tooth marks on them from the wolf's bite. Only gold could be so soft. This must be the dog head, wolf head gold. Chapter 96, Treating Heart Disease. Although he had found gold, Bai Feng was only happy for a short while. Although he felt that gold was a good thing, he couldn't explain how it was good. It will be a precious metal in the future, and it will be a precious metal in 1,000 years, but it is really useless now. It is too soft and difficult to use for making utensils. It is useless except for its beautiful color. Moreover, Bronze nowadays is golden in color and harder than gold. Even though it's useless, Bai Feng couldn't bear to throw it away. He decided to keep it. It didn't take up much space anyway. He didn't have the chance to touch such a big piece of gold in his previous life. Now he might as well satisfy his craving for it. After pocketing the 2 natural gold nuggets, Bai Fengqi was almost exhausted and turned around to check on the wolf cubs he had just brought out. There were 17 wolf cubs in total from all months of the year. 5 of them had not opened their eyes yet. Their silver gray fur reminded Bai Feng of the Wolf King. Perhaps these cubs were the Wolf Kings. 7 or 8 of them were already dead and could not be saved, but the rest were still breathing and moving their bodies. If they survived, Bai Feng would have planned to train them. It would have been great if they could have been tamed. There would always be a generation that would have turned into dogs, right? Especially the litter of silver wolf cubs. Bai Feng plans to raise them himself. If they cannot be tamed and are still very wild, then their Bai Feng tribe will get several completely undamaged high-quality furs. Carrying the wolf's body, Bai Feng and his companions were about to go down the mountain. If they hurried, they could still get back before dark. It was not a good idea to always sleep in the wild. The ground where the corpses were piled was covered in blood and mud. I didn't know if it would provide a good opportunity for other carnivores and scavengers, or if it would all become nutrients for the grass. The wolves were killed and revenge was taken. On the way back, the tribesmen were very happy. The bad mood caused by the damage to the cattle herd almost disappeared. Even if they saw a pheasant with a red belly and a yellow tail on the road, they would not take out weapons to shoot it, but would praise its beautiful color. When we returned to the tribe, because it was a day later than expected and we didn't go back last night, the whole tribe was in a state of panic. All work outside the tribal city was stopped, and only some work inside the city walls was done. The patrols on the city walls have become more rigorous. Bai Feng is very satisfied with this situation. As long as something happens that is different from the plan before going out, he will be extremely alert at the first moment. When the warriors returned to the tribe with dozens of wolves, the tribesmen shouted happily. This was the first time that their tribe took the initiative to attack the enemy. Even though it was not a human, it was still very successful. As soon as the wolf corpse was put down, everyone started to hurriedly take off their bamboo armor. To them, this was like torture. Not only was it ugly, but it also pinched the flesh and was very tight. If they hadn't been fighting the wolves, they would have taken it down and thrown it away long ago. However, this time Bai Feng felt that it was necessary to make some proper bamboo armor. Although the protection was a little worse, it was better than nothing. Besides, there was no need to temporarily tie bamboo strips when in a hurry. I heard from them that the cattle are not in good condition now, and they are unwilling to enter the cowshed, because once they go in at night and the door is closed, they have no place to escape and can only huddle together and wait to be attacked. Bai Feng felt that heart disease needs to be cured by heart medicine, and the ring should be untied by the person who tied the bell. So he picked up the Wolf King's head and went to find the cattle. The cattle graze outside during the day and sleep outside the cowshed at night, leaning against the wall. The shelter of the wall gives them a great sense of security, and the wide grassland gives them the opportunity to escape when danger comes. Bai Feng picked up the cow's head and found the calf that was nibbling grass. The blood on its horns had dried and fallen off. When it saw Bai Feng coming, it just raised its head and mooed to show its support. Now, Bai Feng and Sui seldom come to see the calf. Not only because the calf has grown up and become ugly, but also a little smelly, which Bai Feng and Sui find dislike for it, but also because the calf is not very dependent on Bai Feng and Sui after he formed his own tribe. So the relationship between them is slowly fading, but it has not yet reached the point of attacking Bai Feng. It's just not as passionate. Although the calf was rather indifferent, Bai Feng was still more enthusiastic and called out to the calf. When the calf raised his head, Bai Feng held up the Wolf King's head for the calf to see. When the calf saw the wolf head, he was startled at first and took a few steps back. But then he saw that only the wolf head was left and the wolf was dead. So he walked forward boldly and took a closer look at the wolf head. He felt unsatisfied just by looking at it. So he used his horn to knock the wolf's head away from Bai Feng's hand. After it fell to the ground, he raised his broad hooves and hit a few times, almost breaking the head and embedding it directly into the ground. The calf called the other cows to come and see. And when they saw that it was the Wolf King's head, each of them was more vengeful than the other, and they would come up and step on it, even though it was very crowded. Only when the wolf's head could no longer be seen did they feel relieved and scattered to graze again. Bai Feng saw that the cattle were in a better mood and did not stay any longer. He patted the calf's head and left the wolf's head there. Then he turned around and left. There are so many wolves, and it is unknown how long it would take if we deal with them one by one. However, the savages have experience in dealing with these, so everyone works together, removing their heads and limbs very smoothly, and then slowly peeling their skin. The skins are put together and have to be saltpetered before they can be used. The meat is particularly prone to spoilage in the hot summer, so they are quickly processed with salt. Several of the little wolf cubs are now fully alive, and the slightly older ones are showing very obvious aggressiveness, pretending to bite people. Bai Feng asked several warriors to share one, and it would be best to raise it together so that they could maintain a certain level of combat coordination. As for Bai Feng, he was holding 3 little wolf cubs whose eyes had not yet opened. They were from the silver-gray litter. Now there was no milk, and there was no milk in the herd either. He didn't know if the little wolves could survive. The little wolves didn't know what was going on yet. After all, they couldn't see. But they knew that they had left the den and that the people around them were not their parents, but they didn't know what this meant. The tribe had no milk to feed, but there was a cow that had just given birth, and they should have been able to use its milk, but now the cow was killed by wolves. Bai Feng couldn't possibly let them eat wind and drink dew. Given the current limited conditions, Bai Feng could only feed them broth and rice porridge. Whether they could survive depended on their stomachs. Fortunately, the little wolves had their stomachs full after drinking, and after they were full, they lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Although the other wolf cubs are a little older, they are still not weaned. They can only be fed with meat broth, rice porridge, etc., hoping that they could be raised well. Chapter 97. The Microphone in the Wasteland. There were many wise men in this era. They often wandered among the tribes and made a living by fortune-telling or performing sacrifices for other tribes. They also have the most knowledge. Some of the wise men who are lucky enough not to be captured by wild beasts on the road may have traveled all over the land where human tribes live. The information of this era and the mutual understanding between tribes were largely obtained through these wise men, so the information gap between them is actually very large. But if you don't listen to the words of the wise, you will know nothing. The words of the wise may be exaggerated or outdated, but they are still of certain reference value and are much better than guessing on your own. Another type of people are the solitary wandering savages. They have no tribe and no one is willing to accept them. In addition to hunting some prey themselves, they also collect some seemingly precious things to exchange for food from other tribes. All tribes also have a tacit rule, which is not to kill savages who come to your tribe as guests or for exchange, no matter how big and powerful the tribe is, because these wandering savages are needed to convey messages. For example, some large tribes wanted to build a market, but if they were the only ones occupying the place and people from other tribes didn't come, their efforts would be in vain. So these wandering savages were the best messengers. They had to wander around all day to feed themselves. The big tribes gave them some food as a reward for passing messages among the tribes. Why not send one of your own people? It doesn't take many people to pass a message, but if you go alone, you will easily be eaten by wild beasts on the way, so lowly wandering savages are the most suitable. In order to ensure that the message can be delivered safely, those tribes will also find many wandering savages to pass the message at the same time, not just one. If only one person is unlucky enough to be killed, the message will not be delivered. Therefore, the lifespan of wandering savages is very short. Not only is there a shortage of food, but they're also more likely to encounter danger when living in the wild for a long time. They also have no tribe to go to. Some tribes could not hold on, and the tribesmen fled in all directions. Those people had no choice but to become wandering savages. Bai Feng didn't know this rule before, until a stray savage came to the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng thought about shooting him to death with an arrow, but fortunately, he was persuaded by the tribesmen. If a person entered another tribe and was killed, there was only one possibility. That is, this tribe was a cannibal tribe. Moreover, their tribe has not received any news from other tribes for a long time, so they can take this opportunity to ask them. Invite the wandering savage in, and only after he has delivered the message or answered the questions that Bai Feng wants to know will he be given food. As expected, this wandering savage was only here to deliver a message. The large Shishin tribe downstream was planning to hold another gathering during the full moon season, also on the bank of the river. Last year's gathering was attacked by cannibals, so this time they chose a flat river valley that was not hidden in the forest. In addition, the Xian tribe hoped that the large tribes could send troops together to protect the gathering place to avoid being attacked by cannibals. When Bai Feng heard the news, he was actually a little scared and really didn't want to go. Last year, Baoshi disguised himself as a cannibal and attacked the gathering. Fortunately, there was a forest, so they were able to hide in the woods and escape. What if this Chishin tribe also got as smart as Baoshi, set up a trap, waited for all the tribes to arrive, and then launched a cannibalistic surprise attack? That would be disastrous. The loss of tens of millions of families will enrich his family. This news is very important, but it is useless to Bai Feng. The Bai Feng tribe will not go to the gathering this year. What if they meet Baoshi again, and he is not sure whether it is safe? However, Bai Feng still gave food to the wandering savage. Although he would not go, he could also see if the tribe had been cheated and then decide whether he could go to next year's gathering. It's a pity that the White Wind tribe is still too weak, otherwise he would have wanted a whole rally. In addition to this news, the wandering savage also talked about some changes in the tribes near the Big River Basin. For example, the most important news was that the old patriarch of Swearin clan died and a new patriarch took his place. However, the patriarch was not the eldest son Qi, but the not-so-famous Bao Shi. There's also the old Shinnong, who is in poor health and probably won't live long. His son Lin Kuei is going to inherit the Shinnong clan, but Xingtian looks down on Lin Kuei and also wants to compete for the position of clan leader. The stories of these two tribes are the most attractive. After all, they have been deified throughout the entire continent. However, Bai Feng is a little worried about Bao Shi being the tribe leader. He had previously thought that Bao Shi was the designated next clan leader, but he didn't expect that he was just an ordinary second generation. However, judging from Bao Shi as a person, Bai Feng estimated that the death of the old clan leader and his brother were both related to him. Then the rest of the information is nothing more than boring things like which tribe produced a tiger-fighting warrior, which tribe performed a high sacrifice, and which gods appeared. Finally, the wandering savage said something that made Bai Feng's feet shiver. He said, "There's a story from Swearin. That is, the current tribe leader Baoshi said that there's a tribe called Bai Feng, which is extremely wealthy and has many treasures. They spent dozens of beauties and dozens of bags of grain to get a knife. His brother Qi was killed by the chief of the He tribe who wanted to take the knife. It is really hard to imagine how good the knife must be to attract the chief of such a large tribe. By the way, your chief is called Bai Feng. You are not from the Bai Feng tribe, right?" The wandering savage suddenly asked. The tribesmen on the side nodded proudly, as if they felt that it was an honor for the big tribes to rob their tribe of its products. They even drew out their knives to show the wandering savage whether it was worth their effort. The wandering savage touched it and felt that it was really worthy of its reputation. He turned around and looked around and found that everyone was wearing a long sword. With the high city wall, he felt that the White Wind tribe was absolutely wealthy, which he could not even imagine. All the tribesmen were very happy except Bai Feng, who felt his scalp tingling. This was Baoshi's strategy. He wanted to push the Bai Feng tribe to the forefront, so that there would always be greedy tribes coming to attack the Bai Feng tribe. If it were possible to kill this wandering savage, Bai Feng would have chopped off his head on the spot. Only the dead can keep secrets, so the specific situation of the Bai Feng tribe would not be revealed. No matter how much other tribes wanted to attack the Bai Feng tribe, all they knew was the wrong location and number of people given by Baoshi, which did not match the Bai Feng tribe here. As long as you don't say it, no one will know that you are from the White Wind tribe. However, this wandering savage is a problem now. But the rule is that you can't kill him once he enters the tribe. So what if you're out of the tribe? Maybe he was killed by a wild beast. Chapter 98, Come and Drink Soup. He casually let the wandering savage eat some food. Anyway, the wild vegetable roots could fill him up. The savage was not picky and drank 2 bowls of the bone soup. No meat, just boiled from crushed bones of the White Wind tribe. Fortunately, these things are not precious at all in the Bai Feng tribe. Otherwise, we would have to kill him later, and the food we just ate would be wasted. The message was delivered, the food was eaten, and before leaving he asked for a discarded, chipped pottery bowl from the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng naturally gave it to him generously, and the savage thanked him profusely and was about to leave. Originally, Bai Feng planned to wait for him to leave the city gate and then kill him with a crossbow. But after thinking it over, he decided that this was not a good idea, as it would easily lead the tribe astray and turn a good savage into a savage without manners and rules. He is different, he knows restraint and knows the limits. This time he had to do it for the survival of the entire tribe. Seeing that the savage was about to leave the city gate, Bai Feng suddenly stopped him and said, "I also have a message, and I hope you can help pass it on to other tribes. Of course, you can stay and eat something." When the wandering savage heard about this good thing, he immediately sat down on the ground and waited for Bai Feng to arrange things for him. What message did he want to convey? What Bai Feng wanted to say was false. He just came up with it temporarily in order to keep the savage. Our tribe is short of women, so when you go to other tribes, you can tell them that the Bai Feng tribe can exchange food and weapons for women. We only want beautiful women. Do you understand? The wandering savage nodded to indicate that he had taken note of it. The tribesmen who were waiting on the side thought that the chief was really going to bring back some more beauties, and they immediately shouted happily. In fact, there were already far more women in the Bai Feng tribe than men. Every man could meet a woman and have the opportunity to pass on his genes. Those strong and capable men not only have more than one wife, but they also occasionally seduce women without husbands or are seduced by those women without even having to pay a price. Bai Feng knows this, but is too lazy to intervene. At least those men have better genes and their children are stronger. Men who are incompetent and thin are not welcome. No woman is interested in them. If they want to find a woman to sleep with, they have to live frugally and save part of their food rations in exchange for the opportunity to sleep with a woman. Bai Feng felt that doing so was immoral and indecent, but when he thought about it carefully, where was the morality in this shitty world? He did the same thing before he came here, and now at least he has restrained himself and no longer does things in the wild. At least he goes to the house. As a wandering savage, he can only move around in the outer city and cannot go to the core area of the Bai Feng tribe, so he cannot see clearly the other situations of the Bai Feng tribe. They don't even know that the Bai Feng tribe now has hundreds of acres of fertile land and no shortage of food. They have a herd of cattle that can continue to reproduce and grow, and they have no shortage of meat and furs. They also have fish ponds, vegetable gardens, various kilns, blacksmith shops, and so on. The Bai Feng tribe is very wealthy, but they can't let outsiders know. They can only have the impression that the Bai Feng tribe is just an ordinary hunting tribe, with better weapons and more prey to eat. But the damn Bao, she wanted to put the Bai Feng tribe on the fire. But the Bai Feng tribe did not have the ability to deal with those big tribes, so they could only try their best to pretend to disappear in the wilderness. If he wanted to spread the word, he should eat now. Although he was already full and a little stuffed, who would care about eating more? Would he die from eating too much? Bai Feng knew that people could die from being stuffed, but he didn't say it. People in this era only knew that not eating would lead to starvation, but they had never seen anyone die from eating too much. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't think of starving him to death. That would be such a waste. There are many ways to kill someone without them seeing it. For example, he had seen small mushrooms growing on the rotten wood by the wooden fence next to the vegetable garden. There are many edible fungi and even more poisonous ones, but there are only a few major types that can be lethal even in small quantities. Coincidentally, the mushroom growing on the dead tree is the agaricus, one of the poisonous mushrooms that can be lethal even in small quantities. In the past, Bai Feng had bought some popular science books in order to find out which local wild mushrooms were edible, so he had a deep memory of this small but highly poisonous mushroom. There are many wild mushrooms in the wilderness, many of which are also eaten in later generations. But Bai Feng dare not pick them because he knows that mushrooms have a detoxification process, and mushrooms that can be eaten in later generations may not be edible now. For example, Flammulina velutypes, actually silver inoki mushrooms, Flammulina velutypes are yellow, has been eaten in later generations, but it is still poisonous, containing colchicine. However, it is safe after being processed at high temperature, so it is better to eat less. Bai Feng picked 3 poisonous mushrooms as big as fingernails, but was afraid that the wild man was too strong and might not be able to put down these few. So he picked a few more. After smelling it, there wasn't much smell, but Bai Feng didn't dare to taste it, for fear that he would get hurt if he licked it. Grab a handful of crushed bone powder and throw it into the pot to boil over high heat for half an hour. Bai Feng smelled the delicious aroma, so he threw in the mushrooms and smashed them with a wooden stick so that the mushroom juice could be fully integrated into the bone soup. He filled a bowl with soup and asked the tribesman to take it to the savage, but the tribesman probably couldn't help himself because the food smelled too good. He took a small sip when Bai Feng wasn't paying attention. Bai Feng heard the sound and turned around and saw that the tribesman had swallowed it. He was shocked and angry. He snatched the broth from his hand, not caring even if some of it spilled, and put the broth on the ground and kicked the tribesman. The man knew he had made a mistake and squatted on the ground obediently, not daring to resist. Bai Feng was very anxious. Just as he was thinking of a solution, he saw a bird feather on the ground. He picked it up, pried open the tribesman's mouth, and stuffed the muddy feather into his mouth. When it reached his throat, it scraped a few times, and the tribesman burped but didn't spit it out. He looked at Bai Feng with a little fear. He just secretly drank a sip of soup. There was no need to treat him like this. The tribe had plenty of bone powder. Before he could say anything, his mouth was pried open again. This time the effect was very good, and the vomit spurted out directly like a faucet. Fortunately, Bai Feng was agile and took a step back and moved far away when he was about to vomit, so the vomit did not hit him. Not knowing whether he had vomited everything out, he tried to poke again. The tribesman's tears were flowing, and his nose and mouth were full of vomit. Seeing Bai Feng coming again with the feather, his throat started to itch and he vomited again. Seeing that he had vomited everything out by now, Bai Feng told him to go back and drink more boiled water. He must drink more. If he didn't want to die, he should listen to him. The tribesmen didn't understand, but still nodded with tears in their eyes. There was only half of the soup left in the bowl, but there was still some in the pot. Bai Feng filled it up with soup. In order to ensure that no other tribesman would steal the remaining soup, he simply poured out the bottom of the pot and then smashed the clay pot. Bai Feng then took the bowl to the wandering savage. After drinking it, the savage said it was delicious, and he was so full that he could hardly stand up. But as soon as he finished drinking, Bai Feng advised him to leave quickly, otherwise he would die in their tribe. Chapter 99: The Wise. The wandering savage walked away, burping all the way, and Bai Feng saw him off enthusiastically. The tribesmen all felt that their leader's condition was a little strange, but they couldn't tell what it was. Because he found white crystal with very high purity, Bai Feng started polishing it whenever he had time. After a long period of persistence, he finally got 2 lenses, one convex lens and one concave lens. An iron tube was forged with iron to be installed with lenses, with a convex lens in the front as the objective lens and a concave lens in the back as the eyepiece, thus making a simple Galilean telescope. It's just that due to the workmanship issues, it's still a bit blurry, and the image is purple when looking far away. But it's better than having nothing at all. Having such a telescope can give you the upper hand in war. Bai Feng has always kept this telescope in a bamboo tube and rarely takes it out. Although Xiong knows that Bai Feng has such a magical thing, which is like the means of God, he has only experienced it once. The feeling of seeing something far away appear in front of his eyes is very scary, but it makes people unforgettable. Only Sui can play with it occasionally. This thing is very precious, but it takes too much time to polish it. When he was polishing, he produced several scrap products that were not smooth enough or had crooked shapes. They could not be used as lenses, but he could carry them with him and use them as fire starters. It was not difficult to make a fire with flint, but he had to find tinder. But this mirror did not require any tinder. All it needed was sunlight and a pile of grass to light it. If Bai Feng had not criticized him, Sui might have set the entire tribe on fire. Bai Feng stood on the city wall with a telescope, looking at the wandering savage who was walking away. When the telescope became blurry, Bai Feng found that he seemed to bend over and start holding his stomach, but he did not stop and kept walking forward. This is the onset of poison. As long as you enter the forest, you don't have to worry about being poisoned to death. There will be no body left anyway, and it will be decomposed by various creatures in less than half a day. Bai Feng was thinking mainly that since they were here to deliver a message, there would definitely be more than one person coming. As long as the people who came later didn't find out that this wandering savage had died in the Bai Feng tribe, and the other tribes didn't think that the Bai Feng tribe was like a cannibal, it would be fine. If they come again in the future, they will change their names and not say they are from the Bai Feng tribe. They can call themselves the Xiong tribe or the Qi tribe. Anyway, the Bai Feng tribe will disappear from the outside world for a while until the limelight has passed or the Bai Feng tribe's strength has been improved. The poison of the wandering savage took effect, and the poison of the greedy man also took effect. Although they vomited it out in time, they were still affected. When Bai Feng arrived, he was pale and groaning while holding his stomach. Bai Feng asked him questions, and he still responded and was conscious. So he quickly found some boiled water, dissolved some salt in it, and forced the man to drink it. After that, he squeezed his stomach to make him vomit. He repeated this 4 or 5 times until the man's mouth was drooling and he no longer covered his stomach. Only then did Bai Feng stop this rough gastric lavage. His complexion improved a little. Bai Feng thought that he should be fine after being rescued. So he sat beside him and asked, "Will you still be greedy and eat random things in the future?" The tribesman shook his head with tears in his eyes, but soon he seemed to find something wrong. He paused for a moment to think, and then said in surprise, "Chief, that's soup." Bai Feng told him to have a good rest, not to think too much, and not to talk nonsense. Everything is for the tribe. Remember, everything is for the tribe. When he went out, Bai Feng heard him still repeating this sentence. One of his own tribesmen drank a sip and induced vomiting, but it was still like this. Then the wandering savage must be dead now. Bai Feng felt that he was really shameless, but there was no other way. For the safety of the tribe, he could only kill him. The tribe had just been peaceful for 2 days when another person came. This time the person was not a wandering savage, but a wise man. He not only came to deliver messages, but also to perform divination and sacrifices for the tribe. When Bai Feng heard that it was a wise man, he asked someone to welcome him in. He was also very curious about what the wise men of this era were like that allowed them to get along well with all the tribes. The warrior came over with a sloppy savage with a huge tortoise shell tied on his back. In one hand, he was leaning on a pine branch that had probably just been broken from the nearby woods, and the pine needles and cones had not been cleaned up. In the other hand, he was holding a handful of straw, and no one knew what it was for. When he got closer, Bai Feng saw that the thing should be yarrow, which was used for divination. Perhaps the wise man felt that Bai Feng had been looking at his things for too long, so he became a little unhappy. He hid the yarrow behind him and coughed. Bai Feng had no intention of stealing his things. It was just yarrow, a rotten straw. What use was it? However, he still pretended to be embarrassed and asked him to sit down. My name is Wangzhua. I have traveled all over the world. There's no place I have not been to. This time I happened to pass by your tribe, so I came to visit you. At the same time, I can tell fortunes and offer sacrifices for your tribe. The wise man said very seriously. In line with the principle of respecting the wise, Bai Feng quickly replied, My name is Feng. This is the Ji tribe. We welcome the wise man. It's our honor. Yeah, Wang's simply responded and looked up at the sky. As for Bai Feng's name change and the tribe's name change, all the tribesmen knew what was going on. Bai Feng had also explained to them the reasons for doing so, and the tribesmen understood it. So when Bai Feng was talking nonsense, the tribesmen didn't react much. Bai Feng only felt that Wang's was a little cold and pretentious, just like the charlatans in later generations. He didn't know whether he had real ability or was just pretending. However, since he didn't say anything, Bai Feng fixed his eyes on the tortoise shell on his back. The turtle shell was really big. Bai Feng had never seen such a big turtle shell. It felt like a sea turtle's. Bai Feng knew that the only turtle shells that big were sea turtles. Wangzhou felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Bai Feng staring at the yarrow and then at the tortoise shell. Although people from other tribes would look at it, they didn't look so brazenly. This is what my ancestor Fushi peeled off from the giant turtle when he created the 8 trigrams by the river. Later, this turtle shell was passed down until it came into my hands. Therefore, my divination skills can be said to be the strongest in the world. Fushi. Bai Feng slammed the table and stood up. He didn't expect that the descendant of Fushi had come here. But according to the legend, Fushi created mankind and the world even earlier than Suiren and Shinno. Bai Feng thought it was just a false legend. He didn't expect that there really was a successor. Chapter 100 Master. Wangzhou was also frightened by Bai Feng's sudden excitement. He thought that Bai Feng had a grudge against Fushi and felt that he was doomed. In the past, he pretended to be a descendant of Fushi and was treated respectfully by everyone in the tribe. But when he came to the Ji tribe, not only did they keep staring at his treasures, it seemed as if they had a grudge against Fushi. Bai Feng asked again, Are you really a descendant of Fushi? Wangzhou gritted his teeth and said, Yes, sort of. What do you mean by if it is, it is? If it is, it is, and if it is not, it is not. I admire Fushi the most. I didn't expect that I could actually meet his descendants. It's such a blessing. Perhaps the living Fushi would become his enemy, because unification would be accompanied by war, but Fushi, who had become a god, was Bai Feng's object of worship. Bai Feng also hoped that Xian Yuan would become a god with his wife Leizu as soon as possible, so as not to affect their Bai Feng tribe. Hearing that the Ji tribe had no grudge against Fushi, Wangzhou breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, I'm scared to death. Then he straightened up and said, I am a descendant of Fushi, that's for sure. Since you said you worship my ancestors, I will reluctantly do divination for your tribe once. Okay. Bai Feng was very happy. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, he actually knew divination. For example, he knew the Lu Yao plum blossom. He just wanted to see how divination was done in the tradition of Fushi. Bai Feng was waiting for him to start, but Wangzhou didn't move, just sat there. So, when do you start divination? Do you need anything? Wangzhou was speechless. Other tribes treated their children with delicious food and drinks, but the people of this tribe didn't know any rules at all. Didn't they know to give them some food first? I've been walking for too long, and I'm a little tired. Let me take a rest first. Bai Feng finally came to his senses and realized that everything had to be paid for. So he asked people to prepare meals quickly. Meat and fish were a must. How could a wise man, especially a descendant of Fushi, be treated the same as a wandering savage? Wangzhou was invited to the tribe again. He couldn't sit directly on the ground next to the city wall, but he wouldn't be allowed to enter the core area either. The area next to the warehouse where firewood was stored was a good choice. There were houses that looked like they were lived in, and they were filled with firewood cans and the like. Wangzhou couldn't judge the strength of the Baifeng tribe. The food was very rich, with at least 3 pounds of roasted meat, a large fish, fresh bamboo shoots, and wild vegetables, which were blanched and mixed with some salt and seasoning powder. The fruit was seasonal wild apricots. Even though Baifeng was the patriarch, he couldn't eat such meals every day. When the food was neatly cut and placed on a plate on the table, and Wangzhou was given a pair of exquisite chopsticks, even though Wangzhou often ate and drank among various tribes and felt he had seen the world, he could no longer remain calm. Who makes eating so much trouble? Shouldn't they just roast a pile of meat and eat it directly? Or cook wild vegetables into soup? But why bring out wild vegetables when entertaining guests? And what are these 2 wooden sticks for? Why not give knives and forks? Wangzhou didn't touch his chopsticks. Even though he was very hungry, he didn't know where to start with the rice on the plate. Baifeng picked up the chopsticks, picked up some bamboo shoots, and ate them, then urged Wangzhou to pick up his chopsticks as well. But Wangzhou had no idea what to do. He thought Baifeng was deliberately humiliating him. He wanted to get up and leave after scolding him, but he couldn't bear to leave the food on the table. Seeing that he didn't eat and seemed a little angry, Baifeng thought that he had not entertained him well, but when he saw him raise his hand but stop and his chopsticks were not moved, he realized that he had not prepared tableware for him. It had only been half a year since everyone in the Baifeng tribe got used to using chopsticks, and other tribes didn't even know what chopsticks were. So he quickly found a pair of bronze knife and fork for Wangzhou, and only then did he forgive Baifeng's unreasonableness and started to eat with relish. Baifeng wanted to eat with the guest, but Wangzhou's expression became strange as soon as Baifeng started to eat, as if he was the only one who could eat the food. Baifeng thought that this was the way people thought in this era. Moreover, Wangzhou's yellow teeth and spitting saliva made Baifeng completely lose the idea of eating the food. By the time Wangzhou was very full, he had not finished the meat on the table and had not touched any of the wild vegetables and fruits. Just a piece of meat made Wangzhou very satisfied. Baifeng was about to ask someone to clear away the leftovers, but Wangzhou looked unhappy again and said directly, "Since these meals are made for me, I haven't finished them yet, and I will need to eat more later. Can it be that your tribe will only let a wise man eat such a small amount of food?" Although Baifeng did not have such an idea, he just felt that he should make new food for the next meal. However, Wangzhou's words made him feel embarrassed. He thought that he could not treat people of this era with the hospitality of later generations. Baifeng apologized repeatedly, and Wangzhou gradually calmed down. Then he did not break his promise. He took out the arrow and started to tell fortunes for Jibu. Baifeng asked if he could ask precise questions about the divination. Wangzhou directly replied that whatever he had calculated was what it was, and told Baifeng, who knew nothing, not to talk nonsense. Then Wangzhou took the arrow and began to fiddle with it. He put 5 stalks in the middle, and then put some on both sides. He took a few stalks from the left to the right, and then took a few stalks from the right to the left. Baifeng was confused. He also knew the theory of divination with yarrow. 50 yarrow stalks represented the avenue, and the one in the middle represented the missing one. However, whether Wangzhou had only more than 30 yarrow stalks or the number that was missing in the middle, it was different from what he knew. Could it be that it was passed down incorrectly or changed by later generations? After a long while, Wangzhou sorted out the yarrow and said in a deep voice, "I have predicted that a great disaster will befall your tribe." This scared Baifeng. "Master, what disaster is it? Can you tell me in detail?" Wangzhou was choked by Baifeng's word master. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he felt that the word seemed to have a high taste. He decided to call himself a master when he went to other tribes in the future. "I asked the gods for divination, and they told me that a tribe called Ji will face a great disaster. They didn't tell me what kind of disaster it is, but you need to hold a grand sacrifice and offer 4 pairs of men and women to the gods. The more meat and food, the better. Only then will the gods help you resolve the disaster." Hearing this, the tribesmen nearby were about to cry, and they all requested the chief to quickly ask the king to perform a sacrifice to help the tribe survive this disaster. Baifeng was a little worried at first, but after hearing this clumsy explanation, the fortune teller directly asked the gods and said Ji tribe. Where did the Ji tribe come from? Bai Feng made it up on the spot. He originally wanted to say the Zeke tribe, but he was afraid that others would know the name of the Zeke tribe as a cannibal, so he said Ji tribe. Even if what Wang's was said was true, the one who got in trouble was the Ji tribe, so what did it have to do with their Bai Feng tribe? Now that I think about it, Wang's really looks like a master in every aspect. Chapter 1, A One Go Cheat on Others. Bai Feng no longer had the same respect in his heart as he had at the beginning. Even if he was really a descendant of Fuxi, as long as he was cheating under the guise of Fuxi, he did not deserve anyone's respect. Well, Master, can you tell me what divination is all about? Of course, I don't want to learn it, but I just want you to tell me what those yarrows represent. I think they are very wonderful. Wang's was very pleased with it. He smiled and stroked his short beard. My ancestor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams and later the method of divination. The yarrow divination is one of them. As the saying goes, there are 5 branches of the great Tao. So when you're doing divination, you have to use the 5 branches to represent the great Tao to ask the gods. You won't understand the other things even if I tell you. Bai Feng was sure that Wang's was a liar. What about the 5 branches of the Great Way? He must have heard it wrong when he was eavesdropping somewhere. Among the 50 people on the Great Way, only one can escape. Knowing that Wang's had no real ability, and that his identity as a descendant of Fuxi was probably fake, Bai Feng set his eyes on the large tortoise shell on his back. Wang's was said that this was a tortoise shell passed down by Fuxi. It was unknown whether it was true or not. If it was real, Bai Feng felt that he could really kill people and steal treasures. But Wang's regarded these things of his as extremely precious, so it was not easy to take a closer look. But he had to give it a try, right? Just in case he couldn't stand the test. Master, I want to see your tortoise shell. Can you please take a look? Of course, it's not for free. Our tribe will exchange it for meat. How about we take 2 more pieces of meat as big as the one you just ate? He was about to refuse. After all, he had picked up this tortoise shell on the seashore before. Although there were many giant tortoises like this on the shore, he had only picked up this one. Over the years, he had relied on this tortoise shell to trick people all the way from the seaside to the river basin, and everything had gone smoothly. It could be said that this tortoise shell was his livelihood. But then again, there's no harm in taking a look. Anyway, he himself couldn't understand what was engraved on it, let alone others. He had traveled to many places over the years and had a wide range of knowledge. He had heard a lot about Fuxi and had also met other wise men. He learned some things from them by stealing their knowledge and asking them questions. The symbols on the tortoise shell were just randomly carved by him. 2 large pieces of meat were enough for him to eat for a long time. If he could cheat some more here through sacrifice, it would be enough for him to go to the next tribe to cheat people comfortably. So Wang's agreed to the deal with great heartache. Bai Feng quickly ordered someone to bring 2 pieces of marinated meat and give them to Wang's. Only then did Wang's reluctantly take off the tortoise shell and put it on the table for Bai Feng to check. Bai Feng looked closely and had to admit that it was really big, but Wang's didn't know how to maintain it, so the scales on it were a little warped and the back was very smooth. Anyway, no matter how Bai Feng looked at it, it looked like a turtle shell. It was impossible for old man Fuxi to have been at the seaside back then. There are also symbols on the tortoise shell. There is absolutely no pattern at all. Although there are 8 of them, they do not match any of the innate or acquired patterns. Moreover, they are carved very shallowly, as if they were ground out of stone. The symbols are not worn too much and do not look like they have been passed down for a long time. Jokingly, one would say that this is not from the Shang or Zhou dynasty, but from last week. Bai Feng was completely certain that this was a big liar, but the food had already gone into his mouth, and it would be difficult to kill people and rob them of their treasures. This guy was probably familiar with all the tribes in the wilderness, and the tortoise shell was too conspicuous. Most importantly, it was fake, so even if he got it, he couldn't use it. Once it was taken out, other tribes would know that they had killed the descendants of Fuxi. There was no need to take the risk. If it was a real thing, he could consider it. However, this liar's methods are still very effective in this era. It would be better to send him to harm Bao Shi and let him divine every day to see how many tribesmen and food he has for sacrifice. Bai Feng moved his eyes away from the tortoise shell and sighed. Wang's quickly picked up the tortoise shell again, put a rope on it, and tied it to his back. You have Fuxi's divination ability, and you have calculated that our tribe will face a great disaster. But our tribe's food is almost gone, and what you are eating is almost the last meat of our tribe, so we are really powerless to do anything about the sacrifice. I wonder if you have any other solution. Upon hearing that the patriarch did not want to perform the sacrifice, the tribesmen nearby became anxious. Just as they were about to speak, Bai Feng coughed, glared at him, and blinked, warning the tribesmen not to talk nonsense. The tribesmen were heartbroken but helpless. Thinking about the huge disaster that was about to happen to their tribe, they couldn't help sobbing and shedding tears. Wang Zhuo was a little surprised. There was no need to do this. If there was really no food, then just give some presents. At worst, he could just take less. I see that everyone in your tribe is in good health. They don't look like they are short of food. You must know that sacrifices must not be made lightly, otherwise the gods will punish you. Bai Feng also pretended to wipe away the non-existent tears. In fact, the great disaster of our tribe has already begun. There is a flood every few days, and ice cubes as big as fists fall down. The houses have collapsed, and the food is almost gone. Now, there is only wood left in the houses of our tribe. After saying this, he sobbed twice and asked the tribesmen to open the door to let Wang Zhuo have a look. Sure enough, at a glance, it was full of neatly stacked wood and black stones. Wang Zhuo then believed that the Ji tribe was extremely poor and there was nothing left to cheat. He should have left by now, as staying would be a waste of time. However, there was still food on the table, and he was very full, so he felt reluctant to leave like that. Bai Feng saw what he was thinking, so he asked someone to find a pottery jar, put all the food in it, and let Wang Zhuo take it to eat. He also said, "Our tribe is almost unable to hold on now, but fortunately we can still make some pottery. We will wait for this full moon gathering to see if we can exchange enough food and slaves for sacrifice. Then we will ask you to help preside over the sacrifice." Wang Zhuo was a little disgusted. Even if he exchanged for something from such a poor tribe, he couldn't take much away, so he simply said, "I don't know where I am next time I leave, and you won't be able to find me. Since there is no food for sacrifice now, it depends on your luck whether you can survive this disaster." After saying this, he was ready to leave, holding the jar in one hand and the 2 pieces of meat he had exchanged in the other, and he also took the bronze knife and fork with him. As for the arrow, he just threw it on the table. There were plenty of it in the wild anyway, so he could just pick it. It was not as precious as he pretended to be. Bai Feng hurriedly called him, "Master, don't worry. Do you know that Swearing Clan has a long history like Fushi Clan? They are also very wealthy, and they particularly value wise men like you. You might as well go to Swirenchi now, and when I have gathered enough food, I will have a place to find you." When Wang Zhuo heard the name of Swearen, his eyes lit up. This was a truly big tribe. Last time, he was in the Shilling tribe, fortune-telling and performing sacrifices for them. He stayed there for almost a whole year and had good food and drink. He was very happy. The big tribes were not as stingy as this small tribe. "Which direction is Swirenchi in? I'd like to go visit him this time." Bai Feng pointed and said, "Go in that direction, follow the river straight down, and you'll arrive in about 10 days. Chapter 102 Arrival at Swirenchi. The swindler was sent away, but the bad influence he brought remained. When the tribesmen saw that there were no outsiders, they burst into tears and asked the chief why he didn't ask him to stay and perform sacrifices for the tribe to avoid disaster. Bai Feng was a little speechless. People nowadays were so easy to fool. Most of them would not make up complicated lies. At most, they would hide some food. If you asked them, they would just say they had nothing. But the truth was written on their faces. It was no wonder that they were fooled by Wang Zhuo's words. Did you hear him say which tribe will suffer a great disaster? Bai Feng shouted. A group of people stopped crying and said unconfidently, "Ji tribe." Then which one are we? Bai Feng tribe. They were all very confident this time. Bai Feng put his hands behind his back and said, "The Ji tribe is in great trouble. What does it have to do with our Bai Feng tribe? Let's get back to work." Everyone was happy instantly. They no longer bothered about the sacrificial ceremony and went back to their own work, no longer worrying about the disaster. Bai Feng did not tell the tribesmen that Wang Zhuo was a liar and everything was fake. If he had told them, they might feel sorry for the food and might even run out and stab Wang Zhuo to death in the wilderness. Bai Feng also felt a little distressed. He paid a high price, but who knew that everything was fake? He spent so much money, listened to a bunch of nonsense, and saw a rotten turtle shell. But let Wang Zhuo harm Bao Shi. Although Bao Shi is much stronger than his contemporaries in all aspects, without relevant knowledge, it is not certain that one can tell the truth from the false. Bai Feng had indeed guessed correctly. Wang Zhuo happily walked into the wilderness carrying food, thinking that although he didn't get much on this trip, it was not in vain. In fact, the biggest gain was the bronze knife and fork. He thought his method was quick and covert, so he was not discovered when he stole it. Actually, the Bai Feng tribe didn't care much about that thing, as it was captured in the war with the Zeke tribe. Because the knives and forks had probably been used to eat human flesh, no one in the Bifong tribe was willing to use them, and they planned to exchange them for food in the future. What's more, they had iron knives and chopsticks to eat meat, and knives and forks were troublesome to use and had been eliminated by the Bifong tribe. Wang Zhuo happily thought about how much food he could get in exchange for this pair of knives and forks in those small tribes. Anyway, he had been eating, cheating, and stealing along the way, so he was considered rich in the entire world of wise men and lived a comfortable life. They had a lot of bronze artifacts on them, and whenever they ran out of food, they could exchange the bronze artifacts for food. It was hard currency, and everyone wanted it. Every afternoon, he would start looking for a place to camp. These wise men might not be very smart, but they had first-rate means of preserving their lives. They knew how to distinguish the paths of wild animals, determine the territory of wild animals, and had many methods to drive away wild animals. If you don't become a wise man, but become a hunter, at worst you will be an upper-middle-level hunter. As for the reason why the savages would become wise men, it was probably because they had some adventure, or were born with special features and felt that they could communicate with gods. Then, when they had the ability, they left the tribe and wandered around. However, most of them had no special abilities and could only make up stories. The so-called adventures are nothing more than meeting a pure white deer, a fish that can carry people, seeing mountains in the sky, etc. The congenital anomalies are deformities, such as 6 fingers, chung-er, or people with vitiligo and psoriasis who say they're different and then go out to look for immortals. Wang Zhuo knew clearly that he was just an ordinary person. He accidentally heard 2 wise men discussing something, one of whom was the real descendant of Fuxi. They were talking about the 8 trigrams, the 5 branches of the Great Tao, and the like. Later, he was lucky enough to find the tortoise shell on the beach, and then he went further and further on the road of fraud. At night, he chose to sleep on a tree, building a temporary sleeping platform like Yu Chao, covering himself with wood, and the tortoise shell on the top also provided a solid protection. In this way, he wandered safely in the river basins. On the way to find Suiren, they also encountered 2 small tribes, but they were also very poor. Wang Zhuo was too lazy to waste time tricking them into doing sacrifices or anything, so he just used divination and made up other answers to get free food and drink. It took a man 20 days of slow marching to reach Suiren's territory. In the past, the peripheral tribes were all subordinate tribes of Suiren and had a great degree of freedom. However, after Baoshi became the patriarch, he directly abolished most of the so-called subordinate tribes. As long as the tribe was within 5 days' journey from Suiren's camp, it was directly under the jurisdiction of the patriarch. Tribes that were more than 5 days' journey away were still subordinate tribes of Suiren. After learning that this wise man was actually a descendant of Fuxi, the subordinate tribes did not dare to neglect him. They treated him with good food and drinks and escorted him all the way into the jurisdiction of Suiren. Baoshi was also very happy after learning about such a person. He now needed all kinds of talents to develop Suiren. It would be even better if this wise man was willing to stay with Suiren. He now felt that his tribesmen were increasingly incompetent, and it was difficult for him to do what he wanted to do. After meeting Wang Zhuo, Baoshi did not ask him to tell fortunes or perform sacrifices. He just asked him to stay there first and arranged a clean cave for him, which was covered with thick hay and animal skins. Beautiful women were also indispensable, and he sent several of them into Wang Zhuo's cave, and Wang Zhuo accepted them without hesitation. After Wang Zhuo had a good rest for a day, Baoshi invited him to eat meat together and then asked him about his experiences along the way and his knowledge about the world. The king was really not good at divination and sacrifice, but in terms of knowledge, most wise men might not be as good as him. So he vividly described to Baoshi the vastness of the ocean, the fish as big as the mountains, and the fish that could spray water. It talks about an endless plain, a vast swamp full of swamps, poisonous insects, elephants, rhinos, and dragons. Just those blood-sucking poisonous insects make Wang Zhuo feel scared. Baoshi listened to these strange experiences and applauded repeatedly. He yearned for the distant world and wanted to occupy the entire continent as the territory of Suiren, but he always knew too little. So when he met a wise man, he would ask about these things. Some of the things Wang Zhuo said matched what other wise men said, and were more detailed and vivid. There were also many things he heard for the first time, so Baoshi felt that Wang Zhuo must be a wise man with real ability, so he wanted to win him over. He knew that many wise men were pursuing the goal of finding immortals, and he was afraid that Wang Zhuo was pursuing the same thing, so he did not say it directly. Instead, he used the highest courtesy to let Wang Zhuo settle down first and did not let him do anything. After a while, when Wang Zhuo was familiar with swearing, he made this request. But what Bao Shi didn't know was that Wang Zhuo was eager to stay in these big tribes, but his constant deception would be easily discovered after a long time, so he didn't dare to stay in one place for too long. Chapter 103. Unpalatable Sorghum. It is the busiest time of the year again. Everything is ripe, and the hunting team has been transformed into a gathering team, going out all day long to collect food. Baifeng values wild jobs tears very much. After all, they have high yields, are easy to pick, and taste great. Their size is almost the same as that of later generations. The lotus flowers have faded and the lotus seeds can be picked, but they are still tender lotus pods. I can only cut a small amount and bring back some to give to the tribesmen as snacks or to make porridge. If I cut a large number, it would be too troublesome now. A lotus pod cannot produce many lotus seeds, and it takes up a lot of space. I can't put many in a car. I can only wait until the lotus seeds are dry before knocking them off and bringing them back. Baifeng's fish pond operated normally as expected. Because they were afraid of lack of oxygen, the water inlet pipes were relatively high and divided into a row, dripping into the fish pond like a shower. The fish pond is mostly leaking, but it doesn't have much impact as the leakage is not much. The water inlet needs to be closed every few days, otherwise the water will overflow. The fish in it are also full of life. Because there are many different species, there's no special feed. And because the fish pond is big enough, and there are so many aquatic plants planted in it, and snails and the like are thrown in, there is no problem with their normal survival. However, the tribesmen would cut some grass and throw it in as feed for the herbivorous fish. Because the tribe's production capacity in all aspects had increased, they had also made a lot of small iron tools. The fishing team also made some iron strainers, which they could scrape through the mud on the shore to get a spoonful of snails. The tribesmen dared not eat this kind of thing. Baifeng had no experience in this area and did not dare to touch it for fear of parasites. It would not taste good without seasoning. After all, the chili peppers were still far away in America. People don't eat snails, but these things are everywhere and are indeed good food for fish. Every day, members of the fishing team can bring back several baskets in bamboo baskets. There is no other reason for this. There are too many of them. They are all in the mud, and they reproduce very quickly. Now you can see snails sporadically growing on the reeds in the fish ponds of the Baifeng tribe. For fear of disrupting the stability of the entire fish pond ecosystem, the caught snails must first be passed through a stone mortar, then pounded into snail paste and thrown into the fish pond. The snail paste is very popular, and once it is thrown into the pond, the water surface is immediately filled with fish vying for it. Because of artificial feeding, these small fish fry grow very fast, especially the black carp. The main fish species that eats snails is the black carp. Their body size has reached the level that can be caught, but the other fish are not that outrageous in size and are not even as big as a palm. Baifeng's water chestnut cultivation business failed because he did not find the fungus that could infect wild rice, and there was no fungus in the big lake either. So now the wild rice is still just wild rice, and it is not mature. Moreover, the yield is negligible, so there is no need to harvest it. Just let it fall into the water naturally and become food for fish. The output from the lake was far greater than what was captured in the forest because so much hemp was harvested that not only was there enough to make a lot of linen, but there was also a lot of hemp left over to make ropes. Ropes are indispensable in all aspects of daily life. Although other fiber plants can also be used to make ropes, they're not as strong and durable as hemp. The first thing was to make a bigger and stronger fishing net for the fishing team. Before, they used hooks, forks, and cages to catch fish, which was very inefficient. Later, they made straw ropes and made them into fishing nets, but unfortunately they were not strong enough. This time, the big fishing net is strong and covers a large area. With one net, they can complete a day's work. The rest of the time can be used to catch snails, lotus roots, crabs, loaches, and the like. There are also a lot of river shrimps, but they could only catch some in cages before, and the quantity was very small, so they never paid much attention to it. But now we can make shrimp nets with very small meshes. We can find places where shrimps are jumping densely and catch a lot with one cast of the net. Although the largest one is only as big as the tip of a finger, it is still meat and tastes delicious. Baifeng asked them to dry the shrimps into dried shrimps, which could be cooked in a shrimp porridge. The larger ones could be picked out through a sieve, and those who had the spare time could cook them and peel them slowly to eat. However, the tribesmen suggested that they should simply dry the shrimps, grind them into powder, and then cook the shrimp powder and drink it directly. It is time to harvest the crops that have been planted. Originally, buckwheat could also be harvested at this time, but unfortunately the last hailstorm made Bai Feng lose hope of harvesting buckwheat, so the buckwheat has long become part of silage feed. The rice yield cannot be compared with that of later generations. Even though it suffered a disaster, it is still the highest yielding crop in their tribe. Bai Feng only regretted that he planted too little. After the harvest, he immediately opened up a few hundred acres of paddy fields. Bai Feng roughly counted and found that there were about 10 rice ears on a rice plant, and there were about 60 rice grains in one rice ear. Although this number was not even 1/3 of the lowest yield of rice in later generations, its input-output ratio also shocked Bai Feng. He could get 600 grains for every one he planted, while wheat could only get 20. Moreover, the rice tasted very good, and Bai Feng was very satisfied with its fullness. Now, even if the Bai Feng tribe really suffered a disaster, they could live well for a year relying only on grain without eating meat. Bai Feng was speechless about the situation of the sorghum. The stalks were really tall, more than 3 meters high, but the ears were small and sparse, like the pigtails on a child's head. There was no way. Bai Feng could only think that he was growing fodder. Cattle still loved to eat sorghum stalks. However, as a grain, Bai Feng could not praise the taste of sorghum. Millet was rough and irritating, and sorghum rice was even worse. Remove the sorghum seeds from the ears, cut them at the appropriate position, and then tie them together to make a very useful broom. Their tribesmen love cleanliness, so they use Cochiascoparia to make brooms for sweeping the floor. The brooms made of sorghum are shorter and can be used in a room. If this thing is sold outside, it should be very popular. The yield of sorghum is very low, but they planted a lot of it. Bai Feng estimated that they would harvest about 3,000 kilograms. After all, so much arable land was planted with only these few crops. Because no one likes to eat sorghum, and there are other grains, Bai Feng set his sights on making wine, and sorghum is very suitable for making wine. However, what Bai Feng lacks most now is koji. Bai Feng has made fermented glutinous rice and brewed fruit wine before, but he has never made white wine because it is more complicated and not convenient to make at home. In the past, he bought ready-made koji, but he didn't know how to use it. It's a kind of koji used to make fruit wine and fermented glutinous rice. As expected, his fruit wine failed. The color was particularly good, but the taste was the same as vinegar. Later, he slowly learned and realized that the music used in the two was not the same. It was at that time that he also learned how to compose music using the ancient method, but he had learned it, but had never put it into practice. Chapter 104 Brewing. Wine has not appeared yet, but Bai Feng is sure that once wine appears, it will play an important role in this era. Not only can alcohol keep out the cold and disinfect, but people of this era did not have any drinks. They would normally even drink water from stagnant ponds, not to mention higher standards. The Bai Feng tribe would at least drink boiled water. Bai Feng always felt that boiled water was tasteless and unpalatable, so he always kept different Chinese herbs soaked in his cup, sometimes licorice, sometimes astragalus, cotinopsis, or wolfberry. There were a lot of wild ones anyway, and soaking them in water not only had flavor, but was also good for the body. The doctor followed suit and soaked different Chinese medicines in the cup all day long, just like his master Bai Feng, to highlight the difference between him and other people of the tribe. Unfortunately, this kid didn't learn well and dared to soak everything in it. It was normal at the beginning, but later he tried to soak all kinds of herbs. If Bai Feng hadn't found that his cup was too smelly, and took a closer look, he found that there was a handful of epimedium that had been moxibustion with mutton fat in it. He would not have known that this kid was so bold. But this time Bai Feng ignored him. When he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick, and he went from house to house looking for women, Bai Feng felt that he could learn his lesson. Bai Feng was still being naughty. That day, he asked the doctor to help take care of the medicine storehouse and didn't give him the chance to find a woman. It was not until the evening, when he was about to finish work, that Bai Feng talked to him and told him that he could make something to drink, but not to make random drinks, as some things would make him feel uncomfortable after drinking, and some could be fatal. The young guy was in a hot temper and had drunk so much that he was already absent-minded. Bai Feng didn't bother him anymore and gave him a piece of meat and told him to go quickly, as he couldn't come empty-handed. As for tea, Bai Feng searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. However, according to the legend, Shinnong must have had tea. However, Bai Feng still wanted to plant a tea tree himself. In later generations, he probably wouldn't be able to grow tea in this area, but now it is still very humid, so growing tea should not be difficult. Now Bai Feng is still focusing on brewing wine. He still has to try to make wine from the sorghum. Although the tribesmen will eat it when there is no food, it may take a year or two before they can eat the sorghum. By then, it is hard to say whether the sorghum will mold or not. To make wine, you first need yeast. This is Bai Feng's first attempt, and he doesn't know if he can succeed. To put it simply, making koji is the process of cultivating bacteria. Wheat bran and rice flour are indispensable because they contain enough starch. Licorice is also needed, but Bai Feng doesn't know what role licorice plays here. This is what people taught him when he was learning. It seems that it is to make the wine taste better. Polygonum hydropiper is very important, and fortunately, it is easy to find everywhere. Porhiacocos is a kind of fungus under pine trees and a very commonly used Chinese medicine. There are also a lot of it here. Among the traditional Chinese medicines of later generations, Porhiacocos is the most severely counterfeited and has the most counterfeiting methods. Grind all these things in a powder, then put them in a clean container, add water, and stir. Bai Feng did not let others interfere in the process, and even found a clean room for it. After kneading the paste made from various ingredients into finger-sized balls, put them into a wooden barrel lined with straw, sprinkle water to moisten the straw, cover it with another layer of straw, and finally put on the lid. The current temperature is quite suitable for the growth of bacteria, and the humidity is also quite suitable. Bai Feng will wait for another 2 days to see whether the koji can be made. God is still very kind to Bai Feng. Maybe it's because of the gift package for beginners. The koji made by Bai Feng grows very well, and white fluff grows on each ball without any other colors. Bai Feng quickly took these balls to dry in the sun so that a koji ball could be used. To make wine with high-quality grain, they first steam it in a big pot. The blacksmiths of the Bai Feng tribe are getting better and better in craftsmanship, but Bai Feng has been relegated to the second line and can no longer compare to those blacksmiths who forge iron every day. It's just that Bai Feng will explain to them some special forging methods, such as the steel wrapping method. 3 pieces, covering the soil and burning the blade, folding the big horse, etc., instead of just hammering. Therefore, the weapon level of the Bai Feng tribe is rising day by day, and those made by Bai Feng before are almost at the level of being eliminated. A steamer can be made by punching holes in an iron sheet, and a layer of linen can be placed on it to put the sorghum in. However, Bai Feng didn't dare to make too much at one time. If he failed, it would be a waste of food, so he steamed 50 kilograms of sorghum first. After steaming, the flour is spread out to cool down. Bai Feng also adds some wheat bran, which is a byproduct of grinding white flour and is very suitable for making wine. After they were steamed and dried, the temperature dropped almost completely. Bai Feng took out the distiller's yeast that he had carefully prepared, crushed it, and sprinkled it evenly on the brewing sorghum and wheat bran. He then stirred it evenly, put it into a large vat, sealed it, and let it ferment slowly. Bai Feng didn't know how long it would take to ferment, but he made 3 vats of it, so he had a chance to try and make errors. In the past, making fermented glutinous rice only took 3 days if the temperature was right, so making wine should take longer. So Bai Feng opened the first jar on the 8th day. The smell of wine was strong and very fragrant. Even other tribesmen were attracted by the taste. Bai Feng plans to wait for 2 more days for the other 2 tanks. Maybe they will ferment more thoroughly after 2 days. Now it's time for distillation, but we still have to add some rice husks to the lees. There are a lot of white wind in it. Stir it evenly with the lees, and then put the white wind into a large wooden steamer. Because condensation is necessary, a bamboo is connected to the upper part of the barrel as a pipe for the wine vapor to come out. A large wooden barrel is connected in the middle, and a bamboo tube is inserted through the barrel. The connection was not tight enough and kept leaking. This was the effect Bai Feng wanted. Only by continuously adding cold water could there be a condensation effect. Bai Feng was still afraid that the effect would not be good, so he used saltpeter to make a large lump of ice and threw it in to cool it down. The distillation officially began. Bai Feng kept staring at the wine outlet. After the fire burned for a while, liquid began to drip out of the bamboo tube. Bai Feng caught it in a clay pot and smelled it first. It had a very strong smell of alcohol. The brewing was successful without a doubt, but this head of alcohol could not be drunk. Perhaps the methanol content exceeded the limits seriously, and drinking it would make one feel dizzy. However, he could use it to cheat others in the future, such as Bao Shi. Could he taste the difference? After taking the head of wine, he took the real wine. Bai Feng estimated that there were about 5 or 6 kilograms of wine in this jar of lees. Bai Feng was very satisfied. He took a sip first. The aroma was rich and smooth, but his body had never felt the alcohol entering his body. After taking a sip, his face turned red and his facial features twisted. The tribesmen nearby thought that something had happened to the tribe leader and were at a loss. As a result, Bai Feng smacked his lips and said that the wine was good. Of these thousands of kilograms of sorghum, some could be kept for backup, some for seeds, and the rest can be made directly into wine. However, some strong liquor must also be distilled for use as alcohol, which can save lives. Chapter 105 Drinking. The women of the White Wind tribe helped the tribe leader to brew wine, but they didn't expect that later in the brewing process. They ran out of bran first because wheat needed to be ground to produce bran, and the stone mill was too small, so it was not easy to get enough bran. Working overtime, a large amount of wheat was ground into flour, and the bran produced was used to make koji. This time, Bai Feng wanted to use 2,000 kilograms of sorghum directly to make wine. Anyway, the high-proof liquor would not deteriorate if it was well sealed. With everyone's joint efforts, 2,000 kilograms of sorghum finally produced more than 1,000 kilograms of wine. The wine lees people thought the smell was particularly good, but they didn't like it when they ate it. However, this thing is very good for feeding cows, as it can stimulate the appetite, aid digestion, and also help them grow fat. The fishing team also took away a lot of it. It can be used to make nests. When a shovel of dregs is thrown into the lake, it is like the water boiling in the lake, and fish of all sizes rush to grab it. At this time, when a net was pulled in, it felt like the net was about to break, so the fishing team's catch saw a big increase. There was fresh fish to eat every day, and the ones that could not be eaten were salted and made into salted fish, which were then dried and neatly stacked in the warehouse. When the last tank of wine started to steam, the weather suddenly changed, and it began to rain, but this time there was no thunder, and it rained very steadily. The white wind suggested that it was a warm front passing through, and it might rain for a long time. Because it was being distilled outside, there was no way to stop the steaming as soon as the vat had begun, so someone had to cover it with a bamboo mat. Although the effect was not very good, it was fine as long as it did not affect the fire. After all the wine was steamed and the tail of the wine was gone, everyone ran back to the house to avoid the rain. As for the lees on the stove, they were left to be exposed to the rain with nothing to block them. Since it started raining, we couldn't do any work, so we just gave everyone a holiday. It has been really hard during this period, so it is no longer the same as before, with those working outdoors taking a break and those working indoors continuing to work. This time we treat everyone equally. However, the guards still have to take turns. Last time, they thought it was a heavy rain and no one or other animals attacked, but the cattle suffered. Now small piers are built on the city wall to provide the soldiers on duty with a place to shelter from the rain and keep warm at night. Although summer nights are relatively cool, going out at night in other seasons without adequate clothing and a stable fire source would be risking your life. It just so happens that now that we have wine, we can let everyone have a taste and feel the joy that alcohol brings. We were not allowed to drink before because we were afraid of causing trouble, and Bai Feng also wanted to keep the opportunity to drink for the first time at the Harvest Festival. But everyone was watching, so Bai Feng ordered that each production team take a jar back to drink. A jar was 5 kilograms, and each person got half a kilogram. It's not that Bai Feng is too stingy. People nowadays don't know how much alcohol they can drink. If they drink too much and pass out, it doesn't matter. The only thing is that they are afraid of getting drunk and hurting others. And if they vomit all the food they have eaten, that would be such a waste. So Bai Feng also told the tribesmen some precautions in advance, such as what will happen after drinking, how they will feel, and that feeling uncomfortable and dizzy are all normal. Drinking in small amounts is beneficial, but drinking too much is harmful to the body. Bai Feng also said that alcohol can make people forget their worries, but what worries do they have now? It's nothing more than that they didn't sleep with the most beautiful woman in the tribe, or didn't have a child with the strongest warrior. How can we have wine without food? Bai Feng waved his hand, and the tribesmen ate as much as they could again. They ate all kinds of poultry, animal meat, fish, and wild vegetables. They took whatever they could and did not allow any waste. If anyone was found to have wasted anything, the whole team's food intake would be halved for the next 7 days, and they would starve for a few days. After the tribesmen brought the wine and meat and returned to their own small rooms to savor them carefully, Bai Feng also brought his exquisite little wine pot to the table and prepared a few side dishes, including cold beef, cold bamboo shoots, and lotus root bacon. As for the tribesmen on night watch, they have no share today, and we dare not give them wine for fear that drinking will interfere with work. However, There is enough meat. They will bear with it tonight, and we will replace them tomorrow so that they can also have a taste of wine. Sui is a good eater. While Bai Feng was pouring wine, Sui's mouth was already full of meat slices. The meat was rather tough, so she had a lot of effort chewing it. She took too much at once, and Bai Feng's cheeks were sore just looking at it. He finally chewed the meat and swallowed it. There was too much salt in it, so his mouth felt dry. He picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it down. He was so fast that Bai Feng couldn't stop him. Just because it smelled good, Sui regretted it as soon as she took a sip. Her brows were twisted together, and she swallowed hard, stroking her chest continuously, feeling a burning sensation. Sui's face turned red after just one sip of the liquor. Her little face and neck also turned red. Bai Feng was very happy to see this, and told Sui that liquor should not be drunk in one gulp, but should be savored in small sips. It should also not be kept in the mouth for too long, or it will become bitter. After the experience just now, Sui didn't want to drink it anymore, thinking it was not tasty, so he started to show off the dishes unilaterally. Bai Feng, on the other hand, was leisurely. He ate a few bites of the dishes and drank a small cup of wine, feeling very comfortable. Sui watched Bai Feng drinking happily, but she felt that it didn't taste good at all. Could it be that her method was wrong? So she ordered another cup and imitated Bai Feng, taking a sip and smacking her lips. It really felt good. After taking 2 more bites of food with chopsticks, Sui seemed to have found a feeling, so he started drinking with Bai Feng. The two of them chatted back and forth while eating and drinking. Bai Feng also taught Sui about the things at the wine table. Although the wine table culture was not a very good thing, Bai Feng still felt it necessary to learn some etiquette. For example, when an elder or respected person pours wine, what gesture should you use to respond? What height should you clink glasses with, etc.? Now Sui is happy and willing to learn. If you tell her these things at other times, she will definitely just brush them off. There was a lot of wine and meat. Bai Feng's alcohol tolerance was pretty good. Unexpectedly, Sui's was not bad either. They prepared a lot of dishes. The two of them drank a pot of wine without realizing it. Bai Feng estimated that it was almost a pound. But seeing that Sui was still in high spirits, and he himself had not drunk enough, he put on his rain hat again and picked up the wine jug to get some wine. It was a rainy day and the wind was blowing gently. Bai Feng felt that he was suddenly a little tipsy. This feeling was so familiar and happy. I filled another pot of wine, and when I went back, Sui was already waiting there eagerly. Her face was flushed, her movements seemed slower, and she talked more. It seemed that she was a little tipsy. Anyway, I don't have to work tomorrow, so I might as well continue drinking. I don't know how long I drank, but when Bai Feng woke up, he was already lying in bed. Home-brewed sorghum wine is great. It doesn't give me a headache, but it causes blackouts, and the house smells strongly of alcohol. Just when he was about to get up and tidy up, he found himself naked. Usually, in order to control himself, he slept with clothes on. Bai Feng turned her head and found that Sui was just like her, with no covering on her body, and there was a blood stain on the animal skin she was lying on. Chapter 106 I Love You. Bai Feng felt as if his brain was kicked by a bull. He felt extremely confused. It was not because of the alcohol, but because of the scene before him. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was the first time such a thing had happened to him, and he had sex after drinking. Although Bai Feng knew that Sui would not have any dissatisfaction and would be very happy, he was still very upset. He had held back for so long, but it was all in vain, and his plans were also disrupted. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect the child after he was born, but he and Sui were already husband and wife. Although it was almost impossible to get pregnant the first time, with this beginning, he would never stop. So Bai Feng sat on the edge of the bed and did not go to clean the room. Instead, he thought carefully about the future. If he had a cigarette in his mouth, he would definitely look like a scumbag and a heartless man. Although Bai Feng never thought of being an unfaithful man and abandoning Sui, even in this era, doing so would not be subject to any moral condemnation or gossip from the tribe members. Bai Feng just felt that his tribe should change its attitude towards survival. What can they develop by being a turtle? Are they going to rely on the minimum living allowance of natural reproduction? If they want to become stronger, they should go hunting in the wild and gather other tribes. Some of the weapons that Bai Feng didn't want to touch before can now be made. Although he just slept for a while, Bai Feng's mentality suddenly changed, as if he was really going to be a father. Sui looked very tired. A girl who never snored now snored every few minutes. Bai Feng found it a little funny. The weather was very hot, so Bai Feng didn't cover her with a quilt. The windows were closed tightly, and he guarded the door himself, so no one would come in and disturb Sui's sleep, and no one would see anything they shouldn't see. For fear of disturbing Sui, Bai Feng tiptoed to clean the room. There was not much to clean, just putting the plates and wine jugs back in place. He wanted to open the door to get rid of the smell of alcohol, but Sui was still asleep, so he did not open it. The two of them should be able to drink quite well. Bai Feng weighed the wine jug and found it was also empty, which meant that they each drank at least 1 pound last night. There was no vomit on the ground, which was a good thing. After all, it would be really troublesome to clean up. Bai Feng just sat there waiting for Sui to wake up. In fact, he didn't know how to talk to Sui or what attitude he should have towards Sui, even though they were already like husband and wife. Sui was woken up by other tribesmen who had gotten up. Those people had drunk very little, and probably few of them were drunk. Xiong blew a whistle to tell everyone that it was time to get up, but it was raining, so they should continue to rest for another day. The bear realized that he had given the wrong order, so he quickly shouted, "Get up and go back to sleep." Everyone was speechless, and then lay down to continue sleeping. Xiong found the soldiers who were on duty and replaced the tribesmen who had been on duty all night and asked them to rest. Xiong gave them some wine, but they had just been on duty all night and were very sleepy. He thought that no matter how good the wine was, it would not be too late to drink it after waking up. Sui was also awakened by Xiong's shout. She sat up reflexively and was about to get out of bed, but she found that she seemed to have nothing on her body. She was not used to it, and she always felt some pain in her lower body. She didn't know why. Why would drinking too much of this thing called alcohol cause these reactions? Sui was lying on the bed, scratching her head and trying to recall the past, but she always felt that some of her memories had disappeared. This feeling was really bad, as if she had forgotten something very important. Bai Feng was a little embarrassed, but he still went forward and hugged Sui, which made Sui even more confused. What on earth happened today? Bai Feng admitted that he was just attracted to Sui at first because of her beauty. After all, it was really difficult to find a woman who met his aesthetic standards in this era. But he happened to meet Sui, and later he really fell in love with her. Perhaps it was the influence of the times. If it were in later times, Bai Feng probably would not have fallen in love with Sui. Bai Feng hugged Sui tighter. "Sui, I love you. Do you love me?" Sui raised her head and hugged Bai Feng. "What is love? If you love me, then I probably love you too. Love means that you love someone and you feel safe around him. No matter what he does, you are willing to accompany him. The person you love is different from everyone else. If you have meat, you want to keep it for him. If you have beautiful animal skins, you want to give them to him. If you have the driest and softest grass, you also want to give it to him. Then I love you. I definitely love you." Bai Feng had expected his people to discover and pursue love, but it seemed that nothing had happened. There were only primitive impulses and the desire to reproduce between them. In the end, this love seemed to come from him. Bai Feng let go of Sui and helped her put on clothes. From then on, their fates were completely connected. For this reason, Bai Feng wanted to give Sui something different. Sui still didn't understand what his discomfort and the blood on the animal skin meant. He just felt that the words Bai Feng had just said to him made him very happy. Bai Feng thought about it carefully. What he could give Sui was only an identity, but he wanted to give Sui an identity that did not exist in this era. He was the clan leader now, and Sui was the clan mother. If he became king in the future, Sui would be the queen. But it's not enough for him to just know it in his heart. He has to let everyone know, and he has to establish this model and tradition so that whoever becomes the tribe leader in the future can continue this practice and maintain the stability of the tribe. Suddenly, I remembered that I had picked up 2 pieces of gold nuggets. I couldn't make other things with them, but I could make jewelry with them. They were golden, and the colors were very beautiful. Bai Feng did what he said. He drew a sketch of a crown for Sui and designed a bigger one for himself. Originally, he should have used a coronet, but Bai Feng felt it was inconvenient and the crown was lighter and more beautiful. Of course, the current technology cannot be too complicated, but since the honey was harvested once, the Bai Feng tribe has also obtained a considerable amount of beeswax. However, the tribesmen could not see this thing because inedible things were meaningless to them. Only Bai Feng made a few candles with beeswax and placed them in his room, and the other waxes were kept intact in the warehouse. Bai Feng wanted to use the lost wax method to make crowns for both of them because it was the simplest and most suitable method. A blacksmith simply could not make such a complex shape. Moreover, bronze ritual vessels at that time were also made using the lost wax method, and the results were very exquisite. Bai Feng was confident in his carving skills, so he carved the wax blank himself. If he failed, he would throw it on the fire to heat it up, and it would return to its original shape. Because this matter will take a long time, everything is still being planned. Baifeng not only wants to give Sui a surprise, but also wants to let the tribe members see more novel things. Chapter 107 Crossbow. Baifeng's goal was to hold an original wedding. Firstly, to have a sense of ceremony. He had lived 2 lives, and he couldn't just handle his lifelong event in a muddle. There is also an idea, which is to imprint the concepts of family and husband and wife more deeply in the hearts of the tribesmen, so that they have this awareness. Although many small families have been formed under the guidance of Baifeng, they basically just live together and do not have deep ties. 2 capable people living together, eating together, and sheltering together seem to be no different from a married couple, but the issue of reproduction is still very confusing. Baifeng mainly wants them to establish a stable ethical relationship. It is not enough to just know the mother and not the father. Only the family system can clarify the blood relationship. This is also a necessary part of evolution. The consequences of inbreeding are too serious. Some countries in later generations, such as the royal family of Japan, practiced inbreeding in order to maintain the so-called bloodline. The appearance of princesses is hard to describe, and there are few normal people. Although the Baifeng tribe now has a larger population and more choices for reproduction partners, there is no way to guarantee that inbreeding will not occur. After all, you don't know who my father is, and I don't know who your father is. We may not have the same mother, but may have the same father. There are some stupid members of the Baifeng tribe, and Baifeng is not sure whether it is simply because their brains are not working properly or whether it is caused by inbreeding. However, the wedding cannot be held now. Now is the busiest time. The tribe's harvest cannot be affected by this matter. We have to wait until the harvest season is over. In preparation for the war that will happen in the future, Baifeng is thinking hard about what weapons he can make, and they have to be the kind that can crush the enemy. It seems that the most powerful thing is firearms. Baifeng also knows its proportions and how to maximize its power. In the past, Baifeng didn't want to release this deadly weapon thousands of years in advance, but now he thinks that even if it is not used to kill people, using it to play tricks is also a good choice. Unfortunately, Baifeng can find carbon, and there is enough saltpeter in this saline alkali land, but sulfur is really hard to find. There has been no large-scale geological activity here, no hot springs or volcanoes, so it is really unlikely to find sulfur. Drawing a bow requires a lot of strength, and it is difficult to fire continuously. If you are attacked by surprise, you will not be able to shoot arrows immediately. Therefore, Baifeng is thinking about making a crossbow, which saves effort, can be fired, and is easy to aim. Most importantly, the women in the tribe can use it easily, so that the combat effectiveness of the Baifeng tribe can be greatly improved. However, the most troublesome part of the crossbow is not the crossbow body, nor the bow and strings, but the crossbow mechanism. It seems to be a very simple structure, but it is very troublesome nowadays because they can't make springs. The steel they make is not elastic enough to make highly elastic and durable springs. This made Baifeng very worried. Although he used to be a fan of ancient weapons and knew about the crossbows of the Han and Qin dynasties, it would be a matter of life and death for him to really make a crossbow mechanism. The crossbow of the Qin crossbow is composed of several parts, including the horn, the hook tooth, the rotary blade, and the hook core. The function of the horn is to aim, and it is integrated with the hook tooth. The hook tooth is used to hook the string and is usually hidden in the crossbow body. When the string needs to be hung, lift up the inverted horn, and the hook tooth will come out to hook the string. The rotary blade is equivalent to the trigger, and the hook connects the hood and the trigger. They seem to be 3 simple objects, but Baifeng couldn't figure out what their shapes should be and how to connect them no matter how hard he racked his brains. However, he also began to brainstorm and called the carpenter and the blacksmith to ask them for advice. They also knew a little about these things. 3 cobblers are better than zhuge liang, not to mention that there are more than 3 of them. Everything is based on these 3 structures. Baifeng drew the blueprints according to his impression. The only thing he was sure that he had drawn correctly was Wangshan, because it looked like a spoon with a straight handle, but with 2 things like animal teeth sticking out from the tip of the spoon. For several days, several people drew on the ground, and when they felt that it didn't work, they used charcoal pencils to draw on a large wooden board. After drawing a rough shape, several carpenters made a wooden crossbow and assembled them together for the experiment. Many times, they only solved the connection problem, but were unable to fire. The problem lay in the smallest and simplest hook, so they focused on studying the hook. Although it was very troublesome and time-consuming to do it over and over again, no one gave up because from Bai Feng's words they already knew how important this thing was to the tribe, so they all put their full attention into it. They had never felt their brains working so fast before, and it was a very strange feeling when they got into the state. In the end, the crossbow was able to fire, but a new problem arose: how to reset the hook. Later generations abandoned the hook and replaced it with a spring so that the trigger could return to its original position after each shot. However, the crossbow made by Bai Feng and his team could only fire once after assembly, and then the hook would get stuck under the rotary blade and could not move up. Everyone was feeling a little tired, as they only had one step left. Bai Feng did not rush them, but asked them to take it easy. It would be better to take this opportunity to find good wood and prepare to make the crossbow. The crossbow body can be made of ordinary wood, and the bow body must be made of wood with sufficient elasticity. It should be possible to add iron sheets to the crossbow, but the Bai Feng tribe is not yet wealthy enough to that extent. Iron is the best material for crossbow mechanisms, but the output is still not enough, and they can only be cast. Hammering is impossible. Bai Feng estimates that 40 or 50 sets of iron crossbow mechanisms will be enough, and the rest can be made of wood. Bronze is also possible, but their tribe has not yet refined bronze, and it is not cost-effective to trade bronze with other tribes. After all, bronze is now a precious metal. The only woods they can find suitable for making crossbows are beech, elm, boxwood, etc. Other woods are relatively too soft and can easily be scrapped if made into crossbows. Once the wood was found, they cut it down with a saw and then split it into small boards on the spot for the tribesmen to pull back with carts. There was enough material, but the carpenters could already see their bleak future. Originally, there was only one carpenter, and later they found a few talented and studious ones to work together. Now they are responsible for the production and repair of all wooden products for the entire clan, and occasionally they will be called by Bai Feng to do this very difficult job. Perhaps it was because of a change in their brains. When they returned to the table to study the crossbow, everyone's mind were opened up a lot, and they were able to come up with some ideas. First, a limiter was added, which was a stick to prevent the hook from falling too low. As a result, it would still get stuck when resetting. Then, a slight arc was shaved on the hook and the rotary blade, and the crossbow could be easily reset. After trying the wooden crossbow, it was found to be able to fire normally and continuously. So, we started trial casting the iron crossbow and also started making other parts of the crossbow. We divided the work among ourselves, hoping to make a finished crossbow as soon as possible. Chapter 108: Exploring New Territory. While Bai Feng and his friends were researching the crossbow, Xiong led a group of hunters to sweep the newly occupied woodland, which was previously the territory of the wolf pack. They are relatively unfamiliar with this area, but for the future development of the tribe, they have to become familiar with this area so that it can be truly incorporated into the territory of the White Wind tribe. This forest is not much different from their previous hunting grounds. They just need to familiarize themselves with the location and then see if there are any special supplies, such as various strange stones and plants they have never seen before. Although they did not find any special stones that they had not seen before, they did find many fruit trees, and they were relatively large. There were several jujube trees. One jujube tree was very tall and old, and next to the tree were small trees that had grown from the jujubes that had fallen from it. The old tree almost doesn't bear fruit. It's just very big. The small tree is still young, and the dates it produces are very lush. However, they're still green now, and even though they are not ripe, the bear still reached out to pick some to eat. They're slightly sweet and juicy, and not bad. It can barely be considered a small jujube forest. Note the location and go there to pick the dates when they are ripe. They used to have a chestnut forest, which was of great use last winter. The other fruit trees are all in groups of 3 or 4 or with a single fruit, and there is no need for special marking. It is not cost-effective to travel such a long way just to pick fruit from a single tree. However, they took note of one persimmon tree because it was really tall and had so many fruits hanging on it. Even if the whole family wanted to eat the fruits, each person could get a few, so it was completely necessary to make a special trip to pick them. They also found walnut trees, hazelnut trees, and sandate trees, a lot of them, all of which could be preserved for a long time, and the nuts could be eaten as food. There were also many soursop, hollyhock, and various pear and plum trees, all of which were ripe now, but they could not be preserved and were very scattered, so one tree was only enough for about 100 of them to taste one. After exploring along the way, they were full of all kinds of wild fruits and could not bring any to their fellow tribesmen. However, they still left some for Bai Feng and Sui. This is the privilege of the tribe leader, and it also reflects the tribe members' respect and recognition for the tribe leader. They only covered about 1/5 of the range in a day and then hurried back. They would continue exploring the rest the next day. Because the tribe now had abundant food, it was not very important whether they brought back prey or not. It was best if they could, but no one would care if they didn't, but the prerequisite was that you had done your work properly that day. Their explorations were all vertical, and the distance they traveled back and forth in one day was the scope of their territory. If they could not travel back and forth in one day, they would give up the farthest territory. Unless there were so many of them that they built villages along the way, and they had to eat one meal at a time, and they could not control it, then it was not called a territory. Bai Feng had taught them a simple way to draw. Circles represented mountains. A tree was drawn for a forest. Curves were drawn for lakes. Lines were drawn along the direction of rivers, and grids were drawn for cliffs. If there were special things that needed to be marked, a mark would be made to indicate what it was, and Bai Feng would then mark it with words. In order to facilitate recording, they used processed rabbit skin paper. Sheepskin was too luxurious, as they also used it to make clothes. Although rabbit skin was small, it was still suitable for drawing, and it was not afraid of being torn or soaked in water. They couldn't understand what contour lines were, so Bai Feng used the hills behind the tribe as a basis and told them that such a height was equivalent to a circle. If the mountain they went to was twice as high as the tribe's mountain, then they would draw another small circle inside it. If it was 3 times as high, they would draw 3 circles, one circle inside another. If there is something special at a certain height, mark it in the middle of the 2 circles. Draw another circle next to the mountains in different locations. The valley is where the 2 circles are connected. After teaching them this way, when they draw it themselves, they will immediately feel that this map is really convenient and very clear. Bai Feng was very happy with the information about the jujube forest that the bear brought this time. Jujubes are good things. Not only are they nutritious, but they can also be preserved for a long time after being dried. While eating the green jujubes brought back by his tribesmen, Bai Feng happily wrote the word jujube at a certain location on the map. They told him that there were still a lot of jujube tree seedlings down there. Bai Feng thought that since his tribe already had a vegetable garden, it would be completely possible to build an orchard as well. There was so much land anyway, and it was not necessary to plant the seeds in the city. There were so many vacant lots outside the city, so it was completely feasible to plant them there. After a night's rest, we changed direction the next day and continued to explore deeper. All we found along the way were some fruit trees, which were not of much value. The only important things were a few large pepper trees. The Bai Feng tribe now uses a lot of various spices because everyone has escaped the poverty line and has a pursuit of taste. A lot of things like star anise, cardamom, and cinnamon were collected. When the tribesmen went out to collect things, they would take some back when they came across these spices on the way. One person could not eat much, so over time they collected quite a lot. Bai Feng thought that once the large stone mill he wanted was made, he would crush all the spices into powder and then distribute them to the tribesmen as seasoning powder. He couldn't get all 13 spices, but he could still get 7 or 8 together, and the taste wouldn't be too bad, but what Bai Feng missed the most was chili peppers. There were no special discoveries in the next few days. Bai Feng thought that the fixed output of this forest might be just this. However, such gains made Bai Feng very satisfied. That afternoon, the hunting team came back very early. They didn't have any prey in their hands, but their pockets were full. Bai Feng knew that they must have made some big gains, but he didn't know what it was. Xiong brought a big bag to Bai Feng. When he opened it, there were bright red peaches inside. However, they were too ripe and the skin was broken due to the squeezing along the way. Bai Feng didn't mind. He couldn't wash the peach, but the skin was easy to peel. With a gentle tear, the peach juice came out. Bai Feng quickly put his mouth to it and took a sip. It wasn't very sweet, but it had a strong peach flavor. It could be said to be very delicious. Sui was given one. She had never eaten a peach before and wanted to bite it directly, but the fuzz on the peach skin was still there. Bai Feng peeled the skin for her before giving it to her. The advantage of the thick skin is that it is easy to peel when it is ripe, and the skin and flesh can be separated very clearly. He ate 2 in a row, but there was still a lot of food in the bag, so Bai Feng simply took out all the food and returned the bag to the bear. When he picked it up, he found that there was not a peach, but an apricot underneath. There was no need to peel it. Bai Feng just threw one into his mouth. Apricots were much sweeter than peaches. Bai Feng gave Xiong a thumbs up. Seeing that almost every hunter team member brought back peaches and apricots, and everyone was eating them, Bai Feng guessed that they must have found a large forest, Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to bring back so many. Chapter 109 Preparation Before Harvest. Xiong told by phone that they discovered a large forest during their exploration. It was not a small forest with trees growing together in twos or threes, but a real peach and apricot forest. Half of the dark mountain is covered with peach trees and apricot trees, especially apricot trees, because apricot kernels are particularly easy to sprout after they fall to the ground. Even if they are planted trees, you may cut down an old apricot tree that doesn't like to bear fruit, and in the next year you will find that a small apricot tree has grown in its place. Because the forest is very large, peach and apricot trees are mixed in, and there are also a small number of willow trees. The peaches and apricots mature almost at the same time, and the sweet smell attracts various animals and insects, mostly wasps and butterflies. I don't know why they actually eat apricots, and the tribesmen who are not on guard are easily stung by wasps. Similarly, there were a large number of other animals participating in this fruit carnival, such as monkeys, wild boars, deer, etc. This time, because the bear felt that the peach forest was more important than these animals, he did not think about hunting, but brought these fruits to see what Bai Feng thought. Bai Feng thought that only children made choices, and adults would definitely want everything. They had to pick the peaches and apricots, and not let go of the prey either. These two things could be done at the same time. However, the bear said that the ground was covered with fallen and rotten fruits, which are not only sticky but also very slippery, making it very easy to fall. There was no way to attack, and they had to be careful not to crush all kinds of bees after falling. After saying that, he raised his foot and let Bai Feng look at the sole of his shoe. Bai Feng was a little speechless and quickly kept some distance. Then the bear turned around again and let Bai Feng look at the fruit puree on his back after he fell. It had dried up and stuck to his fur, unable to come off, and was hard. Bai Feng frowned and said, "We didn't sit on a wasp and get stung." Xiong nodded indifferently, and then was about to lift up his leather skirt to show Bai Feng his butt. How could Bai Feng tolerate this? He quickly pushed Xiong out and said, "Let your wife see your butt." Bai Feng would definitely not see it, because he was afraid of having nightmares. After driving away the bear, Bai Feng and Sui enjoyed the fruits that were also rare in this era. Although there were many wild fruits, those that had not been bred were indeed incomparable to those in later generations. Take peaches and apricots, for example. Although they were similar in size, the cores were bigger, the skin of peaches was thicker, and they were not as sweet. Once the season is over, you can never eat fruit again. In winter, there is no logistics to transport fruit from the warm south to the north, and there are no greenhouses to grow out of season fruit. Vegetables are easy to deal with. For example, the raw cabbages we grow can be stored for a very long time after harvesting, even if they're not pickled. Other vegetables can only be pickled with salt. Our source of vitamins in winter depends entirely on these pickled vegetables, so we can still have some green vegetables in our rice bowls in winter. However, the shelf life of these fruits is too short. The ripe ones will show signs of rotting after 1 or 2 days after being picked. As for the peaches and apricots in later generations that can be kept for a week or two and still be very fresh, they were picked from the trees when they were not fully ripe and then ripened artificially, so the taste is much worse. People who buy them always say that the peaches don't have much peach flavor. Peaches and apricots are ripe now, and many animals are competing for the fruits. However, according to the bears, all the rotten fruits on the ground make them have little fighting power, so hunting is put aside for the time being. However, they must get the fruits, otherwise such a large forest will be wasted. However, it is also a hassle to preserve the fruits after picking them. Otherwise, you can't finish eating them right after picking them, and you can't keep them either. That's like a eunuch going to a brothel and shedding tears in vain. Bai Feng thought of making cans, but sealing is also a difficult problem. They don't have glass bottles. The potter's progress on glass is pretty good so far. Now they're thinking about the cleanliness issue. They have been busy recently, and Bai Feng has no time to pay attention to those things. Originally, Bai Feng was thinking about replacing the windows with glass. Just use ceramic bottles, like ceramic jars, and use relatively tight lids. As for sealing, you have to use beeswax. It's idle anyway, so you can take it off and reuse it. The used pottery jars had to be remade. Fortunately, the potter discovered glaze, a black glaze. Bai Feng had told them about glaze and asked them to look for it themselves. Unexpectedly, they actually found it. If the pottery jar is covered with black glaze, it will be more dense and the pores will not be a concern. The only downside is that you can't see what's inside and can't tell whether it has deteriorated. The peach fruiting period is at least half a month. The peaches will gradually mature, and the apricots will take longer. Even if the apricot trees are in the same location, their maturity dates and tastes are different. According to Xiong, they still have about a week to pick peaches. If they go later, there may be no peaches left. Even if there are, the quality will not be good. Xingzi was not in a hurry, as there was still at least 10 days. So Bai Feng went to find Gao and asked them not to rush to burn bricks, but to make a batch of pottery jars, which had to be glazed and equipped with lids. Bai Feng drew a rough outline for him, and Gao nodded when he was sure he understood it. Bai Feng asked him to make at least 200 of them, the more the better, and to complete them within 6 days. When he heard about 200 Gaos, he nodded and said it was no problem. But when he was told that it would only take 6 days, he could only stare wide-eyed, trying to make sure Bai Feng was sure he had made a mistake. 200 in 6 days. Even if he was a spider spirit, he couldn't do it. Although today's large kills can fire 100 jars at a time, and if 2 kills are fired at the same time, the jars can be produced in 3 days. The main issue is how to make the clay. Including drying in the shade, they only have more than a day to make these 200 jars. Bai Feng looked at Gao's expression and felt that what he said was a bit too much, so he changed his words. Then 100 is fine. In 6 days, you can make 100 first, and you can do the rest slowly. Besides, I will send you more people. Many of them have experience in making ceramic embryos. They don't need to be very beautiful, but they must be qualified and durable. Is that okay? Gao then sighed and agreed. They could only work overtime at night. Hearing Gao's plan to work overtime at night, Bai Feng immediately prepared 100 large candles for them to light up so that they would not have to suffer from the smoke from torches. Gao also had his plans. The most troublesome thing was making pottery blanks. Firing them did not require too much manpower. All he had to do was throw coal and firewood into the kiln and pull the bellows. This kind of work could be done by any member of the tribe. It just required working day and night in shifts, and it did not require too many people. While the firing is going on, the next kiln can start making the embryos. However, Bai Feng wants to finish it in 6 days, which is too difficult for him. 10 days is about right. Chapter 110. I admit my bad luck. No matter how tired he is, he has to do what he needs to do. Gao is relatively idle on weekdays because the pottery used by the tribe is almost saturated and there is no need for anything else. All he has to do is to make bricks and tiles, which are very simple to do, and there are a lot of people in their pottery team. It seems very tiring, but how much actual work is there? The most tiring part is loading and unloading the kiln, which happens once every 3 days, and sometimes it may take longer for a large kiln. That's why he had time to tinker with glass. Now it's his retribution. Suddenly, they are asked to rush out 100 pottery jars, which have to be glazed and have lids. Why is it so troublesome? In other words, there were enough people. After receiving the task, they started working on it that evening. It took more than a dozen people until noon to finish the work. After drying in the shade, they returned to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. After drying in the shade, they had to glaze it and then put it into the kiln. The pottery-making team was busy, and the others also got busy at Bai Feng's call. The first thing they had to do was prepare bamboo baskets to hold the picked fruits. Several carts were also requisitioned. The huge fruit-picking team was ready to set off at any time. The other things that needed to be prepared were a few large stoves. The one used to steam wine last time was quite good, but one was not enough, so I built a few new ones. For days had passed, and the pottery jars had been firing in the kiln. They would be ready to be taken out of the kiln the day after tomorrow. Bai Feng felt that the time was about right, so he personally led the team to take a look at the peach forest, and Sui also went with them. Before reaching the woods, Bai Feng could already smell the fresh fragrance of peaches, mixed with the smell of rotten and fermented peaches. The tribesmen became more energetic and pulled the carts weighing more than 100 kilograms along the mountain road. They did not stop until there was no way to go further. Then they took down the bamboo baskets and walked into the woods. The forest is really spectacular, with peach and apricot trees of different heights and thicknesses all over the mountains, which is extremely shocking, and the buzzing sounds of various insects can be heard one after another. Occasionally, you can see monkeys jumping on the branches. It seems that there's more than one kind of monkey. There is the common yellow macaque, and there is also a black monkey with white hair, which is larger in size. Perhaps because there was enough food, they were relatively harmonious, and there was no fighting. They were just a little wary of the arrival of Bai Feng and his group. Seeing there were so many tall, hairless monkeys, the other monkey groups wisely gave up an area. Bai Feng only came to pick fruits this time, and had no intention of hunting monkeys or anything like that. If there were deer or wild boars, he could consider it, but killing monkeys was useless. Eating them, he really couldn't bring himself to eat primates. Moreover, he had seen wild monkeys up close in your province, and the foul smell on their bodies left him with an unforgettable impression. It is best to just look at them from a distance. They're not very cute at all. I wonder if the noble golden monkeys would be the same. Anyway, the loser macaques are really not that good. When we entered the more lush areas, we could hear the clattering sounds of broken fruits under our feet. Everyone reached out to pick the peaches they could reach. The nimble ones had already climbed up the trees like monkeys, holding the basket in one hand and picking peaches with the other, using their legs to keep their bodies firmly on the tree. After it is full, the basket is passed to the person under the tree, who then continues to pick with the empty basket. The full basket is carried to the cart and poured into the bamboo basket fixed in the cart, and then returned to pick and transport more fruits. There were fully armed soldiers guarding all along the way, including next to the car, for fear of being attacked by wild beasts. Because there were too many herbivores attracted here, the carnivores would naturally follow the meat. Bai Feng picked for a while and then acted as a supervisor. Sui was still immersed in the joy of picking and couldn't extricate himself. When Bai Fengyu had picked enough and wanted to continue picking, the basket was gone. Just then, a full basket was handed down. Bai Feng simply took it and acted as a transporter to carry it to the cart. After running 2 times, Bai Feng was completely good at this job. The main reason was that everyone was already doing it smoothly and were doing what they were supposed to do. Bai Feng's sudden change of job would easily disrupt everyone else's rhythm, and he could also keep an eye on how much they had picked. A lot has been loaded now. Half of the 14 carts we brought are already full. The main problem is the workmanship of the carts, and they can't load much. Bai Feng walked back with another basket, but all the soldiers on the second half of the road disappeared. Bai Feng thought that even if they hid to go to the toilet, they could not be gone. He thought something must have happened, so he put down the basket, drew the knife from his waist, lowered his body, and searched forward. Bai Feng was a little confused as he didn't find any blood or signs of fighting on the road. But when he was almost at the cart, he heard a lot of people shouting something. It didn't sound like they were calling for help or fighting, but like they were driving away something. Bai Feng sped over, but he was shocked when he saw something. 2 elephants, one big and one small, were standing in front of the cart, leisurely eating the peaches in the cart. The soldiers didn't dare to go forward and could only shout at them. But the elephant acted as if it didn't hear anything and just kept eating. Bai Feng was actually more worried about the soldiers. If the wild elephant got angry, it would be difficult for them to escape. Even if they climbed up a tree, the elephant could knock it down. Fortunately, the tribesmen did not provoke them. After all, the warriors were a little scared when they saw such a huge elephant. They shouted with weapons in their hands, but dared not move forward, and their knives could not hit the elephants. Bai Feng was also happy for them. Fortunately, they were timid. If they had been braver, they would have been dead now. Bai Feng didn't dare to go up and do anything. He was not sure whether he had the aura of the protagonist. He didn't even dare to think about training elephants. He would be extremely lucky as long as he could go to the side and not be trampled to death. For fear of scaring the elephant, Bai Feng just called the warriors softly. After hearing the chief's call, they backed up and came to Bai Feng. Bai Feng told them to let the elephant eat, as saving their own lives was the most important thing. I just don't know how long it will take the elephants to eat. They can't be working for the elephants. The main reason was that they didn't bring javelins. If they had brought spears, they would have had a chance to kill the elephant. But forget it with a knife. Before they could hit the elephant, it was knocked away by its trunk. Bai Feng looked around again and confirmed that there were only 2 elephants here. Generally speaking, there would not be only 2 elephants in a herd. There should be more elephants. Did they get separated? They should not run away from home with their baby elephants. Just as Bai Feng was thinking, there were a few elephant calls in the distance. The 2 elephants here responded to each other, then rolled up a few peaches, and then left reluctantly, not caring at all about what Bai Feng and the others would do. Is this the confidence of an overlord? Bai Feng and the others quickly went to check the carts. 3 of the carts were almost completely damaged, and the surfaces of other items were also damaged to some extent. They had no choice but to clean up the damaged ones, put the baskets away, and continue loading. What else could they do? Even if you bring a spear and stab one of them, the elephants will come to cause trouble for you. Elephants live in groups, are smart, and can bear grudges, so you don't dare to provoke them for now, unless they are alone. Chapter 111: Cans and Crossbows. While they were cleaning up the mess, more tribesmen came with baskets. Seeing the situation next to the car and the empty bamboo baskets, they thought the soldiers were stealing food. They were so angry that they dropped the bamboo baskets on the spot, sat on the ground, and started crying. In the end, if Bai Feng hadn't explained it, they wouldn't have believed it. But after seeing the huge footprints on the side, they had no choice but to admit defeat like Bai Feng. Because many people have seen elephants, Bai Feng's body has probably seen one before, but now he has lost the memory. They all knew how difficult it was to deal with elephants, so they had no choice but to continue picking and transporting the fruits to make up for what the elephants had eaten. This inexplicably added workload, and no one would be happy about it. Fortunately, there were many people, and so many peaches were taken home in the afternoon. However, the scattered elephant footprints on the road made Bai Feng a little worried. He hoped that they were just passing by here and not staying here for a long time. Gao's pottery jars are still being fired, so there's no time to make him food today. They can only be taken out of the kiln tomorrow. Today, we will put the picked peaches and the baskets in a cool warehouse. They can be stored for a day without any problem. The next morning, we set out again to pick peaches. The peaches this day were worse than yesterday's. The ripe ones were either eaten or fell to the ground and rotted. What we picked today are just the best from the worst. Tomorrow we will not pick peaches, but apricots instead. The apricots are still in very good condition. Gao's pottery jars were finally out of the kiln. After cooling, excluding the burnt ones, there were still over 100 of them. It was impossible that Bai Feng asked him to burn 100, and he would make exactly 100. It is always better to have more than less. The lid can be closed, but it's not very tight. I don't know if the beeswax from the White Wind tribe is enough. If not, I can only use mud to seal it. There are 5 large stoves, and 8 pottery jars can be placed in one stove at the same time, which makes the process much faster. Everyone peeled the peaches together. Since the peaches they picked were ripe but still relatively hard, peeling them was not too difficult. More than 30 people peeled the skin, and then the next group cut it into pieces, removed the core, and then put into clean water, added a little salt, and soaked it for about 20 minutes. Of course, the length of time depends entirely on estimation. After soaking, they put it into jars, added honey, and clean water. Put the lid on the jar, but don't cover it tightly, and then put them into the steamer to steam them together. This can preserve them better and is also a sterilization process. The time can only be roughly estimated, as how long a piece of wood can burn is generally the same, so they can only roughly predict it by the burning speed of the wood. After the steaming is done, open the lid of the pot and immediately close the lid of the jar. After taking it out, pour the melted beeswax on the edge of the lid until it is sealed and there is no air tightness. This work was done overnight to ensure the freshness of the peaches, and of course they still worked in shifts. There was no food to harvest now, and many tribesmen were idle, so the 2-shift work had no impact on them. It was also for them to be able to eat fruit in the winter, and it was not the capitalists who were exploiting them. While Gao was firing the first batch of pottery jars, the second batch had already been made and was drying in the shade, so the kiln was almost running nonstop. As soon as one batch came out, the next one would immediately go in. However, the loss of honey in canning is quite large, and Bai Feng feels a little distressed. It seems that he will have to go to harvest honey again someday. He has never thought about beekeeping. There's a huge source of honey in the territory, so why should he go to the trouble of mixing the pitiful amount of self-produced honey? While the others were making canned food, some people went up the mountain to pick apricots the next day, as usual, so as not to delay each other. Bai Feng did not go this time, because his crossbow was almost ready and he didn't need to do such physical labor. The first batch of iron cast crossbow mechanisms came out. There were only 10 of them, which were cast together. The crossbow body carpenter adds was still doing the final finishing touches. He strictly followed the predetermined crossbow mechanism dimensions and built the first crossbow body bit by bit. The wood is excellent green oak, very heavy and firm to the touch. The bow body is made of jujube wood, all inlaid with ox horns, with a very high poundage. The string is made of ox tendon. Anyway, the entire crossbow is made to the best of their ability. The crossbow mechanism is carefully installed and the entire crossbow is assembled. The crossbow arrows are also specially made to show the strongest side of this crossbow. In Bai Feng's first experiment, stringing the crossbow was relatively easy. Even though the crossbow weighed about 50 or 60 kilograms, Bai Feng had no difficulty using it. He felt that it would be completely fine even for a woman to use it. After putting on the string and knotting the arrow, Bai Feng discovered a problem. That is, the arrow could not be stuck. As long as he tilted downwards, the arrow would fall down by itself. It was okay for horizontal and high shooting, but there would definitely be problems for downward shooting. However, Ad said that it was a trivial matter and very simple. He would just stick cowhide or cow tendon on the arrow path later. It would be able to hold the arrow without affecting its power. It would be better to use cow tendon as it was more wear-resistant. Bai Feng hummed in support, then raised the crossbow, aimed with Wang Shan, and pulled the trigger. The arrow flew out and hit the target. When they looked at it, they all expressed their approval of the crossbow's power. Bai Feng thought the operability was okay, except that it required more force to pull the trigger. But Ads thought it was better to be a little more laborious to avoid accidental pulling of the trigger. Then there is the problem of Wang Shan. The aiming is still a little poor. It's not that Bai Feng has a problem with his own strength, but after careful comparison, he found that the arrow path, Wang Shan and eyes, are not in a straight line. The Ads and the blacksmith felt it themselves and finally understood what Bai Feng meant by the 3 points in a straight line. Then they each promised to make the next one straight. Bai Feng did not force it. After all, it was handmade, and under the current conditions, it was difficult to be very precise. They only got relatively accurate data after Bai Feng carved an iron ruler with iron. How was the first iron ruler made? Of course, Bai Feng used a spike of hair, picked the longest part as a ruler, and then folded it in half again, and folded it in half again and again, carving out a primitive ruler bit by bit. Then he used this ruler to copy several lines, and set the Qi, Cun, Fun, and Li. Even Xiao, Bai Feng couldn't do it, and there was no need to do it. They didn't need such a fine ruler. The one longer than the Qi was the Zhang, but they didn't need it either. Everything was measured with steps. Bai Feng's original intention of making the ruler was just to facilitate the work of a few craftsmen and the statistics of the witch. As for trading, Bai Feng had not considered it yet, because even if they made it, other tribes would not recognize it. It was not until the first emperor that the ruler was unified. Bai Feng felt that he did not have the ability to make all the tribal groups recognize his weights and measures. As for the accuracy of the crossbow, we can only try our best. Even if it is not completely accurate, let the person using the crossbow be thoroughly familiar with the crossbow he is using. If the aiming point is off, he can correct it with his brain. Chapter 112. Another cow hunt. The canning work was completed. The biggest problem encountered was the threat from a herd of wild elephants. According to the tribesmen's observations, there were a total of 8 elephants in that herd, 6 big and 2 small, and they seemed to be planning to settle down here. Bai Feng just felt so unlucky. Just after killing a group of wolves, here came more troublesome elephants. He just hoped that as herbivores they would not disturb them. Otherwise, even if it was more troublesome and dangerous, they could still kill these elephants. This year they made more than 400 cans of canned peaches and apricots. Of course, 1 can is equivalent to several cans in the future. These are enough for them to eat delicious fruits in winter, and they taste much better than just eating fruits or drinking honey water. Most of the honey had been used up, and Bai Feng wanted to go and harvest some more, but he had only been harvesting for a short time, so he had to wait until late autumn before going again. After the peaches and apricots are harvested, other kinds of nuts will also mature. This is the real harvest season, and it is also the last resource that the Bai Feng tribe can harvest from the land this year. Just like last year, chestnuts are still the focus. This year, they are all used to wearing shoes, and the bamboo backpacks allow them to collect faster than last year. There are also specially armed warriors on guard around them. The first member of their tribe was killed while picking chestnuts, but they never saw the tiger again after that, as if it had disappeared. It is the job of the fishing team to harvest wild rice on a boat. This year, they also have a wooden boat, which is smaller and has a hold, so they don't have to worry about the wild rice falling into the water. The lotus seeds are also dry, so it's time to harvest them. After picking the lotus pods and knocking off the lotus seeds, they were thrown into the lake at random. It was not possible to dig lotus roots as the water level was still a bit high. It was a bit difficult for them to dig them. They had to wait for the water level to drop before they could dig lotus roots. The river crabs were at their plumpest, and after the tribe leader took the lead and demonstrated to them that crabs were edible and very delicious, they were sure that this thing was not a hard-shelled spider living in the water. Crabs are easier to catch. Just put some minced meat in the traps. Put more traps, and you'll have a good harvest when you pull them out. However, crabs cannot be preserved for a long time and must be eaten quickly. Therefore, the poor tribesmen can only fill their stomachs with crabs covered with yellow paste. After all these are collected and the water is stored in the water cellar, the full moon day is approaching, which is the mid-autumn festival that Bai Feng is familiar with. Now he can go to the valley to see if the cattle have migrated there and prepare for the last and most important hunting before winter. The hunters traveled over lightly to investigate the situation and discovered that the cattle were indeed gathering in the valley, but their numbers were still relatively small, not as many as last year. Bai Feng decided to wait a little longer and make the weapons in the next few days. This time, he would not use bamboo spears. Wooden spears were enough, and most of them were equipped with stone tips. Stone spears could be thrown, but iron-tipped ones were not for throwing, but for handheld, close combat. This year we have enough strong bows, which is also a very good means of attack. Unfortunately, only 6 crossbows have been made so far, and those iron crossbow machines have not been used up yet. Except for the first and second crossbows, which were made exceptionally well, the rest were of average quality, because in addition to quality, quantity was also a must, and this was too slow. Even if they kept making crossbows for a whole winter, they would not be able to equip a crossbow team of 100 men by the next year. Bai Feng gave the first crossbow to Sui and asked her to use it. Bai Feng kept the second crossbow for himself. The second crossbow had higher accuracy. He gave the first crossbow to Sui because her physique could not participate in wars and hunting at all. Giving her a crossbow would only give her some self-protection ability. It would be a waste to give her too good a weapon. The Bai Feng tribe knew that the cattle would remain in the valley, so they were not in any hurry. They also had no plans to participate in the gathering initiated by the Cheshin tribe this year. They had no shortage of things and did not want to take the risk. They made careful preparations this year, with spears and arrows for hunting and various knives for slaughtering cattle. The long-term experience of slaughtering various animals has allowed them to explore knives of different shapes, which have different uses when working, so boning knives, bleeding knives, skinning knives, etc. came into being. Furthermore, baskets and crates are indispensable for transporting meat. The backpacks used last year were purely out of helplessness. If there's a more labor-saving method, who would be willing to put in that unnecessary effort? The road to the valley was passable in some places, but difficult for carts to pass in other places, so everyone took various tools to clear the way, determined to ensure that the hunting operation was smooth because they knew how important it was to the tribe to successfully hunt cattle. When they encountered trees blocking the way, they cut them down and threw them on the side of the road. When they encountered stones, they pushed them away. When they encountered potholes, they filled them. If the road was too narrow, they widened it. Until they reached the valley, the ground was almost covered with stones, and they had no strength to clear it. So, they could only stop there. A team of several hundred people cleared the road in 2 days. When the time came, they simply pulled the carts to the location and performed the same operation as when picking peaches, except that this time almost the entire clan had to go out. There were many newborns this year, and together with the previous tribesmen, the number has exceeded 800. Moreover, no one died of illness or old age this year, and only a few died at the hands of cannibals. This time, the plan is to send out 500 people together, and the others will stay behind to guard the house. I believe that with the high walls and 2 powerful crossbows, nothing will happen. Even if there are only 100 soldiers, they can hold on. The last war with the Zeke tribe has made Bai Feng see their combat effectiveness clearly, not to mention that they will only be gone for 2 days. After packing everything up, everyone set off with dry food and supplies. Wu was still the one guarding the house. There was nothing else he could do, as his fighting ability was low, but his brain was a little better. This time Sui also went with them. With such a large group, there was no danger. In order to allow more time, they set out at 4 or 5 in the morning with torches. In the morning, they had already left the car and arrived at the entrance of the valley with their weapons. Everything was the same as last year, with no major changes. In fact, because they arrived later, the gathered cattle were larger than last year. They were in the same location, but they didn't know how many of their kind had died there last year. Everything was ready. Bai Feng lit a fire upwind. The cattle were frightened and fled madly. There were many people this year, and people along the way were using spear throwers to throw spears down from high places. Because of the effect of gravity, the spear not only did not lose its lethality due to distance, but its power became even more terrifying. Before reaching the pass, a large number of cattle had already fallen on the road. Bai Feng estimated that the number of cattle caught this year would definitely be twice as many as last year. As for whether it could be more, it depended on the results of the battle at the pass. Chapter 113, Some Terrifying Harvest. With the support of strong bows and more and better used stone spears, the warriors at the pass captured amazing amounts of food. Last year, they mainly used bamboo spears, which were light and not sharp enough, and they relied entirely on the power of the spear throwers. Now the wooden spear with stone tip is extremely lethal. If there's a person underneath, the spear can easily penetrate it. The number of cattle killed in the pass reached a point that frightened the bear. The piles were so high that the cows at the back could hardly get through. The further back he went, the more frightened the bear became, and he dared not kill anymore. There was a fire later, but most of the cattle still did not dare to enter the pass and wandered around inside. There were corpses blocking the road ahead, and spears that could fall from the sky at any time. There was a big fire behind, anxious voices urging him, and a wailing of injured but not yet dead cows. Even Bear, a mature hunter, was now unable to proceed. The scene was so horrible and creepy that he did not feel the joy of a good harvest at all. Bifong was leisurely checking the results of the battle halfway when he heard an urgent whistle from the pass. Bifong quickly threw away the wooden spear that was in the way and quickly ran toward the pass. The closer he got to the pass, the more frightened he became. The howling of countless cows at the same time was too miserable and loud, and the mixture of burnt and bloody smells was extremely pungent. Because there were many rocks and little grass at the pass, the fire was not too big. Moreover, there was only a light breeze today, so the fire spread very slowly. Even the white wind could run ahead of the fire. When he arrived at the pass, he was still shocked by the hellish scene. There were so many fallen cows that Bifong estimated that the number of fallen cows at the pass alone was twice as many as last year. This is completely enough. Further hunting may affect the normal reproduction of the cattle. If the cattle are scared, they may move to other places next year, even if the water and grass are worse. So Bifong quickly ordered Xiong and his men to retreat and not to attack at the pass. Let the cows escape, as they had killed enough cows. In fact, this was also Xiong's idea. Bifong had always talked to the warriors about sustainable development. When the tribe was not short of food, they should try not to kill animals with cubs or pregnant animals in the breeding period. Xiong had learned what sustainable development was through what he saw and heard, so he felt that this many cattle were enough and the Bifong tribe could not consume them. Not to mention that the scene was too cruel. The cows below had already noticed the hairless monkeys that stood up and threw weapons, so they were a little panicked, but Bifong took these people away. The herd of cattle also saw it, but they did not dare to take the risk to go over. After all, the corpses of their own kind were there. The fire spread, and although it was not that big anymore, the cows at the end became more impatient and panicked and squeezed forward frantically. The cows at the front were forced to jump over, but unexpectedly, they passed the pass safely without being attacked. The cows behind also began to jump over, also without being attacked, and then ran like the wind to the wide area. The cow at the back found that the fire was coming over them, but there was still a crowd in front, so it had no choice but to jump over the less intense fire. Apart from its fur being burnt and blackened, it seemed to have suffered no other harm. So the last group of cows jumped over the flames and went in the opposite direction of the pass. This was because the fire and wind were relatively weak, otherwise the cows would have been even more panicked. When there were no more live cattle standing at the pass, Bifong and his companions began to go down to the valley to clean up the harvest. The cattle that had jumped over the fire behind them ran towards the big herd in the burned wilderness. They had no intention of attacking Bifong and his companions for revenge, and Bifong had no intention of hunting them down again. But in order to prevent them from suddenly going crazy, they let them run away, and then Bifong and others began to clean up the harvest. Last year, all the ones on the road were knocked down and trampled, but this year most of them were killed by spears. Make additional kills along the way, and then let the blood flow on the spot. If the blood is not drained quickly, the meat will be very fishy and there will be a lot of blood foam. Especially since these cows are not castrated, the fishy smell will be even stronger. After bleeding the cows, they continued to clean up forward until they reached the pass. The pass was only 7 or 8 meters wide and was filled with cows lying in the narrow pass. The ground was covered in blood, which was above the cows' ankles. It was very creepy. Even Sway, who had always been heartless, felt uncomfortable. Bai directed everyone to carry out the cows one by one and bleed them in a relatively open place, then found last year's camping site, used the same method, inserted spears around, and prepared firewood. Now he dragged the bled cows here one by one and processed them, skinned them, and cut them up. This year we have a vehicle available, so we don't plan to throw away any of the meat and take it all away. After a rough count, the number is over 150. Fortunately, there are at least 3,000 or 4,000 cows here. They are all cows from the entire wilderness gathered here to spend the winter. These cows do not affect the reproduction of the herd. There may be more cows that die of starvation and freezing in the winter. The valley is large enough, so Bifong and his companions can only hunt in this area. Without the narrow pass, they would not have such a good harvest. Visibility was poor at night, so no work was done. At daybreak, they continued to divide the cattle. With 500 tribesmen facing less than 200 cows, their processing speed was still quite good. After everything was dealt with, they were carried to the cart in bamboo baskets and taken away in one trip, leaving nothing behind. Some soldiers were on guard with weapons. The cart didn't have enough meat to carry, mainly because they didn't expect the harvest to be so rich, so they had to carry part of the meat on their backs. There were many animals following on the road, and Baifeng was still picking up some scraps of meat. He thought he could return to the tribe smoothly. The tribesmen on guard around sounded the alarm and then immediately retreated, as if they had discovered something incredible. Everyone immediately put down what they were holding and picked up their weapons in preparation. At this time, a spotted tiger walked out of the forest. It was very calm, as if it had already defeated the Baifeng tribe. It didn't care at all that there were so many people in the tribe. If there were only a few people or a dozen people, Baifeng would be thinking about whether he could have an intact corpse. Now, there are more than 500 people, and Baifeng would only be thinking about how to get a good tiger skin. Because the tiger's fighting power was truly terrifying, the soldiers all retreated and huddled together unconsciously. Although the tiger was wandering around, its eyes were always fixed on the meat in the car. Baifeng greeted softly and asked the warrior to take out a bull head and throw it to the tiger. The tribesman followed his instructions and chose a larger bull head. The bull's head was thrown towards the tiger, and the tiger dodged it at an extremely fast speed. It was ready to attack, but when it saw that it was a bull's head thrown out, it walked over slowly, smelled it, and prepared to taste it. Tiger probably thought that this was a tribute from the Baifeng tribe, but in fact it was just a test and bait from Baifeng. Now the crossbow in his hand was already loaded with arrows, and Sui was hiding behind him, with the crossbow also loaded with arrows. Chapter 114 begins the celebration. The tiger leisurely walked to the bull's head and fiddled with it twice, as if it was not satisfied with the bull's head that had little meat on it. However, there was still some flesh and blood on the neck. The tiger lay down and started gnawing on the bull's neck, as if it didn't see Baifeng and the others. Baifeng took this opportunity to raise his head and aimed his crossbow at the tiger's neck and shot an arrow, but it went off target and hit its front leg. The tiger roared in pain and tried to stand up, but the wound on its leg greatly reduced its mobility. When Sui saw Baifeng launching an attack, he also shot an arrow. The tiger was wounded in 2 places and became even more angry. No monkey had ever dared to act so presumptuous in front of it. No matter how large the monkey group was, they were nothing more than its food. The tiger hadn't realized how powerful the monkey was that could stand upright and use weapons. At this time, someone had already raised his spear and was ready to throw it. Baifeng had to stop him for the integrity of the tiger's skin. After all, the hole was only the size of an arrow. A few more arrows would do the trick. But just as he said this, the spear flew out and pierced the tiger's belly. The tiger, which already had difficulty getting up and walking, could hardly make a sound. A group of people were ready to throw their spears, but in the end only one person didn't hold them back, and the spears of the other soldiers were all in their hands and not thrown out. They didn't know if the beast's dying counterattack would be very powerful, so they just waited on the side for the tiger to die on its own. The tiger was too badly injured, and there was no chance of survival. It gasped for a while, and then became motionless. Baifeng thought that this was the consequence of underestimating the enemy. He just didn't know if this tiger was the one in the chestnut forest. If it was, it would take revenge. After poking the tiger with the butt of their spears and making sure it was dead, they picked up the ox's head and lifted the tiger up together to throw into the car. This should be a South China tiger, probably weighing less than 300 kilograms. Looking at its confident look, I thought it was a Siberian tiger weighing 700 to 800 kilograms. Now it can only be used as fur. In order to load the tiger onto the cart, many tribesmen carried baskets filled with beef and walked. When the tiger was thrown onto the cart, blood was still flowing out. Baifeng thought that the tiger's blood must be a good thing, so he simply drained the blood first. The bamboo and wooden cups they used to hold water were requisitioned to hold tiger blood. Speaking of this cup, it was designed by Baifeng at the time. It was too inconvenient to carry water with you. The water source in the wild was uncertain and not necessarily clean. The shape of a thermos cup would be better if it had a lid, so wooden cups and bamboo cups were made. The lids can be covered tightly, and people usually use this kind of cup to drink water, which is very convenient. However, it is more troublesome to make, so it would be better if you can find a gourd. What is certain is that there must be gourds in this river basin, because whether in the Zeke tribe or at the gathering, he had seen people using gourds to hold things, but they were quite resistant to the things from the Zeke tribe and were unwilling to use them themselves. I didn't think of it at the rally, otherwise I could trade some seeds to grow myself. After draining the tiger's blood, they threw it back into the car and continued on their way. Now the tribesmen had enough self-confidence. Even a ferocious beast like a tiger could die in their hands. Aren't other wild beasts just a pile of meat? Bai Feng and Sui walked together, but Bai Feng was thinking in his heart that this tiger was a treasure from head to toe. He had never eaten tiger meat, nor had he heard of anyone eating it, but the tiger bones and tiger penis were rare treasures for men's health. Thinking of this, Bai Feng also glanced at Sui slightly. Ever since he got drunk that night, Bai Feng no longer endured or controlled himself, but completely released his primitive desires. Sui had seen everything. In the past, her tribe would always have people stacked together whenever they had rest time, day or night. So Sui didn't think this was too strange. The only difference was why Bai Feng's postures were so strange and varied. She had never seen other savages like this before. In the past, Bai Feng was afraid that he would be distracted if he had offspring, but now he can only let nature take its course. However, he also wants to try the effects of tiger bones and tiger whips. After only hearing the legends, he also wants to experience it for himself. There are a lot of strong liquors in the tribe, which can be used to make tiger bone wine. Tiger blood can probably also be used to make wine. He has no experience with this, so he will know when he goes back and tries it. As for the tiger whip, it should be quite long. He only needs a little bit. The rest can be given to the strong warriors in the tribe, so that they can work hard and add more children to the tribe. The time to return to the tribe was the same as scheduled, so the tribesmen who stayed behind did not panic and guarded the city walls steadily. After returning to the tribe, the witch came to count the number, but the specific number was very vague: one basket, one cart. Bai Feng wanted to make a scale or a balance, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was no need for it. It would only add workload to the tribesmen. It would not be too late to make it after establishing contact with other tribes and starting to communicate. The harvest festival began on the night after the goods were put into storage. Even the soldiers guarding the city walls only needed to guard for an hour, and then they would be replaced immediately. There was no need to guard for half the night or the whole night. They could celebrate on their own the next day so that everyone could experience the joy of the festival. This year, Bai Feng got a good drum, a drum made of cowhide. No one thought it was a waste to use cowhide to make a musical instrument, because in addition to being a musical instrument, the drum was also used during sacrifices and to give orders during wars. After all, everyone has a whistle, and it would be very confusing to blow it. It was not a hand drum, but a big drum with a drumstick. Bai Feng's drum banged twice on the edge, and then began to hammer the drumhead hard. The tribesmen began to light a bonfire to the sound of the drum. After 3 drum beats, the fire was lit, and everyone gathered around the bonfire. This year, there was a giant bonfire and many small bonfires. The big bonfire was reserved for Bai Feng to light. The firewood was pine wood full of oil, and some beeswax was stuck on it to make it easier to ignite. Bai Feng took the torch and lit the hay that was used as a pad. The grass caught fire instantly, and then ignited the entire campfire, and the flames shot brightly into the sky. Bai Feng asked the witch to bring the heaven and earth over and place it next to the campfire so that their gods could also feel the joy of the harvest. They all knew how to dance without Bai Feng's leading them. They usually didn't have a chance to dance. Bai Feng beat the drum for them to control the rhythm. They held hands, formed circles, shouted "oh oh," and danced happily. Bai Feng was tired of beating the drum, but they were not yet tired of dancing, so he stopped to eat some barbecue. In the eyes of the tribesmen, the drum could communicate with the gods, and no one could touch it except the tribe leader, so they danced happily even without music. Bai Feng ate some barbecue, drank a liang of Kaoyang wine, and calmed down for a few minutes before going up again, picking up the drumsticks and beating a very classic drum beat, Phoenix 3 nods. The tribesmen heard that the drum beats had changed, becoming more rhythmic and cheerful instead of the monotonous thumping sound, and they danced more happily and vigorously. Chapter 115, Ridiculous Banquet. Alcohol showed its true power only on this night. Those who were drunk and talking nonsense were beaten up on the spot and dragged back to sleep. Those who vomited like fountains were also taken back. The vomit was the meat that had just been eaten and had not been completely digested. Although it was a waste, no one would think of putting that stuff back into their mouths. Bai Feng arranged for someone to shovel all that stuff together and feed it to the fish tomorrow. The party lasted until late at night, when everyone was drunk. It was hard for those who were not drunk yet. Bai Feng wanted to pretend to be drunk too, but seeing how hard his fellow tribesmen were struggling, he felt embarrassed to be lazy. They couldn't tell which team they were in, or where they lived, and no one answered when asked, so they just threw them all into the spacious woodshed. It was also a way for them to reminisce the past, not forget their original intentions, and recall the good times and bad times. Then they put the meat back into the warehouse, checked whether the door was closed tightly, and then covered all the bonfires with soil. Only then could Bai Feng and the others go back to rest. Bai Feng was very happy, but it was still not satisfying because he was just a drummer and could neither dance nor have time to drink. So Bai Feng directly took a pot of wine and some roasted chestnuts, hazelnuts, and other dried fruits, and went back to his room to slowly taste them. Sui was the same. Although she was passionate inside, she had always been relatively introverted. She didn't let go at this party and didn't have a good time, so she simply finished the rest of the wine with Bai Feng. This time Bai Feng was able to control the amount and had no blackouts at all. After drinking, they started the part that they both liked very much, 2,000 words omitted here. As soon as they woke up in the morning, everyone began to clean up the mess consciously. The ashes, bones, and vomit on the ground were there. Anyway, they had to clean the square thoroughly. We started processing the tiger today. Since it is kept in the cellar, it is relatively cool there. Also, the temperature at night is already quite cold at this time of year, so there is no need to worry about it going bad in a day or two. The beef was coated with some salt when it was cut, and now it has to be processed again. The fat is used to make oil, and the lean meat is marinated with salt. It's a pity that there is no refrigerator now. Otherwise, it can be preserved until winter, and we can eat some relatively fresh meat. After the tiger's skin was taken off, there was only a big hole on the belly. Fortunately, after being processed by the skillful hands of the weaver girl, no obvious damage could be seen. The tiger skin was taken for processing, and Bai Feng was thinking about what he should do with this tiger skin. It is too wasteful to make the bed or the floor, and tiger fur is not soft at all, not as good as sheepskin. The tiger skin chair is quite majestic, but it makes him look like a mountain king, which does not suit his temperament as the patriarch and future king. Why not just make a cloak? It will not only keep you warm when you wear it in winter, but others can also tell what material it is made of at a glance. That way it will be more impressive. Bai Feng thought so and planned to do just that. After taking the tiger meat, Bai Feng planned to invite all the warriors of the tribe to have another meal of tiger meat today. He scraped the tiger bones cleanly, leaving no trace. He found a dozen wine jars and soaked them all in. After putting all the wine in, Bai Feng remembered that he might have put too many tiger bones. Others soak it piece by piece, but he soaks several pieces together. He doesn't know if the medicinal effect will be too strong, mainly because he has no experience and has only heard about it. After all, this thing is protected in later generations. Bai Feng specially separated the tiger penis, testicles, and kidneys. The tribesmen looked at Bai Feng with something strange in their eyes. Could it be that the tribe leader liked these things? Bai Feng didn't dare to eat it alone, otherwise he wouldn't know who would be in trouble, so several of the strongest warriors were able to taste it with Bai Feng. There was nothing to do today, so Bai Feng cooked by himself. He added some seasonings to tiger blood and steamed it in a pot. It became blood tofu. He heated some of it to melt and poured it into the wine, making it tiger blood wine. There's not enough tiger meat for the whole tribe, so only meritorious warriors can get it. The tiger heart belongs to Bai Feng, there's no doubt about that. Even if Bai Feng doesn't like it, he has to eat it. The tiger symbolizes the king of this river basin. Tiger meat is very fishy, even after the blood has been drained, so Bai Feng threw in handfuls of spices just to cover up the bad smell. Bai Feng plans to roast some special parts after processing them, which should be better. So, after celebrating yesterday, the soldiers gathered together again today to enjoy tiger meat. It is indeed not as delicious as beef, but when it is called tiger meat, everyone has to give it a thumbs up. The tiger blood wine was distributed to everyone. When everyone was happy with the food and drink, Bai Feng slyly called over the bear, Chi, and a few others. After all, there was not much meat on them, so there was no more to share. Bai Feng had already cut the meat and skewered it, so they didn't know what part of the meat it was from. Bai Feng didn't intend to tell them. He just grilled the meat himself and sprinkled spices on it to cover up the smell. After they were cooked, each person got 2 skewers, but they all thought they were not tasty. Bai Feng didn't expect them to be very delicious. The main thing was how strong the effect was. Towards the second half of the banquet, everyone started to feel something special and felt hot all over, so they simply threw their clothes aside and ate naked. But something was increasingly wrong. Not only was it hot, but the things down there were involuntarily stretching out. Bai Feng and the others were even worse. Their faces flushed and their breathing heavy. This effect was truly too strong. Later on, He couldn't stand it anymore, so he ended the banquet in a hurry. He went home to see his wife without finishing his food. Bai Feng did the same. He could pretend to walk a few steps at first, but ended up running. It was an unforgettable night for the men and the women as well. The food and wine from the banquet were not cleaned up yet, and other tribesmen went to clean up when they saw the banquet was over, and they could also have a bite to eat at the same time. The result is that it's okay for those who have wives or husbands, but the young people who have nothing are the ones who are suffering. They think they are poisoned, but it seems that there is nothing special except desire. Only after cooling himself down under the water pipe did he feel better. After that night, Bai Feng understood how strong the effect was. He was also more certain that he had put too much tiger bone in the tiger bone wine. But the problem was that it had been sealed. It seemed that he would have to dilute the tiger bone wine again in the future. The banquet about the tiger ended like a farce. Now the granary is full, and the tribesmen are more at ease than last year. They also know that with so much surplus, those who have received work points will definitely get a lot of things on the day of the year-end summary. Bai Feng also felt that his plan could be implemented now that he had so much food. Next year, he could move outward, take the initiative, and annex a few tribes. Anyway, he could afford to support them. As for this year's full moon gathering, their tribe would no longer participate in it. Even though it was not hosted by Swearin, but by Chiexan, he did not want to take the risk. Also, looking at the moon, the rally must have begun. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon is extremely round and bright, bigger and clearer than what we can see in later generations. Perhaps fairies are dancing in Guanghan Palace, and Wu Gang is still chopping trees outside. It was supposed to be a family reunion festival, but since he is here, he can no longer see his family. People today cannot see the moon of the past. This moon once shone on the ancients, but he, a modern man, is looking at the ancient moon together with the ancients. How ridiculous! Chapter 116 Collection Before Winter. The tribesmen, who no longer had to worry about food, began to prepare for the winter. Whether it was the thick straw mats used to lay the kong, or the leaves and cow dung used to burn the kong, they had to be collected first. Because they all moved into the newly built small brick houses and had their own independent small kangs. Although they still maintained the production team-style working model, they were actually more independent in other aspects. All each team leader could do was to call the roll in the morning and at night. So everyone collects their own firewood for burning the kong. But it is too messy, with piles here and handfuls there. Not only is it ugly, but such dry stuff can also easily cause a fire. So Bai Feng ordered that all the firewood collected by everyone should be placed together, and people could take it when needed, without any restrictions. However, everyone had to contribute when collecting the firewood. For this reason, Bai Feng had several large caves dug on the mountain behind the tribe just to store firewood. This way, they could prevent the caves from being crushed by snow and blown by wind. There was not enough air in the caves, so even if a fire broke out, it would not burn very badly. What's more, everyone is relatively free in winter, so it's not difficult to walk for a few minutes to carry firewood to fill the kong. The main component of the firewood for filling the kong is cow dung. Cow dung becomes soft after drying, and the daily output is extremely large. Bai Feng originally wanted to ferment the cow dung into fertilizer and put it into the fields, but the tribe alone produces a lot of feces, plus all kinds of ashes like wood ash and kong ash, which can all be put into the ground, so there is more than enough fertilizer. Although a lot of game was hunted this year, and there were a lot of furs, it was only enough for all the tribesmen to have leather clothes to wear and boots to walk on in the winter. As for laying on the ground with animal skins and covering it with animal skins, that was the privilege of only a few people. Although they could sleep in their clothes and had a kong, it was still very cold, so all kinds of hay became the target of the tribesmen. They would either cut it and spread it directly on the ground, or pound it into cotton wool and soften it before spreading it on the ground. Anyway, everyone was working hard to collect it. Bai Feng didn't need it. As the patriarch, he had privileges. He laid out a thick layer of straw, covered with a bedsheet made of several sheepskins, which was also made of sheepskin because wool was softer and had better thermal insulation properties. The glass windows that Bai Feng had always dreamed of were finally made, but it was a little late. The glass was blue-green in color and not very transparent, but it had good light transmittance, which greatly improved the lighting in Bai Feng's room. In order to keep warm, double-glazed windows were installed and linen curtains were hung in the room. Not much linen was wasted because the windows were not very big. Bai Feng did not burn the wheat stalks and rice stalks and return them to the fields because they were to be left as feed for the cattle in the winter. They could not collect much food for the cattle, So these two things had to be left behind. Bai Feng stacked them up layer by layer like haystacks. His department made more than 30 haystacks that were 5 or 6 meters high. Such a large amount of grass was enough for the cattle to eat until spring. What's more, there was the silage made earlier so the cattle would not have to worry about food in the winter. If we have to say which grass is the most popular, it would only be reeds because they're long enough and grow concentrated enough. A person can cut the grass they need in a short while. Those with higher requirements can pick reed flowers specifically. As long as there are enough of them, they are soft and comfortable. Of course, they don't just look for grass. Reeds grow by the lake, so after cutting enough reeds, they start digging for crabs and eels. Loaches are too small and not very interesting, so basically no one will catch loaches. To them, this was more like playing than working, and they envied the fishing team's work more and more. It was so interesting every day, especially when they saw them throwing the fishing rods out and then pulling up a big fish after a while. It was even more fun to watch. Of course, it is impossible for the people on this working fishing team to exchange with others, but now there's so many fish piled up in the warehouse, and crabs cannot be stored for too long. The people on the fishing team showed everyone the location of a lotus pond. Now the water level has dropped a lot, so they can go and touch the lotus roots. Touching lotus roots is also a very interesting job in the eyes of others. After groping in the mud, you can feel a long string of rhizomes. After taking them out and washing them, you'll find the white lotus roots. This kind of pleasure of harvest is a world of difference compared to their usual boring work. Some people even want to go back to Bai Feng and ask him to change his job to the fishing team. He wants to stay here and pick lotus roots forever. The members of the fishing team were secretly delighted to see that someone was helping them with their work, especially since they were also very happy. The water temperature had dropped now, and their legs felt sore, tight, and very uncomfortable after being soaked in the mud for a long time. People who did not go to dig lotus roots also made discoveries in the reed marshes. Many birds spend the night or winter in the reed marshes. In some places where the reeds are too dense and too high, they cannot spread their wings and fly, so they're caught by humans. After catching them, they cut their necks and let the blood flow without saying a word. This is what they learned from the tribe leader. The most important thing to make the meat less fishy is to let the blood flow. But he made a lot of noise, and it was daytime, so he didn't catch many. Among them was a big red bird, which was particularly large, but seemed rare. Who cares? As long as he could eat it, it was fine. The interest of those touching the lotus roots was gradually waning because the water was cold, and repeating the task over and over again didn't seem that interesting. It was almost time, so they loaded the lotus roots, which had been mostly cleaned of mud, and their own grass onto the cart and headed back. You could just take the grass back to your room, but the other things still need to be handed over to the warehouse for counting. Bai Feng is there at this time, so he helps Wu count them. The witch could do simple arithmetic, but his speed was too slow. He didn't even know what the decimal system was before. It was only after Bai Feng explained it to him that he started to use the decimal system to count. Before that, he was afraid that even he himself couldn't understand the decimal system. Bai Feng was very happy to see so many lotus roots. He could eat fresh vegetables in winter. Although there were also winter bamboo shoots, they were scarce and difficult to find in winter. No matter how delicious they were, Bai Feng was not willing to dig them up. Moreover, the lotus root can be washed to remove the starch inside, and it can be used to make some other delicious foods. Then, a tribe member held something in his hand, which made him wonder if his eyes were blurry. It was actually a chicken, a big rooster. Bai Feng would rather believe that his eyes were blurry than believe that he was holding a chicken. Looking closely, it was undoubtedly a chicken. Bai Feng immediately became suspicious and stood still, watching the expressions and movements of the people around him, then looking at the sky and the surroundings, carefully considering all the strange things here. But Bai Feng thought about it for a long time, and apart from the fact that the reason why he came here was extremely outrageous, there seemed to be nothing strange about anything else. He was not Truman, and he would be able to notice anything that was wrong. This world is real and huge. It is impossible for a program crew to weave such a big lie to deceive him like the Truman Show. What's more, they cannot broadcast the ordinary things that the savages do. Therefore, Bai Feng could only believe that there really were chickens in this era. Chapter 1:17 Catching Chickens. No matter how he doubted it, since it had already appeared in front of him, Bai Feng could only face it. So he took the chicken from the tribesman and looked at it carefully. Looking from a distance, it is no different from the big roosters of later generations, with an orange-red body and blue-black tail feathers, a standard rooster. But if you look closely, there are some differences. There are many white spots on the chest, and the legs are also black. Except for the black chicken, all the chicken legs of this color that Bai Feng has seen have yellow legs. Could this really be a pheasant? Bai Feng's doubts were mostly reduced. It was a pity that it died. Otherwise, he would know after looking at its living habits and flying ability. Pulling its wings, Bai Feng couldn't tell whether this kind of wings could fly. Chickens in later generations can also fly by flapping their wings. Bai Feng's knowledge was not that broad, and in the end, he didn't know that what he saw was a red jungle fowl. Perhaps the chickens used by the ancients were domesticated from this kind of pheasant. Where did you catch this? Bai Feng asked the tribesman who caught the chicken. It was in a reed marsh. I saw it when I was mowing the grass, so I caught it, but it didn't fly away. Bai Feng nodded, and then asked the witch to record 1 work point for him. Although this gain was not enough to be recorded, his discovery might provide the Bai Feng tribe with 1 more kind of poultry, so it could be regarded as a reward. If he could really catch enough chickens, he could be given more work points. As for the chicken, it was naturally taken away by Bai Feng. He still missed the taste of chicken. What he could eat on weekdays was pheasant, that is, ring-necked pheasant or red-bellied pheasant. Although they were strictly protected in later generations, they are very common now. There are many of them, and they are very common. The taste is still quite different from chicken. Guessing, I haven't eaten it. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't want to provide food and accommodation. He and Sui had a meal of dry pot chicken. Sui gave a high evaluation of the taste of this bird, but Bai Feng felt that it was still not tasty enough, and the spiciness of the dogwood was not right. Now the Bai Feng tribe has a new goal, which is to catch chickens. It is very simple to raise them after catching them. All you need to do is clip their wing feathers so that they can't fly. Moreover, Bai Feng estimates that with their body size, they should not be able to fly very high or far. They can probably just glide or fly as high as the trees. The difficulty lies in how to catch them. It is easy to catch a dead one, but difficult to catch one alive. And it has to be both male and female. Although the tribe members said that they were found in a reed marsh, based on Bai Feng's later habits of domestic chickens, it is more likely that they spend the night in trees. Moreover, their bodies are much larger than ordinary birds, and it is not easy for them to hide in a reed marsh. The tribe members probably just got lucky. In order to catch chickens, the Bai Feng tribe prepared large nets, many lassos, and bamboo cages. They didn't understand why they had to make such a fuss about preparing all these just to catch some birds alive, which were just bigger and better looking than other birds. It didn't seem necessary. However, Bai Feng also explained it to them this time, because after so long, they have also developed some thinking ability. Bai Feng used the cattle herd as an example to give them. There are so many cattle in the wild, but why do they need to raise them? Because raising them is more reliable and stable, and they can continue to reproduce. If it were in the past, Bai Feng would definitely not explain it to them. It was only when they saw the big fat birds running all over the ground, which could not fly, but could lay eggs and crow as alarm clocks, that they realized the benefits of raising chickens. Before starting a hunt, you have to carefully find the location of the chicken. Unfortunately, Bai Feng made a mistake and did not show the chicken to everyone. Otherwise, someone might remember where the chicken was. The hunters must have seen it, but they just didn't pay special attention to it. No matter how big a bird is, it is still a bird and is not as important as a wild boar or a deer. Fortunately, Sui thought the fur was beautiful, so she kept it. She showed the tail feathers to everyone and gave a general description. Many people said they had seen it. Bai Feng counted the locations they mentioned. Although they were different, more people had seen it near the big lake. The people on the fishing team said that they seldom saw them in the reed marshes and only occasionally saw them flapping their wings and flying. Bai Feng felt that his guess was probably correct. The chickens should be in the forest surrounding the big lake, and they came to the big lake probably because there was more food there. So the hunting team went to explore the area near the lake first, hoping to find a place where the chickens spent the night, because if they did, their feces would definitely be around, which would be an obvious sign. On the first day, nothing happened. Although they saw the chickens that Bai Feng mentioned, they did not find their nest. So they continued to explore. On the second day, they said they found a place where the chickens might have spent the night because feces and chicken feathers were there, and they took out a handful of chicken feathers they picked up as evidence. Since the hunters all felt that it was almost certain, Bai Feng had no reason to refute it. So they prepared to attack the chicken coop at night. Because the chickens would not come back from foraging during the day, and most birds had zero vision at night, as long as there was light shining on them, they could only wait motionlessly. It is actually quite dangerous for the Bai Feng tribe to act at night. After all, many wild animals come out to hunt at night. However, the night blindness situation of the Bifong tribe has improved a lot now, and the moon at the scene is round and bright, so the visibility is still good. As long as they have the right weapons and enough people, they don't have to worry about wild beasts. After all, they even killed a tiger last time. Although the bright moonlight might give pheasants a chance to escape, Bifong and his men need the pheasants to stay in their nests to give them a chance to hunt. After all, with so many people carrying nets, they can't go back empty-handed. This is not a feudal society. The clan leader has privileges, but he also needs to lead by example. He cannot just sit there and wait for his clan members to contribute. So Bifong led everyone to the lake at night. Along the way, we could hear wolf howls coming from very far away. Fortunately, it was not in their territory, otherwise Bifong wouldn't mind another raid. When they were not far from the chicken coop that the tribesmen had mentioned, everyone stopped to avoid scaring them. Bifong took out his telescope to observe. Although the moonlight was bright, it was only a few spots of light when it fell into the woods. However, Bifong still saw the presence of pheasants. Bifong made a gesture, and everyone divided into several teams as mentioned before, each carrying a large net to surround one side. They climbed up the tree and then flattened the large net into a net wall. They were all very cautious for fear of scaring the pheasants. After tying the net, everyone held the lasso and started to attack the pheasants. At this time, they were not afraid of scaring them. The net was surrounding them, so no matter how hard they tried to escape, they could only escape within a certain range. With their size, they could not fly directly in the sky, unless they were flown by helicopter. Looking closer, there were about dozens of pheasants in this group. Bifong took aim and lowered the scoop net first. The pheasants sensed something was wrong and began to struggle frantically, but the tribesmen nearby had already rushed over and held the pheasants down, then took them out and put them in a bamboo cage. The others also took action at the same time. The pheasants were frightened and started cackling. Even though they couldn't see the road, they flapped their wings and flew around. Bifong felt that he had been hit on the face many times by the pheasants. Not many were caught the first time, as most of them ran away, but they are now struggling everywhere. Several tribesmen were chasing a pheasant. The scene was extremely chaotic, with the pheasants' fearful cacklings, the human screams, shouts, and insults to their pig teammates, completely waking up the forest. Chapter 1, 18 Feeding. However, they were surrounded by the net, so they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. The timid ones hid in the grass or trees, which were really hard to find in the middle of the night. After searching for a few more rounds, Bifong and his team really couldn't find any that had escaped the net, so they decided to call it a day and go home. The chicken was very uneasy in the bamboo cage and kept flapping its wings and struggling, but it was useless. So he kept it in the cage for the next 2 days. Bifong would start building a chicken coop when he returned. It was already early morning when they returned to the tribe. The other tribesmen had already fallen asleep. The soldiers on duty and patrolling on the city wall were still very competent and did not cheat or play tricks. Bifong and his men first counted their results. They dispatched more than 100 people and only caught 27 chickens, including 6 roosters, while the rest were all hens. It was difficult to see clearly at night, but the gender could be determined from the size. Putting them in the warehouse, the dark room, still gives them a sense of security. Occasionally, you can hear the sound of flapping wings, but there is no other movement. Bifong quietly returned to the room. Sui was sitting on the Kong and fell asleep. It seemed that she was waiting for Bifong, but she didn't fall asleep even though she was sleepy. Bifong helped her lie down and covered her with a quilt. Sui did not wake up. She smacked her lips, hummed, and continued to sleep. Bifong also quickly lay down and fell asleep. He was indeed very sleepy after being busy for most of the night. The next day, Bifong slept in until Sui opened the curtains and the sun was too bright for Bifong to feel comfortable. By the time he had washed up, the other tribesmen had already been working for a while. However, the hunters who had worked with him last night were all in low spirits. After all, they couldn't sleep in like Bifong. Bifong saw that they were indeed tired, and they were busy for so long last night, and there was no need for them to go hunting now. So he told them that they could go back to sleep. When they got up in the afternoon, they all cheered and quickly went back to their room to catch up on their sleep. Bifong was almost done sleeping, so he went to the warehouse to check on his chickens. Without his permission, no one dared to deal with the chickens on their own. Because Bifong had slept for a long time, no one cared even if the chickens crowed in the warehouse. After opening the warehouse and letting in the sunlight, Bifong could take a closer look at the pheasants. He counted them again and found that the number was not different from what he had ordered last night. As for why there were so few roosters, it was obvious that with such bright feathers and without the ability to fly like other birds, these wild roosters would not live long. However, the appearance of the hens made Bai Feng feel that these were definitely pheasants, a kind of pheasant he had never known. The hens were very small, just slightly larger than quails, with short necks and pointed beaks, which were very different from the hens of later generations. But it doesn't matter. Bai Feng thinks that this kind of chicken can definitely be domesticated into the poultry of later generations, because the tribesmen have already said that they crow in the morning, which is not wrong. Bai Feng quickly asked the tribesmen to make a temporary chicken coop so that the chickens can get out of the cage first. The place was big enough and there were enough people. Next to the vegetable garden, a group of people started working at the same time and soon made a bamboo cage that the chicken couldn't get out of. It's a bamboo prison. Anyway, locking up chickens is just like putting them in prison. Just leave a small door at a relatively high position, throw the chickens in, and then tie the door. Even if these pheasants are extremely smart, they won't be able to untie the rope. Throw them in, then put in snails and earthworms originally prepared for the fish. As soon as they are thrown in, they start to enjoy them happily, not caring at all about the environment or state they are in. No wonder chickens need to be domesticated. It turns out their personalities are suitable for raising. For example, sparrows, not to mention whether they are worth raising, their personalities alone make them difficult to raise. They won't eat food given by humans. That's why throughout history, people have raised all kinds of birds, but not sparrows. If someone raised sparrows, there would definitely be a lot of surprise. There are a lot of weasels here, and there have been several incidents of weasels and foxes stealing meat. Because they are relatively small and secretive, their behavior is purely petty theft, and it is difficult to detect them even if there are people on guard. Wolves, on the other hand, are high-profile robbers and are easily discovered when they travel in groups. Of the few wolf cubs raised by the Bai Feng tribe, only 6 survived out of more than a dozen. Bai Feng had 2 silver-gray ones, and the other tribesmen had 4 in total. This was mainly because Bai Feng was patient, while the others thought that wolves were so abominable that they still wasted food on raising them. So they just perfunctorily carried out Bai Feng's task. It would have been better if they had died. The 2 raised by Bai Feng are already half grown up and are quite clingy, but they also have a wild side like wolves. They are mainly family-friendly and look cute, so it's no wonder that many people picked up wolf cubs and raised them for a long time before realizing that they were wolves. Their personalities are not much different from dogs, except that they are a little too restless. They will take a bite of any fur and chase after anything they see. Bai Feng knows that they are practicing their hunting skills, but other tribesmen don't think so. They always think that these wolves will bite the tribe leader to death in the middle of the night. As for how to change the tribesmen's views, that depends on what good performance they can show. Bai Feng also gave them 2 names. The bigger one was named Chong Wei, and the smaller one was named Lai Fu. He often saw Chong Wei beating Lai Fu. When Bai Feng goes out, he usually takes them with him, mainly to cultivate their relationship. Ever since the follower Sui no longer follows him every day, it seems that it is indeed a bit boring to stroll alone. But the 2 of them had been entangled under Bai Feng's feet, pulling and tearing Bai Feng's trouser legs with every step they took. If they bit the flesh, they would know to close the bite and would not hurt Bai Feng, although their small fangs would still hurt. In order to prevent them from harming people and to allow them to adapt in advance, Bai Feng put collars on them. However, no matter whether they were made of ropes or leather, they would be torn into pieces within a day. In order not to waste things, Bai Feng left them alone for the time being and waited until they were older to put on iron chains. Of course, Bai Feng couldn't completely trust them, so he kept them in the room when they were young. Now that they have grown up, they are capable of sneaking up on Bai Feng and killing him, so Bai Feng built a doghouse outside his door for them to live in, to serve as gatekeepers. When he brought them to the chicken coop, they were already restless and started digging the ground. Bai Feng felt that this was not a good idea, because they might dig up the ground and bite all the chickens to death at night. So he went to the warehouse and found an unprocessed fox skin, propped it up to look alive, and in front of the 2 little wolves, he used the fox paw to dig the ground. The 2 of them followed suit and dove along. Then Bai Feng suddenly stood up, kicked fox skin, and then picked up a wooden stick and hit it a few times. The 2 little wolves were scared and squeaked, then ran away with their tails between their legs. Lai Fu even peed his pants out of fear. Bai Feng stopped and waited for the 2 of them to come over. Bai Feng continued to dig with the fox skin. This time, the 2 of them didn't dare to dig. Then Bai Feng beat the fox skin again in front of them. Then Bai Feng pulled Chong Wei over and used its claws to dig the soil. It was so scared that it screamed and wanted to break free. Bai Feng let it go and replaced it with Lai Fu, who was also struggling in fear. It seems that education is effective. At least now, they don't have the courage to steal chickens. They don't care about the chickens raised by other people at all. They just keep in the house. They trust the little wolves they raise more than Bai Feng, because the wolves raised by those who don't believe in them would have died long ago. Chapter 119. Troublemaker or Hero. The pheasants spent the day safely in the cage. They showed no signs of discomfort, and they did not refuse to eat or try to escape. Bai Feng was quite confident about them. Even the construction of the chicken coop has to be done faster. After all, the current bamboo cage can neither provide shade nor shelter from rain, and it cannot keep warm in winter. We have to build a house with bricks and tiles for them to live in at night, and then enclose a piece of land outside. We can let them walk outside during the day and put them back in a cage at night. But their wings have to be clipped by then, which is not necessary now. After pushing Chong Wei and Lai Fu into their doghouses, Bai Feng also returned to his own nest to sleep. Another ordinary day had come to an end. Now that there were wolves and pheasants, the days of living in a world where fields were connected and chickens and dogs could hear each other were just around the corner. In a daze at night, Bai Feng heard the sound of something tearing and a sharp cry, a bit like a wolf howling. Bai Feng woke up instantly from his sleepy state, put on his clothes, picked up the knife, and blew the whistle. He heard it very clearly and could still hear the sound. He didn't know what the night watchmen were doing. They couldn't even see the wolves coming, and there was no warning at all. If they were not bitten to death by the wolves, Bai Feng would definitely not let them go. In fact, other members of the tribe had also discovered the abnormality and had already prepared their weapons. Even when Bai Feng blew the whistle, some of the tribesmen were already on their way to find Bai Feng. Those who woke up early had already rushed to the place where the noise came from with weapons. It was in a vegetable garden. Bai Feng understood that it must be the chickens they raised that attracted some wild beasts again. Why did everything he raised suffer disaster? When Bai Feng rushed over, there was no movement. Everyone was standing there, not knowing what they were doing. Bai Feng was about to rush to the front, but Chong Wei and Lai Fu squeezed out from the crowd and rubbed against Bai Feng's legs. But in the light of the fire, the obvious bloodstains on their bodies and the yellow hair on their mouths made Bai Feng furious. Wolves are wolves. They can never be tamed. Bai Feng had just demonstrated to them what would happen if they bit a chicken, and now they dared to launch a sneak attack at night. Bai Feng was very angry, so he grabbed the necks of the two wolves with force and lifted them up. He wanted to show them the scene of his crime and then give them a good lesson. They would not know the pain unless they were beaten. Amid the strange expressions of the crowd, Bai Feng carried the two of them through the crowd to the chicken coop. They both squeaked in fear, and Lai Fu was scared to death again and drew a line. But after Bai Feng saw the situation clearly, he quickly put them both down again and comforted them gently. There was no other reason. Bai Feng had wronged them, and not only did the two of them not cause any trouble, they also made meritorious deeds. The bodies of the four weasels were lying on the ground. A deep hole was visible on the ground of the chicken coop. They only needed to make a little more effort to dig a hole, and then enjoy the chickens that had nowhere to escape. Bai Feng turned over the weasel's body and saw the wounds were caused by the little wolf. Its body temperature was still hot and blood was flowing, which meant it had just been bitten to death. The sound just now was them fighting. Although the two little wolves had the advantage in size, it was still quite difficult to outnumber four. Bai Feng carefully checked the little wolves and found that they both had injuries of varying degrees. They were just confused by the weasel's blood and did not look carefully. Just when Bai Feng was planning to withdraw his men and go back to sleep, the dozen or so soldiers patrolling on the city wall all arrived, fully armed and looking ready to fight at any time. Bai Feng didn't blame them for the weasels sneaking in. After all, visibility was really poor at night and weasels are sneaky, so they are hard to spot. But why are they here now? Are you all here? In the dim firelight, Bai Feng's expression was not clear. Yes, Chief, we all came here as soon as we heard the noise. Bai Feng's voice became even deeper. Did I blow the warning whistle or the battle whistle? Now that you are all here, who is guarding the city wall? Are you waiting for the gods to guard it for you? Those soldiers didn't know how to answer. They just felt like something happened, and as soldiers they should come and check it out, but they forgot that they should be on duty and patrol at this time. This won't happen again. Go to guard duty now. If you're attacked by surprise, you will be punished. Let it go this time, but next time, no matter what happens, even if the tribe is burned down, as long as the battle whistle is not blown, you will guard the city wall. The soldiers nodded repeatedly, then ran away quickly and went back to guard the city wall. As for now, it was all a false alarm. Chong Wei and Lai Fu have made contributions, so they will naturally be rewarded. Of course, it won't be too big. These weasels will serve as their meals to replenish their injured bodies. Let everyone go back to sleep. Bai Feng also went back with a little wolf under one arm. Sui put on her clothes and stood at the door with a crossbow with a string in her hand. When she saw Bai Feng came back safe and sound, she put the crossbow down. To be honest, Bai Feng was afraid that Sui's hand would shake and he would die inexplicably in his wife's hands. So he should have added insurance on all the crossbows. I brought the two little wolves into the room to sleep tonight. After all, they are heroes, and it's a bit cold outside now. My room is much warmer than their doghouse. However, the visibility was too poor at night, so he couldn't carefully check the injuries of the two little wolves. He could only wait until tomorrow. However, looking at their current condition, it didn't affect their walking, and there was no bleeding, which meant that their injuries were not too dangerous. So he let it be for now. He spread a sheepskin for the two of them, and waited until they both lay down comfortably before Bai Feng hugged Sui and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Bai Feng got up without washing up first, but checked the wolf cub's wounds. Indeed, there were no serious wounds. The biggest wound was that a piece of Chong Wei's eyelid was scratched off. There was no hair, and it was bloody. The flesh was exposed, but it stopped bleeding. Bai Feng carefully cleaned their fur and scratched them, which made their mood and condition much better. There was no medicine for them, but their self-healing ability was very strong, so Bai Feng hardly had to worry about them. Once the sun comes out, they can go out to bask in the sun and lick the water, and they will be fine. However, Bai Feng must have enough food during this period. Normally, what they could eat was nothing more than Bai Feng's leftovers, or bones, meat scraps, and the ones left by the tribesmen. The bones that could be chewed were left for the few little wolves in the tribe. Although other bones could be broken into pieces to feed them, Bai Feng didn't want them to have to use their hands to defecate when they couldn't. This time, ate all the weasels. Firstly, they were the ones they caught, and secondly, the meat of weasels was probably hard to eat. Although it would only be enough for the little wolves to eat for 2 or 3 days, Bai Feng thought it would be fine to give them some beef. Chapter 120. No Gathering of the White Wind Tribe. Originally, it didn't matter whether tribes like the Bai Feng tribe came to the gathering or not, and no one would care. However, after the publicity by Swearin, the reputation of the Bai Feng tribe being wealthy and having a precious sword spread throughout the entire basin, many tribes prepared beautiful women and food, just hoping to exchange them for a precious sword that would allow several great leaders to kill each other. However, on the first day of the gathering, apart from the Chiexan clan who had arranged the gathering place and cleared the nearby dangers, they welcomed the first batch of savages who came for exchange, but there was no Bai Feng tribe. However, they did not think there was anything wrong as it was quite far away and their arrival was normal. Halfway through the meeting, Swearin also came to join the meeting. It was said that the leader of the team this time was a sage from Fushi clan who was good at divination and sacrifice, but now he was won over by Swearin. In fact, Swearin had nothing to exchange, but when his neighbors held a grand event, he had to come and show his support no matter what. This was a way of maintaining friendship between large tribes. There were no cannibals, no forest fires, and no White Wind tribe this year. It was just a dull year, and those who wanted to see the White Wind tribe's swords were all disappointed. The meeting was about to end, but the Bai Feng tribe still hadn't arrived, so Chiexan first gathered the wandering savages who had gone to deliver the message. There were 16 of them, but now there were only 12 left, and the rest had died on the way to deliver the message. The tribe leader Chiexin asked them whether they had gone to pass the message to the Bai Feng tribe. If they did not, but lied about going, their tribe could still deal with a dishonest stray savage at will. After all, no one likes a stray savage who lies. Lying means that the food they paid for is wasted, and the last bit of value of the stray savage's life in the wilderness will disappear. All the wandering savages said that they had traveled all over the wilderness and would go to any human tribe, but they had never seen any White Wind tribe on the way. As for the place they mentioned, they had never seen any humans living there at all. Chiexan slapped the stone slab and wondered what was going on. With a tribe as large as Suerin's, there was no need to fabricate a non-existent tribe. He also heard news that there were indeed some tribes that left earlier and did not encounter cannibals. Some of them saw a tribe selling silver knives, which were incredibly sharp and hard. What's even more strange is that the tribe likes to replace old and ugly women, which is completely against common sense. So Chiexan really wants to meet the Bai Feng tribe, because there are rumors that the Bai Feng tribe can prolong people's lifespan and make old people younger. Chiexan pulled his hair in front of his eyes. It was already gray, and he didn't have many years to live. For the sake of the Baifeng tribe, Xian even extended the time of the gathering by 2 days. It was not until the other tribes had left that they had no more options left that Xian felt that the Baifeng tribe would indeed not come. In fact, other small tribes just wanted to watch the fun. Only a few tribes felt that they had the strength to exchange for the White Wind tribe's sword. Unfortunately, this year's trip was in vain. Wang Zuo was ordered by Bao Shi to bring people to the gathering. Their purpose of going there was just to publicize the wealth of Swearin. Firstly, it was to show their support, and secondly, if a tribe could not survive in the future and look for a large tribe to take them in, they would be more willing to choose Swearin. Wang Zuo had a mission, which was to keep an eye on the Baifeng tribe. If they showed up, he would follow them secretly after the meeting and follow them until they returned home to determine the location of the Baifeng tribe. As for why it was the newcomer Wang Zuo, it was because of his eloquent mouth and his genuineness, which far exceeded the knowledge and experience of his contemporaries. At the beginning, Bao Shi was afraid of displeasing the sage who was a descendant of Fuxi, so he did not immediately seek divination and sacrifice from him. It can be said that Bao Shi believed in divination, especially the sage he found last time, whose divination was extremely effective. Unfortunately, he was unwilling to stay in one place. Even though Bao Shi promised extremely high treatment, the sage decisively rejected Bao Shi. Therefore, Bao Shi thought that since Wang Zuo was passed down from Fuxi, his divination ability would be even stronger. After entertaining him with delicious food and drinks for half a month, Bao Shi finally asked Wang Zuo to divine for Fuxi to see how their tribe could find more food to survive the winter. It had been such a long time since he had come to ask Wang Zuo about it. Actually, Wang Zuo could still enjoy it with peace of mind at the beginning, but later on, the feeling of eating and drinking for free made him feel a little uneasy. But now that he's asked, Wang Zuo can feel free to lie. But unexpectedly, the blind cat caught a dead mouse. This time, the divination really helped Swearin find a lot of food, and Bao Shi paid more attention to Wang Zuo. Afterwards, Wang Zuo began to offer sacrifices to Swearin and presented 6 pairs of men and women and threw them into the fire. Bao Shi naturally chose to use slaves. There were many slaves in their tribe, and Bao Shi did not feel sorry for them at all. In order to make it more confusing, during the sacrifice, Wang Zuo quietly took out a handful of yellow powder and threw it into the fire. Instantly, a blue-purple flame emerged from the fire, causing everyone to cheer. Wang Zuo explained to Bao Shi that the flame of that color was the god's way of saying that he had received the sacrifice. So the sacrifice was a success, and the god would protect Swearin. After just these 2 times, Wang Zuo felt that he would no longer be suspected. After all, he had deceived people so successfully twice. He thought that he would be able to enjoy his life without worries for a long time. Bao Shi asked Wang Zuo one thing, that is, whether he was willing to stay and be the chief priest of Swearin clan. Although Wang Zuo was very happy in his heart, he still pretended to be very unhappy and refused Bao Shi. Bao Shi felt that considering Wang Zuo's condition, there was actually hope, so he increased his salary again. This time Wang Zuo did not refuse, but agreed reluctantly. However, he also talked to Bao Shi and told him that he could only do divination twice a year at most. As for sacrifices, he could just pick a good day. This was also to prevent him from crossing the border. However, although Wang Zuo was bragging in these aspects, he was much better than other people in Swearinchi in arithmetic and statistics. His knowledge could be said to be practical, and soon everyone got used to having Wang Zuo's help. Wang Zuo now has great power, but his talent is indeed not up to par with his power. Baifeng did not ask carefully at the time, and just thought that Wang Zuo was just a liar. If he had known that he had this ability earlier, Baifeng probably would not have been willing to trick him into going to Swearinchi. Wang Zuo's fighting ability is not good, but he has a quick mind and is good at speaking, so he is the one who leads the rally. Chapter 121, the second year. Not attending the rally would not have any impact on the Baifeng tribe, and it would also avoid possible dangers on the road and at the rally. Naturally, they did not know what the tribes of all sizes in the entire river basin thought of the Baifeng tribe, nor did they speculate as to why the Baifeng tribe did not come to the rally. Xian couldn't understand why a powerful tribe suddenly appeared. He had never heard of it before, and he couldn't get any information about the White Wind tribe from the wandering savages. Did something happen to the Baifeng tribe in just 1 year that could destroy the entire tribe? Or did the entire tribe relocate? Well, the possibility he was most unwilling to believe was that what Swearin said was false. If Swearin was not afraid of the disaster brought about by deceiving the gods, it would be a terrible thing for the entire human race. Baoshi was not shocked when he learned that the Baifeng tribe did not attend the rally. He felt that this was the more likely scenario. After all, Baifeng was a very cautious person, and if his tribe was as wealthy as it seemed, there would be no need for them to attend the rally. At the same time, he also learned from wandering savages and the warriors who were sent out that there was no Baifeng tribe at the location Baifeng mentioned. They even expanded the search range and paid the lives of many warriors for it. But the result was that there was no such tribe. Sending Wang Zhuo to the rally was nothing more than pinning hopes on that not very high probability. The Baifeng tribe is very lively because their new year, the winter solstice, has arrived. In addition to not having to work and being able to rest for a few days, there are also celebrations similar to the Harvest Festival. The most anticipated thing is the reward for the tribe members on this day. The abilities of the tribesmen are very uneven, almost polarized. The capable ones are divided into wives, men, and food this year, while the incapable ones can only rely on the most basic supplies provided by the tribe to survive. Apart from those who have their own skills and are willing to work harder, the rest who can earn the extra work points, which can now be exchanged for rewards, are those who are lucky or have a spirit of exploration and have actually achieved results. For example, the few people who made glass, although their progress was slow and the finished product was not very good, still received rewards. After all, the prospects of glass are very good. The others were the ones who found honey and the two who found chickens. Baifeng originally wanted to go and harvest honey again, but when he went for the second time, he found that although the beehive was very large, the honey had decreased a lot. Because there was no flower season, the bees could only eat stored honey, and the rest was for them to survive the winter. In order not to destroy the stability of the bee population, Baifeng finally gave up the plan to harvest honey. The chickens were raised very well, with almost no disasters or diseases. We built a large chicken coop for them with a spacious space outside for activities. Their wings had been clipped, so they couldn't even glide. But after an eagle stole chickens and successfully caught a hen, Baifeng realized that he needed to build some shelter and hiding places for the chickens in open areas. So he simply transplanted a few trees in there, not caring whether they could survive or not. As long as they were just dry branches, as long as they gave the chickens a place to hide, it would be fine. As for glass, although glass panels have been made and can be used as windows, others think that windows are unnecessary, so no windows were included from the beginning of construction. The main feature is a cold and dark atmosphere. Now, even if they envy Baifeng's house, there is nothing they can do because they can't penetrate the brick and concrete walls at all. Although Baifeng's apprentice doctor has not done anything great, he has followed Baifeng for more than a year and is familiar with various herbs and can perform simple treatments. People nowadays do not have too many minor illnesses and are in good health, except for rheumatic diseases. It is not so bad now, because the place they live is cold and gloomy. In the past, it was common for them to be soaked in the rain, and they might die before the disease breaks out. Although the people of the Baifeng tribe are not old enough to suffer from severe rheumatism, and it can even be said that they are a very young tribe, the underlying disease cannot be underestimated. Therefore, the doctor boiled medicine for those who said that they often had weak and sore legs, which are more obvious on rainy days. He usually sews up the serious wounds of his tribesmen and treats bruises and injuries. Major illnesses are still treated by Baifeng, although there are no serious illnesses that can be cured. There is also Liu as a doctor, who is considered to be the young man that Baifeng is more fond of. If he is nurtured carefully, he will definitely be able to take over his medical job in the future. Deer is still relatively thin, but he can still grow bigger and may become an agile warrior. There are many good things to give them as rewards this year. The knives they coveted last year are now owned by everyone, and the same goes for bows. Crossbows seem to have become a woman's patent now, and men should use bows, so the newly made crossbows cannot be used as rewards. In the end, Baifeng chose the hard currency of this era, grain. In winter, the tribe members would not be given as much grain as during the busy farming season, and the supply would be reduced. However, because this year's harvest was indeed rich enough, the amount of grain that could be exchanged for people with work points was also considerable. For example, the most powerful few people, the food and meat they exchanged were enough for them to eat in the same way as xiaqiu until the beginning of spring. This reward made the other tribesmen truly envious. After all, the other rewards could not be eaten, and food was the most important thing in this era. Those who are giving up are still giving up. If they continue to do so next year, Baifeng can only guarantee that they will not starve to death. If everything goes well, and they take the initiative to annex a few more tribes next year, these lazy people will sooner or later be pushed to the bottom level, even if they were originally from the Baifeng tribe. This year's New Year lasted for several days, which was actually just a holiday for them. At the same time, Bear's first son was born. Why did I say first? Because among the children born in the tribe before, there were probably some who were Bear's offspring, but this was the first one that could be completely confirmed to be Bear's biological son. Baifeng sent him his blessings and also named the child Xiao Yin, which means little tiger. Baifeng hoped that the child born from the genes of the two top people in the tribe would be able to surpass their parents in the future. The bear also felt a strange emotion. In the past, his attitude towards the children of the tribe was that they were only good at eating but not working and were very weak. They were a burden to the tribe. Why couldn't they walk as soon as they landed on the ground like wild animals and find food for themselves in a few months? Now listening to Bai Feng's blessing and his words about being a father, Xiong looked at the wrinkled baby in his wife's arms and actually smiled foolishly. Chapter 122 Wedding. Bai Feng's 2 crowns have been made. The crown with Sui is a copy of the Ming crown that Bai Feng imitated, but it has been simplified to an unknown degree. In order to make it look more gorgeous, it is not only inlaid with carefully selected crystals and agates of various colors, but also has strings of beads hanging down, which makes it wobbly, but it is a bit heavy. The crystal agate was polished by Bai Feng himself, and the geometric surfaces were similar to those of later gems, but they were very poor. After polishing, they reflected charming fire in the sun. He didn't know what the shape of Bai Feng's own crown was. Probably he created it himself. It looked a bit like a 5-beam crown, and a bit like a hibiscus crown. Bai Feng originally wanted to make a hibiscus crown, but unfortunately his craftsmanship was not up to that level, and it didn't have the gorgeousness of the tassels. However, Bai Feng felt it was more solemn, especially after inserting the pure gold hairpin. After seeing the crown, Sui couldn't wait to put it on her head, but her loose hair was not suitable for wearing a crown. Bai Feng carefully washed her hair with soapberry and cypress water, and after drying it in the room, he tried to put her hair up. In his previous life, Bai Feng had no experience in tying or bunting girls' hair, but at least he had seen girls with their hair tied up, so he just fumbled around and tried it himself. After all, no one in the entire tribe had ever tied their hair up, and everyone just let their hair down or twisted it into a few braids. Bai Feng tied his hair up and pinned it with a bamboo hairpin, which made him clearly different from all the savages at first glance. He also found agate and crystal that were long enough and was slowly grinding the hairpin. This was a big project and it was too difficult to grind it finely, so it could only be done in the quiet season of winter. Sui's hair is very long. Since she has no habit of taking care of her hair, it is too long and affects her movements, so she just cut off part of it with a knife. Now Sui's hair is still waist length and of good thickness. Bai Feng spent almost the entire day fiddling with Sui's hair. There were no hairpins or rubber bands, only ropes. In the end, Bai Feng managed to create a hairstyle suitable for wearing crown. After putting on the crown, there was no mirror, so Bai Feng pulled out a knife and asked her to use the blade as a mirror to look at her image. Although it was blurry, after taking a look, Sui no longer wanted to take off the crown, nor did she want to let her hair down again, even though she would not be able to sleep at all. But after taking such a look, Sui really felt that she was just like what Bai Feng said, that she was the most beautiful woman in the entire tribe. After much persuasion, Sui finally agreed to take off the crown. The main reason was that the crown was quite heavy and her neck felt a little sore after wearing it for a long time. As for her hair, Bai Feng said that he would redo it for her tomorrow. Only then was she willing to untie her hair and sleep well. After all, he can't work with the crown on, and he can't waste time doing her hair every day. It seems that they're the highest-ranking people in the entire tribe, but in fact they are just a bandit leader and his wife. When he really becomes king and she becomes queen, they can do their hair and wear a crown every day. The next day, Bai Feng simply did a simple hair bun for her. It looked good without a crown, and the fringe was not visible. She just felt that Bai Feng had been fiddling with her hair for a long time and thought it was the same bun as yesterday, so she happily went out for a stroll to show off. Bai Feng no longer cared about her. He was preparing to hold a grand wedding. Just having a crown was not enough. The venue would be the tribal square, and the ceremony would be to worship heaven and earth. He didn't want any more complicated procedures. There would be no bride's family or parents, so everything would be simplified, but had to be solemn. He had to wear long robes and fancy clothes with more materials to show his status. The tribe had enough linen and furs, so it wouldn't be a waste if he used some. It is impossible to use original color linen. In fact, It is not difficult to dye cloth, but there is no need to waste the labor. Do clothes have to be colored to be worn? But Bai Feng still wanted something different, and the dyed cloth would definitely be much more valuable than colorless cloth when they traded with other tribes. But Bai Feng only knew two kinds of plant dyes. Black was made from gallnut, and blue was made from indigo, also known as Isida's root. Bai Feng chose black because black is more calm and majestic. To fix the color, just soak it in salt water. It didn't take much effort to dye the cloth black, but it was still very rough. The robes for the two were quickly made. Bai Feng told Sui about the upcoming wedding. Sui didn't understand what marriage was. Was there any ceremony required for a man and a woman to be together? Bai Feng told him that this was a sacrificial ceremony between the two of them, telling the gods that they were together from now on. It was also a sacrifice to confirm the identity of the wife of the chief of the Sui clan, and it could not be taken lightly. When Sui heard that it was a sacrifice, she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, because sacrifice was a major event that determined the fate of the tribe. Bai Feng advised her not to be afraid, as he had already known that the gods would protect them. There was no date chosen for the wedding because Bai Feng had no idea what day it was. He just thought the weather would be better tomorrow, so he chose tomorrow. There were no tables or big banquets, and they were still asked to sit on the ground around the campfire, eating meat and drinking wine. However, Bai Feng and Sui had two tall chairs, and at the end of the ceremony they had to accept the kneeling worship of the tribesmen. The moment Song Sui, wearing a black robe, with her hair tied up high in a crown, was led out by Bai Feng, all the tribesmen were dumbfounded. They didn't care about Bai Feng, they just thought Song Sui was so beautiful. She was obviously an ugly girl, but why did they think she was beautiful now? Those women who were praised as beauties by their tribesmen also felt that they were not as good as Sui. They thought that if they put their hair up high tomorrow instead of letting it hang loose, they would definitely be more beautiful than Sui again. The aesthetic taste of the Bai Feng tribe seemed to be reshaped in an instant. For a long time thereafter, the women of the Bai Feng tribe all tied their hair up high, and if they didn't have a crown, they would insert colorful feathers into their hair. But they don't know that the hairstyle and the crown are not the most important things. The curvy figure, although wrapped tightly, but the robe can still show Sue's slender figure. The black fabric makes the monotonous aesthetic more colorful, and her fair skin is the most important thing. The two of them offered food to heaven and earth, poured 3 cups of wine, and then threw a lot of cypress seeds into the fire. Finally, they performed the ceremony of 3 bows and 9 kowtows on the fur-covered ground. Bai Feng had practiced all of this with Sui many times in the room in advance, so although Sui was nervous, nothing went wrong. Finally, Bai Feng pulled Sui and sat on a tall chair. Behind him was a stone with the words heaven and earth written on it. Bai Feng felt that after they had been kneeling and worshiping for so long, this stone might really have a spirit. Ever since he traveled through time, he no longer dared to deny God. All the tribesmen knelt down in a great crowd under the leadership of the witch. Just as they were about to kowtow, the bear shouted loudly, "Congratulations to our king and queen." The other tribesmen did not hesitate and followed suit, shouting in unison, "Congratulations to our king and queen." Bai Feng was a little panicked. He was getting married, but he was not ascending the throne, and he had no intention of becoming king right now. If you want to force him, you have to give him a yellow robe. Chapter 123, Military Training. Bai Feng was suddenly called king by the bear, but actually he had no plans to become king yet. This was something he was going to do when he faced Xian Yuan and Qi Yu in the future. What was the point of becoming king now? Sui didn't know what the queen meant. She just thought she was probably very powerful, more powerful than a clan leader's wife. But Bai Feng didn't seem too happy. But he only called out this time. After kneeling down, Bai Feng told everyone that his virtue was not worthy of being called king now. He could only be called a king when the number of people in the tribe exceeded 10,000. The territory was so large that it could not be walked through in several days and nights, and there was so much food that it would become moldy in the warehouse. It was hard for the tribesmen to imagine what a grand scene that was, but their tribe was not yet able to reach that level, and they did not understand what a king meant. Only Xiong knew what a king was when Bai Feng first tricked him. With such a grand ceremony this time, he thought Bai Feng was finally going to be king. Afterwards, Bai Feng didn't dwell on these things anymore, and asked the tribesmen to forget about them and just eat meat and drink happily. The tribesmen didn't expect that they would be able to celebrate so many festivals this year, and they were wondering if there would be more festivals to celebrate next year. But what they didn't know was that after this enjoyment, what they would face next would definitely make them feel pain, because Bai Feng planned to train his troops. Baifeng has no way to train soldiers during the busy farming season. Their economic strength does not allow them to hire professional soldiers. They can only adopt the strategy of making everyone a soldier, working during the busy farming season and training during the slack farming season. Now that it's winter, there is no work for them to do and no prey for them to catch. Instead of fattening up, they might as well come for military training. Although Baifeng has never been a soldier, he has experienced military training more than once. Although what they learn in military training is hardly used in war, it is a good way to train their obedience and discipline. As for other training, I believe there is some truth in TV dramas and movies that can be used as reference. After the tribesmen got used to the taste of alcohol and started to like it, some of them started drinking without restraint. As long as they were given alcohol, they would become drunk. Although Baifeng was happy, he felt that this was a negative effect of alcohol and that it could easily make people drunk. Especially at Baifeng's wedding, a few people drank extremely excessively. From now on, these people must limit their alcohol intake. Drunkards can appear in other tribes, but not in the Baifeng tribe. Baifeng took Sui to a drinking contest, but he didn't expect Sui's alcohol tolerance was much higher than Baifeng's. When Baifeng passed out from drinking, Sui was still able to drink. In the end, Baifeng was dragged back by Sui. Although he was still conscious, he could no longer walk. However, this made Baifeng feel a little panicked. Since Sui's alcohol tolerance was so good, what kind of state was Sui in when he had sex after drinking last time? Or was he, taken advantage of? No matter what happened, the current situation is a fait accompli, and they have already had the wedding, so nothing matters anymore. However, Baifeng's guilt has been reduced a lot. The next day after the hangover, we didn't have much energy, so we gave the tribesmen another day off. After a day of rest, we let them prepare for the devilish training. Of course, Baifeng did not intend to build an average army. The strength of their tribesmen varied, and each had their own strengths. He should not treat everyone equally, but should play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. So he decided to make full use of the advantages of each tribesman and create different types of soldiers. For example, those who can run fast and have strong tracking and ambush skills, and he made them scouts and messengers. If you're good at shooting arrows accurately, then you can join the bow and sword team. We will train a group of sharpshooters. When the enemy comes, you can launch a volley of arrows first. People who are good at bows and arrows have well-developed muscles and great strength. Even in close combat, ordinary people are no match for them. For example, bears are a representative of them. After the volley of arrows, they will draw out their swords to chop people. For those people who only have brute force but don't know how to use bows and swords, Baifeng plans to make a batch of thick armor first and let them wear them as the vanguard. As for other tribesmen who don't have special skills, he just needs to arrange logistics for them. Women couldn't escape either. Not to mention that women of this era were also very powerful in combat, and the many crossbows they made were not just for show. Of course, the hypothesis is just a hypothesis. We will know whether it is a mule or a horse by taking it out for a walk. They were given a day to digest the alcohol. On the third day, Baifeng gathered everyone together and told them about the military training. They didn't understand anything, mainly because they didn't even know what the army was, because there was no such thing as the army in that era. Baifeng didn't need them to understand what military training was. In a word, they just needed to be obedient. First, they would be separated by gender, and then each team would call out the person who shot the most accurate arrows, had the greatest strength, and ran the fastest. Then these people will be divided into teams. After the basic discipline and command training is completed, Baifeng will specifically strengthen the training in the project they are good at. After they were all lined up, the first thing they had to do was to stand at attention. The soldiers who were originally on duty guarding the city wall saw Baifeng gathering everyone and saying that he wanted to train and teach them something. So they felt that they were being discriminated against and were a little unhappy. But when I saw that all the tribesmen were standing straight and not moving, I felt that I was really lucky. I didn't know what the point of standing so straight was and why they had to stand for so long. Although those on duty could not be distracted and could sit down to rest if they were tired, the tribesmen could not do that for even a moment. There is no quilt, so let's just fold the tofu blocks. As for checking the housekeeping, forget it. Let them stay in the dark corner and get moldy. I won't listen even if I tell them. After standing for a whole day of military training, the tribesmen walked with their legs straight and could not bend them at all. Fortunately, the food was a little better, but they didn't know how long they had to stand in this military posture. They really couldn't bear it anymore. The next day, they still stood at attention. On the third day, the task changed, and they started turning left and right. A large number of people couldn't tell the difference between left and right, and Bai Feng didn't force them to practice it. It was indeed difficult to use, and now it was just used to improve the cooperation among the tribesmen. Then they started the military training, which lasted for nearly half a month. When they got up early to run, their footsteps were very orderly, and so was the formation. Bai Feng was very pleased that the military training was not in vain. Chapter 124. No more sloppy development. The basic discipline has been practiced almost enough, so there's no need to practice physical fitness. Because they work every day and run wildly in the wilderness, their physical strength is very good. If they practice more, it will hurt their bodies. The next step is to train them specifically according to their specialties. Xiong is the best at archery, so he is the one who trains and teaches all the members of the bow and sword team. After all, Bai Feng is really not as good as him. There is no limit on the daily supply of arrows, but they need to start practicing shooting at targets from a distance of 50 meters. When they can hit the target 80% of the time, they can increase the distance to 5 meters. After the hit rate stabilizes, they can continue to increase the distance until the bow can no longer be pulled and has insufficient power. Give them the best to eat and the best to use, so the training must be the most difficult. After they had practiced bow skills well, they began to practice sword skills. Bai Feng didn't know how to use a sword, but he let them chop each other with wooden swords. Finally, he summed up his experience and figured out a set of practical sword skills. For those with thick skin and flesh, he had to use force when chopping, so the pain didn't matter. But Bai Feng also needs to train because he also has to go to the battlefield and lead the troops. If his combat effectiveness is at the bottom by then, it will be embarrassing, and the most important thing is that he will be afraid of losing his life. War will kill people, it is not a game. In addition to swords, the people who were assigned to the logistics team of the Bai Feng tribe began to make shields for the soldiers. They did not want simple bamboo shields, but wooden shields. They should be round and hollow inside to reduce the weight, and they should also have a handle for easy holding. Unfortunately, there is not enough iron, otherwise it would be better to cover it with a layer of iron sheet. Thick animal skins, such as wild boar skins, can also be used, but Bai Feng plans to use these skins to make armor. Wearing armor on the body is safer than holding a shield in the hand. Scouts and messengers practice speed. In addition to running every day, they also built an obstacle course with various obstacles that they needed to jump over and pass through as quickly as possible, simulating the wilderness to the greatest extent possible. Bai Feng was doing this according to the military training methods he had seen and the fire brigade's training methods, and the effect should be quite good. Although he couldn't keep track of the time, there had been some progress when compared with each other. The tribesmen who have no special skills, but are good in physical strength and other aspects, and are stronger than those in logistics, mainly practice guns and spears. The fact that they have always existed in ancient history and have almost been used as the main weapon shows that they must have their advantages. So these people practice guns and then serve as the vanguard and line up in a gun formation. After practicing for a while, Bai Feng felt that he could not bear it any longer. In fact, it was because his body could hold on, but his laziness made him unwilling to train. So he let other members of the tribe continue to practice, while he, adhering to the theorem that science and technology are the primary productive forces, started to get busy. Technology is the primary productive force and also the primary destructive force. As long as it is done well, one person can be worth 2 divisions. Bai Feng is not that awesome, but in this era, he has a lot of ways to kill people. Although the crossbow is good, convenient, and lethal, it is too difficult to make. It is even more difficult than making a bow. So far, not even 50 crossbows have been made. They were only given to female warriors who have outstanding physical strength, even comparable to men. Bai Feng now needs to make a weapon that can kill a group of people. Without gunpowder, bombs cannot be made. The first thing Bai Feng thought of was a catapult. There are too many stones in the wasteland. As for the materials for making a catapult, he now has them. They didn't make it before, mainly because there were no ropes. Their tribe couldn't even get together a few meters of hemp rope, which was not enough even to tie pants, let alone make a catapult. Moreover, without iron nails or iron tools, fixing it was also a problem. What if it fell apart after being thrown once? And as the saying goes, a broken bow can kill a cow, which means that the broken bow can be thrown backwards with enough force to kill a cow. Although it is an exaggeration, it can also give an idea of how great the force is. The same goes for a catapult. If it hits the launcher, it would be a very bad thing. Fortunately, the production of the catapult is not that difficult. Unlike the crossbow, just a small part can make them rack their brains. With the experience from last time, Baifeng directly called his think tank over, and a few cobblers worked together to discuss the production. Baifeng just explained the principle in general and drew a rough sketch, and everyone worked together to improve it. This was relatively simple. After more than a day, the sketch was already very accurate, and someone made a small wooden model with an adze. After experiments, it was confirmed that there was indeed no problem with their structure. Then they prepared to make large catapults, which put a hard time on the logistics team, because they were told that they generally did not need to go to the battlefield and only needed to ensure the supply of materials. So after a brief disciplinary training, they were allowed to continue working. To make a catapult now, we need very tall wood and a lot of stones. Who will cut and carry them? The logistics team, their physical fitness is already at the bottom, and now is even more difficult to work, but Baifeng will not feel sorry for them. If they can't train, they have to do their job well. After the wood was delivered, it didn't take too long for adze and other carpenters to work together to make all the parts. Then it was even more difficult to install them, because they were greedy and wanted the catapult to be very large. Without Baifeng's pulley system, they would have had a lot of effort just to stand the wood up. After everything was assembled, it was impossible to conduct the experiment in the city. In case of an accident, it would be terrible. The catapults were placed parallel to the city wall, so that no matter whether the stones flew forward or backward, they could not damage the city. A stone bigger than a human head was placed on it, and then the mechanism was released. The lever arm swung in a circle instantly, and the stone flew straight into the distance. The sound of the lever arm flying up and falling back was extremely terrifying. The tribesmen standing nearby felt sweat on their heads and cold feet. The range is extremely long. When Baifeng and the others checked, they saw that such a big stone was smashed into the ground with only the tip left. If this thing hit a person, the person would probably be broken to pieces on the spot. After testing it several times and making sure there were no problems with the trebuchet, I pulled it back into the city and tested it a few times under the city wall. If it was thrown under the city wall, even people standing on the wall would not be hurt. The stone flew relatively high at first and fell into the distance in a parabola. After testing it several times with stones of different weights, I was able to roughly estimate the landing distance. Because the range of the stone is longer than that of bows and arrows, and the two giant crossbows on the city wall, if the city is attacked in the future, we will first launch 2 waves of stones to consume the enemy and scare them at the same time. They couldn't see inside because of the city wall. Would they think there were a few extremely powerful giants in the city throwing stones at them? What if they were mythically described as a city of giants? Baifeng felt it was funny for some reason, and he couldn't help laughing out loud when he was fantasizing. It was embarrassing. The original plan was to build a row of catapults. When the time comes, the huge rocks falling from the sky will be more than any tribe can withstand. But instead that he really has no power. He still has the crossbow to make, and if he wants to make this, he will not be able to finish it in several years. After saying that, he lay on the ground and rolled around. Baifeng, who was about to make a promise, suddenly remembered that the catapult had no wheels. If it could only be moved like they were doing, it would be completely useless for attacking. It could only be used for defense, which was a bit useless. Moreover, it went against his general direction of taking the initiative and not being cowardly. So Baifeng asked him to concentrate on making the crossbow, and he could make another catapult when he had time. Moreover, if they wanted to attack, armor was also indispensable. So the making of bamboo and wrought tan armor had to start immediately. Chapter 125. The Trouble of Making Armor. Ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. Baifeng thought that the production of armor, especially bamboo and wrought tan armor, must be very simple, much simpler than iron armor, but the facts slapped him in the face. The bamboo armor that Baifeng had thought of before was just tying bamboo strips around the body. In this way, it could completely protect against the chopping of stone weapons, but would only be affected by the impact. But when he started to make it, he found that it was completely impossible to make armor with bamboo. It was okay if it was for temporary use like before, but wanting one that could be used for a long time was almost a joke. If the bamboo is too long and too big, it will affect the movement. If it is cut into small pieces, it will indeed be more flexible. However, first of all, not to mention that it can be turned into a mat warrior. How long will it take to make such a large number of such small bamboo armor pieces? They have to be pierced with holes and then strung together piece by piece. The process alone is too complicated. How to solve the problems of cracking and deformation of bamboo, mildew, insect infestation, and the waste of rope. Even if it can be used and made, can one be made in half a year? Bai Feng, who had just cut a few pieces of bamboo armor, squatted on the ground in annoyance. The cheapest and most suitable armor material he could think of was no longer usable. Was his armor plan going to be shelved? This is the case with bamboo armor, so there has never been any bamboo armor in history. Rattan armor seems to be more feasible, but the problem is how to weave it. Bai Feng tried to describe the appearance of the armor, and a group of tribesmen who were good at bamboo and rattan weaving said that they could give it a try. So Bai Feng placed his hopes on rattan armor. Iron armor would be impossible in recent years because the tribe's iron production was too low. Moreover, as the number of tribe members increased, more places needed iron. Bai Feng only took a small portion to make a few armor plates for himself. After a year, the collected armor plates could probably make up a set of iron armor. Those tribesmen know more about weaving and material selection than Bai Feng, because this is their job. Their long-term weaving experience has allowed them to figure out different weaving methods and techniques. They also understand what kind of rattan is more resilient and more suitable for making armor. There's a kind of vine called qingteng, which is the best vine in the entire river basin. It has suitable thickness and good toughness. It is best to use one that has grown for 2 winters and summers. Remove the head and tail and scrape clean the nodules. It should be dried in the shade for half a month to remove moisture. There's also the issue of insect prevention, which Bai Feng knows about. Boil water with neem seeds and then soak them, which can kill and prevent insects. However, the rattan just taken cannot be used yet. Fortunately, the tribe has some in stock. They are all cut for weaving baskets. The tribe uses a lot of these things as there are too many places to store things. They couldn't weave a piece of armor with shoulders but exposed neck connected front and back, so they had to weave 2 rectangular armor pieces and then tie the 2 armor pieces together with ropes, one in front and one in the back. There's also the skirt armor, which is easy to weave. Just weave a few pieces and tie them together. It took several people 2 days to weave a set. They didn't weave a helmet because it is not only complicated but also difficult to wear, and the protection may not be very good. The first set of armor was not allowed to be worn by anyone. Bai Feng first found a wooden frame and then tied the armor on it. He tried to chop it with a stone axe, but it failed to cut through the rattan armor and bounced back. When he opened it, he saw a clear mark on the wood. However, it was much better than having no armor at all. Even without armor, the stone axe could cut a gap in it. The stone spear did not pierce through, and Bai Feng was quite satisfied with this. After all, almost all tribes use stone axes and stone spears, or even wooden spears, and only people with high enough status could use bronze tools. Bai Feng used a bronze sword seized from the Zeke tribe to chop it again, but it still didn't break. However, this time a few strands were broken, but it did not affect the overall function of the armor. Finally, Bai Feng used the iron knife of his tribe and cut it with one blow. The armor was damaged even more, but it did not fall apart. It took many cuts before it became so tattered that it was completely unusable. The tribesmen were very unhappy about Bai Feng's wanton waste of their labor, but they dared not say anything. Bai Feng carefully explained again that this was for the tribesmen's lives. What if the things they made could not withstand a single cut, but were still pierced by the tribesmen? What should they do? Whose responsibility was it? Only then did those people stop being resentful and listen to Bai Feng's words. Although it is winter now, the weather is not yet frozen and the rattan can barely be used, so they have another large-scale harvest. The usable rattan they cut filled a warehouse, but it is estimated that only 30 to 40 sets of rattan armor can be made. Moreover, with so many people in the winter, they can't do anything else and can only focus on the rattan armor. Although rattan armor can indeed be used, it is slow to make and the quantity is too insufficient. It is not enough for the 60 people in the archery and sword team alone, not to mention the plan to armor all the more than 200 or nearly 300 male warriors. Now, there are nearly 500 designated warriors, including men and women in the Bai Feng tribe. The 200 or so female warriors have just been counted in, because Bai Feng found that he could not underestimate them. With swords and guns, they're still good killers. As for armor, the main archers and vanguards must be given armor first. The archers and vanguards must use the best because they're the elite among the elites. The vanguards can reduce casualties by wearing armor. But now the problem of armor has seriously affected Bai Feng's progress in developing the army and combat effectiveness. The bamboo armor that Bai Feng had expected to be convenient and easy to obtain now seems to be a waste and has no advantage at all. Just when Bai Feng was feeling very troubled, Sui gave him some advice. That is to say, leather armor, such as wild boar skin, is very thick, and ordinary stone weapons may not be able to pierce the skin. Bai Feng had thought about leather armor, but their tribe didn't have much leather, let alone wild boar skin. Perhaps at most, the wild boar skin of the tribe could only be made into 5 or 6 sets of armor, which could be worn by the main force like the bears and a few scouts. It was light and had strong defensive power, but in the overall layout, a few pieces of leather armor could not change anything, and it was really troublesome what to use to make armor. Sui drew a long, curved cylinder on the ground for Bai Feng. Bai Feng thought she was thinking of doing something bad in broad daylight, but Sui then drew 2 high lines on both sides and a rectangle at the back, with 4 lines at the bottom and 1 line at the back. Although the painting was very abstract, it was still very recognizable, and Bai Feng could recognize what Sui was painting with just a quick glance. Bai Feng thought for a moment, then clapped his hands and called out, "Oh, elephant." Sui nodded quickly beside him. Chapter 126. Attempt to make armor. If you want to make leather armor, elephant skin is indeed a very good choice. In history, rhinoceros skin was mostly used. Rhinoceros skin may be better than elephant skin, but now we can't find rhinos, but we do have a few elephants. Moreover, an elephant is so huge that it is hard to tell how much skin can be taken off it. Perhaps 1 elephant can be used to make more than 10 sets of leather armor. What's more, those elephants had a grudge against them. Although that grudge could be said to be completely negligible, it was at least a reason for them to seek revenge, and they had a legitimate reason. However, killing an elephant is different from killing a cow. Elephants are too powerful. If they fail to kill them, they may be the ones to die. If you hunt cows, you may be killed by the cows, but the probability is very low. If you kill elephants, the probability of you being killed by the elephant is probably the same as that of you killing the elephant. Now that we have a goal, let's make a plan. Let the entire archery and sword team stop training and discuss how to hunt this time. They are also the people with the best hunting skills in the entire tribe, so it will be right to ask them. Their arms were sore from shooting arrows, and when they heard Bai Feng shouting that they were busy, they happily put down their bows. Anyway, no matter what they didn't want to continue shooting arrows, except, of course, hunting elephants. As soon as Bai Feng told everyone his plan, everyone fell silent. There was neither fear nor excitement, just silence, and no one was willing to speak first. Finally, after a lot of pushing and shoving, the bear spoke first. "Chief, why do you suddenly want to kill the elephant? Our tribe has more than enough meat to eat. If you're worried, we could just go out hunting. There's no need to take such a big risk. As for if you were planning to take revenge, I don't think it's necessary. It's been so long, and it's not a big grudge. You're usually so timid, so vigilant. How could you suddenly say something so crazy?" Bai Feng also felt helpless. "I don't want to kill elephants either. If there are other better options, I plan to make a set of armor for everyone, but rattan armor is too difficult to make. The only leather armor the tribe has now is wild boar skin, and we can't make many sets. We can only focus on elephants. Chief, why do we have to make armor? The bamboo armor you asked us to make last time is not only ugly and affects our movements, but it is also not very useful. It can only protect us from wolves, but will be a burden if a war really breaks out." Everyone nodded. Bai Feng knew that the so-called bamboo armor was not of much use. Although it had great limitations, no one was bitten by the wolf. However, they did not understand what real armor was like. With armor and without armor, there were 2 completely different concepts. Bai Feng even wanted to make a set of armor for Xiaoyo. When the time comes, he can ride a cow to fight, which should be better than riding a panda. Seeing that they were not very willing, Bai Feng decided to make the leather armor first. Only when they saw the benefits would they be willing to do it. If he forced them to do it, and they didn't have the motivation, it would be easy for something to go wrong if they did such a dangerous thing. To make leather armor, the leather is made into armor plates, and then stacked up layer by layer and tied up. Bai Feng thought about this, and felt that would be better for the weaver girls to do it, as this should be what they are good at. So Bai Feng sent everyone away and asked them to continue training, but he left Xiong and Hui behind and asked someone to call Lu over. He was now training with the scout team. Bai Feng didn't assign them any individual tasks. He just used a rope to measure their shoulders, chest circumference, and height, wrote them down, and let them go back. They all felt a little puzzled. Taking a few wild boar skins and the data, Bai Feng went to Jinnu to find people and taught them how to make leather armor. Unexpectedly, they understood it immediately, which saved Bai Feng a lot of trouble. asked them to work hard and make the leather armor as soon as possible as he still needs it. The Weaver girls all said that they could make one within 5 days. Bai Feng thought that this speed was acceptable and it might be faster when he became more skilled in it. Bai Feng simply started making his armor. His armor was made entirely of iron plates. Although the plates were very thin, they were made of iron after all. Bai Feng also considered one thing, which was the issue of weight. Although his current figure and physical strength were comparable to those great generals recorded in history, and even better than them, he did not dare to be overconfident, as he was not sure how much the armor would weigh. Because he didn't have enough armor plates, Bai Feng planned to make it half leather and half iron, and nail iron armor plates on the leather at important parts. If possible, he also wanted to install a heart guard. Because making armor is really troublesome, even if he has a draft in his mind. When it comes to doing it, his hands are still messy, so he has to ask the Weaver girl for help again. After spending a whole day in the workshop, Bai Feng didn't install any armor plates. He only made a wild boar skin base. However, Bai Feng had completely figured out how to tie the armor plates, so although he was very tired, he was in a good mood. Bai Feng dragged his sore body and hummed a little tune as he went home. He only hoped that Sui could prepare dinner, preferably white rice and fried bacon, and then a few glasses of white wine. If he was not full, he could also have half a bowl of canned peaches. Just thinking about it made him happy. However, when he returned, he did not smell the fragrance of rice. There was only Sui standing at the door of the room with a sullen face. Bai Feng thought something had happened. Even though his arms were sore, he still trotted over to see. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched Sui's arm, she pushed him away. Those women with big butts and big breasts are better than me. Otherwise, why did you come just now? You even said I was the most beautiful woman in the entire tribe. But now the road is blocked. If there's a wall, you will probably have to hold on to it all the way. Bai Feng was a little shocked. Sui was jealous. She was actually jealous? This was such a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that she would have such an emotion now. Just as he was about to explain, Sui started a dry heave while holding onto the door. Bai Feng thought that this was a bit too much. He didn't touch those women, and even if he did, there was no need to despise him so much. But when Bai Feng saw that Sui's eyes were blurry due to exertion, he knew that she was definitely not pretending. So he hurried over to support Sui and gently stroked her back. Bai Feng also took the opportunity to explain, "It is impossible for me to like them. It's just that we are making armor now, and they're good at it, so I went to ask them to do it. I didn't trust them to make my iron armor, so we worked together until now. It was too tiring, and it turned out like this. I won't lie to you, you're the most beautiful woman in the entire tribe." Sui nodded with tears in her eyes, then let Bai Feng support her back to the room. As soon as she sat down, Bai Feng asked her to stretch out her hand so that he could feel her pulse. He has always been paying attention to Sui's menstruation, because hygiene still needs to be taken care of. After all, problems with the physiological structure can easily lead to various gynecological diseases. Sui has no such awareness, so Bai Feng has always been the one who worries about it. But she has had normal periods in the past few months. It's impossible that she is retching because she is pregnant. Chapter 1, 27 Armor. Bai Feng was a little flustered, but he still let Sui sit down and then diagnosed her. Judging from her pulse and tongue, she was not pregnant, but had indigestion and food poisoning. For some reason, Bai Feng actually felt relieved, as if he was glad that Sui was not pregnant. This abnormal emotion and thought made Bai Feng doubt whether he had made up his mind to have a child. But there was no time to worry about that now. Let nature take its course. It was certain that Sui had taken advantage of his absence to eat alone again. Seeing her pressing her stomach in pain and unable to burp, Bai Feng couldn't help laughing. She was a child after all. He was afraid that she would eat too much and lose control. So he controlled her diet, but she was still used to eating as much as she could. "How much have you eaten behind my back?" This time Sui was the embarrassed one. She lowered her head, pinched her fingers, and kept silent, using silence to resist Bai Feng's questioning. She also knew that Bai Feng would not do anything to her. It would just be a scolding. Bai Feng looked around, looking for evidence, and searched every place in the room where it could be hidden. Before, Sui would hide the bones in certain corners after stealing food, and Bai Feng couldn't see them in bad light. It was not until there were too many ants on the ground that Bai Feng realized something was wrong. Sui can take the meat, and no one will care, thinking that Bai Feng wanted to take it. But if bones are thrown around and found, they will be investigated strictly. The punishment is to deduct food and reduce the amount of food, because bones can also be used as food and can be used to make soup, feed dogs, or fish. This time Bai Feng has not found any bones in the room, but Sui's condition cannot deceive anyone. If she had not eaten too much meat and had not digested the food, she would not be like this. After repeated questioning, Sui avoided his gaze, but always looked outside. Bai Feng went out and saw that the soil on the ground was of two colors, and it was obvious that it had just been dug. Bai Feng kicked twice, and a beef rib was turned out from the soil. Sui had also eaten lunch, but he still secretly ate so much meat. It was not lamb ribs or pork ribs. Beef ribs were so big that it would be strange if he could bear to eat them all. Bai Feng walked in with the evidence, and Sui had no way to hide. She could only look at Bai Feng helplessly, rubbing her stomach with her hands, looking really uncomfortable. I usually give you enough food and clothes, so why do you still eat secretly? You see, if you don't control your diet, you will feel uncomfortable if you eat too much. Bai Feng did not criticize Sui anymore. He found some dried wild hawthorns in the medicine storehouse for her to eat. Hawthorns looked good and tasted sour, but the more you ate, the hungrier you got. So no one wanted to eat it. That's why Bai Feng collected them after he found them. The tribesmen had no sense of moderation when it came to eating meat, so it was easy for them to have indigestion. After eating several, it was not until it was time to go to bed that Sui felt relieved. After this time, Sui promised that she would never steal food again. Bai Feng didn't quite believe it. For someone who had been hungry for more than 10 years, the obsession with food would not be dissipated in 1 or 2 years. Although Sui still stole food in small pieces later, Bai Feng acquiesced. Bai Feng and his team worked on the leather armor for several days in a row and finally finished his set. Leather was used for general parts, and iron armor plates were added to important positions. There was no armor around the neck, and Bai Feng planned to make it together with the helmet. The arm guard were also made separately. Basically, they were finished, but Bai Feng felt that they were not majestic enough. A waist guard and a heart guard were a must. It would be best if they were golden. But for now, iron would be better. A silver one would be nice too. The heart guard is just an arc-shaped round iron sheet, but it is relatively thick. Yao and Bai Feng wanted to make it, but he couldn't make it by casting. However, if he used the lost wax method, the wax blank would be too difficult to carve, and the weight would definitely exceed the standard and become a burden. So he simply found the busy carpenter and abused his power to ask him to make a small lion with a waist and a wide, open mouth out of wood. Ads didn't know what a lion was, so Bai Feng asked him to make one like a tiger, but with longer fur. He just had to carve it according to the drawing he gave him. It's a pity that there is no paint and it can't be gilded, otherwise it would be cool to add a layer of color. Xiong and the others only knew that Bai Feng had been running to the Weaver girls these days, and they thought that the clan leader had suddenly come to his senses and had set his eyes on those Weaver girls. Even though they were already someone else's wives, as the clan leader, it didn't matter. Even if he wasn't the clan leader, others didn't seem to react much, except for a few people who already had a sense of private property. They helped Bai Feng put on his armor, then put the bow on his back and hung the knife on his waist. Bai Feng was originally a tall and strong warrior. Once he put on this set of armor, his deterrent power was instantly maximized, and several women's eyes were shining with gold. Bai Feng asked someone to call Xiong and the others again. He didn't believe that they would not be tempted this time. Bai Feng put his hand on the belt around his waist, walked in a square step, walked out of the workshop majestically, and began to stroll in the tribe. Everyone who saw Bai Feng was so surprised that they forgot what they were doing. Some even dropped their tools on the ground without noticing. It was a pity there was no mirror, otherwise Bai Feng would have definitely taken a good look at her gorgeous outfit. Xiong and his friends were originally going to the Weaver girls' workshop, but on the way they met the tribe leader who was inadvertently showing off his armor. Their eyes were instantly attracted to him. Bai Feng also saw them and just raised his hand, and they all ran over happily. The first thing they did when they came here was not to ask Bai Feng what he was going to arrange for them, but to touch the armor directly, pinch the thickness, knock on a piece of iron armor, and kept humming in amazement, and even wanted to swing his hand to cut it to see the effect. If this was a wrought tan armor, Bai Feng would really let him try it, but this was his precious iron armor, and he was reluctant to allow any damage to it, unless it was cut on the battlefield, which would be a mark of honor. But what would it matter if they cut a mark on it? This is the armor I was talking about. Now you know it, right? You should understand why I made it. Not only is it handsome, but in a war, even if you can't cut through my armor with one blow, I could chop off your head with one blow. They just nodded in response, but Bai Feng was not sure whether they actually heard it. Bai Feng smiled evilly. Do you want it? This time they listened carefully and nodded frantically. So Bai Feng asked immediately, if you want armor, you have to kill elephants. Without elephant skins, you have nothing to make armor. Do you want to go? They nodded first, then shook their heads frantically, probably struggling between the danger and the armor, but after thinking for a while, they all made up their minds. Go! Let's go kill the elephant! Chapter 128. The Eve of Hunting the Elephant. Several Maine hunters figured out on their own and were willing to go hunting elephants, which was much better than if Baifeng forced them to go there. However, even if they had the energy, it would be difficult to figure out how to hunt the elephants. The method they came up with might not be the best, so they simply called all the hunters to think about it together. There are many different opinions, but none of them seem reliable. After all, no one has ever hunted an elephant, and it cannot be compared with other prey in any aspect, and there is no reference experience. Baifeng still thinks that it is best to kill elephants directly with spears. After all, there's a saying that mammoths were killed to extinction because humans invented spear throwers. They have spear throwers and stronger and better spears, so they should have no problem killing elephants. But others felt that it was still not safe. After all, even a cow would struggle for a while if it was stabbed, let alone a bigger elephant. I didn't know how thick the elephant's skin was and whether their spears could penetrate it. As for the bow, there is no need to think about it. It is not enough in front of the elephant. After thinking about it, it seems that the spear method is more reliable. Now the more difficult thing is how to escape. The elephants that are not dead or struggling before death are the most terrifying. It feels like the mountain can be torn down. So now the focus of their discussion has changed from how to kill an elephant to how to escape safely after injuring the elephant until the elephant dies. Things like stopping it with ropes or blocking it with wooden stakes show that they have no idea about the elephant's strength. After discussing for a while, a tribesman proposed a very feasible solution, which was to dig a pit. Only if the pit was wide and deep enough, the elephant would not be able to catch up. However, this also gave Baifeng another idea, which was a trap. When he was a child, he used to play a game called Trap Horse Pit, because the place where Baifeng grew up in his previous life had been a battleground for military strategists since ancient times and the throat of the Northwest. Many things about it were related to the military, whether it was the place name or the customs. The same goes for the horse trap, which is actually a 1.5-meter pit covered with twigs and grass, and then covered with a layer of soil to make it blend in with the surrounding environment. The horse's hooves and calves are actually very fragile. A slight sprain will completely disable them, and they will lose their combat effectiveness on the spot. Once the horse enters the pit, it will be unable to walk again, no matter whether the horse is running or walking slowly. Although the principle of the horse trap cannot be applied to elephants, it is possible to use hidden traps to make elephants fall into them. It is simpler and does not hurt their legs. With so many people, it should be very easy for them to dig traps. When I told everyone about this, they all thought it was no problem. This was the most likely solution among all the options. Whether they used food to lure them or weapons to irritate them, there would be no problem. However, Baifeng seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, whether the elephants were still living in that area. What if they all lived there, and it turned out that the elephants had already migrated away? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? We should still be able to find food outside now, but I don't know if they will leave after a while. Baifeng has never seen an elephant in his later lives. The Asian elephants he knows almost all live in subtropical or tropical areas. He doesn't know how elephants in the northern temperate zone survive the winter, and he has never seen them covered with hair like mammoths. Now it's time to test the results of the training. The scouts and messengers set out first to gather information at the location where they discovered the elephant last time. Although they are scouts, they're also hunters and have the basic skills to search for prey. In order to enable them to run better, the shoes they wear are made of the best quality, and they also have leggings, which are treatments that other tribesmen cannot enjoy. Although they used to run barefoot, shoes can protect them from the harm of sand and various thorns, and after they get used to it, it is better than running barefoot. Although Baifeng values Lu very much, he has the mentality of a child after all, and is not able to act on his own for the time being. Baifeng is also worried about letting him lead the team, so the one who is more mature, stable, and capable is the one leading the team this time. After receiving the mission, they set out very early in the morning. Because the days are shorter now, the time they can move around is much shorter than before. Although it is very cold at night, they still carry out the mission seriously. They first went to the peach forest, but found no trace of elephants, not even footprints. There were only a few groups of monkeys that seemed to be constantly at war. It was winter time, and the ownership of the almonds and peach kernels was very important. In order to keep warm in winter, animals can only go to lower places and cannot go to higher places, so several people searched towards the lower depression. Because of the mountains blocking the way, the temperature became higher and warmer the further down they went. It was already winter, but they didn't even feel cold anymore, and the surrounding vegetation was relatively green. Gradually, they found traces of elephants. The feces were so big that not every animal could produce them. Following the footprints, they found elephants eating in the distance. Their bodies were too big and too obvious. Finding it was not enough, they investigated the surrounding area and confirmed that the elephant had settled here and was not just passing by here in search of food. They had already figured out the elephant's trail, and now it was time to go back and report. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't go back tonight, so they found a cave of suitable size on the road to spend the night and return to the tribe at daybreak. They went back to report the news at noon the next day. Since the elephant was still there, all the plans could go on smoothly. However, this time they might not be back for a day or two, maybe 3 or 4 days. So they prepared enough dry food for 5 days. They ground wheat and various nuts into powder, and then added salt and fried them. It became delicious and filling dry food, just meat and salted fish. Just like when they went to hunt cattle, they set out with their carts and equipped with many spears, but this time they also brought many hammers and shovels for digging pits. It is impossible to arrange everything on the same day, so we set up camp at a distance where the elephants cannot find us. After everything is ready, we look for a place to dig traps. It is best to find a relatively narrow place so that we don't have to dig too many traps. But this depression is relatively spacious, and there is no place spacious enough near better places. If it is dug too far away, the tribesmen who are lured there may not be able to escape. So Bai Feng decided to dig a long trench so that there would always be a place for them to step on, and he dug a few more trenches in front and behind to ensure the success rate. Determine the length of the location and start digging early tomorrow morning. It doesn't need to be too deep. 0.5 meter deep and 1 meter wide is no problem at all. Leave a relatively obvious escape mark for the tribesmen. Don't dig that part. As long as the elephant steps in and loses the ability to move, start attacking directly. Chapter 129, Out of Control. Now looking at the time, 2 days are totally not enough. Let's see if 3 days is possible. We started digging the trench early the next morning. It was very long. Fortunately, there were many people, so it didn't take much effort. The excavated soil was transported to both sides by carts and piled up. A total of 4 such trenches were dug, and they were not completed until the afternoon. I originally thought that I would just cover it up, but when I saw bamboo nearby, I cut some more bamboo, sharpened it, and inserted it in. It would be even better if I could pierce the sole of the elephant's foot. After the arrangement is completed, cover it with a layer of branches, and then cover the branches with grass and leaves, so that the soil will not leak out when you put it in. Finally, cover the soil and wait for a while, and the color will gradually become the same as the earth. In order to prevent the tribesmen from falling in, 3 paths were left in the middle for people to run down, and bamboos were inserted on both sides as markers to prevent them from running off. As for whether this would alert the elephants, Bai Feng believed that the elephants were not smart enough to do that. It was still early before dark, so they might as well try to lure the elephants. Bai Feng and his friends brought 3 jars of canned peaches, which was a huge investment. The taste of peaches and honey was enough to drive them crazy, let alone the elephants. They just didn't know if the elephant's nose was sensitive enough to be able to smell it, so they planned to take 2 jars to try first, and then take an empty jar to lure it at the same time, otherwise it would not be able to run with a full jar. The elephant was eating leaves on a hillside. A few people went over with canned food, while most of the people followed from a distance with spears, in case the elephant attacked, and they could also play a rescue role. When they were not far from the elephants, they opened the lid of the can and roared. The elephants heard the sound and turned around, seeing that it was a few monkeys. They showed no interest and continued to eat. The tribesmen did not give up and continued to harass it with sound. Perhaps the smell drifted away, and a male elephant really walked towards it. Because the bull elephant was so huge, it stirred up a cloud of dust whenever it walked. Bai Feng could see the tribesmen's legs shaking, and they began to retreat. It was not their fault, because even if Bai Feng went there, he wouldn't be able to do much good. The closer they got, the stronger the smell became. The male elephant became a little anxious and began to trot over. The elephants behind also noticed the good stuff and began to chase after it, fearing that they would be too late and miss out on the food. Several tribesmen were so frightened when they saw the elephant getting closer and closer that they threw their cans away and ran away. Fortunately, the empty can was not thrown away. Soon the male elephant went to the can and tried to roll the peach with his trunk, but it was too small, so he sucked it up with the flesh and water and put it into his mouth. Several elephants that came later also joined the fight, but there was so little food that there was not even enough room for them to stand in a circle, let alone share it. They were so impatient after smelling the food that they could not do anything. Then they saw the people running for their lives and the jars in their hands, so they simply ignored the little food on the ground and started running after them. People really couldn't run as fast as those elephants. Baifeng saw that things were getting out of control. They were originally behind the elephants, but now they turned around and chased in their direction. Several tribesmen could only hear the footsteps and cries of the elephants. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to look back. They ran faster than they did during training. Seeing that the elephants were about to rush over, Baifeng simply asked everyone to disperse, and then started attacking directly when they came, without having to wait and lure them into the trap. After receiving the order, everyone quickly dispersed on the plain. The 4 elephants that were chasing them didn't care about the scattered people at all. They only stared at the one with the jar in his hand. When they saw that he was entering the attack range, Baifeng yelled at him to throw away the jar. The man was so scared that he almost forgot which hand the jar was in. He shouted in panic a few times before he finally let go of the jar. The jar didn't break when it fell to the ground, which seemed to be of good quality. When the elephant saw the jar fell, it slowed down and started to jog. When it reached the jar, it rolled it up with its trunk, but found there was nothing inside. It angrily threw the jar directly into the sky. Seeing that the elephant stopped, it was a good time to attack. Baifeng blew a whistle, and everyone raised their spears and threw them forward. Hundreds of spears flew towards the 4 elephants. Most of them fell to the ground. The stone spears did not penetrate deeply or just broke the skin and then fell off. Only the iron spears penetrated firmly. Several elephants were pierced with spears and were roaring loudly in pain and anger. Only one elephant had a serious leg injury, and its front legs fell down, unable to run away. The other 3 elephants began to charge towards the humans they could see. Because they were standing relatively scattered, they chased one after another, but in the end they didn't catch any of them. One of them was stabbed a few more times by a human in a safe position, and gradually it became exhausted and bled too much, so its movement slowed down. However, the 2 elephants that were eating canned food in the distance, which were also the 2 strongest male elephants, started to go crazy when they heard the wailing of their tribesmen, and came to take revenge at an even more terrifying speed. The distance was not very far, and it could be said that the 3 people from the Baifeng tribe were being attacked by 2 elephants. In a panic, they ran in front of the 2 mad male elephants. Before they could react, they were lifted into the sky, spun twice, and fell to the ground without a sound. One was pierced by a tooth and was stuck on it, unable to get out. Another was trampled to the ground by the elephant behind him. In the end, the 3 people were trampled to the ground by the 4 elephants and turned into meat paste. When the tribesmen saw this scene, their eyes turned red, and their fear turned into anger. More than 100 people were not enough to kill these elephants, so they threw all the spears on their backs, and the elephants immediately turned into hedgehogs. But the elephant's fighting power is still there because its skin is too thick. The injury did not damage its internal organs, and it was not fatal, but its speed has slowed down a lot. The crowd attacked and ran at the same time, leading the elephants towards a trap. The elephants did not notice that the people on both sides are getting farther and farther away from them, and they were only chasing a few people in front of them. Even though they were being chased, those humans did not disperse and run away, but squeezed through the area with 2 bamboos inserted on both sides. They were about to die, but they still made so many troubles. The elephant was so angry that it didn't care about anything at all. It just stepped forward, but it seemed like its feet were missing. The elephant lost its balance instantly as its front foot stepped on empty air. Coupled with its fast speed, its entire body rushed forward and its front legs were broken. No matter how strong the elephant was, it could only howl now. 2 of the elephants missed their step, and the 2 larger ones just managed to cross the narrow trench and continue to chase. However, they also missed their step at the 2nd and 3rd trenches. Now all the elephants were unable to move. The tribesmen who had been scattered on both sides took out more hidden spears, approached carefully, aimed at the elephant's neck, and threw them. Because they were afraid of a counterattack before death, no one dared to go over to finish off the elephant, and they waited until the elephant bled to death before going to the side. Chapter 1:30 Cold Wave. Everyone knew that hunting elephants was very dangerous, and they were all prepared for sacrifices. But when 3 of their tribesmen, who had lived together day and night, were trampled into a pulp and lay in the dirt, no one was in a good mood. So even if the elephant is already dead, when people go up to check it out, they will still cut its neck hard to vent their anger. If the skin is not still needed, they will probably cut its body with a knife even more. The dead tribesmen had already turned into meat paste, and there was no way to collect the bodies, so they were buried directly here. However, Bai Feng was afraid that burying the bodies in the soil would allow wild beasts to dig up and eat them, so he asked everyone to find some firewood and burn the bodies here. When they first started looking for firewood, everyone thought that this was the practice of cannibals, but Bai Feng said that they were not going to be roasted, but burned to ashes. At that time, there was no such thing as ghosts or souls. The corpse was just a corpse and should be eaten by wild beasts. However, Bai Feng's thoughts had actually become solidified. He felt that the corpses should either be buried or burned, but not left exposed in the wilderness. Even though the tribesmen didn't understand, they still did it because they had no plans to eat it, so it didn't matter how they dealt with it. Bai Feng thought he should pay more attention to this funeral so that the tribesmen could pay more attention to emotions and death. Death is scary but also easy. It is also very important to be remembered forever. If a person is always remembered by the world even after death, it is also living in another sense. For example, the old man who is comparable to Shen, his memorial day is approaching, but many people will have a feeling that I always feel that he is still alive. Sadness was natural, but overall, their hunt was very successful. Not only was the elephant skin their main goal, but they already had 6 elephants, which was enough to arm the archers and swordmen. The huge amount of elephant meat alone could take the White Wind tribe's strength to a higher level. Among these elephants, only 2 male elephants have long tusks. The tusks of the baby elephants are very short, and the female elephants have none. However, these tusks are not of much use now. At most, they can be used for decoration or traded with some large tribes. Elephants are very difficult to deal with because they have to preserve their skins as much as possible, so the processing speed is very slow. It takes dark to deal with one elephant. Because this is the elephant's territory, no carnivore dares to come, even if it is a herbivore. Now the air is full of blood, and there must be many wild beasts ready to make a move, but I'm afraid they don't have the courage to come tonight. After setting up camp and resting for a night, they continued working the next day. Although the elephant skin was very important, they had to cut it after returning, so they simply divided it into larger pieces to speed up the processing. Bai Feng also found that the north wind had been a bit strong since last night, and the temperature had dropped a bit quickly. By noon, the sky was completely overcast, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Even though they had built several large bonfires nearby, they still felt their backs were warm, but their chests were cold. By the afternoon, although Bai Feng and his team had not completely dealt with the supplies, they were able to barely load them into the car. Now it had started snowing, so Bai Feng did not dare to delay and quickly asked everyone to transport the supplies and prepare to go home. They might have to travel overnight. This cold wave was so fierce that they might be trapped on the mountain. There was no fire to warm you up when you were in a hurry, and in order to save time, everyone ate casually. The weather was fine when we set out, and we didn't bring the thickest warm clothes. Now, even though we were pulling the cart with great effort, everyone felt very cold. Bai Feng was not feeling well either. He also had to push the cart and continue on his journey. The lives of more than 100 people depended on him. If he made any mistakes in command this time, they might all freeze to death in the mountains. Although they have no shortage of food, if a blizzard really comes, firewood will be hard to find, and there will be no place to hide. They really won't be able to hold on. It was almost evening, but because the goods were heavy and the road was steep and narrow, the cart was very difficult to move. The meat piled on the cart kept falling off, even when tied with ropes, so a lot of time was wasted on the road picking up and tying up the meat. The snow had gone from a few scattered flakes in the afternoon to what could be called moderate snow now. Bai Feng knew that the heavier snow was still to come, and this was only the beginning of the cold wave. While the visibility was still a little better, everyone stopped and grilled some meat to eat. They could not skip food because they were in a hurry, as the calories in food were the most important. Otherwise, it would be very easy to fall down on the road. At the same time, a lot of pine branches were cut to use as torches. Everyone held some in their hands, and the relatively empty cars at the back also pulled some pine branches. If they were used too late, they would be difficult to find at night. We hardly had any rest and immediately set off after finding our things. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and everyone was getting more and more nervous. The snow under our feet used to be a little slippery, but now it is no longer slippery, but rather a bit sinking, and every step we take is quite difficult. The only good thing is that the snow is very reflective, so with a torch, the light is still acceptable. By the second half of the night, the snow was getting heavier and the wind was getting stronger. The fire on the torches was blown to one side by the wind. They were really afraid that the fire would go out at any time. What they're most worried about now is the white wind. No one else has the experience of traveling in a blizzard, and they have never even had the experience of traveling at night before encountering this white wind. Now these people's lives are in Bai Feng's hands. He can order the car to stop and quickly collect some burnable things before the snow covers everything, and then wait for the snow to stop. However, Bai Feng doesn't dare to gamble. He doesn't know how long it will snow. If it doesn't clear up tomorrow, they will never be able to move again if they stop now. The snow was already above their calves, and the road ahead was completely invisible. They had no reference points anywhere, and now everything depended on the hunter's sense of direction and judgment. They had reached the top of the mountain before they lost their reference point, so now they could just keep going down, which was one of the few benefits, as pushing up would have been impossible in such thick snow. The snow was too thick and the wheels were deeply stuck in it. The lead car could no longer move. Bai Feng immediately ordered everyone to remove the wheels and drag the body of the car. No one knew why, but it was already so difficult. Wouldn't it be even more impossible to move if they removed the wheels? Bai Feng didn't have time to explain to them and started to dismantle it directly. However, the axle was buried in the snow and couldn't be taken out. Bai Feng directly drew his knife to chop the axle outside. After a few chops, seeing that the tribesmen were indifferent, Bai Feng was very angry. What are you waiting for? Take it apart quickly. If you don't want to die, take off the wheel. Everyone had no choice but to do as they were told. When Bai Feng was about to cut the axle of the lead car off, the car body slid forward and then the axle was broken by the sliding car body. The flat body of the car, without the restriction of wheels, would no longer sink into the snow, and it was easy to push since it was going downhill. The tribesmen felt that they exerted more effort by walking than by pushing the cart with their hands. There is no time now, and they can't find branches to make snowboards for them. They can only persevere. When daybreak comes, they should be able to reach the tribe. Chapter 131, Returning Home on a Snowy Night. The weather was getting colder, and the snow was getting thicker. The wind blew up the snow, and it hurt everyone's eyes. They had no gloves or ear clips. Their snot had frozen into ice, and they didn't know whether their hand were hot or cold. They had no feeling at all and couldn't even move. They just numbly pushed the car down the mountain. Suddenly, snow fell from the front car, and the car was suspended in the air. The people behind tried to pull, but it kept sliding down. Bai Feng hurriedly told them to let go, wondering if they were trying to kill themselves. As soon as I let go, the car slid forward and then fell straight down. In the light of the fire, I saw that it was a water hole, the kind that was originally just a rat hole, but the rain poured in and there was an exit below, so the whole hole became like a water pipe which got bigger and bigger over the years, but it was not very deep. The grass around the cave was too long, and there were thorny bushes, and the snow was too thick for them to see the cave. However, they would not die even if they fell in here, unless they were extremely unlucky and doomed to die. This place is also a landmark for them. Arriving here means they are very close to the tribe. Although their route is slightly off, they only need to correct the direction. Bai Feng estimates that at the current speed, they can arrive in 2 hours. The appearance of this familiar hole also encouraged everyone, and Bai Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone adjusted their mood and pushed the car even harder. Everyone finally felt that the road ahead was not so ignorant and confusing. Everyone was panting and finally arrived at the plain. The snow was thicker here, but there was no need to worry about taking the wrong road or the road being blocked by something. The tribal wall was right in front of them, and the soldiers patrolling on the wall were still there. Bright fires could be seen in the forts on the wall. If we didn't warm ourselves by the fire, we would surely freeze to death on the wall. Seeing the fire in the wilderness, the warriors knew that the chief and his men must have returned, so they finally let go of their worries. Although hunting elephants was dangerous, they were not too worried. After all, hunting was a place with both dangers and opportunities. It was normal for people to die while hunting, and not many people would die. But the sudden heavy snow made everyone panic. Humans are no match for nature. Such a random snowfall can cause a tribe without shelter, enough animal skins, and firewood to quickly die out. Many wild beasts may not be able to survive. Even though they knew that the people in the wilderness were their tribesmen, they still had to give the necessary signal. This was a must, so they blew the bamboo whistle hard. Under the howling wind, the sound of the whistle could not be carried very far. Bai Feng and the others only heard the sound of the wind and the tribesmen's breathing, and had no idea that the soldiers on the city wall had sent out a signal. The soldier didn't receive a response, so he took a deep breath of cold air and continued to blow hard. After a few times, the whistle was frozen solid by the freezing hot air and could not be blown, so he changed to another whistle and continued to blow. As they got closer, Bai Feng could also hear the whistle, but it took a lot of courage to stop to get the whistle and blow it hard because he felt that if he stopped, he would never be able to move again. All of them had started traveling yesterday afternoon, and it was almost morning now. Except for eating once, they had not stopped for a moment. Moreover, the snow was so thick that it was even more difficult to walk. But he had no choice but to respond, so Bai Feng let go of the people pushing the cart and let others push it, but he kept walking. He was pushing the lead cart and also paving the way for the tribesmen, because those who were pushing the lead cart were the strongest people in the entire tribe, and this kind of thing had to be done by them. Bai Feng staggered and reached into his collar to feel for his bamboo whistle. He felt his body temperature was already low enough, and when he pulled his collar slightly, the wind rushed in. Bai Feng felt like he was going to die immediately. He took out the whistle with difficulty and began to blow it weakly. He blew it hard for a few times, but he couldn't blow it anymore. He held it in his mouth and blew it intermittently with his breathing. The city gate was right in front of him. Just as Bai Feng was about to blow hard again, the city gate was opened. The moment the patrolman saw the torches and determined that they were tribesmen, someone immediately went to notify everyone. Everyone was worried that the soldiers would not come back, so they were so anxious that they couldn't sleep. We had originally planned to have everyone go together to help pick it up, but the wind was so strong that even though there was a shelter on the city gate, a very thick layer of snow was blown over and blocked the city gate from opening. They felt that it would be more dangerous if their fellow tribesmen stayed outside for a while longer. So even without anyone to direct them, they all consciously picked up tools to clear the snow. Those who couldn't squeeze into shovel snow just swept away all the snow along the way. By the time they had cleaned up everything and the city gate was ready to be opened, Bai Feng and his team were already at the gate as soon as it opened. Everyone rushed forward and scrambled to push the cart that had no wheels. Although it was very strange, no one asked any questions. The most important thing was to get everyone back safely. As soon as the car was taken over, many tribesmen fell down and could no longer walk, so more people came to carry those who had fallen back, and most of them were helped back. The people in the front car were even more tired. Now everything was supported by an obsession. Bai Feng wanted to fall down immediately, and then be sent to his warm room by his tribesmen, and then fall asleep. Of course, it would be better if he could drink a mouthful of thick broth first. But he had no right to fall down. He was the clan leader. He had a hold on no matter what. None of the 4 people in the lead car fell down. Now there were no more cars, and there was no snow on the cleared road for the time being. They walked back by their own willpower, just wanted to get back to their room as soon as possible and lie down. Bai Feng's house was far away, so he was the most tired one. He no longer had the strength to speak, so when the tribesmen asked him questions, he pretended not to hear them. But it doesn't matter. As long as the patriarch comes back safely, they won't panic with a backbone. Bai Feng walked towards the house with a shaky step. Sui had already run out to greet him. She held Bai Feng's arm, and Bai Feng's legs suddenly went weak, and he was completely exhausted. However, Sui still understood Bai Feng. Even though he was a strong man like Bai Feng, Sui still carried him up and walked, and did not let him fall to the ground. As soon as they entered the room, Sui threw Bai Feng onto the bed. Because of the huge temperature difference, Bai Feng soon felt his hands and face itchy, but he told himself not to scratch. Bai Feng didn't have to worry about being caught by other people, because most of them had already fallen down at the city gate and were probably fast asleep by now. Moreover, Bai Feng's head was a mess, and he couldn't even remember whether his tribesmen would catch him or not. Chapter 132, Snowstorm. In his daze, Bai Feng seemed to hear Sui calling him to get up and drink the soup. He didn't know whether he drank it or not. Anyway, he felt almost dizzy. When Bai Feng woke up, it was still daylight. He didn't know how long he had slept. It was mainly because he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore. Otherwise, he could continue to sleep in this dizzy state. Seeing that Bai Feng had gotten up, Sui had already considerately heated up some rice porridge with meat. Bai Feng drank 2 bowls of it with grunts. After his stomach was filled, he felt warmer and more comfortable. Bai Feng wiped his mouth after finishing his meal, opened the wooden window, and looked through the glass to see that it was still snowing outside. He turned around and asked Sui, "How long have I slept? It can't be just a short while, right?" Sui took the bowl and shook her head. "You have slept for a whole day and night, and it's already the afternoon of the 2nd day. You never snore, but this time you snored so loudly that you didn't respond when I called you to get up and eat. If I hadn't held you and fed you a bowl of porridge, you would have starved to death by now. It's been a whole day and a whole night. Bai Feng murmured to himself. The snow was still falling, and it hadn't stopped all night. This cold wave was so severe that it might cause a disaster. Speaking of disasters, Bai Feng hurriedly asked Sui how the cows and chickens in the tribe were doing and whether they were frozen to death. If they didn't take proper insulation measures, they might not be able to survive in this kind of weather. Sui said that the tribesmen had laid down a lot of hay last night, so everything was fine for the time being. However, the snow was too heavy and the entire tribe was almost buried. Fortunately, because there's a lot of rain here in the summer and the terrain is flat, everyone, like Bai Feng, has built a very high foundation and the houses are all built out of the ground. So the door could still be open this morning. If it had snowed for another day, the houses might have been completely buried, not to mention the cow shed and chicken coop. Sui also said that the doors of several warehouses had been blocked and could not be opened, as well as the doors of some tribesmen's houses. They had a hard time getting food today, as the snow had already reached above their thighs to their buttocks, and now they couldn't even get the food out. After listening to this, Bai Feng didn't care about his sore body. He put on his Mongolian robe, a hat that covered his ears, and thick gloves, and got off the con to go out and check. Now was not the time to lie down. They couldn't just leave their orders to fate. They had to save themselves now. Fortunately, the door opened inwards. If it opened outwards, Bai Feng would not even be able to open the door. In the end, he would either freeze to death, starve to death, or be suffocated to death by the snow. As soon as the door was opened, a pile of snow rushed in and a strong wind blew in immediately. The room, which had finally had heat, instantly became as cold as outside. Sui quickly put on her clothes and ran to the fireplace. I don't know what's happening with the other tribesmen. They were all fine in the morning. There are no traces of Sui walking outside, as it was all covered by the new snow. Bai Feng estimated that the snow was almost 1 meter thick. Fortunately, all the tools were in the room. Bai Feng picked up a shovel and cleared a path for himself. He threw the snow on both sides like digging a trench. After digging a little path, he quickly asked Sui to close the door to keep warm, and he dug by himself. Sui was unwilling and insisted on coming out to help Bai Feng dig. Bai Feng felt sorry for her and told her, "I will come back after a while. Please keep the fire in the room burning so that I won't have any fire to warm myself when I come back. Also, make me another pot of porridge. I will drink it later." After much persuasion, Sui was finally willing to stay. Bai Feng continued to dig by himself and waited until he knocked open the door of the nearest bear. He had a big family, and his wife was enough to take on the responsibility of two Sui. She could not be treated as a weak woman. Bai Feng only felt the pain on his face from being hit by the snow. The wind was whistling in his ears. He could hear nothing but the sound of the wind. The aches in his body had not yet subsided. His clothes were full of sweat, but he felt chilly outside. He didn't dare to stop. If he stopped, the sudden drop in body temperature would only make it more dangerous. Xiong's house was finally dug up. His door opened outwards, but with such thick snow, he couldn't push it open even if he was very strong. His foundation was not as high as Bai Feng's. Now the snow had buried almost half of the door, and judging from the traces, it seemed that he had tried to push it open but failed. Bai Feng worked harder and cleared the last bit of snow at the door. The people inside seemed to have heard some noise outside and tried to push the door. There was almost no snow now, so it was easily pushed open. However, the moment they pushed the door open, the cold wind that rushed and made them unable to even open their eyes. As soon as the door opened, Bai Feng hurried in. The house was still warm inside. With the door closed, the fire in the fireplace would warm it up quickly. However, the outside was buried, so the Kong could not be heated and it was very cold. The ones who opened the door were Xiong's wives. Xiong was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Xiong had put in the most effort when pushing the cart, so it was understandable that he didn't wake up now. However, there was no time for him to relax. Bai Feng went over and pushed the cart twice, and Xiong rubbed his eyes and woke up. He was almost asleep now. Xiong sat there for about 10 seconds, came back to his senses, shuddered, and then woke up completely. There were no windows, and the room was very dark. Bai Feng asked Xiong's wife to light 2 candles so that they could see clearly in the room. There were 6 people in the small room. Xiong was not surprised by Bai Feng's arrival. He just asked if there was anything urgent, otherwise Bai Feng would not have come. Bai Feng took off his robe and sat next to the fireplace to dry his sweat so that he would feel more comfortable when he went out. He also told Xiong about the tribe's current troubles. Xiong jumped down without saying a word, found tools, and went out to shovel the snow and call for help. But as soon as I got to bed, my stomach started growling and I felt weak all over. It seemed that I hadn't eaten anything since I slept until now. Bai Feng asked Xiong's wife, no matter which one, to quickly cook the meat porridge so that Xiong could finish eating and then shovel the snow together. They all had to work, as it could be said that this snow was related to the survival of the tribe. In order to speed up the process, 3 pots were used to cook porridge at the same time. Fortunately, the fireplace was big enough and Xiong still had a lot of food here, which was his private property. But he couldn't care less now. Bai Feng asked any one of them to stay and continue cooking after they finished eating. This was to prevent other tribesmen from sleeping without eating and having no energy when they woke up. Now that the food was ready, they could eat it right away, otherwise they would have to continue waiting like this. After the brief exchange, no one spoke anymore. The only sound were the gurgling of the porridge and the sound of the wind outside the door, which made the already dim room even more depressing. Bai Feng was very anxious, and Xiong was rubbing his hands in anxiety. Bai Feng couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the sweat on his body and in his robe dried, he put it on. He was hot all over. He didn't want to wait for the bear anymore. He wanted to go out and continue digging. He told the bear to come out quickly after he finished eating. He didn't dare to delay for a moment. Chapter 133 Patrolman. Bai Feng was digging the snow bit by bit selflessly, digging a path to other tribesmen's rooms. It was impossible to shovel away all the snow, so this was all he could do now. He had to first make sure that no one was buried in the snow and suffocated to death, and that everyone had enough food and firewood to survive the next few days. When Bai Feng was about to dig the way to the next tribesman's room, Xiong and his wives also came out. In order to be more efficient, they split up into several groups and dug separately, so that they could find all the tribesmen faster. In fact, most people should still be sober and can open the door if it opens inwards like Bai Feng did. It's just that they have no ideas of their own and no experience in dealing with this kind of snow disaster. They can only wait for the snow to stop or for someone in charge to give an order. The group of people with the most independent consciousness and initiative have already been exhausted and may not be awake, so the burden is all on Bai Feng. More and more tribesmen were rescued, and more people worked together. So soon the roads in front of everyone's room doors were cleared, but they were like trenches and snow was collapsing at any time. The porridge in the bear's room was constantly cooking, and after one pot was eaten, another one was made. Sui also started to cook porridge for the tribe members under Bai Feng's arrangement. When facing a disaster, abundant food is the best tranquilizer, even though everyone knows that the tribe still has enough food. The old mud house was somewhat overwhelmed and the roof creaked, so the people living inside were moved out and had to squeeze in with others temporarily until the snow melted. A portion of the food in the warehouse was taken out and distributed to everyone, giving each person enough for 5 days in order to prevent the weather from snowing like this in the next few days. There was no guarantee that anyone would come to rescue at any time, so it would be good to have something to eat. Firewood was also distributed in sufficient quantities. But coal is the majority. Coal is burned during the day because it is durable and has strong firepower. Firewood is burned at night to avoid coal smoke poisoning. Now, even the Kong cannot be burned because it is all buried. If there is enough time, you can clear the area behind your house and burn it. The tribe has no time to clean it. The people have been rescued, and now we have to look after the chickens and cows. However, someone on the road reminded us that the soldiers patrolling on the city wall are still there and have not been replaced. Bai Feng looked incredulous, his eyes widened. Still patrolling in this weather? They said that it was a rule set by the clan leader that they had to go out to guard no matter what the weather was. However, the few people who were supposed to take turns could not go out, so they did not take turns. Once they opened the door, they were busy clearing the snow and forgot about it. Only then did they remember it. Bai Feng glared angrily at those who were supposed to take turns. He wanted to curse them, but he couldn't. He could only exhale angrily, and then called on everyone to dig towards the city wall. He just hoped that they would not be too rigid and must stay in the fort to warm themselves by the fire. They dug quickly under the city wall and saw smoke coming out of the fort. Bai Feng felt relieved. At least the fire was still burning, and the chances of those people being alive were greater. There was no room for such thick snow to pile up on the city walls, so all the snow fell under the walls. The thickness of the snow under the walls was much taller than a person. After the road was dug open, Bai Feng quickly stepped on the snow and rushed up. There was no one on the city wall and no signs of activity. When the door of the fort was pushed open, there was only a small fire in the cold space, and the firewood was almost gone. 6 soldiers huddled together and shivered. Bai Feng was so cold that he couldn't even cry, but when the soldiers saw Bai Feng coming, they all stood up tremblingly, shivered, lowered their heads, and apologized to Bai Feng, saying that they really couldn't stand the cold, so they came here to hide and not patrol. Bai Feng did not blame them. He just patted their shoulders one by one, was silent for a few seconds, and asked about the rest of the people hiding in another fort. He didn't say anything more and asked them to go back and rest quickly, eat something to warm their bodies, and go to sleep. They had not eaten or slept for almost a day and a night, and their bodies were reaching their limits. The scene was similar in the other fort. Bai Feng arranged for them to go back and rest. Then he went down the city wall in silence and did not arrange for anyone to be on guard. If anything could attack or ambush them in this kind of weather, Bai Feng would accept it, because that would be completely beyond the scope of nature, and even if Bai Feng and his men were really attacked, they might not be able to defeat them. However, this also exposed that their duty procedures had major loopholes and were very unreasonable. Once there was a complicated matter, all the problems were exposed, and they had to be revised after returning. When we got to the city wall, we had to go check on the cattle. The cowshed was already full of snow, and they also pushed the snow to make a path so that they could get to the shed where the cattle were lying. Human voices were heard, and the cattle began to call out nonstop. Because of the snow, the cattle had not been given any grass all day. They were still hungry, and there was no fire, nor any tight shelter like their room. The condition of the cattle was much worse than that of the tribesmen, but the sound they made meant they were not dead. By the shed, only the innermost part of the shed had no snow on it. Dozens of cows lay down and huddled together to keep warm. At a glance, it seemed that none of them were dead, and with so many cows, it didn't seem that cold under the shed. However, even with so many people coming, no cow intended to stand up. They just mooed even louder. The white calf was surrounded in the center. Seeing their empty stomachs and not a single cow chewing the cud, Bai Feng quickly asked the tribesmen in charge of taking care of the cows to fetch some fodder. However, even after they got some, it was too cold and no cow was willing to leave their warm place. Bai Feng couldn't force them. Since they didn't eat, it meant they wouldn't starve to death for a while, so he'd better keep them warm first. It would be a fantasy to build a wall for them now, but there was still a lot of hay, so they widened the snow trail, pulled a lot of hay in carts, piled it outside to block the wind, and spread a very thick layer on the ground. After a psychological struggle, the cows on the edge chose to get up and leave their original position, ran to the hay and lay down, then opened their mouths and ate the grass they could reach. They should all react soon, but it was still too cold, so they built a few simple stoves with bricks and burn coal in them. Anyway, the air was well circulated, so there was no need to worry about poisoning. However, a few people have to watch over it. Not only do they have to add firewood, but they also have to watch over it to prevent the cows from getting close to avoid getting burnt. After taking a look at the calf and seeing that it was not at all uneasy, Bai Feng left the few people who were supposed to be on duty to watch it and took the others to look at the chickens. They don't have to stay on duty all the time. If the snow is too thick, they can come back on their own without waiting. Just throw more coal when they leave. Bai Feng estimated that the chicken coop might be more serious. After all, the chicken coop was built very low and might have buried the chicken house at this time. Chapter 134, Waiting for Dawn. There was no trace of any other colored things in the vegetable garden. The snow had buried everything tightly, including the chicken coop next to it. Bai Feng estimated that all the chickens were dead. However, even if all the chickens died, the loss would not be too great and the cost of capturing them was not too high. Bai Feng thought so and calmed down. He thought that he might as well die. When he was about to go back, a tribe member said that he heard a rooster crowing. Bai Feng stopped and listened carefully, and indeed there was a faint clucking sound. In the end, everyone decided to dig it up together. The distance was not too far, and if they were still alive, it would be an unexpected harvest. If they were dead, Bai Feng would just make chicken soup and give it to the women in the tribe who had just given birth. As they dug closer, everyone could indeed hear intermittent gurgling sounds, which meant that at least some were still alive, so everyone worked harder and quickly dug to rescue them. When he arrived, Bai Feng was delighted to find that the chickens were all alive. In order to protect themselves from weasels and foxes, the chicken coop for them to sleep in at night was built very high. Although their wing feathers had been clipped, the chickens could still fly up with a flutter. Because the open side of the door is sheltered from the wind, the chickens are not directly exposed to the wind and snow. The snow has already piled up on the back, and there's also a high layer of snow on the top. Only most of the space in front is not blocked by snow. This was like building an invisible snow house, which was actually warmer than outside. 20 or so chickens were huddled together, and not a single one froze to death in the small space. But now Bai Feng didn't dare to let them stay here any longer, so he brought a few bamboo baskets and put them in. Bai Feng planned to keep them in his house first. The smell might be a little unpleasant, but that's life. The frozen chicken was almost motionless when they caught it. It just held its breast with both hands and at most flapped its feet a little and then let Bai Feng and the others catch it. Unexpectedly, the chicken's breast was quite warm. A handful of hay was covered on the bamboo basket, and then Bai Feng had the cats quickly carried back to his room. Perhaps they were too cold to recover, so they didn't eat the food even if it was given to them. The snow showed no signs of stopping, the sky was still dark, and the road they had cleared was covered with ankle-deep snow again. Even though the tribe had not suffered any losses yet, Bai Feng was not happy at all, as there was no telling how long this disaster would last. What's more, the most terrifying time is when the snow melts after the weather clears up. It is really extremely cold. Even a wealthy tribe like theirs has to worry about not being able to survive it. If the other tribes do not have enough food and firewood, they may not even be able to survive until the snow melts. It was time to go back now. Everyone was very cold, including Bai Feng. Their noses were running and their hands were completely numb from the cold. Bai Feng was lucky because at least he had gloves. The other tribesmen had to wrap their hands with a corner of their clothes to avoid frostbite. People piled more grass into the cowshed, almost forming two walls, and then added more coal to the fire. Of course, this was a place far away from the grass. The temperature in the cowshed actually gradually rose, and the cows got up one by one and began to eat grass. After all, they would starve to death if they didn't eat grass. At this time, the clan members were asked to withdraw, but they were not dared to stay. After explaining some things to everyone, they were asked to go back and warm up. If anyone wanted to clean the snow on the Kong, they could do it by themselves or several people could help together. Although Bai Feng did not ask for it, everyone still consciously cleaned the entrance of Bai Feng's Kong, and then added firewood and a large amount of coal foam so that the fire could burn longer. Bai Feng didn't care about the others and went back to rest. His head was so cold that it hurt. The others would not stay outside for long either. Bai Feng told them that if there were more than 2 people in a family, they must take turns to watch over the family and not let the snow bury their family. The firewood cannot be cut off and the fire cannot be extinguished, otherwise people will freeze to death in the room. There is no bachelor living alone in the tribe. Only Bai Feng lives with someone else. The others live with several people. As soon as the door was closed, Bai Feng no longer wanted to go out. There was also porridge made by Sui in the room, which was not only made of rice, but also lotus seeds and water chestnuts. Bai Feng didn't like to add meat to porridge, which was very strange. He would only make meat porridge when he was in a hurry to replenish his energy. After drinking a bowl of hot porridge and eating a few pieces of meat, which were roasted very warm by the fireplace, my hands and feet were itchy. Maybe after this time, the whole tribe would get frostbite on their hands, and the symptoms would relapse in winter, unless they took good care of themselves in winter. Bai Feng didn't dare close the wooden window, because he wanted to keep an eye on the changes in the snow. With 2 layers of glass, the wind could not blow in, and the temperature could not be lost too much. Now, everyone in the Bai Feng tribe who has been out is warming themselves by the fireplace in their room. Then they feel their hands are swollen and uncomfortable and extremely itchy. They are so swollen that they can't even make a fist. No one knows why, so they can only bear it. Sui didn't go out to work, so she was still full of energy. Bai Feng felt that he had overdrawn his body again, so he planned to go to bed and catch up on some sleep. He asked Sui to call him when it got dark so that she could sleep instead. Amid the occasional clucking of chickens, the sound of their claws moving, and the snoring of 2 little wolves sleeping by the fireplace, Bai Feng fell asleep very quickly. Bai Feng had a nightmare, a particularly strange, bizarre, and illogical dream. And after he remembered waking up in pain from being punched in the stomach, he immediately forgot the content of the dream. Bai Feng half sat up in shock and found that the person who punched him in the dream was Sui. She might be sitting on the Kong, waiting to call Bai Feng, but the boring and dark room made it really hard to concentrate. He didn't know how long Sui had lasted, but it seemed that she had fallen asleep while kneeling and fell on Bai Feng's stomach. Bai Feng was no longer sleepy. It was pitch black outside, with only the flickering light of fire in the cracks of the fireplace in the room. He helped Sui lie down so that she could sleep well. In her half-asleep state, Sui curled up her legs and pulled up the quilt. Bai Feng was still worried, so he took a piece of firewood, melted some wax on it, and lit a fire in the fireplace. Then, holding the torch, Bai Feng opened the door. In an instant, the little wolf groaned with cold, and Bai Feng's hair stood up even though he was wearing a robe. Since he had cleared the snow, Bai Feng estimated that the snow had snowed about 30 centimeters thick when he stepped on it. This was much better than he had expected, and the wind was also weaker, and the snow was not falling so quickly. It would be great if the snow would stop at daybreak. Seeing that the problem was not too serious, Bai Feng poked the firewood into the snow to put out the fire, then stepped back and closed the door. He was not sleepy now, but he was still too bored at night, so he moved a stool to sit by the fireplace and picked up a creature who he didn't know whether it was Chong Wei or Lai Fu, and held it from the warm ground his legs. The little wolf just protested symbolically, then found a more comfortable position on Bai Feng's legs and continued to sleep. Bai Feng stroked the wolf while making a fire and waiting for dawn. Chapter 135. The Sky Will Clear. The fire was crackling. If the little wolf hadn't pressed his legs until they were numb, Bai Feng would have fallen asleep long ago. After all, it was hard to sit still through the night without any entertainment. After a while, Bai Feng would get up to take a look. After so many times, the little wolf didn't want to be bothered by Bai Feng anymore. When Bai Feng wanted to hug him, he would break free with a flick of his tail and then run to a dark place where he couldn't be seen and fall asleep. Every time he went out, the snow was getting lighter, and Bai Feng felt relieved. Now, as long as the weather didn't suddenly clear up, but it was cloudy for 2 days, then this cold disaster would be over. Maybe it's because the clouds have become thinner, so it's brighter in the morning. At least the light can still penetrate a little, so it's not so depressing. Bai Feng couldn't wait any longer, so he put on his clothes and went out with a shovel, regardless of Sui, who was still sleeping. Now he could walk without shoveling snow, but it was inconvenient to get stuck in the snow, and even though he was wearing high-top boots, some snow was inevitable. This time Bai Feng did not call anyone else, but went to check on the cattle first. The cattle were in much better condition than yesterday, and their mental state was also good. When they saw Bai Feng coming, the calf that was still in the center position even looked up and called out as a greeting. The cows were lying down and ruminating. There was nothing wrong with them except that the grass was full of cow dung. There was no open flame in the 2 makeshift stoves, but there were still some sparks in the ashes underneath. Seeing that there was still a lot of coal nearby, Bai Feng picked up a handful of grass that was not covered with cow dung, put it on the sparks and blew on it. It smoked for a while before it caught fire. Then he put the coal in and burned some grass to make the coal burn thoroughly. Bai Feng did not stay to watch over it, and there was no need to do so. After the coal was burning, he threw a large pile of coal in and left. It had been daybreak for a long time, but the tribesmen still adhered to the rule of not going out to work when it snowed or rained, and they had not come out yet. But in order to ensure that everyone was okay, the quickest and most appropriate way was to call everyone out and take roll call. Several wake-up whistles sounded, and Bai Feng believed that everyone had heard them. However, the square was full of snow and they had nowhere to stand, so they could only wait for people to follow the sound and find him. After meeting them, Bai Feng simply asked them to report to their team captains for roll call, and then asked the captains to report to him. This way, they wouldn't have to stay crowded and would be less cold. The end result was that everyone was safe, nothing happened, everyone was very obedient, and no one burned coal instead of firewood at night to save trouble. So he asked everyone to go back and continue to rest, and those who needed to catch up on sleep could do so. He had already taken care of the cattle herd, and Bai Feng also went back to his room. The chickens had completely recovered after a night in the room, and were now chirping and waiting for food. Sui was woken up by the chickens. When Bai Feng returned, Sui, with his hair messy, was looking for chaff for the chickens. However, the chickens were too restless, and there were too many baskets. There were more than 20 chickens, and they were not even chicks yet. There was no place for them to stay on the entire floor. Bai Feng was unwilling to keep them in the room any longer. The shed prepared for the calf next to their room is still empty. No one has come in since Xiao and Nio brought the cattle back. However, Bai Feng and the others did not tear it down. After all, it is a pretty good shed. Bai Feng is also thinking of converting it into a sunshade or reception room in the summer. But let's move these chickens in to live inside now. They're too noisy. After being fed some chaff, they become restless. Even if it is very cold outside the cage, they will jump out to patrol the place. Bai Feng is sleepy again. He feels that his daily routine has been reversed. It will be a bit troublesome to get it back on track now. He can only sleep for the whole morning. But now Bai Feng's nose could no longer hold back the runny nose. He knew that he had caught a cold, so he wrote a prescription on a bamboo slip with a charcoal pencil and asked Sui to find a doctor. He also asked the doctor to boil more water, as the tribesmen might need it more. After all, even a strong man like him had suffered. The doctor has followed Bai Feng for such a long time, and he is young and studious, so he can recognize a lot of words. At least he knows the names of commonly used medicines and can write them. He knows much more words than Wu, the old man who doesn't want to make progress. Of course, in order to avoid any problems when dispensing the medicine, Baifeng made iron weights of 5, 10, and 15 grams based on his own experience. However, they could not be the same as the grams used in later generations. This was just to give the doctor a range of the amount of medicine he needed to take. Just put a scale on it. Although it was very slow, Baifeng did not want to waste his time on dispensing medicine. Before Sui came back with the medicine, Baifeng was already lying down and fast asleep. It was mainly because he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't hold on any longer. The doctor had used up all the medicine in manhwa, and there was still not enough for all the sick people in the clan, so he had to give one bowl of medicine to the clan members with more serious illnesses. Moreover, there was no substitute for this prescription, and many of the medicines could not be found here. Baifeng also adjusted his daily routine. The snow stopped falling, but the wind still blew occasionally. The weather did not suddenly clear up. After being cloudy for 2 days in a row, the temperature gradually rose a little. Even though the snow was very thick, it still had to be dealt with. Now that the weather was not so cold, Baifeng led people to shovel the snow, pile it together and compact it, and also pulled some of it to the vegetable garden and outside the city to dump it, which gave the tribe some place to move around. Another day passed, and the weather cleared up. However, even though the sun was shining directly, it felt cold. The air outside felt like the chill was going straight into my body. For health reasons, it was better for me to continue staying in the room. After being exposed to the sun for several days, the snow in the places they had cleared finally dried up, while the snow in the places that had not been cleared remained almost unchanged, except for an extra layer of transparent snow shell. Moreover, the entire tribe was full of water, which would freeze into ice sooner or later. The icicles hanging from the eaves were more than 1 meter long, and the longest one extended from the not-so-high roof to the ground. Now that the temperature has stabilized, we have completely entered winter. We can no longer just wear anything and go out. As for the snow, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until spring if we want it to melt completely. Even now, the animals in the wild are suffering. Such thick snow does not give them any chance to find food, or they simply cannot survive when it snows. Maybe the smarter ones have already run farther away. If you want birds, they can fly to a place where there is less snow to hide, such as behind a mountain range in the clouds in the distance. Chapter 136 Back on track. Now the tribe can finally do something and no longer have to sit in a small, dark house, although it is still cold outside and the sun doesn't feel warm. Last time, they broke the axle in order to come back. More than 30 carts are now scrapped. They have to make new axles, and the wheels have been buried in the snow for a whole winter. I'm afraid they can't be used anymore, so they also have to be remade. The only advantage is that the elephant meat that was brought back has not been processed and can be thrown in the warehouse without having to worry about it going bad. Now, it is frozen hard, and if we want to process it, we have to set up a few stoves in the warehouse to melt the ice. Baifeng had never eaten elephant meat before, so he arranged an elephant meat banquet for everyone to try it. However, it was not very delicious. The taste was very ordinary, not as good as beef. However, except Baifeng, everyone liked it very much. What else could they be picky about when they had meat to eat? Elephant skin is indeed thick, basically half a finger thick, and the thickest part is even 1 finger thick. It is a bit too thick to be used for armor, so it is divided into another layer. The armor made in this way has enough protection and is not too heavy. The most important thing is that more can be made. The thickest part is used to make the breastplate, so as to protect the most important parts. But because it is too thick, the leather-making process is very troublesome, much more troublesome than wild boar skin and sheepskin. It takes more than a month to make it before it can be used. Because there were too many armors to make, and they were short on time, especially since Baifeng planned to start preparing for war after the spring. As soon as the spring plowing was over, he would march to the surrounding areas, annex small tribes, and strengthen himself. However, Baifeng's grasp of the current situation had fallen behind. The heavy snow had caused casualties to all the tribes around Baifeng's territory. Some of the people who had survived by chance chose to take the risk of crossing the mountains and going behind the mountains because of the influence of the snow. In other words, this area of the river basin has become almost an empty land, with only the Baifeng tribe left. Even the animals are either dead or fled. If they are lucky, the Baifeng tribe can pick up a considerable number of carcasses of various animals that have been frozen for a whole winter when the snow just melts. Similarly, the amount of prey that the Baifeng tribe can catch next year will drop drastically. Only after waiting for a year or more and animals from other places gradually migrate here can the tribe return to its previous state. Baifeng had not anticipated these things because the terrain here was complex. Maybe places a few days away would not be as severely affected by the disaster as theirs, or there might be tribes as wealthy as theirs. Bai Feng's target was the tribe that was neither poor nor rich and could barely survive the winter. Next year's vegetation should be unusually lush because the thick snow is actually equivalent to a quilt. The temperature in the soil will not be too low. Instead, it will be higher than when there is no snow. Moreover, after the snow melts, it will bring rich moisture to the land. The seeds that have not been found by various animals will germinate together in the spring. The climate here is suitable for growing winter wheat, but you need to grasp the solar terms well. If you plant it late, it will not sprout and will have to overwinter, just like spring wheat. If you plant it early, it will grow too long in cold weather and will not survive the winter. Bai Feng knew that he did not have the ability and judgment, so he chose the safer spring wheat. The lake was frozen over, but luckily they had shut off the water before the weather turned cold. Otherwise, the pipes would have been completely ruined, as the ceramic pipes could not withstand the pressure of the ice. However, Bai Feng is already preparing to rebuild the water pipeline. The output of cement is still not enough to build a waterway made of pure cement, so ceramics are still the main material. However, this time we're making very wide square pipes, which are easier to shape than round ones, and the joints are easier to fit together. Cement can only be used to seal the joints to make the entire pipe watertight. The renovation time is set when the soil has thawed, but the temperature is not yet high enough for sowing. A team of several hundred people can complete the renovation in a few days. After all, the original canal is still there, so the renovation workload is not too large. The tribe's fish pond must have been frozen, but the snow was still piled on it. It was very thick and had already exceeded the pond base by a lot. The water was so deep that the fish should not have frozen to death in the deep water, but they were afraid of being suffocated by lack of oxygen. What made the Bai Feng tribe feel convenient about this snow was that they no longer had to worry about water. If they needed water, they could just walk a few steps, find an unpolluted snowy area, get some snow, and after boiling it, it would be very clean. At this time, water was in short supply in the Bai Feng tribe. Although they had dug so many water cellars to store water, the capacity was not large enough and there were many people, so they had to use the water sparingly. Otherwise, if the water ran out before the ice melted, they would have no choice but to go to the big lake to dig ice. It is possible to dig a well, and it does not need to be deep to get water. The problem is that the well water in this vein is only okay for domestic use, such as washing your face, but it is totally unsuitable for drinking. Bai Feng thinks it can all be used to make wells salt. The life of the tribe gradually returned to normal. Everyone continued to train and work. Bai Feng repeatedly asked the pottery team to increase the output of cement. It was okay even if they didn't make pottery, as the tribe had enough anyway. The same goes for glass. We don't have to make it for now. We could just fire a kiln and make something every once in a while to keep our hands from getting tired. The tribe won't need it for now anyway. How can we use it without installing windows? This is Bai Fengdu's long-term plan. Now Bai Feng is in a state of having nothing to do again, and he is not willing to go to training. So he uses the excuse of studying weapons, moves a woven rattan chair to lie in front of the door to bask in the sun, but in fact his mind is empty, and he is enjoying the hard-earned leisure time. He couldn't sleep because of the sunshine, he just felt warm and comfortable. After a while, Bai Feng heard the baby's cries. Squinting his eyes, he looked over and did not expect that it was Xiong holding his son Xiaoyin and strolling around. It was a scene of loving father and filial son, and there was not a trace of impatience on Xiong's face. Bai Feng was still quite shocked by this, because he had never seen Xiong show too much affection toward his son, although he felt quite happy to see his son. The last time he went to Xiong's room, Bai Feng didn't see Xiao Yin in the dim room. He was so anxious that he forgot Xiao Yin's existence. It was understandable that Bai Feng forgot, but as parents, he didn't care. There were several women there, but none of them thought of holding the baby. Fortunately, the child was very well behaved. He never cried or made a fuss. He would sleep after eating, so he grew very fast and can even crawl now. Chapter 137, The Strongest Warrior. Bai Feng half closed his eyes and smiled at the bear who was holding his son in the sun. Unexpectedly, the bear felt a little embarrassed when he saw it, and felt that it was shameful for a warrior to hold his cub out in the sun. But his wife didn't care much about the child. He thought the sun was good, so he also carried the cub out. Unexpectedly, he was seen by the tribe leader. Bai Feng said, "There's nothing shameful about this. You are holding your son, who may be the most powerful warrior of the Bai Feng tribe in the future. You should take good care of him. If you were to hold a woman here to bask in the sun, You should be ashamed, and I will not let you go." After hearing this, Xiong smiled awkwardly, turned around, and strolled away to a deserted place with the child in his arms. Bai Feng continued to lie there with his eyes closed. Not long after, Bai Feng heard footsteps. It should be Xiong carrying the child back. Then there were several very clear and loud sounds coming from his room. He didn't know what was going on, but it sounded like the sound of someone being hit. Bai Feng became curious and squinted his eyes to look. After a while, he saw Xiong's wife rubbing her, but with one hand, and holding the child with the other hand and going out. It turned out to be a family matter. Is this considered domestic violence? It shouldn't be considered domestic violence in this era, and it doesn't look like a big deal. Maybe the wife didn't take care of the children, so the bear punished her. Time passed quietly. After that heavy snow, it snowed every now and then, but it was just a normal amount and had no impact on the tribe. The only difference was that the snow on the distant mountains kept piling up. The snow from the last snow hadn't melted away much before this snow piled up again. After the elephant skin was cooked, Bai Feng tried it. It was very thick and soft, unlike wild boar skin, which was hard. Bai Feng was jealous and wanted to get himself a set of elephant armor. But the materials were limited, and he also had a set of half iron and half leather armor, so it was unnecessary. What's more, elephant skin may not be as strong as iron armor, so all of them were left for the archer and sword team. The people in the vanguard team did not have the opportunity to get elephant skins, because even the bow and sword team alone did not have enough. The thickest elephant skin was divided into 3 layers, so that everyone could have a set of armor. It was impossible for a few weaver girls to handle all the work, so they made their own armor. Bai Feng and several weaver girls were by their side to guide the whole process. Their armor was relatively simple. They did not need to weave iron armor plates. They only needed to cut the elephant skin, punch holes, and tie it to the body. It was called armor, but the shape was more like a bulletproof vest. Only the skirt armor on the lower body was in the style of armor. After a few days, everyone's armor was completed. They were all made according to their body shapes, so they were more fitted. The armor of Xiong, Hui, Qi, Yishang, and others was special because Bai Feng added iron hard guards to them and some iron armor plates on the edges. The shape was also more beautiful, which was a preferential treatment for the strong. Although Lu was favored by Bai Feng, he did not get the elephant leather armor. If he needed to run, this kind of armor would become a restriction. If he could grow stronger one day and be able to pull a strong bow and become a member of the archer and sword team, he would naturally be given new armor. After putting on the new armor, they naturally have to go out and experiment. They use wooden swords for fighting. In the past, they would practice with fixed partners, but now Bai Feng directly randomly selects people to form teams. First, several groups of people fight one-on-one. No one is allowed to hold back. They use the sword techniques they have summarized, or they have their own understanding of the moves. As long as they can win, it's fine. This sparring attracted all the tribesmen. In order to let everyone see it, they simply asked everyone to go up to the city wall, and then those who participated in the confrontation practiced under the city wall, so that people on top could see it clearly. Of course, the heavyweights were the last to appear. In order to avoid putting pressure on other fighters, Bai Feng randomly selected people, and then at a command, they each launched an attack on their opponents within range. There were no fancy moves, and victory was decided by just a few moves of chopping, deflecting, blocking, and backcutting. However, because they were wearing armor, they didn't feel anything, and they didn't know how badly they would be injured by such a blow on the battlefield. In order to make the confrontation more intuitive, Bai Feng asked someone to get some lime, and when the knife was dipped in it, whenever someone was hit, a white mark would appear on their armor, making it clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The fight below was intense, and the people watching above were also excited, cheering loudly every time there was an exciting moment. This made the opponents put all their strength into it, resulting in many wooden swords breaking directly in the fight. Those who are still waiting to participate in the confrontation are also eager to go on the field. Seeing this situation, Bai Feng immediately decided to hold a competition, with 2 people confronting each other and the winner advancing. Bai Feng will be the chief referee, and all the tribesmen will be referees. The specific basis is the knife marks on the armor. After 3 confrontations, whoever has the most knife marks on his body will be eliminated. Then they will fight 1 level at a time, and the final winner will be the strongest warrior of the Bai Feng tribe. This reputation was too big, so no one cared about anything else and just attacked the vital parts of the head and neck. One soldier was hit on the head by a wooden sword and almost fainted. Although this is the best thing to do on the battlefield, It is not recommended in confrontation drills now. So a temporary rule is added that the neck and head are not allowed to be cut, but other parts are allowed. As expected, the champion of the final singles group was Xiong. Some tribesmen on the city wall were not convinced by the other warriors and wanted to go down and fight as well, thinking that they had wasted their armor. Bai Feng did not object. He asked them to challenge the person who was eliminated first without wearing armor. If the challenge was successful, they would be borrowed a suitable armor to continue fighting. If they won 2 games in a row, the armor would be directly added to the warrior team. The bow and sword team still could not do it because the use of the bow was also very important. However, the people in the archery and swordsmanship team did not train in vain. Their strength alone was beyond the reach of ordinary people in the tribe. The first people to be eliminated were feeling aggrieved that someone looked down on them and came to challenge them. So they did not hold back and responded with all their strength. In the end, no one was allowed to pass. After the single-player battle, Bai Feng also wants to see how well they cooperate with each other. So they start fighting in groups of 3. The team formation is also random. You are not allowed to think that your teammates are not good enough. You have no choice in the drill, and you have no choice on the battlefield either. Whoever gets stabbed 3 times is equivalent to being killed and must withdraw voluntarily. In the team competition, Xiong's group ranked first, but not first, because individual bravery can never compare to team bravery. However, Bai Feng also noticed that everyone's coordination was not very good, and some even fought against each other. So Bai Feng adjusted the focus of future training, which was to practice mutual cooperation. In this competition, which was originally intended to test the quality of armor and the results of training, was over. The conclusion was that armor was still very effective. It did not affect combat after getting used to it, and wooden swords did not feel anything when they were cut on it. If it was a stone weapon, it probably would not even hurt the skin. Xiong became the strongest warrior in the tribe, and Bai Feng would not compete with him for this title. It was enough for him to be the tribe leader, and his subordinates also had to have some gains and pursuits. I already have a house, a wife, weapons, food, and bears, so there is nothing else to reward. I must give them an honor that can show off, like a medal. It seems possible, but it is more troublesome to make it now. Bai Feng thought of the jiangjie that the wrestlers wore around their necks. It was not only a decoration that could be carried outside, but also reflected the honors they had received, and most importantly, it was easy to make. So Bai Feng found some already dyed linen, but only black and blue were available now, as he hadn't found dyes for other colors yet. He used wire to make a collar, wrapped the cloth around it, and put it on the bear and also on the winners of the team competition. Bai Feng said that this competition will be held every year, and more events will be added in the future, such as archery, running, weightlifting, etc. The winner will get this award ring, and each time he wins, he will wrap a ring around it. This is a symbol of the person's honor. The bear was very happy, happier than if he had been rewarded with food or women. Honor was too important for a warrior, and he was intoxicated by the cheers of his people. Chapter 138, Waiting for Spring. After Xiong put it on, he was reluctant to take it off. In the past, the tribesmen basically acquiesced that Xiong was the strongest warrior in the tribe. Maybe Qi and Bai Feng were stronger than Xiong, but since there had been no clear comparison, no one knew. It was just that the majority supported Xiong. Now this time, the title of Xiong's strongest warrior was completely confirmed, and Xiong naturally wanted to show off all the time. After finishing this impromptu game and testing the effectiveness of the armor, Bai Feng was very satisfied, so he gave him a day off. After they had a good rest, they went back to continue training the team's combat skills. Bai Feng continued to supervise the progress of making all the supplies in the tribe. After becoming proficient in the crossbow, he entered an assembly line-like working state. Although there were not many carpenters, one person was chosen to make several parts, and then they were assembled together. The specifications were all measured, which could also avoid the crossbow being unqualified and unusable. Originally, he wanted to make some other powerful weapons, but thinking back to the entire era of cold weapons, he had already made almost everything he could make. He wanted to build chariots, but they had no horses, and it was not realistic to let cows go to the battlefield. Weapons also saw a wave of minor improvements. The gun was replaced by the halberd, a fusion of the spear and the halberd. It had additional functions, such as stabbing and chopping compared to the gun. The long weapon was suitable for the vanguard soldiers. The reason why the gun became the king of weapons was not because it was better than the halberd. The halberd was better than the gun, but it could be restrained. Since the appearance of the hook and inlay, the halberd had withdrawn from large-scale military battlefields. As the days passed, and spring got closer, Bai Feng's heart became more and more restless. He had too many things he wanted to do this year. The cattle herd began to grow. The first calf of the White Wind tribe died in the mouths of wolves, but now more than a dozen calves have been born. They have safely passed the most difficult time and are growing rapidly. Bai Feng also consciously increased the number of tribesmen who were looking after the cattle, and at the same time allowed them to have more contact with the calves while ensuring their safety, even if they had to tempt them with food. The tribesmen used sorghum, millet, wheat bran, and other less-eaten food could be given to the calves. However, most calves now have not grown teeth and cannot eat. These are used to bribe the cows so that they can let down their guard and allow humans to approach the calves. Once the calves can eat, the target of abduction will change. Bai Feng wants to domesticate cattle so that they can plow the fields, but the current situation is not optimistic. At least the first generation of cattle will not be very successful. After long-term observation, he has selected more than a dozen relatively docile cows that are not afraid of people. These cows will be tried as plowing oxen in the spring. If they fail, Bai Feng can only focus on the second generation of cattle. The same thing happened to the chickens. They were fat and strong. Now, they wouldn't fly even if their wings were not clipped. The roosters had brighter feathers and were bigger. The hens were plump, but just wouldn't lay eggs. In later generations, any kind of chicken could lay 1 egg a day or 2 eggs in 3 days. Specially bred-laying hens had even higher egg production. Bai Feng thought that although they were infinitely close to domestic chickens, they were still pheasants and should have a specific breeding period for laying eggs. So Bai Feng reduced their food supply. If they hadn't thawed yet, he would have let them find the food in the soil. Given their current condition, it would be a loss to keep feeding them with grain. After all, they couldn't lay eggs, and there was a limit to how much meat they could grow. If they ate too much, it would turn into chicken manure. The coldest time has passed, and the temperature is slowly rising. Bai Feng doesn't know how this 9 is calculated, but based on his own physical sensation, it is at least 59 now. The snow on the ground in the tribal activity area had been cleared long ago, but not on the roof. It had been melting and falling all winter, and when it could no longer pile up, it slid down. But now there is still nearly 20 centimeters of snow on the roof. It's such a sunny day now, and there's a cool but relatively moist wind like a spring breeze. The temperature is gradually rising. On this sunny day, the snow suddenly began to melt, and the snow water on the eaves kept falling. If it weren't for the cloudless sky, it would really look like heavy rain. The places under the eaves where there are no bricks or cement have been washed out by the water, and then the gathered water flows towards the canal. The snow beside the canal in the distance is also melting. The upper part is exposed to the sun, and the lower part is melted by the water. If you go out and take a look, you can see that the water rushing out of the canal is no less than that during a rainstorm, especially in the evening. Bai Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He believed that the faster the snow melted, the better, and the faster spring came, the better. The Bai Feng tribe had already prepared everything and was ready to work hard. After 2 days of continuous exposure to the sun, the snow on the roofs of the Bai Feng tribe had almost melted away, but the snow in other places was still thick. The snow accumulated throughout the winter was more than 1 meter thick. So how could it melt away so quickly? Moreover, once it melted during the day, it would freeze again at night, and it would be troublesome to melt it again. The snow on the sunny slopes of the distant mountains is still white, but the tops of trees can already be seen. The shady slopes are still the same as before, without any change. That afternoon, Bai Feng inspected the tribe as usual, especially watching the training of the archer and sword team, but the roar coming from afar made Bai Feng very uneasy, and the roar was getting closer and closer, which reminded Bai Feng of the day of heavy rain when he spent alone in the wilderness. Bai Feng's heart beat faster and faster. The roar was clearly a mountain torrent. This was the fear that was engraved in his mind and could not be shaken off. Bai Feng's hands were shaking a little, but he still ran up to the city wall and used a telescope to observe. No matter how he thought about it, there would be no flood at this time. What's more, if there was a flood, there would be a river channel to go through, and it would not be able to come to them. Bai Feng thought so, but when he took out the telescope and pointed it in the direction where the sound came from, he was really scared. He could see that water was already flowing from the valley to their wasteland. Although it was just a small stream, it was the forerunner of the flood. The other tribesmen also heard the sound and stood up one by one. Now the flood could be seen with the naked eye, rushing out of the canyon and pouring towards them. Although Bai Feng was afraid, he also knew that it would not be a threat to them. First of all, not to mention that their city walls were so high, the wasteland was also very wide, so no matter how big the flood was, it would not be very deep. When the flood reached their city wall, it no longer had much power. Although the water in the valley was still roaring, it meant that there was still a lot of flood behind it. The water just reached the base of their city wall, but the width was really terrifying. Chapter 139 Spring is coming. The mighty flood slowed down on this plain, and Bifong was not so panicked. Because there was no grass to protect him in winter, the water was abnormally turbid, but he could still see unmelted ice and scattered snow floating on it. The flood flowed for a long time, and then gradually became smaller. Bifong estimated that this should be the snow water from the melted snow, and the valley where the flood was originally discharged was a shady slope, so it is possible that ice had formed and blocked the waterway, which made it like a barrier lake, and all the water rushed towards Bifeng's tribe. It was almost evening, and there was nothing interesting about the flash flood anymore. The temperature also started to drop, so everyone felt bored and went back to eat. Without his worries, Bifong had a good appetite. 2 large bowls of rice and 3 dishes of vegetables were enough to fill his stomach. The flood was also good news, in that the temperature had risen and it wouldn't be long before the entire wasteland would thaw. By then, Bifong would spend a few days renovating the water diversion channel and then start spring plowing. When we went to see it the next morning, the plain was covered with ice, which was like a huge ice rink. However, we were still afraid of another flood, so no one was allowed to leave the city. At noon, everything began to melt again, the ice began to break and flow, but this time the water was clearer, white, and had a lot of foam. This good weather lasted for a long time, and there are not many clouds, so the temperature rose very quickly. By the time all the snow in the tribe had melted away, the flood outside the city had disappeared, leaving only wet land and thick silt. Bifong used a shovel to dig the soil in the tribe, and found that it had completely thawed, so they could start working. So, almost all the carts in the tribe, pulling ceramic pipes, began to head towards the lake, preparing to renovate the water diversion channel. However, when they were about to reach the big lake, they found that some of the things they could do were impossible. The area around the lake was all muddy, and they slipped every 2 steps they took. The car was also stuck in the mud and couldn't get out. I took people over to take a look, but we retreated before we even reached the lake. It was not just mud, water was flowing out. It seemed that the lake was full and overflowing. Since it was not possible to start digging from the Great Lake, they simply started to transform it halfway and then work their way back to the Great Lake. Take out the old ceramic pipes and deepen and widen the channel. If it is deep enough, there is no need to worry about it freezing in winter because the temperature underground will be above 0 degrees. But if the outlet of the lake is frozen, there is nothing they can do. It was easy for a few hundred people to cover this distance. It took less than a day to lay the pipe back to the tribe, but the cement used for sealing had not dried yet. When they arrived at the tribe, they built a small pond and connected the pipe above to the pond. Then many thin pipes were branched out from the pond to the residential areas, farmlands, fish ponds, cattle pens, and other places. In short, the division was very detailed and clear. There's no telling how long the water will seep from the lake, but they can't just sit there and wait. Spring is so important and time flies. So they began to prepare for spring plowing. In winter, most of the iron was used to make farm tools, especially plowshares. Last year, they relied on wooden, stone, and even bone plows to plow the land. The speed was very slow and not much arable land could be opened up. This year was different. With better tools, they could naturally open up more land. The dozen or so cows have been separated and there was no resistance from the herd at all. They have been eating and drinking well these days to see if they can help during the spring plowing season. The main tool used for cows is the ox plow, which is something placed on the cow's shoulders with a rope tied to the back and a plowshare. However, Bifong added a soft collar under the ox plow and wrapped it with linen and rice husks to prevent the cow's shoulders from being rubbed by the ox plow. If they're injured, it will not only be bad for the cow, but the cow will also be unwilling to move when it feels pain, so there's no hope of using cows to plow the fields. With so many tools and so many people, Bifong set a small goal this year, to reclaim 5,000 acres first. This year, rice will be the main crop. After all, it has a high yield and tastes good. Then there is wheat, millet, and sorghum, which can be planted in smaller quantities. At this time, Bifong also remembered that buckwheat should be planted late. It is often used to remedy the situation. For example, if sorghum cannot grow, the sorghum field will be turned over and buckwheat will be planted. If Bifong had cleared the buckwheat field and replanted it last year, there might still be a harvest. Before plowing the land, fertilizer is applied first. A year's worth of fertilizer has already piled up into a mountain, mixed with Kong ash and cow dung and scattered on the ground. The whole air is filled with a sour smell, but fortunately, it is not too strong. The most important issue for rice fields is irrigation. With a new water diversion channel, irrigation will no longer be a difficult task. There is no need to make water wheels, as they will not be used. As the temperature rose, everything melted except for some white ice on the Yinshan Mountains. The ice in the fish pond of the Baifeng tribe also finally melted. I wonder how many animals are still alive after this winter. When the water and mud on the road dried up, Baifeng went to the fish pond. The occasional back-swimming fish floating on the edge made Baifeng feel bad. They had grown so big, hadn't they died in vain? If he had known that they were going to survive the winter, he should have fished them out so that he could have a few meals of fresh fish. Baifeng didn't know how many were dead and how many were alive. There might even be fish sunk to the bottom of the lake. He fished out all the dead fish he could find on the way. Firstly, it looked ugly and affected his mood, and secondly, leaving them in the water would affect the water quality. After a round, Baifeng fished up several 100 kilograms of dead fish. He felt like his heart was bleeding. These were all food, but unfortunately they could not be eaten now. In order to see how many fish were left, he cooked some rice and wheat, mixed some wine in them, and then scattered them in the fish pond. Soon many fish came to fight for the fish. Looking at the fish flipping on the water, Baifeng felt a little better. At least the survival rate was still acceptable. Now you can plant lotus seeds. Cut one end of the lotus seeds and throw them directly into the pond. This way, they will take root and sprout quickly. The spies checked every day and would take action as soon as construction could begin near the lake. However, after waiting for a few days, there was still no news. Baifeng could not wait any longer, so he planned to take people to plow the land themselves and postpone the canal work for a while. It's a pity that it's so troublesome. Baifeng had already found the tools, but then he received a report that the lake was gradually drying up and they could start work. This made Baifeng feel speechless. With such a short length, the people who went there last time could have finished it in half a day, so they had to put down the plowshares they had just picked up and go to the big lake to dig canal. The pipes at Dahu were easily installed, and after a test run, the results were very good, so I can now rest assured. Chapter 140, Spring Plowing in Progress. The spring breeze really began to blow, and the Baifeng tribe no longer waited. Everyone began to reclaim the land. Each person was assigned an area and began to turn the land over with tools. The dozen or so cows were also about to go in a battle, but they did not resist when the collars were put on them. But when the yoke was put on, they were very unhappy. They jumped and threw their hooves wildly, trying to break free from the restraints. But after eating food for so long, how could they be allowed to run away when it was time to work? Baifeng used the nose ring method. He poked the iron bar through the cow's nose with a light push, and then bent it into a ring shape. The cow struggled at first, but the pain in its nose soon made it stop. Perhaps being docile is also their fault. If their temper was as bad as other cows, Baifeng would not have thought of letting them plow the fields, let alone fitting nose rings on them, and they would not have to suffer this pain. After they get used to the nose ring and stop bleeding, try to put the bulldog on them again. If they start to resist, pull the rope on the nose ring. No matter how strong they are, they have to endure it obediently. Of course, in order to protect the cows, the nose ring will not be pulled the whole time, and a cow cage will be put on the head. There's a poem called, "When Will the Golden Brain Collar Be Put On?" The brain collar is an iron mesh muzzle on the mouth to prevent the horse from lowering its head to eat grass while walking. The cow cage is not made of iron, but simply a few cloth straps to tie the head and neck tightly, and then a rein underneath so that a person can use the reins to lead the cow in front, set the direction, and also give orders to the cow to move forward or stop. If it is an experienced ox and is familiar with the job, it does not need anyone to lead it. The person operating the plow behind it just needs to give an order and the ox will know what to do. The ox was put into the field, but it was still not easy to use and was disobedient. The person holding the plow behind it was not skilled either. The plow was either too shallow or too deep for the ox to pull, or the ox would suddenly get angry and run away. He could neither chase it nor stop it. He had to let go and let the ox pull the plow all over the ground. That was if the ox was lucky. If the plow accidentally hit its leg, it would become dry food for spring plowing on the spot, not to mention being able to be brought back to the herd. Among the dozen cows, there were 3 that were really useless. They either went crazy or were extremely stubborn. Their noses kept bleeding and they refused to move. So we gave up on them and had their nose rings removed. However, We still had to keep them alone for a few days and release them back into the herd after their nose wounds healed, otherwise they would scare the herd. But there was so much land to plow that people could not move after a whole day's plowing, and the oxen were exhausted. Now, Baifeng realized how valuable oxen were. They could plow several times faster than people and turn the soil deeper. Seeing that they were soaked with sweat, but the spring afternoon wind was very cold, I found some cloth to wipe their sweat and put the cloth on their backs to protect them from the wind. At this time, even if they had any complaints or wanted to throw a tantrum, they didn't have the energy to do so. The fodder given to them at noon and at night was the best, and they were given more grain. Other animal oils were mixed into the grass, and more salt was added to the water. In a way, they were treated better than humans. By the time the tribesmen were eating dinner, they were so tired that they could hardly lift their arms. Fortunately, Baifeng had left a dozen people behind to cook. Otherwise, if all of them had gone to the battle, they would not even have the strength to cook. After eating, he had neither the thought nor the energy to create a baby. He fell asleep as soon as he entered the room. The same went for Baifeng. He did not hide when plowing the land, and he put in a lot of effort. The next day his arms still hurt, and there was still endless land that had not been plowed. Baifeng was a little desperate. Looking at the tribesmen pulling the plowshare instead of the oxen, bending over and moving forward in the fields, Baifeng felt very uncomfortable, although everyone had no complaints about this and hoped that this land would have a good harvest. However, Baifeng still wanted to reduce everyone's burden, but the best way was to use oxen. There were only so many oxen this year, so things would be easier next year. Baifeng comforted himself in this way. However, Baifeng thought of the calf and decided to see if he could get it to do some work as well. At least it still listened to him. So Baifeng found the conspicuous calf among the herd, and with a slight wave of his hand, the calf came running over staggeringly. It didn't know why Baifeng was calling it, but it also knew that Baifeng would not harm it. When the cattle saw the calf being called away, they just looked up and ignored it, continuing to eat grass with their heads down. Baifeng just pushed the calf with his hand and told it to follow him. As soon as Baifeng and the calf left, a strong bull in the herd no longer controlled his desires and concealed himself and began to chase the cows madly. However, he did not succeed. No matter how strong he was, even if the calf was not there, he was not qualified to do these things. The bull was a little annoyed, so he took his anger out on the calves that had no mother to take care of them. By the time the mother cows found out and rushed over, several calves had already been knocked down and trampled by the bulls. When the cow arrived, the bull pretended nothing had happened and went back to eat grass. The cow knew she couldn't beat him, but she could protect the calves. Fortunately, the calves were not seriously injured, except that their hind legs were a little lame. No one noticed this scene. Baifeng had already brought the calf to the field and put a collar and a cow bridle on it. There was no need for a nose ring or a bridle. He only needed a shout and the calf would pull on its own. This was what a good working ox should look like. After they breed it for a few more generations, the working oxen would be much more useful. Baifeng wondered whether he should bring the calves over to look after them. If the calves wanted to learn how to plow the fields, it was important for them to be led by an old ox. A good character was only one of the factors. However, if the other oxen had not been restrained by nose rings, they would have probably gone on strike long ago. Even if the oxen were very strong, they would not be able to withstand a day of high-intensity work. According to legend, Yushun trained elephants to plow the fields in Mount Li. Baifeng felt that this was probably just an isolated case. Just like him and the calf, it should be possible to raise them from a young age. However, it would be unlikely to train an adult elephant. Some women who are not as strong are left behind to cook, while others have to take care of the babies. The tribe already has more than 30 babies, the oldest of whom can just walk, and the youngest are still in swaddling clothes. Although the parents were not at all concerned about taking care of the child at this time, and just threw the child to the ground and went to work with their tools, Baifeng was still worried and had to leave someone to look after the child. We have a simple meal in the morning and have lunch directly in the fields at noon. The women carry big buckets filled with lunch and let everyone help themselves and eat as much as they can. It is not easy to cook for hundreds of people. Although they seem to not have to go to the fields, they're also very busy. Just delivering meals to the tribesmen scattered everywhere is a physical job. Chapter 141 Bullfight. The sun in early spring is not very scorching, so after eating in the open fields, everyone would just lie down, cover their faces with clothes, and take a nap to rest, which could be regarded as a way to digest the food. In the past, they would not dare to sleep in the wilderness because that would be a suicide mission. But now they're not afraid because there are high city walls and patrolling soldiers on them. There is no place safer than here, so they sleep comfortably. The cows finally have time to lie down and chew the concentrated feed they have eaten. However, when the weather gets warmer, flies come out and make a loud, buzzing sound in their ears. At the end of a day's work, Baifeng first fed all the cows with grass and water, and then ate with the tribesmen. After gaining experience, the cows became more skilled in plowing the land, and their speed was much faster. Now they feel that cows are much more important than humans. Although in Baifeng's eyes the importance of cows has only increased slightly, it is still behind humans. However, now the cows must be treated better than the tribesmen. After all, they have worked harder and made greater contributions. After dinner, Baifeng collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move, but the cows were used to going back to the cowshed to sleep, so Baifeng had to send the calf and the other cows back personally. Baifeng had to go, as the calf would be unhappy about it. Baifeng dragged his heavy legs to the entrance of the pen, patted the calf on its butt, and then led the cows from other places in. The cows that did not go to the plowing fields had already found a dry and good place in the pen to lie down. As soon as they went in, Baifeng and the other tribesmen who came with him closed the heavy door. If he were alone, he would definitely not have the strength to close it. The people who were looking after the cows were also working together to reclaim the land. The snow had melted, and there was still hay for the cows to eat in the places that were not washed away by the flood. Now, there was not even any green grass sprouting, but there was no need for people to feed the cattle. All they needed to do was to open the water at noon and put enough water in the trough for all the cows to drink. Because no one was taking care of them, no one noticed what happened in the morning, and no one knew several calves were injured. Baifeng and his companions had not walked far with their exhausted bodies when they heard the loud mooing of cows, followed by the sound of panicked running. They didn't know what was going on, so they ran back in fear and opened the door. As soon as I opened the door and was about to go in, I saw a white calf and a yellow-brown bull confronting each other in an open space. There was a lot of dust around them, and all the cows were standing under the shed watching. The two cows walked to the open space and then began to retreat. Baifeng thought to himself that this was not good. This was definitely the yellow cow coming to challenge the calf's position as the leader. Why did it have to fight in these 2 days instead of earlier or later? It was because it saw that the calf was tired and weak after a day's work. Would it have the courage to do that on any other day? But the calf had to fight, no matter how tired it was. If it lost, it would no longer be able to stay in the herd. Not to mention that the new patriarch would exclude it. It would almost lose the right to choose a mate. The calf got ready to attack, and the opponent was not to be outdone. He snorted at the ground and lowered his head to prepare for a clash with the calf. Baifeng was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. This was the rule of the wild. It was so cruel and unreasonable. However, if the calf's life was in danger, Baifeng didn't mind helping. At worst, the herd would be without a leader and would no longer be obedient. It is rare to find a cow as docile as the calf. If its offspring are brought up by it, they will definitely be docile and can be used by the tribe. Like this yellow bull, it is too wild and will do anything to achieve its goals. Even if it has offspring, they will not be as good as the calf. It doesn't matter even if the herd of cattle begins to reject humans. The first generation calves that can be kept will be kept, and those that don't want to have contact with humans will be slaughtered as food. Anyway, there are already a lot of second generation calves, and they are almost ready to be weaned. Once they are weaned, they will be taken over by humans, even if they have to build a new cowshed. In any case, they cannot be with these overly wild cows. The confrontation between the two bulls began. They started to sprint at the same time, and then butted their horns against each other. The yellow bull staggered and almost fell down, but the calf showed no signs of abnormality. After the collision, the two bulls started close combat again. The calf took advantage of the victory and hit the yellow bull's neck with its horns. The yellow bull turned sideways to catch the blow with its own horns, and then fought back. The horns of the two bulls were tangled together, and they were exerting all their strength. The sound of the horns colliding was very loud. The calf was running out of strength, while the yellow bull had been conserving its energy all day, and the calf gradually began to lose the upper hand. The yellow bull kept pushing forward, and the calf ran out of energy and began to retreat. The two sides were wrestling almost head-to-head. It was not as bloody as Baifeng had imagined. It seemed like they were just competing in strength. But the yellow scalper seemed not to know the technique of using force and exerted too much force, and now was evenly matched with the calf. The two scalpers were pushing against each other as if they were in a static state. Baifeng was anxiously waiting to see who would run out of strength first. but Bai Feng felt that the calf had little chance of winning. If the calf had not gone to plow the fields today, the yellow ox might not even have the courage to challenge. After calming down for a while, the yellow bull suddenly jumped up again and started to push the calf's neck hard. The calf also started to fight back. Their horns were still stuck together, but they were both trying hard to push their horns against each other's necks. Gradually, blood could be seen coming out of the necks of both animals, and their skin was torn by their horns. The calf's white fur was more obvious, but Bai Feng felt that the calf should have the advantage because it was bigger, with a bigger head and longer horns, so the damage to the yellow cow's neck was greater. After fighting for a while, the scalper probably felt that it had little chance of winning if it continued like this, so it shook its head and tried to break away, then took a few steps back, preparing to charge forward. This time the maverick did not retreat, but lowered his head and prepared for a fight. His neck was all red, and I didn't know if it was because of the blood or because of the wounds. After the yellow bull finished accumulating strength, it kicked its hind legs and rushed forward with its tail between its legs, colliding with the calf. The calf was pushed back several steps, but the yellow bull fell directly to the ground and couldn't get up. It turned out that one of the cattle's horns was broken at the moment of the collision, and its head was knocked dizzy. The double injury made it difficult for it to stand up. The calf retained its position as the chief of the tribe and knew that Bai Feng was looking at him. So he looked up and called out to Bai Feng, then took difficult steps towards the cowshed. There were no more challengers now, and just when he was about to go back with peace of mind, Bai Feng saw several calves staggering and lame. If it was only one, Bai Feng might not care much, but just from a glance he saw that 3 calves were lame. Bai Feng didn't care about his fatigue and walked into the cowshed. Several tribesmen behind him quickly followed. The cow was very wary of Bai Feng and his friend's arrival, but the calf was not afraid of people, so it stretched its neck to smell Bai Feng's outstretched hand and even wanted to lick it. Taking this opportunity, Bai Feng quickly took a closer look at the calf's leg. It was not deformed, which meant that at least it was not broken. It might just be in pain during this period. He didn't know what happened. At the same time, several calves had injured their legs. Chapter 142, Slaughtering the Cow. Bai Feng really wanted to know what happened to the calf's leg. The calf turned its head and looked at the yellow bull lying outside. Bai Feng pointed at it, and the calf mooed in response. The cows responded in the same way, proving that it was the yellow bull who did it. Bai Feng became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Not only did you want to seize the position of the calf leader, but you also hurt the calf? If you dare to destroy my plan to make a fortune, I'm afraid you won't live long. Bai Feng was already tired enough, and such a thing happened tonight. He had no place to vent his anger. Moreover, the calf's neck was injured so badly that it would definitely not be able to pull the plow tomorrow. With one less ox to plow the land, progress would be slow. The yellow ox tried to stand up but couldn't. Bai Feng just wanted to kick it twice, but the blood was still flowing from its neck, although it wouldn't threaten its life. The horn on its head was broken, and the inner layer was bleeding, not like human fingernails that didn't bleed or hurt. This cow has a bad temper, and its horn is broken and its neck is injured. Most importantly, it actually hurt the calf. Even if it can recover tomorrow, Bai Feng will have to diagnose it with an incurable disease today. After thinking for a while and finding no suitable disease, he simply said that it had a concussion and couldn't survive. The tribesmen didn't know what a concussion was, so Bai Feng said that it was her brain that was shaken, and that was why she couldn't survive. Bai Feng called out to the tribesmen who were almost unable to straighten their backs, and went to take them to find things and get more ropes. He wanted to drag the cow out of the cowshed tonight. No matter what happened tomorrow, he would definitely not keep it anyway. Bai Feng could not tolerate its behavior, so he took it to the warehouse and locked it up for one night, then slaughtered it tomorrow to serve as a snack for the tribe members. They had been eating pickled meat for the whole winter, so now they could eat something fresh. Back in the room, Bai Feng and Sui no longer had the slightest desire to share. Sui was the same. She was tired after a day, and her eyelids were drooping, but she still insisted on waiting until Bai Feng came home. Bai Feng was too lazy to talk. He patted the dirt off his body and feet. As for soaking his feet in hot water, he didn't even think about it. He just lay down on the kong and immediately started snoring. The next day, Bai Feng said he wanted to slaughter a cow for the tribe members as a snack. Everyone was looking forward to it, but they were reluctant to do so. Cows were so precious. How could they be slaughtered casually? So even though they were very greedy, they wanted to persuade Bai Feng not to kill it. Bai Feng explained the whole story to everyone, and they learned that the beast had actually injured the calf, so it deserved to die. Then, no one would feel burdened to eat the meat. So 2 tribesmen who were good at slaughtering and skinning cattle volunteered, and Bai Feng readily agreed. The calf is unable to work today. Although the wound on its neck is no longer bleeding, Bai Feng is still unwilling to let it work with the injury. After all, the ox hook on its shoulders will rub its neck, which would be a torture to the calf. So many of them had plowed the land for 10 days in a row and had tilled all the arable land in the tribe. Bai Feng didn't know exactly how much was left, but he knew it was more than 4 times more than last year. Firstly, the tools used last year were too poor and the speed of tilling the land was too slow. Secondly, there were not too many seeds. It would be useless to plow so much land without seeds. This year, the tools have been replaced and the grain harvested last year was enough, so there's no need to worry about seeds. That is why everyone can work hard to open up the land this year. However, plowing the land does not mean that you can plant it now. The temperature is still too low and it is not suitable for sowing. The temperature needs to rise a little bit so that the seeds can germinate and sprout a few days after planting. Planting now will only provide food for various birds. Moreover, half of the land has been converted into water fields for growing rice, and the seedlings have to be raised first, so the seeds cannot be sown at this moment, so everyone suddenly got a few days of rest. Only when the temperature rises can we sow seeds, and we also need to grind the land, which means using a large rake similar to a comb, which is especially large to grind the land where the seeds are sown, covering the seeds in the soil, which can also retain moisture. Everyone stretched their stiff and bent waists and relaxed their arms and legs. There was also fresh beef to eat these few days, which was one of the few benefits. The most delicious thing is called noodles. In the past, only the clan leader and his people could eat it. Since the big stone mill was built, wheat is no longer used to make porridge, but is made into various kinds of noodles. I don't know how the patriarch knew that wheat could be made into those long noodles. After cooking, pour a spoonful of clear beef soup on it, then put a few thick slices of beef on it, sprinkle with chopped green onions and radish slices. It feels more delicious than eating meat directly. It's just that the patriarch kept saying that the soul-stirring chili oil was missing. I don't know what chili oil is. Isn't radish spicy? The pancakes made with flour were also very delicious. They were baked with butter until golden brown on the outside, and were hard and crispy, but a little too dry. So they followed the chief's example, cutting them open and stuffing beef slices inside, which tasted best this way. Bai Feng seldom instructs his tribesmen on how to cook, because it is too troublesome and complicated, and the tribe does not have that many good ingredients for everyone to cook. It requires certain skills, and it is not like just making some porridge as long as it is not mushy. Only the women, who had cooked with Bai Feng before and knew a little about cooking techniques, only needed a little practice, and their food would at least not be bad. As for the other tribesmen, they could figure out on their own if they wanted to. Anyway, none of the ingredients here were so delicious that they could kill people. The tribesmen were all resting. After a day's rest, Bai Feng could no longer lie down as he had too many things to worry about. So he went out for a walk with the 2 wolves that had been curled up at his feet. The farmland was not fertile or even endless, but at least there was no end in sight. The flat areas became paddy fields, and the areas with slightly undulating slopes became dry land. When the soil was first cultivated, there was a lot of moisture in it. After all, so much snow water had seeped into the ground that it seemed that you could squeeze out water if you squeezed it hard. After turning it over, the surface became dry. I squatted on the ground and dug twice. It was still very moist. At least I don't have to look at the weather when sowing this year. Even if it is exposed to the sun, there is no need to worry about insufficient humidity and seedlings not emerging. Bai Feng left the farmland and went to the fish pond. The area around the pond was still covered in mud, and the fishy smell of the fish made the surrounding air very unpleasant. However, Bai Feng still insisted on going over to take a look, as these were the foundation of their tribe's survival. New sprouts grew under the reeds. Since there were no earthworms or the like to be found, Bai Feng grabbed a handful of millet for feeding the cows from his pocket and threw it into the fish pond. The fish reflexively gathered together and began to fight for the millet, stirring the water like boiling water. Chapter 143 plants some trees. The fish that died in winter did not have much impact on the fish pond. The number of fish is still very considerable. Now, it is almost the breeding season for fish. Once the breeding season is over, Bai Feng plans to catch some of the largest grass carp in the fish pond to give the small fish more living space. And now he has learned his lesson. From now on, he must catch the grown fish before the fish pond freezes over to avoid unnecessary losses. After leaving the fish pond, Bai Feng didn't know where to go. Someone was looking after the cattle every day. He often had to check on them because the calf was injured, so he knew that the cattle were not in any serious problem. The vegetable garden is now exclusively owned by Sui. When they were reclaiming the land, Sui was right next to them and dug the vegetable garden for her. Although the vegetable garden is more than 10 acres in size, and she cannot eat all the vegetables grown by herself, and she still has to share them with the tribesmen in the end, she feels a great sense of satisfaction and pride in this matter, because some of the food came from her hands, and she also has the power to distribute food. Bai Feng is well aware of Sui's little thoughts, but he never cares. He even supports her in doing so, because it can indeed improve Sui's status and gradually eliminate the attributes of women as commodities and property. After continuous construction, the city walls have become very tall, and their city is still expanding. If they want to plant crops, the farmland still has to be surrounded by the city. People who did not participate in the training continued to expand the city walls in winter because there was not enough wasteland to be reclaimed inside their previous city walls. A few big gates were open on the old city wall that had been repaired before, and walking out was the newly reclaimed farmland. Then more city walls were built next to the new farmland. The walls built in the winter were only a few dozen centimeters high now, but no one was in a hurry because they could build such a high city wall in 2 years, and these new city walls would be built higher sooner or later. There is no need to worry about safety issues. They can hide inside the high old city walls. In order to reduce losses, the farmlands between the new and old city walls are all dry land, used to grow millet and sorghum. The main food of the tribe, rice and wheat, are still planted in the previous farmlands. Walking out of the main gate, the silt on the wasteland had basically dried up. Beifong pulled out his knife and stuck it in, and found that the silt was still very thick. If it was used for farming, it would be a good choice. It's just that they already have enough farmland, and they can't take care of more. However, crops like hemp do not require any care, so it can be sown here. Last year, they still sowed it even in saline alkali land, and the hemp grew very well. We can continue to spread more this year. The tribe's linen has been almost used up, and there is never enough linen. But Baifeng felt that the empty wasteland was still a bit monotonous, so it would be better to plant some trees. With the silt, they should be able to survive. The trees are still dormant now, so it is a good time to transplant them. Last year, they found that there were many small saplings under the jujube, peach, and apricot trees, which could be transplanted here. In a few years, they would grow to the point where they could bear fruit. They could also pick some larger ones and transplant them here, which would reduce the density of trees in their native habitat and allow them to grow and bear fruit better. Baifeng thought of something and did it right away. By then, all the tribesmen had rested for a day and should have recovered enough. Of course, not too many people were needed. Only the stronger warriors would be needed. Baifeng walked quickly to call people. It was still early and they could dig up a batch and bring it back before evening today. Everyone was accustomed to the chief's behavior of arbitrarily deducting everyone's vacation time, and the chief did it himself. What was there for them to complain about? What's more, what the chief was going to do was not for himself alone, but for the whole tribe. So everyone pulled the carts and carried shovels, and set out again on the road that almost cost them their lives last year. Everyone was still frightened walking on this familiar road. If the patriarch had not acted decisively to cut off the axles and discard the wheels, they would really not have been able to go back. But everyone was very curious about why the car could still run faster than on flat ground after its wheels were cut off, and they urged Yi to ask because he was often with Baifeng, and they had a master-disciple relationship, so he was closer than ordinary tribesmen and usually asked Baifeng many questions. So everyone thought it was more appropriate for Yi to ask Baifeng, and he asked without any hesitation. Baifeng never felt bored with medical questions, nor would he answer them perfunctorily. He truly did what a master should do. Although the question asked by the doctor has nothing to do with traditional Chinese medicine, Baifeng still decided to explain it to everyone. After all, these theories are very important to everyone's daily life, and in cases like last winter, it is also a life-saving skill. It's hard to explain now, because there's no snow but the soil is still soft, so Baifeng explained to everyone what pressure is on the soil. Of course, Baifeng would not say the word pressure directly. If he explained it to them, they would only become more confused. It would be better to just let them see what would happen. There were a lot of broken wood in the forest. Baifeng randomly found a wooden stake as long as an arm and a small branch as long as an arm, put the two things together, and then said, "Come on, come on." Everyone quickly parked their cars, ran over, and formed a circle to watch. Baifeng first stuck the small branch into the ground, and he easily inserted a long section of it until it was almost in place. Then Baifeng took a wooden stake of the same length and placed it on the ground, but no matter how hard he pushed it, it wouldn't go in. Finally, he stood on the stake and stepped hard, but it didn't go in very far. That's why I want you to remove the wheels. It will be easier to move on the snow with just the car body. The wheels are like this small branch, and the car body is like this stake. The wider it is, the less likely it is to get stuck in it. The same goes for your knife. If you put the knife flat to chop meat, will it be able to cut it? Or will you be able to cut meat faster with a thin blade? Everyone let out a long "oh" at the same time, indicating that they understood. Wei Feng didn't know whether they really understood or just pretended to understand. Anyway, that was all he said. If you explain it any further, it might be too late to dig up the tree. Not long after they walked, they came across a relatively large puddle, which was as big as a basketball court, but very shallow. It was probably the accumulated water after the melted snow. Bai Feng pulled the doctor over and pointed at the pond. Look here, do you think you can get across by tying a branch or a plank to your feet? The doctor scratched his head. Why can't I make a bamboo raft? Bai Feng patted him and asked, do you think the bamboo raft should be like a wooden board or a tree branch? The doctor's eyes lit up instantly, and Bai Feng knew that he finally truly understood what he said. Chapter 144 Attack. The jujube tree has a very long dormant period. It is almost when the flowers of the peach and apricot trees have all faded that the jujube trees will grow new buds. When they went to the jujube forest, it was still dead silent, without a trace of green. Everyone chooses to dig up the jujube trees that are 2 people tall, especially those that grow densely. Trees of this size are easier to dig up, and their roots are relatively small, so the survival rate is high. They have also just produced fruit for a few years, so they are the most suitable for transplanting. If a larger tree does not survive when dug up, it would be a loss. The jujube tree in the middle is so big that it takes 2 or 3 people to hug its trunk, but it is too old and does not bear fruit. Bai Feng thinks it is a pity. Looking at the finger-thick seedlings that had perhaps grown on the ground for a year or 2, Bai Feng had an idea, which was to graft new branches onto the old tree. No matter whether it could survive or not, there was no harm in giving it a try. But they didn't bring any tools. To prune and graft such a large tree, they would need a saw. The shovels and knives they had were completely useless. Moreover, they only had about 30 carts. If the transplanted trees were to survive, more soil had to be left on the roots, so only 1 tree could be loaded on 1 cart. Moreover, the jujube trees have thorns, so loading the carts was quite troublesome. They would have to come again tomorrow. Otherwise, what would they do with so few jujube trees? Peach trees and apricot trees are different. Peach trees grow slowly and are relatively low, while apricot trees grow very fast. It only takes 2 years for a small seedling to bear fruit, so several seedlings can be loaded in a car, and 1 trip is enough for planting. Taking advantage of the evening, they chose a location far away from the city wall, dug a tree pit in the wilderness, and planted the jujube tree seedlings. The silt was very thick and should be able to support their growth. As for the saline alkali land below, whether they can continue to grow depends on their ability. The next day, they continued to head towards the date forest. Bai Feng brought a saw with him. After arriving at the place, he asked the agile tribesman to cut off the head of the old date tree, and then saw off all the older branches, leaving only the newer branches. Then he sawed a slit on the cross-section at the broken end, selected a suitable new sapling, cut it at an angle, and put it in for him to insert, and then pasted the broken surface with mud. New branches were grafted onto other cross-sections in the same way. The tribesmen didn't know why, but now they trusted the patriarch very much and felt that he must have his reasons for doing so they looked forward to new changes in this date tree. They spent another day digging some apricots and peaches and planted them on the plain. Now the Bai Feng tribe nominally had more than 200 fruit trees, but they didn't know how many would survive in the end and what the annual harvest would be. After being sunny for a few days, it suddenly started to drizzle. The weather was sunny again the next day, and green appeared on the wasteland at a speed visible to the naked eye. The first thing to come out was Artemisia capillaris, which was edible but not very tasty and a bit numbing to the tongue. Most of the tribe's vegetables come from Sway's vegetable garden, and the output there can basically meet the needs of the entire tribe, so wild vegetables are just a supplement. However, in early spring, they can only eat wild vegetables. But Bai Feng still had people collect a lot of Artemisia capillaris, which are then dried and handed over to doctors for preservation. Now the number of newborns in the tribe is increasing, life is better, and food is sufficient. Under Bai Feng's care and mandatory requirements, there has been no neonatal death in the tribe. However, neonatal jaundice is very common, and Artemisia capillaris soup has to be used to reduce the jaundice. As the temperature rises, it is time to plant wheat, millet, and sorghum, and rice seedlings must also be raised. In order to facilitate the raising of seedlings, several large warehouses have been specially cleared out and wooden racks have been tied up. Following the same method as last year, selected rice seeds are sprinkled layer by layer and then watered. There's too much land this year. After planting a few dry fields, everyone feels more tired than after a whole day of training. It is not time to plant Sui's vegetable garden yet. Baifeng has no way to enrich the variety of vegetables unless he has the ability to open the Silk Road now, or cross the Siberian wilderness and go to America to dig potatoes from the frozen Bering Strait. Now that the tribe's major affairs are completed, Baifeng can prepare for war with peace of mind. He is essentially a peace-loving person, and if he can develop together with other tribes through discussion, he is fully willing to do so. However, this is still a barbaric era, and they will not reason with you. For the development of the tribe, Baifeng had to take the initiative to annex other tribes so that his tribe could quickly grow into a tribe of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. The vanguard team consisted of more than 300 men and women, more than 100 archers and swordsmen, and dozens of scouts. Baifeng left half of the vanguard team to guard the house. He did not even take the people in charge of logistics with him. He just asked everyone to bring their own biscuits and dried meat, which was enough for 5 days. After that, he left the tribe, planning to randomly find a tribe to attack. They didn't know if there were any tribes nearby, so they just headed towards the river, believing they would definitely find traces of human beings along the water source. The scouts were divided into teams of several people, responsible for guarding both sides from a distance, while some were exploring the way ahead, and the main force was in the middle marching at a relatively steady pace. If they come across suitable prey along the way, they will hunt it. After all, it is impossible to rely entirely on the dry food they bring with them. They only estimated that the fastest round trip would take 5 to 6 days. If they're delayed in the middle, they can't just not eat. But there is no need to worry about the water problem. There is no need to worry about not having water to drink by the river. And although they did not bring logistics, it does not mean that they do not have cooking tools. They carried more than a dozen of the famous marching pots, which could be used as shields on the back. Everyone was scrambling to carry them, and no one would say they looked like turtles and laugh at them. However, they searched for 2 days in a row and found no signs of human activity. It seemed that there was only the Baifeng tribe within the 2-day journey range. Then, according to convention, as they walked, they would stick a piece of wood on the road and put a stone underneath to mark that this was the territory of their Baifeng tribe. Although Baifeng knew that this was useless, he had no objection to making his nominal territory larger. Because they hadn't found any clues, everyone had become a little lazy and relaxed, without the nervousness they had when they first came out. After all, they had gone from being a wandering tribe that had lost their home to a group that could take the initiative to attack other tribes. This change of identity made them a little dazed. Chapter 145, Plan Failed. For days have passed. According to the planned journey, it should be almost time to return, but they haven't even seen any human beings. Baifeng wondered, are they the only tribe left in the entire wasteland? With the prey they caught along the way, they had enough dry food to last for 3 days, so they decided to search for another day. If they found nothing after a day, they would return, replenish their dry food, take a rest, and then continue searching in another direction. On the last day, when they were about to return, they finally found some traces by the river. Whether it was broken pottery fragments or human bones scattered everywhere, they all indicated that there was probably a human tribe nearby, but it was very likely that they had met with disaster. Everyone entered a state of combat readiness. The scouts first followed the traces to investigate the situation, but they soon returned in a hurry and gave a signal for everyone to prepare for the attack. After hearing the report, everyone immediately raised their bows and put arrows on them. Baifeng was about to ask what was going on inside when a group of wolves chased out from behind. When they saw that there were so many people outside, they stopped immediately. Baifeng gave the order to attack without any hesitation. Everyone immediately shot out a wave of arrows. Several wolves that were originally planning to observe the situation were shot down to the ground, and the wolves that were watching at the back retreated again. They didn't dare to stop it this time. They had to act quickly and kill them by surprise. Baifeng was not sure if there were still people in this era who could tame wolves like them. However, with their current equipment, they are not afraid of ordinary tribes, and there are no particularly large tribes in this area. Those large tribes are very far away from here. As they advanced quickly, the The scouts told by phone that they had just seen the tribe's camp, and that most of the tents had collapsed, and it didn't look like anyone was living there. Moreover, as soon as they got a little closer, they were discovered by the wolves, and they had no choice but to run away after being chased by them. Bai Feng asked about the size of the camp they found, and the scout said it was very small. Bai Feng was completely relieved now. No matter whether the wolves were domesticated or not, they were not afraid of the small tribe. Walking further inside, they found wolves starting to run around. Without any hesitation, they shot arrows at the wolves in their respective directions. A winter of continuous practice was not in vain. The leisurely wolves and the short distance made them a good target, and everyone hit them. Bai Feng knew that his archery skills were not good, so in order to avoid being ridiculed for shooting in the air, he did not shoot the arrow. They continued to advance, and the rest of the wolves immediately scattered when they realized something was wrong. Bai Feng also saw something wrong with this camp. There were skeletons everywhere, and half of the tents or wooden houses had collapsed. There was no sign of fire, so it was obviously an abandoned tribe. So everyone stopped thinking about the human problem and focused on hunting down the escaped wolves. The wolf pack was not very large, with only about 20 or so individuals. With so many people chasing one alone, they soon killed all of them. They just didn't know if there were any that had escaped, and they didn't see them. The wolves that were shot were dragged over and piled together. If they were not killed, they might bite people suddenly. After all, these creatures are really tough. They had no gain at all this time, and they couldn't go back empty-handed. These wolves were at least acceptable prey. Now that the wolves were gone, Bai Feng put away his bow and started to search everywhere with his knife. Looking at the wooden houses and tents, there were not many of them. Even if the 2 caves were included, the tribe should have only about 100 or 200 people. Bones were thrown everywhere outside. You didn't even need to pick them up to know they were human bones. There were also skulls stuck in the mud with scalp and hair that had not completely decayed. Bai Feng felt a little sick seeing this scene, but he still squatted down and took a closer look. The bite marks on the bones were caused by the fangs of canines. Even cannibals would not be able to leave tooth marks on bones. Combined with the fact that the hair was not completely rotten, Bai Feng deduced that this must have happened recently. It is possible that a pack of wolves attacked the tribe, which had run out of food after a winter and was extremely weak. Or maybe he died in the snowstorm and was discovered by this group of scavenger wolves when the snow melted. However, it is no use to make any inference now. This tribe is probably the closest to the Bai Feng tribe in this direction, but it has been destroyed. Bai Feng's plan has completely failed, but they still search to see if they could find something useful. A tribe of 100 or 200 people, no matter how poor, should have 1 or 2 good things. But it cannot be found outside, only the gnawed bones and a few caves that had not been searched. It was dark inside the cave, so they lit a torch. They shivered with cold as soon as they entered the cave, and their whole body was numb. When they looked in the light of the torch, they saw several gnawed corpses inside. They were huddled on the animal skins with their legs hugged, and the skins had been gnawed into pieces by wolves. However, because they were still frozen, there was not much of a fishy smell. The wolves could not bite the flesh so much that they only nibbled on it. The back of the corpse was still frozen to the skin. They would not turn over the corpse as it was too disgusting. However, there was nothing good anywhere else in the cave, so they quickly retreated and basked in the sun for a long time before the cold that had penetrated into their bones was finally eliminated. There was another cave, but they didn't want to go in, so they asked someone else to go in. After a while, those people came out holding a bronze tripod that was bigger than a human head. This was a sacrificial ritual vessel of the tribe. It seemed that there were no other good things there. Bai Feng ordered the troops to evacuate, but before leaving, they dragged in a lot of dead trees that had been broken by the snow in the winter, filled the camp, and even the cave with them, then lit a fire and burned everything. Whether they did not want to expose human corpses in the wilderness, or they did not want to provide food for wild beasts, no matter what the idea was, the price of this bronze tripod was enough for the people of the Bai Feng tribe to do the last thing for this disappeared tribe. After all, it was just a simple thing. Now, they had to rush back quickly. They searched slowly and carefully. If they traveled quickly, they could return to the tribe in 3 days. What they're concerned about now is the problem of wolves. The fur is not a problem, but the meat will rot after too long. Fortunately, the temperature is not too high now, and it is still very cold in the morning and evening, so it should not rot in 3 days. However, since he already knew that these wolves had eaten humans, Bai Feng was not really interested in the wolf meat. But the wolf skin was a relatively important thing. As for the meat, humans could not eat it, but after thinking about it, he decided to go back and chop it up to feed the fish or take it to the big lake and use it as bait to catch fish. Other tribesmen would also not have the idea of eating this kind of meat, as there is no shortage of meat in the tribe. They were now rushing towards the tribe as fast as they could. They were a little disappointed that they did not achieve their goal, but Bai Feng still encouraged them and told them to go back and rest for a day before continuing their search. They did not believe that they were the only tribe in this wasteland. If they were the only one, then this would all be their territory. Chapter 146: Who is happy and who is sad? Although everyone did not go back empty-handed, the tribesmen's expressions of disappointment could not be concealed. Fortunately, everyone quickly adjusted their mentality. It is impossible for everything to go so smoothly. The wolves had been kept for a few days, and the taste was not very good anymore. A faint stench of decay was wafting out, so everyone quickly dealt with them. The witch originally planned to put the wolf meat into the warehouse, but Bai Feng said that the meat was not edible because the wolves had just eaten many people. The witch was stunned when he heard this, but he knew clearly that all the people who went out this time have returned, so the wolf can only eat people from other tribes. In this case, then he would not eat them, but it would be a waste to throw them away. Bai Feng asked him to find someone to chop this thing into meat and feed it to the fish, or use it as bait to fish in the big lake. Anyway, the big lake has thawed now. However, Wu said that the fish are in the breeding season now, so it might not be a good idea to go fishing in the big lake. This was the rule set by Bai Feng. Bai Feng thought about it, and it was true. Then he could feed them all with fish. Chickens can also be fed, as they don't just eat vegetarian food. When the weather warms up, grass begins to grow, and along with the grass come all kinds of insects. There's a very small, cute black beetle called the Chinese silk beetle. At this time, they have already gathered in groups on the grass and are biting it. It's because the crops haven't sprouted yet in the past few days, otherwise they would have been the ones to harm them. But chickens love to eat this stuff. Inside the big chicken coop, the land nourished by chicken manure is overgrown with weeds. The silk beetles are unaware of the danger and gather together to enjoy it. There were more than 20 chickens, but the insects in the chicken coop were not enough to eat. The children, who could not do any physical work, would hold a bamboo tube and catch silk beetles to feed the chickens. They would catch a dozen or even more from the black grass. They were not afraid of being bitten, but their palms would itch from moving around. In just 10 days in early spring, the chickens have grown a little bigger. The roosters have become more majestic, and if they meet people who do not feed them every day, they will spread their wings and chase after them to attack. What made Bai Feng even happier was that the chickens finally started laying eggs. There were 21 hens. When the tribesmen were cleaning the manure in the chicken coop, as usual, they found an egg in the grass nest where they were lying. He didn't dare to touch it. No matter how ripe the egg was, he would be chased and pecked if he touched it. He told Bai Feng the news. The chickens raised by Bai Feng finally laid an egg. Although there was only one egg among so many hens now, as long as one laid an egg, the rest would surely lay as well. And it was impossible for them to lay only one egg in a nest. Bai Feng was already imagining the scene of chicks running around in his chicken coop. After a day's rest, the tribesmen who went out to attack changed direction again to look for their target. But as expected, their plan would fail again, because the one who was happy now was Swearin. Last winter, Swearin tribe also suffered a disaster, but not as severely as Bai Feng tribe. They were far downstream, and there were some mountains blocking the way, so the cold wave was much smaller by the time it reached Swearin tribe's territory. Their tribe was big enough, and the only ones who really suffered losses were the lower-class slaves. It didn't matter if they died, as slaves were like grass, which would grow again after one died. When the tribes that escaped from upstream learned that they were the Swearin clan, they all volunteered to join them, and were even willing to become slaves, just for a chance to survive. Since Baoshi became the patriarch, he has brought the tribes closer together. Although he did not launch large-scale attacks, he still punished some tribes that were unwilling to obey him. He also began large-scale construction, building semi-cave houses for his people to live in. All the prey they caught, the grass seeds they collected, and various supplies had to be dispatched by him. All the subordinate tribes, in addition to keeping a portion of the food they needed for themselves, had a hand over the rest regularly, which would then be distributed by Baoshi. Wang Zhuo originally proposed to divide it equally among all the tribes, but Baoshi believed that it should be distributed according to strength and wealth. The strong should get more, so that they could become stronger, and the weak should be allowed to barely survive. If they can't survive in the end, they can be completely incorporated into Swearin or become slaves of Chinchou. Swearin doesn't need weak people. Although this was very unfair, Baoshi believed that this was the best way to increase Suiren's power faster. Wangzhou has now completely established his foothold in Suirenshi. Apart from occasional divination, he is also in charge of Suirenshi's sacrifices and property calculations. Baoshi can be said to have great trust in him. Throughout the winter, Suiren gathered about 1,000 people who escaped from upstream. Most of the rest died in their territory or on the way to escape. Those who arrived at Suiren's territory were only in a state of survival. They were extremely poor and physically weak. Baoshi certainly would not treat them well. He just took them as slaves and kept them alive. At that time, the snowstorm had stopped, so most of them would have survived even if they were given grass roots or tree bark. Not only people, Suiren also found that there were many more animals of various kinds in their territory. Baoshi thought that this was God's blessing on them and to Suiren, so he asked Wangzhou to perform a sacrifice to thank God. If Baifeng knew about this, he would definitely spit in his face. He said, "You really don't believe in science, you believe in God. How can God help you when you don't even keep the most basic oaths?" The Baifeng tribe is now experiencing a moment of doubting their lives. After resting for a day, they resumed their search towards the upper reaches of the river. After the same 3 or 4 days, they did not see a single hair. Baifeng thought it couldn't be so ridiculous. It would be too fake if they encountered the ruins of a tribe again. But the reality really slapped him in the face. Inside a giant cave, there were obvious signs of human survival, but there was no single person. There were a few skeletons lying quietly, and next to the corpses was a huge pile of rat shit. Moreover, they did not find anything useful inside, not even a stone tool. Baifeng deduced that the people of this tribe might have fled, leaving nothing behind and only a few corpses. He just didn't know where they fled to. And everyone discovered along the way that although the vegetation is now more lush than last year, there are very few animals around their territory. It can be said that this is caused by their hunting. They have not hunted in these places, but the small number is not right. Chapter 147 Sky Insects. Baifeng was not able to give a specific inference about these phenomena. He just thought it was very abnormal, and finally attributed everything to the snowstorm. However, this also meant that their income from hunting this year would drop sharply, and they could only pin their hopes on the output of the Great Lakes and their farmland. Baifeng was already somewhat disappointed with the idea of gathering other tribes. He was afraid that their Baifeng tribe would have to fight alone in this wilderness for a long time until other tribes came to settle in this area again. However, they had never been to this area before, and now they couldn't find any savages, so Baifeng had to focus on the output here. Now, this is the nominal territory of the Baifeng tribe. It is normal for the clan leader to see what property his territory has, isn't it? Now all the plants have sprouted green buds, and Baifeng can roughly judge what kind of trees these are based on the leaves. If there were no leaves, it would still be difficult to identify them. There are several large elm trees, whose leaves are still very small. If they were not too far away, Baifeng would really like to wait for them to produce elm seeds and pick them to eat. Baifeng was thinking and pulled down an elm branch out of boredom. As a result, several very small black insects fell into his hand. He shook them off, but felt that they were very familiar and felt that they were something very important. It was impossible to look for it by lowering my head. It was about the size of a grain of millet, and it was impossible to find it on the dead leaves. I turned my hand over and it was no longer there. Baifeng pulled the branch lower and looked carefully. There were already many small holes on the newly grown elm leaf buds. It was obvious that they were bitten by some insects. Baifeng looked carefully and found a few tiny black insects. After observing for a while, he felt that he was 80% sure what this thing was. There might be some subtle differences between wild and domesticated ones, and they would indeed eat elm leaves when mulberry leaves did not grow out. This thing doesn't mean much to the Baifeng tribe. It just might be an additional type of textile, and the color will be brighter. So Baifeng thought about it and decided to take some back to try raising them. If it was successful, it would be a good thing. So he found a few bamboo tubes and shook the elm leaves. After collecting maybe thousands of them, he picked some elm leaves and threw them into the tubes. There are still mulberry leaves near the tribe. We can just pick some to feed the fish. This does not require too much effort, and silkworm feces can be used to feed fish. It's just that this little bit is of little use. Baifeng just wants to try it now. If he fails, he will wait for Xuanyuan's wife, Lei, to complete this task. Lei Zhu, who lives in the Shilling tribe, a place filled with smoke and miasma, but as humid as spring all year round, is only an 11-year-old child. The area where she lives is humid, with abundant water and mountains, which makes her tribe full of insects and various wild beasts. There may be a dragon in any puddle. They only keep their eyes on the water's surface, waiting for their prey to come, and then bite it and drag it into the water. Rhinos were frequent visitors to destroy their tribe, as were the tall elephants. If the elephants and rhinos fought, their tribe would be the only ones to suffer. So even though they planted rice in many places, most of it was destroyed by various wild beasts. Fortunately, they could plant 2 crops during a period of time when the weather alternated between cold and hot. The most important thing is that their tribe has very powerful warriors, especially warriors who can kill dragons with their bare hands. This has allowed their shieling tribe to continue to grow. The warriors of their tribe also wear clothes made of the skins of dragons they have killed with their own hands as a symbol of their strength. However, although Lezu liked the shieling tribe, she did not like the foolish tribesmen. Whenever they had time, they would go to the water to kill dragons. If they were lucky enough to kill one, they would become warriors of the tribe and be loved and respected by the tribesmen. If they failed, they would either be dragged down and left with no remains, or run back with missing limbs to die after a few days. For example, Boyu, who was missing his forearm, was originally the strongest warrior in the tribe. However, due to his carelessness, he had his forearm bitten off by a dragon. He was lucky enough not to die, and the broken arm department recovered. Now, even though he is tall, he has no status in the tribe. He can only pick mulberry leaves for them and guard the worm room. Heavenly Worm is the most important treasure of their shieling tribe. The tribe leaders of all generations said that this worm was given to their tribe by the gods, so it was named Heavenly Worm. With the silk spit out by the Heavenly Worm, they no longer need to wear tree bark and animal skins. When it is the hottest, wearing clothes made of Tianchong silk will make them feel not so hot and not so humid. When it turns cold, they can wear it casually without feeling cold, so they all think that this is the greatest gift given to them by the gods. However, the only people who can come into contact with and raise skyworms are her and a group of women from her father Shielding's clan. No one else is qualified to raise skyworms. Even the clan leader Shielding is not qualified to enter and leave the skyworm room at will. The same goes for Boy. The most he can do is guard the door of the skyworm room. His father thinks it is a pity to abandon such a warrior. If his forearm is still there, he will be fully qualified to get the most beautiful woman in the tribe, even the woman who raises the skyworm. Lezu held a bamboo basket full of mulberry leaves in her hand, lifted up her Tianchong silk robe, and stepped into the Tianchong room built of bamboo. The roof was woven with thick palm leaves, which could completely keep the rain out. Although she was wearing Tianchong silk, the sun never came out and it rained every day, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Now, the worm has gone through the first molting and turned from black to white. It will have to go through several more moltings before it can spin a cocoon, become a pupa, and turn into a butterfly. What they need to use is the cocoon they have spun. When she was spreading mulberry leaves inside, she felt dizzy and her feet began to sway. She also heard a roar in the distance. Lezu knew that this must be the earth god being angry. She had experienced this several times since she was a child, but she didn't know why this time was so serious and lasted for so long. How angry must the earth god be? While she was waiting for the earth god to stop his anger, Boyu had already kicked the door open and pulled Lezu out with his intact arm. Lezu was very angry and wanted to scold him, but she could not stand steadily. Even Boyu's feet were tangled up in her body. The moment she went out, the Tianchong house collapsed. Before Lezu had time to worry about the Tianchong, she saw huge rocks rolling down the mountain. A big hole was tearing the ground in front of her. There were heart-wrenching cries everywhere and the sound of the mountain collapsing. Lezu staggered to the ground, so frightened that she couldn't even make a sound. Chapter 148. The Wrath of the Earth. The earth shook and tore apart. Rocks on a mountain broke and rolled. Countless tribesmen were hit by huge rocks and died instantly, and the crack kept getting bigger and bigger, swallowing more tribesmen and houses. Lezu just squatted there blankly, not knowing what to do. Even the older Boyu didn't know what to do at this time. He could only wait for the disaster to end. Whether he lived or died depended entirely on the arrangement of the gods. The disaster did not last long, but everything was already unrecognizable. Lezu could no longer speak or cry. She watched the extremely prosperous Shieling tribe disappear in the blink of an eye. She had no idea what had happened to her tribe that had angered the gods. Finally, Boyu helped her up. The cave where the clan leader Shieling lived had collapsed, and his concubines were unable to escape. There were only more than 2,000 clan members left alive. The others have been buried or fell into the cracks. Even if the tribesmen who were crushed under the stone have not died yet, they will not live long. At this time, Lezu has the highest status, and everyone expects her to command everyone and decide what to do now. But no matter how precocious people of this era were, Lezu was just a half-grown child. She was at a loss at this time, so how could she know what to do? Fortunately, Bo Shur, who was once the strongest warrior, quickly calmed down in this situation. He half knelt down and whispered in Lezu's ear, telling her what to do. Lezu opened her mouth several times, but no sound came out. Boyu patted her on the back, and she finally let out a breath of foul air. Then she said intermittently, save them. As many people as can be saved are saved. Then everyone quickly searched for surviving tribesmen in the thatched huts and caves that had not completely collapsed. Lezu turned and walked towards the Tianchong room to save the most important things of the Shilling tribe. Boyu was also cleaning up the ruins for Lezu with one hand. Under the messy bamboos and palm leaves, most of the bamboo sieves containing the sky worms were upside down. For those that were not upside down, most of the small sky worms that had just turned white inside had been smashed to death. Lezu felt very sad, but she just couldn't cry. Now she was very calm. She took the bamboo sieve from the ruins and then picked up the celestial insects she could see one by one and put them back into the bamboo sieve. At this time, the earth began to shake again, and the loosened rocks fell down madly again. The caves that had not collapsed were completely blocked this time. This time, many tribesmen died again. Lezu pounded the ground and questioned, Earth, what mistakes did my Shilling tribe make that you punish us like this? Are you going to destroy my Shilling tribe here? After the shaking disappeared, Lezu was already sitting there in a daze. She didn't even have the heart to pick up the sky worm, and her eyes were lifeless. The great shaman of Shilling tribe and his descendants were still alive. At this time, the two of them walked towards Lezu and bowed, saying, Our clan leader Shilling is dead. Now only you can be our clan leader. I will use my life as a sacrifice to ask the earth to calm down. If the anger of the earth still does not disappear, then let Gui divine. If it still requires human sacrifice to calm the anger of the earth, then please choose another person to sacrifice. If it cannot calm the anger of the earth, then leave here quickly and give up this land. Our Shilling tribe will always have a chance to become strong again. Lezu agreed because this was the duty of a great witch. The great wizard took off his robe, naked, took the knife handed to him by Gui, and stabbed it into his kidney without hesitation, saying, Earth, I offer my kidney as a sacrifice. Please calm down and forgive the Shilling tribe. Then he took the second knife, stabbed it into his stomach, and said, Earth, I offer my intestines as a sacrifice. Please calm down and forgive the Shilling tribe. He then inserted the knife into his liver and lungs one after another. In the end, he could not even speak and kept spitting blood from his mouth. When he inserted the knife into his heart, the earth began to shake again, and the witch fell straight into the crack, his eyes filled with despair. This time the shaking ended quickly and with little force. Gui took out the tortoise shell, roasted it in the fire, and then took it out to look at the cracks on it. He said in a tone of great despair, The earth is not going to forgive us. After saying that, he took out a new piece of tortoise shell and roasted it on the fire. This time, the result of his divination was that if the tribe wanted to continue, they could only go north, and they had to set off immediately, otherwise disaster would happen again. Gui knelt on the ground and asked Lezu to make a decision. He was just a witch. The divination results were out, and all orders could only be issued by Lezu. Lezu had no other options, and she believed in Gui's words, so she immediately asked Gui and Boyu to gather all the surviving members of the tribe. While they were gathering people, Lezu gathered the celestial insects together again. There were so many of them that she would not be able to take them all away if she fled. However, the celestial insects reproduced very quickly, and as long as a few were alive, they could quickly reproduce more. In the end, she released most of the celestial insects. Next to the tribe were mulberry trees planted for the purpose of breeding celestial insects. Although they had been shaken to pieces, they were still alive. Lezu dumped all the celestial insects under the mulberry trees. All the tribesmen had arrived. There was no time to count them, probably more than 1,000. Many of them were still bleeding. Some of them were injured but still able to move, while others went to rescue others and were stained with blood. Everyone agrees that people who are hit by the stone will not survive, even if they are still screaming for help. They don't think such people can survive. Many people were crying, but more people were already numb and didn't know what to cry for. It was as if they had suddenly lost the emotion of sadness. Lei Zhu held a bamboo sieve of heavenly insects in her hand and said, "The great witch of our Shilin clan has offered herself to the earth and asked for its forgiveness, but the earth is still very angry. The jade tablet has also been used for divination. Sacrifices are useless to the angry earth. We can only follow the guidance and keep heading north until we find a new territory for our Shilin clan. We are about to start our migration, and we cannot waste a moment. Now everyone should quickly gather the necessary things, food, seeds, weapons, and as much as you can bring. We will set off immediately." Almost everything was buried under rocks, so everyone tried their best to search until Lei Zhu put the celestial worm into a jar, then filled her back with mulberry leaves and called on everyone to set off. Chapter 149. Climbing the Mountains. The area where their Shilin tribe was located was full of rocky mountains. For safety reasons, they tried their best to take small open plains and head north in this direction, staying as far away from the mountains as possible. If they had to go through the mountains, they would definitely go through areas with dense vegetation. They were very silent from the beginning, and no sound was made along the way. It was not until they walked very far away and saw the Shilin tribe in ruins that they suddenly realized something and burst into tears. The place was all wet, especially during this period of time. It had been drizzling all day and all night without the sun, and it was foggy everywhere. There were always countless mosquitoes around them, and there were also a lot of leeches sticking their heads out of the trees, ready to land on people and suck their blood. Night came quickly, and the ground shook from time to time along the way. Although not as serious as the previous times, it still made everyone very panicked and scared. Before the sun set, they found a very open flat area with no water seepage and was relatively dry, so they set up camp here. What Lei Zhu was most concerned about were the celestial insects in her jar, as they were the foundation of the Shilin tribe's survival. Fortunately, despite the bumpy journey and the change of location, their vitality was still very tenacious, and they still ate up all the mulberry leaves thrown in the jar. Their Shilin tribe was like this. Because of natural disasters, they were transformed from an extremely large and prosperous tribe into a tribe wandering in the wilderness. They didn't know where their final destination was, but just walked northward according to the results of divination and bypassed the mountains when they encountered them. Although they suffered a disaster and were fleeing, fortunately their foundation was still strong. They had excellent weapons, experienced hunters, and powerful warriors. Therefore, the wild beasts they encountered along the way could only become their food. They walked safely for more than 10 days. As expected, as they walked, the earth tremors they felt became smaller and smaller, and their frequency became less and less, so they believed that this escape was the right one. Because there were few mulberry trees to be found along the way, Lei Zhu abandoned more than half of the celestial insects to ensure that the remaining celestial insects had enough food. And these worries are almost over. According to her experience, these celestial insects will stop eating in 6 or 7 days and start to spin silk and make cocoons. After that, Lei Zhu will not have to worry too much. Even if there are not many cocoons, as long as the moths lay eggs, the number of their celestial insects will soon recover. She only hoped that they could find a place with enough mulberry trees before the next batch of skyworms hatched. Otherwise, she didn't think they would be so lucky to raise the next batch of skyworms until they formed cocoons. Lei Zhu led her people all the way north. If they really couldn't find mulberry leaves, she would use elm leaves instead of mulberry leaves to feed the celestial worm. Although the silk produced by the celestial worm that ate elm leaves was not as good as that produced by the celestial worm that ate mulberry leaves, Lei Zhu no longer cared about that. As long as the celestial worm could survive to make a cocoon, it was enough. They came to the foot of a tall mountain range, which was much taller than any mountain they had seen before. It seemed impossible to go around it. The entire mountain range lay across their route to the north, with no end in sight on either side. Kay had no choice but to divine once more, and came to the conclusion that they should continue heading north. As long as they crossed the mountain range, they would reach where they were supposed to go. Lei Zhu had no choice but to do as she was told, as they had no choice. The situations along the way showed that Gui's divination was correct. They no longer felt the earth shaking, and they did not dare to turn back. The celestial worm has made a cocoon, but unfortunately, it is not white. The color is a bit dull and not pretty. Unfortunately, Lei Zhu has no way to deal with it. However, this also reduces her worries. At least she doesn't have to worry about the food problem of the celestial worm anymore. After becoming a cocoon, they have to transform into a pupae and then into a moth. There is plenty of time in between, and maybe they can climb over this terrifyingly high mountain. This mountain was extremely difficult to walk on. Not only was it steep, but the vegetation was so dense that they had no place to step. As they walked, there was no road, and the trees blocked out the sun. They almost lost their direction and could only climb higher. Not only was it difficult to travel, but there were also many wild animals. Although they basically didn't see any elephants, rhinos, etc. after entering the mountains, there were tigers, wolves, lynxes, etc. All kinds of wild animals they had seen and not seen before were everywhere, and there were also groups of wild boars. However, anyone who got close to them usually became their food. The casualties they suffered were mainly poisonous snakes and insects, especially blood-sucking leeches. If one was not careful, the person would have been almost sucked dry by the time they were discovered. Lezu wrapped herself in cloth woven with heavenly insect silk, which allowed her to escape the disaster. The higher they climbed, the colder it got. They had never felt it was so cold before. It was damp and hot at the foot of the mountain, but it was unbearably cold up there. Moreover, they were not wearing much, so they were almost doubting their lives because of the cold. The good thing was that there were no leeches in these places. They had lost nearly 100 people on the way, and everyone was almost numb. What kept them going were the cocooned celestial insects carried by Lezu. This meant that the gods of their Shieling tribe were still protecting them, and had not completely abandoned them. Another reason was Gui's divination result. If they crossed this mountain range, they would reach their destination. At the highest point, they finally saw the scenery in the distance. Beyond the rolling mountains was an endless plain. On this mountain range, there were several higher mountains whose tops were actually white. They guessed that it might be a salt mountain with endless salt on it, and the salt they brought was almost gone. Everyone sees a clear future and is more motivated. It is said that it is easier to go up a mountain than to go down, but once you have actually climbed a mountain, it is relatively easier to go down. Moths hatched on the road. These 2 days were extremely important for the moths, so they dared not relax at all. So they chose a place to camp, and then used cloth woven from insect silk, which they called silk, to enclose a small space, and found a lot of tree bark for them to lay eggs. The other tribesmen knew that this period of time for the skyworm was very important, but few of them had seen it with their own eyes. This time, they almost all witnessed the entire process of the skyworm from its emergence to mating and egg-laying. For the same batch of celestial insects, the time of their emergence and egg-laying was almost the same. These moths ended their lives in 2 days. After Lezu performed a sacrifice for the celestial insects that had reached the end of their lives, she carried the celestial insect eggs on the bark and set out on the journey north again. Finally, they walked out of the mountains and came to the plain they saw. Without the obstruction of the mountains, their hearts felt much more cheerful. Now, we don't know where to go exactly, but if we think about it carefully, even though so many of them died, the nearly 1,000 people left are still a very large force, and there will be no problem at all if we occupy a piece of land here. Chapter 150, Tired. The White Wind tribe had given up on attacking other tribes because they searched in a different direction again and found nothing except human bones and collapsed villages. If they had to travel half a month or a month to attack other tribes in order to expand the tribe, it would be unrealistic and not worth the cost. The supply and safety along the way could not be guaranteed. Even if you succeeded in conquering them, how could you bring their people back across such a long distance? So Bai Feng, who had finally shown his dominance once, decided to lie down again and let others attack him, even if it was swearing. The combat power of their current weapons had reached its ceiling. Unless they could find sulfur, they could make gunpowder and completely raise their combat power to the highest level. The worms he brought back were indeed silkworms, because they were fed elm leaves for a few days and then fed mulberry leaves when mulberry leaves came out. After molting once, they turned white. Although there is still a little difference between them and the complete form of silkworms, the difference is not big. The silkworms he raised have now made cocoons, but he had miscalculated. There are more than 1,000 silkworms, which made him a little tired because they are so voracious that even 10 mulberry trees would not be enough for them to eat, let alone one. In the meantime, he fed some of the silkworms directly to chickens or threw them into fish ponds to feed fish. He really couldn't afford to keep them all, unless he planted 1 or 2 acres of mulberry trees to see what would work. It was really impossible to feed so many silkworms with just the mulberry trees scattered everywhere. What would he do if he stripped all the mulberry trees bare? Another benefit of raising silkworms is that silkworm feces can be fed to fish. When Baifeng was studying, Mulberry Fish Pond was a landmark product of circular agriculture. Now Baifeng has all the necessary elements, so it shouldn't be impossible to build a mulberry fish pond, right? During those days when the cocoons were forming, Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Although the silkworms were not killed by him, they were about to die, because it was the first time he raised silkworms, and at the beginning he was not sure whether they were silkworms. Even if they were silkworms, what if the raising method was different from that of domestic silkworms? So Baifeng could only take care of them himself. Of course, the mulberry leaves were brought back by the tribesmen when they went out. The quality of the cocoon is very good, white, and tough and elastic enough to be pinched, so the silk woven from it will definitely not be bad. But Baifeng was really scared when he looked at these densely packed white balls. A moth would lay an unknown number of eggs, and so many moths would lay tens of thousands of eggs. In order to prevent future trouble, Baifeng took the initiative and picked out the smaller cocoons, cut open the openings, and poured out the silkworm pupae. In the end, only 100 large and white cocoons were left for them to reproduce. As for the silkworm pupae that were poured out, of course they were eaten. It would be a waste to feed them to the chickens. Melt the butter and pour the silkworm pupae into the frying pan. It was very delicious. Sprinkle some seasonings on them, and it was delicious. People nowadays are not picky about food. No one thinks eating this stuff is disgusting. They are willing to eat it raw. It's just that now that the Baifeng tribe is rich, they have started to be more particular. If they can eat good food, they will naturally not eat bad food. They want to distinguish themselves from the savages. There are more than 500 silkworm pupae. Baifeng, Sui, Xiong, and other leaders came with their wives to eat. There were also wine and several other dishes. This was Baifeng's usual way to win people's hearts. After a long time, he would cook a table of delicious meals, the kind that ordinary people in the tribe could not eat. Inviting these people to eat would enhance their sense of honor and status. There are no official positions now. No matter which tribe, the most important way to reflect one's status is in one's food. Even thousands of years later, people's status can be reflected in their food. It's just that money can make up for some of the lack of status in the future. For the remaining cocoons, you have to wait for the silkworm pupae inside to develop for a few more days, and then cut the cocoons open, pour out the pupae, and put them in wheat bran, cover them, and wait for them to emerge. Maybe the wild ones can emerge by themselves without cutting. But when Baifeng raised silkworms as a child, he had to cut them open. Finally, to be on the safe side, he cut half and left half to see if there would be any impact in the end. Even if half of them died, the eggs that were laid would be enough to make Baifeng worry. However, the ones they raised have already formed cocoons, and the wild ones should have as well, but they're probably still in the process of emerging from their cocoons. When the time comes, Baifeng thinks they can pick up those cocoons. Even if the quality is not good and cannot be made into silk, ropes made from them will be better than hemp ropes. Baifeng didn't know how to reel silk, so he could only rely on his memory. He probably had to boil it first, and then find the thread ends and unravel it bit by bit. Baifeng wasn't omniscient, so he had to figure it out bit by bit. All these were left to the Weaver Girl team. This time, Baifeng no longer stayed in their workshop, mainly because he was afraid that they would have improper thoughts about Baifeng. There seems to be no difference between the silkworm moths that come out in the two different ways. The ones that break out of the cocoons artificially are even more energetic. When they just come out, they have no idea of laying eggs immediately. They wait until their wings are fully spread, fly a few circles, and mate after finding the moth they like. The Baifeng tribe prepared large leaves for them to lay eggs. Unfortunately, Baifeng had not yet made paper, otherwise it would have been better to lay eggs on paper. The main reason why Baifeng didn't make paper was that there was no need to write. There were only a few people in the tribe who knew how to write, and there weren't many characters that could be written. Some bamboo or wood chips would be enough. It is even more impossible to use paper to wipe the butt. Baifeng doesn't think he is so shameless as to go through the trouble of making paper just for his butt. What's more, his butt is not made of bronze and is not that valuable. The clods of earth that Baifeng used to wipe his but were mainly because the bamboo pieces had barbs and the branches were prickly, so they were not as comfortable as the clods of earth, and they were everywhere. He was not willing to grind a bunch of bamboo pieces just to go to the toilet, not to mention that he could not use them after using them once. The toilet is public and only provides bamboo strips and leaves. If you don't like using it, you can prepare your own things before going to the toilet. Baifeng is special. He has an independent toilet with a ceramic jar filled with dirt and clods that he has selected, which are of appropriate wetness and dryness and size. After use, he just throws them into the manure pit and returns them to the field in the end. He even built a bathroom for himself. There was a hole in the roof with ceramic pipes installed inside. A ceramic shower head hung below like a lamp. It was fixed and could not be adjusted to high or low or hot or cold. There is a special wooden barrel above the hole with a valve under the barrel. When you want to take a bath, you just boil hot water, pour both cold and hot water into the barrel, and adjust the temperature. After opening the valve, you must quickly run down from the roof to take a bath. Other tribesmen do not take baths. They only wash their faces and hands. In summer, they just draw water and pour it over their heads to cool off. Only the people in the fishing team wash themselves clean in the water every day. Chapter 151, Young Generation. The moths that died after laying eggs eventually became food for chickens. However, the silk reeling had to be put on hold for now because it was almost the wheat harvest season. There were too few prey this year, so hunters hardly went out and spent most of their time weeding and eliminating insects in the fields. The growth of wheat this year is exceptionally good, and the rice is also better than last year. The best thing is that so far there has not been a single heavy rain or hail this year. The buckwheat that did not grow last year is now blooming pink flowers this year. Everyone is full of expectations for this year's harvest. After getting used to the food, they found that grains can be used as the staple food, and meat is just a supplement. Moreover, the amount of straw this year is so large that it is not only enough for the cattle to eat for several years, but the rest can also be used as bedding for the tribesmen. Bei Feng felt proud as he looked at the wheat whose roots had begun to turn yellow. However, he also felt a little regretful. That is, they did not find other savage tribes. Otherwise, with the support of these materials, they could absorb more tribes to expand their strength. The rainy season came later this year. After Bei Feng and his colleagues had stored all the wheat in the warehouse, heavy rains began to fall at regular intervals. It is the rice filling season. Although rice needs to be soaked in water all year round, there must be no water during the filling period, otherwise a lot of nutrients will be wasted to maintain the survival of the root system. Otherwise, the rice yield will drop significantly. Heavy rains usually come in the afternoon or evening, so they have to drain the water from the rice fields overnight after each rain. It will be too late to drain the water during the day. While they were harvesting crops nonstop, Bei Feng discovered something that made him very desperate. He found a dense mass of small black insects crawling out of the ground in the silkworm house. Shouldn't these insects hatch once a year? Why did the second batch hatch after only a dozen days? Although Bei Feng was a little tired, he couldn't just ignore them. However, he didn't plan to raise so many at once this time. From the beginning, he only picked out 400 or 500 to keep and swept the rest out of the door with 2 brooms, leaving them to die on their own. The Bei Feng tribe is now extremely wealthy. They roughly estimate that the wheat that has just been received in the warehouse will be enough for them to eat for more than half a year, not to mention other crops that have not yet been harvested, such as millet, buckwheat, and rice, which is planted in larger quantities and has a higher yield. After a breeding campaign in the spring, the number of chickens raised by the Bei Feng tribe has now reached nearly 200. They feed them all the insects they pick out when harvesting wheat. The chickens are now fat and strong, and they are unwilling to fly away even if their wings are not clipped. The herd has now grown to more than 100 heads, and Bei Feng intentionally has the tribesmen raise the calves and the first generation of cattle separately to better cultivate their docility and friendliness. As for the first generation of cattle, although they cannot be used as labor, they can give birth, and with the experience of giving birth, it will be easier for them to give birth in the future, and the Bei Feng people will not have to worry about it. Most of the small fruit trees planted by Kai Chun and his family survived, but not very well. None of them have blossomed or borne fruit. They have just stubbornly taken root in the wasteland. Bei Feng looked at the little bugs crawling on the ground and thought that he should plant a few more acres of mulberry trees next year. At this time, because many wild animals fled to their place, the prey resources in Suerin's territory experienced a surge, and the strength of their tribe also increased. It's just that they don't have the habit of planting, and most of the grains are collected in the wild. However, they will just scatter things like wheat and buckwheat in the wasteland near the tribe and let them grow freely, which will make it easier to collect them. Seeing that the warehouse was full, Baoshi became more ambitious and began to actively attack outward in order to seize the initiative and gain more territory. Regardless of whether he could control the area after occupying it, he felt that wherever he could reach, it should be his territory. So he personally led the warriors to attack everywhere. No matter whether the tribe was big or small, he would attack them, seize the territory, confiscate the food, and then classify them as part of the Suerin clan. In the process, he also learned a lot of knowledge about war and promoted many powerful warriors as generals. At the same time, his policies were implemented in all the occupied areas. That is, food was distributed by him in a unified manner. In a very short period of time, Suerin's strength increased dramatically, but at the same time some drawbacks were exposed. That is, their food was not as sufficient as imagined, and there was loss during the distribution and transportation, where the transporters were killed by wild beasts and the food was lost somewhere, or the food was stolen by the transporters. There were also some tribes that were not too weak, and even if they were occupied, they would rebel again when they got the distributed food after Baoshi and his men left. So now, while Baoshi had gained a lot of territory, tribesmen, and slaves, he was also overwhelmed by these things. He really couldn't think of how to get enough food. All he could do was to continue fighting, snatch food from other tribes, and supply his own soldiers. As for the people from the robbed tribes, if their fighting ability was not good enough, they would be directly turned into slaves. At this time in the Yoshun clan, Xianyuan had already become the patriarch. There was no complicated power transition like that of the Suerin clan. It was just that his father died of old age, so he naturally became the new patriarch, and no one in the clan opposed it. The first thing he did after becoming the chief was to build a village, because he found through long-term observation that having tens of thousands of people crowded together did not have many benefits except for avoiding attacks by wild beasts, and the entire tribe was very chaotic. The living space is so cramped that there is nowhere to step, but if you move a little further away from the living area, you will find it all empty and the land is not being utilized at all. So Xianyuan creatively proposed the idea of a village, allowing hundreds or thousands of people to leave their place of residence and rebuild a new place of residence nearby. However, everything was still under the management of the Yoshun clan. No, now it should be under the management of the Xianyuan clan. When there is a war, they need to fight together to resist the enemy. If they are attacked, all the nearby villages will come to support them, and the vacant land can also be used. Xianyuan also knew how to farm, but he didn't do it intensively. He would just casually dig the ground with a bone plow, or directly scatter seeds on the ground without digging and wait for them to grow. Xianyuan discovered that the grass and trees in areas burned by wildfires would grow more lush the following year. So he asked his tribesmen to burn the grass on the farmland and then plant it again. He didn't know why, but it did work. Chapter 152, Going in the Wrong Direction. The Xianyuan clan was not affected by the snow disaster at all in winter because they were further south and the winter was much shorter than that of the Suerin clan and the Bifong clan. They just felt that there was a lot of snow and the weather was relatively humid last winter. Now the Xianyuan clan has also begun to expand outward. Establishing villages is only part of his strategy. He must first spread out his business. The small tribes closer to the Xianyuan clan even took the initiative to merge into the Xianyuan clan when they learned that the Xianyuan clan was going to expand. Because the Xianyuan clan was a branch of the Shinon clan and had always been a very civilized and powerful clan, there was no harm in joining, not to mention that they would not be treated as slaves. When the leaders of the small tribes came to Xianyuan and said that they wanted to merge into the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan also promised military support and material support. However, the tribes that were a little further away had to be relocated to places closer to the Xianyuan clan, and the smaller tribes would blend in with them to build new villages together. If it is too far away and Xianyuan feels that he is unable to control the place, even if they come to Xianyuan, Xianyuan will only give them an ambiguous reply, saying that you can merge into Xianyuan, but Xianyuan can't give you any support. At this time, the Xiling tribe had already walked out of the mountains and was advancing on the plains. They had already fallen in love with this place where they could always see the sun. There was not so much miasma and poisonous insects, and there were no ambush dragons everywhere in the water. By this time, the probability of losing tribesmen had become much smaller. Until now, they were still a tribe of considerable power. The person in charge, the tribe leader, was Leizu, and there was no objection at all. It is not uncommon for a woman to be the tribe leader of the Xiling tribe. Ever since the gods sent them the skyworm, most of the time, it has been women who have been the tribe leader. A man can only be the tribe leader if he is extremely powerful and capable enough, and the woman who takes care of the sky worm is willing to give up her position. The person who is giving advice now is Boyu. The strongest warrior of the new generation has died in the earthquake. Although the remaining warriors are strong, they do not have as much experience and wisdom as Boyu. So, although Boyu is physically disabled, no one looks down on him now. It is mainly thanks to Boyu that all of them can successfully cross the mountain. They also encountered many small tribes on the way, but they did not attack and seize other people's territory, even though they were much stronger, because Lezu always felt that this place was not their place to stay. Even the gods did not give them any hints. However, they can go to trade. The salt they brought has been used up, and they do not have very good pottery-making technology, so whenever they encounter a tribe along the way, they will go to visit and trade. The silk they weave with Tiancheng silk is very precious, and the Shilling tribe is also very famous here, because there are always some wandering tribes or wise men who can bring news out of the mountains, including precious silk. Even a few years ago, the Shilling tribe, led by a wise man, had participated in a rally. As a tribe of similar size to Shennong and Swerin, it was naturally well known to everyone. Along the way, Lezu and her companions obtained more and more exquisite pottery. Some of the pottery was even exquisitely shaped and relatively light, with colorful patterns on it. Lezu was fascinated by them, and thought it would be great if these patterns could be added to silk as well. After the celestial worm that Lezu brought with her made a cocoon, the second batch of larvae hatched. This was within her expectations, because the celestial worm had to reproduce 3 times a year. However, as there were not enough mulberry leaves for it to eat, Lezu had to reluctantly abandon most of them again, and finally only 100 or so were left. Moreover, it is not easy to find mulberry leaves in the wilderness. Once you find one, you have to pick all the leaves from the tree and then carry them together. Even if they are not fresh, there is nothing you can do about it. As long as the worms are alive, it's fine. But as they walked, Boyu discovered that something was not right, because whenever they encountered not too high mountain or a small hill on the road, they would subconsciously go around it and keep walking on the plain. Moreover, the sun did not rise in the east at this time, but in the northeast. None of them had walked so far before, and the only way they could determine the direction was to look at the position of the sun. They did not walk at night, but when they communicated with other tribes along the way, they also learned how to use the stars to determine the direction. Before, the place where they lived was not only mountainous, but also cloudy and rainy, so they didn't pay much attention to the position of the sun and the stars. Now, not only have they learned to use the stars to determine the direction, but they also know that the direction of the sun's rise is not fixed. This was like a bolt from the blue for them. The wise man of the tribe told them that from the time when all things were born and grass and trees sprouted until the hottest weather, the sun always rose in the northeast, and only for a short time in the east. When the weather turned cold, it rose in the southeast. In specific locations, you can see the sun rising in the south and north, but it is impossible for it to rise in the west. In other words, Lezu and her group's purpose was to head north, but in fact, as they followed the sun, they were now in the very northwest. Boyu was not willing to believe that they had taken the wrong path, so he learned how to look at the stars and confirmed it again at night. Only then did he realize that they had really taken the wrong path. So after discussion the next day, they headed northeast to correct their direction. In this era, the results of divination must be believed and followed. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to oneself. Unfortunately, they forgot one thing, which is how to know which day is the hottest day. They came from a place without winter, and here they felt that every day was not the hottest day, so they missed the summer solstice again. They walked all the way to the northeast, thinking that they were going to the north. On the way, they met a tribe and asked if this was the north. However, the people being asked didn't know what the north was. However, they heard that Lezu came over the high mountain in the south, so their place was naturally the north. At this time, they had unknowingly walked to Qingxiu, the outskirts of Xuanyuan's territory. The celestial worms were making cocoons for the second time, but due to the lack of mulberry leaves, only more than 20 celestial worms successfully made cocoons this time. Lezu was extremely anxious. If they could not find the predicted resting place, the celestial worms might all die, and the Shilling tribe would be abandoned by the gods. Helplessly, Kay asked for divination again. This time, Kay concluded that the place they should go was just ahead, and they were about to arrive. Lezu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could stop and rebuild the Shilling tribe, everything would be fine. There were also some mulberry trees nearby, which were enough for the celestial insects to reproduce for the last time this year. Chapter 153, Socialization. At this time, the Shilling clan did not know that they had arrived at the Xianyuan clan's territory. They just thought that the land here was flat, and there were no ferocious beasts. It was indeed a good place to settle down. Everyone really felt like they were here for a reason, and decided to find a place near a water source to settle down completely and rebuild the Shilling tribe, because both drinking water and the rice seeds they brought with them required water. Although this place was much drier than where they came from, the precipitation was still acceptable, rainy but not humid, dry but not arid. Everyone was so excited that they even spoke louder. Besides all the hardships along the way, they also experienced the pain of losing their homes and loved ones. After being released, they had been very depressed. Now, they finally saw hope. In addition to finding water, finding mulberry trees is also a top priority. Not only do they have to know the location of wild mulberry trees, but they also have to plant mulberry trees around their residential areas. This is something that their Shilling tribe must do. But there were nearly 1,000 people in their group, and even though the surrounding area was vast and desolate with no human habitation, it did not mean that no one had discovered them in the dark. This area happened to be the territory of a new village of the Xianyuan tribe. They had just built a wooden fence and constructed conical, semi-underground thatch houses here. The surrounding land had not yet been reclaimed, and everything had not yet been developed. And people who went out hunting had discovered this large army. Judging from their clothes and the language they spoke, they didn't seem to be from the nearby tribe. This was very important news. It would be disastrous if the enemy came to attack. So they hurried back to report to the leader of their village. The leader here is named Chang Xian, who is just an ordinary warrior, but he is more outstanding in physique and martial arts. However, because Xianyuan is not very familiar with him, he sent him to manage this marginal village. If he can develop this village, Xianyuan will promote him to his side. This is Xuanyuan's way of employing people. If you're capable, you will be given more power. When Chang Xian received the news, the first thing he thought of was an enemy invasion. However, judging from the number of people on the other side, they were about the same as theirs. If they really attacked, they could stop them, but their village would be completely destroyed. Therefore, Chang first planned to find a way to scare these people, find out their purpose, and then decide whether to support them. It would be best if he could avoid starting a war. If he just arrived and destroyed a village, even if he did not die in the battle, he would not be able to face returning to the tribe. Knowing that they were still quite far from the village, or had not yet found what they were looking for, Chang Xian still had time to make arrangements. So he had people cut many branches with leaves on them and place them neatly outside the wooden fence of the village, in 3 rows, half a person's height, and covered the branches with grass so that the situation behind could not be seen. Finally, place the spears at the back, exposing the spear tips to create the illusion that there are people behind them. If the enemy attacks, they're standing outside the branches with weapons in hand, and together with the non-existent warriors behind the branches, they can outnumber the enemy by half. Chang Xian also walked to a distance to take a look. Outside the range of a spear, it seemed that there was someone behind the branches. Even if he got closer, he would not be able to tell who it was if he didn't know. This was the best preparation he could make. The main reason was that he had no way of determining the other party's intentions. If the other party was friendly and not out to attack them, it would be wrong for him to notify other villages to help fight the enemy and then lie about military intelligence afterwards. But if he waited until the enemy attacked before making preparations, it would be too late. So he did this to delay as long as possible. Boyu dug the soil and observed the terrain, and finally determined the direction where there was water, which happened to be where Chang Xian was. They didn't know that there were already people there, and they just walked towards there in a mighty manner. As a warrior of a large tribe like the Xianyuan tribe, Chang Xian certainly couldn't wait for the enemy to come to him, so he took his men to wait halfway. Unfortunately, there was no place to ambush as the terrain was too flat. The two sides had already seen each other at both ends of the plain. Boyu and his companions saw that the other side had a large number of people and seemed to know that they were coming and had been waiting for them. Their fiery hearts cooled down a bit because there was already a master here, but they still moved forward. After all, it was impossible for them to monopolize such a large plain. A tribe of their size was also qualified and capable of occupying land and building a tribe far away from them. Chang Xian and others felt a little relieved when they saw that the other side stopped for a moment and then continued to walk without showing any gesture of attacking. He did not bring all the soldiers out, but only more than 100 people. The others were preparing in the village. Otherwise, if he brought them all his preparations at the village entrance would be in vain. When he thought he could hear the sound, Chang Xian shouted in his extremely loud voice, "This is Xuanyuan's territory. Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Chang Xian and others heard it, but in fact they could not understand the language very well. Fortunately, they had traveled from south to north along the way and encountered countless tribes. The accent changed from being very similar to theirs to becoming more and more different. When they arrived at a place, they stayed for a few days and learned a little so that they could generally understand the language. After all, as a modern person, walking from south to north, the dialect are all somewhat similar. The differences are greater in places that are far away, but the differences between places that border each other are very small, and it is impossible for there to be a cliff-like change, so you can generally understand some of them after learning them. However, Chang Xian and his companions only understood the information about Xinyuan clan's territory, and the rest were not very clear. However, they did not know that there was such a tribe as Xinyuan clan. However, since there was a clan, it should not be a very large tribe, and it might be similar to them now. Bo Yu tried his best to imitate the other party's accent and replied, "We are from the Shilling tribe. We have no ill intentions. Can we talk closer?" The Shilling tribe was quite famous, and was almost as famous as the Xinyuan tribe. Chang Xian had naturally heard of it. He could also see that the leader was wearing white clothes that were somewhat reflective. It was obvious that they were not made of ordinary material. It was probably the silk that the wise men mentioned. Moreover, the Shilling tribe was extremely far away from them, so it was impossible for such a small number of people to come to attack them. Perhaps they were here to trade. So Chang Xian asked everyone to put away their offensive posture and let Chang Xian and his men go forward to communicate. Lei Zhu was also afraid that the other side would misunderstand their purpose, and they had no intention of going to war. With so few people, they did not dare to lose them in the war, so she asked everyone to put away their weapons and quicken their pace towards Chang Xian and others. Both parties were close enough to see each other's faces. Chang Xian's eyes were fixed on the clothes that Lei Zhu was wearing. They were glowing white and looked very soft and flowing. He himself was only wearing a hard animal skin. Even the tribe leader did not have such good clothes. Chapter 154, Visiting Qingxiu. There is no need to talk about etiquette when meeting someone now. Not drawing weapons is the greatest courtesy. Although Chang Xian stared at people's clothes from a distance, he felt embarrassed to look at them when they walked up to him. The main reason was that he looked like he had never seen the world, and it was a disgrace to Xinyuan clan. Lei Zhu stepped forward and said, "I am Lei Zhu, the leader of the Shilling clan. I came to this land under the guidance of our gods, but I didn't expect that there was an owner here. I wonder which one of you is the leader of the Xinyuan clan." Lei Zhu stared at Chang Xian. He was the leader of these people, so he was most likely Xinyuan. Chang Xian turned slightly to the side. He felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Lei Zhu. He didn't expect that such a young woman was the patriarch of the Shilling clan. If it weren't for her gorgeous silk clothes, he really wouldn't believe it. As for why he determined that they were from the Shilling clan just because of a piece of clothing, because he had heard about the price of silk, it was extremely precious. The average tribe would at most exchange a small piece for sacrifice or wrapping ritual objects. Only the Shilling tribe could use it to make clothes and dare to make clothes. After all, it was made of heavenly insect silk, which was given by the gods, not just any insect. Because of the big gap between their identities, Chang Xian was not as tough as before. "I am just a warrior leader under the Xinyuan tribe, and our clan leader Xinyuan is still very far away from here. By the way, our clan leader Xinyuan has just taken charge of the tribe. Our previous clan leader was Xiaodian, from the Qingxiu Yoxiong clan. We are from the tribe of Shinnong. You should have heard of us." When talking about Shinnong, Chang Xian straightened his back a little. No matter which tribe, they would feel inferior when hearing the name of Shinnong. After all, the first Shinnong was an ancestor of the human race who was at the same level as Suiren and Yu Chao, or even stronger. In this era, who would dare not give him face? Lei Zhu had never heard of the Xinyuan clan and thought it was a small tribe. But when she heard about the Yoxiong clan and the Shinnong clan, she knew where she was. This tribe was not only not weak, but was probably even stronger than the Shilling tribe in their heyday. But is this the wrong direction again? Lei Zhu glanced at Bo Yu, who lowered his head in shame. Then how accurate was Gui's divination? Gui blushed, not knowing what to say. He was so embarrassed that he just wanted to jump into the fire with knives stuck all over his body. After all, the divination he had just gotten at the beginning was to go north, and now they were in the northeast, but the last divination was wrong. Lei Zhu no longer had the heart to question their mistakes. Since she had arrived at this giant tribe, she might as well pay it a visit and do some business. As for whether she could go to the north, she had to think about it further. You mentioned Shinnong and Yoxiong. Of course we know about them. The first generation of Shinnong made such a great contribution to the human race. Naturally, he will be remembered by all humans on Earth. Then Lei Zhu changed her expression to a sadder one. Our Shilling tribe was destroyed in a disaster that befell the Earth, and we were not forgiven after the great witch sacrifice. In the end, Only we were left. We left our original territory and came here under the protection of the celestial worm and according to its guidance. Since this is the Xianyuan tribe, could you take me to meet your tribe leader as a guest and trade some food supplies? Leizu was just laying out their situation. It didn't matter. Everyone would know it sooner or later. Besides, they were not cannibals, so it would not be dangerous for them to visit other tribes. Moreover, their Shieling tribe was well known and had the protection of the Skyworm. If other tribes wanted to harm them, they would have to consider whether they would anger the gods of the Shieling tribe. Changxian did not dare to neglect it. Even though the Shieling tribe had suffered a disaster, their status was still there. So he decided to take them to the headquarters in Qingqiu Mountain to find the tribe leader. The trip would take 2 days, so the tribe members could only continue to build the village themselves. He sent most of the soldiers back, firstly to inform them that there was no enemy attack and to retrieve the prepared weapons, and secondly because withdrawing too many people would affect the construction of the village. So he himself led the way with more than 20 soldiers. They certainly won't be provided with food along the way, and they can stay anywhere they want. And even if they come as guests, at most the leader will provide them with a meal. Other ordinary tribesmen either have to bring their own food or exchange it for supplies. Otherwise, if a tribe runs out of food, they will have to go to other tribes to beg for food. That would be terrible. But Changxian and his companions did not bring any food with them. The Shieling tribe had some small reserves of food, but they mainly relied on hunting and gathering along the way. Now it happened that many grass seeds were ripe, and the food they collected was not enough to fill them up, but no one would starve. Fortunately, Changxian and his group were familiar with this territory. They knew exactly where the fruit trees and water sources were. So even if they didn't catch any prey, they would have food to eat. There were also other villages on the way where they could ask for some food. They were all from the same tribe, so these things were not a problem. The Shieling tribe was in a more difficult situation. After all, they were outnumbered and living in someone else's territory. Although they could hunt with the consent of Changxian and the others, they were restrained and only caught very little prey in the whole day. They could basically only eat grass seed and wild vegetable soup. They even had to compensate Xianyuan when they met him. These are all tacit rules. If you hunted prey in our territory, our own people would eat less. However, everyone is very good at enduring hunger, and it's okay even if they don't eat for a day or two. After all, they usually eat when they catch prey. They are not as arrogant as the Baifeng tribe, who have 2 fixed meals a day. Some leaders even have to eat breakfast. If they go to bed late at night, they will get up and eat something when they are hungry. There is no other reason, but there is plenty of food, so they can eat whenever they want. Their entire team was traveling at a leisurely pace, but other soldiers had already rushed to Qingqiu Mountain at a faster speed to inform Xianyuan. Otherwise, it would have been useless if they hadn't received any news at all. This way, Xianyuan could prepare in advance for the plan when facing the Shieling tribe. More than 2 days later, in the afternoon, after passing through several villages, the group arrived at the location of the Xianyuan clan's main force. Looking at the densely packed thatch houses on the hillside and the humans working nonstop, the people of the Shieling tribe recalled the previous scenes of their tribe, and they couldn't help but feel sad. They burst into tears, and after sobbing for a while, they all began to cry loudly. This made Changxian and others at a loss. If they didn't know that they were also from a big family, they would have thought that they came to them to cry poor. The family members who didn't know the truth might even think that they were bullying these guests from afar. Chapter 155 Meeting. Xianyuan has already received the news and is ready to welcome the guests from afar. In fact, although Xianyuan is the patriarch now, he is actually just a teenager and is actually the same age as Leizu. He was an extremely capable person, and his goal was to unify all human beings in the world. So he really wanted to know what the distant place was like, whether there were 4 seasons of cold and heat, whether there were the same plants growing there as here, and the same birds and beasts. He was also eager to meet the Shieling tribe from the south of the mountains. He wanted to see the legendary silk and heavenly worms. He also learned that the tribe leader of the Shieling tribe was a woman of the same age as him, and the disaster that the Shieling tribe had suffered. Xianyuan would pay more attention to a tribe with a strong foundation, but about to break up than a new, large, and powerful tribe, because he found that in order to make a tribe continue to develop, the number of people is important, but talents are more important. He urgently needs all kinds of talents. A reckless man can't do anything except war, and the old tribes need more talents. If possible, he wanted to keep the remaining people from the Shieling tribe and the Xianyuan tribe, which would be a great help to him. So he put on gorgeous clothes, prepared sumptuous food, and waited for Leizu's arrival. But at this time, the Shilling tribe was still pounding the ground and crying at the foot of Qingqiu Mountain. Chang Xian couldn't persuade them, nor did want to stop persuading them. He could only stand there awkwardly. It was Lei Zhu who calmed the people down and told the tribesmen that the glory of the Shilling tribe would eventually reappear. The celestial worm was still there, and the gods were still protecting the Shilling tribe. The people of Shilling tribe slowly calmed down and continued to follow Chang Xian, who was relieved to the top of the mountain. Lei Zhu walked along, observing the Xianyuan tribe. They lived in thatched houses that were almost the same as the northern people, which were semi-cave dwellings. They were very different from the bamboo houses built on stones of the Shilling tribe. This should be related to the fact that the land here is relatively dry, and they are not afraid of snakes and insects crawling in. If their houses were on the ground without any construction underneath, not only would there be stagnant water that would never dry up during the rainy season, all kinds of poisonous insects would get in, and dragons might also crawl in at night and bite people to death. Building a tall bamboo house can still prevent all these problems, but sometimes many snakes will still crawl in. She also saw a lot of identical grasses planted on the hillside. The ears were larger than those of ordinary weeds. They ate the seeds of this grass. They looked not much different from the Shilling tribe, except that they mainly ate rice. Judging from the scale and location, they should have specially scattered grass seeds, just like the people of the Shilling tribe would scatter rice seeds on the waterside or in the swamp. I just don't know if the land here could be used to grow rice. When they escaped, they brought a lot of rice seeds, and there were many different kinds. Not only did they look different, but they also tasted different. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, two people were already there to greet them. One of them looked older, and judging from his attire, he should be the great witch of the Xianyuan clan, Lei Zhu thought. The other person looked very strange, with a very fierce face, long hair, and a very long beard. It seemed as if he had a pair of eyes above his eyebrows, which made people feel a little hesitant to look at him. When Chang Xian saw the two men, he quickly gave way. He recognized them. One of them was Feng Ho, a descendant of Fushi. He had been in charge of the tribe's divination since the Yoxiong clan, and his divination was extremely accurate. Now he was also valued by the clan leader and could be said to be a very powerful person in the Xianyuan clan. Another one was named Sanja, who was in charge of the calculation of the tribe's property and the recording of major events. The caves were filled with murals painted by him, and all major events that happened in the tribe had to be recorded through his drawings. It was also said that he seemed to be planning to create a new method of recording events, but it was very difficult, and he was just getting started. Now that these two have come out, Chang Xian feels that there is nothing left for him to do and plans to return to the tribe to continue construction. Just as he is about to turn around and leave, Feng Ho instructs him to stay first. Feng Ho stretched out his hands to welcome the Shilling tribe. He didn't know how the Shilling tribe expressed their goodwill, but his empty hands showed that he had no weapons. The Xianyuan tribe welcomes you, guests from the south of the mountains. Our tribe leader has prepared a sumptuous meal. Please follow me. Lei Zhu's status was not low, and she came from a large tribe, so she was naturally not afraid. She followed Feng Ho and Sangjie to the cave where Xianyuan was. However, only Boyu followed them, and the other tribesmen could only sit outside and wait. Chang Xian was also called away. Xianyuan was still a little anxious. After all, this meeting was of great significance to the Xianyuan tribe. The cave was very spacious and not cramped at all. The afternoon sunlight could shine in, and there was no problem even if several of them walked in side by side. The visibility in the cave is relatively good, and there's a large bonfire to drive away the cold and dampness in the cave. Next to it is a large piece of fresh venison, waiting to be roasted when guests arrive. When Lei Zhu came in, Xianyuan was attracted by her beauty. Coupled with her extremely gorgeous clothes, Xianyuan was a little dazzled. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. He quickly suppressed his emotions, stepped forward to greet her, and then took her to sit on the stone bench. A huge stone with a flat surface was their table, on which were placed their fresh wild fruits and roasted fish. In a ceramic basin was cooked rabbit meat, and the main dish was a very large piece of venison. The moment Lei Zhu came in, someone put it on the fire and started roasting it. Chang Xian and Bo Sui were not qualified to sit. They stood aside like guards. Although they were curious about why a one-armed man could have such a high status in Shilling tribe, no one asked about it. Xianyuan already knew why they came here. After expressing some polite words of welcome, he asked about what they had seen along the way and the situation of the Shilling tribe's original territory. This was what Xianyuan wanted to know most. Communication between the two sides was still somewhat difficult. They could only slow down their speaking speed, listen to most of the things, guess a small part, and ask a part of the things. Although it was very troublesome, Xin Yuan listened very carefully. When Xin Yuan heard about the disaster that the Shilling tribe had experienced, he also felt a little scared. He looked up at the ceiling of the cave, wondering if the earth would shake and mountains would collapse here as well. When he learned that it was hot all year round in Leizu's place, and it rained all year round, and the sun was rarely seen, he became even more curious. Xin Yuan asked, since it was hot all year round, had they never seen snow? Leizu asked what snow was. Xin Yuan described the appearance of snow to him, and Leizu remembered that they had seen a high mountain on the way here. It was white and looked very much like the mountain after the snow that Xin Yuan described. But Xin Yuan also felt that it was unlikely because it was not winter and the snow would melt. In the end, they all thought that it might be a very high salt mountain. Chapter 156 Marriage. After a long talk, Xin Yuan already knew what he wanted to know most. The earth was far more vast than he had imagined. It seemed that there was still a long way to go before he could unify the human race. The next step is to listen to the Shilling tribe's demands. They definitely came to the Xin Yuan tribe, not just to chat. Seeing that Xin Yuan was in a good mood, Leizu tried to bring up the idea that the Shilling tribe wanted to settle nearby. Of course, she was prepared to be rejected. After all, no tribe would be willing to let others settle down in their territory or next to their territory, and that was a hidden danger. After hearing what Leizu said, Xin Yuan was still somewhat shocked because this request was indeed a bit outrageous, but he was secretly happy in his heart. It was okay to keep the Shilling tribe and the Xin Yuan tribe, and he would have the opportunity to directly merge them into the Xin Yuan tribe. However, he still had to pretend to be unhappy for the moment. Leizu saw Xuan Yuan's face change and knew that the plan was probably not going to work. We came here according to the witch's divination. Originally, we were told to go north, but we went in the wrong direction. After we came here, we did another divination, and it said that we had arrived at the location guided by the gods. Our tribe can no longer delay, and we can only believe that the divination result this time is correct. Feng Ho's expression changed when he heard the divination. Divination is his strongest skill. As a descendant of Fuxi, he believes that his divination skills should be the best among the human race. So he also knows that the divination results will not change suddenly unless something unexpected happens on the way. Leizu clan leader, I am Feng Ho, a descendant of Fuxi. I am good at divination. How about letting me do divination for your tribe? Xin Yuan didn't mind Feng Ho's interruption, and he also wanted to see what the result of Feng Ho's divination would be. If the result was to stay here, it would mean that the Shilling tribe would sooner or later become a part of the Xin Yuan tribe. If they shouldn't come here, even if Xin Yuan forced to stay, it would probably only cause trouble. Of course, Leizu was very happy to have someone like Feng Ho to tell fortunes for them, and she immediately said that she would pay for it with a palm-sized piece of silk. The divination with yarrow used by Feng Ho was different from Wang's was deception. Feng Ho was truly capable. What Wang's overheard was a conversation between Feng Ho and other wise men. Wang's was actually stealing Feng Ho's knowledge. After a while, the result came out. The Xin Yuan tribe was the final destination of the Shilling tribe, and they should indeed come here. The two people from the Shilling tribe believed it firmly because they didn't think that anyone would use the name of the gods to cheat. The reason they were unsure was only because they didn't fully understand the instructions of the gods. Since the gods have guided them here, the next step is to see the Xin Yuan tribe's opinion. Xin Yuan looked embarrassed and finally said, as you can see, our Xin Yuan tribe is very large and has many people, which means we also need a large enough territory. You have a lot of people in your tribe. If you build a tribe in our territory, you will definitely take away our food. So, even if I agree, I'm afraid my people won't agree. Leizu clenched her hands tightly. If the Shilling tribe had not suffered a disaster, they would not need to care about the faces of other tribes. But if they just left like this, where should they go? Would there be a good ending if they did not obey God's instructions? So she decided to listen to the demands of the Xin Yuan tribe. If they could bear the price, they would accept it. If they couldn't bear it, then the worst that could happen was war. Xin Yuan thought for a while and stated his conditions. If you don't want to be opposed by our tribesmen, then join our Xin Yuan tribe and become a member of our Xin Yuan tribe. I will allocate land to you. If you don't have food now, I can also give you food. Leizu immediately slammed the table and stood up. Isn't this just making their Shilling tribe disappear? Although the strength of their Shilling tribe has been reduced to 1/10 of what it was, it doesn't mean that they can be bullied at will. The worst that can happen is that they will die in battle, and then the tribe will be exterminated. Seeing this scene, Boyu quickly pulled Leizu, who was standing up. This was in someone else's territory. If he angered the other person, who knows what the consequences would be? He also thought of a solution. He whispered his thoughts in Leizu's ear. Leizu was shocked at first, then calmed down, looked at Xin Yuan carefully, bit her lip, and thought about something. When Xin Yuan saw the angry Leizu, he thought there was no hope, but after the one-armed man told Leizu something, it looked like there was still a chance. Leizu seemed to have made a great decision and let out a long sigh. Why not? Let's get married. Even if our Shilling tribe has declined, our status is not lower than your Xin Yuan tribe. After all, you are not Shinnong, and we still have the Tianchong. We can raise celestial insects here, and the silk will be distributed to the Xin Yuan clan, provided that the Shilling tribe remains the Shilling tribe. However, no matter the war or labor, they will participate in the Xin Yuan tribe. We only need the Xin Yuan tribe to give us land and support us when we rebuild. There was no such thing as love at that time. Marriage could be traded, especially between large tribes. Small tribes did not have so many rules. Some barbaric members of the same tribe would be knocked unconscious with a stick and dragged away without considering the feelings of both parties. Different tribes could just trade food and supplies. However, Xin Yuan was also surprised by this proposal, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no harm in it, and the Shilling tribe and the Xin Yuan tribe almost lived and ate together. Over time, the Shilling tribe would also become the Xin Yuan tribe. There was nothing wrong with agreeing to this. Xin Yuan readily agreed to Leizu's conditions and said that he would tell the heaven about their relationship through sacrifice. Xin Yuan already had several women, but Leizu would be the most important one. In the past years, Xin Yuan has been observing the changes of the sun and the moon, the different positions, and the relationship between the cold and warm weather. He has initially discovered some rules, and he wants to standardize these rules in some way so that the tribesmen will know what to do on this day. Chang first went out and told his clansmen the result of the discussion. They all talked about it, but no one raised any objections because they felt that the result was already very good and that marriage was not a shameful thing. So Xin Yuan selected a piece of land for the Shilling tribe that was very close to Qingqiu Mountain, the kind that could be reached in half a day, and most importantly, it was very close to a water source because Leizu took out rice seeds and showed them to Xin Yuan and said that they wanted to plant rice and mulberry trees here. Xin Yuan strongly supported them, saying that a piece of land beside a stream was very suitable for the Shilling tribe. The next day, under the gaze of everyone, Leizu and Xin Yuan offered sacrifices to the heaven together, indicating that they had become husband and wife, and the Shilling tribe officially took root in the Xin Yuan tribe. Sangjia painted the scene of Leizu and Xuanyuan's discussion and the scene of offering sacrifices to heaven on the wall of a giant cave. Xin Yuan recorded this day with his own special mark on another stone wall. It was not until the calendar was established later that people reversed their calculations and found that this day was the 6th day of the 6th lunar month. Chapter 157. Flood or River? The rice of the Baifeng tribe was ripe. Due to the geographical location, the rice they planted could only grow for one season and matured relatively late. So when the Shilling tribe had already picked their tribe's rice and fled, the rice seedlings of the Baifeng tribe had only been planted for a short time. This year's rice production is slightly higher than last year's, but the increase is not obvious. Baifeng knows that rice hybridization is a very difficult task. Otherwise, the old man would not have gone through so much hardship to find a way to hybridize rice. Because rice is self-pollinating, even if the Baifeng people found other varieties of wild rice, they would not be of much use to Baifeng. Other species can be artificially pollinated and hybridized, but if they want to suddenly increase the yield of rice, they can only wait for it to mutate without understanding the technology. This year's rice harvest is enough for so many people in the Baifeng tribe to eat for 3 years. Everyone finally feels that their hard work in the spring has not been in vain, and their work weeding in the fields in the summer and draining water at night has not been in vain. They all feel very proud and satisfied. Baifeng also sincerely thanked God for not bringing any major disasters this year. No rainstorms, no hail, so their grain was stored smoothly. They would harvest buckwheat in a few days, but the sorghum was still growing stalks like crazy. Baifeng really wanted to find a way to make the sorghum change, to grow fewer stalks and more ears. But the good thing is that cows love to eat sorghum stalks. This batch of calves have been weaned and are now half-grown. The tribe has developed a large area, so they are raised separately from the first batch of cattle. This group of cattle are much more docile and friendly than the old ones. Bai Feng originally wanted to bring the calf along and let it lead this group of second-generation cows, but the calf was unwilling to do so. It already had a full harem, so how could it possibly go among a group of immature cows? So it firmly refused Bai Feng, stayed with the old herd, and continued to contribute to the growth of the herd. Now that the tribesmen have food, they're no longer willing to take the risk of going out hunting. They feel that this kind of life of farming and harvesting is much better than hunting. Even though meat is more delicious than rice and noodles, they only go out hunting occasionally and eat it as a snack. No one wants to eat bacon that has been pickled for a year. On weekdays, we are engaged in construction and training. The city wall of the Bai Feng tribe has been expanded again, and the height of the new city wall has also been increased. Now everyone is strong and has enough food and drink, so the construction speed in all aspects has increased. The brick house built by Xiong and his family was only 1 year old, but they planned to abandon it and rebuild it because he had many wives, and now they had several children, both sons and daughters. Not only were they noisy all day long, but the smell of feces, urine, and milk also filled the entire room. Bai Feng didn't have the courage to go in at all, and even Xiong was smelling the smell. The house is small and dirty, but the main problem is the lighting. There are no windows, and the whole room is cold and damp. Adults will feel uncomfortable living there all the time, and if children can't get enough sun, their bones will become soft, and they will not grow tall or grow well. Bai Feng is a little doubtful about himself now. Why does Xiong already have so many children, but Sui's belly has no reaction yet? If he has lost his fertility due to the time travel, then why is he working so hard now? He has earned a little family property and has given it to outsiders. It would be better to hand it over to Xianyuan directly. Maybe he can be promoted to an official position and be treated as a god in the future. Although he thought so, Bai Feng still had the seeds, so he tried hard to sow them in Sui. If she really couldn't give birth to a child, Bai Feng might go to Xianyuan, hand over the tribe, and live a leisurely and noble life. The buckwheat is starting to turn yellow and can be harvested soon. Bai Feng has never eaten buckwheat of this era, so he doesn't know whether it is bitter or not. It would be nice to make some noodles with the buckwheat when it comes out. Moreover, buckwheat husks are particularly good for making pillows. What Bai Feng is using as a pillow now is just a straw bag. Although it is much better than the wooden sticks used by other tribesmen, Bai Feng still feels it is not comfortable enough. Just when everyone was discussing the yield of the new crops, how they would taste, and looking forward to the harvest, the weather changed again. Bai Feng could only curse, saying it was damn bad, and this happened every year. This is the disadvantage of agricultural civilization. Basically, one's livelihood depends on weather. If God is favorable, one may not have to worry about food and drink for a few years. If God is unhappy, a year's work will be in vain, and one may even go hungry for several years. Hunting all depends on skills. As long as you have good skills and abilities, in this place with such abundant resources, at least you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the time being. The thunder was terribly loud, and the lightning never stopped. Even at night, the ground was very bright. The tribesmen were very afraid of this scene. There is nothing we can do now but rush to harvest. Who knows if there will be hail in this kind of weather? We have only seen a few rainstorms this severe this year. Fortunately, there are not too many buckwheat plants, and with hundreds of people working together, the harvesting speed was still very fast. Moreover, tonight it felt like there was a lot of thunder but little rain. The sound was huge but no rain fell. The buckwheat was not very mature, but it could be harvested. We worked hard in the middle of the night, and all the buckwheat was harvested. But it didn't rain. It just rained symbolically, and the wind was very strong. It didn't rain. I don't know whether we should be thankful or feel unlucky. Anyway, we have harvested the crops. However, just 1 day later, there was no sign, and by the time they noticed it, the heavy rain had already come. Since the buckwheat had been harvested, no one was in a hurry. Some even had the leisure to sit on the doorstep and watch the rain. Of course, the person watching the rain was specifically Bai Feng. The other tribesmen did not think the rain was anything good. However, looking at the densely covered sky, the rain was likely to last for a long time. The next day, it was still raining. Bai Feng's eyelids kept twitching. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. But having his eyelids twitching all the time was not a big deal, so he found a small piece of grass, dipped it in saliva, and stuck it on his eyelids. The eyelids stopped twitching. There was that familiar roar again. Damn it, they're not going to release floodwater here again, is they? What's the purpose of having such a wide river channel? It's impossible that even such a small amount of flood can escape. As soon as the rain stopped, Bai Feng didn't care about the water on the ground and rushed to the city wall to check. But judging from the width and amount of water, it didn't look like a flood, but more like a big river. Although there's an ancient river channel on the plain not far outside the city, there should be little chance that the river will change its course again. Bifong can only believe that this is a mountain flood with a relatively large amount of water. He is unwilling to believe that the river channel has changed. He'll have to wait and see for a few more days to find out the details. It was only then that the report from the tribesmen made Bifong panic. The roof of the granary was leaking and a lot of the wheat inside had been soaked. Chapter 158 Malt. The warehouse where they stored grain was still the old adobe house, but in order to prevent rats, they applied a layer of cement on the ground and walls. They never thought about the problem of leakage. There had been so many heavy rains before, but there had never been any water leakage, so I had long forgotten about this matter. I didn't expect that it would happen this time. When Bifong rushed to see, there was a large wet area at the door, and when he went in, water was still pooling on the ground. Last year the barn was made of cement, but this year there was so much more grain. Most of the grain was stored in large wooden grain bolts. But no matter what was used, it couldn't stop the rain from above. Almost all the wheat in this warehouse has been soaked, but I don't know whether the wheat in the lower floors is wet. I checked several other warehouses, and they're all dry, so there's no problem. If it is just this warehouse, the loss is not too great and will not affect their lives. But they still need to rescue it. The open space in the square is large enough, and it is made of cement. However, there is still water accumulated and it has not dried up. The sun is quite red now, and it is estimated that it will dry up soon. Then they will have a place to dry the wheat. After explaining things to his tribesmen, Bifong continued to observe the water outside the city. If it really became a big river, what should they do? Should they move again? That might not be possible. In fact, everything is much more convenient next to a big river, but it is vulnerable to the threat of floods, especially in the summer when there are frequent heavy rains. The wheat has been dried in the sun. The wheat on the upper layer is all soaked and swollen, and it is probably beyond saving. The wheat on the lower layer is just severely damp. Let's see if it can be saved by drying it in the sun. If that doesn't work, it can be used as feed. Anyway, it cannot be wasted. Because sparrows and various birds have discovered that there is so much wheat drying here, they fly down in groups of hundreds to peck at the food. They just eat it if you want to, but they always poop in it. They had no choice but to send someone to chase the birds. A boy who was particularly good at playing with stones signed up enthusiastically, saying that he would go to guard the place, but hoped that more of the sparrows they caught would be given to him. Bifong thought that there was not much meat on the sparrows, and the tribe would not take any more, so he gave it all to him. When this was said, most of the boys, who were unable to do heavy work, said they had to go and guard the grain. Bifong was happy to do so, as chasing birds did not require much effort, and he had done this as well when he was a child. What he didn't expect was that when he passed by the square by chance, he found that there were already a lot of sparrows and some other birds piled under the feet of those guys. They either threw stones directly with their hands or practiced and learned the wuduwa. Anyway, as long as they had good aim, they could hit the birds. Bifong was also in a playful mood watching these birds, but he had no chance to play now. However, looking at the many birds under their feet, and there were so many of them, Bifong came up with a bad idea. He walked over with a smile on his face, and the children subconsciously put their feet in front of the birds. Although the chief said they didn't need to hand them over, there were so many of them now, and there was no guarantee that he would go back on his word. What's more, they deliberately waited until the birds landed on the wheat before shooting them. They were irresponsible for not driving the birds away from the food. But Bifong didn't care about these things. With so much wheat, how much could these birds eat if they were allowed to eat freely? What's more, the meat they ate would be used as compensation. He looked at the kids in a mean way and said, "I have a very good secret recipe that can make your bird meat taste especially good. Do you want to learn it?" There's no doubt that those children wanted to learn. Otherwise, after beating so much, the food would just become a pot of meat soup when they got home. And considering the nature of their parents, they would definitely not get much. Bifong bared his teeth and said, "You want to learn? It's easy. All you need is 2 sparrows or a pigeon. I will teach you how to do it myself. How about that?" The children were still a little hesitant when they heard the price, but after they counted the birds at their feet one by one, the leader, the one who caught the most, said he was willing and gave the 2 sparrows to Bifong. After all, the amount of meat from 2 sparrows was incomparable to that of a pigeon. Seeing that their good brother had made the decision, the others also took out their birds and gave them to Bifong. Now Bifong had 12 sparrows, which was more than the least among them. Looking at the still wet wheat, Bifong waved his hand and said, "Follow him. Don't worry about the wheat for now. I'll take them to eat something delicious. They found a vacant lot at random. The ground was covered with mud, so there was no need to mix the mud. Bai Feng gave them a small knife he brought with him and asked them to remove the internal organs of the birds. There was no need to pluck the feathers, as they were not big birds to begin with, and plucking the feathers would be too much trouble. He went to the fish pond again, paddled a bamboo raft to pick some lotus leaves, but he didn't feel comfortable letting children pick them. Finally, they wrapped the gutted bird in lotus leaves, covered it with mud with a lot of salt, and then started cooking it over a fire. Bai Feng taught them how to cook beggar's chicken. When the fire was almost out, Bai Feng picked out his piece of mud and took it back to find Sui to eat together. While waiting for it to be roasted, they went back to shoot birds. They had to bring something back home to report. Bai Feng and Sui ate with relish. Even though there wasn't much meat, it was still a good side dish for drinking. After all, they were not short of food. If this amount wasn't enough to fill them up, they could still have snacks. At night, the wheat that is not dried is shoveled up and piled together. This can prevent the birds from defecating everywhere when they steal the wheat. At most, they will poop outside. The next day, when Bai Feng was pushing the wheat out to dry, he knew it was no longer necessary because a strong fermentation smell came out, and if he looked closely, he could see that some wheat sprouts had already appeared. Everyone felt it was a pity that so much wheat had to be used as feed. The tribesmen conducted a comprehensive inspection of the roofs of other warehouses yesterday and retiled them for fear that such a thing would happen again. However, Bai Feng stroked his chin and thought for a while. Although the sprouted wheat can only be used as feed, the germination is still too short. So Bai Feng asked everyone to continue spreading the wheat and then continue to sprinkle water on it once or twice a day so that the germination can grow faster and it will be useful. The tribesmen didn't know what the chief was talking about, but even if they were going to grow seedlings like rice, now is not the time. Although they didn't have enough experience in farming, they also knew that nothing could grow in winter. Bai Feng couldn't explain it clearly to them, but it would take a few more days for the malt to grow to a usable stage. Now, they had to clean the big stove they used to steam wine as it would be used when making malt sugar. Chapter 159 Waterway. The wheat that had been watered grew faster under the sun, and it took only a few days to grow long enough malt. At the same time, although the water flow outside the city became a little smaller, there was no sign of interruption. Instead, the water volume was very stable, and there were signs of it becoming clearer. Bai Feng asked the tribesmen to clean up all the malt from the ground, then rinse it with clean water many times, and finally cut the malt into very fine pieces so that it could be used. There is no glutinous rice in the Bai Feng tribe, or perhaps there is no glutinous rice in this era. But last year he discovered that they seemed to have several varieties of rice. Not only were there certain differences in size and shape, but the taste was also different. So this year he intentionally planted the ones with larger differences separately. Among them, there's a kind of rice that is more sticky and similar to glutinous rice, but it is not as sticky as glutinous rice. It can only be said that it has a certain similarity. Bai Feng uses this kind of rice instead of glutinous rice used to make malt sugar. After steaming it, mix it with chopped malt. After stirring evenly, it needs to be fermented at a suitable temperature for 1 day to change the sugar structure in the malt and glutinous rice, so that maltose can be boiled out. Because a large amount of wheat was soaked by rainwater, fermentation was not an easy task, and many tribesmen were mobilized to prepare these raw materials. Bai Feng was not sure whether he could succeed in one go. If he failed, a lot of rice would be added to the feed. Perhaps Bai Feng would never dare to consider making maltose again. On the second day, there was a lot of yellow-brown water in the fermenting malt tank, which should be the sugar water without a doubt. So all the malt was filtered with linen cloth to drain, and then boiled in a large pot. At the beginning, it was like boiling a pot of yellow water. After a lot of water evaporated, the contents of the pot began to become sticky. When there was no more water, the fire was turned off. Then, 2 wooden sticks were used to pick up some sugar and then wrapped around it like a thread. Bai Feng tasted it and found it very sweet, but not greasy. This showed that their maltose had been successfully brewed, and their tribe now had another important source of sweetness besides honey. Bai Feng had thought about making sugar a long time ago, but he never focused on wheat. Wheat is an important grain, but it cannot be used to make sugar as the cost is too high. But they couldn't find any other sugar-producing crops. Sugar beets were now lying in the wilderness of some unknown continent, and sugarcane was growing wildly beside the swamps in the south, but it was impossible for them to grow them in their territory. The pulled-out malt sugar is replaced with a thicker wooden stick and continue to be wrapped around and pulled until it becomes hard and cannot be pulled anymore. At this time, The malt sugar has an attractive brown color and some gorgeous twisted patterns. Each child in the tribe was rewarded with a piece of maltose, and the rest were all collected. Occasionally, some could be given to other tribesmen. This thing was as precious as honey, so it was impossible to distribute it to everyone at will. Bai Feng has basically determined that the water outside the city wall is that big river. He doesn't know if it was diverted hundreds or decades later and then changed its course again. If it were not threatened by floods, this big river would have been called a moat. Bai Feng also led his men upstream, trying to find out the reason why the river changed its course. Generally, rivers will not change their course at will. If they do, safety may be affected. As a result, Bai Feng discovered that it might be related to the spring flood. The old river channel had been silted up beyond recognition, and the river channel was filled with all kinds of large rocks and broken wood, so the heavy rain directly forced the river to change its course. However, looking at it this way, there shouldn't be any other risks in diverting the river, as there is no impounded lake, and the new river channel is already very stable, with the water gradually becoming clearer. Although it is on the plain, the existence of the river channel before, coupled with the impact of 2 major floods, has made the river channel deeper. Even if there is another flood, it is unlikely to flood the Bai Feng tribe, unless there is catastrophic rain for several days in a row. Now that the river is right at the doorstep, it would be more convenient to use water, but the Bai Feng tribe's water conservancy system is still very useful, so there's no need to go to the river to fetch water. However, in winter, they no longer need to store water in water cellars and can directly use the water by breaking ice from the river. Bai Feng would rather repair the riverbank, but they don't have the ability to do so now. Although it is upstream, the width, depth, and water volume of the river are also extremely large. Unless it is the dry season in winter, it will be difficult to see if a dam can be built on their side. With this river, the Bai Feng tribe's defense against foreign enemies has been improved by several levels, which is equivalent to having an extra moat. However, Bai Feng also thought about river transportation. If they walked to the downstream, they would have to walk for a long time, but if they took the water route, the speed would be much faster and it would also be easier. So Bai Feng planned to build a real boat, not a bamboo raft. They had a lot of wood here and also had iron nails, so it was not impossible to build a boat, but they didn't have the skills to build a big ship. Bai Feng kept drawing on the wooden board, but in the end he could only draw the shape of a small wooden boat, which could only seat 3 people at most, and the kind that couldn't even stretch their legs straight. The advantage is that it is fast to build, and the technical difficulty is not high. Bai Feng's current goal is to build a boat that can carry 4 or 5 people and where they can lie down and sleep. It would be best if it could be equipped with sails. But Bai Feng was the only one in the entire tribe who had any clue. Not to mention the ordinary members of the tribe. Even the carpenter and the warrior who had been fishing in the big lake didn't know what to do. So they decided to build such a small boat first to see the effect. Anyway, the Bai Feng tribe is not in a hurry now, and they have enough supplies. They originally planned to wait for other tribes to attack. Now that there's a big river, things have taken a turn for the better. Bai Feng helped make it. It took several days for them to make this boat. Bai Feng couldn't wait to launch the boat into the water to test it out. If it didn't sink, he would make a bigger one. The last 2 people to test the boat were the 2 best swimmers in the fishing team. The water was relatively slow in this section, and with their swimming skills, their lives would not be in danger even if the boat sank or capsized. Finally, under the expectant gazes of all the tribesmen, the 2 of them, as well as Bai Feng and several other shipbuilders, pushed the boat into their hands together. After launching, the boat floated steadily on the water, swaying with the waves. 2 tribesmen boarded the boat one after another. The boat just swayed a little, and its draft became a little deeper, but there was no sign of sinking. Chapter 160 Shipbuilding. Bai Feng and several craftsmen cheered loudly for the success of the boat, but the other tribesmen did not know how important it was. It was just replacing bamboo with wood, which was not a difficult task. Only a few people knew how big Bai Feng wanted to build the boat. This boat was just an experiment. The river was not as calm as the lake. Although the water flowed slowly, it carried the boat downstream. Bai Feng quickly asked them to row, one in front and one behind. However, because they did not control the speed and rhythm well, the boat not only did not move forward, but started to circle in place. This is not something Bai Feng can command. I believe that after having paddled a raft for so long, they should be able to master the skills quickly. After going around in circles for several times, the 2 men cursed and blamed each other, but in the end they still rowed the boat and swayed upstream. Bai Feng was very satisfied with this. The first attempt had been successful. The next step would be to build a bigger boat. However, he had to train some good boatmen first so that they could row the boat well, otherwise they would not be able to launch the big boat. This boat was left for the fishing team to practice, while Bai Feng and his team worked nonstop to make a bigger boat. Only with a big boat could this waterway be used by Bai Feng and his team, otherwise this river would just be a river. Almost all the tribes are on both sides of the river. This river is the bond connecting all the tribes. As long as the White Wind tribe makes their boats big enough and numerous enough, they can achieve their goal by water, which is to seize population. Bai Feng estimated that the full moon gathering was still 2 months away. He didn't know what the situation was like last year, and this year no stray savages had come to their tribe to deliver news. Bai Feng had never heard of the Chexin tribe in history, or maybe his knowledge of the tribe was limited. Anyway, what he knew was that the Chexin tribe did not win the battle for hegemony, and did not even have many battle records. Bai Feng had some ideas about this year's gathering, because their Bai Feng tribe seemed to be suddenly isolated from the world, and he had no idea what the outside world was like. Last year there was some news, but this year there was not even a single person. In order to build a bigger boat, more people were found to help, regardless of whether they were good at carpentry or not, as long as they were strong enough. In the past, the tools were not enough or good enough, so they were asked to be made in blacksmith shops. Bigger and longer saws, various chisels, drills, and iron tools were like consumables. They could be used as much as possible. If they broke, they would be sent back to the furnace for remaking. There are many giant pine trees in the forest, the kind that several people can hardly hug together. But for some reason, Bai Feng always feels it is a pity when he wants to cut them down. They have grown so big with great effort, so he wants to find some reason to persuade himself not to cut them down. Later they thought that they would not need such a big tree to build a ship, so it would be better to keep it and cut down a tree of suitable size. What's more, the big pine tree would produce countless pine nuts in a year, although they had not picked up any of them. But Bai Feng's worry was useless, because when they wanted to build a bigger ship in the future, they would still have to cut down the trees. He just thought that it was just right for the trees to grow this big, and he didn't feel sorry for it. And even if Bai Feng didn't cut them down, they would all be cut down in 1,000 years. He just cut down a few trees in advance. The felled trees are far away from the tribe, but it is easy to deal with on the mountain. Just cut down all the branches. If there are other trees blocking the way, lay wooden sticks under the wood as tracks, and use them alternately. There's no need to cut so many sticks to lay all the way. Just lay them longer than the wood, and continue to lay the sticks in front of the wood after passing through. When they reached an open area with nothing blocking the way, they laid the wood horizontally and had several people kick it at the same time, letting it roll down the slope. The boat that Bai Feng was planning to build this time was initially planned to be more than 10 meters long, so he would need several pieces of such wood. After returning, he would remove the bark and saw it into thick planks. These wooden boards are connected with each other without iron nails. Instead, wooden nails are used. Holes are drilled on the side of the board, and then a slightly thicker wooden stick is hammered into it. A hole is also drilled on the other board, and this wooden stick is used to connect them. This process is more complicated because a ruler and an ink line are required to ensure that the holes are on the same line and that the two wooden boards fit together firmly and tightly enough. In order to waterproof the middle gap, a rotten hemp rope soaked in boiled peach gum was placed in it when the pieces were put together to avoid water leakage at the joint. For the sake of stability, the two horizontal wooden boards are not put together flatly, but connected in an L or inverted L way. This makes them more solid and more resistant to wind and waves. The bottom of the boat is nailed together, and then the keel is added on top of the bottom. The keel is made of mulberry wood, which is good toughness and can resist compression and deformation. However, at this time, wooden nails are no longer used. Instead, large iron nails are used, which are nailed into the keel from the bottom in the opposite direction. After the keel was installed, the hull on both sides came next. Bai Feng originally wanted to make it an integrated one, but for such a long boat, there was no way to bend the wood to a sufficient degree, so they had to piece it together piece by piece. After the general hull is assembled, the details need to be polished, and the front wave board needs to be added to prevent all the water from entering the cabin due to a wave. Some ribs were added to the hull to make the boat more solid. It took more than a month to complete the Bai Feng boat, which was more than 10 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide at its widest point. The power comes from oars. A row of oars can completely fight against the upstream. Bai Feng estimated that it would be no problem to fill the boat with 30 people. However, if there is room for activities and a rest area, the number of people will have to be reduced. Baifeng's plan to make a canopy and sails will have to be put on hold until the boat is launched. If it does not sink, it will not be too late to install these things later. If it sank, the Baifeng tribe would have no choice but to build smaller ships and hone their craft. The launching of the big ship this time has truly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone has already discovered the difference during its construction. It would be a pity if the big ship could not float. It was quite difficult to transport the big boat from the tribe to the river. Even though there were many wooden sticks laid under the boat to reduce resistance, it was still exhausting for everyone to breathe heavily after pulling this big thing to the river. This time, more than a dozen tribesmen who had already trained on the small boat boarded the boat, equipped with long-handled oars. There were more than a dozen of them standing on the boat, and the tribesmen below used all their strength to push the boat into the water. With a slap, the boat and the river completely merged. Chapter 161: Preparing to set sail. The big ship swayed a few times in the water and then stopped steadily. Everyone was cheering loudly, but this time only Baifeng and a few others did not make a sound. They clenched their hands together because they knew that not sinking in the water was the first step and not leaking water was the key. This will take a while to verify. If it is as fast as the boat to Washington, then Baifeng and his men are just building a stupid boat. It would be better for them to cut a bamboo and learn how to cross the river. Those tribesmen who had already cooperated quickly mastered the skills to control the large ship, allowing it to stay basically stable in one place and no longer flow downstream. They stood on the shore and waited for a long time. When Baifeng asked them again, they said that the cabin was very dry and no leaks were found. Only then did Baifeng and his companions breathe a sigh of relief and shout loudly to celebrate. Now that the big ship has been successfully built, we could try to build other facilities on it, such as a boat awning that could be used to shelter from rain and store some daily necessities to prevent them from getting wet. The boat awning can be made of woven bamboo, which is light and also waterproof and sunproof to a certain extent. It will not cause other impacts on the hull, such as being too heavy and causing imbalance. If you feel that it is not waterproof enough, just cover it with a few more layers to always keep out the rain. This was the simplest thing, and Baifeng didn't have to worry about it at all. They still had a lot of stock of this kind of bamboo mat-like material. It only needed to be slightly modified before it could be used. Soon, an awning that occupied half of the area of the ship was installed on the hull. The real difficulty lies in the sail, how it should be installed and how it is normally placed. It is impossible to keep it upright all the time. Baifeng didn't dare to mess around on the big ship easily, so the small boat that was built at the beginning became the carrier of the experimental sail. Let's try the simplest single-sided sail. A triangular pole is tied to a pole and then inserted into the hull. The difficulty lies in how to control the direction. The wind will not always blow in the direction you want to go, unless you're on the sea. The trade winds on the sea are relatively stable and will always blow in one direction. After several days of attempts, Baifeng gave up the idea of using sails on a large ship. With their current technology, it was impossible to build such a ship. Oars would be enough for a ship of this size. However, Baifeng thought of the racing sailboat, which was very small, just enough for one person to use. He felt that it was not impossible to make such a sailboat. Although it was small in size, its strength was its fast speed. It could be used for support or urgent delivery in the future. But the most urgent task now is to build another large ship before the full moon gathering, so that they can bring enough warriors to attend the gathering. It is too dangerous to go with only a dozen or 20 people. There is no need to build the second ship bigger. It could be the same size as this one, because they still have the shipbuilding data and sufficient experience. If they build a bigger ship, they will need to redefine the data, which may lead to other accidents, and it will also be too late. So the whole tribe started to get busy again, chopping wood and building boats. During this period, the sorghum and buckwheat of the Baifeng tribe had already matured, but there were enough people to harvest them, so the progress of shipbuilding would not be delayed. The sorghum harvested this year can only be left idle. Not much of the wine made from sorghum last year has been drunk, and there's a lot of sorghum left. It is impossible to use this sorghum to make wine this year, and they cannot drink it all, so they can only save it. However, after the big ship was built, last year's stored grain suddenly had a place to go, which was to take it to the gathering and exchange it for other things. Although they did not eat sorghum, it did not mean that other tribes did not eat it. However, their ship could not carry too much sorghum, and could not even transport half of last year's grain reserves. The ship also had to carry many soldiers, their weapons, and dry food for the journey. A few days before the full moon gathering was about to begin, the White Wind tribe's second large ship was successfully launched, and now they hurriedly began to prepare things for the full moon gathering. This time they planned to send out 40 people, 2 large boats, with 20 people on each large boat, including the first small boat, who would also go as pioneers to explore the way. If they go by land, more than 40 people are indeed a bit too few, but it would be safer and faster to go by water, and the number is completely sufficient. If they are attacked again, I believe that other tribes without boats will not be able to catch up with them with boats, and humans swimming in the water will be more vulnerable when facing humans on boats. No matter how powerful the military force is, he has already fallen into a disadvantage in the situation. The commodities that the Bifong tribe took out this time were mainly grains, except for sorghum and millet, which they did not like to eat, the salted fish which they had stored in the past, but no one was willing to eat now, and upgraded pottery jars with black glaze. The White Branch has finally made progress in glass manufacturing. In addition to glass plates, they can now also make glass cups, glass bowls, and the like. However, they feel that these are not very practical and are useless except for their good looks. In addition, the cost is very low, so they use large quantities of them as goods for this exchange. There are also many knives and daggers that have been eliminated by the Bifong tribe. Either the materials are not good enough or they are damaged beyond repair. No one in the Bifong tribe is interested in them, and their only fate is to be recycled. However, if they are put on the market, they will definitely be very popular. This time, it is mainly the people from the fishing team who go, because they are good at swimming. Although their fighting power is not as good as those of the archer and sword team, their strength is not bad either. Even among the people of other ordinary tribes, they're already the top, because no other tribe can have as much food as the White Wind tribe. A few people from the archery and sword team also went there. They were all good swimmers and would not drown if they fell into the river. However, they would not be able to do so if they were asked to fight in the water. The hemp harvested this year was very abundant, so they had the luxury of using linen to make sacks. However, they had no choice because animal skins were more precious than linen. But they couldn't just dump the grain into the cabin, they had to use something to hold it. Taking enough dry food for themselves and preparing weapons, Bifong, as the team leader, set out on a clear autumn morning. Sui is now much more mature and sensible, and she will no longer pester Bifong to go with her. Moreover, the rally is a terrible memory for her. Even if she's asked to go, she will probably beg Bifong not to go. Chapter 161. Making a Nest. 2 tribesmen drove the small boat downstream first, because this was their first time traveling this waterway, and they needed people to explore the water conditions. In case there was a sudden large drop in height or shallow reefs halfway through the journey, it would be too dangerous for the large ship. Although Bifong and others had the impression that the hydrological conditions along the way were very good, because they used to go downstream along the river, but now that the river has changed its course, they can no longer guarantee it. Even though there were 2 large ships, they were separated by a great distance and moved downstream one after the other for safety reasons. Bifong was on a large ship in front, because this way he could grasp the overall situation, whether it was getting the news from the front in the first time or giving instructions to the ships in front and behind. The 2 ships were too far apart to hear each other, so they could only use colorful flags as signals to communicate with each other. However, due to the tight time and the poor learning ability of the tribesmen in these areas, the signal had to be as simple as possible. A red flag means turn around, 2 means turn around quickly. A green flag means keep going, 2 green means speed up, and a red and green cross means wait. The Bifong tribe discovered several more mineral-based dyes, so the colors of their fabrics were no longer limited to black and blue. Traveling by water is much faster than traveling by land, and they don't feel tired. They even have the mood to set up a fishing rod and catch a few fish on the way. The fish in the big lake and this river are not only of similar species, but the resources in the big river are even more abundant. However, they were sailing downstream all the way, and it was very difficult to catch fish. Some tribesmen threw sorghum into the water to make a bait, which made Bifong so happy that he lay on the boat speechless. That tribesman didn't even know what was so happy about himself. He thought his fishing skills must be better than the tribe leaders. After Bifong calmed down, he said nothing. He just watched him fishing in the nest he had made, but no fish were caught after a while. He thought that the nest was not deep enough, so he threw 2 more handfuls of sorghum in. The tribe did not lack this kind of thing, so Bifong just let him do as he pleased. After a while, there was still no movement. Just then one of the tribesmen was seasick and was about to vomit. He quickly pulled the person over and used his vomit to make a nest. This time, Bai Feng laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. The discomfort caused by seasickness also disappeared a lot. The other tribesmen on the same boat were also amused by this scene. After several attempts to bait the bait, no fish were caught. The tribe member was so angry that he was about to break his fishing rod. He used to have good luck in fishing, but now, after such a long time, there is no sign of catching any fish. The illusion of carving a boat to look for a sword will appear in the future. Now he is trying to make a nest downstream, but it would be strange if it is effective. Bai Feng reminded him that the water is flowing, and if you throw the grain into it, will the nest follow you or scatter? He scratched his head. But isn't the direction of the water flow the same as ours? Then wouldn't the nest be swimming in our direction? It makes so much sense that I couldn't refute it, and Bai Feng couldn't explain it either. Anyway, no matter whether he was right or wrong, it seemed useless now. The distance they covered on this water route in one day was already farther than what they could cover in 2 consecutive days, so they were relatively relaxed. By the afternoon, when it was still early in the evening, they prepared to stop the boat and rest. Their 2 large ships have anchors, which are actually temporarily modified from iron plowshares. The principle is the same. The stern anchor can prevent the ship from stopping and turning around. It is also simple to raise the anchor. You only need to apply vertical force. Before setting off, Bai Feng had already tested the effect. In this kind of sandy river channel, the anchor could be very solid. The small boat had no anchor, so it only needed to be rowed towards the shore and tied to the shore, and then tied to the big ship when resting at night. The boat kept moving and stopping every once in a while to turn around and report the water conditions ahead. The distance they have walked today is far enough. Although the fishing team has been on the water for a long time, the water is relatively calm after all, which is different from the constantly flowing water. So everyone is more or less seasick, and Bai Feng himself even feels dizzy. So he stopped early to rest today. After the boat stopped, several people took turns rowing the boat ashore to find firewood. There was a stove on the big boat, which was for the convenience of life. We couldn't light a fire directly on the boat. Only after stopping can you start fishing. Whether you spread sorghum and millet to make a nest, or use people to make the nest, each one has its own unique skills. In such a large river, the resources are extremely rich. Bai Feng used his own unique skills, primitive lures, and worm-like baits, but there are more big fish now, so Bai Feng's baits are bigger than silkworms. In the constantly flowing water, they can best attract lively and fast carnivorous fish. They were still baiting the bait. As soon as Bai Feng put his rod down, a fish took the bait immediately. The rod was made of carefully selected bamboo and had a high elasticity. The waist of the rod was pulled into a sharp angle. Bai Feng was afraid that the rod would suddenly break. The fishing line is made of silk because the Bai Feng tribe raises so many silkworms, which are indeed very greedy. However, the silk produced is limited, not a lot. Moreover, due to their technical problems, they are unable to weave such fine silk into cloth. Therefore, Bai Feng made the silk with better toughness and less conspicuous color into fishing line. As for making silk, he left it to professionals, such as Leizu. He just had to take shelter under the big tree of Leizu. Bai Feng pulled hard for a long time, and due to the direction of the water flow, the fish had to fight against the force of the water. So before Bai Feng planned to change people, the fish finally exhausted its strength. The fish was so big that Bai Feng couldn't pull it up by himself. It took 2 people working together to pull out the fish that was barely visible in the water. The moment the fish came out of the water, everyone shouted, "Ah!" Not only because of its size, but also because of its dazzling golden fins and scales. It took a lot of pulling and hugging to get this giant fish onto the boat. It was so big that Bai Feng estimated that it weighed more than 20 kilograms. If it were in later generations, he would probably wait until the fish started to stink before going home. But now, although it is still shocking, it is not uncommon. For the sake of freshness, the fish was immediately gutted, the scales scraped off, and the fish was sliced. Due to the limitation of seasoning, only boiled fish slices could be made. White rice is steamed in a pot, and a pot with various seasonings is also boiled next to it. The fish fillets are blanched in it for a few times and then eaten with the rice. It is so delicious and authentic. However, only the people on Bai Feng's boat could eat this. The people on the other big boat didn't know what Bai Feng and his friends were eating. The 2 people guarding the small boat also climbed onto the big boat and came to have a free meal. Chapter 162, Arrival at the Sandbar. The moon is already very round at night. I wonder if those people will hold a rally this year. The upper reaches were destroyed by the snow disaster, but the lower reaches were not destroyed. At this time, many tribes downstream had already set up their tents and brought their goods to exchange supplies. The organizer was still the Cheshin tribe. The tribe leader Cheshin had roughly confirmed that the attack was carried out by Swearin, because their continuous expansion, the ambitions they exposed, and the sudden appearance of so many supplies were the most powerful proof. Chiaxian wanted to turn the gathering into a way for their tribe to make a profit, because this year he collected some benefits from the tribes that wanted to go in to exchange supplies on the grounds of providing protection. The specific amount depended entirely on the mood of Chiaxian's people. If you're in a good mood, you will harvest more. If you're in a bad mood, you will harvest even more. Because this year, all the downstream tribes have very good harvests. The sudden increase in animals and abundant rainfall have greatly increased their harvests compared with previous years. Some tribes have taken in many stray savages and used them as slaves in order to sell them at this gathering. Judging from their condition, they will definitely make a fortune from this exchange. In this case, it would be better to let them make some money. So they charged fees under the pretext of providing protection and venue. Everyone came to the gathering happily, but ended up encountering such a thing. However, they had to participate as they could not exchange for what they needed, and a year's work would have been in vain. Moreover, some tribes had to exchange for life-saving things such as salt. So they had no choice but to accept it. Handing over some things would not affect the overall situation, and they also said they would provide protection, so it was not too bad. People from Swearin also came, led by Baoshi himself. The main reason was that the conflicts in their tribe had become very serious in just half a year. The strong had so much food and other supplies that they could not finish them, while the weak were on the verge of starvation. Some people began to rebel against Baoshi, but there is no way they will succeed. How can a group of people who can't even get enough food defeat a group of people who have enough food and good weapons? As a result, the losers were naturally turned from tribesmen into slaves by Baoshi. Although such conflicts occurred again and again, Baoshi did not dare to take back the benefits given to the powerful tribesmen, as this would provoke their resistance. Moreover, judging from the results of the confrontation, what this group of people got was very valuable, and their fighting power was very strong. This time he brought nearly 1,000 slaves, all of whom were starving to death or disabled, but not dead. Only a few of them looked relatively healthy. The Baoshi tribe had no extra supplies to exchange, and their crazy expansion had also consumed a large amount of their supplies. This time he planned to use these almost useless slaves to exchange for all the materials that could be used. Although he knew that these slaves could not be exchanged for much, some tribes needed a large number of slaves for sacrifices, and these cheap slaves were just right. After Bai Feng and his companions had been squeezed in the cabin for a whole night, they slowly got up at dawn, fetched water from the river to wash up casually, then raised the anchor and started moving. There was porridge cooking in the pot on the way. Except for feeling a little seasick, everything else was much more comfortable than walking. There was wind today, which made them go even faster. They had prepared dry food for 4 days of one-way journey, but they didn't expect to see the sandbar for the gathering in the evening. The sandbar is still the same sandbar, but it has become larger 2 years later. However, there are not as many people coming to the gathering as before. In the evening, trading basically stops, and plumes of smoke rise from the sandbar. The small boat saw the gathering place from afar and thought of the previous escape, feeling a little panicked, especially since there were only 2 of them. So while no one noticed them, they turned the boat around and rowed back with all their might. Bai Feng was still leisurely eating grilled fish on the boat when he heard the tribesmen who had been exploring the way come back and report that they had seen the gathering place. Bai Feng was a little surprised and stood up to look around, but he still felt that the scenery was the same and did not feel familiar. But since the tribesmen have already reported it, it must be true, so Bai Feng and the others finally cheered up and started rushing towards the gathering point. From a distance, Bai Feng saw fires lit by tribes on both sides of the sandbar. The fire on one of the shores was particularly large and numerous. Bai Feng couldn't even see how many people there were, but he felt that was the fire of Swearin. Bai Feng's feeling was correct. There were Bao Shi and his warriors, as well as the slaves who were under strict guard. Even though Bao Shi was the patriarch of the Swearin clan, and even though Swearin clan was more powerful than Cheshin clan, Cheshin did not give him face and still collected protection fees from him. When you're under someone's eaves, you have to bow your head. Bao Shi was very frustrated, and he would definitely teach Cheshin clan a lesson when he had the chance in the future. But now the only revenge they can do is to salvage the fish in the river, because nominally, this river is the territory of Chiaxian, and the fish in it also belong to Chiaxian. However, Chiaxian did not stop everyone from fishing, because their tribe did not know how to fish, or their fishing efficiency was very low, so naturally they did not value the fish resources in this river. Therefore, not only the tribesmen of Swearin, but even the slaves were able to eat normal food that could fill their stomachs, which was rare. Bai Feng and his crew's large ship drifted downstream in the sunset. The humans on the sandbar saw the monster floating down the river and were horrified. They picked up their weapons and tried to run away. Some people were knowledgeable, and although they didn't know what this giant object was, they could generally tell that it was made of wood and must be related to humans, so they did not run away, but instead picked up weapons and prepared to attack. Chia Xian also saw this situation. He was a little panicked. Someone really came to attack? Then would they protect these people? If they just ran away, would these tribes cause trouble for them? Small tribes were not afraid, mainly because Swirenshi also collected things. He already regretted his greed. However, Bai Feng had no intention of attacking them. He dropped anchor 200 or 300 meters away from the sandbar, and the two large ships left a distance of 100 meters between them. Looking at the nervous expressions of the people on the sandbar, Bai Feng asked his tribesmen to take a small boat to explain to them that their Bai Feng tribe was not an enemy, but came to trade. They brought enough supplies and could come to trade tomorrow. The two tribesmen who were driving the boat did not dare to let the boat go onto the sandbar. They just shouted loudly in a place where they could be heard nearby, and then ran away because they saw Bao Shi standing on the sandbar and the crowds of people around him. They just glanced at it casually without looking carefully and just felt that there were a lot of people. There were only more than 40 people this time. They thought that those thousands of people were all Suerin's warriors, and they didn't expect that there were more than 1,000 slaves among them. Chapter 163 Tyrant Bai Feng. The Bai Feng tribe, which had disappeared for a year, reappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was still somewhat expectant, especially those tribes that had reaped rich rewards this year. They were just waiting to exchange with the Bai Feng tribe for a precious sword that even the chief of Swearin would fight for. Before this year, whether they had gone out to investigate themselves or had taken in humans who had fled from upstream, they were unaware of the existence of the White Wind tribe, and none of their tribes had received refugees from the White Wind tribe. Bao Shi had almost forgotten the existence of the Bai Feng tribe. He had wanted to conquer the Bai Feng tribe very much. Firstly, it was because they saw what he had done, and secondly, he discovered how smart the Bai Feng tribe was, which would definitely pose a threat to their Swearin clan and make them one of their future competitors. Another point is that the wealth revealed by the Bai Feng tribe is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary tribes, although Bao Shi also knew that Bai Feng did not tell him the truth at that time. A year passed, and he hadn't heard any news from the White Wind tribe. His own tribe was frequently involved in external wars, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he gradually forgot about the White Wind tribe. He was somewhat surprised by the way the Bai Feng tribe appeared this time, especially the two huge wooden monsters that could float on the water without sinking. To be able to build these things, there must be extraordinary people in their Bai Feng tribe, and they must have sufficient supplies. Looking at the skinny slaves in his tribal camp, Bao Shi suddenly felt a little frustrated. When he first met Bai Feng, he was full of energy and generous, but now he had to exchange food from other tribes in this way, and the most likely final buyer would be the Bai Feng tribe. For a moment, he didn't know whether his usual approach was right or wrong, but thinking about his territory that had expanded several times and his increasingly powerful warriors, Bao Shi believed that he was definitely not wrong. It was just that the Bai Feng tribe had better opportunities. As long as he could defeat the Bai Feng tribe, then everything they had would be his. Bai Feng didn't know what evil plan Bao Shi was planning. His main purpose this time was to exchange people and some furs. If there were newer crop seeds, he could also exchange them. Bai Feng believed that he had no need to exchange other items. What he's been thinking about now is how to bring the exchanged people back. It is impossible on the ship as there is no room for them. Unless they're on the ship and let the slaves go by land, the specific operation needs to be considered. You should have a good rest now and recharge your energy, but those on night duty must not be careless. Bai Feng no longer trusts other human beings in the wilderness. The people of their Bai Feng tribe are good at swimming, but there may be other tribes living by the water who are even better at swimming. It would be troublesome if they could swim over from the river under the cover of night and get on the boat and directly change the owner of the boat. Bai Feng slept soundly, but Bao Shi didn't sleep much that night and felt uneasy. The next day, Bai Feng and his crew prepared to dock, but the big ship had to stay in place, and someone had to stay to watch it. So they used small boats to send people to the shore over and over again. The small boats could only seat 2 people for speed and flexibility and to facilitate mobile operations, But if they were just transporting people, for 5 people could still squeeze in a time. Bai Feng was the first to go ashore. He did not bring a bow, but a crossbow. The crossbow was faster for close-range attacks, so he put the crossbow on his waist. On the other side was his long sword. He did not wear armor, because he was on the water most of the time. If he fell into the water, no matter how good he was at swimming, he would probably have difficulty surviving. After all, a body covered in iron would sink very quickly. Finally, 10 tribesmen came, carrying only a sack of salted fish. The market recognition of this thing is much higher than that of grass seeds such as sorghum, because not only can it be eaten as food, but it also contains enough salt, not to mention the Bai Feng tribe's free salting method. As soon as they came ashore, they became the focus of everyone's attention. Not to mention their sturdy bodies, but also their hair was tied up instead of letting it hang loose or braided like ordinary savages. This was because when they went into the water, their tied hair would not fly everywhere and affect their vision. The most important thing is the thing around the waist. They couldn't recognize what the wooden thing was, but the long thing was definitely a sword. Some patriarchs of large tribes would also carry bronze swords of this shape, but their length was shorter than that of the Bai Feng tribe. Not only did everyone in the Bai Feng tribe have one, but the sword was also so long. Money is the courage of a hero. After becoming rich, Bai Feng walked with the wind. He didn't even look at the collected grass seeds and moldy meat displayed by other tribes. It was funny. Whether those things were edible was not the most important thing. The most important thing was whether he would die after eating them. It was something strange, something Bai Feng had never seen before, so he squatted down to take a look. The tribes whose things Bai Feng liked were all very nervous and excited. As long as the Bai Feng tribe was willing to exchange them, the price they could afford would definitely be much higher than what other tribes could offer. Bai Feng felt that there was no need to exchange most things. Basically, Bai Feng had all the edible grass seeds that could be found. The only thing Bai Feng was interested in exchanging were various animal skins. Bai Feng doesn't want the animal skins that are a little rotten or have too many wounds. Because there are so many tribes here now, there are more choices, so Bai Feng chooses the best. The Bai Feng tribe doesn't have too many animal skins, so they are enough for the time being. If they want their people to live better, especially to live warmer in winter and sleep more comfortably, they need more animal skins. They could hunt game, but their main business was planting, and they did not produce many animal skins in a year. Whenever Bai Feng saw something he liked, he would just wave his hand, and the tribesmen behind him would put down the sacks they were carrying, take out the white salted fish, and put them on the ground, waiting until a suitable price was reached, and then they would hand over the goods. A few people would carry the exchanged items to the riverbank, and have the tribesmen use small boats to transport them to the big ship. If there were too many items and they couldn't carry them, it would be easy. A small block of salt would cause the savages who were watching the fun to fight each other and scramble to carry things for the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng walked and stopped, wondering if there was anything that could catch his eye. Although his biggest goal was to exchange people, there was no rush. It would not be too late to exchange them when he was about to leave. If he exchanged them too early, it would be a hassle both for eating and management. While strolling, Bai Feng's attention was attracted by something hanging on the waist of a savage. Isn't this a gourd? It's a good thing, and he must get it. Although he doesn't use it normally, it is very useful when going out. He can use it to hold water or wine. Moreover, when it is small and tender, it can be eaten as a dish. Bai Feng immediately called out to the man and pointed at the gourd on his waist. The man's expression was very surprised because he had already witnessed the wealth and generosity of the Bai Feng tribe. Chapter 164. Receive the goods on spot. When he saw Bai Feng took a fancy to his gourd, the first thing he did was not to take it off and hand it to Bai Feng to see. Instead, he rolled his eyes and covered his gourd as if he was hiding a treasure. Bai Feng was a little confused by his operation. This was not Taoist Liu Ye's magic gourd, nor was it the innate treasure of King Jinjiao. What could be hidden? He didn't have only one such thing. What are you hiding? I'm not trying to steal it. Even if I want it, wouldn't I be able to exchange it for something else? Besides, you can refuse it. The man's eyes dodged. I know you want it, but mine came from extremely high cliff, where there was no grass and only this one gourd growing. I risked my life to pick it. He paused and said, if you really want it, I'll give you 10 of those white salted fish. Not one less. Bai Feng really couldn't stand this clumsy lie and shameless request. I don't want your used, dirty thing. I just want the seeds of this thing. If you have seeds, I will exchange a piece of salt for the same amount of seeds. If not, forget it. The savage thought Bai Feng was trying to trick him into lowering the price, so he shook his head and refused to give in. Bai Feng turned around and said, everyone here, no matter which tribe you are from, As long as you have seeds of this kind of thing, or uncut ones are fine, you can bring them to our Bai Feng tribe to exchange. Whether you want salt, salted fish, or grass seeds, we can exchange them. We will take as much as you bring. When the people who were watching the fun heard this, they quickly ran back to their own tribe stalls to look for it. Some people did have it, but they didn't expect that this thing could be used for exchange. Some people forgot whether they had it or not and wanted to go back to try their luck. The wild man who was planning to cheat Bai Feng changed his expression, knowing that Bai Feng's tribe was not so easy to deceive, so he quickly took off his gourd and held it in front of Bai Feng. I only need one salted fish. One is enough. There was a hint of humility in his words. After all, there were many wild gourds in their tribe's territory, but if they wanted to exchange them for salt, they would miss it. Bai Feng didn't even bother to look at him. He just walked past the man and went straight away. The soldiers of Bai Feng's tribe also snorted, thinking that he was blocking the way, so they pushed him away and followed Bai Feng's steps closely. Among the people watching the excitement, there were also people sent by Suiren to keep an eye on the Bai Feng tribe. After seeing this scene, they felt it necessary to report to the tribe leader, so they ran away as well. The group of people who had just gathered around the savage disappeared in an instant. When Baoshi learned about this, he was roughly certain that the Bai Feng tribe was indeed extremely wealthy. There were a lot of gourds in their tribe's territory, but no one cared about them. Sometimes they would take one or two to carry things, but they never thought of using them to carry water when they went out. When they were thirsty, they could just find a water source to drink. Did they have to drink the water from their own tribe? Baoshi couldn't make this deal, which he felt was a pity, but also fortunate. He felt it was shameful for a great man like Suiren to exchange gourds, which he never cared about, for supplies with his enemies. Don't they know the value of things? In this matter, the Bai Feng tribe was just unlucky. Even though the gourds were widely distributed, there happened to be none around their territory. Soon, the Bai Feng tribe was surrounded by people, some holding a few whole gourds, some holding a handful, or some holding gourd seeds in jars. These people called it gourd, while Bai Feng called it gourd, but this had no effect at all. When Bai Feng said it was gourd seeds, they immediately changed their name to gourd. There was no need to look at the whole gourd. It was definitely not fake, and it could be directly exchanged with salt or salted fish. The bulk seeds needed to be checked to prevent some people from using fake ones to impersonate them. Sure enough, someone's jar was filled with both real and fake ones. Bai Feng directly blacklisted this person and would never look at anything from this tribe again. The price offered by the Bai Feng tribe was very generous, which made them feel a little embarrassed, so they all took the goods to the river bank on their own initiative, and the Bai Feng tribe members did not need to make another trip. With a new crop, Bai Feng was in a very good mood, so he said on the spot that everyone could bring all their seeds except a few common grass seeds, and they could be exchanged as long as the Bai Feng tribe needed them. It was a pure buyer's market, but everyone was very enthusiastic. They quickly ran back to collect grass seeds from their own tribes. As long as one of them could catch the eye of the Bai Feng tribe, their gathering could end early. Bai Feng and the others no longer had to walk around to look, which was both convenient, and they didn't have to worry about missing anything. These people might be looking to exchange things, so they might run into the woods and pick all kinds of grass seeds they had never seen before, even if they themselves didn't know what they were. Representatives from various tribes crowded around Bai Feng just to let him take a look at their things first. Bai Feng picked and chose the things these people brought. Most of them were what they had, and some were really useless weed seeds, even the ones that grew randomly on the roadside of Bai Feng's tribe. There's no other way. That's how shopping is. Even if I can find one kind of Bai Feng, I'll be satisfied. Just for a gourd seed, Bai Feng feels that the trip is worthwhile. However, Bai Feng did find some good stuff, soybeans, which were round and yellow and very conspicuous. Most importantly, the grains were very large and stood out among the grass seeds. Even ordinary savages who didn't know what they were want to pick them and taste them. After all, it would be great if such a big thing could be eaten, and it would be okay to learn from Shinong occasionally. Bai Feng immediately accepted the man's soybean seeds and gave him an extra piece of salt. He also made the same promise to the onlookers as he had made to the gourd seeds. Then a large group of people ran to look for their own soybean seeds. In the following process, Bai Feng found sesame seeds and seeds of several unknown pairs. Sesame seeds were chosen because of their obvious shape and the aroma when bitten. Pear seeds were chosen because they were easy to identify. Bai Feng had some impression of them, and the man's description also matched the characteristics of pears, so Bai Feng accepted them and would go back to try to cultivate them. It was worth exchanging salted fish that no one ate for seeds, even if they might not grow, Bai Feng felt. Although it was still early, no one could bring out anything good. Baifeng stretched and got up to leave. The people around him felt a little regretful that nothing they had was liked. However, this also made them determined to collect various seeds in the territory after returning. If nothing was like this year, maybe something would be like next year. Baifeng didn't know that his unconscious action actually promoted the breeding process of crops in the entire river basin. Chapter 165 Population. The salted fish of the Baifeng tribe was very valuable, so they could be exchanged for more things. However, the tribes here didn't have anything good to exchange for them, so they didn't even exchange half of the salted fish and salt they brought, and they didn't touch a single grain of sorghum. Of course, Baifeng would not deliberately raise the price to give benefits to other tribes. The price would be what it should be, and he would never give more. He would only occasionally give some benefits to those tribes with good attitudes and solid things. As for the others, they would rather throw the sorghum into the river to make nests than give them anything. They have no sense of propriety and do not know how to be grateful. Giving them extra things will only arouse their greed and bring harm to the Baifeng tribe. At night, Baifeng was too lazy to count the things they had exchanged. The quantity was not too large. The cabin was filled with hundreds of various animal skins. They had not been processed and smelled fishy, but Baifeng was basically used to it. Except for soybeans, other seeds put together would not fill a sack. As long as they were not mixed with other things, it would be fine. Baifeng will start exchanging people tomorrow. According to the price he roughly found out today, their 2 ships of grain can be exchanged for 2,000 slaves of various qualities, which is enough to almost cover all the slaves and women in the gathering. No slaves are valuable. Strong warriors will not become slaves. Even if they are defeated, they will immediately become sacrifices to the victors. It is impossible to keep them. Not only will they not obey orders, they may also rebel. Only those who have been oppressed and are always on the verge of starvation will never have a thought of rebelling. The only thing that Baifeng was worried about was how to escort so many people back. It was indeed very difficult for 40 of them to look after so many people, but there would always be a way to get there. So, let's go to sleep now. Baifeng got up late. Today's goal was very clear. He first went to the tribe that sold slaves and women. There was no need to worry about the women. Seeing that the Baifeng tribe was so wealthy, they were eager to be exchanged to the Baifeng tribe. Not to mention running away, they would probably help the Baifeng tribe to look after the slaves from the first moment they were exchanged, because their identities after being exchanged were tribesmen, not slaves. Both in terms of physical appearance and price, they were not at the same price level as slaves. The tribes that exchanged women all chose salted fish. They all looked down on grass seeds, such as sorghum, even though sorghum could be eaten longer in the end. 2 sacks of salted fish and a sack of salt blocks swept away all the women at the gathering. 20 fully armed soldiers were followed by more than 400 women. No matter how you looked at it, it was shocking. They were not afraid at all that they would run away. Would they go back to their original tribes to suffer, or escape to the wilderness to feed the wild beasts? Some women were distracted and did not keep up with the troops. They consciously went to wait by the small boats on the river bank, for fear of missing out on the support of the White Wind tribe. The young and high-quality women have been replaced, and the old women they don't want are also the targets of the Baifeng tribe. The previous batch that was replaced not only regained their youth, but also basically had children. Therefore, this time the tribesmen had no confusion or rejection about the chief's decision to exchange old women. What's more, the price of these women was less than 1/5 of that of young women. They could be exchanged for half a can of sorghum, which was not even as much as they used to make bait when fishing. The entire morning was spent on changing women. During the lunch break, they took all the women to the shore closest to their ship. Now they were all their people, and they were the only ones who provided them with meals. There are plenty of fish in the river. Even if the fish in this area have been almost caught, it is not a loss to sail upstream a little and then cast the net again. Several people can share a big fish. They don't need to eat too much, as long as they have something in their stomachs. What's more, the Baifeng tribe doesn't mind using salt, so the women who were exchanged are very satisfied. In the afternoon, let them set up camp and find firewood by themselves. Baifeng and his men will not take them around everywhere. Baifeng decided to go and discuss the biggest business of this trip with Baoshi. Baoshi already knew that Baifeng was madly harvesting the people here. He had no way of estimating how much food the Baifeng tribe had. What so many people exchanged for was actually not much, just enough for a dozen people to have a prosperous winter. However, the amount of food needed to exchange for so many people was an extremely huge number. If he dared to come and exchange these slaves, or even exchange all of them, then Swearin would really have to go up the river to attack the Baifeng tribe. If they could defeat them, the food of the Baifeng tribe would definitely make Swearin invincible on this land. Baifeng was not afraid of Baoshi attacking in the future, but he was afraid that he would cause trouble now. With such a small number of people, they would not be able to win even if they had strong fighting power. It would be a blessing for them to be able to escape. But the good thing about this is that many local tribes or idle savages have already exchanged their things, but they still want to see the excitement of the Baifeng tribe. So they followed along the way, which gave people the feeling that the Baifeng tribe is large in number and powerful. He sent someone to inform Swarinshi in advance, and also to find out how many soldiers Baoshi brought with him, so as to assess the risks in advance. If the number of soldiers they brought exceeded 1,000, Baifeng would have to think about whether he should do this business. Fortunately, the person who made the announcement came back soon. According to him, there were only about 100 warriors of Swearin, but there were thousands of slaves tied to the ground. In this case, Baifeng would not be afraid at all. If a war broke out, the warriors of Baifeng's tribe, with their excellent weapons, could really defeat Swearin directly. It wouldn't be a difficult task. When Baoshi received the news, he was not surprised. It was within his expectations. He was thinking about how to sell these slaves to the Baifeng tribe at the highest price, while calculating how much combat power he should use to attack the Baifeng tribe, and whether their supplies could last until the troops arrived at the Baifeng tribe. As he spoke, Baifeng had already squatted on the ground and was observing the quality of the slaves. They were all skinny and bony, similar to the Yishang tribe he had just picked up. And looking closely, there were disabled people, people with serious injuries who had not yet recovered, and some who were already dead. Their bodies had not yet started to stink, but had already been thrown into the pile of slaves. Baifeng couldn't help but feel sad and pity for these slaves. At the same time, he was also worried about the sanitary conditions here. If this continued, there would probably be an epidemic, or there already was one. Baifeng was well aware of the horror of infectious diseases and subconsciously stepped back. The quality of these slaves was not good in the first place, and if they were carrying the virus, it might bring a catastrophe to their tribe, so he became hesitant about whether to exchange these slaves. Chapter 166. Forget your lord. People in this era have no awareness of epidemic prevention at all, and they just throw the dead away at will. Baifeng now has a conjecture that the reason why people first started funerals was to prevent epidemics brought by corpses, not to pile up a mound of earth to commemorate the dead. Baifeng whispered something in the ear of a tribesman, and that man took a few more people and ran quickly towards the boat. The moment Baoshi walked out of his tent, he saw the disgust and avoidance in Baifeng's eyes towards the slaves. He felt that this was how a superior should behave. There was no need to have much contact with the lowly slaves, and he also hated the stench of these slaves. However, Baoshi did not think that this was a good quality in Baifeng. He should be the only true superior, and even Baifeng should crawl at his feet. Not to mention the strength of the tribe, his ancestor Swearin could not be compared with the Baifeng tribe, which suddenly appeared. He walked towards Baifeng with a sneer. Chief Baifeng, I haven't seen you for a few years. Are you okay? I remember you said you wanted to be my father. However, my father is dead, but his concubines are still alive. Do you want them? I can give you a few to help you realize your humble dream. Baifeng really wanted to agree to disgust him, but when he thought about it carefully, the values of people in this era were very strange, completely different from his. He didn't know how they understood their national curse. If he agreed, there were so many people watching here, and if word got out that the patriarch of the Baifeng tribe had some special hobbies, then how would he have the face to stay in this river basin? Do you think I'm meant to be your father? No, I just want to destroy your nest. While Baoshi was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence, Baifeng said to him directly, You'd better find a place to bury the dead as soon as possible, or burn them. Otherwise, the gods will punish the entire earth, and I'm afraid few people will be able to escape. Don't throw these bodies into the water. Baoshi, who was not yet an adult, looked up at Baifeng, who was much taller than him, and asked, Are you teaching me how to do things? Baifeng was too lazy to talk to him anymore. If he didn't want to listen, then don't listen. Anyway, they lived so scattered now, and the virus couldn't infect their tribe. What's more, they had alcohol. They could disinfect themselves thoroughly outside before returning to the tribe. As they were talking, the people Baifeng sent came back. They ran to Baifeng with 2 jars of wine. There were no masks at that time, and the ones he made couldn't even protect against dust, let alone viruses. He just wanted to use this thing to wash his hands, and at the same time recommend this delicious thing to Baoshi. It would be best if he could get addicted to it, and then indulge in the wine and turn into a puddle of mud. At the same time, he also brought back a broken knife, a glass cup, and a bowl, all of which he intended to use to trick people into sacrificing. Bai Feng spoke directly. I plan to replace all the slaves here who are still alive, not injured, and have no defects. You give me a price. Bao Shi was not surprised by Bai Feng's generosity, but he planned to give all the slaves to the Bai Feng tribe without leaving any. Since the Bai Feng tribe needed population, he had to seize Bai Feng's pain point and force him to accept all of them. I have 1,470 slaves here. I'm afraid your White Wind tribe doesn't have that many things to exchange. Bai Feng smiled without saying anything. He flicked his fingers lightly, and immediately someone brought up a wooden stool and placed it under Bai Feng's, but as a chair. They also placed one for Bao Shi. He extended his hand as a gesture of invitation for Bao Shi to sit opposite him, and then a larger piece of wood was placed between the two of them as a table. These were all savages hired by the Bai Feng tribe at a very low cost, just to make Bai Feng look pretentious. Bao Shi was a little confused by Bai Feng's show-off behavior, but he still felt it was quite impressive. He just didn't know what Bai Feng wanted to do, so he sat down too. This time, it was the warriors of the Bai Feng tribe. Under Bao Shi's watchful eyes, they opened the wooden box. Inside, on a base covered with linen, were two small, blue-green cups. Even though Bao Shi felt that he was knowledgeable, he could not recognize what these were. Bai Feng pinched out one with 2 fingers, held it up to the sun, and the cup immediately reflected brilliant colors and became translucent. It didn't look like something from the human world at all. The other one was handed to Bao Shi, who couldn't wait to pick it up and hold it to the sun. It was just as beautiful and cool in his hand. Bai Feng asked, "How many slaves do you think you can get in exchange for these 2 cups used by the gods?" Bao Shi pondered for a moment. It seemed that this thing had no other use except drinking water. Perhaps it could also be used for sacrifice. After all, it was something used by the gods. Bao Shi had no doubts because this thing could not exist in the human world. Although he felt a little distressed, he really liked it and wanted it, so he had to give a price. These 2 for 100 slaves. Bai Feng nodded. Well, this price was considered reasonable. With a glance, a tribesman nearby picked up the jar of wine and tore open the seal. A fragrance immediately wafted out. The people around were greedily inhaling the delicious aroma. Only the people from the Bai Feng tribe looked at them as if they were bumpkins. The poured wine is transparent in the air, but turns green when it falls into the glass. Just like water, but so fragrant. Bao Shi and Bai Feng were each given a cup. Bai Feng shook the cup gently, put his nose close to it to smell it, and then took a small sip. Bao Shi followed suit, but he drank in bigger gulps because it smelled so good. It tasted fragrant when it first entered the mouth, then a little spicy, and went down the stomach very smoothly. Bao Shi felt his entire esophagus was very hot. He frowned in discomfort, stroked his chest with his hand, and was unable to speak. The people of Swearing Clan nearby thought that Bai Feng had done something to their chief and were about to attack, but Bao Shi raised his hand to stop them. The 2 people who were pouring the wine were chuckling beside them. Although they were like this the first time they drank, they now also felt that Bao Shi was a fool. Bai Feng glared at them, and then they both calmed down. How does it taste? This is the water that the gods drink. It's called wine, also known as Forget Sorrow Lord. Drinking a little can drive away the cold and is good for the body. Drinking more can make people forget their sorrows. It is the best thing in the world. Is this called wine? Bai Feng nodded, and the people around him also said, "Oh," to indicate that they understood. Although they didn't get to drink it, they saw the things the gods used and drank, and they felt that they would brag about it to others when they went back, as not everyone would have the opportunity to see it. Chapter 167 Handover. How much do you think this jar of wine should cost? Bao Shi thought for a while and said, I can't be sure whether the effects you said are true. If they are true, I think it is worth 1,000 slaves, but now I can only think it is worth 100 slaves. The 2 tribesmen of the Bai Feng tribe were filled with disbelief, for they knew very well the effect of the wine. Drinking it would warm the body in winter, but they could only drink it without restraint during banquets. Getting drunk would make them forget all their sorrows, and the tribe leader was telling lies. Not to mention how much grain is needed to make such a small amount of wine, not to mention the complicated process. The price given by Bao Shi was simply wishful thinking. Anyway, they would not sell it to Bao Shi at this price. It was about the same price as 1,000 slaves. Bai Feng smiled and said, Okay, I'll give you this jar for the price of 100 slaves. But when you know the benefits of this thing, this jar will be worth more than 1,000 slaves. As he said this, he took the 5-gene jar and his own wine glass from the hands of his jaw-dropping tribesmen and placed them in front of Bao Shi. The tribesmen used sorghum to make a nest, and he used wine to make a nest to hook this big fish, swearing, but he didn't know whether the fish would take the bait. When Bao Shi brought the two things in front of him, he realized that he didn't seem to have exchange for what he needed most. 500 slaves had already been exchanged, and it was not his initiative. It was too late to regret now. People from the surrounding tribes were watching. He, swearing, also wanted to save face, and his own tribesmen were also looking forward to seeing if they could have a taste after the tribe leader got it. Bai Feng had destroyed the nest, and now was the time to do real business. There were only more than 900 but less than 1,000 living slaves of swearing, and the number that Bai Feng was interested in was probably around 800. He could exchange them for either sorghum or a knife. Bai Feng was not afraid that the iron would be taken away by swearing and recast into better weapons, because their knives were all small knives, and the craftsmanship in the past was relatively poor, and the quality could not be compared with the steel they use now. What's more, the melting point of iron is much higher than that of bronze. They can melt bronze, but not necessarily iron. Besides, even if the iron was melted, there would not be much left. At most, there would be 3 or 4 long swords like theirs, which would not have any impact on the entire battle situation. So Bai Feng placed sorghum in a slightly bent and chipped knife on a wooden block, and asked Bao Shi to choose which one he wanted. Even in this condition, the knife was still a treasure in the eyes of these tribesmen, whose bronze sword is not bent and damaged. The warriors of Swearin wanted to exchange for the knife very much, because the patriarch was the only one in the entire tribe who had it. They, the elite warriors, only had short bronze swords. They themselves were not short of food, because the patriarch had given them all the resources. It was the ordinary people who were short of food, but they would not consider the affairs of the ordinary people. Bao Shi did not care about the feelings of these warriors, and directly chose sorghum, because their tribe was indeed short of food, and the food that could be exchanged for so many slaves was enough to improve the troubles of their tribe. But exchanging the knives would only provide some benefits to the elite class and could not actually solve the troubles of Swirenchi. After the items of exchange were decided, the Bai Feng tribe began to select slaves. This was done by Swearin himself, who selected slaves of the quality required by the Bai Feng tribe. Bao Shi also generously gave Bai Feng the ropes to tie the slaves. The slaves were then tied together with the ropes into several rows, and the ends of the ropes were handed over to the warriors of the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng also gave Bao Shi a satisfactory price, a whole cabin of sorghum, plus 5 small knives. Bai Feng thought it would be better to keep the sorghum from the other boat as food for the journey. After all, for so many people, it would be a waste of time for them to rely solely on fishing to feed themselves, and it was already quite difficult to go upstream. After the price is determined, both parties will not regret it. After all, as the patriarch of a large clan, one must be honest. The two parties may still have transactions in the future. Afterwards, Bao Shi ordered that the slaves who were not selected be killed on the spot and thrown casually on the sandbar. The blood gathered and flowed into the river, attracting a large number of fish. Seeing this, many people actually ran to the shore to catch fish, which made Bai Feng feel a chill. However, if Bai Feng stood in Bao Shi's shoes, he would also kill those slaves. They were useless, and there would be hidden dangers if they were let go. However, Bai Feng would at least burn or bury the bodies and would not deal with them so casually. For the safety of this river basin, Bai Feng once again explained the theory of divine punishment to Bao Shi, but Bao Shi still did not do anything. He always threw the corpses away, casually, and had never seen any divine punishment, so he was not willing to waste time and energy doing such things. Bai Feng had no choice but to use his money and salt to ask the savages who were watching the fun to burn the corpses. Although the tribes were so far apart that the virus might not be transmitted to the Bai Feng tribe, now that the waterway was completely opened, exchanges would surely become more frequent in the future. Moreover, for the sake of the entire human race, it was worth spending some salt that was basically worthless to the Bai Feng tribe. Bao Shi was speechless about Bai Feng's generosity, but he was not qualified to interfere in other people's tribal affairs. It would be better to let Bai Feng continue to spend money lavishly and waste all their wealth. Could it be that the Bai Feng tribe had a salt mountain? The two of them chatted casually as they walked towards the Bai Feng tribe's camp. Because the sorghum had not yet been handed over, Bao Shi had to go over and take a look in person. At this time, the women who were exchanged by the White Wind tribe on the shore had already collected a large amount of dry firewood. They tried their best to show their diligence and ability in the hope of being noticed by the powerful warriors in the tribe. The big ship dared not get too close to the shore because it might run aground. It would be fine if no one saw it, but it would be bad if Bao Shi found out. It was better not to let the enemy know the shortcomings of any item, so they could only deliver the items bag by small boats. Bao Shi generously gave away hemp ropes for tying slaves, and Bai Feng also generously gave away bags of sorghum. I wonder how Bao Shi would feel if he knew that most of these linens came from the women they exchanged from their tribe. While waiting for the grain to be loaded and unloaded, Bao Shi made another suggestion. That is, their tribe had a lot of animal skins, and he didn't know whether the Bai Feng tribe needed them. If so, they could exchange them for their knives. This can be regarded as a hint and compensation to the slightly unhappy warriors. That is, the tribe still considers the interests of the elites and will not focus on ordinary tribesmen. Chapter 168. Take Refuge. However, Bao Shi's real purpose was to take advantage of the trading opportunity to ambush and directly rob the Bai Feng tribe. If there was no chance to rob, he would trade normally, and after exchanging weapons, he would find an opportunity to go upstream and attack the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng had no idea of Bao Shi's thoughts and agreed readily. Anyway, those knives were just lying there and they had no use for them, so it would be better to exchange them for animal skins to give the tribe members a warm winter. His goal is to give each member of the tribe a Mongolian robe and long boots for the winter this year. If there are any extra materials, he can make them into hats, ear clips, gloves, and other things. As for the newly acquired people, they do not receive such treatment. They just need some hay and a burning stove. They have to fight for a good life on their own. However, if these people are willing to work hard and are lucky, most of them can be promoted to formal members of the tribe. If the Bai Feng tribe expands quickly in the future and can merge with other tribes instead of exchanging slaves, it will be difficult for the slaves to obtain the status of tribesmen. Slavery is the trend of the times, and Bai Feng has no way to change it. This time the harvest was quite fruitful, but Bai Feng suddenly remembered something, so he tried to ask Bao Shi. Legend has it that Shinnong tasted hundreds of herbs. When he encountered something poisonous, he would eat something called tea to detoxify it. In the end, he accidentally ate the herb Gelsemium elegans and was poisoned to death before he could drink tea. I wonder if your tribe has something like tea. Bao Shi was puzzled. The story of the first Shinnong happened a long time ago, and I don't know much about him. I only know that he might have been poisoned, but I have never heard of such a thing as tea. If there really is such a thing, would so many people die from eating something they don't recognize? But how did you know this, and what kind of grass poisoned him to death? Bai Feng could only make up a story and say that he heard it from a wise man from afar. He couldn't possibly say that this is what the book said. However, there are no tea trees now, so it might be that they don't know about it, or may have not spread yet. Bai Feng was still thinking of planting 2 tea trees to make tea to drink. He always felt uncomfortable drinking plain water or jujube water every day. It seemed that he could only wait until he met Xin Yuan or Shinnong in the future. They should know the things left by their ancestors. In the next transaction that was finally decided, Bao Shi added another 1,000 slaves as goods. They had plenty of slaves under the Swearing clan, so they naturally had to seize the power of a wealthy tribe like the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng thought about this for a long time. If he agreed, the number of people in their tribe would be even smaller than that of slaves. Would there be any problems? But think about it. Even if slavery has been abolished in other places in the future, the pastoral areas still exist, and there are far fewer free people than slaves. Isn't there still no problem? The main point lies in the liberation of thought. Bai Feng doesn't think that the savages can develop advanced ideas to resist them. Moreover, he will give the slaves hope and give them the opportunity to become free people, and will not oppress them forever. So in the end, they decided to trade hides for knives and slaves for grass seeds. However, Bai Feng also said, next time you come to trade, would you like to trade with wine instead of grain? Bao Shi was also a little hesitant. If the wine was really as magical as Bai Feng said, it was not impossible to pay a higher price to exchange it for it. Besides, Bai Feng had also drunk the wine, and he was fine, which meant that there was no problem with the wine. Finally, it was Bai Feng who spoke. He said that he would bring wine and grass seeds next time he came. If he wanted to exchange for wine, he should bring more slaves. The time was set for 30 days later. There was a giant pine tree 1 day upstream from this location. The transaction would be held there. If one party did not come within 3 days, the transaction would be dissolved. If either party broke the contract and wanted to trade again, they would have to compensate the other party with 10 of the transaction amount. After the transaction was completed, it was already quite late. Although it was still early before dark, if they set out now, they would have to set up camp soon. It would be better to spend the night in this safer place. This was also what Swearin thought. Bifong was not afraid of Baoshi launching another night attack this time, because there were indeed no members of their tribe lying in ambush nearby. After all, Xion's things had been taken, so even if it was just for show, they had to do their job, so they still did the reconnaissance work. After sending away Swearin, other tribes that had scattered slaves or wanted to exchange their stronger tribesmen also came to the Bifong tribe to inquire. Since there were not many people and the quality was relatively good, the Bifong tribe accepted them all, mostly in exchange for salt. The trouble now lies with the Bifong tribe. How to manage so many slaves, almost 2,000 in total, and they have only 40 people. It is impossible for them to keep an eye on them no matter what. At this time, the group of women and non-slave laborers spontaneously stood up and began to look after these slaves, which made Bifong and others feel relieved. The only things that could restrain slaves were the ropes that tied them up. Fortunately, Bifong and his companions brought a lot of ropes this time, and together with the ones given by Swearin, they were more than enough. The slaves did not make any noise throughout the night because the Bifong tribe gave them a relatively filling meal, allowing them to fall asleep without having to endure the stomach discomfort. Of course, Bifong didn't give them the slaves for nothing. Even if they were weak, they still had some strength. What's more, there were so many of them. Bifong wanted to use them as boat trackers to pull the boat. Not only could it save Bifong and his men the energy of rowing upstream, but it could also restrict the slaves' movements and allow for better management. Just when everyone had a meal in the morning and were preparing to set sail, a tribe of about 100 people came to the Bifong tribe's base reluctantly. The leader seemed to have something to say, but did not dare to step forward. Bifong was about to leave immediately and felt uncomfortable seeing them wanting to come forward but not daring to, so he simply shouted at them to come forward and tell them to just tell him what they had to say. After hearing Bifeng's words, the leader dared to stride forward. When he was about 10 steps away from Bifong, he knelt on one knee, and the people following him also knelt down together. Bifong was confused by this scene. "Why are you kneeling? Stand up and talk." The leader was still kneeling, but he raised his head and said, "Chief Bifong, we are a small tribe downstream, without a surname. My name is Sure, and here are all the people of our tribe, and we also bring all the tribe's property. We want to merge into the Bifong tribe, and hope that the chief can take us in." Bifong was not surprised by this. It was human nature to rely on the strong, but most tribes did not have such courage. At a glance, the number of men and women was basically balanced, and there were also some children. The tribe was relatively young and could be considered a very healthy tribe. There is absolutely no problem in accepting such a tribe, and this was originally one of Bifeng's goals. It's no problem to accept you, but I also said that you could be members of the White Wind tribe, not slaves, but your treatment will not be the same as our current members. If you want better treatment and life, you have to work hard. Can you accept that? Chapter 169, Going Upstream. Sure agreed without saying a word, then crawled over and put his forehead on Bifeng's shoes. Although their tribe has not encountered any crisis yet, it is simply because of good luck. With a tribe of their size, and having to take all their possessions and leave their homes for a gathering, it is only a matter of time before they're devoured by nature or other tribes just to ensure everyone's safety. What's wrong with having the support of the White Wind tribe now? What's more, they're not slaves. If they can't survive, what's wrong with being slaves of the Bifong tribe? He has seen that even the food of the slaves of the Bifong tribe is almost the same as that of ordinary people in other tribes. Bifong no longer bothered to count the number of people. Now, they had to set off while it was still early. The return trip would be much slower and would probably take 7 or 8 days. After all, there were still so many slaves. Seeing that there were more than a dozen children and several babies among the people of the Sure tribe, Bifong let the children get on the boat first, including the women with babies. He even saw 2 pregnant women with big bellies getting on the boat together. After clearing the boat of sorghum, there was more space, and they had no problem sitting down. Bifong had the slaves tie a rope around their waists and then connect it to a long rope, which was tied to the boat. There was a tip on the bow to break the waves, even though there were no waves in the river for them to break. 50 slaves were tied up in a group, and the 2 large ships had nearly 2,000 slaves as boatmen. It was much easier than rowing by Bifong and his men. Moreover, although the ship was very large at that time, it was actually just a small boat. In a river that was not turbulent, these slaves could pull it without much effort. The freed people followed the slaves empty-handed. A few people watched a group of slaves and did not give them any chance to rebel, even though the slaves had no such idea at all. But for the free people, this meant working for their tribe and not eating for free. Several soldiers controlled the direction of the boat, while the others took turns to rest. Those on duty held crossbows and stared at the shore and the surroundings. As long as there was the slightest disturbance, they would immediately pull the trigger without any hesitation. Their own safety was the most important thing. By noon, they had already walked for quite a distance. The weight of the ship was shared among so many slaves, so it was actually not a big deal. It was almost the same as their normal walking. Moreover, the Bifone tribe had given them 2 full meals last night and in the morning, so they had enough strength. The slaves and the newly freed people all had their meals on the shore, while Bifone and the warriors ate on the boat. They had white rice and fresh, carefully cooked fish. In order to save time, the people on the shore only had sorghum porridge to eat, but there was plenty of salt, which made them feel it was extremely delicious. The children and several women on the boat also enjoyed the same treatment as Bifone and others, which made them flattered. They had never eaten food that was so soft and flavorful, so they were looking forward to their future life even more. They were given a short break at noon because it was a burden on the body to work immediately after a meal. No matter how low their status was, slaves were still human beings, and Bifone could not be so heartless. As soon as the rest time is up, they set off immediately, and at night they are given some time to fish and supplement their meat diet. Moreover, night is the most dangerous time. If there are enough fires, wild beasts will not dare to come. However, if the visibility is poor and everyone is asleep, some slaves will become active. The first day was uneventful. The guards counted the slaves in their respective teams and said that no one was missing, but most people did not know how to count. They just thought that there were still so many people, so they thought that no one had escaped. Bifone was too lazy to waste time counting the people, so it didn't matter if 1 or 2 ran away. In order to better observe the situation on the shore, the large ships were sailed relatively close to the shore, only about 10 meters away. The soldiers were well nourished, so their eyesight was quite good at night. With the light of the fire, the soldiers could actually see every move of the slaves. Bifone was sleeping soundly when he was gently awakened by his tribesmen. They made very little noise. The warrior pointed to the shore and motioned Bifone to look over there. Bifone turned over, crawled a few times, and stuck his head out of the boat awning. He saw about 20 or 30 slaves on the other side, gathered together stealthily, as if they were untying each other's ropes. The people around them were sleeping soundly, including several free men who were supposed to be taking turns to keep watch. Bifone sighed that his old tribesmen were still more useful. These newcomers really thought they were here to enjoy a good life. However, Bifone had no intention of caring about it for the time being, and asked the others not to say anything. There was no fire on the boat at night, so the people on the shore could not see what the people on the boat were doing at all. Bifone and the other dozen or so people who had not slept all pointed their crossbows at the slaves, waiting for them to take action. It seemed that the slaves had untied the ropes, and then gathered together to discuss something in a low voice. Then they stood up and walked towards a free man who was sleeping nearby. They might have taken a fancy to the weapon in the man's hand. After all, they had nothing in their hands. After picking and choosing on the ground for a long time, they argued about whether to use stones or sticks, but did not dare to make too much noise. In the end, they chose stones. Then they disagreed on who should make the first move. No one dared to make the first move. Bifone and the others even saw someone sneaking around and walking into the forest. This group of slaves wanted weapons, but were afraid of waking up the others, so they didn't dare to take action. Bifone was getting anxious. If it didn't take action, Bifone would not get enough sleep. So Bifone decided to end this farce quickly. He was the first to press the crossbow trigger and, accurately, shot one of the slaves who were huddled together. The slave couldn't help but screamed, and the other slaves were frightened by this sudden change and didn't know what to do. Bifone blew the whistle, and everyone fired together, including the soldiers on the nearby boat. They did not receive any notification from Bifone and his men, but they also noticed the abnormality of the slaves. Bifone was very satisfied with this. They would consider the problem with Bifang's instructions because they also believed that the soldiers on the other boat had already discovered the slaves' movements. If the slaves started running away directly, I believe they would attack directly and no longer consider Bifone. Most of the slaves were shot by arrows. The other slaves who did not escape and the free men who were sleeping were awakened by the screams. The slaves did not know what was happening and began to riot in panic. The free men could only barely maintain order. The few slaves who were still able to move finally reacted and started to run away. Bai Feng and his men had already loaded their crossbows with arrows and fired again. Several who could not escape fell to the ground, and the free men on night duty hurried to chase them. As for those who were shot by arrows but were still running, there was no need to worry, as they could not run far. Chapter 170, A Capable Slave. The fire on the boat lit up, and the commotion on the shore gradually calmed down. Several sleeping free men then realized that they were in trouble. Bai Feng no longer cared about these things and went straight back to the cabin to sleep. He believed that his tribesmen could handle this matter well. When it was daybreak, Bai Feng woke up from his nap. When he went to see, everyone was trembling with fear and had not slept all night. The free people didn't know what punishment they would face, and the slaves didn't know whether those people would implicate them. Bai Feng washed his face with water, got on the small boat rowed by the tribesmen, and staggered ashore. At this time, all those who had escaped had been captured. Several of them were already dead because of arrows hitting their vital parts, while some were just bleeding and groaning, but were not yet dead. The rest who were not shot seemed to have their arms and legs broken, and their limbs were lying strangely on the ground. Bai Feng walked up to those people, not looking at them, but staring at the slaves. Does anyone know what's going on with these people? If you know, you can't run away. If you tell me now, I can spare your life. If you don't tell me and I find out again, I will chop you all off. The slaves lay on the ground, trembling with fear, and no one spoke a word. Okay, you're very courageous. As expected, we're from the same tribe. Then kill him. As soon as Bai Feng finished speaking, the warrior dragged a runaway slave to the riverside and asked before chopping him off, "Who is the mastermind? Does anyone know what you did?" The slave said nothing, and the warrior did not delay any longer. The long steel knife had hardly ever been used to cut anything, so it was extremely sharp. With one stroke, he cut the head off the neck, and the slave rolled into the river. At that time, killings were basically done with blunt instruments or by piercing with a spear and then bleeding to death. The slaves had never seen a way of death like this, where the head was directly chopped off, especially with the blood flying high, which frightened them so much that their faces turned pale. After beheading several more, one slave finally couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to speak. He pointed to a headless corpse and said, I know. He was the leader. He was the leader of our tribe, but our tribe was forced to perish by Swarinshi, and we all became slaves. He was unwilling to give up and planned to escape. He told us all about it, but I didn't dare. I thought it was good like this now. At least I could still eat. In the end, only a few of them wanted to escape. After saying that, he lay on the ground and waited for Bai Feng's verdict. Okay, you don't have to die. If you have anything else you want to say, I won't ask you next time. After Bai Feng finished asking these questions, more than a dozen people stood up and admitted that they knew about it. Finally, Bai Feng asked the first person to see if there were any people hiding. The man hesitated for a while and pointed at two people. Immediately, a warrior pulled the two people out of the slave group and dragged them to the river. They had lost control of their bowels and bladder along the way. After dealing with all the people, Bai Feng kept his promise and did not kill the people he recognized. In order to eliminate the hidden dangers, Bai Feng began to make big promises. The slaves of our Bai Feng tribe are different from the slaves of other tribes. I think if you want the slaves to work more, you have to feed them first. So, when you come to our Bai Feng tribe, you will have a lot of work to do, but I can guarantee that the food you can eat will be better than in your own tribe, and the accommodation will not be bad either. It's just that you don't have freedom, and you can't live the same life as our people because you are just slaves. But in the White Wind tribe, as long as you work hard enough, one day you'll be able to get rid of your slave status and become a free man. Hearing this, the slaves all raised their heads in disbelief. In their minds, once they became slaves, they would be slaves until death, and as slaves they would not survive for more than a few years and would probably starve to death that winter. As soon as one of the slaves stood up and was about to say something, the free man who was guarding next to him wanted to hit him with a stick. Fortunately, Bai Feng stopped him in time. Otherwise, if the stick was hit hard, the slave's labor force would be basically lost. Looking at the frightened slave, Bai Feng asked him to speak slowly. He thought for a while and said, Chief Bai Feng, we also know that slaves can never become free men. They just hope to have something to eat so that they don't have to work on an empty stomach. Let's live a few more years so that we could do more work for the tribe. Don't you agree? Bai Feng nodded. He felt that this man dared to ask questions at this time and was at least a talent. So he asked him his name and told him to pay more attention to him in the future. If he was really capable, he would give him a chance to escape from being a slave. My name is Chong Su. He didn't say much. No matter which tribe he was the chief of or what prominent position he had held, If he revealed too much when he didn't know what Bai Feng was going to do, it would bring disaster to his own people. Chang Su, right? You don't have to worry about food. The tribe won't let you work on an empty stomach. Just breathing air and drinking water won't produce any strength. But what I said about freeing you from slavery is not false. You will understand when you meet other people in the tribe. However, this is very difficult. I estimate that half of you don't have the possibility of doing so. But if you have any skills, please tell us in advance. This is your best chance to escape from slavery. What we in the White Wind tribe need most is people with various skills. Chang Su thought for a while and said, I can communicate with birds. Is this a useful skill? Can communicate with birds? This is a talent among talents. Although Bai Feng can't believe that he can understand what birds say, there are some people who can communicate with birds and are born to be close to birds. As long as you can prove that you can communicate with birds, I can free you from slavery on the spot and make you a free man of the White Wind tribe. After you make enough contributions to the White Wind tribe, I can give you the opportunity to become a member of the White Wind tribe. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Chang Su blew out a bird call that they were very familiar with but had never seen before, and the same response came immediately in the forest. After a while, two very common birds flew in the surrounding trees for a while and then landed on Chang Su's arm. The first thing that came to Bai Feng's mind was not how amazing Chang Su was, but that the bird calls that he often heard were actually made by this kind of bird. As for Chang Su's set, Bai Feng did not think it was so magical. He had seen a lot of it in later generations with the advent of the internet. But this is indeed a very useful skill. The transmission of information is too slow now. If we can rely on the Changshu to train some carrier pigeons or falcons to deliver messages, we will be invincible in war. Moreover, birds can also serve as scouts. Chapter 171, Becoming a Free Man. Chang Su felt very proud watching the birds jumping and changing positions on his body. His favorite thing was to deal with various birds. As the patriarch, the food and grass seeds collected by the tribesmen might be distributed by him to various birds. His tribesmen were very dissatisfied with him, but because they could still make ends meet and the tribe leaders still controlled the source of salt, everyone tolerated him and did not resist Changshu, the incompetent tribe leader. Originally, Chang Su might have died of natural causes after a few years, and then a tribe leader who did not play with bird would take over. However, he was attacked by Swearin. Chang Su had no other skills except playing with birds, and he did not know how to respond when the enemy attacked. He relied entirely on his courage, but could not organize an effective resistance. In addition, there was a huge gap in strength, and the tribe members had lost their morale, so they were defeated very quickly. In other words, Chang Su was lucky. The warriors of Swearin thought that there were no brave warriors in the tribe that could be conquered so easily, and there were no strong men, so they even omitted the procedure of using the tribe leader for sacrifice. Otherwise, Chang Su would have become a pile of bones by now. Looking at Chang Su, who was like a proud little rooster, Bai Feng mocked him directly. Didn't you say you can communicate with birds? Then ask this bird where our Bai Feng tribe is, or whether there are any enemies secretly following us, and where's the big lake in this river basin. If you are wrong, I will chop off your head. As soon as these words came out, the pride on Chang Su's face disappeared and was replaced by shock and fear. The fact that I can summon birds proves that I can communicate with birds. How could I possibly ask a question like yours? Bai Feng looked at Chang Su, who began to sweat and opened his mouth but couldn't make any sound, and stopped threatening him. In our Bai Feng tribe, lies are intolerable. Whatever you can do is what you are. If you have real skills, we won't treat you badly, but if you dare to lie to me, you won't end well. It seems that you can't really communicate with birds, but this is still possible for now. If I provide you with bird nests and food, can you make these birds fly back and forth in a designated place? There is no limit to the type of birds. After hearing the latter part, Chang Su's expression relaxed. This meant that there was still room for recovery. He thought for a long time and then had a mental struggle. I think it's possible. There are a few types of birds that can fly to a fixed location once they are familiar with it. Bai Feng nodded. That was enough. In fact, birds didn't need to be very smart or able to adapt to circumstances. They just needed to know the basic knowledge of returning to the nest. People who went out could take a few birds with them. When they encountered something or reported a situation, they could just release them back to the tribe's nest. Tying a bamboo tube with paper inside it on the leg is the most convenient way to pass on messages. However, if this is the case, the work of making paper and teaching the soldiers simple characters must begin. Training birds is a relatively long process, and they have plenty of time. Bai Feng said to the uneasy Chang Su. From now on, you are no longer a slave, but a free man of the Bai Feng tribe. If you could do what I said in the future, you could become a member of our Bai Feng tribe. Whether it's a tall house, endless food, or animal skins and linen, or a sword like mine, you can have them all. This is how we, the White Wind tribe, are treated. Do you understand? At this time, the warriors on the side cooperated very well and pulled their clothes to show their strong bodies. Then they pressed the long swords on their waists. Their originally ferocious looks suddenly turned into models showing off, demonstrating the affluent life of the White Wind tribe members. The slaves envied Chang Su, who had just become a free man, because the moment Bai Feng spoke, the ropes tied to him were untied and he was pulled out of his position as a slave. The free people envied the White Wind warriors, thinking that they would live such a life in the future. Only the women and strong laborers who were bought at high prices were expectantly proud, because their current identity was members of the White Wind tribe, and they would be able to get these things immediately when they returned to the tribe. Chang Su had not yet recovered from the excitement of becoming a free man, and he immediately looked like he had something else to say. Bai Feng raised his hand to signal him to speak. Chief, I was originally the leader of the Changshu tribe, but was captured by Swearin. My people are now slaves here. Can you make them free as well? Many slaves raised their heads and stretched their necks, their eyes full of anticipation. Bai Feng glanced and asked, Can they summon birds like you? Chang Su's neck shrank. No. Then why should I let them be free? They're the property of my White Wind tribe. They're slaves. Why would I let you go so easily? If so, then any tribe that can't survive will come to our White Wind tribe to sell them as slaves. Not only will we have to give them food, but we will also have to feed a bunch of useless people who can't even feed themselves in the future. All the slaves lowered their heads. Chang Su also felt very ashamed and said nothing more. But if you have other skills, it's not impossible to discuss it. Even if your skills are not that good, although you are still a slave, you can do less strenuous work. The braver slaves who had seen what Chang Su had done before asked, what kind of skills are considered useful skills? Does the ability to make pottery count? Bai Feng said yes, and immediately many people said that they could make pottery. Later, others said that they could weave bamboo baskets, weave cloth, and so on. Bai Feng didn't have time to verify it now, so he asked them to wait a little longer. After they arrived at the tribe, he would verify it one by one. Only if they really could do it, they could be freed from their status as slaves. Those who thought they had skills also began to look forward to joining the tribe as soon as possible, but most people knew nothing. Their daily work was nothing more than gathering and hunting, which everyone could do, and there was nothing special about it. So they no longer pinned their hopes on escaping their slave status by relying on their skills, but hoped that Bai Feng would keep his word and give them the opportunity to escape their slave status as long as they worked hard, or at least be able to have enough food to eat. In the end, Chang Su was the only one who had escaped from slavery and became a free man. After solving the slave issue, Bai Feng was going to find trouble with those on duty. Since they were well fed and watered and didn't have to pull the boat, they all fell asleep while on duty all night, and no one was helpful. If nothing was done, there would be trouble in the future. Chapter 172 Bai Feng asked in a low voice, Who were the people on duty last night? Stand up. The volume was as loud as thunder to those people. They thought that they would no longer care about them after dealing with the slaves, but they didn't expect that Bai Feng would start asking again. Looking at the blood that had not yet completely dispersed by the river, their legs were shaking. After all, such a big tribe would not be short of a few people like them, not to mention that they had made such a big mistake. After some hesitation, about 20 people stood up. Bai Feng asked again, Is that all? And a few more people stood up slowly. Bai Feng stared at Shi, asking him to see if everyone was out. Shi was the manager of these free people temporarily appointed by Bai Feng. Their warriors needed to be watched on the boat, and also to preserve their combat effectiveness and not waste their energy on meaningless journey. Shi had a good memory and knew how many men he had arranged to keep watch. However, they did not have to keep watch the entire night. Nearly 100 men could just be rotated at random at night, which would also ensure they had energy during the day. He looked over one by one, counted them, and found that there were still 2 people missing. Finally, with the identification of Shi and other night watchmen, the 2 people who thought they had escaped by luck were pulled out. Bai Feng didn't say anything more and directly had them thrown into the pile of slaves and tied up. There was no verbal verdict, but the result was already determined. Although the boundary between slaves and free men in the White Wind tribe did not seem to be very wide now, it was still a gap that was difficult to cross. Moreover, these two people would never be able to escape from slavery unless they did something to save the White Wind tribe. If the two of them had not exchanged for food, Baifeng would have simply broken their legs and thrown them into the wilderness to feed the wild beasts. Such treatment would have been considered very merciful. As for the others, at least they were honest, so Baifeng punished them by not having any food for the whole day. Since they loved sleeping so much, he wanted to see if they could sleep on an empty stomach. It took the whole morning to deal with these things. Although it was still early for noon, Baifeng asked them to start cooking. After resting for a while, they started on their journey directly. They would not eat or rest at noon. They would deal with it in the evening. They would be very tired after a day's work. I don't believe you would still have the energy to make trouble at night. This is also to make up for the time wasted in the morning. Now, they have to hurry back to the tribe. They have been out for several days. By the time they return to the tribe, it will take almost half a month to go back and forth. Although there will not be any major changes in the tribe now, Baifeng still feels at ease if he goes back to take a look. Because they had a goal to pursue, everyone wanted to return to the tribe as soon as possible, so the slaves pulled the boat much faster. Baifeng lay leisurely on the boat and watched the clouds. There was a little kid from the Ishi tribe on the boat that interested Baifeng very much because when Baifeng was bored and talking to him, he found that the kid was very smart, and he could count from 1 to 10 skillfully after saying it twice, and he was only 5 or 6 years old. Baifeng asked him what his name was, and he said his name was Sure. In the entire tribe, most people were named Sure, and not many people had other names. So Baifeng changed his name to Yu, which also means stone, but it was a kind of jade, an extremely beautiful stone. Baifeng became more and more interested in him, so he sat up and used the sorghum in the cabin to teach him addition and subtraction. Unexpectedly, he learned faster than children in later generations. It only took him half a day for him to be able to skillfully use addition and subtraction within 5. If Baifeng hadn't asked some probing questions, whether it was the palace jade liquor or the big hammer and small hammer, he would have been afraid that he might be a reincarnated foreigner. So he tried all kinds of jokes from the Japanese, Koreans, and other countries again, and finally determined that he was just a very smart, primitive child. Because apart from Baifeng's medical skills, no one could truly accept his other knowledge. He also tried to teach the children of the tribe, but their ages were uneven, and they were obviously more interested in how to hunt and kill than knowledge. Therefore, Baifeng's plan to train a new generation has been shelved. He originally planned to carefully train the children who were born just 1 year ago or were about to be born because they were about the same age and there were enough of them, so at least a few useful talents would emerge. Now this child has given Baifeng more hope. There are also smart children among the savages. It's just the influence of the environment. When he returns, he will start building a school, and when those children grow up, he will put them in there to do their homework. As for this child, Baifeng plans to train him personally. After studying for a period of time, he will be able to help Wu deal with things in the warehouse. Because his learning speed is really fast, multiplication and division will not be too difficult for him. As long as he learns multiplication and division, he will be able to surpass Wu. When his mind is more mature, he will probably be able to take over Wu's job. If Baifeng becomes king in the future and starts handling government affairs, this child will be a great help. As for adopting a godson, Baifeng has no plans to do so. This would just be asking for trouble. It's not like he can't have a child if he wants one. Some hidden dangers must be eliminated from the beginning. At dinner time in the evening, Baifeng happily got off the boat with the child and asked the women of the Sure tribe who the child's mother was. There was no need to ask about the father, as he definitely didn't know. It's just that after hearing what Baifeng said, the group of women became extremely nervous, thinking that Baifeng was going to punish someone again, which made Baifeng speechless. He has always been a kind and peaceful person. Didn't he see that some people felt that Baifeng's character made them angry? Baifeng had to explain that he thought the child was very smart and he liked him very much. He wanted to keep the child by his side and teach him in the future. He believed that a woman who could give birth to such a good child would not be bad herself. So he wanted to give her some rewards and then find a stronger man in the Baifeng tribe for her so that she could give birth to equally smart offspring in the future. The women were no longer afraid after hearing this. But unfortunately, they knew they were not the child's mother. They all felt it was a pity, because if they could be chosen by the clan leader and become his woman, it would be a step to heaven. After Baifeng finished speaking, a woman with a big, but that was very consistent with the aesthetic of this era came out. You did not deny it, but it seemed that the two of them did not have much affection for each other. In this era, it is understandable. Besides, Yu is older and can pick wild fruits to eat, even if she goes out by herself. If Baifeng hadn't asked, This woman might have forgotten that she has such a child. Chapter 173, Receiving Slaves. There is actually no need to explain much about Yu's mother. Women of this appearance are very popular. As soon as Bai Feng spoke, several soldiers volunteered to take care of her. In the end, the woman was allowed to make her own choice. There were no other problems on the rest of the journey. Bai Feng taught Yu addition and subtraction on the boat. By the time they were almost to the tribe, he was already proficient in addition and subtraction of two-digit numbers. The night before arriving at the tribe, Bai Feng gave everyone the inside scoop, telling them that they would be able to see the tribe the next day, so everyone moved exceptionally fast the next day. When they reached the riverbank and saw the long city wall, they couldn't help but slow down their pace, wondering what it was and what kind of tribe was surrounded by the wall. Because the riverbanks they travel back and forth are opposite each other, if the slaves want to reach the Bai Feng tribe, they have to be transported by boat several times before all of them can be pulled over. It is impossible to let them swim over, as they are afraid of drowning. Bai Feng never thought of building a bridge across the river, as this would only make it easier for other tribes to attack them. This river can also be considered a natural moat. The soldiers on the small boat went ashore first, and the others waited there. The two soldiers went to the bottom of the city wall, blew the whistle to explain the situation, and asked them to open the city gate to welcome them. At the same time, Xiong and Wu were also asked to bring warriors and manpower to count and receive the slaves. The total number of people brought back this time was nearly 2,000, which was more than the current number of the Bai Feng tribe. So how to arrange these people was also a very troublesome matter. The soldiers on the city wall immediately went to report after receiving the news. Of course, Sui could not be left behind. She had not seen Bai Feng for more than half a month and missed him very much. The large ship could not dock, so they could only use small boats to pull people in. However, while Bai Feng and his team were away, the group of craftsmen built 2 boats of moderate size. After testing, they were pulled back to the riverbank and could be launched at any time. This time, almost all the tribesmen came out to greet them, because they especially wanted to see how many people the tribe leader had brought back this time. Although they heard from the soldiers on the city wall that the harvest was quite fruitful, they still wanted to see it with their own eyes. You won't know what's going on until you see it. The riverbank is packed with people, more than the people on their side. If they hadn't known the news in advance, they would have thought that other tribes were coming to attack the Bai Feng tribe. After all the slaves came ashore, Bai Feng first asked them to separate those with skills from those without skills, and then separated the remaining slaves into men and women. As for the free people, there were not so many requirements. He asked them to stand aside first and then deal with them later. All those who said they had skills were taken away by the people in charge of related industries from the Bai Feng tribe for assessment. If they passed the assessment, their slave status would be terminated and they would become free men, working with the people from the Bai Feng tribe. If they failed but still had some basic skills, they could work in the workshop as slaves first. If they were unqualified, they would be sent back directly to continue being his slaves and do the dirty and tiring work. The remaining slaves were counted and registered by Wu and his assistants, and then the unused adobe warehouse was given to them as their residence. The treatment of the free people was slightly better. They could live in the adobe houses that were first occupied by the White Wind tribe. At least there wouldn't be as many people living in them as in the warehouses, and the environment was slightly better in all aspects. They also had kangs, while the warehouses could only sleep on the floor with hay. After these people arrived, the first thing they saw was not that there were few people in the Bai Feng tribe, but that they were all strong and healthy, without any signs of hunger. They wore bright and beautiful clothes, and each of them carried sword. Even the elite warriors of Suiren could not reach this level. The slaves were taken away in groups and entered the gate under the city wall one after another. The rest had to line up to be registered and checked. They didn't know what kind of prosperous scene was inside the city walls, and their imagination was no longer enough. The most anxious ones were the tribesmen who were bought back. They were eager to wear beautiful clothes, eat delicious food, and preferably have a long knife, so as to completely say goodbye to their poor past selves. That's what they thought, but Bai Feng didn't plan to give them such good treatment at the beginning. As for the women, it was still possible because there were Bai Feng's warriors to take care of them. The tribe's wealth was enough for them to support a few wives. Bai Feng also supported this because it was to create population for the tribe. Bai Feng no longer cared about Xiong and Wu. He had already seen Sui waiting for him at the city gate. He missed Sui too, mainly because he was at an age full of energy and he couldn't bear not seeing his wife for half a month. But looking at the new tribesmen rubbing their hands and stamping their feet, Bai Feng sighed and took them with him, including you who had been following him. Baifeng walked forward, and Sui also ran towards Baifeng. When she got close, she jumped directly onto Bai Feng's body like a snake. Baifeng just held her forward. Anyway, no one understood shame, so it didn't matter. As soon as they entered the city gate, these new tribesmen were shocked by the prosperous scene of the White Wind tribe. Although there were only a few houses in front of them, they could still see tall houses standing in the distance. They were not their wooden and animal skin tents, or those built with straw, but real stone houses. Baifeng did not say what arrangements he would make for them. He just took them for a walk to let them know what the Baifeng tribe had. The nearest thing was the cow shed. They could see countless cows locked up inside through the wooden fences. For a small tribe like theirs, they were very lucky to be able to kill a cow. They didn't expect that Baifeng had so many cows locked up there. They had never known that cows could be raised artificially. It is better for those who come from large tribes and have seen the world, because many large tribes, such as Swerin, also raise cattle. The scale is similar to that of the Baifeng tribe, but the cattle pens seem to be much more exquisite than those of Swerin's, and they are cleaner inside. The cattle are also very strong, stronger than those in the wild. In fact, the most important thing is the farmland, but now the grain of the Baifeng tribe has been harvested. Even if they're taken to see it, they can only see an empty land. So Baifeng did not tell them anything else. Even if he told them, they would not be able to understand or imagine it. Baifeng also explained the water system to them, including how to use faucets. The Baifeng tribe was not rich enough to use iron faucets, and they did not have the technology. They used ceramic faucets. They would just insert a piece of ceramic into the water pipe, and when in use, they would pull up the ceramic piece to get water out. However, due to poor sealing, water seepage was inevitable. Chapter 174. Our Lady. When it comes to the issue of the fish pond, these new tribesmen are full of confusion. There's such a big river outside, so why bother to build such a fish pond? Baifeng had not expected that the river would change its course after the fish pond was built. Otherwise, Baifeng felt that there was no need to build this fish pond. But now that it has been dug and is operating normally, it is impossible to demolish it again. Baifeng also plans to give it a try by building a mulberry fish pond. When strolling to the chicken coop, Baifeng realized that he seemed to have forgotten Changsu. Changsu was now outside. It was not right for him to follow the skilled slaves, nor was it right for him to follow the free men. He could only stand aside in confusion, at a loss as to what to do. After one season of breeding, the number of these chickens in the Baifeng tribe has reached nearly 300. If they had not clipped their wings and let them roam freely, they really could not afford to raise so many chickens. They consumed too much food. The tribesmen had to go to the lake every now and then to catch a lot of snails, and they like to feed the chickens in order to maintain their normal growth. Looking at the large open space next to the vegetable garden and the many chickens fluttering around, Baifeng decided to hand this area over to Changsu and ask him to cultivate a bird that can deliver messages, whether it be a pigeon or a falcon. In short, he had to cultivate at least one in 2 to 3 years. He asked the tribesmen who came out with him to run out and summon Changsu. After receiving the notice, Changsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tribe leader finally did not abandon him. He stood there on pins and needles, not knowing what to do. Now, he hurriedly followed the tribesmen who called him and stayed with them closely. At the same time, he could truly see the internal situation of the Baifeng tribe. Changsu, who followed over, was shocked when he saw the chickens running, jumping and flapping their wings in the chicken coop. He didn't expect that Chief Baifeng could also communicate with birds, and even seemed to be much better than him because he couldn't seem to gather so many birds in the same place at once. Baifeng pointed at the chicken coop and said to Changsu, "Since you can communicate with birds, this place will be handed over to you from now on. Other tribesmen will help you prepare food for these chickens. You just need to keep an eye on their health and breeding conditions. In addition, I also require you to find one or several kinds of birds that can recognize their nests and relatives and can travel between 2 places. I have told you this before. This is your most important task. I want you to do it within 2 to 3 years. Of course, I will also provide you with a direction. For example, it will be much easier for you to tame pigeons." Pigeons? Changsu nodded thoughtfully, accepting Baifeng's task. The place here is big enough, and Baifeng plans to build an independent small house here for Changsu as a special treatment for him, and he will also build a birdhouse here for him to raise birds. After visiting here, there are other places to visit, especially the kiln factories, so that the tribesmen can see their Baifeng tribe's creative ability and basic construction ability that far exceeds this era. However, Before leaving, Bai Feng took a look at the chickens that were almost too fat to walk and asked his tribesmen to go in and catch a few of them. He would kill and eat them in the evening. He couldn't just keep raising them for nothing. In order to allow them to reproduce, he had not even eaten a single egg. Now it was time to pay with his flesh. Seeing the soldiers going into the chicken coop to catch chickens, Chang Su anxiously stomped his feet on the spot and shouted loudly, asking the chickens to escape quickly. Everyone in the Bai Feng tribe looked at Chang Su in disbelief. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? In Chang Su's view, these birds are beautiful creatures and should be his friends, even more important than his tribesmen. But in Bai Feng's view, they are just animals raised for meat. If they have other uses, it is not that they can be eaten, but Bai Feng raises them for the purpose of eating. Bai Feng's soldiers didn't care and continued to catch them, trying to catch a few more. Chang Su even wanted to rush over to stop them, but was kicked to the ground by Bai Feng. Do you have the right to speak here? What qualifications do you have to give orders? Bai Feng glared at Chang Su, who was lying on the ground. Chang Su rolled up and crawled to his feet, begging Bai Feng. But they're so beautiful. Why do you want to eat them? There's so many fish in the river. Why don't you eat them, but eat birds? Bai Feng tribe doesn't need this little bit of meat, right? Because I'm happy to do so. Bai Feng now felt a little disgusted with Chang Su again. The demise of his tribe was closely related to having a brainless chief like him. I think the fish in the river are more beautiful and lovely than these birds, so I want to eat birds. Is there any problem? I feed them food and meat just to eat their meat. Don't I have other reasons? Chang Su was choked speechless and could only stare at the chicken coop anxiously, his eyes full of sadness. After the tribesmen caught a few chickens, Chang Su suddenly pounced at Bai Feng's feet and said threateningly, "If you don't release these chickens, I will no longer train the birds you want for you. Anyway, you will only use them for meat." Bai Feng smiled. It seemed like he hadn't hit anyone for a long time. Now even a person who was like a stray dog and had just escaped from slavery dared to threaten him. If he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he be the patriarch in the future? Bai Feng gave a look to the warrior next to him, signaling him to take the long whip that was placed with Xiong. Ever since the tribesmen became more and more hardworking and the tribe became more and more prosperous, not only Bai Feng, but Xiong also stopped beating people. Usually, he would just scold them at most. Now the whip was probably about to rot. It seemed that these newcomers had to be taught a lesson. Bai Feng not only wanted to eat the chicken, but also asked the soldiers to kill it in front of Chang Su. Chang Su cried bitterly on the ground. I wonder if he cried so sadly after his tribe was destroyed. The whip was quickly brought back. Bai Feng stretched it and found it was still very strong. Chang Su also felt something was wrong and began to stop crying. Bai Feng didn't say much. He just raised a whip and whipped Chang Su on the back. His crying, which had just subsided, intensified again. Bai Feng was still not satisfied, so he whipped him 7 or 8 times until blood began to seep out of Chang Su's body. Only then did Bai stop. What qualifications do you have to ask me for something? Do you think you are still the patriarch of your tribe? Don't forget, you are a slave. Even your status as a free man was given by me. I can chop off your head any time I want, and don't think you're the only one who can do this. If I can't, where would these chickens come from? Chapter 175, Slaves' Arrangements. After being beaten, Chang Su covered his wound and finally understood his position. He never mentioned saving the chicken again. Even if Bai Feng asked someone to kill a chicken in front of him, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In order to prevent the chief officer from causing trouble, Bai Feng gave him a death order. If he saw a bird in 1 year, it would be useful in 2 years. If he did not see any useful birds after 2 years, he would be chopped up and fed to the chickens. Chang Su trembled and agreed in a low voice. No matter how much he loved the bird, when it came to choosing between the bird and his own life, he gave up the bird without hesitation. Bai Feng was a little disdainful of him. He called him a saintly white lotus. Such people can be used, but not reused. The best outcome for them is to die of old age in this birdhouse. Let the bleeding Chang Su go to find the witch and arrange a temporary residence for him, and then find someone to build Chang Su's house and birdhouse. Bai Feng will take people to the construction site to see if there are any of these people who are willing to work on the construction site. The construction site is indeed a hard job, with a lot of work to do, and it is hot. It is okay in winter, but it is simply unbearable in summer. When they arrived, the first thing they saw was broken glass thrown aside. One of the tribesmen thought he was seeing things, so he went over to pick up a piece to have a look. He was shocked by what he saw, and it turned out that he didn't know whether to hold it or put it down, so he had to look to Bai Feng for help. "Oh, it's just a useless piece of broken glass. Just throw it away," Bai Feng said indifferently. He had already forgotten what he said when he lied to Bao Shi. Isn't this something used by the gods? Will the gods be angry if I throw it away? The tribesman still didn't dare to do it. He was just an ordinary savage, not a great patriarch like Bai Feng Baoshi. This thing is a treasure to us, but in the eyes of the gods, it is no different from a pottery jar to us. What's more, it is just a piece of waste. There are many good ones here. If you want it, just help the people here to pull a cart of sand. Bai Feng used the most indifferent words to talk about the most extravagant things. Things that Baoshi had to spend a huge amount of money to get, they could get with just 2 trucks of sand. It was simply unfair. However, what was a truck? He was too lazy to care about so many things. Since the clan leader said so, then this thing must not be important. He threw it aside and continued walking with the clan leader. They have seen pottery kilns, cement kilns, and glass kilns. When they came to the glass kiln, they were fascinated by the various glass bowls and cups and were determined to get one for themselves. As a result, the tribesmen who were in charge of the glass kiln were very happy. They found the sturdiest and largest carts for them and kindly pointed out the location of the sand. Then they let these new tribesmen who didn't know what was going on go and fetch the sand. Now the biggest use of glass in the Bai Feng tribe is to make windows. The richest soldiers have already built new brick concrete houses for themselves and installed large double-layer glass windows. The houses are big enough to accommodate themselves, their several wives, and their children who are already born or to be born. It is estimated that in another year or two, they will have to prepare to build houses of various types, and they will not be able to live in such a bare room. At this rate of development, it is estimated that the palace and villa will appear in a few years. However, since Bai Feng did not build it, others are neither qualified nor courageous to do so. Although Bai Feng can build a palace for him now, he feels that there is no need for the time being and the materials should be used elsewhere first. What's more, no one will live in it even if he builds it, as he and Sui don't even have a child now. The workers were very happy to have this kind of labor force, so Bai Feng just let them go. Now, they had basically finished the rotation, and then they just had to wait for Wu to arrange accommodation for them. They would still eat at the communal stove, and they would definitely be provided with bowls and chopsticks. The pottery of Bai Feng's tribe was already saturated and of no use. Even glass bowls were not a rare thing. The arrival of these people could be regarded as clearing out the inventory. Bai Feng no longer cared about them and went home with Sui. After eating fish for so long, Bai Feng really wanted to change his taste. Now, he felt like his whole body was full of fishy smell. After walking for a while, Bai Feng felt something was not right. He turned around and saw that he was still following him quietly. He actually forgot about this guy. It is a troublesome issue how to arrange him now. There is no special room for children. Bai Feng also feels it is inappropriate to let him go back to the people of the Stone Tribe. There is no choice but to place him in his own room first. In order not to disturb Bai Feng's world of 2, he placed a wooden board in the middle of his room and installed a small bed behind the board for you to live in. Bai Feng's house was quite big, so this separation would not seem too cramped. This was trouble that Bai Feng had brought upon himself, who had made him like this clever child. If he could give birth to such a clever child, Bai Feng felt that the future of their tribe would still be very bright. However, the tribe could not be handed over to you. Because it was a little light bulb, Bai Feng and the other 2 didn't make much noise. They just made an extra portion for every meal, because the food Bai Feng cooked could be said to be the most delicious in this era. In addition, he was also in a period of rapid growth, so his appetite shocked Bai Feng. Wu's workability was still very good. After Bai Feng woke up from a night's sleep, everything became in order. The slaves lived in collective dormitories, and dozens of people squeezed into a big room. However, this was much better than their previous life. At least the house was not leaky or windy, and the Bai Feng tribe also gave them a large amount of golden wheat straw for pavement, which made them sleep more comfortably. The witch was also planning to install a water pipe in the place where the slaves lived so that they could wash and drink. Otherwise, such a dirty appearance would destroy the image of the entire Bai Feng tribe. In the words of the tribe leader, it was unhygienic. Other supporting facilities, such as toilets, also need to be built. They did not expect that there would suddenly be so many more people. The toilets they use are naturally not big enough for slaves to use. Moreover, the slaves are really dirty, and most of them must have ascariasis. The Bai Feng tribe has finally solved this problem, and now it is likely to become a trouble again. If the slaves want to go to the toilet, they can only go to the farmland and find an open space. Now, there is no toilet and no way to provide a unified solution. Anyway, they will have to go back to the fields in the future, so they can just do it now. Those slaves who went on trial work also had to live together temporarily when they came back. When the trial period was over, those who passed would be arranged in a slightly better dormitory. If they failed and were sent back, this would be their permanent home. Chapter 176, Exploiting the Tribesmen. However, the price he paid was Wu's dark circles under his eyes and his brain that was about to fall asleep. After working for a day and a night, Wu finally sorted out these things, including the storage of the exchange materials, which was all handled by Wu. Bai Feng still felt a little sorry for Wu. If these things were handed over to him, they could probably be done by nightfall, because it was not like in later generations where they had to fill out forms, make copies, and sign. They didn't even need to remember names. They could just count the quantities. The chief, who presided over the sacrifices of a tribe, was forced by Bai Feng to become a warehouse manager and personnel manager. However, since Bai Feng took over the tribe, the number of sacrifices has been greatly reduced. Basically, sacrifices are only performed when major events occur, during the autumn harvest and on the winter day. People don't think about sacrifices at other times. The god of the Bai Feng tribe, that is the heaven and earth stone, has a small shrine built inside. Various food sacrifices are offered every day, and the tribe does not prohibit its members from worshipping on their own. At the beginning, no one dared to go because it was the power of the witch and the clan leader. Later, more and more people tried it and did not get punished, so they started to do it freely. Maybe they would offer some wild fruits if they picked them. Of course, their rule was that the tribute could not be exposed to the sun for 2 days. There was no special explanation. This was something Bai Feng made up to prevent food waste. New members of the tribe and free men needed to kneel down and worship heaven and earth. Firstly, they were asking the gods to recognize their identity in the Bai Feng tribe. And secondly, they were asking for the gods' protection. As for slaves, they were also not qualified to come. If they wanted, they could kneel down and worship heaven and earth from far distance, but they were not allowed to go close. Bai Feng gave Wu a day off and asked him to go back and have a good sleep. It was not that Bai Feng was considerate, but they were about to prepare for the second transaction with Shuairenshi. This was another big project, and Wu would be busy for a long time. He might have to go on the ship to trade. Bai Feng did not plan to go this time, and let Xiong and Wu go. It was impossible for him to go in person every time, and he had to give others some opportunities to gain experience. Wu didn't know what Bai Feng was thinking, and he tried to refuse, saying that he wasn't tired and could continue. However, Bai Feng ruthlessly sent him back to sleep. He was not Zhou Baiopi, and even if he had to work without sleep for several days in a row, he had to let his employees rest well and replenish their bodies afterwards. However, it is now time for the autumn harvest, and nuts and other fruits have already matured and fallen to the ground, so they have to go out and pick them up. But now that they have slaves, the tribesmen can be exempted from these tasks that are not difficult to operate and are just mechanical and repetitive. This year's wild fruits were not canned, but dried into dried fruits. The main reason was that there was no honey. They were going to collect honey, but most of the bees did not survive the winter, resulting in an abnormally small number of bee colonies there, and not much honey was collected. Although the flowers bloomed extremely densely this year, in order to allow these bees to successfully increase their population, the Bai Feng tribe did not collect honey this year. The last batch of silkworms this year have grown very big. Because of their previous experience, they can take good care of them even if Bai Feng is not around. The only thing is that picking mulberry leaves is too difficult. Others are very reluctant to raise silkworms, but because the fishing line made from silk is really good, only some anglers in the fishing team are very enthusiastic about picking mulberry leaves in the hope that they can get some of the silk to make fishing lines. There is still more than 20 days before the transaction with Shuairen, but in order to ensure their safety, they must go down a few days in advance to observe the situation around the transaction point. Otherwise, Shuairen may have ambushes there, and if they go down rashly, something bad may happen. At the same time, these boats also need to be improved. For example, some special places for tying ropes should be added. It is really not easy to tie something on a bare boat. Then there is the problem of night lighting. Bai Feng thinks that some lights should be hung on the boat. Anyway, they have glass and beeswax, so even if they don't use beeswax, they can use oil. It is pitch black at night, and it is dangerous to be on the boat, even if they are not in a hurry. The most important thing on the big ship is that Bai Feng thinks that a heavy weapon that can pose a threat to the people on the shore should be added. That is, their heavy crossbow, which has a long range and great power. It would be very inconvenient to transport it on land, but there would be no such worry on the ship. Therefore, the only 2 heavy crossbows that the Bai Feng tribe currently had were unloaded from the city wall and loaded onto the large ship, because the city wall itself has defensive capabilities not to mention the many catapults they had hidden in the city. These 2 crossbows will be used on the ship first, and when a few more are made, they will install at least 2 on each large ship, and also add more on the city walls. Because heavy crossbows are too troublesome to make and are not used normally, the Baifeng tribe has not made them for a long time. The busiest people in the Baifeng tribe now are the carpenters. They have to do almost everything. Although the team of carpenters is constantly expanding and there are already more than a dozen people, most of them are at the apprentice level and are basically useless. The important work is done by a few people headed by Axe. What made him happier was that he didn't expect that among the slaves brought back this time, there were actually 2 who were quite good at carpentry. It was said that they had been carving totems for other tribes before. Although they didn't know how to do their current job, their work was much better than that of ordinary apprentices. With a little training, they could help with the main work. Baifeng was very happy when he knew about it, so he immediately freed the 2 men from their slave status and made a promise that when the 2 of them could make a small boat big enough for 5 people, he would give them the status of tribesmen and give them the same treatment as all the other tribesmen. After hearing the news, the 2 men wished they could stay in the factory to work every day. Good news also came from other places, especially from the weaver girl. The number of female slaves received this time who could weave cloth was so large that they could establish another weaver girl team. However, the pottery makers were very dissatisfied with these slaves, because although these slaves were diligent, their craftsmanship was too backward. The Baifeng tribe had even figured out the black glaze, but they were still making clay figurines. The people in the pottery-making team were a little disgusted, thinking that these people would lower their grade, and asked Baifeng to return the goods, thinking that these people could be thrown anywhere and were not needed by their pottery-making team. Baifeng just asked if they had time to make the pottery embryos, and they completely lost interest and took the slaves back obediently. In fact, it was enough for someone to help them make the pottery embryos. Chapter 177, Failed Plan. In the end, not a single slave was sent back. Although their skills might be inferior to theirs, having help could greatly reduce their workload. Furthermore, some slaves were better than the White Wind tribe members at the traditional skills of the savages, such as weaving bamboo baskets, and they accepted these slaves with great joy. In terms of status, they were the owners of these slaves, not their colleagues or companions. They had been preparing for shipbuilding and trading, so the autumn hunting activity that should have been carried out a long time ago has been delayed until now. In addition, the tribe has enough grain this year and is not short of food, so everyone's enthusiasm and urgency for the hunting activity that was supposed to start was not as high as in previous years. Baifeng estimated that this hunting trip would take only 3 to 5 days to return, because the transaction with Swearin would take some time, and this period was enough for him to complete this routine hunting activity. With the experience of the previous 2 times, everyone prepared everything with ease this time, and after everything was ready, they set off for the valley. But when they arrived at the valley, everyone was a little confused. There were only a few sparse groups of bison, which should have been all over the valley. At first, they thought that the main group had gone far away to other places. When they went down to observe, they found that there were neither so many footprints nor the expected amount of feces. It was obvious that there were only so many cattle in the valley. Everyone was confused and a little bit surprised. With just so few bison, they didn't know whether they could go hunting today. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't be able to get many. In order to find out the truth, Baifeng led his men to the depths of the valley, wanting to see what had happened and why there were only so few cattle left from such a huge herd. The further they went inside, the more frightened they became. Cow bones were scattered everywhere on the ground, with some cow hides still intact on them. It seemed that there were not even any wild animals to tear them apart, as most of them had been broken down by various maggots. Looking at such a horrific death toll and the corpses that did not seem to be killed by wild beasts, Baifeng thought of the terrible snowstorm last winter. It was estimated that these cattle died in the heavy snow, and the bison that are still alive now are the few survivors. The populations here seem to be on the verge of extinction. It will probably take several years to restore them to their previous situation. The Baifeng tribe was just about to form a routine hunting operation, but now they have to give up. They can only wait a few more years for the number and scale of the cattle to be formed again, and then they can see if they can continue hunting. This time, they would basically return empty-handed. Looking at those small herds of cattle, Baifeng couldn't bring himself to kill them. If he killed them now, it would take a few more years for their herds to recover. Baifeng also understood that one cannot fish in a dried-up pond. However, it was not completely without gain. These cowhides were not very complete, but they could also be collected. although the quality was very poor and the people of the Bifong tribe would not look down on them. They could be given as rewards to some of the more hard-working slaves. Although it was impossible to free them from their slave status, they could be given some benefits in advance to let them see hope. In this way, everyone could be motivated to strive forward at the lowest cost. The hunting plan failed, leaving the Bifong tribe short of a lot of food for the winter. Although there's still a lot of crops grown, they will probably have to celebrate a simple New Year this year. On the way back, the tribesmen were not too disappointed. They still had hundreds of cows in their own cow sheet. If the crisis really came, they could slaughter them and eat them. It was impossible for them to be kept like that forever. They didn't even plan to spend the night outside, and they didn't carry much stuff in the car, and it was very light, so they were able to travel quickly. Not long after nightfall, Bifong and his friends arrived at the tribe. The soldiers on night shift guarding the city wall were still very surprised, because it usually took them several days to come back, but this time they came back on the same day. However, looking at the tired and lost expressions of the tribesmen, as well as the empty carts, he roughly guessed something, and without asking any more questions, he opened the city gate and let them go back and rest. The soldiers didn't even return the items to the warehouse, but just threw them on the square, then went back to their rooms to sleep. Sui didn't even notice Bifong coming back. When she woke up in the morning and saw Bifong lying on the bed, Sui didn't even feel anything was wrong. She chatted with him as usual. It was not until she finished washing up that she realized, "Didn't you go hunting? Why are you here?" Bifong had to explain to her that there was no beef to eat this winter. When they went there, they found that there were no cattle to hunt in the valley, so they had to return in shame overnight. Sui could only comfort Bifong with words, thinking that it didn't matter if they didn't win the war, they had enough food to eat, and they wouldn't starve to death if they didn't eat meat in the winter. However, because they had not gone out to hunt other prey many times this year, the Bifong tribe now had very little meat, and only some fish were edible. Bifong felt very upset about his strategic mistake this year, which resulted in a significant reduction in the tribesmen's protein and fat intake throughout the winter. When the other tribesmen who got up early saw the equipment thrown outside, some were surprised and stopped to ask around for news. They only learned the truth after seeing the soldiers who went out with them. They all felt a little disappointed. After all, beef was much more delicious than grass seeds. In response to this strategic mistake, Bifong gathered all the tribesmen together for a brief meeting in the morning. He told them about the difficulties the tribe would face this year. He also proposed a solution, which was to reopen fishing, go fishing in both the big lake and the river, and save some fish to replace beef. There is no other way around it. If the tribesmen want to gain some weight in the winter, then fat intake is a must. If beef is not available, they can just catch some fat fish to supplement it. Fish is much easier to catch than beef. The fishing team started working that day. They had not gone fishing in the big lake for a long time. In fact, the people were tired of eating fish, and no one ate the salted fish, so they were still thrown in the warehouse. These salted fish were probably the slaves' food for the winter. The slaves are now still eating sorghum and millet, which the Bifong tribe members do not eat. Occasionally, they can eat a mixture of buckwheat and white flour. For them, this is already a life they have been longing for. They only think that Bifong has kept his promise and can make sure they are full. As for whether it tastes good or if there is any difference between it and what the tribe members eat, they will not consider it. Chapter 178, Inseparable Bifong. Now the Bifong tribe is fishing, weaving, and they're also working hard to make ships and weapons. Only with thorough preparations can they ensure safety in their transactions with Swerin. While Bifong and the others were busy preparing here, Swerin had already completed his first contact with Xianyuan after the change of power. The Swerin clan was constantly expanding outward, and the Xianyuan clan was also constantly expanding outward. It was inevitable that the two would meet, but there was no conflict in the first contact after they met. After all, they were both big clans, so they naturally had to be cautious of each other, and a war between them could not be started at will. Of course, it is not possible to just ask a few random questions and be done with it. The boundary between the two sides still needs to be demarcated, which is a very troublesome matter. However, because the actual control cannot reach that area, it is done more casually. A line is drawn at the location where the two sides meet as the boundary between the two sides. Then there are some courtesy exchanges and greetings, and the most important thing is transactions. Transactions are always the mainstream of this era. After all, your tribe cannot have everything. If you were from a small tribe, some of their respective small leaders would be able to make the decision, but because both sides were large tribes, Naturally, the tribe leaders had to come forward. So Bao Shi and Xian Yuan both traveled for a long time before reaching the border to negotiate the transaction. In order to show the strength of his tribe, the patriarch had to carry all the good things with him and show them off. Bao Shi wore clothes made of colorful tiger skin and carried the small knife he got from Bai Feng. He did not wear a scabbard, otherwise how could he show the difference from the bronze sword? He also brought glass cups and wine as supplies for the meeting between the two parties. Xian Yuan put on the silk clothes made by Lei Zhu. He thought that this piece of clothing alone would be enough to shock Bao Shi. Wine is indeed a good thing. Bao Shi has confirmed it personally. After he brought the wine back to the tribe, he drank it a few times, but there was not much difference from the first time he drank it, except that it smelled particularly good. But because of all kinds of troubles in the tribe, which made him very irritable, he remembered that Bai Feng said that wine can also help people forget their worries. So he drank a lot once, and then he felt the power of wine. He didn't drink much, and he felt dizzy after drinking much. After he got drunk, he really forgot those worries and slept well, although he still had to face those troubles the next day. After waking up, Bao Shi did not find anything unusual in his body, which meant that the wine would not cause any harm to his body. Unfortunately, the wine he replaced was not too much, and he could not use wine to forget his worries every day. He would only think of drinking it once if he really could not hold on. Normally, he would just take small sips. This time, in order to publicize the wealth of his tribe, he reluctantly brought a small bottle of wine for Xian Yuan to taste. The two sides met at the agreed time and place. Bao Shi had learned the Bai Feng tribe's way of showing off, so he cut down huge trees to make tables and stools and prepare them in advance and place them on the boundary line between the two sides to create a feeling that he was the master. At present, so many etiquettes have not been evolved. Even when big clans meet, they just want to show that they have no intention of attacking and indicate the identities and purpose of both parties. Bao Shi imitated Bai Feng's posture and invited Xian Yuan to sit on the wooden bench. Without talking about the content of their transaction, they just showed off their wealth to each other. This was silent competition. Xian Yuan didn't even need a special display. His gorgeous silk clothes that shone under the sun were enough to attract people's attention. Even after Bao Shi saw it, his first reaction was to see if his clothes were as good-looking as his. Well, the tiger fur is well processed, and it shines under the sun. Although it can't surpass Xuan Yuan's, his clothes are not bad either. But Xuan Yuan's clothes seem to be made of silk. Their tribe also has a large piece of silk, which is used to wrap their sacrificial ritual vessels. But how did Xian Yuan get such a large amount of silk? Did he meet someone from the Shilling tribe and trade with him? He was very curious, but he couldn't ask now. If he asked, it would mean that he was at a disadvantage. Looking closely, it seems that Xian Yuan has nothing else to offer except this gorgeous dress. Although the bronze sword at his waist is very long, it is not as precious as his short iron knife. After both parties sat down, Bao Shi asked his warriors to bring up the wine jug and his glass wine cup. The box used to hold these things was the one sent by the Bai Feng tribe. The hinges at the connection of the wooden box were made of bronze. Although Swearin could make it, since there were ready-made ones, there was no need to waste the money. What's more, the one sent by Bai Feng was already exquisite enough. Under Xuan Yuan's curious gaze, Bao Shi opened the box and placed the glass cup in front of the two of them. Xian Yuan did not hesitate to pick it up and studied it carefully. When he held up to the sun, the blue-green light was indeed beautiful. As for the wine bottle, although the cork was very loose and could be removed by hand, Bao Shi still took out his knife to show off his knife and picked the cork off. After the cork was opened, the aroma of wine wafted out immediately. Bao Shi reluctantly poured it into Xuan Yuan's cup, and then into his own cup, not daring to let any of it flow out for fear of wasting it. Bao Shi started to show off in this calm tone. This thing is called wine. It is the water that only gods can drink. This cup is also used by gods. Even we, Swearin, only have this little. Even though Bao Shi said so, Xian Yuan resisted the urge to drink it immediately. He waited until Bao Shi finished a glass with a look of enjoyment before he picked it up and tasted it. The situation was exactly the same as the first time Bao Shi did. Now Bao Shi was mocking Xian Yuan for being a bumpkin, but he was not so straightforward. He just said, I felt the same the first time I drank it. I thought it was just SOSO. Later, the more I drank, the better it was. Especially, it can make you forget your worries. You just have to drink more. I just experienced the feeling of forgetting your worries once. He was showing off again in his words, saying that their thing, Swearin, was not just this little bit. After both sides finished showing off, Xian Yuan was defeated, so the next step was the trading process. Both sides had food and slaves, so there was no need to discuss them. If they wanted to trade, they could just exchange them for things that they didn't have. Xianyuan took out the silk. Although it nominally belonged to the Xiling tribe, it actually belonged to the Xianyuan tribe. After such a long period of running in, the two sides have basically merged. Of course, Bao Shi needed this thing, but the only things that could match it were the few things he had exchanged from Bai Feng. This made Bao Shi a little annoyed. It would be better to let Xianyuan and Bai Feng trade directly. Chapter 179, Is it a real tea tree? There was actually nothing they could exchange with each other. In an era when material resources were not abundant, transactions between such large clans were more like a form of exchange to maintain mutual affection. In the end, Bao Shi used their specialty jade to exchange for Xuanyuan's shells. Xianyuan wanted to exchange it for Suren's wine, but was rejected by Bao Shi, as they themselves did not have much. However, Bao Shi thought about it and told Xianyuan that there would be a new transaction between their Suren clan and the Bai Feng tribe soon. If he was willing, he could invite Xianyuan to go with him. Even if Xuanyuan's tribe did not have enough time to prepare the materials for the transaction, they could still go and meet Bai Feng to confirm the transaction location and time. When Xianyuan heard the name Bai Feng tribe for the first time, he thought about it for a long time, but he really had no impression of it. He thought it was a tribe separated from Yu Chao or some other big clan. Otherwise, it would not have received the attention of Suren. Bao Shi shook his head and explained that the Bai Feng tribe was very mysterious and that he had never heard any news about this tribe before. Then he suddenly appeared on the earth. At the beginning, they were not that rich, so he didn't care. He was just interested in the novel items and weapons of the White Wind tribe, thinking that they might have got some good luck. Unexpectedly, in just one winter and summer, the Bai Feng tribe became so wealthy to a terrifying degree that even Suren had to go to the Bai Feng tribe to exchange for food. Then he pointed to the cup and wine on the table and said, "These two things used by the gods are what I exchange from them, and they must have more than just these." Bao Shi suddenly remembered one thing. That is, Bai Feng knew a lot about the first generation Shinnong, so he asked again, "He is also very familiar with the affairs of your tribe. He mentioned to me the cause of death of the first generation Shinnong, and something called tea." Xuanyuan's heart couldn't help but tighten. Only a few people in their tribe knew about the first Shinnong. As for tea, although they did not treat it as a secret, except for their tribe, no one knew that tea was just a very common tree. Even though their ancestors said it was a good thing, no one would pick it, and no one would eat tea leaves. He even began to suspect whether the Bai Feng tribe was a branch of the Shinnong clan, because since the first generation of Shinnong, their tribe had continued to grow, but the territory was limited, so it had to be divided outward. However, the Shinnong clan had no way of controlling the tribes in places that were too far away, and over time, they were completely separated from the Shinnong clan. The same goes for their Xianyuan clan. Even though they are nominally under the control of the patriarch Lin Kuei, they have completely separated themselves from the clan since Xianyuan took charge of the tribe. The same goes for the Lizhan clan, which has long since broken away from the control of the Shinnong clan. Xuanyuan's next goal was to annex the Lizhan clan and then attack the Shinnong clan, taking control of this largest tribe. His wish to unify the world would then be just beginning. However, the sudden appearance of the Bai Feng tribe, which might also be a branch of the Shinnong clan, made him feel a little uneasy. You can also include me in this transaction. Although I don't have anything to trade right now, and it's too late for me to go back and bring it, I can discuss it with the White Wind tribe and see how amazing the White Wind tribe is. Since the current situation in the world could not become clear, it would be better to make it more chaotic. He believed that the Xianyuan tribe would have some ideas about the wealthy Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng said he wants tea. If you have some and you are in time, you'd better bring some. I guarantee that he can exchange it for something that satisfies you. Xianyuan thought that there was no problem. Tea trees were distributed in many places in their territory. They were just wild things. There was no need to go back to Qingxiu Mountain. If they traveled day and night, 2 or 3 days would be enough for them to bring back some tea trees. However, since there were changes in the transaction, Bao Shi still had to notify the Bai Feng tribe to avoid conflicts at the time of the transaction. So Bao Shi also sent warriors back. After reaching the tribe, they did not stop and continued up the river to find the Bai Feng tribe. Bao Shi believed that Bai Feng would not refuse, even if he was unwilling to conduct the transaction on the same day. After they left, it would be fine for Bai Feng and Xianyuan to discuss it alone. Bai Feng had no reason to refuse a transaction request from a large tribe. As for asking Xianyuan to bring tea, a big part of the reason was that he himself wanted to see tea. Bai Feng said that the first Shinong discovered that tea can cure all kinds of poisons. If it really has this effect, it would not be worse than wine. However, what Baoshi did not expect was that there were tea trees in his territory, but he did not know what they were. In order to wait for Xianyuan, Baoshi camped in this wasteland. After 3 days, the people of Xianyuan came back with a dug tree. Baoshi looked at the familiar tea tree and asked tentatively, "Is this your tea tree?" Xianyuan, of course, answered in the affirmative. Although this thing was wild, other tribes might not have it. Besides them, who else would know that it was a tea tree? Of course, Bai Feng might know it. But Baoshi didn't quite believe it. He thought Xianyuan was unwilling to take out the real treasure, the tea tree, so he just found a wild tree as tea to deceive others. However, it was none of his business, and it was Bai Feng who was cheated. So Baoshi didn't ask any more questions, but quickly packed up and set off. It was not long before the transaction time. The large ship, equipped with 2 powerful crossbows, was ready to set off again. In addition to the small boat used to explore the way, there was also a newly built ship. The cargo was still sorghum and millet. This time they also brought a few jars of wine and the knives that had not been replaced last time. Originally, Bai Feng had not planned to go, as he had already made arrangements for Xiong and Wu. But before leaving, he felt a palpitation in his heart. If he didn't go, he might miss something big. The feeling was very strong. The moment he boarded the boat, the feeling disappeared. Now, Bai Feng has come to believe in these mysterious things. The main reason is that he traveled through time and space, which made him feel helpless. In order to verify whether the feeling in his heart was related to this transaction, Bai Feng chose to go on the road together. Anyway, he didn't have to walk alone, and there was nothing to worry about. The Bai Feng tribe set off a few days earlier in order to ensure the safety of the transaction location, but they still traveled slowly and were not in a hurry. As a result, after walking for only 1 day, they saw a group of more than 10 people walking along the riverbank. Judging from their formation and the weapons they carried, they could not be wandering savages, but more like warriors from a certain tribe. When they got closer, they waved at the White Wind tribe's ship. It seemed that they had seen the White Wind tribe's ship before. Otherwise, if it was the first time they saw this kind of monster, they would have been scared away. Chapter 1, 83 parties arrive. When they got closer, they said they were warriors of Swearin, and they came to pass on a message to Bai Feng tribe. That is, Xianyuan also wanted to participate in this transaction, so that Bai Feng tribe could make preparations in advance. Whether agreeing to the transaction or rejecting it, they had to be notified in advance to avoid problems on the day of the transaction. Bai Feng then understood why his heart was beating so fast. It turned out that his ancestor Xianyuan was coming. Was this a kind of pull in the blood, or did this transaction have great significance for the future? Bai Feng agreed without hesitation, but he felt that he might not have brought enough supplies, so he wanted to go back and bring back some more things. However, Surin's warriors said that it was not necessary because the journey was long, so Xianyuan had no time to prepare supplies, and they could not exchange anything. This time, they just wanted to communicate more. If they wanted to trade, they could agree on a time. In this case, Bai Feng did not turn back. At the same time, he invited these soldiers to board the boat and go to the trading point together. It would take them a long time to walk such a long distance on their own. What's more, now that the two sides are about to trade, they are in a relatively friendly state and cannot be considered enemies. There is no harm in taking them along the way. As for the possibility that these people would attack back, Bai Feng was not afraid at all. A group of people who had never been on a boat before would definitely get seasick after being shaken and bumped around on it. It would be great if they could stand up at that time. How could they possibly have the ability to attack them? The warriors of Swearin looked at each other and finally got on the boat embarrassedly. After all, the road was so long that they might as well not walk. What's more, they also wanted to take a close look at what the big wooden boat that could carry people from the Bai Feng tribe looked like. But perhaps this was the worst decision they had ever made in their lives. They had never thought about seasickness, and they had never felt such pain that was worse than death. They were drowsy and confused all day long. Even if they stopped the ship, they had to make a nest for the people of the North Wind tribe. When they first got on the ship, they were very curious and ran around to look around. The people from the White Wind tribe did not stop them. What could a group of savages see by looking at the ship like this? They couldn't even figure out how the wood was fitted together, let alone the purpose of the various parts on the ship. After a while, Suerin's warriors began to react. At first, they felt a little dizzy and nauseous. Later, they lay on the deck and didn't want to get up. When they vomited, it was like a fountain flowing all over the cabin, which really disgusted the people of Bai Feng tribe. Not only did Suerin's men regret it, but the people of Baifeng tribe also felt a little regretful. This new ship needed to be cleaned thoroughly again. The warriors of Suerin didn't know how they managed to hold on until the moment to stop the boat, but even after it stopped, the boat was still shaking. They didn't even have the strength to eat, and the heavy feeling in their stomachs was about to come up. In contrast, the people of Baifeng tribe had already gotten used to it. But it was not easy to let the people from the Baifeng tribe get off the boat now. After all, they were the ones who invited them aboard. As for the people from Suerin, they were too embarrassed to say they wanted to get off the boat. They couldn't even stay on the boat to travel, so how could they be qualified to compare with the Baifeng tribe? It was too embarrassing. Baifeng had no choice but to persuade them that they would get used to it. When they were on their way back last time, the kids they brought with them vomited all over the place on the first day, but they got used to it and were able to run and play when they reached the tribe. However, the Baifeng tribe had no intention of giving them a chance to adapt. The trading point was originally chosen by Baifeng. It was relatively close to the Baifeng tribe, and the boat could go downstream quickly. In fact, they would have reached the trading point in one day. Letting them get on the boat would only increase their psychological fear of the boat and would not allow them to adapt to the boat. When they reached the location of the giant tree at the trading point, Baifeng stopped the boat. The warriors of Suirenchi were eager to get off the boat and go ashore. If Baifeng arranged a small boat to take them to the shore, they all planned to jump into the river and swim across. There are still 5 days before the transaction, and the people of Baifeng tribe are not in a hurry. They have enough food and can afford to delay for a few days. Besides, they're about to meet their ancestor and idol. Baifeng is so excited that he can't calm down. He doesn't know how to treat Xian Yuan, but it is likely that his treatment will not be much different from when he faced Bao Shi. Bao Shi and Xian Yuan were still rushing on the road. They had estimated the time wrong and might be 1 or 2 days later than the agreed time. Fortunately, they didn't need to pay compensation for this time. Xuanyuan's people still carried those tea trees with them. Because they had specifically chosen the larger ones when digging, it was very difficult to carry them. In addition, the soil at the roots of the trees was almost completely lost due to the bumpy ride. They did not water them frequently enough, and under the scorching sun, the tea trees were basically wilted. I'm afraid that by the time they are handed over to Baifeng, the tea trees will have died long ago. But Xian Yuan didn't care. This tea tree was not valuable anyway, and he didn't expect to gain much profit from this wild tree. If Baifeng liked it, he could even give it to him. As long as they could start trading and open up the trade route, it would be enough. After crossing the plains, they walked upstream along the river. It was the first time for Xian Yuan to walk so far. His eyes never stopped, greedily looking at the distance that the wise men had talked about. Finally, she saw a giant tree that was tall and reached the clouds. There were also some ships of the Baifeng tribe parked next to it. However, this time Bao saw not only the 3 ships from last time, but also an additional medium-sized ship, which made Bao feel a little worse. After he returned to the tribe, he arranged for the tribesmen to make a boat. Unfortunately, even though they knew the shape and material of the boat, they were unable to build a boat. Starting with carving wooden boards was a difficult task. They only had stone knives and axes, and the craftsmen were not qualified to use bronze tools. So, Suerin's shipbuilding plan ended before it even began. Bao also deduced from this point that the economic strength of the Baifeng tribe was incredibly high, and they actually had enough iron to provide craftsmen with tools to build ships. All 3 parties had arrived, but the meeting had not yet begun. Bao first went to find the camping site of their warriors and to find out from them what the attitude of the Baifeng tribe was. When Bao learned that Baifeng was not only not disgusted but also very happy, he couldn't help but panic, but he still asked someone to notify Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan was now looking for a place to set up camp for their tribe. Bao had originally planned to rob Baifeng during this gathering, but he unexpectedly met Xian Yuan, so he had to give up this idea. Chapter 181 Fish Takes the Hook. The 3 parties did not start trading immediately, but instead set up their own camps first and kept them relatively far apart from each other, all for safety reasons. Especially the Xian Yuan tribe, because it was a temporary decision to come with Bao to meet Baifeng. In fact, he now feels that it is a bit inappropriate. If it is a conspiracy between the 2 parties, his situation will be very dangerous. Bao Hui and the soldiers he sent out to deliver the message originally thought that the Baifeng tribe would arrive a few days later than them, as the journey was long and the pace was slow. However, they unexpectedly saw them on the shore, and they had already set up a camp, waiting for the arrival of Suerin's large army. First, he learned from them about Baifeng's attitude towards Xuanyuan's coming. And then he remembered to ask them why they could get here so quickly. Was it because the Bai Feng tribe arrived here several days in advance, so they didn't have to travel too far to see the Bai Feng tribe? The warriors shook their heads together, pointed at the big ship of the Bai Feng tribe, and told Bao Shi that they were brought here by the Bai Feng tribe's ship. Bao Shi was very shocked. If it were him, he would definitely not bring people who were not from his tribe on board. At the same time, we also quickly asked them if they had discovered anything special about those wooden boats, how they were made, or if there was any other important information. If we could know something, it might help them restart the shipbuilding plan. Those soldiers continue to shake their heads. Not to mention whether they knew the technology to build wooden boats. Just the fact of seasickness was enough to make them faint on the boat, not to mention trying to spy on the secrets. They couldn't even eat on the boat, and now they felt a little nauseous when they mentioned the boat. Seeing the soldiers frowning and looking disgusted when they mentioned the boat, Bao Shi felt that things might not be that simple, so he continued to ask. The soldiers then told Bao Shi about the horror of the boat, and how it would make them completely lose their fighting power. Even if Swearin built the boat, they would never get on it again, even if they died. Bao Shi felt that it was definitely not a problem with the boat. It must be that the people of the Bai Feng tribe did something to make their warriors so uncomfortable. Otherwise, why were the people of the Bai Feng tribe not hurt at all? They will definitely continue to find a way to build ships. After all, they are so useful. If they, Swearin, have ships, they will be able to conquer tribes farther away, and their control will be greatly enhanced. Baoxi wishes he could get on the ship and experience it himself. He will definitely be able to see the key to the ship. Early the next morning, the three parties sent out their envoys to discuss how to conduct the transaction. Finally, the three of them chose the trading location under the giant tree. Firstly, it is a landmark here, and secondly, it can block the sun as the autumn heat is still very strong. The warriors from the three parties chopped some wood together and used them as tables and stools for the clan leaders to talk together. For some reason, after Bai Feng started it, they started to like doing this. However, although the warriors of the three parties went to cut down the trees together, it was actually the people of the White Wind tribe who did it, because they didn't know when they would be able to cut down a tree with their stone axes, and they were reluctant to use their bronze swords to cut down trees. But the White Wind tribe brought iron saws, so it didn't take much time to saw down a tree, and it was also quick to saw it into a wooden table of suitable height. In many ways, the people of the Bai Feng tribe are full of pride and superiority, even when facing these two tribes that are extremely powerful among the entire human race. The three clan leaders took their seats. First came the transaction between Bai Feng and Swearin. According to the original agreement, Swearin brought back a large number of slaves who were tied together with ropes as before, waiting for the delivery of the goods so that the Bai branch could take them away directly. Bai Feng would not go to check personally. He would leave this matter to his subordinates. He first made a rough check to see if there were any dead slaves or seriously injured. It was okay if they were a little thin. After all, how many slaves were strong? This time, Swearin brought more than 2,000 slaves, which were almost all the slaves that their tribe could trade. Although they had a lot of slaves, if they exchanged them all at once, it would affect the production and life of their tribe, so someone would always be needed to exploit them. In addition, there are various animal skins of their tribe, numbering more than 1,000. Their tribe mainly relies on hunting for a living, and the number of animal skins accumulated over generations is countless, which is completely incomparable to tribes like the Bai Feng tribe. Although a lot of it was consumed by themselves, what they traded this time was just a tiny amount of other people's inventory. There was plenty left. It was impossible for them to squander all their wealth in one transaction. If that were the case, how could they be called a big family? Bai Feng randomly picked some animal skins to check the quality. He was very satisfied. Although they were not as good as those tanned by their tribe, there was no problem in using them. With so many animal skins, every member of their tribe could have a set of Mongolian robes, so they could live comfortably in the winter. Swearin did not bring anything else because he knew that the Bai Feng tribe had enough. Now that other people's things have been taken out, the Bai Feng tribe will naturally take out their own things. The food is still the same sorghum as last time, but this time some more millet has been added. The small knives were the ones that had not been replaced last time. They were all discarded by the Bai Feng tribe and were already damaged. After Bao Shi checked them, he was also very satisfied. Since both parties are satisfied, they can exchange goods. However, Bao Shi asked Bai Feng if he brought any wine this time, as he wanted to exchange some more. Bai Feng did not appear to be so happy on the surface, and even had a look of regret on his face, but in fact he was already very happy in his heart. The big fish really took the bait. If I guess correctly, he should have experienced the feeling of a hangover, otherwise he would not have been so determined this time. Yes, I brought it this time too, but I believe you have also tried the effect of wine, a treasure that can make you forget your sorrows. I gave you such a precious thing so cheaply last time, so it is impossible for me to give you such a low price this time. The price increase was within Bao Shi's expectations. After all, Bai Feng had clearly told him last time that if he really wanted to change, the price would not be that low anymore. So this time he nodded readily. Let the price go up, as he really needed the wine. Xian Yuan watched the transaction process between Bai Feng and Bao Shi without saying a word. He gradually gained some understanding of how wealthy Bai Fengbu was. Chapter 182. Making Up Lies. In the end, Bai Feng exchanged what he thought were insignificant things for enough supplies to make Bao Shi feel painful, and Bao Shi also got a 5-gene jar of wine. This alone made him feel that the trip was worthwhile. The things of the Bai Feng tribe have not been exchanged yet, because this time Bao Shi mainly chose to exchange with knives and wine, and very little food. Although Suiren had a food crisis, it had not reached the level where it needed to exchange with foreign tribes to survive. If that were the case, such a large tribe would have been torn apart long ago. The transaction with Suiren was completed, and the next step was a transaction process with Xian Yuan. This time, Xian Yuan did not bring much. After seeing the transaction process between Bai Feng tribe and Suiren, Xian Yuan took out their specialty silk as well as the tea trees that Bai Feng specifically asked for. The moment he saw the silk, Bai Feng thought he was dazzled. It seemed that the time had not come for Xian Yuan to own the silk yet. Could it be that he had already met Lei Zhu and married her? Looking at Xian Yuan, who was much younger than himself, Bai Feng was still a little confused. Even though Xian Yuan took charge of the tribe relatively early, he still felt it was unlikely that he would marry Lei Zhu so soon. After all, he was just a child of 12 or 13. Bai Feng now would be almost an adult in later generations. When facing these two children, he always feels a huge gap psychologically. The soul and mind contained in the body of a child are far stronger than those of an adult in later generations. However, he has the soul of a middle-aged man in the body of an adult, so he has to be careful when facing them. This made Bai Feng feel very uncomfortable, so he kept hypnotizing himself that this was not thousands of years later, but in ancient times, and he was facing a man who was old enough to be a father in this era, not two little children. Looking at Bai Feng with a slightly dazed expression, Xian Yuan thought that Bai Feng was just shocked by the texture of the silk, so he explained, "This thing is called silk. It comes from the Shilling tribe, and it is made of something called the heavenly worm. Using silk can get the blessing of the gods, because the heavenly worm is a gift from the gods to the Shilling tribe." Bai Feng didn't pay attention to what Xian Yuan said, but asked without any context, "Have you seen Lei Zhu?" Hearing this, Xian Yuan slammed the table in shock and stared at Bai Feng. "Do you know Lei Zhu?" Only Bao Shi, who was standing aside, had a confused look on his face. He had no idea what the two of them were talking about, but his curiosity was completely aroused, so he listened attentively, wanting to see a good show. He always felt that he might hear something extraordinary. Bai Feng then realized that he had spoken out of turn. Even if he was curious, he should not have asked. Now how should he explain himself? What if he had gone too far in making up stories and affected the relationship between Xian Yuan and Lei Zhu? Would it change the course of history? It would not work if he remained silent. Just as Bai Feng's brain was working quickly and he was thinking of making up a lie, he saw the box that the soldier next to Bao Shi was holding in his hand. Inside the box was the glass that he had tricked Bao Shi into buying. Now, if there was a reason, Bai Feng coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. "I am the son of the God of Heaven. I once heard the God of Heaven talk about some things about the future, so I knew that you would marry Lei Zhu in the future. I just didn't expect that you would meet Lei Zhu so early, so I was a little surprised." Bao Shi couldn't sit still any longer. He also slammed the table and stood up. "You said you're the child of the gods. Then you also heard what the gods talked about. Did you hear about her swearing?" Only Xian Yuan snorted coldly. "You are the son of the gods, but I am a god. I spent 2 years in my mother's belly before I was born. I could speak right after I was born, and I grew up facing the wind." Bao Shi was confused, thinking, "I am the only human being." However, looking at the awkward expressions on both of their faces, Bao Shi suddenly realized that they were just bragging, and he could now say that he was a god. So Bao Shi, as a human, slowly sat down again and watched how the two would continue the conversation. Seeing that Xian Yuan didn't believe him, Bai Feng came up with a reasonable lie. "It's just a joke. Someone in our tribe once saw Lei Zhu on the road. She was on her way to a faraway place. Now I see the silk in your hands, so everything is clear? I don't think your Xianyuan clan can produce silk. To get such a large piece of silk from the Shilling tribe, the price would be too high. If you can get it, there is only one possibility. That is, Leizu will become your wife. Xianyuan and Baoshi both opened their mouths in shock. They had not expected that they could infer so much accurate information from a piece of silk. If they revealed something else casually, would Baifeng know all the information about their tribe? Xianyuan was a little hesitant about whether to continue the deal with Baifeng, but suddenly he thought of something else. Baoshi said, "You know a lot about our first-generation Shinnong, including why the first-generation Shinnong died, and even know about tea trees. Are you from Shinnong, or have you been to our Xianyuan tribe?" Baifeng didn't know how to answer. It seemed that sometimes being too eager to learn was not a good thing. He shouldn't have asked Baoshi about tea before. He thought for a moment and said, "I am from the Shinnong clan, but not really. You can even say that I am from your Xianyuan clan." What he said in plain language was ambiguous. He did say something, but it seemed like he didn't say anything, which made Xianyuan a little confused. After thinking about it carefully, they didn't have such a person in the Xianyuan clan. Even in the period of the Xiong clan, they had never heard of him. So he could only be a person from a Shinnong clan. Whether it was or not was not a statement. It should refer to the degree to which he was controlled by the Shinnong clan. "What do you think of Lin Kuei?" Baifeng shook his head. "Lin Kuei? Who is this person? I have never heard of him. He must have done nothing important in history. He must have been one of the first tribes destroyed by Xianyuan. You don't know Lin Kuei?" Xianyuan was very shocked. A man who knew such secret things as the marriage of Leizu and the death of the first Shinnong actually did not know the patriarch of the current Shinnong clan. If this was true, then the Baifeng tribe was probably a branch that had split off a long time ago and was now completely out of the control of the Shinnong clan. Now he no longer had to worry about the root cause of the Baifeng tribe. He just asked him to take a closer look at the silk and see if the Baifeng cloth needed to be replaced. Baifeng didn't say anything, but asked someone to bring out a fishing line and handed it to Xianyuan. Xianyuan took a closer look and found that it was actually made of skyworm silk. Why did the Baifeng tribe have skyworms? Chapter 183, Where is the God? The doubts that Xianyuan had just dispelled surged into his mind again. He could no longer be sure whether what Baifeng said was true or false. The appearance of the Tianchong silk made Xianyuan a little defensive. Was Baifeng a member of the Shinnong clan or the Shilling tribe? "Who are you? Why do you even have the skyworm of the Shilling tribe? Don't tell me you are still from the Shilling tribe." Xianyuan was angry. No matter how steady he was still a child. These inexplicable things happening one after another at the same time dealt a heavy blow to his thinking. Only Baoshi was standing aside, feeling more and more happy, and even wanting to cheer for Xianyuan. The more chaos there was between the two tribes, the better. The Shilling tribe can be protected by the gods, so why can't our Baifeng tribe be protected as well? I've said before that I'm the son of the gods, and I've seen all the things of the gods. I own one or two things, so what's so strange about that? Xianyuan laughed. "You said you have seen the things used by the gods. Then tell me what else they have. It can't be some cups used by the gods and the water they drink, right? If so, what is the difference between them and us humans?" Baifeng knew that Xuanyuan's imagination must be very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create so many things from nothing. He was a giant, and later generations were just standing on his shoulders and looking into the distance. But now, whether this giant had grown up or not, Baifeng had already seen many things from high position. You know, the houses where the gods live are high up in the clouds, taller than this tree. When they travel, they don't need to walk, they just need to sit in an iron shell, and they can climb mountains and wade through water. It takes less than half a day to get to our tribe. Not to mention the huge boats that cannot even fit in this river, things that can fly in the sky like birds. People can sit in them and go far away. No matter how far away the place is, there's a way to get there within a day. As the saying goes, sitting on the ground, you can travel 80,000 miles a day and surveying the sky and seeing 1,000 rivers in the distance. Xianyuan and Baoshi's eyes began to become confused. They had no way of imagining what Baifeng said. They can even go to the moon and the stars. They can reach the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the oceans. Even I have been to the sky and seen what it looks like inside the clouds. Baoshi asked anxiously, "What does the sky look like? I really want to fly up to the sky like a bird, but no matter how I wave my arms, I don't feel like flying at all. The sky is just bluer, and the clouds below are like cotton. This cotton is like popcorn." Baifeng thought about it, and there was indeed nothing they had seen that could describe it. In the end, he could only say that it was a white softball. Once you enter the clouds, it's all white, and you can't see anything. just like being in fog. If you want to see it, climb to the highest mountain on a cloudy morning, and you'll be able to see it. The two of them silently took note in their hearts. And, at the same time, they also knew two things that they didn't know, but that the Baifeng tribe might have. Xian Yuan was now somewhat doubtful, so he had to ask tentatively, "Do you still have a way to go to heaven now?" Baifeng definitely didn't have it. Some things cannot be made, even if he knows the principles. Otherwise, he will be shattered to pieces. "I can't go up there, but I have a way to get some inanimate objects up there, like wood," Bao Shi said. "If you can make this piece of wood fly to the sky, I will believe that you are the child of God." Xian Yuan on the side also nodded in agreement. Baifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If such a big piece of wood can fly into the sky, then I can definitely fly into the sky too. I can only make part of the wood fly into the sky." They both said in unison, "Then fly." "I'll let it fly for you guys to see when we trade next time, but not now. This is also my secret." Except for the people of the Baifeng tribe who believed in their own family leader, everyone else looked at him with contempt, thinking that Baifeng was just making excuses for his boasting. Xian Yuan and Bao Shi did not believe Baifeng's words, but they vaguely felt that Baifeng must have had some strange experiences because the things he said were too hard to believe. There is absolutely no such thing as being able to travel around the world in one day. Even if one rode a cow, he could only be a little faster than a person walking. Baifeng was too lazy to cover up his lies, as it seemed that the more he said, the more outrageous it became. If he continued like this, they felt that they would become suspicious and wary of the Baifeng tribe, which would be bad for the tribe's future development. Baifeng's short-term strategy was to attack and recruit small tribes and use them to expand his own power, while for large tribes, he would focus on trading and exchanges, using information gaps and trade gaps to weaken them economically and strengthen himself. Baifeng pointed at the ball of silk and said, "You don't have to think of this thing as too mysterious and precious. You call it a heavenly insect, and I call it a silkworm. It's just a kind of silk spit out by an insect. How can it be related to the gods? If you go and have a look yourself, you will find that there are many insects that can spin silk. Can't spiders spin silk? Why don't you try to weave cloth with spider silk? Then you can call spiders earthworms." Baifeng's words made a lot of sense. Xian Yuan couldn't refute it. "So what you mean is that you just caught this celestial insect in the wild?" Baifeng spread his hands and said, "What else? Actually, you shouldn't overthink some things. Didn't our ancestors know which grass seeds and wild fruits were edible and which were not by tasting them? Maybe someone threw mud into the fire and found that mud could be made into pottery. Isn't bronze made by throwing stones into the fire? If you try to throw other stones into the fire, will you get something else that you haven't seen?" The people of Xiling tribe just found that the silk of a certain insect can be used to weave cloth, so they think it is a treasure given to them by the gods. How can the gods be so boring? Xian Yuan fell silent. He no longer asked about the silk from the Baifeng tribe, nor did he ask about his relationship with the Xiling tribe. He was enlightened by Baifeng's words. After he returned, he would immediately burn other things in the fire to see if he could get anything good. Seeing that Xian Yuan seemed to be thinking, Baifeng pointed at the river and reminded him, "You could try burning sand, just like you burn bronze and pottery. Maybe you can get something that only gods can use." Xian Yuan raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. Bao Shi also took note of it in his mind. Glass is not important to the Baifeng tribe because its economic value is not that high and the market demand for this kind of thing is not large. For Swirenshi, a cup is enough. Moreover, the research and development of glass is also very time-consuming. Even if you find a way, there is still a long way to go if you want to make usable glass products. However, the Baifeng tribe has many other uses besides making utensils. Chapter 184, Selling Information. Since your tribe has Tiankin silk, you probably don't need this silk anymore. We in Xian Yuan tribe don't have anything to exchange with you. We only have these dead tea trees. If you want them, we can agree on a time, and I can find living tea trees to trade with you. Xian Yuan is still a little lonely now, because they only brought the most important thing, silk, which is very expensive in other tribes. He also took a fancy to the good things of the Baifeng tribe, such as knives and wine. Originally, these silks were enough for exchange, but once the Baifeng tribe took out the Tianchong silk fishing line, it meant that his silk was no longer competitive and the Baifeng tribe no longer needed these silks. Unexpectedly, Baifeng took the piece of silk, touched it, and studied it. "Yes, of course I don't want it. Although our tribe has silk, no one knows how to weave it, so it can only be used as fishing line. If your tribe can replace us with someone who can weave silk, I will be even happier." Baifeng said he wanted to exchange for silk, and Xian Yuan was of course very happy to do so. However, when he suggested exchanging for someone who could weave silk, Xin Yuan felt that Bai Feng was dreaming and that this was absolutely impossible to do. Because if Bai Feng's tribe had someone who could weave silk, their silk would no longer be unique in the world, and it would no longer be able to be sold at a high price among the entire human race. Bai Feng had expected to be rejected. This was not weaving linen. If Bai Feng wanted to replace someone who knew how to weave linen, Xin Yuan would definitely agree readily. Then Bai Feng used the price of 5 caddies of wine to exchange for silk that could make him a coat. This seemed to them to be a relatively reasonable price, but in reality, Bai Feng still got a bargain. After all, making 5 caddies of wine was not as laborious as making such a large piece of silk, and the cost was much lower. After the silk trade, only the tea trees that Xin Yuan brought were left. However, because they had traveled such a long distance, the tea trees they dug up had long since died, and now only some limp tea leaves were left. Bai Feng picked a piece of tea that was not completely dry and tasted it. It indeed tasted like tea. Bao Shi was a little surprised to hear Bai Feng's affirmative statement. This kind of tree was quite common in their territory, but he didn't expect that this thing was actually the magical tea. Bao Shi immediately had the idea of doing another tea tree business with Bai Feng, because he could provide fresh tea from this tree, and he didn't need to travel such a long distance like Xin Yuan. In this era, there's nothing to be shy about when it comes to grabbing business. As soon as Bai Feng confirmed that it was a tea tree, Bao Shi said that their tribal territory also had this thing, and it depends on whether Bai Feng needs it. If so, they can dig it up in 2 days. Of course, Bai Feng was still very eager to drink tea. What's more, there was not much difference between wild tea and the one grown by people. In fact, later generations even used wild tea as a promotional breakthrough. However, emotionally speaking, Bai Feng was more willing to trade with the Xin Yuan tribe because, for one thing, Xin Yuan was his idol and ancestor, and for another, he somewhat disliked swearing, especially Bao Shi, a little kid with such a black heart. The fact that they had hunted him down was still vivid in his mind, and he didn't really want Bao Shi to take advantage of him. But apart from emotions, he also needs to consider the overall interests of the tribe. Although he doesn't like swearing, the deal is more profitable, but he is unwilling to abandon Xin Yuan, so he has to have some friendly exchanges with the Xin Yuan tribe. Bai Feng finally chose to exchange a whole tea tree from Sui Renshi, and then let the Xin Yuan tribe pick those fresh tea buds and directly exchange them with him for tea. Of course, Bai Feng did this not to lose money. Although their 2 tribes had tea trees, they did not know how to make tea, let alone how to make the best use of them. As long as the Bai Feng tribe has tea trees, they can process the tea and then try to sell it to them. At the same time, there are also matching tea sets. Bai Feng feels that with this set alone, he can recover the cost. They didn't know why Bai Feng did this, but as long as they could make some money, it was fine. It could even be said to be getting something for nothing. So Bao Shi quickly sent people to his territory to dig up a few more tea trees and bring them back. These tea trees could also be used to exchange for wine. Bao Shi now had some obsession with wine. Xin Yuan was not in a very good mood because he did not get many good things this time. There was only a piece of silk, which he did not sell for a good price. But if he took the silk to other tribes to exchange, he would not get what he wanted. Other tribes would at most exchange it with food and slaves, which his tribe had no shortage of. A deal that was originally the most promising one was now intercepted by swearing. Even though Bai Feng said that he was willing to exchange for Xuan Yuan's tea instead of tea trees, it would waste too much time. This time he knew that he would not get anything in exchange, so he planned to leave here directly and prepare supplies, and then the 2 of them discussed where to meet. Bai Feng used a piece of charcoal to draw the shape of a river on the wooden table, a big G shape. However, Bai Feng was not sure whether the shape of the river basin in this era was the same as in later generations. In history, the rivers had undergone many changes of course. Speaking of this, Bai Feng thought of something that could be sold for a good price, that is information. People in this era are very short of information, but Bai Feng knows what places thousands of miles away are like. I believe this thing is very tempting to their 2 tribal chiefs, because they all want to expand, they must know what is in the distance. As soon as Bai Feng talked about things thousands of miles away, the 2 of them stopped paying attention to other things and instead came over to look at what Bai Feng was drawing on the table. They found it very strange that Bai Feng was selling information, but also felt it was very reasonable, as these things could not be exchanged for supplies in other places. If one wanted to know about things far away, one needed a certain amount of luck. Bao Shi didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky that he met Wang Zhua. Although Wang Zhua didn't have any real ability in Bai Feng's opinion, he had been to many places and might even know some things in more detail than Bai Feng. After all, Bai Feng's work was based on the conditions of later generations. All Bai Feng can talk about are the existing mountains, rivers, and streams, which generally won't change much. Chapter 185 Sales Failure. Bai Feng simply drew a big river and 2 mountain ranges on the table with a charcoal stick, and then asked Bao, Shi, and Xianyuan and others if they were familiar with these places and where their approximate location was. Through Bai Feng's description, Bao, Shi was only sure that he knew the existence of this river and the horizontal mountain range. As for the location of the vertical mountain range, Bao, Shi was not clear. Only Xianyuan knew about these 3 places, and he also roughly determined the approximate location of his Qingxiu mountain. The 2 of them were not afraid that their location would be known by Bai Feng, because their 2 tribes were so large and famous that they could not be hidden at all. Many people in this land had been to their tribes and had spread the location of their tribes. Only the Bai Feng tribe was still mysterious. All they knew was that they were in the upper reaches of the river, but no one had ever been to their exact location. Bai Feng could only give them this much information for the time being, even if it was the same as not saying anything. He could actually tell them about other places, but it would require material exchanges. If Bai Feng revealed too much, it might speed up the process of tribal competition and occupation of this land. It was like a joke in later generations that if Qin Shi Huang had a world map, maybe no one would have to learn foreign languages. Bai Feng revealed to them the location information and climate and resources, which could reduce their casualties and the amount of energy needed during the exploration. However, most places are now wild, and it would be useless for them to occupy them, and they do not have enough manpower to develop them. The 2 of them wanted to know more, but Bai Feng said that there is no free lunch in the world, so how could he tell them casually? So he asked them to exchange supplies. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were now penniless and could not give anything. Wang Zhuo, who was watching the fun on the side, was a little anxious because he felt that there was really no need to exchange things with Bai Feng. What was there that he didn't know? He had been to so many places, and he had already told the tribe leader everything he needed to know. It was impossible that Bai Feng had been to more places than him just because he was the tribe leader. Wang Zhuo whispered a few words in Bao Shi's ear, and then Bao Shi looked relieved, turned around, and said to Bai Feng, I think I know enough about this world, so I don't need your information anymore. Only Xianyuan was still considering whether or not to exchange information with Bai Feng. After a mental struggle, he finally said that there was no need. He thought that he could also find those wandering savages to get what he wanted to know. If he did business with someone like Bai Feng, he would definitely suffer losses. Bai Feng would not force them. It was just a sudden idea on his part. The most important thing was to confirm the transaction location with Xianyuan. He had been wondering if there was a suitable landmark location that they could all find. After thinking for a long time, he vaguely remembered a place, but he didn't know if it existed in this era. So he asked Xianyuan if he had ever seen a very spectacular waterfall when he was walking along the river. Although it was not high, it was very dangerous. Xianyuan recalled and found that there was indeed such a place, and the roads on both sides are not easy to walk on. So Bai Feng suggested that they set their transaction location at that place, but their boat couldn't go down, so they had to go upstream a little bit. That place was closer to Xianyuan clan, so they got the advantage. Xianyuan readily agreed, and then asked about the transaction time. However, as it was almost winter, they really didn't have time to make the next transaction. Not only was there likely to be heavy snow in winter, which would be dangerous for both parties, but the rivers would also freeze, and the Bai Feng tribe would have no way to navigate. After some thought, they finally decided to choose the summer solstice, a day they could all observe, and there was no need to consider climate differences. They just had to let Xianyuan arrive at the trading location within 5 days after the day when the sun was highest in the sky. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan agreed immediately without asking how to observe which day the sun would reach its highest. Bai Feng was not surprised. Xianyuan wanted to study the calendar, so he had to observe the sun. It was understandable that he understood this now. Only Bao Shi felt more and more confused. He didn't know where the magnificent waterfall was, nor did he know when the sun would be highest in the sky. I asked Wang Zhuo about it, and after recalling for a long time, he said that the waterfall did exist. As for which day the sun was highest, he didn't know what it meant. Bao Shi was very frightened by this unfamiliar and unpredictable thing. He wanted to know what they knew, so he asked, Bai Feng, I am willing to give you a tea tree in exchange for telling me about the sun. Bai Feng would of course not keep anything to himself, and if Bao Shi paid more attention, he would be able to discover the pattern. So Bai Feng explained to him in detail and systematically the relationship between the sun's movement path and the 4 seasons, but he did not mention the Earth's roundness, as it would be troublesome to explain it. After listening to Bai Feng's explanation, Xin Yuan, who was standing by, suddenly understood many things that he had not figured out. Bao Shi felt that the class was worthwhile, especially since the price was just a free wild tea tree. The transaction with the Xin Yuan tribe ended in a hasty manner, and nothing was even exchanged, but he felt that the trip was worthwhile. There was nothing else for him to do now, so he said goodbye and immediately set out on his return journey. He had been out for too long this time, and he felt uneasy if he didn't go back. Bai Feng had to wait for Swirenchi to bring back the tea trees before he could go back. However, he didn't know whether tea trees could be grown in his own territory. The temperature there was colder than Swirenchi's territory, especially in winter. Bai Feng was afraid that it would be in vain even if he planted them. However, he still had to try everything first. After Xin Yuan left, Bai Feng also returned to his ship. As long as the tea trees were not delivered, he would not get off the ship. Bao Shi was not a man of martial ethics. Of course, Bai Feng was not wrong in his guess. As soon as Xin Yuan left, Swerin had already begun to gather soldiers and was preparing to attack Bai Feng when the supplies were handed over. It would be great if Bai Feng could be captured, but Bao Shi was not completely sure. He could only make arrangements first and attack whenever there was a chance. However, Bai Feng did not give Swirenchi any chance. After the tea trees were retrieved, the people of Bai Feng's tribe asked them to carry them to the shore and then exchange the items. The 5 tea trees were hoisted back to the boat by the people of Bai Feng's tribe with ropes. When they came into Bai Feng's hands, they were already a little wilted. Bai Feng then watered them with river water. As long as it could ensure that the tea trees were still alive when they arrived at their tribe, it would be enough. Chapter 186: The Second Batch of Prophets. Bao Shi's sneak attack plan had no chance to be carried out, but he did not intend to give up. Instead, he sent a team of soldiers to follow the Bai Feng tribe's ship after they set off. Because the Bai Feng tribe's ship was still pulled by the exchange slaves, the speed was not fast, and they could easily keep up. They followed them stealthily for a long time, and after they came out of the forest, it became difficult to hide their tracks. The warriors of the White Wind tribe also discovered that they were being followed, but the White Wind tribe had not yet sent out a signal to attack. If this group of people was just following them to find the location of the Bai Feng tribe, then they could lure these people deeper and then attack. Such a team of more than a dozen people was not a big problem for them. The only thing they were worried about was that they were the vanguard and were not just here to investigate and track. If there was a large force following behind them, the Bai Feng tribe would be in some trouble. They did not have many warriors, and although they were not afraid of being attacked onto the ship, the slaves they exchanged would become sitting ducks, and they might not get any benefit from the transaction. Moreover, Bai Feng had reason to believe that Bao Shi would do this. He never abided by martial ethics, especially now that they were on someone else's territory. The reason why Bao Shi did not plan to attack Xin Yuan was that it was not profitable, and Xin Yuan was from a clearly known large tribe, while the Bai Feng tribe was just a very wealthy medium-sized or even small tribe compared to Swirenchi and basically did not pose much threat, so there was no fear of retaliation. What's more, even if he attacked the Bai Feng tribe now, he would gain a lot. Even if it was a gamble, the stakes were not high, but the prizes were very generous. However, Bai Feng was a little too cautious. Bao Shi had no intention of chasing after Bai Feng's tribe because he knew they had no way of attacking those ships. The soldiers he sent out were to track and investigate the location of Bai Feng's tribe. They were better at fire attacks and frontal combat rather than naval battles, so they did not have much advantage in attacking now. After traveling for 2 days, Bai Feng discovered that those people still showed no signs of attacking. He took out his telescope and explored the distance. After confirming that there was no large army following behind, Bai Feng ordered to set up camp and pretended to have lunch, but in fact they had already set up powerful crossbows on the boat and aimed at the warriors of Swerin who were following them. The people who were following behind had already figured out the daily routine of the Bai Feng tribe and knew that it was indeed time for the Bai Feng tribe to eat. They relaxed their vigilance, took out their dry food and the prey they had caught on the road, and stopped not far away to start eating. However, in order not to be discovered, they did not make a fire and only ate raw food, including raw meat, which was not something too unusual for them. Originally, Bai Feng and the others aimed with the crossbows for a long time, but they still found that the range was not enough. If they started to attack them now, it would probably alert the enemy. So they had to put away the crossbows and wait until night to sneak over and kill them. The people of the Bai Feng tribe had better eyesight at night, and in order to avoid being exposed, the people of Swerin insisted on not making a fire, but climbing trees to spend the night. All the warriors of the Bai Feng tribe who came this time came together, got on a small boat, and secretly came to the shore. Holding a crossbow in their hands, they quietly found the tree where those people were hiding, and without making any other noise, they just shot at the tree. After shooting, the people of the Baifeng tribe lit torches to check the results of the battle. There were people groaning on the trees and under the trees. Now these people knew that they discovered it too late and that they could not survive their injuries, and they were all waiting for death to come. Baifeng was not merciful either. He killed all of these people with a single blow, then searched the surroundings to make sure that no one had escaped. He then threw the bodies by the river, made ropes out of grass, tied them securely to stones, and threw them to the bottom of the river to sink. If they had been thrown directly into the river, the bodies would have floated on the surface of the river in a few days, and then Suerin's men would have found them. They didn't dare to throw them in the wild, as who could be sure that Suerin's men wouldn't send more people to follow them? If they marched quickly, they would be able to catch up with Baifeng and his men. The slaves had no idea what was happening that night. They just heard screams in the distance, but due to poor eyesight and no torches, they knew nothing. In addition, after a whole day's journey, their physical strength was almost exhausted and they were very sleepy. Even if they heard noises, they were too lazy to care. Anyway, their safety was being watched by the people of the White Wind tribe. It didn't matter even if they died. They were slaves now and would surely not be able to work for long before being tortured to death. Naturally, the people of the Baifeng tribe would not tell the slaves anything. They just acted as if nothing had happened. After giving them a signal in the morning, they continued on their journey. Now it would take them 3 or 4 days to reach the Baifeng tribe. After Bao, she sent out those warriors to track. The rest of them went straight back to the tribe, hoping to get good news from those warriors. In winter, when there was heavy snow or the river was frozen, they would raid the Baifeng tribe and grab some food for the tribe members to survive the winter. The prophets brought by Baifeng this time were very good. Wu had the experience from last time, and he was the one who went with them this time, so he arranged everything quickly. However, there were not enough houses now, so he had to temporarily arrange for someone to build some large bunkhouses for these new slaves to live in. Because there is less meat in the Baifeng tribe this year, and there are so many new people, fishing has never stopped since the day Baifeng made the arrangement. Fish are transported back and forth in several large carts every day, and salt is also transported in carts. Now the air in the entire tribal territory is filled with the stench of pickled salted fish. The smell is a bit pungent for the people of the Baifeng tribe, but fortunately they have gotten used to it. However, for newcomers, the smell is simply an extremely attractive and wonderful smell. The wealth of the Baifeng tribe is completely unimaginable. Salted fish is a priceless treasure to them, especially the salted fish from the Baifeng tribe that is made with a very thick layer of salt. It has become famous throughout the land. The salted fish from the Baifeng tribe is synonymous with good things. The slaves brought back last time have become accustomed to the life and work of the White Wind tribe, and can even be said to have fallen in love with this kind of life. They were assigned to various places to do different jobs, but most of them were to build city walls or plow the land. There is too much arable land in the Baifeng tribe, and it is almost impossible to start cultivating in spring. However, the land can be cultivated in autumn and winter, and the difference is not too big compared to spring. Besides, now is also a good time to open up wasteland. Chapter 1, 87 Greenhouse. When exchanging tea trees with Suerin this time, Baifeng gave them very clear requirements at the beginning. When digging, they must have more soil on the roots, so that he could ensure the survival of the tea trees. Baifeng also took good care of them along the way, constantly watering them to keep them alive before arriving at the Baifeng tribe. After arriving at the tribe, the first thing he did was to find a place to transplant them. Their tribe is located on a plain, which is not suitable for growing tea trees. Tea trees like moisture, but are afraid of waterlogging. Therefore, the small hill behind their tribe is very suitable for growing tea trees. It is also close to Baifeng's house, because Baifeng's house is built on a high place. But the winters here are too cold, and the tea trees cannot survive the winter. So Baifeng still has to consider how to protect the tea trees through the winter. The tea trees that the Baifeng tribe brought back this time are all relatively tall, old tea trees. They are not as fragile as young tea trees, and their wintering conditions can be around 0 degrees. After all, in the location where Suerin lived, the winter would not be very warm. These tea trees are probably only distributed in the low-lying areas of the river valleys. Baifeng's idea was to build a glass greenhouse. Their tribe's glass production was already very high, but there was not much consumption. Building a greenhouse only required producing some large glass panels. Moreover, the glass greenhouse can not only be used to grow tea trees, but also some green vegetables, which can ensure that their tribe has some green vegetables to eat in winter. Although it is impossible for all the tribesmen to eat them, at least their leaders can satisfy their appetite in the winter. Bai Feng really doesn't want to eat those salted vegetables, and because of the lack of vitamin intake, his skin peels very badly in winter. The weather is still quite hot now, and there's still a long time before the temperature drops, which is enough time for them to build the greenhouse and put it into use. Even if the construction of the greenhouse fails and the tea trees die, the loss will not be a big deal for the Bai Feng tribe. Even if we no longer think about planting tea trees in the future, but instead directly exchange tea with other tribes, it is acceptable. Tea is also an important source of vitamins in winter. Tea production is large, and it is relatively easy to preserve. Even ordinary tribesmen have the opportunity to drink it. It is also very important for the physical health of the tribesmen. It is not as simple as just solving Bai Feng's oral desire. The tribesmen now have serious problems with bleeding gums, including Xiong and others. If they're all like this, the situation for ordinary tribesmen will only be more serious. The hills at the back are not saline alkali land because there is no river water soaking them. They are just ordinary soil, and quite fertile at that. Coupled with the long-term accumulation of fallen leaves and various dead grasses, they are very suitable for planting. Although the land is fertile, Bai Feng did not cultivate it. The reason is that although the hills have gentle slopes, if they want to use them as farmland, they need to convert them into terraces first. This is too uneconomical for them. After all, the plains are right in front of them, so why should they look toward the hills? But it is indeed something we can consider now, because with so many slaves, more food will be needed to feed them in the future. Their food reserves were very large when the population was not expanding, but now they can only barely last until the autumn harvest next year. And this is after taking into account various wild vegetables and fruits and the income from the big lake. Moreover, it is impossible to let them do nothing but eat and fatten in the winter. It is just right to use them to reclaim the hills behind and use their energy locally. Bai Feng planned a large area on the mountain, part of which was used to grow tea trees and the rest to grow vegetables. The four walls of the greenhouse needed to be built with bricks and wood, but there were very large windows left for installing glass. The roof is planned to be covered with glass except for the supporting keel to ensure sufficient lighting. The glass used is very thick, even stacked in several layers, and also has an inclination, not a horizontal plane. This is to take into account the problem of snowfall in winter. If the glass is too thin, it may not be able to support it. The inclination is also to allow the snow to slide down by itself. The tribesmen have rich experience in construction. Bai Feng only needs to describe it in theory, and then occasionally go over to supervise the work and give some guidance. He is very confident in everyone's work enthusiasm and operational capabilities. If he were to do it himself, he might not be able to reach the level of these tribesmen. Originally, the Bai Feng tribe would hold 2 fixed celebrations a year, but because this year's cattle hunting operation ended in failure, the celebration was canceled. However, everyone is looking forward to the celebration on the winter solstice. There are so many tribesmen this time, and the tribe also had a bumper harvest this year, so it will definitely be extremely lively. The glass greenhouse was built successfully, and in order to make the temperature inside high enough, Bai Feng also built many fireplaces to ensure that there would be no accidents. After all, if it was just a glass house, the sunlight it received would not raise the temperature very much, and the glass also dissipated heat relatively quickly. The winter solstice is not long away, and the new tribesmen and free people don't know what will happen, but they can feel the excitement of the old tribesmen. It seems that everyone is looking forward to that day, so they're all asking if there is anything special about that day. Unfortunately, the old tribesmen didn't know what was special about that day. They just heard from the tribe leader that winter had really come from that day. Although winter had already come on the day of the beginning of winter, there was actually no obvious difference from autumn. After the winter solstice, the temperature would drop rapidly. On that day, they would hold grand sacrifices and celebrations, and from that day on, the workload would gradually decrease, and everyone could start to fatten up. Listening to the older tribesmen describing the grand celebration of the tribe during the winter solstice, the newcomers also began to look forward to it. They really wanted to experience what the celebrations they would be able to participate in would be like, especially the kind of life where they could eat as much meat as they wanted and have free access to food. Although their status is the same, or slightly lower, there's a clear difference in food. The older tribesmen can eat food made of white rice and flour, a variety of high-quality meat, and vegetables grown by the tribe themselves. They can only eat coarse food like millet and buckwheat noodles. The meat is basically fish, and the only vegetables are wild vegetables. They can only eat until they are 60% to 70% full every day. Although this kind of life is much better than their previous life, there is no harm without comparison. They also want to eat well like the real people of the White Wind tribe. The most important thing is that they heard that there would be unlimited wine to drink that day, the kind that one jar could be exchanged for 1,000 slaves, and one sip was equivalent to consuming dozens of slaves. They have never tasted it until now, but they have only seen some people drinking it. Unfortunately, they are not even qualified to smell it. Chapter 188. Another winter solstice. The much-anticipated winter solstice has finally arrived. Although the tribe is relatively wealthy this year, and the harvest is abundant, the population has increased a lot, so Baifeng does not plan to be so extravagant. They cannot afford it. If they go too crazy this time, they may have a difficult winter. Because they didn't catch any cattle this year, they could only slaughter a few of the stronger, less friendly cows that they raised themselves to celebrate. It was also an explanation to the tribesmen. If they kept so many cows and didn't kill them, would they be offering them to their ancestors? More than 50 chickens were killed. It seemed that due to the change in the living environment, the breeding time of the chickens they raised was not as regular as that of the wild ones. Their egg-laying period was increased once this year, and it is possible that they will lay eggs every few days in the future. So now the Baifeng tribe has a lot of chickens and consumes more food. Killing some chickens can be considered as reducing the burden on the tribe. The tribesmen who raised chickens did not show reluctance like the tribesmen who raised cattle. Instead, they felt that the burden on them was suddenly lightened a lot. It is really too difficult for them to raise so many chickens. Changsu is also a chicken farmer, but his job is more complicated. Ever since he was beaten by Baifeng, he no longer has such strange feelings towards various birds, and chickens have successfully become food in his eyes. It's just that his bird training career is progressing slowly, and he hasn't yet selected the right bird breed. He found pigeons according to Baifeng's guidance, but there has been no effect so far. He has only attracted some, but can't make them nest and settle down. As for other foods, there is no way to let everyone eat as much as they want. We can only add some varieties and tips. This time we can only let everyone eat their fill, not let everyone eat to their heart's content. A few days in advance, Baifeng asked the women in the tribe who could cook to prepare a large amount of flour and make countless noodles. Fortunately, the temperature is low now, so there's no need to worry about the noodles going bad, even if the taste will be worse if left for a long time. Starting from the day of the winter solstice, water is constantly boiled in the pot, and then bone soup and noodles are served to everyone continuously. Everyone can have a bowl of noodles. This was unthinkable before because noodles were too troublesome to make, so the number of times the tribesmen could eat it was very limited. In addition to noodles, there are also enough steamed buns and pancakes prepared, and the tribesmen are not afraid of feeling dry after eating these things because there is soup that can be refilled indefinitely. The celebration started in the morning, but they were only provided with some food in the morning. Baifeng also had to hold a meeting to reward those tribesmen who had worked harder throughout the year. The real celebration would not begin until the evening, when they would start cheering and dancing, and wine would be distributed to everyone. There are only a few people who make the greatest contributions in a year, but occasionally there are a few newcomers who make great contributions, get rewards, and then join the wealthy class. This class system was intentional by Baifeng, because only by seeing the gap will the tribesmen work harder to improve their living standards and tribal status. Last year, the White Wind tribe had no slaves or free men, and this year the new slaves were not eligible to participate in the celebration. However, today they were given more food as an exception. The free men could also join in the celebration, but the food they received would not be as rich. After seeing the rewards of the celebration, the free people finally believed what Baifeng had said before. So they thought to themselves that they would work more wholeheartedly for the Baifeng tribe in the future, hoping to make contributions as soon as possible and become true members of the Baifeng tribe. Because there were really not many types of things that could be rewarded, Baifeng was thinking about rewarding those people with slaves as well. But after a period of careful consideration, he gave up the idea. This may lead to a lot of trouble, because he is the only one who regards slaves as human beings. In the eyes of other tribesmen, slaves are just property. They may not cherish the slaves after handing them over to them. Moreover, the slave Baifeng felt that it would be better to control the whole tribe, jointly owned by all tribesmen or personally owned by him. After all, He also had a policy of releasing slaves who performed outstandingly or made contributions. This policy would be difficult to implement after handing them over to the tribesmen. By the evening, the square was already piled with countless firewood and extremely flammable pine resin. This time, Bai Feng also mixed saltpeter and charcoal powder together and placed a circle under the firewood, hoping to add something different when lighting the fire. Just like that, when the sun was setting, Bai Feng held a torch and lit the pile of fluffy grass under the bonfire. The moment Bai Feng put the torch on the grass, the mixture of saltpeter and charcoal underneath instantly exploded, emitting a piercing flame, and then the fire quickly grew and ignited the bonfire rich in pine resin. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and bursts of sparks flew into the sky. Because the square is big enough, they lit a lot of bonfires for dancing around. The smaller fires around them were used for sitting around and having fun and drinking after dancing. Bai Feng beats the big drum and asks everyone to dance to the beat of the drum. When Bai Feng gets tired, other small leaders will take over, but they beat smaller drums, and only Bai Feng can beat the biggest drum. This is the tacit rule of everyone. The dance must continue, but it is impossible for Bai Feng to beat the drum alone. There is still a lot of wine brewed last year, enough for the tribesmen to drink to their heart's content at this celebration. After all, each person doesn't even have half a pound of wine. This year, the Bai Feng tribe did not brew any more wine because they planned to keep the sorghum as food for the slaves. Now they can no longer be so extravagant. First they danced, and when they got tired, they held the jar of wine and went to sit around a small fire with their friends to chat and drink. However, Bai Feng felt that everyone's entertainment life was too monotonous and drinking alone was meaningless. So he had already taught the tribesmen some small games so that they could play together in their spare time. Bai Feng didn't teach them games that were too difficult and they wouldn't be able to learn them. Even if they could learn them, Bai Feng didn't want to waste that time. So he taught them games that anyone with hands can play, such as rock, paper, scissors, and tic-tac-toe, but now the winner gets to drink and the loser doesn't get to drink. The square was bustling with people and cheers. The slaves in the rooms listened to the noise with great envy. Occasionally they would stick their heads out to look at the fire in the distance, but they did not dare to stay outside all the time. If they were discovered by the patrolling soldiers, they would be beaten. They were not allowed to leave the rooms at night. Among the slaves, a dark-skinned, thin girl was looking at the fire in the distance with a dazed look in her eyes. In her hand, she was holding the yellow powder that she had hidden in her leather jacket. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 189, The Red Woman. After a night of revelry, Bai Feng drank very happily and was completely drunk. As the other tribesmen were given a limited amount of wine, most of them were only slightly tipsy and could not enjoy themselves as much as last year. However, the newcomers who had never drunk alcohol before were already lying on the ground in a state of forgetfulness before they even started eating the hot dishes. From today on, the Bai Feng tribe will gradually shrink its arms and begin hibernation. This year has been quite magical. He had originally planned to expand the tribe through war, but in the end he achieved his goal through trade, which can be considered a success. The water inlet of the lake was sealed that day. Although there is no sign of freezing yet, the Bai Feng tribe did this to prevent their water pipes from being broken by ice. They don't have to worry about water supply on a daily basis. The river is right at their doorstep, and those water cellars have been abandoned. Bai Feng is also thinking about whether to backfill them. After all, if a child accidentally falls in, it will be a disaster. This is also a huge safety hazard. Bai Feng has gained some experience this year. The big fish in the fish pond have basically been caught, and the income is still very high, completely equivalent to the harvest of the tribesmen in the big lake for a month. Coupled with some other scattered things, it can be proved that it is still cost-effective to build the fish pond. The most important thing is stability. Even if the city is surrounded, the fish pond will still be their granary. The slaves were not qualified to see Bai Feng directly, but Bai Feng would usually inspect the construction sites of the tribe. The slaves would deliberately show off in front of Bai Feng, working hard as if they were risking their lives, just hoping that the North would look at them more, leaving a good impression, and thus getting a chance to escape from slavery. Chi Nu was thin and weak and could not do any heavy work. Her job was to collect leaves and various dry firewood and hay in and outside the city to prepare for the tribe's winter. Originally, she didn't need to think about these things. She was the daughter of the chief of the Zhongben clan, which was a tribe of not too big or small. Although she still had to work, at least she could get some respect from the tribe members. She didn't have to sleep in the same place with smelly people, nor did she have to worry about food for tomorrow. Everything changed after the arrival of Swearin, and the person who led the way was Wang Zua, who came out of their tribe. He brought Suerin's warriors to their territory, then seized their land, slaughtered their warriors, turned others into slaves, and her father was also taken as a trophy and sacrificed to Suerin's spirit. She is the most ordinary-looking woman in the tribe. She did not grow the big butt and thick arms that everyone likes due to good diet. But fortunately, she is the daughter of the tribe leader, so she will not be excluded. Normally, people like her would either be taken away and killed as sacrifices or distributed among Suerin's warriors as trophies. But because she was too ordinary, the people who divided the spoils thought she was an ordinary member of the tribe and let her go. In addition, no one wanted her because she was not beautiful and had no value, so she was treated as a slave. During the time of Suerin, slaves lived a very poor life. Fortunately, she did not starve to death, but her body became even thinner and she looked even uglier in the eyes of others. She had no confidence in her appearance, and she knew it was impossible to rely on her body to buy a chance to escape from her slavery. If that were possible, some female slaves would have already become members of the White Wind tribe. The only solution she could think of was the story of Suerin and the powder hidden in the leather clothes. This yellow powder was very important to their tribe and could emit blue flames. The Ben tribe believed that it was the incarnation of the god of fire, so they attached great importance to it. Normally, the tribesmen would carry some with them in order to obtain the protection of the god of fire. Wang's visit this time was also related to the powder, but he didn't seem to tell Suerin's people about this. Instead, he secretly took a lot of it away by himself, as if there was some unspeakable secret. The god of fire did not protect their tribe. She only hoped that she could rely on these incarnations of the god of fire to buy her a chance to gain freedom. If she succeeded, it would be worth it for their tribe to worship the god of fire for so many years. Originally, she had not made up her mind, but after hearing the celebration of the Baifeng people last night and seeing the flames rising into the sky, she finally made up her mind. Now she is waiting for an opportunity to meet Baifeng and then put forward her conditions. If she fails, she can only stay here as a slave and wait for death. But for several days after the winter solstice, Qinu hadn't seen Baifeng, because Baifeng seldom went out of the city for a stroll unless he had something to do. He usually spent more time wandering around several construction sites and farmland. These jobs were more important and had to be taken seriously. As for jobs like picking up hay and firewood, Baifeng almost never cared about them. Qinu really had no patience because she found it hard to imagine what kind of life they would face when winter came and they could not work. Everyone knew the fate of slaves. When there was work to do, at least they would be given some food. When there was no work to do, they could only endure it. Others would not give them food for free. Even though the Baifeng tribe treated slaves very well now, she didn't believe that they could always treat slaves like this because the strength of a tribe was limited. If they gave food to the slaves, their own warriors would have to eat less, which was equivalent to using the warriors' food to feed the slaves. Looking at the entire human world, it would be very shocking, and she was afraid that their warriors would not agree. Looking at the Baifeng warriors who were guarding them with weapons not far away, Qinu finally made up her mind to go over and ask, hoping that he could take her see Baifeng. If she continued to wait like this, she didn't know when it would take, and her heart was really tormented. It was the first time for the young warrior to see such a request. The slave was not afraid of him and dared to come over and talk to him. Normally, he would not agree. If everyone did this, then the patriarch would not be able to do his normal work. Wouldn't everything be in chaos? But Qinu said that she knew some secrets about Suerin, which would definitely be very useful to the Baifeng tribe. The young warrior was half believing and half doubting, and thought that this matter should be reported to the tribe leader to let the tribe leader verify it. If this woman dared to lie, he would promise to beat this ugly woman half to death. But if this woman did not lie, then he would be considered to have made a great contribution by accident and would be able to get a reward in the future. Chapter 190 Intelligence. The young warrior did not bring Qinu to Baifeng immediately. Instead, he went there by himself first, found Baifeng, and told him the general situation to see whether he should bring Qinu over. If he rashly brought her over, it would not be a good thing. Baifeng was quite surprised when he heard that someone actually knew the secret of Suerin and wanted to use it to free himself from his slave status. After all, ordinary slaves had no way of accessing Suerin's internal information, and the extraordinary slaves were probably reincarnated. But of course Baifeng was very happy to accept such a thing. Although he knew a little about Suerin, it was not a lot. It would be good to have information. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without defeat. She was just a slave. As long as the information she provided was good enough, there would be no harm in releasing her. Chinu did not tell anyone about the yellow powder in her arms because although their tribe believed in the god of fire, the Bai branch did not necessarily believe in it. If she said it rashly, Baifeng might feel that it would anger the gods of their tribe, and it was possible that he would kill her as a sacrifice to apologize to the gods. After all, she had heard too many such things, and every tribe worshipped different gods. So she had to use the information about Suiren as a cover to meet Baifeng. However, this was not false. After all, she was very familiar with Wang Zuo's affairs, and Wang Zuo was now the core figure of Suiren. It was completely fine to say that this was information about Suiren. Chinu followed the soldier and saw Baifeng, who was checking the conditions of the farmland. She crawled on the ground and waited for Baifeng to ask questions. Get up first and sit here and talk. Baifeng was not used to the feeling of having others kneel down at his feet to talk with him. Not only did it not make him feel superior, but it made him feel disgusting. He would just accept kneeling occasionally when he had no choice. Doing so all the time would only make him feel disgusted. They are all human beings running around naked, so there is not much meaning in him becoming a king now. It would be fine if he unified the human race and became a king and then accepted people's worship. Now he is just a village chief. Chinu did not feel too panicked, as she still had a status. When she heard Baifeng's words, she got up from the ground and knelt on the ground. People of that era did not have the habit of sitting cross-legged, so they all knelt. Baifeng just squatted on the stalk of the field and looked at the dark-skinned girl. The moment he saw Chinu, Baifeng thought of the time when he saw Sui in the market. She was so thin and dark, and her delicate appearance was also above his taste. Her figure was not that of a big butt and a big waist, but thin with a hint of strong and wild beauty. If she was well-nourished, she would definitely be an extremely beautiful woman. Baifeng felt his heart moved again. Baifeng no longer thinks of himself as a gentleman. He is as greedy for women as the ancient emperors and wants to have 3,000 beauties in his harem. However, in later times, due to the monogamy required by the law and the limitation of his own wealth, he even finds it difficult to marry a wife. It's just that now there are no rules and regulations to restrict him, and all of his subordinates have several wives. It's just that he doesn't want to settle and wants to find a woman who suits his own aesthetic taste. So he now has only one wife, Sui. Baifeng did not say much, but kept staring at Chinu, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He had never discovered before that there was such a beauty among the slaves. He now thought that even if Chinu could not produce the information that met his requirements, he was willing to free Chinu from slavery and let her accompany him and become his woman. The warrior standing by knew most of what was going on when he saw Baifeng's eyes. This was the tribe leader's aesthetic taste. It was very strange that when there were so many women with big butts, he had to find such a skinny woman who couldn't even do the work. What was the tribe leader trying to do? Although Sui had changed the aesthetic taste of the tribesmen in a short period of time after dressing up, the general direction remained unchanged. It just made the women more fond of dressing up, and in their eyes, Sui was no longer an ugly woman, but was still far from being a beauty. Baifeng did not tell Chinu about his thoughts, but asked her first, since you said you have news about Sui Renshi to tell me, then just tell me what you know about Sui Renshi. If you're satisfied, I can free you from slavery and make you a free man. If the information is important enough, I can even let you become a real member of our Baifeng tribe. Chinu suppressed her inner excitement and asked tentatively, Chief, do you know that there's a man named Wang Zuo in Suiren clan? He is very important in Suiren clan now. What I know is about this man named Wang Zuo, and I think it should be of great use to you. Baifeng laughed and said, Of course I know this Wang Zuo. I was the one who recommended him to Sui Renshi. I know basically everything about him. Is there anything else you know about him that I don't know? I don't know how he entered the Suiren clan and held such a high position, but he was actually just an ordinary member of the Zhongbin clan. I don't know why he said he was blessed by God and that he would leave the tribe to become an immortal. None of us tried to stop him because we all knew he was just a liar with no real ability. Baifeng found it very interesting, so he continued to ask, You said Wang Zuo is from your Zhongbin clan, right? Then you should be very familiar with him. What was your status in your tribe before? I think you must be of a high status. Chinu lowered her head in a somewhat dejected manner. Zhongbin is my father, but because Wang Zuo brought Sui Run, my father was also killed by them. Therefore, Sui Run is my enemy, and Wang Zuo is even more of an enemy. I wish I could smash his limbs with stones and then throw him to the wolves to tear him apart, so that you can feel relieved. It turned out that he was a traitor and a traitor to his country. Bai Feng didn't think it was strange, even if Wang's will was crushed to ashes. He just didn't know whether Bao Shiqing knew about this. If Bai Feng knew that there was such a person in his tribe, he would kick him to death after using him for his own benefit. But is this all the information you have? If this is all the information, I don't think it's enough to free you from slavery. Qinu had no choice but to bite her lip. After thinking for a while, she reached in her leather jacket and took out the yellow powder. Chapter 191 Sulfur. Bai Feng looked at the naked girl groping in his arms with great interest, wanting to see what good stuff she could find out that would brighten his eyes. He didn't believe that anyone in this era could record things clearly. If there was anyone, it could only be him, Bai Feng. If she could really record the secrets of Suiren in any form, then Bai Feng would be very willing to free her from slavery and would train her seriously. But after Qinu dug for a long time, when she opened her palm, there was only a ball of yellow powder. Bai Feng was a little confused. Shouldn't this be the secret of Suiren? Why did she take out this thing? What does this have to do with Suiren? This thing is called Fire Spirit. It is the treasure of our Jiangben clan. We believe it is the incarnation of the god of fire, and it can protect our Jiangben clan members. Wangzhou was once a member of our clan, and we will carry this thing with us. But this time, after he led Suiren to conquer our tribe, he secretly took a lot of fire spirits for him. He was not a member of our tribe, and the god of fire would no longer protect him. I don't know what he did with them, and it seems that he did not tell Suiren's people about this. By the way, after this fire spirit is ignited, there will be a blue flame. She said Bai Feng didn't care about the previous information because he didn't care how Suiren attacked Jiangben's tribe, and he didn't believe in the incarnation of the god of fire at all. They must have classified something incomprehensible into the category of theology. But when he said that this yellow powder could emit a blue flame, Bai Feng's heart skipped a beat, because this was a flame color reaction, and anything that could produce this reaction must be useful to him. Bai Feng suppressed his excitement and asked Qinu for the powder. Qinu handed it to Bai Feng without any hesitation. This was an important moment that would change her destiny, and she would not be stupid. After taking the thing, the pungent smell not only did not make Bai Feng angry, but he stood up and laughed heartily. He finally found what he had been missing. With this thing, he could make thermal weapons and completely dominate this era. Bai Feng's tone was unable to conceal his excitement. This thing is called sulfur. Sulfur is the essence of fire. You call it the fire spirit, the incarnation of the god of fire. Actually, it's not wrong. This thing could be very useful. You said your tribe has it. Is there a lot of it? How far is it from here? Hearing Bai Feng's question, Qinu knew that there was hope for her identity, but to be on the safe side, she still asked first, is this thing enough to free me from slavery? Of course, from now on, you're no longer a slave. You're a member of our White Wind tribe. If you can bring back enough of these things, I can have someone build you a house and give you enough food, and you can be treated the same as our old tribesmen. Qinu didn't care about Bai Feng's promise. The mere fact of being freed from slavery was enough to excite her. Although she could eat half full in Bai Feng's tribe due to long-term hunger, she was still worried and frightened. She fainted after being so excited. Bai Feng screamed and quickly jumped off the ridge to help Qinu up. Seeing this, a soldier nearby hurried over to check. Bai Feng could see that the sudden stimulation was too severe for her weak body to bear, and she fainted. Fortunately, it was not too serious. He pinched the acupuncture points with his fingernails and pierced the 10 points with his dagger to let the blood flow. After a while, Qinu finally woke up. At this time, Bai Feng realized that the little sulfur he had, which was not much, had been scattered everywhere, and there was not even any left in his hands. But it doesn't matter. As long as people are alive, there will always be a chance to find sulfur mines. Just digging casually will yield more than what we just found. Qinu was still very weak. She was very thin and light. Bai Feng picked her up gently, and then carried the drowsy Qinu to his room in a princess hug. Kicking the door open, Bai Feng put Qinu on the Kong. Then he found the honey he had left in his room for Sui to satisfy her craving, dissolved it a little in hot water, and fed it to Qinu. Only then did Qinu regain some energy. The first thing she did after she regained strength was to get down, because she felt that she was not worthy of sitting on this Kong. Even though she didn't know that this was Bai Feng's room, just from the location, size, and furnishings inside, Qinu knew that it was definitely not a place that ordinary people could live in. The warriors who came with Bai Feng were tactful enough not to go in. Instead, they watched the chief put the woman on the Kong and then turn around and left. They didn't think that a woman so thin could hurt one of the strongest warriors in their tribe. Bai Feng ignored them and let them think whatever they wanted. As the head of a clan, what would be a big deal if he carried 10 women back to the room, let alone one? What's more, Bai Feng really didn't do anything wrong to Qi Nu. And now he really didn't have this idea. Even if she grew up in accordance with his aesthetic taste, she still had to take good care of her body and keep it clean. She didn't know how long she hadn't taken a bath, and the fur on her body was also frayed. It was only because of such a strong odor that Bai Feng didn't smell the strong smell of sulfur. I'm afraid other people couldn't smell it either. Bai Feng stopped Qi Nu, who wanted to get off the Kong. Lie down for a while first. Your body is too weak. Wait for a while before getting off. No one here will blame you. The naked woman then continued to lie down, but her hands were twisted together and she looked very uneasy. Seeing that her emotions had calmed down and that the honey water progress should not be a problem now, Bai Feng continued to ask the previous topic. Do you have a lot of this stuff in your army? Qi Nu sat up with difficulty. It was useless for Bai Feng to stop her. It seemed that only in this way could she feel more at ease when answering. She looked at Bai Feng, nodded, and said yes. If that's the case, then it's easy. Then is your tribe's territory far from here? Are there any Swarinchi warriors stationed there now? Or are there already Swarinchi's people living in your tribe? Qi Nu kept mumbling something, as if she couldn't count. Finally, she stammered, from the time we were captured by the tribe of Swerin, we walked for about 10 days. From Swerin's place to here, it took another 10 days. The total time was, the journey would take almost a month, and as long as Qi Nu didn't make mistakes in counting a dozen or so places, it would be fine. He didn't expect Qi Nu to be able to do addition and subtraction. Then do you know what the current situation of your tribe is? Perhaps because a long time had passed, Qi Nu no longer felt too sad. All the warriors in our tribe were killed. The tribe leader and some others were captured for sacrifice. The only ones who survived were people like me. Chapter 192, Caught in the Act. No one lives in our tribe now, because it is far away from Swerin. They probably think they can't control such a faraway place, so they just took away our people and our food supplies and evacuated. Now, there should be no tribe living in that large territory, so it can be regarded as their territory. Qi Nu paused, fumbled inside her clothes again, and took out a few pinches of sulfur. There is a small layer inside our clothes, which is specially used to hold our fire spirits. I only have this little bit left now. My other tribesmen are also here, becoming slaves of your White Wind tribe. They should have fire spirits with them. There are a lot of these in our tribe, and we also have many springs that never cool down. Our ancestors said that this is water that only the fire god can drink. If we drink a sip, we will die soon. There are also these fire spirits around springs. Hearing this, Bai Feng grabbed Qi Nu's arm, lifted her clothes, and asked her to open her mouth. Including teeth, eyes, and skin, Bai Feng carefully checked them all, making sure there were no signs of poisoning. Then he asked, do you live far from those springs? Is there a pungent smell in the air? Qi Nu shook her head and said, no, we are very far from those springs. It takes at least 2 or 3 days' walk because our ancestors said that if we live too close to the god of fire, it is a blasphemy against the gods and will be punished. It is said that our tribe used to live next to a spring, which caused the fire god to become angry and spew out flames as high as the sky from the mountain, melting all the rocks. The flowing fire burned the tribe to ashes. Later, the fire god's anger subsided, and those of us who survived no longer lived next to the spring, but lived far away from it. Normally, we are not allowed to go there. We picked up these fire spirits from the outside, not from the spring, and we only go to the spring during the annual sacrifice. I have seen the spring water. It is really boiling and steaming, and there is no one burning fire underneath, but there are countless fire spirits around. After listening to Qi Nu's words, Bai Feng felt that it was really amazing to dare to live next to a volcano. It was even more amazing to dare to go back and live there after the volcano erupted. Their tribe was also a freak. In addition to the volcanic eruption, the various poisonous gases in the spring water were also fatal. It was unexpected that this tribe did not die from the poison, but was destroyed by other tribes. It was really strange. However, Bai Feng was also thinking, where in this land there is a volcano, and an active volcano at that. The places he could think of were nothing more than the mountain range in the southwest, the mountain in the northeast, and the island. But no matter what, the routes didn't match up, and he really couldn't remember the inland. But Bai Feng would definitely go there in the future because he had to get the sulfur. Then he would know where it was, and it would also satisfy his curiosity. Just know these This is much more important than what you said about swearing. From now on, you will be a member of our Bifong tribe, and your treatment will be the same as that of the old members. Don't worry anymore. I will arrange for someone to build a house for you later. Why not build it next to my house? It will take a long time, so you can stay with other tribesmen for a while. Chinu nodded, almost crying, and then asked, Chief, can you give those people from our Ben tribe a chance to escape from slavery? They must still have fire spirits on them. How about I let them give them to you? This is not an easy matter to handle. How many of your people are left here? Akane immediately replied, There are still 127. This number is okay. If they all become free people or tribesmen, it will still be within Bai Feng's tolerance. However, you will definitely not give them freedom so easily. There must be a price to pay. Seeing that this naked woman could tell how many tribesmen there were in one breath, it showed that she still cared a lot about her own tribesmen. Unlike the women from other tribes, after coming to the Bifong tribe, they immediately abandoned their former tribes. It's impossible to set them all free now, but I will find a way to give them a chance. It depends on whether they can grasp it. But now you can ask them to give me their fire spirits. In return, I will arrange for someone to give them more food. Chinu nodded in agreement and wished she could go find her tribe members to report the news immediately. However, seeing how weak she looked, Bifong let her rest for a while and found some food for her to eat before leaving. When she heard there was food, Chinu was no longer in such a hurry to leave. She hadn't felt what it felt like to be full for a long time. Of course, Bifong wouldn't cook anything delicious for her. He just cut some meat into cubes and cooked a pot of rice porridge. It was just such a simple bowl of porridge, which she knew had never enjoyed before. The porridge was still steaming from the pot when she knew picked up the bowl and poured it directly into her mouth. Bifong knew that she couldn't use chopsticks, so he didn't prepare any and just took a spoon. Unexpectedly, she didn't even use the spoon. Before Bifong could stop her, she had already swallowed half a bowl of soup. However, no matter how resistant a savage's body was, her esophagus was made of flesh, and the burn made her frown and cover her chest in pain. After a while, she dared to continue eating. However, her tongue was already numbed by the heat, and she felt some pain with every bite. A good meal turned out to be like torture. Chinu was eating when she heard footsteps outside the door, and then Sui came into the room. She often went to the cowshed again because a white calf was born. Sui liked it very much and almost wanted to bring it back to the room to raise it, but Bifong did not agree. So now Sui went to the cowshed every day to play with the calf. Sui even said that she would ride on it when the calf grew a little bigger. What she didn't expect was that her house was robbed just after she went out for half a day. She returned home in a happy mood, only to find a strange woman lying on her bed, eating from their bowls. Sui was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Although primitive people don't take these things so seriously, after living with Bifong for a long time and being influenced by Bifeng's values, Sui's possessiveness is still very strong, but she knows that she is not qualified to care about these things. Chinu was also frightened and didn't dare to continue eating with the bowl in her hand, because from her temperament and dress, she could tell that this woman was not ordinary. She should be the wife of the clan leader, and she was now taking up everything of hers. Chapter 193, The Second Wife. Sui was stunned. Chinu was also stunned. Only Bifong pretended to be calm. Indeed, there was no need for him to panic. He didn't do anything. What's more, he was the head of the clan, so what was wrong with having a few more women? The atmosphere was a little awkward. Bifong coughed and spoke first. Sui, this is Chinu, a new member of our tribe. She has made great contributions to the tribe. How about I give her a big reward? Sui nodded expressionlessly. This matter had nothing to do with her. The areas where she had the most power in the tribe were the vegetable garden and the cowshed, especially the vegetable garden. Bifong always ranked second to her. The atmosphere became awkward again. Bifong had no choice but to ask Chinu to eat quickly and leave after eating. He would go find someone to arrange accommodation for her. Chinu nodded and gulped down the porridge without caring whether it was still hot or not. Then she got off the Kong and ran away with her head down. She knew that with her figure and appearance, it was impossible for the clan leader to like her, but sleeping in the hostess's bed was a very scary thing. Bifong was about to explain when Sui spoke first. If you like her, just bring her back. I have no objection, but can you let her take a bath first? She is really dirty. Also, feed her to make her fatter. She is even thinner and uglier than I was back then. I don't know why you like ugly girls. After all, Sui is still a woman of this era. Bifong found that he didn't have to consider so many things and could just follow his heart. So he chuckled and said that he would listen to her on all these matters. In fact, there was no way to not listen, because after Bai Feng and Sui slept on that Kong for a night, when he woke up in the morning, his skin was covered with red spots, and it was itchy. After Bai Feng scratched for a while, Sui lay on his back and searched for him. As a result, she found a lot of lice on Bai Feng's body. When she found one, she pressed it to death on her body. After searching for a while, Bai Feng also found Sui. Both of them had a lot of lice on their bodies. In fact, they had much more lice on their bodies before, but as the saying goes, if there are too many lice, you don't have to worry about bites. So they didn't care at all at that time. The animal skins on the Kong were useless, as they were full of lice. The two of them had no choice but to walk towards the bathing area in the middle of winter. If they didn't take a bath, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to sleep well. As for the animal skins, Bai Feng asked his own people in the tribe to wash them. If he asked the slaves to wash them, it would be better not to wash them, because the lice on their bodies would be so numerous that several Bai Fengs would crawl all over them. Bai Feng then found a warrior and asked him to arrange a room for Qi Nu, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable house because all the other houses were occupied by members of the Bai Feng tribe. They didn't dare to arrange Qi Nu in a room with men, as who knew what would happen at night. Finally, there was no choice but for Qi Nu to go back to her previous slave room and continue dealing with it. And there's a little child in Bai Feng's room now, you. Sui has told Bai Feng more than once that she wants you to move out. After all, he is a big boy and can take care of himself. Unfortunately, Bai Feng has developed a love for talent and hopes to keep you with him for a while longer. However, this would indeed affect the normal life of Bai Feng and his family, who felt uncomfortable, so they built a small house for you near Bai Feng's house. However, it was still early for completion and might not be completed until deep winter. In the morning, you would stroll with Bai Feng, and Bai Feng would also teach him Chinese characters. You learned very quickly, and he could already write characters with simple strokes. Now his literacy level was almost the same as Wu's. In the afternoon, he was asked to follow Wu to work. His mathematical calculation ability was already very good, but if he wanted to make progress and recognize his limitations, he had to practice. Wu thought he had found a good helper, but he didn't expect it to be the beginning of his nightmare. The next day, when Bai Feng and the others saw Qi Nu, they were still a little scared. They wanted to stay away from her, because being bitten by lice was really uncomfortable. However, Qi Nu didn't seem to be aware of that, and still hoped to get closer to Bai Feng. Bai Feng didn't care whether she had important things to do or not, and just let her take a bath. He stuffed all his bathing supplies like soap beans and cypress leaves into her hands, and found a female tribesman to help her rub them thoroughly in case she didn't know how to use those things. As for her clothes, they were taken off before taking a bath and then thrown away by Bai Feng. They were too dirty and rotten. If any of the slaves were willing to take them, they could just wash them and wear them themselves. Bai Feng prepared a new set of linen clothes and a Mongolian robe for Qi Nu. The Mongolian robe was most suitable for wearing in winter. It was a very long time before the naked girl, who had been rubbed clean, came out of the bathroom. Her hair was wet and she was trembling all over. She was covered with a piece of linen and was anxiously looking for her clothes, not because she was shy, but because she was cold. Bai Feng threw the prepared clothes to her and asked her to change quickly. She was not shy at all and put them on in front of Bai Feng. She even asked Bai Feng when she didn't know how to dress. After taking a bath, the naked girl's skin was not as dark as before, but a healthy, weak color. Her body was well proportioned, and her face looked more beautiful. Bai Feng was very happy seeing this. Akane, who was dressed well, looked like a different person, except that her hair was still wet. In order to prevent her from getting sick and catching a cold, Bai Feng pulled her into his room again and asked her to dry her hair by the fireplace. Because she had taken a bath, Sui no longer rejected her, because she also understood that Akane might soon become Bai Feng's second wife, and she had no way to avoid it. After drying her hair, Bai Feng wanted to tie it up, but Qi Nu was too scared to let Bai Feng tie it up. Bai Feng persuaded her several times and finally pressed her down on the stool. Qi Nu tremblingly let Bai Feng do it. Bai Feng combed her hair with a comb and asked her, "Qi Nu, are you willing to be my woman?" Qi Nu was extremely shocked because no man had ever said such a thing to her, let alone a clan leader, because she knew that she would never be liked by others because of her appearance. But she wanted to agree very much in her heart, so she subconsciously turned her head to look at Sui, and seeing Sui's figure and appearance, she seemed to understand something, so she whispered, "Okay." Bai Feng was very happy and continued to comb Qi Nu's hair. Sui also knew that the result was difficult to change, so she kept searching and found the silk thread dyed red that she had treasured for a long time, and used it to let Bai Feng tie Qi Nu's hair. Chapter 194 Handing over the sulfur. In this situation, there is no need to build a house for Chi-Nu. Just let them speed up the construction of Yu's house and send you, the light bulb, out as soon as possible. This room is enough for the three of them to live in, and the space is still very large. However, Baifeng has no intention of touching Chi-Nu yet. She is too thin and needs to be taken care of over the winter to gain weight. He also has Sui now, and he doesn't know why he and Sui have no children yet. Baifeng also feels that he is working hard on farming. Is it really because of his time travel that his body is no longer able to have children? The red girl who was styled by Baifeng became even more beautiful. Baifeng was very satisfied now that he had two wives who met his aesthetic standards. Although she was not like the others who traveled to ancient times and became emperors or princes, with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and 3,000 beauties in the harem, she was not as beautiful as the others. I have traveled through time to this barren wilderness and live with a group of primitive people, but at least I have 2 women with my own aesthetic tastes, so it's not too much of a failure. After Chi-Nu finished fixing her hairstyle, she suddenly remembered that she still had something to tell Baifeng. She said that she could now gather all the members of the Jiangben tribe and ask them to hand themselves and the fire spirit over to Baifeng. She only hoped that Baifeng would not break his promise and give them the corresponding amount of food. In fact, in this situation, Baifeng could have released all the members of the Jiangben tribe and made them free men, as they would be considered Chi-Nu's dowry anyway. But unfortunately, this would have made the identities of the Baifeng tribe members seem too cheap. However, Baifeng was not in a hurry, as he already had a way. He could make all the soldiers of the Jiangben tribe free men and make everyone agree. Baifeng immediately made a promise to Chi-Nu, so he asked her to collect those fire spirits first. He would also ask the witch to adjust their living place so that the entire tribe could live in the same area. It would be more convenient to distribute food then. If Chi-Nu was willing, she could also visit her people often. Chi-Nu happily ran to the slave area, but if she searched one by one, she didn't know how long it would take her to find them. So Baifeng directly ordered the soldiers to notify the people in charge of each slave area and ask them to pick out Jiangben's people faster. This was indeed much more convenient. When the warriors first called out, the people of the Ben clan thought that one of their clansmen had done something wrong and implicated them, so they wanted to hide it. However, they knew the punishment that the Baifeng tribe would give to liars, so they could only leave the working slave team tremblingly and stand outside, waiting to be sentenced. Finally, the warriors brought them together. They saw not the swordsman, but the gorgeously dressed naked woman. They were relieved. If a naked woman had not spoken first, they would not have recognized her. It was a pity that her figure was too poor, otherwise she would have been a beauty after being dressed like that. Chi-Nu told them about her current situation and that she would be the tribe leader's woman in the future. Hearing this, the tribesmen below were not very happy, because this would not bring much change to them. It was just that calling them here this time was not a bad thing. When the Baifeng tribesmen who were watching nearby heard this, they all held their foreheads and sighed, saying, "Chief, why do you have to find such an ugly woman when you can find any other woman?" The tribes recognized beauties weighed their bodies and found that they were easily able to match the figures of 2.5 naked women. So why did the chief just not like them? Chi-Nu continued, saying that they could use the fire spirit to exchange for more food and a chance to escape from slavery. But most of the tribesmen were indifferent because they believed that the fire god was always protecting them, and if they handed him over, the fire god would no longer care about them. Seeing that the tribesmen were unwilling, Chi-Nu had to continue to persuade them, who said that if we give out the fire spirit, the fire god will no longer protect us. I gave out the fire spirit, and then I was no longer a slave. Someone like me can become the tribe leader's woman, and now I can wear gorgeous clothes and eat delicious food. Isn't this the result of the fire god protecting me? The chief also said that if you give him the fire spirit, he will give you a bigger house, more food, and a chance to escape from slavery. Slaves from other tribes don't have such an opportunity. This is the fire god helping us. Now, the members of the Jiangben clan began to waver. Some of them believed that the god of fire would no longer protect them the moment the Jiangben clan was destroyed. However, they had forgotten to throw away the fire spirit. Now that they heard that they could exchange the fire spirit for food, they couldn't wait any longer. They never thought that this was another way for the god of fire to protect them. However, no matter how Chi-Nu explained, they had already given up their faith, but the most active one took out the fire spirit from the lining of his clothes and placed it in the pottery jar in front of Chi-Nu. Fearing that he had not taken it out cleanly enough, He used his fingers to pick it out again and again. Seeing someone handing over the fire spirit, the people behind them began to waver and were ready to hand it in as well. However, they had no idea that the first few people who handed it in had already lost their faith and could hardly be called members of the Jiangbin clan anymore. Qinu was very happy to see that the recycling went smoothly. At least their people's lives would be changed because of these fire spirits, and they would have a chance to escape from slavery in the future. But in the end, there were still more than 20 people who were unwilling to surrender, believing that the fire spirit was everything to them, and no amount of persuasion would change their minds. Finally, Qinu had no choice but to seek Bai Feng's opinion, because those people were actually the most loyal members of the Jiangbin tribe, and Qinu was unwilling to see them continue to suffer. Looking at the 3 full jars of yellow sulfur, Bai Feng was in a very good mood. It didn't matter whether those people handed over or not. These were enough for him to toss for a long time, and he would definitely go to the territory of Jiangbin again to get sulfur, which was for him to use for experiments. So Bai Feng didn't make things difficult for those people. If they didn't want to hand it over, then they didn't have to hand it over. They would be treated the same as the tribesmen who had handed it over. As for whether there would be any conflicts among them, it was none of Bai Feng's business. Qinu fulfilled her wish and moved the people of the Bin family into relatively spacious rooms. They ate 20% more food than before and could now eat until they were 70% full. However, they still had to do the same chores. Bai Feng, Sui, and Qinu lived a shameless life together, but they had to put you out early. With sulfur, Bai Feng also has a complete set of saltpeter and charcoal. He also has 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a little sugar. With this ratio, Bai Feng has no worries about whether he can make gunpowder. However, Bai Feng also knows that the gunpowder he has just made is actually more deterrent than lethal. Chapter 195, Making Gunpowder. As soon as Bai Feng got the sulfur, he began to prepare to make gunpowder in a hurry. But the place had to be chosen carefully, otherwise if there was an explosion, it would be very dangerous. But it is impossible for him to make guns or cannons now. Their tribe does not have the industrial conditions for that level. The most he can do is make a few big firecrackers. Seamless pipes alone are not something Bai Feng can make, and he doesn't even know how to make them. Maybe the sandblasting earthen gun can't use seamless barrels, but he also has no way to get gunpowder. The biggest possibility is that he can make a matchlock rifle, flintlock rifle, or something like that in his lifetime. There was no vacant room in the tribe for Bai Feng to make gunpowder, as it was already full. After thinking for a long time, Bai Feng could only find a drying room for making pottery embryos, which was empty. Even though some of the tribe's pottery was distributed to the slaves, there was still a lot of inventory that had not been used up, so pottery making had long been stopped. Moreover, the soil was frozen now, and they could not dig out the soil, so they could not make tiles or bricks. They could only wait for the spring to thaw. Bai Feng thought that he must build another room specifically for making gunpowder for him in the future, so he would just make do with it for now. The saltpeter used is a layer of white powder sifted out from the walls and soil. After being dissolved in water and then crystallized, the saltpeter with relatively high purity is obtained. The saltpeter and charcoal are ground in a fine powder and mixed together in the ratio of 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. In fact, making gunpowder is not that difficult, but Bai Feng is so serious just to be on the safe side. To be honest, when Bai Feng was a child, he removed the silver gunpowder from firecrackers and made big firecrackers to play with, which was much more dangerous than this. But there is another advantage of doing this, which is that it can be kept secret. After all, the formula of this thing still needs to be hidden well. This is his greatest reliance in this era. If he has children in the future, this will also be a treasure to pass on to his children. Easily mix everything together, then stir it with a small wooden stick. After it is evenly mixed, the gunpowder is ready. Bai Feng seems to remember that egg white can be used to make this thing into granules, which will have a better effect. But the Bai Feng tribe has no eggs at all now. Although their chickens lay eggs a few more times than wild ones, there's still no egg for him to use because the quantity is small and they're all fertilized eggs that need to hatch chicks. So he has to do it this way for now and improve it when he gets richer in the future. After the gunpowder was made, Bai Feng first took a small handful of it, then put fire on it to test whether it could be used. As soon as he put it on, the gunpowder crackled and flashed with fire in an instant, but it did not explode because the conditions for explosion were not met. Gunpowder is obviously usable and burns very quickly. Bai Feng is now thinking about making practical weapons. The first thing Bai Feng thinks of is to make a big firecracker to see if it will explode. The simplest way is to put in a bamboo tube. He sawed off a section of bamboo that was found everywhere, kept the lower section, and added a lot of gunpowder into it. When Bai Feng was about to seal it, he found that he seemed to have no gunpowder fuse. If he wanted to make a gunpowder fuse, he had to make paper first, otherwise, he couldn't make the gunpowder fuse. As expected, no matter what he did, he thought it was very simple, but when he actually implemented it, all kinds of troubles would arise. There was no way. Bai Feng had to find a pottery jar to put the gunpowder he had made, cover it tightly, and seal it with mud to avoid moisture to the greatest extent. At the same time, he put it in a conspicuous position and told the workers of the pottery team not to touch the things inside, as it was very dangerous. After repeated reminders, Bai Feng was still not at ease. He could only hope that they would not forget and not be so curious. Bai Feng did not make much gunpowder this time, and there were still 2 cans of sulfur, so he would have materials to make it later. Before, Bai Feng felt that there was no need to make paper because they didn't need it yet. But now that it was forced upon them, Bai Feng had to rush to prepare for the papermaking. Fortunately, it was winter now, and the tribesmen were relatively idle. There was enough and relatively skilled labor to help Bai Feng do these things. It would be difficult for the slaves to understand Bai Feng's requirements if they were to be used temporarily. Bai Feng didn't know which grass or tree would make better paper, so he just randomly selected various weeds, put them together, and tried it out. He didn't care what kind of paper he could make, as long as it was paper. The best material would naturally emerge in practice, and he could improve it slowly. Anyway, they had plenty of time, and even if they couldn't make it, no emperor would chop off their heads. Bai Feng first asked the tribesmen to find various woods and grasses, different kinds of them, preferably those that looked tall and slender. They had a kind of barnyard grass that was very long and abundant in number. Bai Feng vaguely felt that it might be a good material for making paper. After all, the fibers were long enough. Bai Feng knew that bamboo could be used to make paper, so he cut down a lot of old bamboo. However, if he wanted to make it into paper, it might need to be fermented for a while. So they split the bamboo and then threw it into lime water to ferment. They also fermented some of the various herbs they collected in the same way. Bai Feng directly took the rest and asked them to boil them in a pot to see which method would work. The tribesmen thought that the chief had found something edible or had found a way to make it edible. They were all very excited and very motivated. In order to make wood pulp, other tools are also needed. Their carpenters are still busy building ships and weapons. Even in winter, they are never idle. Seeing that most of the other tribesmen have lost their jobs, but they're still busy, they feel more or less depressed in their hearts. It's just that they were given generous rewards this year, which gave them some comfort. The tribe also has a continuous supply of various foods. It can be said that they're the best fed group in the tribe during winter. Even the bears don't necessarily eat better than them. Bai Feng found an adze and asked him to use the giant wood he had collected to make a huge wooden barrel. It would be better to make a few more. Although the wooden boards could be used to make barrels, it was not cost-effective for them, as it was a waste of iron. Then they found a stonemason and asked him to make a stone pestle to beat the wood pulp. Although a wooden pestle could also be used, it was much slower than a stone pestle. It takes a long time to do all these things, and Bai Feng feels that his inner drive may be worn away little by little. He came here from that fast-paced era, and everything forced him to slow down. Everything he wanted had to be done slowly from scratch, unlike before when he could just wait for a few days for the express delivery. Chapter 196 Depressed Bai Feng. Bai Feng, who had nothing to do, had to go to the construction site to supervise them building the house. By the way, he took a look at the tea trees in his tea garden. They seemed to be still alive and well, and the temperature in the glass greenhouse was also acceptable. Bai Feng felt that he could sit inside in the winter to bask in the sun and drink. The 2 women, Sui and Akanv, were also gradually building a good relationship. After all, they would be sleeping on the same Kong in the future. Moreover, they also had some common topics, which was that they were not considered beauties in their respective tribes, or even in the current Bai Feng tribe. It's just that now, because Sui eats well and doesn't have to do too much work, her skin has become whiter and more delicate, and her figure is getting better and better. In the future, she is a real beauty. Now no one in the tribe says that Sui is an ugly woman. In their eyes, she just has a more coordinated feeling. It's hard to say what's beautiful about her. Essentially, they still like the kind of strong women. After waiting for several days, Bai Feng finally prepared the tools he needed. Then Bai Feng started making paper. They put all kinds of herbs and went into a big pot and boiled them until they were rotten. Bai Feng didn't know when it would be done, so he could only give a rough estimate. Then he took them out and put them into a big wooden barrel, and pounded them hard with a stone pestle until they were completely broken into slag. Then Bai Feng felt that they could be used to make paper. To scoop out paper, you need a large container. Fortunately, Bai Feng had already told the carpenter about this in advance. After making the wooden barrel, Axe began to hurriedly build the large wooden trough. Because there was no suitable large wood to dig directly, he used the method they used to build ships to nail out a large square wooden trough. Bai Feng remembered that to scoop up paper, one needed something that looked like a very finely woven mat, so that the paper pulp could be scooped up. Bai Feng had arranged it early and asked the tribesmen who were weaving bamboo utensils to split the bamboo strips into extremely fine threads and then weave out a bamboo curtain. When Bai Feng threw what he thought was ready pulp into the wooden trough to fish out paper, he already felt vaguely that something was wrong, because the floating fibers in it were too thick and long, and there were many impurities. He felt that paper could not be made under such circumstances, but he still tried to fish it out with a fluke mentality. In the end, he found that what he fished out was just pieces of wood slag. Even if it could be glued together into a piece of paper, it would be of the kind that could not even be used to wipe ones, but it felt like the so-called papyrus unearthed in ancient Western culture, which was a joke. Bai Feng finally understood that whether it was grass or bamboo, they all needed to go through the step of fermentation before the fibers could be broken up. So Bai Feng's paper-making business was once again put on hold indefinitely. They had to wait for several months for the materials to be fermented, and it would be spring by then. So Bai Feng could not make paper, and he could not make his big firecrackers either. It seemed that nothing he wanted to do was possible, which made Bai Feng extremely depressed. When the tribesmen saw that the chief had not made anything, they knew that they might have worked in vain during this period, but none of them complained. The tools they made were put into the warehouse, waiting to see if they would have a chance to use them next spring. Before Bai Feng could be depressed for a few days, it started snowing. Winter completely arrived after this snowfall, and the temperature never rose again. The slaves also got some rest time. Because they couldn't do anything when it was snowing, they all lay in a room without sunlight. If someone went in, they would feel that the air in the room was suffocating and smelled bad. There was nothing to keep warm in the slaves' houses, let alone Kang's. But fortunately, they had enough straw to lie on, and with so many people crowded together, they wouldn't freeze to death, and the temperature was even acceptable. Bai Feng didn't dare to build a fire for them, because if even a little spark flew out from the grass on the ground, everyone in the room might be burned to death. The free people were much more comfortable. At least they had large bunk beds to sleep on. Together with the sufficient materials for filling the Kong and the big stove that they had collected before, they spent the first warm winter in their lives that they would never forget. In previous winters, they had to throw firewood into their campfire all night long to keep their chests warm, while their backs would always be blown by the cold wind. But this year, they don't have to worry about freezing to death, and the same goes for the slaves. The winter they spent in their own tribe was not as comfortable as the one the White Wind tribe has had this year. What's more, even if they don't work, the White Wind tribe will provide them with a meal a day. Although it won't be enough to fatten them up, they don't have to worry about starving to death in the winter. They had worried about what to do if it snowed in the winter, because they felt that the Bai Feng tribe would not provide food if they did not work. However, they really did not expect the Bai Feng tribe to be so kind. They all wanted to worship Bai Feng as a god. Now that the warriors of the Bai Feng tribe have no work to do, they continue their training. The training of the warriors cannot stop for a moment. Moreover, this year, some more people have been added to their team. Some thin tribesmen have gradually become stronger, and some teenagers have really grown into strong men. The main force of the Bai Feng tribe has grown again. The other tribesmen had nothing to do and were bored, so countless tic-tac-toes appeared on the snow with crosses and circles in them. These were all traces of their entertainment. Bai Feng thought that instead of doing this, they might as well do something more fun. So the carpenters of Bai Feng's tribe were in trouble again. They made a lot of skis according to Bai Feng's requirements, and then Bai Feng tried them himself. The skis felt very difficult to control. Of course, Cho couldn't do it alone, so Bai Feng arranged for several of the strongest warriors like Xiong to exercise together on skis. This is more fun and can help kill time. Moreover, skis can also be used in wars. For example, if a war breaks out in winter, with skis they can easily and perfectly strike other tribes that can only walk in the snow. This thing can also be used on ice. When a river is frozen, you can slide on it at will. In addition to skis, Bai Feng also drew a sketch of a sled and asked the carpenters to make it. Chapter 197 Departure. After practicing for several days in a row, Bai Feng and the others finally became proficient in using the skis. However, During the practice, Bai Feng and the others discovered one more thing. Skis are very easy to use on flat ground and downhill, but when going uphill, they had to slide 3 steps for 1 step, which was very difficult. At this time, Bai Feng remembered a very classic Northeastern bandit suppression movie that he had watched in later life. The skis used by the Northeastern people in the movie were different from the common ones. Their skis were tied with a layer of fur. In this way, there will be no impact when sliding downhill, and the smooth fur can even increase acceleration. When going uphill, the fur tied to the skis in reverse order will scrape against the snow to increase resistance, allowing them to walk upward better without slipping easily. They were reluctant to use the whole fur, but fortunately there were a lot of fur scraps left in the tribe. They didn't know what they could do with them when they were cutting them before, but in line with the principle of not wasting, they kept those scraps. Now these things came in handy, and everyone was happy. Gradually, the snow on the mountain melted, and they had no place to ski, so they began to practice on the ice. However, the skis were not so easy to use on the ice. Bai Feng actually thought of ice skates, but they did not have enough iron to make ice skates. But it can also be made of wood. Use 2 wooden boards to make something like a small stool to step on. It is also very useful. With experience in skiing, they can step on this thing on the ice and get the hang of it very quickly. Gradually, they discovered that sliding on the ice seemed to be faster than taking a boat, but it became quite tiring after a long time. After all, their feet had to slide and their hands had to move. At this time, other tribes must have stayed in their homes and not come out. This was a good opportunity for the Bai Feng tribe to show their strength. They had stored food, and they were fully equipped with warm clothes, gloves, hats, and so on, so they were not afraid of frostbite. Bai Feng actually thought about it for a long time, wondering when he should go to dig sulfur for Jiangbin. At other times, it would be easy to encounter people from Suiren, and there might be conflicts, but now seems to be a very good opportunity. He just doesn't know if this river can lead to Jiangbin's territory. Bai Feng found Qi Nu and drew the most detailed map he could remember. He asked Qi Nu to identify the directions of various water systems and mountain ranges. Bai Feng was able to remember this map thanks to his excellent grades in junior high school geography. In junior high school, they didn't have to learn those complicated things like air pressure, ocean currents, and the causes of climate. They only needed to memorize the map. Bai Feng had drawn the maps of various provinces and even continents countless times. He still vaguely remembered some of them. Although rivers might change their courses, mountains would remain unchanged. People of this era are extremely sensitive to geography and direction, unlike Bai Feng in later generations, who is a complete road idiot. However, his condition has improved greatly after obtaining this body. Qi Nu was also shocked after seeing the map. She didn't expect Bai Feng to be so familiar with this world, as if he had been there all the time. After slowly recalling the route she had taken, Qi Nu determined the location of Ben's clan on the map. Bai Feng then deduced that this river could indeed lead to Ben's clan, but it was not the main river channel. After reaching a certain location, one needed to head towards that tributary. They now have sleds that can travel on ice and ice skates that can slide, so they can travel very quickly, and it doesn't take much effort to get there. So Bai Feng plans to go to Jiang Ben's house to mine sulfur after he is fully prepared, and he has to mine enough sulfur to last him a year. It was still a long time before the river thawed, so it would be enough for them to go back and forth for more than a month or even 2 months. However, the amount of dry food they had to bring with them would be huge. After all, it was difficult for them to hunt any prey in the winter, including in the river, and they could not break the ice to catch fish. Moreover, the people to be brought this time must be planned carefully. The people of the Ben clan must be brought along, as they are guides. But too many people can't be brought along. If too many people are brought along, when they reach the Ben clan's territory, they might launch a territorial attack, thus threatening the safety of the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng had previously planned an opportunity to free them from slavery, which was to let them dig sulfur. As long as their entire tribe could bring enough sulfur, they would be freed from slavery. So this time, some representatives would be selected from those people to make sufficient contributions to their tribe so that all of them could gain freedom. Bai Feng did not talk about individual contributions, but the contribution of the entire tribe. But the Bai Feng tribe didn't have that many robes for them to wear, and there were just enough for the Bai Feng tribe members to wear themselves. The most the Bai Feng tribe provided them with were hats, gloves, and boots to prevent them from getting frostbite, and the rest was up to them to carry on their own, so this was considered a relatively dangerous and hard job. Bai Feng told Qi Nu about his plan, and Qi Nu wanted to go with him without saying a word. But looking at Chi Nu's thin figure, Bai Feng said forget it and let the male members of the tribe take them there themselves. After all, they should be familiar with the situation in their own tribe in the same way. Chi Nu did not insist any longer, but went to discuss with her tribesmen to see who they would choose to go and dig sulfur for Ben Shur. They should be allowed to volunteer or be selected. After all, it is really dangerous to go to such a far place in winter, especially in this era. There is no one living around. Even if you encounter human habitation, you dare not go there. It is more dangerous than the wilderness. As for Bai Feng himself, he found the carpenter in again and asked him to take people to make more sleds and ice skates. After hearing this, In's face was ferocious, and he just wanted to hit his head against the wooden die. He would not have learned this craft if he had known this earlier. Bai Feng treated him like an animal. There was no other choice. They had to stop the shipbuilding work and rush to make the batch of materials that Bai Feng urgently needed. After these things were made, they had to train the people of Jiang Ben's family well and let them master the skills of ice skating as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would not be able to go. After making all these arrangements, they found the witch and asked him to see how much food the tribe had for their trip. Bai Feng estimated that they should bring about 100 people, half of whom would be their own people, carrying weapons to guard the members of Jiang Ben's clan, while the people of Jiang Ben's clan would be pure laborers. Chapter 198 Departure, Part 2. The carpenters did not disappoint Bai Feng's expectations. They worked almost non-stop day after day and produced the ice skates and sleds that Bai Feng wanted in the shortest time possible, enough for more than 100 people to use. After getting the things, Chi Nu selected more than 50 people from their tribesmen who were willing to go to dig sulfur for the Ben family. Bai Feng then gathered those dozens of people for training, and they also had to master the use of ice skates and sleds. Because their clothes were not thick enough, they were shivering in the ice and snow and could only rely on constant exercise to keep warm. Bai Feng could not provide them with better clothes. They did not have so many supplies for the slaves. They only gave them boots, gloves, and hats to ensure that their exposed skin would not be frostbitten and lose their ability to move. However, Bai Feng still provided them with a solution, which was to use grass. Whether they weave the grass into clothes like a straw raincoat or directly stuff the hay into their clothes was up to them. These can keep them warm, but Bai Feng will not waste time and effort to let his own people do it for them. If they want, just let their own people do it. This is a chance for them to change their destiny. Bai Feng cannot provide them with convenience in everything. It has been more than half a month since Bai Feng proposed the idea of digging for sulfur. It is now the 9th lunar month. If they set out now, they should be able to return before the river thaws. If they set out too late, the river may have started to thaw by the time they return, which would make it impossible to travel and even more dangerous. The food they brought with them was salted fish, a universal magic weapon that not only replenished calories, but also salt. It was very convenient to carry and easy to make into a meal on the road. Moreover, for them, salted fish was a relatively delicious thing in the winter when supplies were scarce. In addition to salted fish, the most eaten food by the Bai Feng tribe members is lotus root. The Bai Feng tribe has been collecting lotus roots in large quantities. Combined with the ones grown by the tribe, the yield is also considerable. Bai Feng also plans to plant lotus roots on the mudflats along the river after the spring and treat lotus roots as a major agricultural product. However, they do not simply eat the lotus roots. After harvesting them, they also make lotus root powder. After washing out the starch, the lotus root residue can be used to feed chickens and cows. It can be said to be a very high-quality crop. Lotus root powder is easier to eat. Just grab a handful and rinse it with boiling water, and you will get a bowl of transparent lotus root powder. However, it doesn't have much taste when simply rinsed because they don't have many seasonings to add to it. The people of the Bai Feng tribe at least have some nuts and other things that they can throw in, but the people of the Jiang Ben tribe don't have this treatment. The food they are given is even millet and dried salted fish boiled into soup. There were dozens of simple sleds, half of which were filled with things, carrying the equipment they would need on the road, such as tents and various tools. If they didn't have a tent at this time, they would not be able to survive the night here. There is no need to worry about firewood. The thing that is most in demand on the roads here is wood. Just chopping some will be more than enough. The only thing Bai Feng is worried about is the blizzard, but they are confident that they can survive a normal heavy snowfall. If it is a catastrophic blizzard like last year, they can only leave it to fate. However, Bai Feng believes in his heart that he should not be so unlucky. After all, such a heavy snowstorm cannot happen every year, right? After everything was packed up, Bai Feng, as the team leader, took them out. There were more than 120 people in the group, more than 50 of whom were from the Jiangben tribe, who served as the coolies along the way. The soldiers of the Baifeng tribe were the supervisors and also served as fighting force. If they send too few warriors, no matter how advanced their weapons are, there is still a possibility of a mutiny when they arrive at Jiangben's territory. Now Sui has gotten used to Baifeng's frequent trips far away and no longer pesters him to follow her. Moreover, Baifeng's tribe is now so well equipped with weapons that ordinary dangers cannot threaten them. Baifeng and his companions traveled very smoothly for a long time, and they had not encountered any snow yet. However, they still felt that their tents were too simple. No matter how big the fire was, they would still feel cold at night. Even if Baifeng wore a thick Mongolian robe, he would still be woken up by the cold while sleeping at night. Not to mention the people of the Ben clan, they could hardly get any good sleep at night because it was too cold. They had to endure it in a day's night after night. If they were lucky and found a hillside shelter from the wind or a large cave, they could get a good sleep at night. Baifeng knew how to exploit people. After skating for a few days, he felt too tired, so he just sat on the sled and let others pull him. It didn't take much effort anyway, but he could lie on it happily, feeling very leisurely and comfortable. More than 10 days later, they encountered the first heavy snowfall since they set out. The snow fell at night, and the wind and snow made the tent rustle loudly, almost collapsing. The temperature also dropped sharply. When the snow stopped in the morning, the tent had been half buried by the snow, but the sky was clear. Because no one got a good rest at night, Baifeng and the others continued to rest there for another day. And because there was snow outside, the tent was warmer than usual, and everyone could get a good sleep in it. When they were ready to set out again, the river was covered with snow and their ice skates were no longer useful, so they found skis from a sled. This was a precautionary measure, as Baifeng had already thought of this situation. However, the people of Jiangben clan did not have this equipment, so it was fine if they were walking on flat ground, but as long as they were walking on a slightly uphill slope, it would be very difficult. They had to rely entirely on the two sticks in their hands to exert force, and it could be said that they had no foothold at all. After walking for a few more days, they reached the river surface where there was no snow. At the same time, the journey along the river had ended, and it was time to head towards the tributary. They were getting closer and closer to the territory of Jiangben. Baifeng was very much looking forward to the place he was going to this time. Not only were there hot springs and sulfur, but it was very likely that the volcano was an active volcano, although he had never heard of any information about active volcanoes in the inland in later generations. Volcanoes are treasures, and the surrounding areas produce a lot of substances, especially sulfuric acid, which has a very high possibility of existence. However, Baifeng knows little about chemistry, so even if the purity of sulfuric acid is very high, it is of no use to him. Chapter 199 Departure, Part 3. After entering the tributary, because they were going upstream, their speed slowed down a lot. Unlike going downstream along the main river, where it was all downhill or the flat ice surface was easier, going upstream was actually going uphill, which was more strenuous. However, reaching the tributary also meant that they were getting closer and closer to the Ben clan's territory. After another 2 days of travel, Baifeng had already seen a flat-topped mountain standing in the distance. That mountain must be a volcano. The members of the Jiangben clan also saw the mountain. Perhaps because they missed their hometown, they all rushed in that direction with all their might. Although they were slaves now, it seemed that they had forgotten their current situation after seeing their home. At this time, Baifeng also reminded his fellow tribesmen to be more careful, as this was the time when danger was most likely to occur. The closer they got to the mountain, the higher the temperature became. Not only was there no snow, but even the ice in the river became thinner. They didn't dare to walk on the ice any longer, so they had to walk after reaching the shore. The sled became a burden, so they had to abandon the sled on the shore. However, these places were deserted, so there was no need to worry about it being stolen. Most of the supplies on the sled were carried by the people of Jiangben's clan, and only the weapons and most of the food were carried by the people of the Baifeng tribe. In this way, they were not afraid that the people of Jiangben's clan would suddenly turn against them and attack them. The fact is, ever since those people from the Jiangben clan arrived at their territory, they started to become restless and have been looking for opportunities to escape or even to kill the people from the Baifeng tribe. However, the shining long swords and powerful crossbows in the hands of the people from the Baifeng tribe reminded them all the time that they had no chance and that they would only die if they escaped. Not long after they walked, they saw scattered thatched huts and wooden tent frames, but they were now dilapidated, telling of the hardships they had once endured. When the people of the Ben family saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel touched in their hearts, as if they were experiencing the despair of being exterminated again, and they all began to cry. Bai Feng didn't know how to stop the situation he saw, but those people from the Jiang Ben family seemed to be crying endlessly. They threw their things on the ground and never got up again. If this continued, it would probably waste a lot of time. So Bai Feng had to threaten them with words to keep on going. After some easing, those people from the Jiang Ben family put away their sadness and continued to move forward. The houses they used to live in were a good place to camp, but the spring water that never cooled down or hot spring was still 2 days away from here, so they put all the unnecessary things into the room here and traveled lightly to the hot spring. The people of the Bai Feng tribe carried weapons, and the people of the Jiang Ben clan carried sacks of sulfur. All the dry food was carried by the people of the Bai Feng tribe. Even if someone wanted to escape, they had to consider whether they would have anything to eat after escaping and whether they would starve to death outside. The further they walked, the stronger the stinking smell in the air became. Bai Feng had prepared for this in advance. Their tribesmen took out masks made of 2 layers of linen with charcoal in between, which were soaked in water. They didn't know if this would be effective, but this was the limit of protection Bai Feng could provide. It's just that it feels very stuffy after putting it on, and the tribesmen are unwilling to wear it, but seeing their tribe leader wearing it, they dare not take it off. As for the people of Jiangben, they don't feel the same way, because they often walk here and are used to the smell. They don't consider being poisoned or anything. In their opinion, this is the breath that the god of fire should have. Sulfur could be seen scattered along the road, but they did not pick it up. Instead, they went directly to the hot springs to find large mines. Otherwise, after picking it up, they would have to carry it back and forth, which would be a waste of effort. After camping for a night, they arrived at the hot spring under the volcano the next day. Hot steam and poisonous gases kept coming out. Bai Feng was really scared, so he could only try his best to avoid the fog. Now he regretted coming here. Fortunately, the color of the springs is normal, and the mist that comes out is also white. If it were any other color, Bai Feng would definitely run away at the first moment and would never come here to dig sulfur again. Time was very tight, and Bai Feng did not dare to stay too long. Fortunately, the sulfur here was in continuous pieces, and most of them were sulfur blocks as big as a human head. Bai Feng asked them to put the sulfur into the bags quickly, and then they ran away, and he also started digging. Not only is there sulfur, most of the ground here is made up of black basalt, and there's some green rocks on the basalt. Bai Feng knocked on it curiously, and unexpectedly, there was olivine on some of the green stones. There are many peridots with good texture and large sizes, but they're not very useful in this era, and they're not very valuable gems even in later generations. But it did look beautiful, so Bai Feng picked out some peridots of better quality, larger size, and higher transparency, and collected them. He would be able to use them to make jewelry later. Each of the Jiang Ben clan's men was required to carry 2 large sacks. In addition to carrying them themselves, they also had to bring some for their clansmen. This was their task. Of course, Bai Feng couldn't say that each person must have a sack. It was enough as long as the quantity was about right. After the bags were full, Bai Feng called on them to quickly flee the area. However, what Bai Feng did not expect was that those people from the Jiang Ben family actually put down the bags, knelt on the ground, kissed the ground, and kowtowed several times before standing up. Just think of it as they are worshipping the god of fire. Bai Feng doesn't want to violate their beliefs. If these things violate taboos, they might dive into the spring water. That would be bad, and Bai Feng's efforts would be wasted. Fortunately, after they stood up, they immediately followed Bai Feng with their things on their backs without staying for too long. Because they were carrying too much sulfur on the return trip, their speed was much slower. It took them several days to reach the place where the sled was placed. Bai Feng calculated the time. It was already past midnight. They had to reach the tribe before the river thawed, otherwise their sleds would be useless. So they had to speed up. The return trip was relatively smooth, but it was a bit strenuous. After all, it was like going upstream. I estimate that the amount of sulfur harvested this time will not be enough even in a few years, and it will be enough even for fighting a few wars. I will not take any risks and will come here to mine sulfur next year. Chapter 200, Becoming a Father. Because Bai Feng had not anticipated the sudden situation where the ice on a tributary became thinner during the journey and they could only walk on the shore, the journey took a little longer than they expected, and the dry food they brought seemed a bit too little. If they continued to eat as before, they might not be able to catch up with the tribe. In addition, After moving the people of the Ben family on as sulfur, Bifong freed them from slavery halfway through the journey and made them free men. Some of the more hardworking people were even given the status of members of the Bifong tribe. Because the work they do is hard and tiring, this is also a way to calm their emotions. Bifong even adjusted the food, and both groups now eat the same meals. This greatly encouraged the people of the Jiangben clan, especially when they saw those who had already obtained the status of clan members. So they no longer had any complaints and worked harder, hoping to be noticed by Bifong and be given a home. During the walk, everyone was no longer as silent and confrontational as before, and both sides had more verbal exchanges. Now they can feel the temperature rising, so they have a sense of crisis. The ice is gradually getting thinner, but it can still support them to continue walking on it for the time being. They gradually began to reduce their food supply, and while on the road, the people of the Bifong tribe had a hunt to supplement their food supply. Otherwise, they really didn't know if they could return to the tribe relying solely on the remaining dry food. Fortunately, their return journey was very smooth. When they arrived at the tribe, everyone was busy doing their own work. Even if there was no white wind, they were ready to start spring plowing as soon as spring arrived. Spring is the most important time period for the Bifong tribe. An increasing population also means that more arable land is needed. They've already started to reclaim wasteland in the autumn. There was accumulation of snow in the winter, and now the new arable land is still relatively moist, so they can directly sow seeds then. But if the Bifong tribe is to become wealthy again, they need to reclaim more land. Sowing is hard work, and they do not have the ability to convert all arable land into paddy fields. They still have to focus on dry land. The moment Bifong arrived at the tribesmen felt relieved. Bifong was their sky and their backbone. If Bifong was not there, they felt that the Bifong tribe might fall apart because no one felt that they could shoulder the responsibility of building and developing the tribe. They also built many new houses according to the arrangements made before Bifong left. In addition to providing housing for the free men and new members of the tribe, they also built a house for Bifong to make weapons. It was located in a relatively open area, and the house was also relatively sturdy and bright. One room is used to store various raw materials, and another room is used to prepare gunpowder. Bifong has already planned it out. After instructing the members of the Jiangben clan to put the sulfur into the room, he asked them to return to their residential area and announced the good news to their clansmen that their entire Jiangben clan had been freed. After being out for such a long time, Bifong wanted to have a good rest, so he quickly returned to his room. However, he did not expect that an extremely shocking news was waiting for him. Qi Nu and Sui have already developed a very harmonious relationship. Even Chang Wei and Lai Fu, who are standing at the door of the room, are very close to Qi Nu. Chang Wei and Lai Fu are now full adults and can reproduce. Bifong really wants to see whether this second generation of wolves will be more friendly to people. Sui did not mistreat Qi Nu in terms of food. Although Sui was the one who distributed food in their small family when Bifong was not around, it could be seen from her plump figure that Qi Nu had a very good winter. Now Qi Nu was even more beautiful in Bifeng's eyes. Bifong, who had been away for a few months, felt a little anxious, so he closed the door and picked up Sui. He had no intention of moving Qi Nu for the time being. After all, they were not familiar with each other, so it seemed difficult to do it. But the moment Bifong picked up Sui wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "I'm pregnant." As soon as these words were spoken, Bifong let go of his hand in shock, letting Sui fall casually on the Kong. The news exploded in Bifeng's ears like thunder. He was hesitant to believe it, so he confirmed it again, but Sui still said that she was pregnant. There are no prenatal checkups now, but because Sui was very concerned about pregnancy in the past, she asked Bifong every day whether she was pregnant or not. Bifong felt a little annoyed after a long time, so he told her about the symptoms of pregnancy, the most obvious one of which is amenorrhea. Of course, Bifong didn't feel that he was being cuckolded, because when he left, Sui hadn't had her menstrual period yet, and he didn't know whether it had stopped. However, he was away for several months this time, and during such a long time, Sui could completely determine that she was pregnant by the changes in her menstrual period. Moreover, considering Bifeng's status and Sui's feelings for him, Bifong doesn't believe that anyone can touch his woman. Not to mention that there are more women than men in the tribe now, and there are so many beautiful women. It is impossible for the male tribesmen to set their sights on Sui, who is not beautiful in their eyes. Bifong, who had recovered a little, pulled up Sui's wrist and began to feel her pulse. Because the pregnancy was relatively short, the pulse was not very obvious. But considering all aspects, Bai Feng believed that the possibility of Sui being pregnant was at least 98%. Bai Feng, who has lived 2 lives, is experiencing the feeling of becoming a father for the first time. This feeling is too wonderful, not to mention the era he is living in and his identity, which makes him have mixed emotions. Bai Tianfeng really wanted Sui to just lie there, and he would take care of her slowly, but from a medical point of view, or the physical constitution of people in this era, this idea was unnecessary. Just let it happen casually and naturally. The most difficult thing for them should be childbirth. Now Sui Bai Feng couldn't move, so Bai Feng picked up Sui, turned her around on the ground a few times, and then put her on a chair and asked her to sit down. He then set his eyes on Akane. Bai Feng picked up Qi Nu and thought that since his wife already had children, it would be fine to have a few more. However, Qi Nu didn't understand anything at this time, and her mind was all on her tribesmen. Bai Feng had promised her before he set out that after he returned, all the people of the Jiangbin clan would be free, but now she hadn't heard Bai Feng's words yet.